Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of studying with rules and tales, starting as a forced god of war right here on GMT Recap. In this era, there exists a world called Kwai-Dan, which exists parallel to the real world and constantly seeks to invade it. To prevent this from happening, each country usually selects elite young people to enter the world of Kwai-Dan for a challenge. Within that world, there are hidden realms, each with its own set of rules. Violating these rules can lead to the failure of the chosen one. If the challenge ends in failure, the entire population of the respective country will be pulled into the world of Kwai-Dan. Dragon Country is one such nation standing on the brink of disaster. After several failed challenges, they have now sent a young man named Su Xiao, who has just turned 18, to enter the world of Kwai-Dan. He awakens in a hidden realm called Mother's Memo. His head aches as if struck by a hammer. Su Xiao stumbles to sit up. As is customary, individuals chosen like him to enter the world of Kwai-Dan for the first time are granted a one-time opportunity to draw a mysterious innate talent. Before he could even fully comprehend his surroundings, the process of drawing this random talent began. He expected to receive a common ability, but to his surprise, Su Xiao not only was chosen by his country but also by the heavens. The proof of this is that he drew an extraordinary SSS grade talent called Innate Rebellious Bone. Those who possess this talent are able to disregard the rules of right and wrong, becoming rebels within the world of Kwai-Dan. Naturally, during this process of rebellion, they are immune to any strange contamination or assimilation. Su Xiao was extremely delighted. This talent seemed like it had been designed just for him. When it came to being cautious and meticulous, Su Xiao wasn't up to the task, but in terms of rebelliousness, he was a master. Moreover, his talent was of the SSS rank. It could be said that no one in Dragon Country had ever entered the world of Kwai-Dan and drawn something like this. The probability of obtaining such a talent was probably 1 in 100 million. Su Xiao was incredibly lucky. A few days ago, someone from East Island Country had also entered and drawn an A-rank talent. They had been flaunting their achievement in front of Dragon Country ever since. But now, the situation had changed. Su Xiao's SSS rank talent could easily overshadow that Z rank talent. The process of Su Xiao entering and struggling through the world of Kwai-Dan was being recorded and streamed live to the real world. The top leaders of Dragon Country were all gathered in one place, focusing on observing his every move and gesture. However, they could only see his actions, not the rewards he received from the virtual world. For example, the talent he just acquired. These leaders seemed to be putting all their trust in the young Su Xiao. After he drew his talent, some of them were very curious about what it was. They had 3 opportunities to send him a message. One of them suggested, take this chance and ask him a question. However, the other leaders strongly opposed, reminding him that they only had 3 opportunities. We must cherish them. Moreover, Su Xiao is currently being watched by the entire world, not just Dragon Country. If you ask about his talent, it would mean revealing himself to the other nations. This is certainly not a favorable situation. The meeting of the leaders was extremely tense. At that moment, they received an email from East Island Country. The content of the email was highly provocative, basically boasting that their country had drawn an A-level talent. Meanwhile, Su Xiao from Dragon Country had already picked his talent, but no one from their side even made a comment, implying that he must have drawn a useless talent. The leaders, who usually appeared dignified, couldn't suppress their anger and let out some curses. After drawing an A-level talent, they immediately flaunt it in front of us. Do they think Dragon Country doesn't have anyone? If it weren't for the fact that Dragon Country is currently being significantly affected by the world of Kwai-Dan, I would have already sent 200,000 people to wipe out that East Island Country. Although they were furious, they could only endure for the time being. The current situation was not in Dragon Country's favor. Whether Dragon Country would survive or perish this time depended entirely on the young man, Su Xiao. At that moment, Su Xiao had just regained his senses after drawing the strange SSS level talent. Returning to the main topic, for now, Su Xiao needed to overcome the memory note's secret realm created by his mother. The content of the secret realm was exactly like its name. On the desk, there was a sticky note placed face down. Su Xiao then picked it up and read it. "Dear darling, I'm going out and will be back in a week. You must behave well and listen carefully. The instructions below are very important, so make sure you read them carefully and follow them." Below were 10 rules given by the mother character, each of which sounded incredibly strange. Among these 10 rules, some were correct, while others were wrong. If one were to follow the wrong rule or go against the right one, those chosen would have to endure the invasion of the bizarre world. The 10 rules were as follows: do not open the curtains, whether it is day or night. Second, there is frozen steak in the fridge, but it must be eaten raw, not fried or grilled to full doneness. Third, the bathroom in the house can be used, but absolutely do not turn on the light. Fourth, the clock in the house is not only incorrect but also must not be used as an alarm clock. Fifth, do not go outside, and do not open the door to anyone who knocks. Sixth, take good care of the cat in the house and never casually give it a name. Seventh, you must feed the cat noodles, do not feed it dry food. Eighth, when going to bed at night, you must carry the cat with you. Do not leave it alone in the living room. Ninth, the neighbor across the hall will occasionally come over to visit. You may open the door and give him food for the cat. Finally, you must never turn on the television in the house. By the time Su Xiao reached the 10th rule, he had already forgotten what the first one was. But didn't he have the innate rebellious nature, the ability to act recklessly in this strange world? If the first rule is not to open the curtains, then let me open them and show you. Su Xiao decisively walked over to the window and pulled the curtains open, to the astonishment of everyone watching the live broadcast. What kind of trick is this? Wasn't the first rule not to open the curtains? He acted without hesitation. Could Su Xiao have guessed that this was a flaw in the rule? Many began to doubt if this was Su Xiao's first time entering the world of Kwai Dan. His movements were so confident and smooth. The way to overcome the obstacles in the world of Kwai Dan was similar to the game Escape Room. One must find the flaw in the rules and use it to pass the challenge. Seeing Su Xiao break the first rule yet remain unharmed, other countries quickly used their communication channels to inform their chosen ones that the first rule was incorrect. These people, with their competitive spirit, rushed to open their windows as well. But unfortunately, only Su Xiao, with his innate talent, the innate rebellious bone, was fearless, not afraid of heaven or earth. The first rule wasn't that long, to begin with. Those who received the transmission and followed it, the luckiest among them had the talent to temporarily overcome one challenge. As for the chosen ones from other smaller countries, they weren't as fortunate. They were contaminated by the world of Kwai Dan and began to scream and curse Dragon Country for its despicable actions, using tricks to bring other countries down. But in reality, neither Su Xiao nor Dragon Country did anything wrong. He just unleashed his talents, and the other countries tried to imitate him, but they failed. After waiting for about an hour, Su Xiao saw that nothing had happened. It seemed that his talents were indeed useful. At this point, Su Xiao's stomach began growling loudly. He went over to the fridge to see if there was anything to eat. Inside, there were 5 frozen steaks, enough for no more than 5 days. However, the time he had to endure through this period was a week. Su Xiao didn't want to be so hungry that he couldn't stand it. So, instead of eating the steak, he chose to feed the cat first. This action of Su Xiao once again caused a stir around the world. The new Rule 7 just said that cats should be fed noodles, not dry food. If he ate, then what would the cat eat? Oh no, he wanted to break the rule again. Could he really be lucky like last time? No matter how chaotic the public opinion was in the real world, Su Xiao was calmly cooking the noodles in the world of Kwai Dan, and he insisted on having enough meat and vegetables. Hearing the noise in the kitchen, a plump cat quickly ran in and meowed a few times. Su Xiao reached out to pet its head and praised, "You look so cute, I'll call you ugly." The cat seemed to understand human speech and immediately growled in anger. In the real world, the people of Dragon Country were like sitting on a hot stove. My God, he violated rule number 6 again, no naming the cat. Strange, I feel like the cat's eyes are lifeless. Su Xiao could roughly guess that everyone outside was worrying about him, but he didn't really care about how fat or round this cat was, or whether the rules were right or wrong. Out of the 10 rules, only one was wrong, and the death rate for that rule was 90%. There was no point in relying on luck to get through it. He could only keep acting rebelliously, breaking every rule to gain protection from his innate talent. So, no matter how scary the challenges ahead were, Su Xiao's job was to remain bold and face them with courage. After cooking a pot of steaming hot noodles, he brought it out to the living room and began slurping it down. He had to admit, having that talent made it so he didn't have to make any judgments. That feeling was truly enjoyable. While Su Xiao was savoring his freshly cooked noodles, the people of Dragon Country were in a state of great anxiety. "Oh no, everyone, look at that cat, it's acting strange again." At this point, Su Xiao had finished off the big bowl of noodles and leisurely filled a tray with seeds for the orange cat. The cat's eyes brightened, clearly displeased. The people of Dragon Country continued to lament, while the people of East Island Country were thoroughly amused, watching as, in just a few short minutes, Su Xiao had already violated Rule 6 and Rule 7 one after another. It seems there's only one step left before failure. Not only are the ordinary citizens of Dragon Country shouting in protest, even the leadership has fallen into deep contemplation after witnessing Su Xiao's performance. In this round, that cat clearly plays a crucial role, yet Su Xiao has repeatedly violated several rules related to it. It seems survival in this round will be difficult. Originally, they thought Su Xiao was the savior of Dragon Country, but it seems he's still too young and inexperienced. Afterward, they decided not to wait any longer. There are 3 opportunities to contact those inside the secret realm. They decided to use the first opportunity to remind Su Xiao to pay attention to that orange cat. But before the reminder could be sent, the leaders were informed that the people from 6 other countries had been devoured by the world of Kwaidan. This happened because they followed Su Xiao's lead on rule number 1, so the contestants were infected and eventually couldn't hold out any longer. It seems that this time, Su Xiao has indirectly eliminated some competitors. The developments within the Mother's Memo secret realm are accelerating, but the leaders still can't understand why Su Xiao violated several rules yet hasn't been punished. Could it be that he has some kind of immunity or talent? One person wondered, and their guess was surprisingly close. Perhaps we don't need to send him a reminder just yet. We might waste a precious opportunity. The leaders exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of deliberation, they decided not to send any messages just yet. At this point, the contestants were all exhausted and hungry. There were raw steaks in the fridge, and rule number 2 stated that beef should be eaten raw. However, they were unsure whether this rule was truly correct. In light of the tragic situations unfolding in other countries, public attention shifted towards Su Xiao's actions. As expected, he grilled the steaks and ate them with relish. People from the US started laughing and mocking Su Xiao as an idiot, accusing him of breaking the rules again. But he had finished eating the cooked steaks hours ago, and by now, they were probably fully digested, yet nothing had happened. People from East Island Country thought Su Xiao was just lucky, while several other countries began spreading word to their chosen contestants that the beef could be cooked. However, some people, having failed to follow Su Xiao's advice the last time, were too scared to try again. They chose to eat the beef raw instead, only to be directly consumed. Another 5 countries were swallowed up by the world of Kwaidan. Meanwhile, Su Xiao remained safe and sound, without even losing a single hair. Contestants from other countries began to wonder about his background. Among them, there were even those with S-tier talents, yet they were still outperformed by Su Xiao. At this point, the leaders also sent a message to Su Xiao, informing him of the number of countries eliminated for imitating his actions, and advising him to stay away from the cat, as it appeared dangerous. Even Su Xiao himself did not expect that, after just half a day, he had already eliminated 6 countries. It seemed they were imitating him when he had opened the curtain earlier. In that moment, Su Xiao suddenly grinned wickedly and thought to himself, "Alright then, if you all want to imitate me so much, I'll let you imitate me to the fullest." With that thought, he grabbed the fat cat by the neck. The leaders and citizens of Dragon Country were all stunned, not knowing what he was planning to do. Just a moment ago, they had been reminded to stay away from the cat. Then, Su Xiao opened the door, and with one decisive motion, tossed the fat cat outside before leisurely sitting down to watch TV. His series of actions were as smooth as flowing water, leaving everyone watching frozen in place. They couldn't understand why the cat had surrendered to Su Xiao when it clearly looked dangerous. Could it be that he hadn't used up all of his luck yet? The important thing was that Su Xiao turning on the TV also violated another rule. The viewers could only feel their chests tighten in frustration, even more so because he remained completely calm, unaffected by any pollution or conquest. While the other contestants were struggling, the chosen one of Dragon Country seemed as relaxed as if he were on vacation. The classroom of East Island Country had completely lost its composure by now. They were almost going crazy, unable to understand how the contestant from Dragon Country could be so at ease. While their player, Richuan Guangban, seemed like an idiot. Other countries hadn't made any moves yet. Should we tell Richuan Guangban about the TV rule? A bald man asked. You fool, the TV isn't essential. It doesn't matter if it's not turned on. Why waste such a precious opportunity to remind him? Another man shouted angrily. While the people from East Island Country were arguing loudly, the player from Dongbala Country forgot the rule and turned on the TV. Instantly, he was devoured by the world of Kwai Dan, to the horror of everyone around. Why is it only Su Xiao who isn't being devoured? Last time, even when he pulled the curtain, he wasn't harmed? Seeing that Su Xiao kept escaping disaster, the other countries started to doubt that he was simply lucky. Many countries began to question. Su Xiao from Dragon Country and Richuan Guangban from East Island Country must have both drawn a talent with immunity. After all, among the A-level talents, there are those that grant immunity up to 3 times against contamination. Not long ago, East Island Country had been boasting loudly that Richuan Guangban had drawn an A-level talent, and it was highly likely to be this very talent. So, they assumed that Su Xiao must have drawn the same talent too. Thus, other countries began to quietly wait. They waited to see what would happen when Su Xiao used up all 3 immunities, but little did they know, Su Xiao's talent was far from ordinary. He was someone chosen by heaven, with an SSS level talent. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon had passed. The people from East Island Country and Kimchi Country were furious to the point of shaking, but they didn't dare imitate Su Xiao. Meanwhile, Su Xiao remained relaxed, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being envied by others but with no one able to do anything to him. The afternoon passed, and evening arrived. Su Xiao grew tired of watching TV and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He figured it was from entering the bathroom. As soon as he opened the door, the fat cat stormed out in frustration. It had been locked inside the entire afternoon and had long gone crazy. The bathroom itself looked very gloomy, resembling the set of some horror movie. According to the rules, one could use the bathroom but not turn on the lights. Yet, after yawning widely, Su Xiao resolutely reached for the light switch. The live audience couldn't help but gasp, especially the viewers from Dragon Country. They had already elevated Su Xiao to the position of their leader. The lights illuminated the entire room. Su Xiao saw several bloodstains on the wall along with a single word, death. If it were anyone else, they might have been terrified at the sight. But at that moment, the only thought in Su Xiao's mind was, what's this? Did Ugly do this? To remind those who might have forgotten, Ugly was the cute name Su Xiao had given to his orange cat. Seeing it causing such a ruckus, Su Xiao quickly rushed out after finishing in the bathroom. Then, Su Xiao grabbed Ugly's neck again and relentlessly slapped its face. You're the one who scratched up the wall, right? If you can't read, then don't write. If I catch you destroying anything again next time, don't blame me for throwing you into a pot and cooking you up. Su Xiao's actions truly left people speechless. It's said that everyone regarded this fat cat as a dangerous character in the secret realm. Yet, Su Xiao went so far as to name it, eat noodles with it, throw it into the bathroom, and now even beat it up. The cat seemed extremely dissatisfied, continuously baring its fangs and claws at Su Xiao. But no matter how hostile it got, Su Xiao wasn't afraid at all. I'm telling you, you better behave. I don't care what kind of demon you are, I have ways to deal with you. Finishing his words, Su Xiao threw the cat into the bathroom once more. Ugly, clean up the mess you made on the wall tonight, or else tomorrow I'll cook you and eat you. Watching the fat cat being tortured so mercilessly, the onlookers couldn't help but admire Su Xiao. Shouldn't a normal person be terrified upon seeing those death threats on the wall? But instead of being scared, he beat up the culprit like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Richuan Guangban from East Island country couldn't hold back any longer and had to step in. Naturally, he didn't dare to turn on the lights and just rushed straight in. The entire scene where Richuan Guangban deals with the situation in the bathroom is shown directly, and even though the viewer is separated by a screen, the scene still manages to reek. He managed to release all the filth inside him and felt extremely comfortable. However, his comfort didn't last long, as a few streaks of purple light appeared on the floor. That's right, the rule of not turning on the bathroom light is a mistaken rule. Because Richuan Guangban followed it, he was attacked by the world of Kwaidan. Just when everyone thought he was surely doomed, he used his defensive shield talent and barely managed to escape the disaster. However, his shield, under the intense corrosion of the world of Kwaidan, quickly couldn't hold up anymore. The light of the shield gradually faded, and it finally shattered. Panicking, Richuan Guangban rushed away from the toilet and dashed towards the light switch to turn it on. He had escaped danger, but all the most embarrassing scenes were broadcasted nationwide, including the fact that he hadn't even managed to pull his pants up. Despite this embarrassing situation, when he arrived at the conference room in East Island country, the country's leaders were continuously praising him, even saying that Su Xiao from Dragon country couldn't compare to the tip of his toenail. Those old men were only good at sitting at home and giving orders, while Richuan Guangban was the only one who knew he was hanging by a thread, with only one more use of his shield left. In contrast to Richuan Guangban's awkward state, Su Xiao remained calm and composed. "You've finished using the bathroom and cleaned up. It's already quite late," so Su Xiao took the clock from the living room and placed it on the bedside table to use as an alarm clock. Although Su Xiao once again violated the rules, the viewers were no longer surprised. After all, this guy was always so daring, everyone just silently observed. On his way back to the bedroom, Su Xiao saw Ugly waiting for him. One of the rules was that the cat had to sleep with him. Perhaps Ugly was waiting for Su Xiao to pick it up and take it to bed, but after thinking for 2 seconds, he decided to go to his room alone and slammed the door shut. At this moment, people from Dragon country could only leave long ellipses in the comments section. Look at Ugly's expression. It seems like even it has entered a no comment state just like everyone else. Su Xiao locked Ugly outside, but there were other players who obediently followed the rule of taking their cats to bed. After a while, nothing unusual happened to them, meaning the rule was correct and Su Xiao had made a mistake. The people from Dragon country started to worry and switched the screen to observe him a little. To their surprise, they discovered that Su Xiao was sleeping soundly by himself, even snoring. Ugly, abandoned outside, could only curl up on the sofa in the living room. In the middle of the night, suddenly, a red light emanated from Ugly's body. Then, the cat's back split open, and from the gap, a creature with a human-like form twisted and crawled out. The scene was even more terrifying than a horror movie. The creature began to pace back and forth around the living room, as if searching for something. Eventually, it stopped in front of the bedroom door. Inside, Su Xiao was still snoring loudly, unaware of anything happening around her. Many thought that the strange creature would slam the door open and rush in to take Su Xiao's life. But the eerie figure just stood still in front of the door. It remained like that for 3 whole hours, long enough for everyone to assume she would just stay there, and they were about to turn off their devices and go to sleep. Then suddenly, there was a noise. The creature opened its mouth wide and let out a shrill scream. In the comments section, most of the viewers were so terrified they almost cried, some even experienced a heart attack from the shock. Those who had been drowsy earlier instantly became wide awake, but the main character, Su Xiao, was still snoring away in her room, completely oblivious, truly fearless. Half an hour passed, and still nothing happened. The strange creature had disappeared, leaving only Ugly, now looking like an ordinary fat cat, fast asleep in the living room. The classroom in Dragon Country was immersed in the most intense silence ever. They didn't know if Su Xiao was still alive, but since they couldn't get in touch with her, all they could do was pray and wait until dawn. At the same time, competitors from other countries, who had gone to sleep with their cats in their arms, were all safe and sound. They all believed that the strange phenomenon had definitely been caused by Su Xiao breaking the rules. Therefore, everyone was waiting for you to be captured alive by that strange creature. Only Nation P, despite being a small country, was very determined, hoping that Su Xiao would turn danger into safety. That very night, Nation P sent a secret telegram to Dragon Country to inform them that they would always stand by their side. The first day passed like this, and only when the alarm clock rang did Su Xiao finally rub his eyes and wake up. The first thing that caught his eye was a message from his superiors. They reminded him to be cautious with that fat cat, then recounted the events that took place the previous night while Su Xiao was asleep. He didn't know who the bizarre woman who emerged from the cat's back was, or how she managed to do it. But it was true that Su Xiao himself always felt something was off about Ugly, something strange. However, right now, as long as he always did the opposite of the rules, it seemed that it couldn't do anything to him. The proof was that he had remained unharmed the night before. Su Xiao stepped out into the living room and felt that Ugly was no different than usual. He went into the bathroom to check. The blood stains and the word death had disappeared without a trace. How could a cat handle such things? It seemed that Ugly really was very peculiar. Fortunately, Su Xiao hadn't brought it into the bedroom last night. That cat was a hidden disaster. To start a morning full of energy, Su Xiao began cooking the cat's food again. The viewers had already adapted to his lawless behavior, so no one objected to him anymore. They started switching screens to see what the chosen ones from other countries were doing. Aside from Su Xiao, Richuan Guanban was also a name that garnered a lot of attention. But while Su Xiao was preparing to have breakfast, why was this guy still snoozing in bed, hugging a cat? Then, it didn't take long for someone to notice something strange. Two of the chosen ones, Pasha and Su Xiao, had taken down their wall clocks to use as alarm clocks. And their clocks were still functioning normally. In contrast, the other competitors didn't do the same, so their clocks had stopped working from the moment they went to sleep. In other words, for the competitors who were sleeping, time had stopped at last night. In the world of Kwaidan, if the players were unaware that time had stopped, they could easily get trapped in their sleep. Thinking that only one night had passed, all the other countries, except for Pasha's and Su Xiao's, began to panic. The challenge time for each hidden realm in the world of Kwaidan only lasts for 7 days. If they went beyond this time limit, the punishment would be far more brutal than being eliminated. This kind of thing had happened before. A competitor from a major country had once exceeded the time limit during their participation. As a result, that entire country had to face hundreds of bizarre penalties. There were screams of distress everywhere. In just one night, that entire nation was completely erased. The territory and its people have been left with nothing. Those who laughed at others yesterday are the ones being laughed at today. The people of Dragon Country are now feeling quite smug because the countries that once looked down on them, especially East Island Country, are now sitting on a pile of flames. Fortunately, when the outside world sent reminders to the players inside the world of Kwaidan, the notification would echo in their ears. A few countries were the first to take advantage of this to wake up their players. After seeing their success, East Island Country, Kimchi Country, and other nations followed suit. However, when the players were awakened, it also meant they had already used up their 3 precious reminders. Now only Dragon Country and Nation P had one final reminder left. The leaders of the remaining countries had turned into mere spectators, no longer able to assist their players. Victory or defeat could only depend on the players' own abilities. Although they didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief just yet, the meeting room in Dragon Country had finally relaxed a bit. All those countries that had mocked Dragon Country when it was in danger are now the ones we're waiting to see become the laughingstock. The last notification received by the US player was a request to stay away from the dangerous fat cat and to chase after Su Xiao. He was shaking with anger. Su Xiao is still Su Xiao from Dragon Country. Damn it, do they think my S-rank talent is just for show? This US player still believed that Su Xiao only had an A-rank talent, so he was very dissatisfied with his superiors constantly asking him to imitate the young man. But now that the reminders are over and there's no one to spy anymore, he has no way of knowing Su Xiao's actions to follow or imitate. On this side, after finishing breakfast, Su Xiao lazily laid down to watch TV. The viewers were puzzled, as Su Xiao seemed completely unconcerned. Meanwhile, the other contestants were already starting to reorganize the rules they had learned. Take the person named Richuan Guangban for example. He carefully sat down and listed the validity of each rule. Rule 1, 6, 7, 8, and 10 were correct. Rule 2 and 3 were wrong, while Rule 4 was half right, half wrong. Rules 5 and 9 were still undetermined, but there was a contradiction between the two. Rule 5 stated that one should not open the door upon hearing a knock, even if the person had already left. It didn't mention the word neighbor, which means you shouldn't open the door to strangers, but could you open it to a neighbor? Also, how would you know if the person knocking is a neighbor or someone else? Normally, if two rules contradict each other, it's very likely that only one of them is correct. But the problem is, the rules in the world of Kwaidan can't be judged with ordinary logic. So, both Rule 5 and Rule 9 could either be true or both could be false. While Richuan Guangban was still contemplating the rules, a knock on the door sounded, and it grew increasingly frantic, making him even more confused. The terrified look on his face made the audience of Dragon Country feel incredibly amused. Indeed, the first day had passed far too easily for him. At the same time, someone knocked on the door at Su Xiao's place. The viewers ignored Richuan Guangban and rushed to watch his screen. Su Xiao heard the knock, but he wasn't startled, nor was he in a hurry. "Who's out there?" he slowly spoke. "It's me, your neighbor," came the reply from outside. Su Xiao focused on listening. From the voice, it seemed like a polite man. He slowly walked toward the door, while the audience held their breath, watching intently. Su Xiao isn't really going to open the door, is he? We're still not sure if it's even the neighbor. Celestial spirits, please hear my plea. I'm willing to shorten the life of my ex by 10 years, please help Su Xiao get through this. The people of Dragon Country had started praying, while Su Xiao was still steadily walking toward the closed door. After some hesitation, he decided to open the door. But the strange thing was, there was no one on the other side. Su Xiao, half believing and half doubting, was about to turn back inside when suddenly a dark energy appeared on the floor. It gradually gathered into a mass, transforming into a creature that looked neither human nor ghost, rushing directly toward him. The last thing the viewers heard was Su Xiao screaming loudly, before the live broadcast screen flickered and went static. The classroom in Dragon Country, which had loosened up a bit, tensed again. They all thought that Su Xiao had been swallowed up by the rules of the world of Kwaidan. So, the entire Dragon Country prepared for that world to invade once again. Everyone was in utter despair. Not only the high-ranking officials present here, but the citizens of Dragon Country also began crying with their faces covered. Meanwhile, other countries were overjoyed. The classrooms were filled with triumphant laughter. Everyone believed that the era of Dragon Country had come to an end. Everyone was eagerly waiting to witness the fall of this nation. The atmosphere of tension enveloped the entire Dragon Country. But 2 minutes later, there was still no sign that the world of Kwaidan was about to invade the real world. The connection screen started to show signs of recovery, and after a while, it became clear again. The first thing to appear was Su Xiao's mischievous face. Perhaps knowing that everyone was worried, he immediately spoke to reassure them. "Sorry, everyone. I was attacked by a strange object earlier, so the screen was temporarily damaged, but everything is fine now." Su Xiao's words were as light as if nothing had happened. No one knew what had attacked him or how he escaped, but the people of Dragon Country didn't care much about that. They were just grateful that he was still alive. Many immediately elevated Su Xiao to the status of an idol because of his toughness. The situation changed in the blink of an eye. The people from the US and East Island country, who had only been laughing for less than 2 minutes, fell into disappointment once again. They kept thinking that Su Xiao had finally been eliminated, but he appeared once again, and what's more, he wasn't even injured in the slightest. Suspicious, there's definitely something fishy going on here. One man slammed the table in frustration, but while Su Xiao overcoming the difficulties was one thing, whether their country's chosen contestant would make it through was another matter. Now that Su Xiao was safe, they could only swallow their anger and turn their attention to their own contestant's situation. First was the contestant from Kimchi country, Fa Buchang. At this moment, he was so scared that his entire body was glued to the sofa, shaking uncontrollably. The knocking on the door was getting more frantic, which made him even more panicked. He couldn't decide whether to stay put or go open the door. Fa Buchang looked like someone who had been scared out of their mind, or maybe even stunned to the point of being completely dazed. The others weren't any different. Judging by their strange and uncomfortable expressions, it was clear that, aside from Su Xiao, none of them would make it through to the next round. Meanwhile, the main character, having just finished a hearty meal, was now enjoying some delicious beef stew. As he finished eating, the sound of knocking at the door rang out again, making Su Xiao annoyed as he shouted, "Who is it?" The person outside introduced themselves as Su Xiao's neighbor, saying they had come over to borrow something. The voice this time sounded pretty normal. They could very well be a real neighbor. However, since Su Xiao had been tricked once before, he was even more cautious now. But in order to activate the protection of his innate ability, he still had to open the door for the person. This time, the door opened, and everything was incredibly peaceful. There was no monster attacking Su Xiao. Really boring. This damn monster has no respect for its profession. Su Xiao angrily slammed the door shut, grumbling and swearing. "I've opened the door, and it doesn't even attack. There's not an ounce of professionalism in this thing." The onlookers were left in a daze by Su Xiao's behavior. They didn't understand how he had escaped the attack before, and now they couldn't figure out why he wasn't being attacked. At this point, no one questioned what kind of talent Su Xiao had anymore. Because regardless of what his talent was, he certainly deserved to be treated like a hero in Dragon Country. Meanwhile, Fa Buchang of Kimchi Country had also heard the second knock on the door. He seemed to have lost his clarity, constantly mumbling incoherently. As soon as he heard the knock, Fa Buchang numbly walked toward the door, then, in a daze, opened it. However, unlike Su Xiao, he didn't possess any special talent, nor was he particularly lucky. So, immediately after opening the door, Fa Buchang was swallowed up by a strange object from this world. The leader of Kimchi Country, both desperate and furious, began incessantly cursing at his contestant, calling him useless for being so frightened by a mere knock. Some even blamed the man named Pa for being the nation's downfall. No matter how much they cursed, the world of Kwaidan had already begun to invade Kimchi Country. The catastrophe unfolded across the entire territory, with no place escaping its grasp. The people were fleeing in panic, screaming pitifully, saying they wanted to migrate to Dragon Country, but of course, that was impossible. The leaders of Dragon Country didn't dare to gloat upon seeing this scene. They merely felt that Kimchi Country had met its retribution. Now, the only enemy left for Dragon Country was East Island Country, but they all believed that Richuan Guangban wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The classroom in the US was still bustling, completely devoid of any sign of panic or confusion, even though they could no longer contact the player Yuhan. Documents piled up on the desk. These were materials about the rules in the world of the monster herd that this country had gathered. Perhaps they were looking for a way to resist the invasion of that strange world. Experience showed that compared to smaller nations, larger ones had more documents on these rules. Therefore, it was no surprise when they saw players fail. But the world of the monster herd was incredibly complex. The strange entities in that world weren't all the same type. No matter how thoroughly the large countries studied these materials, it was difficult for them to fully understand everything. Thus, after 2 encounters with the knock on the door, the surviving players seemed to be more cautious and wary. Over here, Su Xiao was facing the 3rd knock on the door. This time, the person outside clearly identified themselves as a neighbor coming to ask for food for their cat. This time, the voice was hoarse and cold. Perhaps it really was the neighbor. According to the rule left by the character's mother, the door had to be opened for this person. However, Su Xiao, with his natural talent, decided to do the exact opposite. My cat's food is finished, you should leave. I'm not short of food. Is that so? Well, I'll trouble you then. Comments expressing confusion once again surfaced. Su Xiao clearly knew the person was a neighbor, but why did he still deliberately violate rule number 9? How did he guess that this rule was wrong? Or was it just a random guess? I'm not sure either, but it didn't seem like anything particularly strange happened. Afterward, the audience turned their attention to the US contestant. Yuhan chose to do the opposite of Su Xiao, he opened the door. But what was strange was that Yuhan was still completely unharmed. Could it be that rule number 9 was half right, half wrong? Was it fine to open or not? After observing Yuhan for a while, they realized there was one more person, Richuan Guangban. However, this guy, since the first knock on the door, had been trembling like a scared dog, so afraid that he even peed on the sofa. Up to now, he was still shaking and holding his head. The public started to bet on whether he would make it through this round, and then, from beneath the door crack, the black gas began to seep in. When everyone thought this fan, Richuan Guangban, was definitely going to be eliminated, his shield activated. This was his final immunity. Richuan Guangban at this moment finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, but it was also because he had exhausted all 3 uses of his talent, meaning the road ahead would be truly difficult. Seeing that Richuan Guangban possessed such a powerful A-level talent, many people began to question what kind of talent Su Xiao had. This was because Su Xiao always broke the rules but still managed to stay unharmed. However, no one could actually guess what Su Xiao's talent was, so they could only continue to focus on watching him. Currently, Su Xiao seemed to be the one with the greatest advantage, as he had remained calm all this time and had not suffered any harm or assimilation. Another night passed, and when the contestants woke up, they found that there were new rules added to the memo from their mother. Rule 11, the cat in the house can protect you, but it can also harm you. Rule 12, you must immediately kill the cat if it becomes strange. Rule 13, sometimes, a strange woman will appear in the house. Try talking to her, and you can fully trust this woman. Rule 14, do not fully trust the wall clock, as time will become chaotic. Rule 15, from now on, you can leave the house, but always look down at your feet. Rule 16, do not lock the bedroom door. This is emphasized 3 times, so it must be very important. Rule 17, there is nothing in the hallway, so even if you hear a sound, do not be curious. The final rule is that mother will not return. 7 days later, the door will open and everything will come to an end. The 8 new rules on the paper made all the contestants feel breathless, especially rules number 11 and 12, which made them shiver with fear. In their eyes, that orange cat seemed very safe. Except for Su Xiao, everyone else had been cuddling it to sleep for the past 2 days. If the cat really posed a danger, it meant they were all facing deadly peril. Even Yuhan, who always had confidence in his S-level talent, could only nervously tug at his ear and worry. Meanwhile, after reading the memo, Su Xiao showed no expression. He just felt very sleepy. The more he read the new rules, the more he felt that Ugly was suspicious. Fortunately, from the very beginning, he had always kept it outside in the living room. Looking at Ugly sitting and licking its fur on the sofa, Su Xiao slowly approached it, then flashed a mischievous smile. Funny, I'm suddenly craving cat meat today. I wonder if it tastes good. Whether the cat understood human language or not, after Su Xiao said that, it immediately got scared out of its wits and quickly ran off. Su Xiao didn't know if something had happened to Ugly the night before, but even if something had, it was unlikely that the higher-ups would send a notification about it, as they were likely saving their last communication opportunity. Anyway, he couldn't deal with the cat just yet. While taking a walk around the house, Su Xiao suddenly noticed something strange. Through the window, he saw a fabric doll that had appeared in the hallway. Clearly, there was nothing there last night. Su Xiao, curious, ran over to pick it up and have a look. The viewers were startled. Didn't Mom's rules warn about not being curious about things in the hallway? The moment Su Xiao picked up the doll, its right eye suddenly emitted a red light. The audience thought he was about to get infected, but at the same time, a golden light also emitted from Su Xiao's hand, looking very much like the shield that appeared around Richuan Guangban. Hey, could this be some kind of innate immunity? People everywhere began to wonder. Yup, it's immunity for sure. After that incident, the doll's appearance changed. Its eyes widened, its mouth opened to smile, and the body was covered in blood. Su Xiao was so scared by its appearance that he lost all appetite right from the morning. As a result, he intended to throw the doll away. But the viewers in Dragon Country were on edge again. They saw that the doll was definitely unsafe, and they feared that simply discarding it might bring trouble to Su Xiao. In the end, Su Xiao decided not to throw the doll away but instead tossed it into the bathroom. The audience did not expect this move from him, and they felt like Su Xiao was using poison to fight poison. His armpits are way too dark now. Ugly, this time he must be really pissed. At this moment, every action of Su Xiao not only attracts the audience's attention but also makes leaders of other nations dare not take their eyes off. They can see that both Su Xiao and Richuan Guangban are immune to the attacks from the world of Kuaidan. However, the number of times Su Xiao has escaped danger has already surpassed 3. This means his innate talent must be far stronger than that of the A-level individual, at least on the S-level or higher. The classroom at US is currently as tense as a taut string. Yuhan possesses an S-level innate talent called fault detection. He can detect mistakes in rules 3 times and has the ability to communicate with any player within half a minute, even from a distance. Yuhan kept reading and rereading the rulebook. Until now, he still hadn't found anything odd about the fat cat, so he was hesitating whether to use his fault detection ability. Among the new rules, 3 of them made Yuhan unsure, but 2 days ago, he had already used his talent twice, leaving him with only 1 opportunity left. Yuhan kept staring at the cat. In the end, he decided to save his last chance, because no matter whether the cat was good or bad, it was something he had to watch out for. Yuhan then shifted his focus to Rule 18. This was the most perplexing rule. The challenge time in the world of Kuaidan only lasted 7 days. Today was the 3rd day. However, the rule stated that the mother would not return. 7 days later, the doors would open, and everything would end. This meant that if they followed the rules, they would exceed the time limit for the challenge. After some hesitation, Yuhan decided to use his talent to identify rule number 18 and discovered that it was a long rule. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the sound of a child crying. He had just gotten up, intending to follow the cry, when his leg was caught by the orange cat. It kept rubbing against his leg. Yuhan thought the cat was trying to stop him from leaving. From a distance, Yuhan faintly saw the strange doll that had just appeared in the hallway. He felt that it wasn't something good, so he became more convinced that the cat was trying to protect him. While Yuhan was observing the cat, other players in the house also started hearing the sound of children crying. Arthur, a player from Football Nation, sat on the sofa, covering his ears and closing his eyes, pretending he didn't hear anything. Most of them chose to ignore the situation. However, player Adolf from Nation F wasn't so lucky. Since entering the world of Kuaidan, he had been in a state of constant tension, which led to insomnia. In a moment of confusion, Adolf accidentally pulled the curtains open, and as a result, the world of Kuaidan immediately swallowed him whole. Nation F, upon realizing that one of their players had been swallowed, immediately issued a level 1 warning nationwide. The entire country prepared to be pulled into their mother's sticky note pocket. The leader then transmitted all the data related to this secret situation directly into the minds of the people in his country. This was the best way to control the mortality rate as much as possible. This is exactly what sets large countries apart from smaller ones. They possess data chips that allow them to transmit information quickly and accurately straight to the people's brains. With this technology, the citizens of Nation F could at least survive safely through the first 2 days. After a while, the viewers switched the channel back to observe Su Xiao. At this moment, he was calmly standing outside the toilet, intently listening to the sound of ugly fighting with the strange doll inside. After a while, no more sounds came from the room. Su Xiao curiously opened the door. Ugly then suddenly jumped out from inside. Its body was covered in wounds, and its fur had almost completely fallen off. Just from its gaze, it was clear how much it hated Su Xiao. This was exactly what Su Xiao wanted. He used the strange doll to teach this fat cat a lesson. Looking at Ugly's frustrated expression, unable to do anything about it, not only was Su Xiao satisfied, but the viewers were also quite pleased. Ugly jumped up onto the sofa, licking its wounds continuously while casting a vengeful glare at Su Xiao. Still daring to glare at me? You guys didn't decide the winner earlier, did you? Or should I send you back in there to fight some more? As soon as Ugly heard this, it was immediately scared out of its wits, quickly darting under the table, trembling in fear. Su Xiao felt both amused and a little disappointed. He had expected Ugly to be some sort of expert, but in the end, it had been scared into such a state. He temporarily set it aside and went straight to the bathroom, picking up the doll. At first glance, it still looked normal, but as soon as he held it, it began to behave strangely, as if it was activating some sort of bizarre power. Specifically, the corners of its mouth slowly curled up, forming a smile. If an ordinary person had seen this, they would probably have been terrified. But Su Xiao was no ordinary person. He grabbed the doll by the cheek and yanked it sideways, pulling its mouth open. Maybe the doll hadn't expected to run into someone as reckless as him. You like smirking, huh? Let me tear your mouth open and see how you smile then. After cursing and hitting it, Su Xiao threw the doll straight to the ground. The doll couldn't even smile anymore. Its mouth was twisted out of shape, and its eyes were filled with tears. Earlier, Su Xiao had interrupted its strange power from activating, so he hadn't been affected or consumed by it. After some research, Su Xiao concluded that it was completely useless. He decided that he could just throw it in the bathroom at night or use it as a doorstop. Either way, it would work. People would praise him for being so clever, keeping two strange objects together in his house. If Ugly were to transform at night, there would be something interesting to watch. After dealing with the two leopards, Su Xiao also felt exhausted, so he lay down on the sofa. Eating steak every day is getting boring, he muttered. Once I get out of here, I'll be able to enjoy some other tasty dishes. Gradually, those watching directly found it more interesting to see him overcome challenges than to watch a comedy show. It seemed like Su Xiao had truly turned this life or death battle into a vacation. If officials from other countries heard what he just said, they'd probably be so angry they'd spit blood. After that, Su Xiao turned on the TV again. But today, not only was the TV in black and white, it froze as well. He thought there might be a malfunction, but suddenly, a grotesque hand reached out from the screen. Right after, a similarly grotesque body followed. Su Xiao processed the information in about a second, then quickly dashed into the bathroom. Viewers from Kimchi Country, East Island Country, and other rival nations to Dragon Country began mocking him. They thought Su Xiao was so scared he peed his pants and had to run into the bathroom. But to their surprise, Su Xiao only went in to grab a strange doll. He then stood in front of the grotesque creature that had crawled out of the TV, repeatedly slapping the doll's face, as if using it as a mirror and saying, "I'm not afraid of anyone." The doll, despite being completely motionless, still took the hits without making a sound. Meanwhile, the creature crawling out of the TV seemed to freeze for a few seconds. It looked like it had been shocked. The people of Dragon Country thought it would be scared into retreating, but they didn't expect that the monster would actually lunge out of the TV and charge straight toward Su Xiao. The people of East Island Country found this scene incredibly satisfying, laughing heartily, thinking that Su Xiao's fan was surely doomed and wouldn't escape the death grip. Meanwhile, the people of Dragon Country were anxiously feeling sorry for Su Xiao online, but Su Xiao remained calm and composed. If killing the doll isn't enough to intimidate the opponent, you still have another option, and that's Ugly. Without hesitation, Su Xiao grabbed Ugly's tail and slapped it repeatedly. All three of these were strange beings in the world of Kwai Dan, so in a sense, they were kindred spirits. Su Xiao might have been lucky when he managed to overpower one, but if he can handle both, it's definitely because of his abilities. Perhaps the creature emerging from the TV understood this as well. So, it quickly stopped its attack and instead stood up straight, bowed 90 degrees to Su Xiao, and finally crawled back into the TV. This series of actions left the public bewildered, stunned, and in disbelief. They never imagined that Su Xiao would be able to pull something like this off. Only when the strange creature disappeared back into the TV did Su Xiao finally release Ugly and the doll, letting out a long sigh of relief. In reality, he had been incredibly tense just moments ago, but thankfully, he came up with this quick solution, otherwise, it would have been a real headache. After watching Su Xiao's performance just now, some countries began to change their stance, such as Football Nation. They had carefully assessed the situation and felt that Su Xiao was highly likely to become the dark horse of this competition. Therefore, they immediately sent a telegram to Dragon Country, expressing that Football Nation was willing to form an alliance with them. The Sun Never Sets country was no exception. They were even willing to provide all the latest information they had gathered about the strange creatures in the world of Kwaidan to Dragon Country as a sign of friendship. Only East Island Country, the US, and Kimchi Country remained resolute in their refusal to compromise. The better Su Xiao performed, the more they became annoyed and determined to closely monitor his every move. As for the leaders of Dragon Country, they were very pleased with what Su Xiao had shown. When they heard that Football Nation and the Sun Never Sets country wanted to form an alliance, all of them understood the true purpose behind these countries' intentions. So, goodwill can be accepted, but caution should not be lowered, one of the leaders of Dragon Country remarked. Forming friendly relations with other countries was one thing, but what concerned them the most at this moment was Su Xiao, who was still in the world of Kwaidan. Given the way Su Xiao was performing, the leaders of Dragon Country were fully justified in holding hopes for a victory within their grasp. They still had one last message to send to him, which must be used at a crucial moment to ensure that he could successfully pass the round. Time passed quickly, and the sky began to darken. Su Xiao was starving, so he started to pan-fry a steak. While you were immersed in the scent of beef, the sound of clacking heels suddenly echoed through the house, like the sound of a woman's high heels tapping on the floor. Su Xiao instinctively turned his head and immediately encountered a woman who looked incredibly terrifying, causing him to jump in surprise. Rule number 13 states that occasionally a strange woman will appear in the house, and it's okay to try talking to her and trust her. If this rule is correct, then what Su Xiao needs to do now is to understand this woman. But in order to receive the protection of his talent, he must do the opposite. Therefore, Su Xiao decided to ignore her and continue with the task of making dinner. He acted as if the woman didn't exist, even though she quietly stayed by his side. The people of Dragon Country had placed their full trust in Su Xiao. No matter what he did, they would absolutely support him. However, the viewers noticed a problem. The woman's silhouette closely resembled that of the strange creature that had emerged from Ugly Spack the night before. It was highly likely that they were the same person. Su Xiao carried the steak dish into the living room, repeatedly calling for Ugly, but there was no meowing in response. He wandered around the house, and after a while of searching, he confirmed that the cat had disappeared. The moment it vanished seemed to coincide with the appearance of the woman. Su Xiao began to rack his brain. Could it be that the warning from his superior a few days ago was true? Was this strange woman really connected to Ugly? A series of questions started to appear in Su Xiao's mind. Could it be that you've angered Ugly by hitting it too much, and now it's turned into this woman to kill you? These two women must be the ones who left that sticky note, right? The more Su Xiao thought about it, the more his head ached. Finally, he made a decision: he would no longer ignore the other party and would instead search for clues. But just as Su Xiao made this decision, he discovered that the woman was no longer in the house. She seemed to vanish and reappear like a UK ghost. While Su Xiao was wandering around the house looking for her, the live viewers began to speculate. They felt that the two women who had appeared in the house resembled each other but also had some differences. However, they couldn't quite figure out where the differences lay just yet. At the same time, in another house, the strange woman appeared again. Arthur from Football Nation was currently pan-frying a steak. When he saw the woman and noticed she didn't immediately attack him, he thought Rule 13 might actually be true. After some hesitation, Arthur decided to greet her. "Hello, I'm Arthur. Who are you? The young man even extended his hand for a handshake, but the woman only gave a strange smile before transforming into a shadow and disappearing. All that was left on the ground was a piece of paper with a few cryptic lines written on it. I am I. But I am not I. Arthur didn't understand what these words meant, and no one else did either. Apart from him, only Ivanov from Grizzly Nation and Yuhan from the US had received this piece of paper, but neither of them had been able to explain it yet. Only Su Xiao hadn't received the paper. After the woman disappeared, Su Xiao saw Ugly crawl out from under the couch. He had searched for it earlier for a long time but couldn't find it anywhere. As soon as the woman left, it reappeared. This meant that Ugly and the strange woman were most likely the same entity. Su Xiao secretly felt fortunate that he had never gotten close to that fat cat from the start, otherwise, the consequences could have been unthinkable. With that thought, Su Xiao decided to let the cat stay in the living room again that night. So, that evening, apart from Su Xiao and Yuhan, everyone else still went to bed hugging the cat as usual. Ugly was locked in the living room by Su Xiao, and that night, it underwent another transformation. The cat slowly stood up on its two legs, then tore off its cat skin, transforming into a twisted woman. The sight was horrifying, and many people watching vomited up the food they had just eaten. After reappearing, the woman walked straight toward the bedroom. The audience from Dragon Country was on edge. They feared that this strange creature might go berserk and rush into the room to take Su Xiao's life. However, what was noteworthy was that in front of the bedroom, Su Xiao had carefully placed the cursed doll. The woman walked over, reached out, grabbed the door handle, and twisted it. The audience from Dragon Country went wild, spamming the comments section, "That monster is too daring, don't you dare harm my descendant of the Flame Emperor. Monsters, demons, get out of here. Monsters, demons, get out of here. Oh my god, this is so tense, I can't breathe anymore, everyone help me, quick, oxygen, oxygen." But the woman couldn't open the door because Su Xiao had developed a habit of locking it from the inside every time he went to bed for several nights in a row. Before the Dragon Country audience could relax, they saw her continue to put more force into it, her hand gripping the doorknob, which was beginning to twist and warp. Their hearts, which had just settled, were now once again hanging in suspense. This is bad, at this rate, she probably won't last much longer. After a bit of twisting, the doorknob was finally broken off by the woman and thrown aside. However, at this moment, the doll that Su Xiao had placed in front of the door, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly stirred. It suddenly lifted its head, a strange smile appearing on its face, before charging straight at the woman. Just then, the screen flickered, and the Dragon Country viewers began to shout in frustration as the transmission went haywire at this critical moment. They were anxious to know Su Xiao's safety and deeply admired him for his decision to place the doll in front of his bedroom door, not expecting it to actually protect him. From locking the door to placing the doll, everything had been done with great care. Su Xiao might seem relaxed on the surface, but in reality, his mind was quite sharp. This is truly a prophet. If they hadn't placed the doll in front of the door from the very beginning, I can't imagine what horrifying event would have happened. Everyone, is Su Xiao really only 18 years old? I just got divorced, and I suddenly want to try the feeling of an old bull grazing on young grass. Madam Widow, please have some self-respect. The comments section was lively, mostly praising Su Xiao for being smart and decisive. Even though the screen was glitching, they were determined to stay up all night waiting for the result. The next morning, when Su Xiao woke up, the screen had returned to normal. The protagonist, upon stepping out of the bedroom, was immediately taken aback by the mess on the floor. Just as predicted, a bloody battle had occurred between those two strange creatures last night. Su Xiao sighed in relief, thinking to himself that he had calculated everything carefully the night before. Otherwise, there was no way he'd have been able to sleep soundly until morning. Since you protected me last night, I'll help you sew your body back together. But I'm not good at sewing, so if it turns out ugly, don't blame me. Su Xiao picked up the torn pieces of the doll and began stitching them back together. In truth, this wasn't entirely out of kindness. The competition still had a few days left, and he still needed this doll as his bodyguard. After restoring the doll to its original form, Su Xiao got busy with another task, locking the bedroom door. Though his fist was tightly clenched, the lock's core was fortunately intact. Therefore, you fiddled for a while, and the bedroom door was repaired as good as new. At that moment, Su Xiao glanced at the clock and couldn't help but feel astonished. 4 hours just to fix the doll and the door lock? He immediately realized something was off. The time on this clock seemed to have sped up significantly compared to 3 days ago. He remembered the rule number 14, which stated that time would become chaotic, so one shouldn't rely too heavily on the clock. But the problem was that this clock was the only way to track time. If he couldn't rely on it, wouldn't that mean he would lose all sense of direction in time? Su Xiao picked up the clock and examined it for a while, then became aware of another issue. Wasn't his gift the kind that worked better the more rebellious it was? So, he had to look at this situation from a different perspective. That meant, even if the clock was running wrong, Su Xiao still had to choose to trust the time shown on it. Just like Su Xiao, the other contestants gradually noticed the oddity with the clock. The first one was Yuhan from the US, but he made a different choice from Su Xiao. He started to doubt the accuracy of the thing in his hand. As for Arthur from Football Nation, Ivanov from Grizzly Nation, Edra from the Sun Never Sets Country, Pasha from Nation P, and Richuan Guangban from East Island Country, they hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. But because they hadn't discovered the problem with the clock, they also inadvertently made the same choice as Su Xiao. Completely trusting the time on the clock, Su Xiao was still as laid back as usual, simply staying at home watching TV. The other competitors also behaved unusually calm today. They were all very composed, quietly observing the situation. Time passed like this, until the chosen one from the Sun Never Sets Country made a move. Edra felt that the silence was too unusual and sensed that the system was prompting her to go out and search for clues. After all, Rule 15 did state that they could leave, but they had to always look down at their shoes. She wanted to go out and gather more information, hoping to take the lead and increase her chances of winning this match. But the moment Edra opened the front door was the exact moment she was swallowed by the world of Kwaidan. The people from the Sun Never Sets Country shouted in despair when they saw this. They felt that their contestant had really taken a bite of the devil's food, living peacefully, but rushing to reincarnate again. Currently, in the world of Kwaidan, only Su Xiao, Yuhan, Arthur, Ivanov, Pasha, and Richuan Guangban remained. While the people from the Sun Never Sets Country were falling into despair over the impending invasion of their nation by the world of Kwaidan, the people of Dragon Country were eagerly awaiting, as Su Xiao from their side was so close to victory. The 5th day arrived. At 8 a.m., Su Xiao woke up and was met with a mess. The doll had been beaten until it was frothing at the mouth. The arm that he had painstakingly repaired for it the day before was now severed. That woman was truly terrifying, trying to take his life 2 nights in a row. Su Xiao continued to repair the doll's arms and legs. But in truth, he was a bit worried, unsure of how much longer it could hold up. Despite his concerns, he soon tossed the doll into the bathroom. Ugly was locked in there. The purpose was for the doll to teach it a lesson in the form of a cat. After all, it had kept him up all night. From the bathroom, the sounds of the cat screeching quickly filled the air, followed by the scratching of claws and the clattering of objects. Su Xiao casually wiped his hands, looking extremely practiced. You guys fight all you want. I'm going to make some noodles. Poor doll. It had worked all night to protect Su Xiao, and now, it had to go through another round of fighting this morning. Once Su Xiao finished making the noodles, he brought the bowl into the living room, only to find the strange woman sitting confidently on the couch. Her gaze was so terrifying that even though there was a screen between them, anyone would shudder, feeling goosebumps all over their body. People around Dragon Country thought Su Xiao must have been intimidated by her gaze, so they tried to find a corner to hide. But he said nothing, simply sitting down next to the odd woman. Though the people of Dragon Country had witnessed him risking his life several times, they still couldn't bear to watch this. They felt Su Xiao now resembled an eagle spreading its wings on the edge of death. Meanwhile, over at Pasha, he looked at the cat and, with what seemed like a sad tone, said, "Sorry, little cat. I trust Su Xiao from Dragon Country." The fifth day was about to pass, in a simple room. During the evening, the sunlight gently streamed in. Today, among the 6 people, only Su Xiao remained. Yuhan and Pa Sha had killed the cat. No one knew what would happen next. Su Xiao sighed in frustration, sitting backward on his chair, and said, "Ugh, why hasn't that woman shown up yet? I'm getting impatient." Down below, there was an orange cat lying on the ground, and a comment appeared. "What? Is he saying he's waiting for that terrifying woman? It's safer to hide in the bedroom, right? That woman is not someone you can easily get close to." In a meeting room in the country of kimchi, there were 3 well-dressed men, all smiling with a sinister grin. A man with black hair stood up, speaking with force, pointing in a certain direction. "Su Xiao from Dragon Country has gone too far this time. That strange Miao Nu, kill him quickly." In the living room, John was sitting there, his face dark with a hint of danger. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself, but right now the clock was showing the wrong time. How would he know when it was before 12 o'clock to kill the cat? Then suddenly, he grinned in a frightening way. The clock was reading 12:01. Based on his sense of time, the time on the clock seemed faster than usual. If he wasn't mistaken, it was definitely not yet 12 o'clock. Immediately, he drew a knife and sliced the cat in half. On the other side, Pa Sha had just received a message and was taken aback. Did the higher-ups just tell me to kill the cat? The cat next to him was gently flicking its tail. The system appeared, with a message from Nation P, quickly mimicking Su Xiao in killing the cat. Su Xiao reached out to touch the bloodstained doll, silently thinking, could it be that the doll read the contents of my mother's note, and that's why it killed Ugly to help me? He then picked up the doll and forced a smile, saying awkwardly, "This doll isn't just an ordinary toy. I should have recognized it sooner." Arthur, Ivanov Richuan Guangban, and Pa Sha looked at each other. John held a knife and licked it, looking quite dangerous. Suddenly, something caught Su Xiao's attention. He turned his head and walked towards the room. When he opened the door, a horrifying scene appeared, the bloody body of the cat and the doll beside it. A comment appeared, "Has Ugly died?" The bloodstained doll looked eerie, and the dead cat beside it only made the scene more terrifying. Su Xiao stood right at the door, calmly observing, thinking to himself, how strange, when I looked into the situation in the bathroom earlier, I saw that although the doll hit Ugly very hard, it didn't seem to intend to kill Ugly. Why is that? He then picked up the note, which read, "Kill the cat before 12 p.m. today, I'll come to find you tonight." Su Xiao seemed a bit puzzled and placed the note back on the table. Kill the cat? What does that mean? It's already been killed. So, is she involved with it or not? He was somewhat perplexed but continued to speculate, can a message be considered a rule? If it's a rule, then we would naturally use the shield to protect ourselves, it can't be rushed. I need to understand the meaning and purpose of this paper first. He raised his hand to his chin, as if about to figure out who it was. Assuming that the woman from earlier today and last night are the same person, she could kill me very easily, so why would she send this paper just to confuse me? What is the meaning of this message? After a while, Su Xiao calmly ate his noodles, indifferent to the strange Miao Nu in front of him. He happily ate his noodles while comments popped up, "He's really brave." Another comment read, "I can sense a kind of indifference to life and death from him, I have no choice but to respect him and call him Big Brother." Once finished, he placed the bowl of noodles on the table and wiped his mouth. The strange Miao Nu had disappeared, leaving a piece of paper on the table. He spoke, "Where did she go?" Then, he noticed the piece of paper on the table and reached for it, only to find another piece of paper. The wall clock had just struck 10 o'clock, and the cat twisted its body, its eyes bloodshot, grinning broadly. The comments at this point were in an uproar. "My God, a zombie." Another comment read, she's here, that woman is going to kill Su Xiao from Dragon Country." A pale hand emerged from behind the cat. The strange Miao Nu, her red-tinged eyes, stepped forward. Su Xiao covered his mouth and thought, damn it, why didn't I just properly arrange Ugly's body from the start? This is disgusting. Miao Nu spoke up to express her gratitude. She bowed slightly and smiled gently, saying, "Thank you." In the comments section, all the viewers were left with a question mark. Su Xiao scratched his cheek, slightly surprised, and asked, "Thank you? Why are you thanking me?" Miao Nu replied, "The rules on that piece of paper were written by me. I became a freak in this world of strange occurrences, even turning into a cat just to stay here." Looking towards the door, Miao Nu continued, "I'm waiting for my child, my real child." She turned to face Su Xiao, her voice soft as she answered, "Thank you. I can feel a trace of my child's presence in you, but I know I'll never see him again." In the comments, all the viewers were stunned. Miao Nu gave a bittersweet smile, tears falling down her cheek, and said, "Maybe he's just like you, living happily in the world outside. I miss my child so much, but I don't want to meet him here, never, not even once." The strange figure of Miao Nu waved goodbye to Su Xiao and continued, "Thank you for helping me break free from the control of the strange being. I've finally found my true self." Miao Nu's figure gradually faded, and before leaving, she said her final goodbye. Her whole body had disappeared, leaving only the sunlit room behind. Su Xiao sighed sadly, looking at the doll in his hand. "I should have realized sooner. You're her son, aren't you? No wonder you would rather endure having your legs and arms broken than let her be hurt." Wiping the tears off the doll, Su Xiao said, "I understand now why she didn't dare attack me during the day. She's truly herself during the day, but at night, she's no longer the same person." Su Xiao smiled lightly, patting the doll's head in comfort. "If you want to cry, then cry. If your mother knew you were still by her side, no matter where she is, I think she would be very happy." Tears from the doll fell onto the lifeless body of the cat. At that moment, the system notified, "Contestant Su Xiao, congratulations on passing the 5-star rating of the mother's evaluation. Reward, odd material resistance doll +1. Current odd resistance, 1%. Doll description, a strange object from the world of strange stories. At critical moments, it will protect you. Note, if you achieve 100% resistance to strange materials, you will be completely immune to abnormalities." Su Xiao smirked and said, "Passed already? Only 5 days and I passed? Is everything written on the mother's paper? Is the 7-day pass rule wrong?" At that moment, a message came to Su Xiao from the leader, "Well done, kid. Turns out we've all been fooled. The challenge period this time was actually only 5 days. Comment, I remember now. The food in the fridge was only enough for 5 days from the start. This was definitely a detailed clue." Suddenly, Su Xiao hugged his left arm. The hand squeezed the doll, making it cry immediately. A purple whirlpool formed a black skull on Su Xiao's hand. Su Xiao stared at the skull tattoo on his arm, feeling confused. There was another comment he almost forgot. Players who pass the challenge are allowed to retain their talents. Su Xiao raised his arm and smiled, saying, "This is really Su Xiao." Grinning, full of pride, Su Xiao said, "I've got it." At this moment, a notice was broadcast in Dragon Country, "Congratulations to Dragon Country, Su Xiao has passed. The mysterious force will not be coming to Dragon Country this time." Su Xiao from Dragon Country, with a 5-star rating, had received a special reward. The lifespan of the people in Dragon Country increased by 10%. The people of Dragon Country were in an uproar. One person said, 5 stars, lifespan increased by 10 years. "Oh my god, am I dreaming?" Another citizen replied, "I suddenly don't feel back pain anymore, my legs don't hurt either. Even people who've been bedridden for years can now stand up." Everyone was overjoyed, saying, "We've finally won. This time, the other countries will get their comeuppance." In the classroom of Nation A, the high-ranking officials were engaged in a heated debate. One person said, "We still have a chance, maybe John can succeed." The leader slammed the table in frustration and yelled, "No, we've let Su Xiao from Dragon Country take our first place. What will the other nations think of us now? How can we still hold power and convince the public?" The leader suddenly turned around and shouted, "So what if we can't? We've already fallen behind Dragon Country, and those nations will definitely support Dragon Country. This is not the outcome we want." Meanwhile, in the conference room of East Island Country, a senior leader yelled, "Damn it! Didn't that guy John manage to talk to the other players? But when killing the cat, why didn't he say a word to Richuan Guangban? That stupid John turned Dragon Country's 5-year defeat into a victory. It's really infuriating." As for Su Xiao, the system notified that it was preparing to return the player, Su Xiao, to the real world. Countdown, 5, 4, 3. Just as Su Xiao was about to leave, another notification sounded, "Admin, the players who passed this round will participate in the next match in 3 days." This continued until the players died, with promises to meet again in the next round. When Su Xiao returned to the real world, the people of Dragon Country joyfully welcomed their national hero. Countless cheers echoed, "Su Xiao, you're amazing." Su Xiao happily accepted their warm reception. Not long after, Pasha also successfully passed through the strange world, leaving only 4 people, John, Arthur, Ivanov, and Richuan Guangban. Niao Nu smiled eerily, her mouth stretched wide, surrounded by swirling black mists. At that moment, the 4 were facing the terrifying woman. A purple water stain appeared beneath Niao Nu's feet, and the entire living room was engulfed in darkness by an ominous spell. John, in fear, said, "I followed your request to kill the cat. Does that mean I can?" Before he could finish, Niao Nu lunged forward and struck him with a powerful blow. John fearfully looked at Niao Nu and struggled to speak, "Why did I kill the cat then?" Niao Nu's hair stood on end, and she laughed as she replied, "You did make the right choice, but unfortunately, you went past the time limit." John grabbed onto Niao Nu's arm, his voice choking, "No, that's impossible, I definitely didn't go past the deadline." Niao Nu's eyes turned bloodshot as she pressed her face close to John's, saying, "Don't believe in time? Look back at the time, didn't you feel how long last night seemed?" John hurriedly responded, I understand now, time has returned to normal, that's the ignition rule." "No, I can't accept this." No sooner had he finished speaking than his head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. At the same moment, Richuan Guangban, Ivanov, and Arthur stood in shock, saying, "Did this woman crawl out of the cat's corpse?" Niao Nu rushed toward them, saying, "Die. Time's up. Such a pity, you didn't complete your mission." Then came their frantic screams, "I don't want to die." The system notification appeared, John of Nation A, Arthur of Football Nation, Ivanov of Grizzly Nation, and Richuan Guangban of East Island Country were devoured by the strange entity. The world of strange events is about to begin. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. In the meeting room of Nation A, the leader slammed the table and said, "Fortunately, we have a contingency plan. They deserve to die for failing to get through." A blond man immediately said, "We'll transmit the chip into the citizens' brains. We can handle the strange events that are coming." In the East Island Country meeting room, a person with black hair said, "It's a good thing we bought the chip from Nation A, everything's been settled, nothing to worry about anymore." Suddenly, a hand with a mouth swept across the screen. One person in the meeting room shouted, "No, it's not okay, our country's strange loop is not like my mother's paper, we're doomed." 3 days later, Su Xiao held a stack of money in his hand and sighed, saying, "Looks like I have to go to the world of strange things again." Su Xiao waved the money and laughed, "Haven't even fully enjoyed the luxury car and the villa that the leaders gave me." At that moment, the system announced for Dragon Country, "Su Xiao, welcome back to the world of strange things, this time's dungeon, a train to the distance." Su Xiao's gaze became sharp. Then, Su Xiao was teleported to the 6th passenger car. The system voice rang out, "The participating countries in the match are Dragon Country, the Sun Never Sets Country, Grizzly Nation, Nation F, Football Nation, East Island Country, Kimchi Country, Nation P." Su Xiao looked at the system notice in front of him, which read, "Dear contestants, the final stop on the route is the Blood Palace Cemetery. This time, contestants will play the role of attendants. Before you take on your role, please wear the work uniform, note the passenger car you'll be serving, and carefully read the rules. Your responsibility is to ensure the safety of your passengers to the final station. The estimated time is 3 days. Su Xiao placed his hand on his thigh, stood up, and opened the door. As he walked, he thought, rules for the staff, huh? I need to find it quickly. A suitcase was placed in the corner of the room. Su Xiao glanced over and muttered to himself. That's the luggage. He quickly ran over, sat down, and opened the suitcase to check its contents. He took everything out and put it on. He pulled out a rule book and began reading. It stated, rules for employees on the train, peculiar passengers will appear. However, no matter what type of passenger they are, it is your responsibility to serve them in the best possible way. Rule 1, for the happiness of the passengers, you must be patient. Rule 2, if passengers engage in behaviors such as relieving themselves carelessly or smoking, pretend not to notice. Rule 3, lost items are common on the train. If a passenger asks for help in finding something, you may refuse. If a child gets lost, you have an obligation to help them. Rule 4, you are not allowed to stop children from running around the train. They are small and don't understand. Rule 5, food will be served on the train. However, you are not allowed to accept food in the area between carriages. Rule 6, staff from other carriages may occasionally come over to visit you. You should agree if they invite you to eat offal. Rule 7, each carriage can only have one service staff member, and offal is not allowed to be sold in the carriage. Rule 8, service staff are not allowed to leave their assigned carriage. Also, all lights must be turned off at 8 p.m. Rule 9, service staff should not allow passengers to read the rules. If a passenger accidentally sees them, you must kill that passenger immediately. Rule 10, after midnight, no matter what happens on the train, you need not pay any attention. After reading, he turned to the next page. Seeing that part of the page had been torn out, he silently thought, was the last page torn out? It seemed the staff regulations weren't just limited to the 10 rules. Then, he thought again, the last page of the rules must be hidden somewhere around here. I need to find it quickly before the other passengers do. With that thought, he hurried off. Su Xiao searched for the remaining rule sheet in every corner, unaware that he had become the topic of conversation for everyone around. There's a new instance, everyone hurry up and come in here. Su Xiao was still searching for information about the situation. Add a comment, I just watched the live broadcast of East Island Country and the US. Their players really furrowed their brows, looking gloomy, and it was actually kind of funny. Comment, yeah, right? Their country is being attacked by weird creatures, and if their players get swallowed this time, they'll be doubled over with screams of despair. After searching for a while, he scratched his head and thought. I've searched the whole train car, but still can't find the last rule sheet. Maybe it's not in this car? Then he looked around and thought, fortunately, it wasn't a wasted search. I've also learned some things about this car. He then muttered thoughtfully, both the front and rear of this car are connected to other cars. Right now, the doors between the cars are locked. I wonder what's in the other cars. After thinking this, he sat down on the bed, exhaled a breath, then slipped his hand into his chest pocket and pulled out a doll. Immediately, the comments section surged again. Comment, isn't this the doll from the paper circle that his mother gave him? Comment, it must be a reward from the last instance, so it was brought into the next round. Comment, I wonder if it's immobile. If something special happens, could it help Su Xiao? Su Xiao hugged the doll and glanced at the pillow next to him, thinking, is the doll looking at my pillow, or is something going on? Sensing something, he reached out and felt the pillow. After a moment, his hands suddenly felt something unusual. He whispered, "What's inside?" Then, he pulled out the last rule sheet from under the pillow. Rule 11. Respect for children is a noble tradition. If a passenger asks to exchange pillows with you, give them your pillow. Rule 12. No matter what happens, you must never open the window in the train car. Rule 13. No pets are allowed on the train. If you see one, keep your distance from it. Rule 14. If someone is injured or sick in the train car, think of ways to help them. Rule 15. When it's time for the meal service, the connecting doors between cars will open. Some passengers might run through at this time. If you see someone who does not belong to your car, tell them to leave. Rule 16. Outside of meal times, there will be food and snack vendors on the train. If anyone asks you to buy something, politely refuse. Rule 17. From midnight to 6 a.m., it is a dangerous time. If someone looks for you, don't pay attention to them. After reading this, he exclaimed, "This really is the final rule page." He then put the rulebook back in his bag. At that moment, a comment appeared, not a bad comment. "This doll actually seems useful." That comment was a very good start. As Su Xiao sat and thought, a shout echoed from outside, "Make way for me." He thought the passengers had boarded. Outside, a bald man, pulling luggage down the corridor, yelled, "Let me bring my luggage in." Nearby, two men were smoking and chatting. "Hey, buddy, can I get a light?" When the other person was preparing to tend to the fire, Su Xiao appeared and said, "Stop it." He stood in front of them, took off his hat, and said, "Hey, you two, no smoking." The comment interface appeared again. The rule comments instructed them to ignore the passengers smoking, but Su Xiao went against the rule. He quickly reached out and grabbed the cigarette, then broke it in half and said, "I said no smoking, did you hear me?" The passenger glared at him upon seeing his actions, but Su Xiao paid no attention. He tapped his hand against the wall right next to the no smoking sign, then threw the two cigarettes on the floor and turned to leave. The long-haired man angrily said, "What kind of cheap train is this? Can't even smoke. Are they trying to force me over the next 3 days?" The blond man shrugged and said, "Seriously, this staff member is too nosy. I don't believe he wouldn't secretly smoke." The long-haired man replied, "We'll just smoke in the bathroom later." "Even if we do, so what? Let's see what he can do." Upon hearing these words, Su Xiao turned around, grabbed the long-haired man's shirt, and with a stern face said, "I advise you not to go looking for trouble." As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the long-haired man's eyes glowed a fierce red, and his mouth seemed to be cracking open. Below, a few people left comments. Oh, is he about to attack Su Xiao? Another person commented, "He got too cocky, now he's in trouble." Seeing the change in him, Su Xiao remained unfazed. He reached into his jacket, then pulled something out. It turns out that what he took out was a doll. He brought it in front of them, and the doll's eyes also turned red. He said, "If you're so brave, try it." The black pupils of the doll were as red as blood, dark and profound. Facing that terrifying gaze, the long-haired guy stumbled backward and fell to the floor. At this moment, mocking comments started to appear below. Comment, "This guy is so timid, he doesn't dare to face the doll." Comment, "Where's the player from Kimchi Country? Why is he so silent?" After the scare, he hardened his face and told them, "Be good and behave." Once he had finished dealing with the cigarette situation, the issue of using the restroom came up. In front of them, an ant and a little boy were crouching on the floor. Seeing this, he pointed and said, "Auntie, don't let the boy pee on the train, or else the ant will turn around and ask, 'What's going on?'" He continued, "I'll smack his butt if he does." The ant picked up the crying boy and said, "What's this? What kind of train staff is this? How dare you act so arrogantly? Such a bad attitude." More comments appeared below. Comment, "Su Xiao really knows how to play psychological warfare. It's better to strike first than to be bullied by passengers." The clean, well-kept hallway was right in front of him. He was very satisfied and said, "Very good, this is exactly what I wanted." More comments began popping up below. Comment, "No need to say, the player from East Island Country was bullied by the passengers." Comment, "Wherever I go, I have to go see for myself." In the room of the player from Bien Elang, who came from East Island Country, he also tried to stop them like Su Xiao, but could only weakly wave his hand at the two smokers. "You're not allowed to smoke here. Hurry up and put out your cigarettes." The long-haired man brought the cigarette to his mouth and asked, "We like to smoke."
What are you going to do about it? What can you do to us? He then said, you two can't smoke here. Oh. After that, he was beaten up by the two smokers. While beating him, the two said, you've probably never been beaten before, right? Today, we'll show you the cruelty of society. The other one added, damned bastard, a petty staff member daring to pick a fight with us. Diany Lang was beaten, only able to curl up and beg, please stop, I beg you. Just after being beaten, he was spat on. The old woman had him run off to relieve himself, earlier scolding him, damned staff member. The one who beat him waved his hand and said, we're leaving now. Diany Lang couldn't hold back his tears, feeling wronged as he cried out, damn it, to be humiliated and looked down upon like this, I'd rather be swallowed by some evil force than endure this. Below were mocking and laughing comments, commenting, so funny, how could a player from East Island country be such a coward like this? Crying out loud. And another comment calling for attention, hey, look over there, Mao Ken from Hui Xiongwa, he just pulled off an S-level talent. Somewhere else. Grizzly Nation, Nicola activated his innate talent, the leader. His eyes turned red as he issued an order, no smoking. The smokers from earlier knelt before him. The comments section erupted once again. Damn it, it's an S-level leader's innate talent. Another person asked, what does a leader's innate talent mean? Someone explained, it means his words carry immense authority, compelling passengers to show a certain level of obedience. Two passengers, subdued under his authority, lowered their heads, sweat dripping from their faces as they said, yes, sir. Another comment appeared, damn it, then Grizzly Nation has a very high chance of winning. Let's see if he knows how to seize this opportunity. Nicola didn't need to do anything, he simply sat on the weight-laden chair, and the troubles naturally avoided him. Seeing this, the comments section became lively once more. One person asked, speaking of innate talents, does anyone know what Su Zhao's innate talent is? Someone replied, no idea. Only the high-ranking leaders of Dragon Country would know. Another person rebutted, that's not right. Logically speaking, the innate talents of contestants should be announced, so why hasn't the government revealed it yet? Another person added, I think Su Zhao's innate talent is absolute presence. Stop guessing. It was now 7 o'clock. Su Zhao, carrying his staff, was patrolling when a voice called out, Su Zhao. The door opened, and behind it, a voice rang out, service staff for the next car. Your breakfast is here. Su Zhao slung his staff over his shoulder and muttered to himself, breakfast, huh? At that moment, a food cart was pushed in front of him, with a food container and a pair of chopsticks on it. Someone's hand slowly pushed the cart. What lay before him was a thick fog. He stared into it, thinking, strange. I thought this car was connected to the others, but it turns out to be a fog. Then, he picked up the food container and opened it. Inside was a variety of food. He silently thought to himself, could this be an independent car? Just like Rule 8 says, staff are not allowed to leave the car they're assigned to. At this moment, no strange sounds were heard beside him. He merely glanced around briefly and decided, I'll eat first. Only when I'm full can I think properly. He put the food into his mouth and felt extremely pleased. He squinted his eyes, enjoying the meal while praising, this is really delicious. People watching began to comment. Comment, this unconventional behavior of his truly earns my admiration. Comment, as expected of the boss. Rule 5 says no food is allowed in the area between cars, but he's eating anyway. While he was eating, someone stepped up and spoke to him, hello, sir. He turned and saw the person holding a pillow. Looking up, he realized it was an old man. The old man spoke gently, my pillow is too hard. I'm getting old, and it's uncomfortable to sleep. Would you mind swapping pillows with me? He wiped his mouth with his hand and thought to himself, it had indeed arrived. Rule 11 seemed normal at first glance, but it was hidden inside the torn rule sheet. Now that he was aware of it, what did the act of changing the pillow mean?
If he hadn't known that there was a bookmark with a rule hidden inside the pillow, perhaps he would have agreed to the exchange with the old man.
But right now. After thinking this through, Su Xiao stood up and smiled, asking, "Do you really want to change the pillow?" The old man extended the pillow and replied, "Yes." A speechless comment appeared right then. A truly speechless comment. After that, Su Xiao slyly said, "But I don't want to."
Upon hearing this, the old man's head was covered with 3 ellipses. Seeing this, a comment of satisfaction appeared.
The comment was dying of laughter. Su Xiao was putting on a show. Was this a reverse attitude? The old man, irritated, said, "If you don't want to change it, then forget it. Are you having fun making things difficult for an old man like me?"
The old man went on to curse, saying that today's youth had no morals.
As the old man took the pillow and walked away, one could clearly see a dark aura emanating from it.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Grizzly Nation's Malkan player was also facing a similar situation. After being asked to change the pillow, he apologized and said that he could not. Most people usually refuse to change pillows once they realize that there's something wrong with them, having already found the staff procedure sheet hidden inside. However, 3 players from other countries agreed to change their pillows, including one from Jean Bagua, who had recently experienced an unusual invasion. The Jean Bagua player smiled and handed over the pillow to the old man. The old man also smiled and said, "Thank you for agreeing." The young man, the player, smiled and replied, "It's something I should do." At that moment, in Jean Bagua's classroom, the person sitting in front of the screen was extremely agitated, shouting, "Stupid, you idiot, you brainless fool, this is beyond words. I don't want to stay in this country for another day. What kind of teammate is dumber than a pig?" The man with the youthful hair, in a fit of anger, snapped, "Calm down, we should quickly remind him to get the pillow back." The screen notification beside the Jeanba player lit up, displaying the message, "Do not change the pillow, absolutely do not change the pillow." The player asked in reply, with 3 exclamation marks, "Why is the pillow so important? What are all these comments below?" Comment, "A poor young man who still has no idea." Comment, "Su Xiao is still the best. He noticed the problem with the pillow right from the start." Comment, "What is the boss doing right now?" Back to Su Xiao, he stretched and yawned, as if just waking up. Comment, "Did he just wake up?" Comment, "Su Xiao has finished eating, what's he going to do next?" As he stepped out of the room, he saw someone throw a can on the floor and curse, "Damn it, I've lost my stuff." He looked over and asked, "Huh, what's going on?" On the other side, a large woman was questioning the others, "Did any of you take my pickled noodle? Give it back now." A male passenger argued, "Who took your instant noodles? Are you crazy?" A female passenger beside also said, "Yeah, that's right." Su Xiao stood by, recalling the rules, losing instant noodles. Rule number 3 often states that there are cases of missing items in the carriage. If a passenger asks for help finding something, it can be refused, but if it's a lost child, there is an obligation to assist. After that, he thought he had to do the opposite. Hearing that, the woman was surprised and exclaimed, "Hey, what kind of talk is that?" After thinking for a moment, he walked over, patted the woman's shoulder, and said, "Hey, I'll help you find some instant noodles, don't worry." The woman glanced over, stammered, and said, Are you a staff member?" Then the woman turned back to look at him, waved her hand, and said, "Oh, there's no need to go through all that trouble, young man." The woman even awkwardly smiled and said, "It's just a cup of noodles, I can eat another flavor." He didn't take it lightly at all, even enthusiastically saying, "Don't worry, ma'am, it's the responsibility of the staff to protect the safety of all passengers' belongings. Instant noodles are also a kind of property. Leave this to me." The woman stammered again, Is it really okay?" The passengers who had been wrongly accused earlier looked at him like a savior, saying, "This staff member is so enthusiastic, just for a cup of noodles, he's going all out. I'm so touched by him." At that moment, the aunt with a small child hurriedly ran in, shouting, "Here he is, the staff member, quick." The aunt said, "My child is missing, please help me find him."
The woman was startled and asked, "A lost child?"
Then, the woman, as if grasping a lifeline, said, "Don't worry, ma'am, this staff member is very dedicated, he will definitely help you."
The aunt replied, "Oh, yes."
Unexpectedly, Sushao coldly said, "I'm not free, go ahead." As the three passengers who had been admiring earlier were stunned, the comments from others followed.
Comment, 37 degrees, what's wrong with Su Shao, why say something so cold? Another comment, looking for instant noodles is fine, but looking for a lost child? Go ahead, it's laughable.
The woman hurriedly turned to say, "Hey, staff member, finding instant noodles is a small matter, but finding a lost child is a big deal. Why don't you help her find her grandchild first?" He seemed indifferent, and turned to enthusiastically say to the woman, "Ma'am, everything should follow the proper order.
Let me help you find your stuff first.
If you leave the eggs noodles out too long, it won't taste good." Then, Su Shao curled his lips and, with a challenging tone, spoke to the aunt, "How about it?"
The aunt frowned and said, "You're hopeless." She stormed off in anger, saying, "If you say you won't help, then fine, what kind of person are you?
I'll go find him myself." Su Shao also turned to leave, saying, "I'll help you find the noodles first." Hearing this, the woman could only respond helplessly, "Well, thank you then. You're such a kind staff member." It was now 7:20 p.m. He stood leaning against the wall, thinking, even after searching the entire train car, he couldn't find her noodles. Then, he thought about the restroom and silently mused, "Well, there's only one place left to check." As he thought about it, he started walking. The restroom sign appeared before him. He stood in front of the restroom door, then immediately opened it. Inside, the missing boy, who his aunt had been looking for earlier, was there with a bowl of noodles.
The smell inside wafted up, and the boy, his face smeared, turned to ask, "Uncle, do you want some too?" He covered his mouth and cursed, "What the hell?" Then, he noticed something behind the boy and asked, "What's that?" It was a stuffed dog with red eyes that emitted a faint light. He stared at it and thought to himself, "This stuffed dog looks unusual." Rule 11, Passengers who care for children is a noble tradition. If any passenger wants to exchange their pillow with you, kindly offer them yours. Rule 12, no matter what happens, never open the windows on the train. Rule 13, pets are not allowed in the train. If you see one, quickly distance yourself from its sight. Rule 14, if anyone on the train gets injured or their condition worsens, think of ways to help them. The connecting doors between the train cars will open when it's time to serve food. At that time, passengers may take the opportunity to move through. If you spot a passenger who doesn't belong in your car, ask them to leave. Su Shao felt a bit panicked, thinking that Rule 13 probably mentioned what to do with pets. He then pulled the doll from his shirt, holding it out in front of the stuffed dog. At that moment, the aunt ran over and shouted, "This kid found it." She then walked over. Lifting the dirty little boy up, the woman said, "Didn't I tell you not to eat random stuff? Why did you come here to play in the poop? Look at how dirty you are." Seeing the scene before him, Su Shao lowered the brim of his hat and thought, "This kid is interrupting what I was doing." After a moment, he realized something was off and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, where's the dog? Where's the stuffed bear?" The dog had disappeared without him noticing. He reluctantly accepted the situation, thinking, "Whatever, the stuffed dog will show up sooner or later. For now, I should just focus on solving this noodle problem." In the to-be carriage, Su Shao handed the bowl of noodles to the woman and said, "Sis, I'm really sorry, but a little boy took your pickled noodles and mixed them with poop in the toilet and ate it." The woman gasped and covered her mouth before running off. He scratched his head and proudly said, "I did another good deed. I'm so awesome." Then came the audience's comments, "I really can't understand Boss Su Zhao's actions here. That sister must have thrown up, I don't get it." Comment, has any other contestant encountered something like this? Comment, they all have. Li Pagua, Jean Bagua, and Nation M chose to find the kids and gave up on finding the noodles. Comment, most of them chose to find the child and ignored the noodles. Comment, moreover, when they saw the stuffed dog, they all ran away. Commentary. However, there are some players who, unable to find it, are unaware of the danger it poses. They even sit down and pat its head. Commentary waits until they realize the abnormality, but by then, it's already too late. The plush dog transforms back into a flesh-eating flower. The system pops up a notification. Lipagwa, Jeanbagwa, Miangwa, players from 5 countries were devoured by the eerie force. A strange world is about to begin. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In Lipagwa's classroom, someone stood up and shouted, "We've just escaped the invasion of the strange phenomena, and now we're being harmed again by that idiot." Damn it. Someone sitting on the floor also spoke up, "Hurry, go negotiate with Dragon Country. Tell them we're ready to trade 50 tons of food for their latest chip data." In the Dragon Country meeting room, someone snorted coldly, "Those shameless small countries who once teamed up with Miangwa to oppress Dragon Country now want us to help them. They really have faces thinner than cement." Another person gave their opinion. However, Dragon Country was invaded 5 times before, and a lot of resources were lost. Trading with them might be okay. After that, the man made a decision. "Here's what we'll do, we'll agree to trade the chip for food, but the chip won't be delivered until a week later." At this moment, was Su Xiao asleep? The commentary room still had people watching. Commentary, are you done eating and resting yet? Su Xiao is really living the good life. Commentary, now that's what I call a proper vacation. Other countries admire endlessly, and outside, a scream echoed, "I want to play this, I want to play this." Su Xiao had to sit up, rubbing his eyes, and once again the shout rang out, "I want to play this." What was he thinking just now? Su Xiao stuck his head out, pointed, and shouted, "Little brat, stop yelling on the ship." That was the ant who had just eaten mixed noodles with the boy. She stood behind him, hands on her hips, speaking to Su Xiao, "Hey, you, staff member, why are you getting upset over a kid? He's just a child, he doesn't know anything." Hearing this, Su Xiao waved his hand, massaging his shoulder to loosen up as he spoke. "No wonder kids these days are so disrespectful. It turns out they have parents like you who spoil them. I'm just saying, if I'm trying to remind you kindly and you don't listen, don't blame me for being harsh." The ant then spoke back with a challenging tone, "Who are you threatening? What can you do to me?" Su Xiao didn't dare to do anything to her. He just lightly gave her a slap on the face. The ant held her swollen cheek, her eyes bulging with veins, then she yelled angrily, You dare to hit me? I'll fight you to the death." Su Xiao once again landed a clean hit to her stomach. She collapsed, clutching her stomach and playing the victim. "Help, villagers! The staff member hit someone, the staff member hit someone." This is the comments section. Comment, although the rule says not to deal with spoiled children must still be taught. Comment, teaching a spoiled child is not enough, meaning you also have to teach their parents to get your anger out. After resolving the situation with the ant, he turned to look at the boy, who was panicking in the corner. He kept his gaze fixed on the boy and said, "Don't." Behind him was the ant from before, now seemingly mutated. Her mouth was wide open, her eyes blood red, showing her fangs and claws. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim. Comment, "Oh my god, she's mutated." Su Xiao remained calm, turning his back and pulling out a doll, smiling as he said, "Is it the strange, dark powers of a demon? But I have them too. You still think a little teaching will do? Don't make me unleash it." Then, he threw the doll towards the mutated demon, his hand moving with malice. At that moment, the viewer's screen suddenly began to flicker, and comments expressing dissatisfaction began to appear. Comment, "Damn it, what's going on? Why does the screen always glitch whenever a demon attack happens?" Comment, "The tactics of strange creatures don't let us see things like that. If humans could clearly see the strange creatures or the bizarre rules, we could prevent invasions." Comment, "I hope Su Xiao can survive for a long time so he can help our country learn more about these strange and bizarre occurrences." Comment, "Hey, stop discussing it, quickly switch to see Bien Lang. He's advising the ant and the child now."
Over here, Bien Lang was trying his best to advise, Auntie, please don't.
He said softly, could you two stop making noise in this train car?
Please ask the lady to protect the boy at the back.
The Zhang family member, with a fierce expression, asked, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly.
The comments section seemed disillusioned.
The commenters had no courage.
Su Xiao dared to fight against the strange, yet here he was, the strange one pleading for mercy. All they saw was Bien Lang sitting on the ground, begging. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have said nonsense, I shouldn't have argued with a child.
Another comment followed, it seems the East Island country's skill is to kneel.
After all, there's no face left, as long as they can survive. At the other end, someone reported, commenting, oh, the screen of Su Xiao has been restored. The screen came back on, and everyone saw the lady who had been flattened appearing inside. One person commented, the more you compare, the more obvious the inferiority of the East Island country players. The boy who had been shouting earlier also trembled, begging, brother, I won't do it again, from now on I'll be a good child.
A comment was left, comment? You, little kid, what do you compare to Su Xiao?
Upon hearing this, Su Xiao leaned down wickedly and said to him, out of respect for your sincerity, I won't make things hard for you. The boy shuddered and replied, thank you, brother. Then he slapped him hard again and said, but in exchange, you'll take 2 slaps.
Someone witnessing this scene commented, what? Do you know how much harm those 2 slaps caused to a naughty child?
The boy cried out from the beating, but he didn't care and turned away, quite satisfied, saying, mission accomplished. A comment voiced an opinion, the boss slapping the boy is actually lenient, if it were my child, I wouldn't let it go so easily. Just as he was stepping out, a girl rolled a food cart toward him. She called out, beer, sunflower seeds, tofu, wine, snacks, milk, noodles, soda, anyone want to buy? Then the girl said to him, hey, would you like to eat something? Food for the staff is free. Su Xiao remembered the rule. Rule 16, outside of meal times, food carts will appear on the train. If someone invites you to buy something, politely refuse. Another comment came up, don't take anything, buy your own food. Su Xiao replied, free? Is there such a good deal? Then just grab some for me. The girl happily agreed, and then he picked a few things from the cart. A gust of wind blew through the train car door, and he watched the girl push the cart to the next car. Long silently thought, so she can move between cars. I wonder if others can do the same. Then he looked at the snacks he had just picked up and said, these snacks. He went back to his room, sat on the bed, and threw the food onto the floor. Whoever wants to eat can eat, I won't eat even if it's offered to me. Over on the Nation J side, regardless of whether they were national players, when they learned about the free snacks, some players chose to take some. They knew that in this strange world, food that appeared safe might actually have hidden dangers. So, instead of eating immediately, they decided to store it away in case they might need it at a crucial moment. In the rulebook being verified and reviewed, by evening, all the players had organized the information they had gathered. Among it, rules 1, 3, 13, and 16 seemed to be correct for now, while rules 2, 4, 3, and 11 might be wrong. The remaining rules were still undetermined. Meanwhile, Su Xiao was lying on the bed, deep in thought, when a comment appeared. This train comment would automatically turn off the lights at exactly 10 p.m. The work and rest schedule was fairly well regulated. He placed the doll to the side and said, what exactly is that plush dog I saw today? Why does it feel so much like a doll? Does its appearance follow any pattern, or is it purely random? After thinking for a while, he shrugged and turned over, thinking, forget it, I'll sleep now. A good night's rest will give me the energy to think things through. At midnight, in carriage 6, the air was extremely gloomy. The bags of food he had thrown out earlier were torn open, revealing a mass of black smoke inside. He was startled, glancing over, and saw the doll floating, radiating an aura of killing intent. The dark aura spread, and he immediately shouted, what's that sound over there? What could make the doll so alert? Over there, a black cluster with 2 glowing red eyes appeared.
He sat up abruptly and said, "What the hell is that?"
A thing resembling a plush dog, covered in a dense dark aura, rushed toward the doll, causing him to stare in shock. The doll itself emitted a strange, heavy killing intent, with 87% of it being corrupted by darkness.
Then, the object resembling the plush dog was launched by the doll with a punch. A dark punch. He didn't understand what was happening but instinctively raised his hand and said, "Huh?" Amid the chaos of the battle, comments from viewers started appearing. "That dark shadow looks like a strange and powerful creature. I wonder if the doll can win." Su Xiao also stepped out of the room, observing the battle between the doll and the dark aura. He said with concern, "From the sounds, it seems like the fight is getting intense." Another comment appeared, "It looks like that thing is running away." Looking at the doll, now worn out, it finally returned. Its body hung limp, as if drained of all energy. One person left a comment, "At least it didn't lose. At least next time, that thing won't dare to attack so recklessly." Su Xiao hugged the doll in his arms, recalling the image of that creature. A thought flashed in his mind. What exactly was that? It looked strangely familiar. At that moment, someone left a comment calling out to others, "Everyone, go check out what the others are doing." They also encountered something similar. The player from Nation J Luo had a dark mist appear while he was sleeping. He turned over to face it and, almost unconsciously, asked, "What is this?" The plush dog bared its sharp, straight teeth in a grin. What had happened inside was unclear, but a stream of dark air surged out. A large notification board appeared. Players from 3 countries, Ribo Luo, Nation K, and Nation L, have been swallowed by an evil spirit. The strange world is about to arrive. Countdown starting, 10, 9, 8, 7. As soon as this message appeared, the comments section became even more lively. Senior leaders from the Sun Never Sets country were probably crying in the bathroom. The invasion from before hadn't even ended, and now another wave of trouble was coming. In the comments, one person declared, "I think I know why they were attacked by the evil spirit." Another user asked, "Why is that?" The first person explained, "Did anyone notice? The players who got swallowed are the ones who took the snacks." Someone else asked, "You mean the person who was pushing the cart with the snacks?" The first commenter replied, "No, based on my reasoning, the snacks were meant to harm them. That plush dog seemed attracted to the food they brought back." Another comment came in. "The sound of chewing snacks in the dark corner earlier was the clue." The final comment said, "They were just really unlucky, choosing to break that rule." As for Su Xiao, he wasn't in danger. The night passed without much disturbance. The second day has arrived. Su Xiao sat down next to the bed, staring thoughtfully as he said, "I didn't see anything last night. When checking the time, I should take a closer look at the scene where it appeared. Maybe there will be some clues." He picked up the employee manual and said, "The employee manual looks like it's been chewed up. Could it be that what happened last night just wanted to snack on my food?" After a moment of inspection, he stood up and laughed, saying, "Looks like today I'll have to find the cart pusher and get some more snacks." The audience also left comments. One person commented, "Su Xiao, with that smile, he must have something planned." Another viewer commented, "Well, now I can relax." Yet another person ran in and pulled everyone's attention, "Hurry and look at Piao Wuli, he's acting fine, but what's going on with him?" On Piao Wuli's side, he was desperately searching for the rulebook, cursing, "Damn it, where's my rulebook? Get out here, damn it." The rulebook mentioned Rule 9, passengers must not be allowed to read the rulebook. If a passenger finds out, you must kill them immediately. After searching for a long time without success, Piao Wuli sat down in despair, holding his head and shouting, "It's over, this time it's really over." One viewer left a comment, "What's there to worry about?" Another replied, "Rule 9, right?" Yes, Rule 9. If the passenger learns the rules, the weaknesses of the players will be exposed, another comment said. Another viewer also remarked, "If a passenger uses the employee rulebook to harm him, it's hard to be prepared for that." Currently, Piao Wuli's compartment was isolated. A girl is reading something.
The item the female passenger is reading seems to be the missing rulebook of Piao Wuli, and she reads it while laughing wickedly. Over here, Su Xiao is walking and talking. It's time to eat. He stands at the junction between the train cars, waiting. He says excitedly, I wonder what's for lunch today. After a while, a hand pushes a food cart, accompanied by the deceased Nation J contestant, Bo Luo. He carries a bowl of food and says, Hello, I'm the staff member from Car 7.
A spectator questions, Huh? Why is it him? Wasn't he already dead?
Another person, concerned for him, says, But Su Xiao doesn't know he's dead.
Won't he fall into the trap? He silently looks at Ribu Luo.
In the rulebook, Rule 6 states, staff members from other cars will occasionally come to visit you.
Except if they invite you to eat offal.
Rule 7 states, each car only has one staff member, and offal is not sold in the car. He ponders, thinking about the staff member from Car 7. Rule 6 reminds that staff from other cars will come to visit, but Rule 7 also says that each car only has one staff member.
Ribu Luo warmly says to him, Hey, buddy, do you want to try some offal?
It's a specialty of our car, really delicious, you should try it.
Su Xiao smiles and replies, Sure.
At this moment, he's wickedly thinking, I'm bored, let me have some fun with you for a bit. The doll had helped Su Xiao a lot.
The viewers all left excited comments. One person said, Well done.
Another person also said, The image has been restored. From the looks of it, it was the doll that had defeated the strange creature.
Well done.
The doll was covered in blood, and its mouth was smiling joyfully.
Then came a flood of fanatical comments, The doll has restored the image.
From the looks of it, it was the doll that had defeated the strange creature. A viewer commented, Dear friends, please restrain yourselves.
Another viewer added, For the doll, I am like a madman. For the doll, I am willing to knock down walls.
There was also a helpless comment from a viewer, Dear friends, please pay attention to your restraint. Su Xiao's gaze suddenly became serious as he said. Just now, in that scene, someone twisted their own head. On the contrary, I say, the disappearance of the strange creature must have only been seen by me. Walking down the long corridor, he pondered. It was clear that the existence of the strange creature was not limited in form. It could be a doll, a pet, a gust of wind, or even a cloud of dark mist. If in the future the origin of the strange creature could be discovered, it could be completely dealt with. Several dozen minutes earlier, a blonde girl had pushed a cart and stopped in front of him.
In a different scene when he said, That's right, I was just messing with you.
Ribu Luo released dark, strange black smoke. The black smoke filled the entire room. At that moment, the screen was also glitching. The viewer outside sighed and said, The screen lost signal again, just wait. Someone else mentioned they were about to send a reminder to him. Unexpectedly, he blinked and immediately realized that the person wasn't human. Indeed, one wave of trouble followed another. At this point, a large notification appeared on the screen, Nation F, the players of the 5 nations have been mysteriously swallowed. A countdown for Strange World events began, 10, 9, 8, 7.
Seeing the notification, the person wearing glasses asked in confusion, Why was Nation F eliminated? Why so fast, comrade? The other person replied, The anomaly mentioned the player from Nation F.
It said that as long as he accepted eating the offal, he would receive some expensive reminders from the outside, and it guaranteed that he would survive and leave this place. So, he agreed and returned to Su Xiao's side. He simply said, Thanks, I'll eat it later. Upon hearing this, Ribu Luo tried to persuade him, This dish is best eaten hot, it won't taste good once it cools down.
Just have a little now.
He firmly refused, No, I have a habit of saving food for the last course. After saying that, he turned and walked away, while Ribu Luo stood frozen in place. His whole body was enveloped by something strange. His voice grew cold as he said, Eat it. Then he turned his head and said again, Eat now. Suddenly, he turned his head 360 degrees.
Why aren't you eating?
His actions made the viewers jump out of their skin, leaving comments behind. The shock of destiny nearly scared me into wetting my pants. He remained calm in the face of such horror, not even bothering to glance, and said, as if barely acknowledging, "Why stop pretending? I'm not pretending anymore. If you've already flipped your card, I won't pretend either." Su Xiao smiled, his eyes full of calculation, and said, "All right, I'll go over and help right away." His expression was cheerful, a bright smile on his face. The person opposite seemed surprised by his reaction. Impatient, he urged, "Sir, the patient is about to pass away, do you want to help or not?" Su Xiao seemed ready to help and said, "Of course I will, but my leg is injured." Upon hearing that, the man immediately grabbed Su Xiao's arm and offered, "Then let me help you walk." Su Xiao showed no reaction to the man's impolite actions, signaling that he didn't need the courtesy and declined, "No, there's no need to help me. My old injury flared up, and just moving a little could paralyze me." At this point, the man had lost his patience, his face darkening as he furiously shouted, "Are you kidding me? I think you simply don't want to help." His face twisted in anger, his brows furrowed. He stormed off and said, "Forget it, I'll go find someone else." Su Xiao laughed out loud, his face full of smugness as he spoke, "Trying to harm me? No chance. Your approach is too simple. First, you agree with your mouth, but when faced with trouble, you claim your health doesn't allow it, effectively breaking two conflicting rules at the same time." Su Xiao was inwardly self-congratulatory, thinking to himself that he was indeed a very smart person. Scene change. The sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. A woman ran in, panic-stricken, seeking help. "Excuse me, sir, please come quickly. Something seems to be happening in Mr. Wang's room next door." Piao Wuli appeared slightly unsettled, raising an eyebrow in thought. Someone was asking for help. Suddenly, something came to his mind, and his face paled. Both Rule 14 and Rule 17 mentioned this situation, but they contradicted each other. Which rule should he follow now? The woman, seeing that Wuli was not moving, urged him. "Why are you still standing there? Are you going to help or not?" He hesitated, making excuses. "Don't rush me. I'm thinking." Hearing this, she reacted sharply. "Hurry up. If you're slow, something bad will happen." In this urgent situation, Wuli made a decision. "Enough, stop urging me. I'm not going." After his words, the woman's expression changed. Her eyes reddened, filled with bloodshot veins, and her gaze became murderous. Her voice was filled with excitement. "I've been waiting for you to say that." She turned vicious, advancing towards Wuli, opening her mouth wide, sticking out her grotesque tongue, and said, "Since you've broken the rules, you might as well stay here forever." Piao Wuli's face went pale, cold sweat pouring down as he trembled, pleading, "No, please, no." Then, a terrible boom sounded, and blood splattered through the space. The viewers immediately felt a sense of satisfaction upon seeing that scene, as Piao Wuli from Kimchi Country had been deceived by the passenger. Kimchi Country had gained another reason to celebrate, and now they must be so happy that they could cry. When it comes to breaking the rules, no one does it better than Su Xiao. No one else is even close. A notification appeared. Piao Wuli, the player from Kimchi Country, had been swallowed by something mysterious. The countdown for the strange event was about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7. The scene shifted. Su Xiao was pretending to sleep when suddenly he heard a faint noise. He immediately sat up, turned on his flashlight, and with a cheerful expression, he said, "Got it. Now I really want to see what you are." The viewers were also eager to see what was going to happen next. "Hurry up and check out this sneaky thing. The food's about to be revealed." When they finally saw what it was, they couldn't help but be astonished. It turned out to be that. The plush dog in the bathroom. A stuffed animal shaped like a dog, happily munching on food, with crumbs around its mouth. A system notification appeared. "Dear player, congratulations on taking the first step in earning Black General's recognition.
Continue feeding Black General to increase its affection. If its affection level gets high enough, it will loyally follow you. However, you are not allowed to take Black General outside the boundaries of the train and the station. The once innocent and cute plush dog was now glaring at Su Xiao, showing its teeth.
Su Xiao's eyes lit up, and he smiled cryptically as he thought. Keep feeding it, and it'll follow me, Su Xiao calculated.
That means I need to use more tactics to get more snacks.
Su Xiao placed his hands on his hips, his tone commanding, get up, get up, get up. In 3 minutes, bring out all the snacks from everyone, or don't blame me for being rude. The people there were startled by his words, some even swearing. One person, pale-faced, stammered, quick, give him the snacks. Another person, equally panicked, shouted, that guy's no pushover. The situation quickly became chaotic as they pushed and shoved. Su Xiao laid out a mountain of snacks and gestured, come on, eat. Black General's eyes lit up, his face full of joy. Half an hour later, Black General had finished the entire pile of food. A notification appeared, congratulations, you have earned the recognition of Black General.
Black General considers you trustworthy, and has temporarily decided to follow you. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao felt uncomfortable and cursed, is that all it takes?
He then commanded, Black General, come here. It immediately allowed him to pat its head.
Su Xiao sighed, this feeling is amazing. They've hit the jackpot, the audience finds it hard to believe. With Su Xiao like this, it's hard to see anyone else as a match. I want to see if anyone has the same skills as him. Why does all the good luck always fall on this guy? Sometimes, luck is a form of ability. I really admire Su Xiao.
On the morning of the third day, Su Xiao propped himself up, looked at Black General in confusion, and asked, why does it keep running around like that?
Is there something wrong with this train car?
Then, it stopped in front of the door marked car number 8 and barked loudly.
Seeing this, he immediately became suspicious, is there something in that area?
Suddenly, Su Xiao noticed something strange.
Wait, I should be in car 6, right? Why am I in car 8? What's going on? He recalled the announcement before the event and pondered.
Since arriving, the system had constantly reminded and emphasized the importance of the car number, stressing that changing cars was crucial. Suddenly, a notification appeared.
Dear contestants, there are some changes happening in the cars you are serving. You now have 2 options. One is to stay where you are, and the other is to pass through the fog in the passageway between the cars to return to your original car. Su Xiao seemed to have anticipated this. As expected, there was no rule without reason. The spectators, seeing him deep in thought, began discussing, what should he choose now? Every choice is important. If he picks wrong, something bad will definitely happen. Staying put seems safer, this car looks pretty secure.
One person jumped in with a suggestion, everyone, let's go see Nicola from Grizzly Nation.
He's gifted, the leader will probably make the right choice.
On the other side, Nicola was using his abilities to gather more information.
Tell me, which option should I choose? The hypnotized person replied, choose option 2, go back to the original car.
The spectators, seeing this, quietly rejoiced and urged, option 2 is the right choice.
The senior leaders quickly informed Su Xiao. Another spectator mocked, oh, so you have to listen to players from other countries too?
Someone couldn't stand it and retorted, don't get too smug, maybe Su Xiao can figure it out on his own.
Just watch. Su Xiao stared at the sign for car number 8, deep in thought.
There was no random or unnecessary reminder to emphasize remembering the car number, so choosing number 2 was the correct option. Moreover, in the past, when she moved the cargo, she always had to pass through the connecting area between the cars. From that, she concluded that the fog was probably just to intimidate them. The spectators watching him walk toward the door through the black mist split into 2 factions. One side was excited, look, our Su Xiao doesn't even need the reminder to figure it out on his own.
The other side was disappointed, what a shame, Why isn't he from the US?
Black General saw him move and immediately chased after him. Additionally, the football nation's guidance also relied on the navigator's innate talent to choose the correct answer.
A man leisurely walked through the fog.
It was Jet from Football Nation. The role of the navigator meant that when a player was at a difficult decision point, their innate talent would guide them on the right path. From Nation P, after Pasa learned of Su Zhao's choice, he immediately sent a reminder to Pasa, so he also decided to return to the original car. Jivat and Pasa had completely surpassed them. The East Island country's contestant, Bien Lang, hugged his head, looking terrified as he crouched in a corner. The other contestants chose to stay where they were. Some of the more cowardly ones didn't dare to cross the mist, while others, whose higher-ups were occupied with dealing with the previous strange demon invasion, couldn't send them any reminders, leaving them prone to making the wrong choices.
Then, a notification appeared: the selection time has ended.
All contestants who crossed the mist have survived.
Contestants who stayed behind have been eliminated. One player's face immediately changed upon hearing this, and he shouted loudly, "What's going on?"
Another notification appeared: East Island country, contestants from 6 countries have been devoured by the strange forces, and the strange events are about to begin.
Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
A terrifying eye appeared where Bien Lang was, and a dark shadow enveloped him.
He screamed bitterly, "No!"
In car number 6, the passengers were chatting excitedly. Returning to safety, indeed, going back to the car was the right choice.
Someone interrupted, "It's not over yet, don't forget rule number 15. Hearing this, someone asked, "What's rule 15? I've forgotten it." Rule 15?
When it's time to eat, the doors between cars will open.
Some passengers will take the opportunity to move between cars.
If you spot a passenger who doesn't belong to your car, ask them to leave. Su Xiao looked at the food cart thoughtfully. The food cart has arrived. If I'm not mistaken, when I crossed the mist, there was a passenger who ran through my car.
According to what you know, there are about 40 passengers in car 6.
If a passenger wanders into their own car and disguises themselves as someone else on that car, it would be difficult to recognize them. In the Dragon Country meeting room, a discussion was underway. It was suggested that the passengers in each compartment should verify with each other to identify the suspicious person in car 6.
"It seems the quickest way is to send a reminder to him," someone said.
Suddenly, an announcement appeared. At this time, reminders cannot be sent to foreign contestants, they must rely on their own abilities. A man, hearing this, felt upset.
"What? Why can't we send a reminder?
This bizarre world is clearly cheating." Another person, calmer but still frowning, said, "Looks like we'll have to rely on Su Xiao then. He must get through this round." On Su Xiao's side, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Black General. Su Xiao pondered, "If it's a strange object, I'll smile and come up with an idea. There's a way since it's a strange object, let it figure it out for me." After that, Black General went to each person, sniffing around. It lifted its head, eyes fierce. Black General barked loudly at a young man, startling him. Then, without mercy, it bit his leg tightly, causing blood to ooze out.
The man immediately ran away.
Su Xiao watched the scene and smiled in satisfaction. Another announcement appeared: "Dear contestant, thank you for your dedication to car 6.
During the train journey, you've disciplined a malicious parent and intimidated others.
Helping a mischievous child change their behavior, you earn the trust of Black General," and another screen appears. The first message is a congratulation for you successfully passing the distant train journey with a 5-star rating, and the reward is Black General. Briefly speaking about Black General, it is always loyal and waiting for its master everywhere, but at the same time, it has a strong appetite.
If one day you can't find it, don't worry, it's just hungry.
Su Xiao rested his knee on the ground, patted Black General's head, and sighed, "So my reward for passing is Black General?
Does that mean, in the next round, I'll have 2 powerful oddities to protect me, it and the doll?"
In the end, 3 people passed this round: Su Xiao from Dragon Country, Nicola from Grizzly Nation, and Jivet from Football Nation. The senior leaders of Dragon Country danced with joy, immediately mobilizing the army to protect Su Xiao and his family, while also keeping all the materials on the oddities Su Xiao had collected as top-secret files. 3 days later, Su Xiao continued to participate in the new round of the game. He was surrounded by a green mist. Su Xiao opened his eyes, looked around, and silently assessed his surroundings.
A notification appeared.
The countries selected to participate in this challenge were Dragon Country, Nation A, Grizzly Nation, Football Nation, Asangwa, Atingwa, and Fei Shogwa.
After hearing this, Su Xiao commented, "Zoo." Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, "Hello, distinguished guest." A person who seemed to be an employee here approached. He handed over a piece of paper. Su Xiao took it, looked it over, and asked, "What is this?" The guard replied, "This is the zoo map. Keep it with you in case you get lost and need directions." The map showed the areas for various animals in the zoo, such as pandas, giraffes, monkeys, chamois, zebras, tigers, and lions. He raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. "Is this the rule on the back?" The back lists the zoo's regulations that visitors should be aware of.
Rule 1: Behave civilly, do not engage in dangerous actions such as feeding or provoking the animals. Rule 2: If you see a purple rabbit or a blue elephant, don't be alarmed if the animals pay attention to you.
Stand directly in front of them.
Otherwise, they may attack you immediately upon seeing you.
Rule 3: If staff are chasing after an animal, approach and assist them. They will be very grateful.
Rule 4: The notes on the map are incorrect, do not trust the map.
Rule 5: If you happen to get lost in the zoo, stay calm. You can rest on a bench.
However, if lost in the evening, be cautious, as animals may appear at any time.
Rule 6: If you're hungry, you can take food from the vending machine. But if you don't want to throw up, try to eat chamois meat. Rule 7: When necessary, look for staff in red or blue uniforms for assistance. But if you see staff in black clothing, avoid them immediately. Rule 8: The aquarium is a safe area. Rule 9: There is no aquarium in the zoo. Rule 10: Always misread, I am a human, not an animal.
Su Xiao finished reading and frowned, noticing a detail.
Ha! Rule 10: That's so strange.
Rule 10 requires that one must always misread, I am a human, not an animal. Even the viewers felt uneasy when reading this rule. I also find this rule quite odd, it gives me the creeps. There was only one reminder, but it made people upset.
Someone expressed concern for him.
May the play bless Su Xiao and guide him through safely.
Suddenly, a popping sound echoed as something disappeared.
Su Xiao looked around and realized the door had vanished, and the surroundings were changing. There was laughter and cheerful chatter, praising the animals here. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself, the guests here feel a bit strange.
Su Xiao summons the eerie Black General.
The viewers felt relieved upon seeing this.
I forgot about the Black General, now I feel more at ease.
The scene shifted to the rabbit area, where an employee carried a basket of knives.
Free here, free carrots here.
He approached, holding a carrot in his hand and calling out.
Here you go, this is your carrot.
Upon hearing this, the viewers were furious and condemned. Rule 1 says no feeding animals.
This employee is clearly trying to get the contestants killed.
Some, however, seemed amused, speculating, I bet $1 million, Su Xiao will definitely feed the rabbit.
He gives off a rebellious vibe.
Just as they said, he was unafraid, holding the carrot and cheerfully calling out, come here, hurry up and eat the carrot. Next to him, Black General was growling, causing the rabbits to tremble in fear.
The audience excitedly praised, the boss never disappoints.
With a crooked smile, with Black General here, this little rabbit doesn't dare come close. It's hard to believe he managed to get such a powerful and strange creature.
Truly admire a top-tier level.
Su Xiao stood up, deep in thought. Strange, there's not a single pink rabbit.
Could it be that rule number 2 is wrong?
He tossed the carrot behind him without hesitation, sighing, "How boring, I was hoping to increase the difficulty of this anomaly." The audience could only smile and sigh, "Such arrogance, I love it."
Su Xiao looked at the map and said, "Let's go, Black General, let's head south and see what's there." Meanwhile, Samite from Asangwe was happily feeding the rabbits. "Hey, rabbits, hello, you guys are so cute."
He didn't know that behind him, there was a rabbit with blood-red eyes, a face filled with murderous intent, and dark aura surrounding its body, staring at him.
Samite kneeled, stood up, and said, "You guys eat, I'm leaving now." He waved his hand calmly, bidding them farewell.
Immediately, the rabbit behind him pounced, looking fierce. The audience watched in horror as the rabbit slowly advanced toward Mite. The rabbit jumped high and bit Mite on the neck, causing blood to start soaking into his shirt, making him feel horrified. Anger flared up, and Samite yelled loudly, "Help me, it's crazy, this rabbit has gone mad." Immediately, a staff member ran over quickly from a distance. The staff member grabbed the rabbit's fur, bowed his head, looking submissive, and said, Sorry, sir, this was our oversight, we'll handle this rabbit right away." Mite touched the bitten spot and scolded, "I am a very civilized person, I don't curse anyone, but I want to know what kind of rabbit this is, why did it bite someone?" It seemed like his body was undergoing a transformation, his eyes starting to turn red. The sight sent a chill down the spine of those watching. "Oh no, Samite's eyes have turned red." Along with the initial warning about the rules, I couldn't shake the feeling that he would turn into a rabbit soon and die of pain. Some people, hearing this, joked that if that happened, he should be crowned a prophet. Switching scenes to the South Zoo, at the same time, Su Xiao was still safe. He was facing a strange problem. The map clearly showed that there were zebra and chamois tigers in this area.
As Su Xiao walked, he analyzed but couldn't find any chamois area at all. Could it be that the fourth rule was saying the map was wrong? Maybe he should try the eastern section. He shouldn't jump to conclusions too quickly.
In the elephant section, the elephants had bloodshot eyes. Along with the rabbit ears, these details made him doubt that something was wrong. Why do these elephants all have such strange shapes? On the contrary, they looked more like oversized rabbits.
Suddenly, Su Xiao widened his eyes as a non-mutated elephant gradually approached from afar.
It charged into a chaotic battle with the other mutated elephants. The onlookers found the situation confusing.
What's going on? Why are they fighting? These are elephants, isn't Su Xiao in danger with them fighting so close? Su Xiao himself didn't understand what was happening. After a while, the normal elephant lay motionless on the ground.
Observers quickly began to speculate.
Is that normal elephant dead?
Some viewers concluded this, while others anxiously thought about the result they could easily guess, suddenly feeling a bit sorry for it. Others breathed a sigh of relief.
At least it doesn't involve Su Xiao.
Su Xiao, however, was deep in thought. He had always felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong.
What the hell is this?
In front of him, 3 chamois appeared out of nowhere, with a few mutated elephants preparing to transform. He was puzzled.
This is strange.
Elephants turning into chamois, and now a herd of chamois charging uncontrollably. They slammed their bodies into the fences, causing the tourists to scream in panic.
It's elephants, run! No, it's chamois gone crazy, save us. Support staff quickly arrived to calm the crowd. Everyone, please stay calm. There is currently a riot happening in the elephant area. Please follow us to the lion area, it will be safer there.
A staff member stepped forward to direct everyone this way.
The tourists felt reassured upon hearing this. Yes, let's follow them. Su Xiao, seeing the tourists calmly following the instructions, pondered, why are they so obedient? Don't they have any doubts? And why would a riot in the elephant area lead to the lion area? Didn't Rule 8 state that the aquarium is the safe place?
Su Xiao smiled with interest and excitement, speaking aloud, but I don't mind checking it out.
Who knows, there might be something fun happening.
Some surprised comments appeared in the situation.
The rabbit isn't normal, the elephant isn't normal, I don't get it at all. Can I ask something? We've been walking for so long and still haven't seen the aquarium. Does it even exist?
The system displayed a notification. The three-hole contestant from Fei Shogwa was swallowed by a strange creature. The countdown to the strange story world is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In this place, gigantic tentacles continued to attack, destroying everything around.
The people here could only flee instinctively. Outside, a curious woman asked, "Oh, what's going on? Why was he eliminated?"
The man next to her replied, "It seems like he panicked and got trampled to death by a herd of rampaging elephants."
A girl, standing and watching, sighed in frustration. Speechless, this is really nonsense.
The man glanced over and shared his thoughts. It seems safer to go with a zoo employee to the lion area.
The girl immediately rebutted, "No way, watch Nicola's live broadcast, the lion area is even more terrifying."
Elsewhere, a door had been tightly locked with a small padlock.
Nicola, looking confused, approached to ask, "Why is the door locked?"
Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, quickly turned his head, and looked back. Behind him, a ferocious lion with sharp teeth was attacking a weak woman. Viewer comments appeared on the screen, and one person couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, that's awful." Another person immediately tried to comfort, "Don't worry, they probably died long ago, they're just stuck in a loop here."
Desperate screams filled the air, "Help! The lion is biting someone! Let us out, let us out!" Meanwhile, panicked people were running away, witnessed by Nicola. He angrily shouted, "Damn it, do they think we're lion food?"
He then hurriedly climbed over the fence to escape outside. More viewer comments popped up, with one saying, "This is bad, Su Xiao has become its target too."
Another commenter couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, he's really good.
Even the high iron fence and he can climb it." Another person watching left a comment. "At least climbing gives him a chance to survive.
Staying behind is just waiting for death." Su Xiao calmly stood there, watching, a curious comment appearing, "Can Black General protect Su Xiao?"
In front were two lions. Their eyes glowed red like blood, and they immediately charged toward Su Xiao.
Not long after, Black General in his hand opened its mouth.
It used its tentacles to wrap around. The powerful tentacles lunged to attack the ferocious lion in front. The first one, then the second, all were tightly bound by the tentacles until their bodies exploded with internal bleeding. Next, Black General easily swallowed both of them whole.
Seeing this, Su Xiao couldn't help but marvel, "How is that possible? Such a large lion, and you were able to swallow it whole?" After eating its fill, Black General seemed satisfied.
It licked its lips, and an onlooker was stunned and spoke, "To us, this may seem like a bizarre display of power." Somewhere else, a man, deep in thought, said, "Last time, Su Xiao brought back quite a bit of information on anomalies.
This time, there's no need to hide anything, let's make it public immediately."
The person next to him immediately added, "We hope Su Xiao can continue to bring back more information. One day, we will escape the suppression of the world of the strange." Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table, making a loud sound.
An angry man shouted, "Damn it! Dragon Country doesn't know how lucky they are to have a genius like me. Do you understand?
He is currently receiving assistance from two anomalies, making it very difficult for us to catch up." In the meeting room of Nation A, everyone's attention was focused on Su Xiao on the large screen. The discussion continued. A man spoke up, "It's all because we didn't make an effort in the last round and wasted an S-level talent."
Someone next to him added, "What's the point of talking about that now?
The only thing that matters is ensuring our contestant successfully passes the dungeon." Back on Su Xiao's side, he happily looked at the Black General in his hand, praising it wholeheartedly.
"You're really amazing."
He then looked at the man climbing over the fence with a confused expression.
He loudly ordered, "Quick, open the gate."
In the blink of an eye, Black General extended its tentacles and broke the door open. The gate swung wide open with ease, prompting a spectator to exclaim, "Oh my God, it's small, but the power is terrifying."
Su Xiao then dashed out. As he ran, he muttered to himself, "The guy who climbed out just now is different from the others at the zoo. He definitely has some secret. I need to find out more." Not long after, Su Xiao found the man. He was sitting helplessly on a bench, clutching his head. The man's body was trembling continuously, as if engulfed by a deep sense of fear. Su Xiao couldn't help but wonder, the man seemed so desperate. What exactly happened here? Su Xiao stood behind the tree, watching the young man intently as he busily wrote something on a piece of paper. After half an hour, the young man left, leaving the paper on the bench. Su Xiao thought to himself, "He left a piece of paper, I should go over and see what he wrote." Once he was sure the young man had left, Su Xiao walked over, picked up the paper, and began reading. "I know I won't survive this place. The zoo appeared out of nowhere, drawing us in. Entering this zoo was the worst decision of my life. My best friend and I got separated. I have no way of finding him. I'm lost. There's no exit from this zoo. This zoo is strange. They are all shape-shifting monsters. I personally witnessed the zoo's security guard transform into an unyielding elephant, charging towards those monsters to protect us. But sadly, he failed. He was assimilated by them." After reading part of the note, Su Xiao froze, thinking, the security guard turned into an elephant. Was he just a normal elephant, or was he surrounded and killed by them? The onlookers began to discuss it loudly. Oh, could it be that the animals in this zoo are actually humans? That's oddly moving. Why though? At the bottom of the paper, there were still more words. Su Xiao continued reading. The last few lines read, We are all infected now. I'm so scared, and I feel hopeless. It's been more than 3 days since I entered here. I don't know what outcome awaits me ahead. If you read this paper, I hope you can follow the rules. I hope it helps you escape from here. Be sure to remember that you must quickly find the aquarium, it might really exist." He read through it once, whispering thoughtfully. It seems the exit might be in the aquarium. But where is the aquarium? The viewers also offered their opinions. I think we should ask the zoo staff about it, maybe they know something. Stop dreaming. The minds of Football Nation have tried already. But the zoo staff said there is no aquarium in the zoo. At this moment, in the meeting room at Grizzly Nation, the leader gave the order, quickly use the opportunity to remind Nicola to find that paper. It might be an important detail. The staff immediately complied. Meanwhile, in the meeting room at Football Nation, an order was also issued. It seems we all need to remind the minds to get that paper. In a Sangua's classroom, things were getting tense as someone cursed, "Damn Samite, what's wrong with his brain at such a crucial moment? Can't he see our reminder? What should we do?" The situation was no different in a Tingwa's classroom, where they issued an order, quickly send a reminder to our player. Back to Su Xiao, the intercom suddenly blared, it is now 4:30 p.m. Guests who wish to dine may head to the restaurant ahead for delicious dishes made from meat. Please note, the zoo will close at 6:00 p.m. If you are still at the zoo at that time, we cannot guarantee your safety if anything happens. Upon hearing the announcement, he hurriedly left. It's already 4:30, I need to hurry to that store, I don't want to be hungry. Su Xiao followed the path and quickly ran toward the eastern part of the chamois area. He thought to himself, why is the chamois area located here? After thinking for a moment, he glanced toward the convenience store. Here's the store, let's go get some food first. As soon as he entered, the staff greeted him warmly. Hello, sir, we offer 3 servings of chamois meat and free drinks every day. Please feel free to go inside and help yourself to some food. He politely responded, thank you. He glanced at the meat counter and thought, this chamois meat looks so tempting, it must be a specialty prepared for the guests. He looked at the rule sheet, reading Rule 6, if you're hungry, you can take food from the vending machine, but if you don't want to throw up, try to eat the chamois meat. After reading it, he smiled thoughtfully and considered. Rule 6 allows eating chamois meat, but since I'm not taking it from the vending machine, does that mean I'm still violating the rule?
In that case, I could still receive the protection of the innate power.
I'll have meat to eat and protection. What could be better?
As Su Xiao was picking out the meat, his eyes fell upon a can of drink labeled rabbit blood.
He murmured in confusion, what is this? Is it a drink?
He said that, then grabbed a can of drink and shouted loudly, "Hey, excuse me, may I ask what kind of drink rabbit blood is?" The store employee, upon hearing this question, stammered in response, I
don't know.
Someone watching immediately commented, "This person is not normal, definitely something's wrong with him." As soon as the store employee heard Su Xiao ask about this strange drink, he quickly gathered all of them up.
The onlookers started to discuss amongst themselves. Why is he gathering all the rabbit blood? Does anyone remember the rabbit that bit me, Tay?
The employee caught the rabbit and it was dealt with.
Could this be its blood?
Damn it, this can only be drunk at noon, because sooner or later it will kill you.
On the side, Nicola from Hui Xiongguo was also happily taking chamois meat. The audience continued to chatter, but no ordinary person would drink that, right?
Indeed, the other contestants found chamois meat in the vending machines, but didn't pay any attention to the rabbit blood. At this moment, Samite also entered the store, wearing a strange smile.
The audience quickly noticed him. Look, Samite has entered the store.
He stepped in without saying a word, walked straight to the can of rabbit blood.
He picked it up and began drinking it, gulping it down.
As he drank, blood started flowing from his eyes, spilling down his cheeks, and he laughed maniacally.
The onlookers couldn't bear to watch and shouted, "Oh no, don't drink that."
Suddenly, the screen flickered, and a notification appeared. Contestant Samite from Asangwa has been swallowed by a strange object. The countdown to the world of strange events was about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers were in a panic upon seeing this.
Oh my god! That stupid name, Samite, is going to get us all killed.
Sorry, I laughed out loud. I'll pray for your forgiveness.
Ha ha.
A while later, it was 10 p.m. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the chair, holding a piece of paper, deep in thought. Combining the contents of the paper, he guessed that the zoo would slowly gnaw away at the minds of humans, and eventually, they would be assimilated by the animals.
The rules included a misinterpreted line, "I am human, not an animal."
This is probably to prevent mental confusion from staying too long in this zoo, so one must always stay alert. After thinking for a moment, he put the paper away and muttered, "Such a shame.
I've spent the whole day and still haven't found the aquarium. The staff are adamant that it doesn't exist."
He stood up to leave.
Looks like there's no clue today. Well, I'll go back to that shop and rest. I'll try again tomorrow.
Late at night, as Su Xiao was drifting into sleep, a sudden noise came from outside. He warily opened his eyes, stood up, and looked around.
After a moment, he saw someone sitting outside.
He thought to himself, that person was a staff member wearing black, and the viewers had a chance to discuss. The rules say to stay away from staff in black.
Why is Su Xiao still standing there?
Su Xiao read the rule like a rebellious child. Had he ever followed them? The staff member in black fumbled for a moment before grabbing a pile of meat and running away. Su Xiao saw this and immediately gave chase, his mind filled with a series of questions.
The employee wasn't stealing meat from the rare animals, right? So, could he be an ordinary person? If that's the case, the rules must be wrong.
He had to catch up with him to ask for clarification. Slow in thought, but fast in action. Su Xiao had been chasing him since earlier.
He ran after him outside.
Suddenly, the employee dashed into an alley.
Su Xiao was surprised, thinking it was strange. There was no alley like this in the zoo during the day. Not overthinking it, he followed him.
When he turned into the alley, he was stunned. It was a dead end.
But where had the man gone?
While trying to figure out which way the employee had gone, he noticed a new piece of paper. The person reading it would run, and Su Xiao noticed it right away.
Everyone, take a guess at what it says.
Su Xiao read the paper. The content was quite confusing. I got lost while chasing a group of rabbits. When I realized it, my friend was already gone.
Left with no other choice, I asked the staff for help, but they didn't understand my helplessness. The rabbits are apes and monkeys, the elephants are rabbits. The 4 white lions at the front are monkeys and apes. The 5th white lion is a chamois.
In the morning, the zoo protects ordinary people. At night, the aquarium protects those with slight infections.
Always believe that you are human.
Su Xiao read it and thought for a while. It seemed that this person was a friend of the tourist.
But if he was a tourist, why was he wearing a zoo employee's uniform?
Maybe he changed clothes in the aquarium, and moreover, it's a safe place.
It's possible that this is the exit to the zoo.
He frowned and boldly speculated, the path that disappeared just now is the way to the aquarium. The analysis from upstairs makes sense, I give you full credit, he reported.
Thomas from Nation A has also found the paper.
The others started to discuss.
How could he use his innate ability? One person asked. It's because the senior leaders of Nation A sent him a reminder. Another person scoffed, I thought he was something special.
Turns out he's just a copycat of Su Xiao, not worth paying attention to. This man is a player from Nation A, Thomas, a few others said, surprised.
What's going on? How come all 6 players were eliminated at once? An announcement was then made.
Football Nation, a Tingwa, players from 6 countries were devoured by a strange creature.
The countdown for the world's strange events will now begin, starting with the people.
Others began to discuss again.
I know, I just watched Gibbet's live broadcast.
He was attacked by a monster while sleeping on the couch.
Luckily, Su Xiao didn't choose to sleep on the couch. Everything went on like this until the second night. Su Xiao stood leaning against a tree.
According to the observers, Su Xiao has been standing here guarding for an entire day.
Why hasn't the path appeared yet? Another person commented, what's the rush? He's not in a hurry. Just like the emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuchs are anxious.
Suddenly, Su Xiao noticed something behind him. He immediately turned his head to see what was going on. It was a herd of elephants and rabbits rushing towards him. There was also a voice calling from behind.
Stop!
A staff member ran over, seeking Su Xiao's help. Please help me stop them. Su Xiao remembered his grandmother's rule, if you see a staff member chasing after animals, go ahead and help them. He would be very grateful. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and spoke to the staff member.
All right, I'll definitely help.
He put his hand in his pocket, then moved it to the back of his neck, walking casually as he finished the sentence with a tone that suggested he wasn't really helping. The animals behind him started fighting, and the onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter at him.
Su Xiao boss is really something.
At the same time, a man was angrily shouting.
Let's go!
A few brave contestants chose to help the zoo staff, assisting them in getting the animals back into their cages. Some of them wore rabbit hats, but the contestants had no idea what was about to happen. The person wearing the rabbit hat turned around, eyes shining brightly. The onlookers were immediately startled.
Oh my God, what is that? A rabbit turning into a spirit?
No matter what it was, for those contestants who had helped, it was only a matter of time before they were done for. In the dark of the night, a scream echoed across the desolate place. The contestants who had helped the staff were now being attacked by the army of rabbit-hatted creatures, who wielded large hammers and were marching toward them to strike.
The contestants and the onlookers were not even surprised.
I told you they would be done for sooner or later, and it turned out to be true.
The system notification for the 3 players of Nation I rang out.
Brawn was swallowed by a strange entity. The world of strange events is about to begin counting people, starting from 10. They all felt regretful. At this moment, the path also appeared.
Look, the path has appeared. It was the same time as yesterday.
Su Xiao saw the path had appeared, and he entered it.
Following this path will definitely lead to the aquarium. I hope my guess is correct.
The spectators prayed for Su Xiao. At this point, Thomas also took the paper and started searching every possible route.
He quickly headed towards his destination.
The viewers were quite amused by this.
Thomas is also following the instructions on the paper and has entered the path.
If this is the exit, he should call Su Xiao father. Nicola arrived at a path and was confused.
Where does this path lead?
He scratched his head, thinking. I've passed through here a lot, but I don't remember this path being here.
The viewers started commenting. Nicola's luck is a bit too much. Just wandering around and he accidentally found the aquarium.
So far, only the three of them had discovered this path. It seems that the other players are in danger.
Another person reminded them. Stop feeling sorry. Su Xiao has already reached the aquarium.
Su Xian looked up at the sea of rules.
The viewers also noticed this. It seems like there's something written in the notification about the rules. What is it?
The aquarium visit regulations are as follows.
Regulation 1.
The aquarium has a resting room in the repair area.
You can go there to rest. The food here is free, and you can help yourself.
However, you will notice that some food items are overpriced on the shelves.
Regulation 2. There is only one path leading to the aquarium.
Once you enter, the maximum time you can stay here is 3 days. Furthermore, you are required to stay for at least 1 day.
Regulation 3. Since this is an aquarium, there will be marine life. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale area, don't panic. It's just a 3D image. Consider it as a whale. Regulation 4. There are no people inside the aquarium. You can take a black uniform at the entrance gate to wear. This is the only way the staff will receive a distress signal. Regulation 5. The aquarium staff wears red uniforms. They will come to clean at midnight. You may talk to them, but do not mention anything related to the zoo. Regulation 6. The aquarium is an independent entity, there is no zoo outside. Regulation 7. The cleaning staff will leave at 6 o'clock. During this time, you are not allowed to leave the aquarium.
The aquarium visit regulations are as follows. Regulation 1. The aquarium has a resting room in the repair area.
You can go there to rest, and the food here is free. You may help yourself. It's not about eating chamois meat. However, you will see various types of food pushing the price on the shelves. Rule 2. There is only one path that leads to the aquarium. Once inside, your stay is limited to a maximum of 3 days.
Furthermore, you must stay at least 1 full day.
Rule 3. This is an aquarium, so there will be marine creatures. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale area, don't panic. It's just a 3D image, think of it as a whale. Rule 4. There are no people in the aquarium. You can take a black uniform at the entrance to wear. This is the only way for staff to receive a distress signal. Aquarium staff wear red uniforms. They will come to clean up at midnight. You can talk to them but must not mention anything related to the zoo. Rule 6. The aquarium is a separate entity, there is no zoo outside.
Rule 7. After the staff finishes cleaning, the sailors will leave at 6 a.m.
During this time, you are not allowed to leave the aquarium. Su Xiao read through the rules and then looked down at the box containing the black uniform. He thought for a moment.
Previously, he had seen that person wearing black clothes, and from that, he deduced that Rule 4 was likely true. However, he couldn't wear it as it would mean breaking the rules, so he chose to wear his usual clothes and entered the aquarium. Upon entering, he saw an elephant drowning in the water tank.
The others started commenting, is this the drowning elephant mentioned in Rule 3? Su Xiao thought for a moment. This is too bizarre. This is clearly not a projection, it's a real elephant that has drowned. He remembered rule number 3. This is an aquarium, only marine creatures. If you see an elephant swimming in the whale area, don't panic. It's just a 3D image. Just think of it as a whale. He walked inside, continued on, and kept watching. He reached the break room, turned the doorknob, and entered. Inside, there was a bed and a jellyfish tank. He touched the glass surface of the tank. Looking at the jellyfish, his mind began to relax. The paper earlier had mentioned that this place protects those with mild infections. Was it referring to these jellyfish? He stared at them for a while, then suddenly felt sleepy. He yawned, feeling so tired. Since there was a bed nearby, he didn't hesitate and lay down to sleep. Never mind, so comfortable, I'll take a nap. A while later, he was suddenly woken up. He looked up and saw a dog holding a notebook in its mouth, barking woof woof. What are you holding in your mouth? A notebook? He took the notebook from the dog's mouth. He flipped the pages and found the following content inside. I am a staff member at the zoo. Ever since I started working here, I've been dreaming the same dream every night. This dream is strange but strangely real. He finished reading and puzzledly asked, what kind of zoo is this? The others who had already seen it were shocked. Damn it, what's wrong with Su Xiao, boss? Has he lost his memory? What should we do now? If you lose your memory here, it's as good as losing your life. Calm down, let's wait and see. He turned the page. In my dream, I turned into a dead elephant. In the dream? The elephant whispered to me, you can't escape. Because that was the story that kept me from focusing on my work. I seriously doubted if I had gone crazy. While working at the zoo, I was forced to follow a strange set of rules. Moreover, it was said that employees who didn't follow the regulations would disappear. They didn't quit their jobs, they completely vanished from existence. According to the rules, I had to always remember that the zoo was an independent entity. There was no aquarium here, but tourists would often ask me, where's the aquarium? I could only smile and tell them that there was no aquarium in the zoo. In this zoo, animals would often appear out of nowhere. These animals were usually quite strange, and their numbers kept increasing. Many times I doubted it, but I knew I wasn't allowed to think too much. As long as I did my job well, I could continue living. I couldn't take it anymore. I've decided. You need to remember this clearly, you are human, not. He read it and thought for a moment. This only mentions the zoo. It seems like I've forgotten something. He raised his hand to the table and groped for a pen. He had to find a pen. He immediately wrote that sentence on his arm. The sentence was very familiar, it must be the key to passing through, to avoid losing his memory again, so he wrote it on his arm for safety. Others commented one after another, boss is working so hard, let's see if there's anything else written in the notebook. That's right, let's quickly see the other content in the notebook. I'm really curious. Su Xiao turned to the next page, and the content inside was as follows. Hello, congratulations on finding the aquarium, and at the same time discovering the notebook I left behind. Who I am doesn't matter, but what I am about to say, you must remember, especially the important parts. No matter what method you use, you must write them down in the most visible place. The jellyfish in the resting room can heal those who have mild infections, but at the same time, it will unintentionally take away some of your memories. Of course, this might not be the case, this is just my subjective thinking. The zoo does exist. The path to the zoo only appears at certain times, and its appearance is very brief. You might not remember the zoo anymore, but that's okay, as long as you can enter the aquarium, the zoo no longer matters. The following content is crucial to you because it relates to whether you can escape from here. Su Xiao reminded himself not to sleep, and always stay alert. You must not sleep at night. Even if you doze off,
the jellyfish in the room might make you feel sleepy.
But no matter what, you must stay awake. This is very important.
Su Xiao then spoke to those around him. Alright, from now on, if you see me showing signs of sleepiness, no matter what, you must wake me up immediately. The dog barked once, showing its agreement. As Su Xiao flipped to the next pages, he suddenly realized there was more content behind.
It read, "Always remember, you are a human, not an animal." Around midnight, the aquarium staff would enter the restroom to turn off the lights in the jellyfish tank. At this point, you must pretend to be asleep.
At 5 a.m. the next day, the staff will enter the restroom again.
If you are still awake, you should talk to them.
It's best to mention something related to the zoo, and the exit is located within the aquarium. At 5 a.m., the aquarium staff will finish their shift. Follow them. Congratulations, you may have found your way home. After reading this, he reminded himself to quickly write down the important details on his arm to avoid forgetting them. The comments alternated with joy. Thankfully, Black General found these 2 notebooks. Su Xiao, boss, you can easily find a way out of the zoo.
Many thanks to Black General for saving Dragon Country.
At the same time, Hui Xiongua, who was drifting off to sleep, gradually forgot the memories of the zoo. Suddenly, he woke up, reached for the notebook on the table, and then cried out, "Oh no!" Once again, his luck flared up, and he unintentionally found the notebook and learned the way out. But he put the notebook away instead of writing down the important things. The comment was full of exasperation. Nikolai is really smart, unlike Su Xiao from Dragon Country, who writes on his arm.
That's just so foolish. Why would you write on your arm when you have a notebook in your hand? You can just look at the notebook when you need it.
The people from East Island Country and Kimchi Country, I hope you remember exactly what I just said.
When you get slapped in the face, don't blame me for not warning you.
Scene shifts to Thomas, who is intently reading the book in his hand. The viewers, full of curiosity, whispered to each other, "Hey, everyone, look!" Thomas from Nation A found 2 other notebooks, and no one knew if there was any information inside about how to escape.
Quickly, open them and see. The content on the page read, "I am an employee at the aquarium. I usually work the night shift.
I start at 12 a.m. and finish at 5:30 a.m.
As an employee, I must always follow the rules.
The aquarium is a self-contained existence. There is no zoo here, and employees who break the rules completely disappear. At first, I thought it was just a joke to scare people. But one day, I saw an elephant drowning in the whale tank. No matter how much the visitors asked, I had to tell them that there is no zoo here. I knew they would quickly forget about the zoo, because the jellyfish here will erase part of their memory. Once, a visitor accidentally found this place. He asked me about the zoo, and I firmly denied its existence. Very soon after, he lost interest.
Following protocol, I went into the room to turn off the jellyfish tank lights.
But while I was working on the second day, I suddenly noticed that the visitor had disappeared.
From then on, I never saw him again.
Thomas said in frustration.
That's it, there's no useful information at all. The comments are also irritating. Damn it, why didn't they explain how that visitor managed to escape?
All this effort just to find a useless notebook. Sigh, I feel sorry for those people. He continued to check the other book, hoping it might offer something. One person left a comment as a reminder, "People from Dragon Country, don't get too smug." Thomas still has one more notebook, it surely contains the way to escape. The contents were as follows: I'm the zoo manager. I haven't been working here for long, but I've noticed that something's off about this zoo.
First, visitors often suddenly disappear for no apparent reason. Then, my staff began randomly quitting. My job became a chaotic mess.
While supervising the staff, I often saw them chasing after the rabbits. But I didn't know how the rabbits got out of their cages. I often worked until midnight, but every time night came, I would hear the sounds of children playing in the zoo. I thought maybe I was losing my hearing because the sounds came from the rabbit area. I've discovered a secret about this zoo.
I can't leave. It's trapping me. Those who enter the zoo cannot survive and escape.
You must remember 3 things, they will always affect you.
Do not try to find out what it is. Do not let it assimilate you. Remember, you are human, not an animal.
If you are lucky enough to escape from here, then please greet the new day for me. Through gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Damn it, this book doesn't even tell me how to escape."
A comment criticized, "Why is Thomas so unlucky?"
He clenched his teeth, "No, I haven't lost.
I still have my talent. The thief can still use it. It's an A-level talent."
The thief can steal useful information from another player. He immediately tore a blank sheet of paper and, using 2 fingers, began to execute the selection task of Su Xiao from Dragon Country. Words began to appear on the page. He was so shocked that the comments exploded. All right, Thomas is about to figure out how to escape. The useless guy is relying on dirty tricks to get through." But the words on the paper left him dumbfounded.
"You slippery eel, what do you want to do?" "Dream on," the viewer's smug comments. What does that mean? What's going on?
Why did you steal this? Ha, truly a way of killing without a knife. Someone angrily commented, "Su Xiao, Dragon Country, and I are mortal enemies." Thomas was furious, crumpling the page.
Then, without hesitation, he threw it away, while the comments puzzled, what exactly is going on? Just now, Su Xiao clearly didn't do anything. It seems like it was Black General's doing.
I saw Black General just signaling towards the air over here, then he winked smugly at Su Xiao.
The viewers cheered with excitement. VC Black General can neutralize Thomas's innate ability. That's insane. Not only is he impressive, he's also great at insulting people. Oh my god, I wish I had a pet like that.
After finishing the cake, he wiped his hands in satisfaction, then suddenly his eyelids drooped, yawning non-stop.
The comments warned, it looks like Su Xiao is starting to get sleepy, he absolutely cannot fall asleep.
Su Xiao had barely yawned a few times when a flying doll grabbed his hair. Black General, lying on one side, made him yelp in pain.
Instead of getting angry, he kept praising them, saying they did a great job.
It seemed that these jellyfish had a sleep-inducing effect, and he reminded them, "Don't let me sleep." The comments section was full of admiration for his determination, too ruthless. Su Xiao's arm was soaked in blood by now, no way around it. At this point, he had to bite. Once he fell asleep, it would be hard to wake him. Boss Su Xiao fights for Dragon Country, he's a hero to all of us. At 5 a.m. on the third day, he was lying on the bed, pretending to be sound asleep. Suddenly, someone in dark attire opened the double doors. He took something, then turned and left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Su Xiao immediately opened his eyes, sat up quickly, and thought, according to the notes in the book, employees won't enter the resting room before 5 a.m. Now I just need to stay awake until 5:30 a.m., wait for the staff to come back once more, and then I can leave.
Cut to Nicola. At this moment, he was in a frenzy, shouting loudly, "Damn it! Where's the notebook?" The comments were thoroughly entertained by his reaction.
Su Xiao boss really gives others peace of mind.
How's Nicola doing over there?
Still pretending to sleep, but something seems to have happened. Even if he dies, he would never have imagined that the generous staff from earlier mistook the notebook for a piece of trash and threw it away. He hastily grabbed some paper and a pen, speaking in a rush. "No, I have to stay calm now, I need to write down whatever I still remember." The viewers were very pleased and urged, "Good job.
Nicola, hurry up and write it down, we still have hope." But in reality, he was still wondering to himself, why am I holding these? What was I going to do with them? Then, Nicola disregarded everything, lazily lay down on the bed, and covered himself with the blanket to sleep.
So sleepy. I'll deal with it tomorrow when I wake up.
The comments were completely helpless. Damn it, why is Nicola getting into bed? Didn't the notebook say you're not supposed to sleep? Don't you all understand? The jellyfish make you sleepy.
Now Nicola truly understands what it means for food to fall right into your mouth and then slip away. Where are all the people who were criticizing Su Xiao for doing pointless things earlier?
Now they've all gone quiet.
At the same time, the crude waters, unable to find a way to escape, also succumbed to sleep under the influence of the jellyfish.
5:20 a.m. On Su Xiao's side, he was sitting wearily due to insomnia.
The door opened slightly once more, and a staff member walked in.
Upon seeing him, the staff member was startled and stammered, "You're awake?"
Su Xiao seemed to see gold before his eyes and secretly smiled with joy.
Great, it's finally over. Su Xiao didn't wait long and directly asked, "Is the zoo real? After you're done with work, can I really go home?" The staff member, scared, stepped back and awkwardly replied, "What are you talking about? I don't understand."
Then, in panic, the staff member hurriedly ran away, shouting loudly, "I'm leaving.
Goodbye."
Su Xiao couldn't miss this opportunity, and immediately chased after the staff member, along with the doll and black general.
Deep down, he thought, now, I just need to chase him, and I can get out of the zoo.
A viewer, worried, left a comment wishing him safety. Su Xiao is so badly injured, he can't take any more torment. I hope he can escape smoothly. Su Xiao quickly ran after the male staff member. The man was panicked, throwing open the door at the end of the corridor to escape.
Su Xiao saw this and could confirm that it was the door.
After pushing the door with his hand, Su Xiao stepped out.
Below him, it was all water.
At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, you have escaped from the zoo."
5-star rating. Reward, jellyfish pendant, +2 resistance to anomalous entities. Current resistance, 4%. Note, the jellyfish pendant reward is part of it.
The pendant will help you reduce stress and anxiety, while also preventing you from losing yourself. Su Xiao looked at the small jellyfish glowing in his hand and muttered, "It can reduce stress and anxiety."
He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "That's great.
My natural ability can help my body avoid being infected by strange entities. This pendant can help keep my mind unaffected by those entities, so my mother won't have to worry about me encountering any bad situations." The external system also announced, Su Xiao of Dragon Country has achieved 5 stars, and Dragon Country will no longer be attacked by the rules of strange events. Additionally, a special reward is granted, reducing the illness rate in Dragon Country by 20%.
The onlookers cheered excitedly. Su Xiao passed. Another 5 stars, really amazing. A 20% reduction in the illness rate.
The uncle next door has been paralyzed for years, but now he can walk and climb as usual. In the Dragon Country conference room, everyone was cheering with excitement. Quickly send an elite team to welcome Su Xiao, and also send the best experts to treat his injuries. No, we should go and greet him ourselves. Su Xiao is now much more important than any of us old men. Meanwhile, in the Grizzly Nation's conference room, they were making plans to take advantage of future opportunities. Unfortunately, our Nicola lost due to the final detail, and only Su Xiao managed to survive and escape. Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that diplomatic relations with Dragon Country must be strengthened during this period. By all means, we must establish a good relationship with Dragon Country.
In the meeting room of Nation A, the leaders were angrily banging the table and shouting, "Damn it, it's Su Xiao again."
Dragon Country really has the resilience of leeches, 5 consecutive failures and still manages to turn the situation around.
Could it be that even the heavens want to help Dragon Country hold an emergency meeting?
We need to study the materials on the bizarre objects again.
Next time, Nation A must not lose again.
3 days later, at the foot of Mount Deluo, Su Xiao was teleported to the base of the mountain. The system announcement rang. The countries participating in this challenge are Dragon Country, the Sun Never Sets Country, Nation A, Nation P, Asangwa, Kimchi Country, and East Island Country.
The location of the challenge is Mount Deluo. At that moment, he looked around.
The system then announced again, since the incident involving missing tourists, Mount Deluo has been closed for 2 years.
However, because of its beautiful scenery, it still attracts many visitors. This is its territory, and it warmly welcomes tourists. Of course, if you don't mind becoming its servant, remember to leave Mount de Luo within 3 days. If you can't do that, you can be sure it will be very happy to keep you here. A reminder from the outside world had been sent once. At this point, upon closer inspection, a spectator noticed and saw the rules displayed on the sign. Su Xiao then realized that these were the mount climbing rules. Rule A. Rule 1. When climbing Mount de Luo, if you hear someone calling your name from behind, you must never turn around. Rule 2. During the climb, you must not count the steps you take. Rule 3. Along the way, there are unattended shops. You may take souvenirs to bring home, but you must never eat the food there. Rule 4. The forest in the mountain is very dangerous, so please do not stray from the designated path. Rule 5. The residents of De Luo village have all moved away. If you encounter someone claiming to be a resident of the village, do not engage in conversation and quickly leave the area. Su Xiao broke into a sweat, silently wondering, does this mean there's a rule B? He then gradually made his way up the mountain, continuing to see what lay ahead, hoping there might be more information. A moment later, Su Xiao saw a sign on the mountain, "You have walked 10,000 meters." Mount de Luo is a total of 10,000 meters long. Keep going. He asked in disbelief, I've been walking for so long, and I've only covered 10,000 meters? So he started counting as he walked, 1 meter, 2 meters, telling himself he had to count carefully to see if it was accurate. The comments erupted in chaos. Rule 2 says, during the climb, you must not count the steps you take. Su Xiao is obviously intentionally breaking the rules. Su Xiao is so doomed, he's going to fall off the bike sooner or later. I curse you. Some people from Kimchi country stopped chattering, saying, what can a strange creature do to the boss? The onlookers continued to criticize and insult him. Ha, this time Su Xiao has encountered a tough strange creature. He's definitely going to die. Ha! It can't be that dark, can it? This strange object truly intended to strike at Su Xiao. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Su Xiao, Su Xiao. The system displayed a rule: once you climb De Luo Mountain, if you hear someone calling from behind, you must never turn around. But he pretended not to remember and turned his head to ask, who? There was no one behind him. The comments started pouring in. Hey, did you all notice? All the other tourists who came with him have disappeared. Don't scare me like that, my limbs are all tense now. Su Xiao raised his hand and cast a magic circle. The system notified, you have summoned the Black General. He smiled and said, Black General, follow me. If you see anything trying to approach me, no matter what it is, bite it immediately. The Black General barked woof woof, as if accepting the mission. The sign on the road notified, you have walked 800 meters, the total length of the mountain path is 10 kilometers. Keep going. Su Xiao was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily and tired. His attention was caught by a vending machine. He found it very puzzling and thought, these souvenirs are all new, and the food hasn't expired. Obviously, someone just placed the food here. In other words, besides tourists, there are staff here too. De Luo Mountain has been closed to tourists. Why are there still staff working here? Once again, someone called to him from behind. Su Xiao, Su Xiao. He immediately turned around, but once again, he saw no one. He was irritated, that damned sound seemed to be getting closer by the second. Su Xiao gradually became more tense, his mind a tangled mess. Strange, doesn't Black General hear that sound? Could it be what's mentioned in the rules? Suddenly, a strong tremor caused him to clutch his head and cry out. Ah, why is my head suddenly spinning? The jellyfish-shaped pendant on his necklace suddenly glowed. Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It seems like I've come to my senses. Luckily, with this pendant's protection, my mind hasn't been affected by it. He frowned and said, the fact that even Black General couldn't hear that sound meant this strange object was even more terrifying. I can't let my guard down.
He then pressed the button on the vending machine, immediately violating the rules of the Deluo Mountain Trail where there were stalls with no vendors.
You could take souvenirs back home, but absolutely no food was allowed there.
Su Xiao smiled smugly. I didn't violate the rules at all. Anyway, I've got the protection of my natural gifts. He glanced to the side and immediately spotted another sign. It stated that he had traveled 1,500 meters.
This is the map of Deluo Mountain, Deluo Village, Longing Pond Guesthouse, Longzue Cave.
He silently wondered, now there was even a map of Deluo Mountain, rubbing his chin in confusion.
Why isn't the endpoint of Deluo Mountain marked on the map?
At that moment, the regulations appeared. All the residents of Deluo Village had already moved away.
If someone claimed to be a resident of Deluo Village, they were likely an employee. Do not engage in conversation and quickly leave.
Just then, two people walked up, and he was startled, thinking someone was there. Then, the corner of his mouth curled into a knowing smile.
What's stopping me from trying to talk to them?
He thought, and without hesitation, he called out loudly, acting friendly.
Are you both from Deluo Village?
They scratched their heads warmly, replying, Yes, we are residents of Deluo Village, part of the patrol team from Deluo Village.
Su Xiao looked them over, eyes narrowing with suspicion as he softly questioned, the patrol team from Deluo Village?
Then he broke into a bright smile and asked, So why are you taking the small road and not the mountain path? The two strangers quickly scrambled for an excuse. We're used to the small road, it's more convenient for patrolling.
Well, you're a tourist visiting Deluo Mountain, right? If you want to get to the top quickly, you just need to follow the road you're on.
One of them pointed behind him and added, Also, you must go to the mountain temple.
Su Xiao turned to follow the direction of the point and asked, Where exactly is this mountain temple?
Seeing their opportunity, the two quickly made their exit. They seemed to flee as if they had seen a ghost, their movements hasty and fearful. Hurry up, before he notices, run quickly.
Su Xiao, watching all this, couldn't help but laugh, saying, Maybe I could learn from these villagers. He immediately ventured deeper into the forest, and the comments started flooding in.
Oh my god, Rule 4 clearly states that the forest on the mountain is dangerous, and you shouldn't stray from the mountain trail.
Su Xiao is about to break the rules again.
I want to ask, who else dares?
Exactly, no one dares. I've watched all the channels of the other contestants.
One by one, they encountered the villagers, some of them got scared and ran away. Others bravely talked to the villagers and learned about the mountain temple, but they didn't dare to follow the villagers down the narrow path. At that moment, the contestant from East Island Country, Hashir Doma Dai, blushed modestly and spoke up.
Excuse me, may I ask?
The viewers were surprised.
Wait, how did they not realize that the East Island Country contestant was a girl at first?
A commenter mentioned that the girl seemed a bit worried, and it felt like she might soon lose her composure. Over here, Su Xiao had just emerged from the bushes, and the comments shifted towards him. Oh, never mind about the girl.
Su Xiao turned around and asked. What's up? Is there something wrong with the narrow path?
He frowned and glanced back, thinking to himself. He had been walking straight ever since entering the forest, yet he had somehow ended up back at the starting point. It seemed that the only way to reach the summit was to stick to the mountain trail. Su Xiao continued for a while but then stopped.
He suddenly noticed a new rule. The content for visitors climbing Deluobi Mountain, Rule 6, the management has never set up unattended sales points.
If you see one, do not take anything from it and immediately report it to the mountain staff. Rule 7, during the mountain climb, if you see a pavilion for resting, immediately leave it.
Do not touch anything inside the pavilion.
Rule 8, if you feel like someone is following you or hear any unusual sounds, go to Longing Pond to brush your teeth and wash your face. But be careful, do not drink the water from Longing Pond.
Rule 9, Longzue Cave is an ideal resting place on Mount Deluo.
There, you can seek help from the mountain staff.
The rule is not to trust anyone. Someone asked, why is Rule 10 so strange?
The comments at that time were eagerly saying to each other, "Ha, hurry up and come see the excitement. A contestant from kimchi country is in trouble."
What the hell? Could it be that he was affected by the sound of some strange object?
Senior officials of kimchi country quickly send a reminder to help him calm down. The reason was that the contestant from kimchi country, Pu Guochang, was clutching his head in pain, screaming, "Damn it, stop talking, stop talking." At the kimchi country classroom, everyone was in a frenzy. Damn it, the jellyfish pendant helped Su Xiao neutralize the effect of the strange object. We don't have that pendant, so sending a reminder is useless. The contestant from East Island country was still holding it together, but Pu Guochang was in despair. He stumbled, muttering, don't talk anymore."
Then, he hurriedly ran off, shouting loudly, "I want to leave here, let me out. If going forward doesn't work, maybe I can escape if I head back to the entrance." Seeing Pu Guochang running frantically, a flood of comments started pouring in. Damn it, this strange brainwave.
If we go by Su Xiao's boss's style, this guy is truly talented.
Although Pu Guochang's way of thinking is a bit strange, I feel like there's nothing wrong with it.
Ridiculous, does this guy really think that way?
The world of weird stories would actually accept this kind of odd reasoning?
The viewer count at this moment is over 999,999,999.
What do these people understand? If these methods are acceptable, then so what?
France's bone will be the first to pass through it.
This action is drawing a lot of viewers. The level of attention is about to surpass Su Xiao's. That's impossible, right? If he succeeds. Half an hour later, Pu Guochang arrived, exhausted, panting heavily, struggling to speak. Why? Why haven't I seen a road sign after running for so long?
The comments immediately mocked him. I feel like the time and space around Pu Guochang are frozen. It's like he's running on a treadmill.
Ha ha ha, does that mean he'll never be able to leave this place? In the meeting room of Kimchi Country, a senior manager angrily shouted, "Damn it, how could you not seize such a good opportunity? If you had succeeded, we would have agreed to anything, but you didn't even try." 2 announcements have been made for the people to prepare, and the strange rules are coming. At the same time, Su Xiao had arrived at a pavilion with a sign saying 3,000 meters. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, immediately breaking the rules. During the mountain climbing process, if you come across a pavilion for resting, you should leave immediately and not touch anything inside the pavilion. As for him, not only did he enter, but he also sat down on a chair. Glancing into the distance, he suddenly noticed that there were 2 pieces of paper in the pavilion. The first piece of paper read as follows: "I am a patrol officer in the Deluo village patrol team, may the mountain god bless us. I am responsible for patrolling the area around the village and the path leading up to Deluo mountain. According to the village's rules, we are not allowed to have much contact with others, especially tourists. During patrols, it's inevitable that we will encounter mountain climbers. They often ask us strange questions, but according to the village's rules, we are not allowed to interact with them for long. We just inform them that the path they are on will lead to the mountain temple. Our village has a communal dining hall, where people from other villages also eat. However, every time, there's always one dish left over, and we are strictly forbidden from touching it. It is said that this dish is prepared for the guests of Deluo, and the water from Longing Pond is drinkable. We often use it as a beverage. Does the mountain temple still exist? It no longer does." The second piece of paper said, "Leave Deluo, the strange guesthouse disappears, and the mountain god has no end. Do not trust anyone." After reading it, Su Xiao frowned and thought to himself. Both papers repeatedly mentioned the Deluo guesthouse and the mountain temple. Haze, this place is probably the key to solving everything. Additionally, Austin from Nation A, Island from the Sun Never Sets country, Claude from Nation P, Dujian from Asangwa, along with several competitors from other small nations, chose to go to the pavilion to relax and ended up picking up 2 pieces of paper. However, Hashir Doma Dai from East Island country was mentally affected quite severely by it and decided to stay away from the pavilion. Seeing her leave with a pale face,
one couldn't help but comment with regret. Oh, such important information and she couldn't get it. This girl probably won't last until the end. Quickly looking on, Su Xiao encountered a staff member. He had just arrived at a place with a sign that read, "Longing Pond, do not drink the water from this pond." Nearby, a man was scooping water from it. Su Xiao, being friendly, kindly asked, "Excuse me, could I borrow your water bottle?" The man, startled and flustered, immediately refused, "No, absolutely not." At this moment, he also violated rule number 8, if you feel someone following you or hear any unusual sounds, go to Longing Pond to wash your face and rinse your mouth. Be careful, absolutely do not drink the water from Longing Pond. But Su Xiao didn't care and even gave a sly smile, thinking to himself, "Ha! If you can't drink it, why would he even bring water from there? Rule number 8 must be wrong." Then he spoke up, "Oh, don't say that." He snatched the water bottle from the man's hands, who was left in astonishment, and added, "Give it to me." He then drank from it eagerly to quench his thirst. The comments couldn't help but laugh. "I'm dying of laughter." Su Xiao just snatched the water bottle from him. He was so decisive. The employee suddenly froze. "Su Xiao? What are you doing?" Finally, he regained his composure, smiling as he said, "Just tell him to thank you." The other person pointed at his face, stammering, You. He could only watch Su Xiao's back as he walked away, thinking, this person, he seems like the kind of comment that joyfully cheers. Su Xiao's movements were smooth and skilled, I love him so much. Cool, sure, but is the water in this pond actually drinkable? Nothing bad will happen, right? He seems much more energetic now. The 8-point rule is probably just meant to scare people. The other person remained kneeling, hands clasped together, hoping for the mountain god's protection. Most of the competitors dared not drink the water from Longing Pond. Only a few competitors, whose minds were still clear, decided to drink from the pond after careful consideration. At that moment, Hashir Doma Dai stared wide-eyed, her eyes now bloodshot. She ran while panicking, shouting loudly, don't come here, butterfly. In the East Island Country meeting room, those inside saw this and said, Hashir Doma Dai seems to be losing her mind, we have to send a reminder quickly, tell her to drink the pond water, it might help her stay calm. Hashir Doma Dai, now completely frantic, held her head and wailed sorrowfully, don't come here, I'll fight you. The comments section was concerned, she can't see the reminder. East Island Country always wants to save the reminder until the last minute, now it's too late, no time to save Hashir Doma Dai. System notification, competitor from East Island Country, Hashir Doma Dai, has been consumed by an anomaly. Countdown starts, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers continue to message, such a pity, she's the first one to be eliminated from De Luo Mountain. The high-ups of East Island Country are a bunch of scoundrels. Wouldn't it have been better if they had sent a reminder a bit earlier? Maybe we could still have seen her. At this moment, Su Xiao had passed a sign that read, you've covered 6,000 meters, the total length of the mountain trail is 10,000 meters. Keep it up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and then asked, how's it going, Black General? Did you suddenly discover something? Because in front of Su Xiao was a house with a sign that said De Luo Guest House. The viewers began to chatter excitedly, the De Luo Guest House is real. The area around here is covered in black mist. I'm sure this place is not normal. Su Xiao seemed to lose his composure upon hearing the alluring voice calling, come here, from the house. The jellyfish pendant shone brightly, helping him regain his senses. Afterward, exhausted, he bent down, panting heavily, and thought, the De Luo Guest House really is strange. If it weren't for the jellyfish pendant, who knows, I might have gone inside. The comments section went wild, hey guys, what do you think would happen if a contestant went inside? Go inside? Are you kidding? Who would go in there unless they want to lose their mind? Still, some people would do it. At this moment, Nation P's Claude was heading inside. In the meeting room of Nation P, the people inside screamed in panic, quick, use the reminder, tell Claude to leave immediately. He was still in a daze, ignoring the continuous warnings from the viewers, stay away from the Deluo guesthouse right now.
The reminder is useless, the allure of the Deluo guesthouse cannot be dispelled. Didn't they say you're not allowed to turn back? Austin and Island didn't turn back, so they weren't seduced by the Deluo guesthouse. Our Sushao is the best, even if you turn back, it's fine.
Only then did Claude snap out of his stupor, looking at his hand in confusion.
When did I get this piece of paper? The beginning of the note read, if you accidentally enter the Deluo guesthouse and wish to escape, follow the plan below.
Inside the guesthouse, if you encounter staff from other departments, claim to be a member of the guesthouse security team.
This is very important.
Your task is to investigate the situation inside the guesthouse without letting them discover your true identity.
Claude was startled, wondering, what does this mean? Do they want me to be a spy? The viewers were also very curious and kept messaging. According to the note, he will need to bring the information to Mountain Temple. This means someone will be waiting for him there. A contestant? If that's the case, will Austin team up with our Sushao in this round? That makes sense. Let's keep watching.
The lower part of the note read, as long as you bring the intelligence to Mountain Temple and place it before the statue of the god, you will receive the blessing of the mountain god.
Otherwise, it will keep its eye on you.
In the guesthouse, you are not affected by it, but once you leave the guesthouse, you must be cautious of it. Before completing the task, you must not have any intention of escaping the guesthouse. Because no matter how far you run, you will always return to this place. You don't have a chance to test right or wrong.
This task is extremely difficult. During the task, you must not trust anyone.
Claude chuckled smugly, crumpling the paper in his hand, then said, I don't know whether the content here is true or false, but since I can't escape from here, I might as well try trusting it once. Just in time, my innate talent seems to be suitable for use in a place like this, the part that questions things.
What talent? Someone asked. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see how he performs, another person replied. The people in the meeting room took turns analyzing. The situation might not be as bad as we thought.
The guesthouse might also be a choice for passing this round. It seems that this round could involve quick coordination with the senior leaders of Dragon Country. Although the relationship between the two countries isn't great, perhaps in this round, there will be some collaboration. At the same time, the contestants, drawn to the Deluo guesthouse, only wanted to escape and paid no attention to the paper in their hands. One person, panicked, ran and screamed, I don't want to complete any tasks, I just want to leave, let me out. Inside the guesthouse, as long as they made a move to run, they would attract the attention of the hidden staff. In the end, none of them could escape from the Deluo guesthouse. The system now notifies its Suzhao's location. You have traveled 8,000 meters, the total length of the mountain trail is 10,000 meters.
Keep going. The ninth regulation, Longzue Cave is a suitable place to rest on Deluo Mountain. Here, you can seek assistance from the mountain staff.
He reached the foot of the mountain and saw two signs pointing in different directions, the mountain trail and a large cave entrance, with another sign indicating 8,000 meters.
Sushao wondered, Longzue Cave? He then proceeded inside, smiling faintly in amusement, saying, I can't seek help here.
But suddenly, he found himself standing at the same spot again and exclaimed, this is wrong, why am I back here?
He continued walking. If it blocks my way, then I wouldn't mind detouring into Longzue Cave to check it out. Sushao eventually chose to enter. His companion, why were you still expecting him to go in?
Because Austin from Nation A and Island from the Sun Never Sets Country found new regulations inside the cave.
Inside Longzue Cave, Austin from Nation A bent down, puzzled, huh? Are there new regulations here? The Longzue Cave was temporarily closed.
Dear family members of the missing persons,
we deeply understand your feelings and concerns. The scenic area staff have searched inside Longzue Cave but have not found any trace of the lost tourists. We ask for your patience as we await results. Please do not disregard the prohibition order preventing entry for further searches. Mountain Climbing Regulation, Regulation 11, proceed straight to the end of the mountain trail.
The mountain staff will be waiting for you there, and you can receive assistance from them. Rule 12, the mountain temple does not exist. Rule 13, it is growing stronger by the day.
If you encounter it, do not resist.
Because there is no way for you to resist. Rule 14, it is the mountain god.
Rule 15, do not trust anyone.
Austin stroked his chin, puzzled.
Do not trust anyone?
This rule was identical to Rule 10 in the regulations, and he wondered what it meant. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Come in." The voice once again tempted him.
Austin, come in.
The comments section immediately urged, "Oh my god, it's its voice again."
It's affecting Austin. Austin's been enchanted. Fuck. Don't go, don't go.
Unexpectedly, a bright light flashed around him.
Austin then became fully alert, feeling completely at ease. Wow, if it weren't for my protective talent, I'd be done for.
He quickly turned and dashed off.
I need to get the hell out of here. Viewers cheered in excitement. Oh my god, he did it.
Austin has successfully broken free from its control.
What was that light that appeared around Austin? If I'm not mistaken, that's an S-grade talent that removes negativity.
It can eliminate the negative effects of strange objects twice, helping the user instantly return to their normal state.
Oh, look.
The island of the sun never sets country has broken free from the lure of the strange object.
How did he do that?
At that time, Island of Ribu Luo was panting heavily outside, and the comments section continued to stir up chaos. His talent is identifying a level anomalous objects, allowing the holder to perceive their existence. So after reading the rules, he immediately ran off.
That guy's solid. With talents like that, he's one step ahead of others.
Meanwhile, Su Xiao was also hearing that voice in his head.
Su Xiao, come in here. The viewers took turns commenting, no way. This actually caught Su Xiao's attention.
But Su Xiao had the jellyfish pendant, which made him completely immune to its influence.
And he was so excited that he gave an order. Black General, you go ahead and lead the way. Let's go in and take a look. The followers were eager to join him. Spiritual energy, earth energy, what is Su Xiao boss planning to do? Does he want to fight it head on? He's too reckless. Tentacles grotesquely sprouted from Black General's mouth, sending the comments section into a panic. Oh my god, I'm scared.
Those tentacles wrapped around the tree trunk, then yanked it out and tossed it straight into the cave. Su Xiao quietly realized something. The sound in his ear had vanished. Had it been resolved so easily? One viewer commented, I still feel uneasy. Su Xiao, the boss, didn't respond, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Something's wrong. Suddenly, something fast as lightning shot out from the cave in retaliation, and he shouted, Black General, run! A man with his hair slicked back rubbed his head and said, luckily, Su Xiao only threw a tree to test the waters. If he had really gone in, I fear he wouldn't have come out. The man with the side part beside him responded, it seems like he had the intention to probe. This young guy has some skill. The people in the meeting room kept discussing, but at this point, it seemed almost impossible for them to pass on their own. They would need to cooperate with Claude, who was working as an insider at the Deluo guesthouse. Nation P was currently eager to work with us. The only problem was whether Claude could complete the task. Inside the dim Deluo guesthouse, in front of the entertainment department's room, Claude from Nation P entered, looking around. He thought to himself, the Deluo mountain has been closed for a long time. How is it that there are still members of the entertainment department who haven't disbanded? There must be something suspicious. Let's go in and see. Maybe I'll discover some useful information. Suddenly, inside, there were two people, one male, one female, standing in a strange posture, their eyes glowing red in a terrifying way. He scratched his head and smiled, speaking in an offhand manner. "Hello, I'm the new staff member in the security department."
The comments section was full of surprise.
"I'm nervous for him, I'm worried he's going to get pulled in and dealt with.
If he dies, Su Xiao won't make it. I pray he'll be okay."
Activating the A-level acting talent. Once this talent is used, your performance reaches the highest level, making the other party completely believe everything you say and do. The man in the room immediately changed his attitude, cheerfully exclaiming, "So you're the new member of the security team, you scared me half to death."
"Come in, have a seat for a bit." Claude awkwardly smiled and replied, "All right."
The comments section let out a sigh of relief. With Claude's talent, information gathering will no longer be difficult.
Now I can rest easy.
I hope he quickly brings useful information to Mountain Temple.
On the second day, the 9,200-meter mountain trail.
Su Xiao was standing at the base of the mountain, where there were signs marking the end of the trail: Mountain Temple, De Luo Guesthouse 9000 m. He silently thought to himself, Rule 11 says to go straight to the end of the trail. Rule 10, however, says, Mountain Temple does not exist. If I want to violate both rules at the same time and still be protected by my talent, then I have no choice but to go ahead. After that, Su Xiao eagerly made his choice. After Su Xiao made his decision, Austin from Nation A and Island from the Sun Never Sets country also made their choices. Island followed the sign marking the end of the trail, while Austin headed toward Mountain Temple.
A few minutes later, Island was overjoyed upon seeing the 9,600-meter sign.
He shouted excitedly, "Only 400 meters left, the endpoint must have a mountain staff waiting to rescue me.
I'm almost through."
However, when he reached the 10,000-meter sign, he was startled, his eyes wide open. In front of him was Mountain Temple, an eerie, desolate place.
Alan screamed. "Mountain Temple, why Mountain Temple?"
He pulled at his hair frantically, shouting loudly.
"Isn't this supposed to be the end of the mountain path? Why is there nothing here? Didn't they say there would be staff here?"
He collapsed in despair, and then there was a seductive voice.
"Alan, turn around, turn around." He shakily turned around, stuttering. It's here." Then came a scream of terror. The comments section exploded. Alan's been dealt with. In the end, what it was, we couldn't see clearly.
Quick, go check on Su Xiao's situation. If this is the Mountain Temple, who knows what the other side is? The person on this side arrived and was panting heavily.
"Building a mountain temple up here, it's strange if anyone actually worships."
Then he spoke, "Let's go, Black General, let's go inside and see what this so-called mountain temple is really like." As he opened the door and looked inside, he said, "So the mountain god the villagers talked about is a person."
He looked up and noticed something written on the pillar. He went over to take a look. It said, "It lures innocent people into the De Luo mountain, causing them to lose their way. Those who are charmed by it will hallucinate that someone is following them. They will unknowingly walk straight into the De Luo mountain through a special path.
Most of these people will get lost in the De Luo mountain and become its servants. Only a few people, with strong willpower, can escape its influence and maintain their awareness. Many years ago, a mysterious person came to De Luo mountain. He had the ability to prevent the distortion of perception. Under the guidance of this mysterious individual, the ancestors of the people of De Luo mountain finally defeated it. However, the mysterious person also fell into a deep sleep as a result. In memory of this mysterious figure, the ancestors of the people of De Luo mountain revered him as the mountain god and built the mountain temple to worship him for generations as an expression of gratitude. After reading this, Su Xiao spoke up, "It seems that this mysterious person is the mountain god." His deep sleep gave it the opportunity to return.
"So, if we can awaken the mountain god, we will be able to defeat it, but how can we wake the mountain god?"
Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper on the ground.
"Ha!" He picked it up and thought to himself, "De Luo Guesthouse, is this paper trying to remind me to go to De Luo Guesthouse?"
The content of the paper read as follows: "A year ago, a wealthy businessman found the people of Deluo village.
He proposed developing Deluo Mountain into a scenic area and building a new mountain temple elsewhere.
The elders in the village opposed this, but the young people, unable to resist the allure of money, eventually agreed to the request of the distinguished person and relocated the mountain temple.
The mountain temple was eventually moved to the mountain. Although the mountain temple was rebuilt, the offerings gradually became fewer.
Because the elderly people in the village were weak and found it inconvenient to travel, they could no longer climb the mountain to pay respects. Fewer and fewer people came to the mountain temple to offer incense. The power of the mountain god began to weaken. It took advantage of the opportunity to rise again. I sensed its strength continually growing, while the mountain god was gradually being forgotten.
Mount Deluo was now completely under its control. Tourists who visited Mount Deluo disappeared one by one. The Deluo guesthouse could be the key.
At the same time, Austin, frustrated, threw the crumpled paper aside and thought to himself, what the fuck, could the Deluo guesthouse really be the true final destination?
He angrily stormed off.
There's no choice now, seems like I'll have to go back to the Deluo guesthouse. As he walked, something floated behind him.
The comments took turns warning, oh no, it's appeared again. Looks like going to the Deluo guesthouse was a mistake.
Su Xiao, boss, you absolutely shouldn't go.
On Su Xiao's side, the comments kept coming, what's Su Xiao, boss, planning to do? I'm starting to panic, guys, how could this be? Su Xiao, damn it, is going to the Deluo guesthouse, there's going to be a show.
Hurry up and die.
I've been waiting forever for the dragon country to be invaded by strange rules.
But contrary to everyone's expectations, he didn't hesitate for a moment, tossing the paper aside and laughing with delight.
You think a piece of paper can fool me? In your dreams. I'm not going to the Deluo guesthouse. The viewers were delighted and said, ha ha ha.
No wonder he's Su Xiao, always finding a way to mess with the Kimchi country and East Island country folks. The scene switches to Claude's side, where someone is following the notification. Hey, everyone look, Claude is holding a piece of paper and running into the mountain temple. He spoke up, this is the intelligence I managed to obtain with great difficulty, no matter which player receives it. Then, he placed the paper on the table and said, you must help me succeed in this round. The paper disappeared in a burst of golden light.
Claude smiled upon seeing it.
There was also a stream of golden light where Su Xiao was standing. The viewers cheered, it's done, Claude has brought the intelligence to the mountain temple. This golden light is the protection he received.
And then what?
How will Su Xiao get the paper? It turns out it was transmitted. Great, now we just need to wait for Su Xiao to read it.
At that moment, he noticed it and wondered, huh? Another piece of paper?
Suddenly, a viewer sent a message, people from Dragon Country, don't get too cocky.
Su Xiao didn't believe the paper just now. He definitely won't believe this one either.
As he picked it up, the system immediately reminded him, the new piece of paper is the intelligence from the guesthouse. It can be passed through correctly.
The viewers sneered, ha ha ha. East Island Country, are you satisfied now? We still have a chance to remind you. Slap your face quickly. Does it hurt?
The other person was embarrassed and scolded, damn it.
Why did the high-ups from Dragon Country send it on time? Our high-ups are really stupid.
Su Xiao carefully examined the paper and said, so, the staff at Deluo Guesthouse are all its servants, their lives are its lifeblood. To eliminate it, not only must the mountain god be awakened, but those staff members must also be destroyed. After that, Su Xiao searched everywhere. The paper said that golden clothes and incense could be found in the temple, and using these two items could summon the mountain god. After a while, he found the golden clothes and joyfully exclaimed, found it.
He immediately put them on. The comments were puzzled, why has Su Xiao turned into a statue? What does this mean? Seeing his imposing posture, some speculated, he's probably following what the paper says.
This might be how to awaken the mountain god.
Let's keep watching to find out.
He placed both hands on the incense holder, and instantly, a terrifying entity appeared, calling his name, Su Xiao.
The comments frantically started debating, is it coming to find Su Xiao? Could it be that it's afraid of the mountain god being summoned, so it's coming to harm Su Xiao?
Someone reminded, Su Xiao boss, don't look back, absolutely don't look at it.
If you see its form, it will swallow you whole.
But he still turned around. The entity spoke again, Su Xiao, come here and submit to me, become my servant.
The comments screamed in fear, help. It was so terrifying that words couldn't even describe it.
God, please protect us. Please, comments on the screen, protect us.
Oh my god, what is this? I can't keep watching.
It's dark magic wrapped around his legs. Su Xiao, feeling uncomfortable, took a step back.
Oh no, deep down I thought, I feel an invisible force trying to tame me. The jellyfish pendant glowed brightly, and the comments seemed to calm down a bit. You scared me out of my wits, thankfully there's the jellyfish pendant.
Su Xiao, the boss, was on the brink of being taken down by the ghost. Just looking directly at it, Su Xiao was already thrown into a state of confusion.
I can't even imagine how difficult it would be to defeat it.
At this moment, he was protected by a circle of bright green light.
The viewers wondered, where's the mountain god? Why hasn't he shown up yet even after all the steps were completed? Could the legend be a lie? The entity screamed, is there a reason for this? How can such insignificant humans resist me? Su Xiao waved his hand forward, giving the command.
The black general charged, spewing out countless massive tentacles of the white tribe to attack the entity, but they were all cut down by its magic. The viewers cursed, damn it, the black general is no match for it.
What now? What should we do?
On this side, Su Xiao grabbed the doll and commented happily, that's right, boss, Su Xiao still has the doll, so there's still a chance to win.
He threw it forward.
The viewers prayed, may the gods of play protect Dragon Country, protect Su Xiao. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides entangled, and the scene became incredibly chaotic. Su Xiao anxiously thought to himself about what details he might have missed. If the mountain god doesn't show up, the black general and the doll could end up buried forever in Deluo Mountain.
This is not the outcome I wanted.
The monstrous creature unleashed a move that sent Black General flying, the strike resembling a fiery pipe enveloped in red flames.
Black General was launched straight back at incredible speed, colliding violently at the rear.
Smoke and fire erupted in succession. Su Xiao turned his head, his face filled with fear as he called out,
Black General!
The scene caused the onlookers to worry and discuss anxiously.
It's over, it's really over this time.
Even with the combined effort of Black General and the doll, they are no match for it.
Su Xiao boss, it's really too hard to defeat it.
The monstrous creature immediately expanded its body, lunging toward him.
It raised its hand as if to grab Su Xiao. Its face twisted into an evil, gloating expression, saying, now, let's see what you can do.
Su Xiao realized that there was no choice but to fight. He stared at it seriously, challenging.
Come on, I'll fight you.
The discussion panel from the viewers appeared.
I can't watch anymore.
I can't accept that Su Xiao boss is going to die. Another round of viewer comments seemed less than kind, mocking and sneering.
Finally, the day has come.
Kill him, you freak. Today, we have to open some champagne to celebrate. The end of Dragon Country has arrived. Then, a series of golden chains appeared, shooting straight toward the monstrous creature, binding it tightly before Su Xiao, preventing it from making a move. He froze in place. Dark energy surrounded it. It turned its head and said,
You're awake, huh?
Su Xiao stared blankly, looking as though he didn't understand anything. The mountain god appeared and spoke, I am the mountain god, and you will not dare to cause any more trouble.
The onlookers were overjoyed. The mountain god, it's the mountain god. He has finally appeared.
So, it turns out the golden chains belong to him. His entire body radiated spiritual power. The strange creature then flew up and charged at the mountain god. He retaliated with the golden chains. Standing silently on the ground, Su Xiao thought to himself, "It turns out I didn't make any mistakes. It's just that the mountain god needed time to recover." His expression was worried, yet he couldn't seem to relax. From the intel Claude had provided, it was clear that to completely defeat it, the personnel inside the Deluo guesthouse, who were fueling its power, needed to be dealt with. After a moment of thought, he hurriedly turned around and, running, shouted, "Doll, Black General, hurry and come with me to the Deluo guesthouse." With that, he and the others rushed off, leaving the mountain god to deal with the strange creature. The onlookers, puzzled, discussed among themselves, "What's going on? Didn't the mountain god already appear? Why does Su Xiao still have to go to the Deluo guesthouse? There must be something more to this. Let's trust him and keep watching." When Su Xiao arrived, he stopped and stood, watching a group of people stumbling out of the hotel, neither fully human nor fully ghostly. The onlookers, terrified, whispered among themselves, "There are so many of them. That scared the life out of me. My God, what happened to the staff? They look so terrifying." Other spectators speculated that they were all its servants, probably sensing the battle between it and the mountain god, preparing to go to the mountain temple to assist it. At this moment, Su Xiao, the boss, rushed here. Could he defeat them? Quick-witted, Su Xiao pointed at the group and said, "Black General, Doll, go." They followed the command and charged forward. The spectators praised him. Su Xiao was decisive in letting Black General take action. Black General opened its mouth and caught the group. He stood there observing, thinking about the note Claude had sent, which still lingered in his mind. It mentioned that those wearing red and white clothes were the source of its power, and they had to be completely eliminated. Su Xiao looked at the others, who sat trembling, hugging their heads. He thought that those wearing gray robes could still be saved, there was no need to kill them. After a while, when Black General had completed its task, it relaxed, lying on its back on the ground with a satisfied expression. Su Xiao was horrified and asked, "Did you eat all of them?" The spectators couldn't help but laugh. "Black General is so cute, I feel like biting it." A few people were still lying unconscious on the ground, possibly fainted from fear. He and Black General stood there, watching them. The spectators discussed, "Huh? What's going on? Why hasn't Su Xiao boss attacked yet, but they've already fainted?" Moments later, the system displayed the information screen and awarded the mountain god's ring to Su Xiao as a reward. He smiled while juggling the ring in his hand, thinking to himself, "This is a good item. It could increase the strength of the doll or Black General, and would definitely make them even more formidable than they are now." The viewers discussed, "Why was it approved? That thing is dead already." Another viewer replied, "How stupid. Its source of power has been completely destroyed, it's definitely going to be captured by the mountain god." At this moment, at the mountain temple, Claude exclaimed with joy, "Great, I passed too, helping Nation P gain some face." Suddenly, the system's information board appeared, and he froze in surprise, saying, "What? What's this about a reduction in baldness rate? Why does Dragon Country get an increase in mineral resources, and Nation P gets a baldness rate reduction?" The viewers saw this and started discussing, "This reward sounds so unserious, it's making me laugh to death. Su Xiao is truly our idol." For approvals, all 5 stars. This is something that ordinary people can't do. Su Xiao will forever be a god. 3 days later, Su Xiao continued his journey to a new strange world. In classroom H of Xingshui Academy, Su Xiao rested his head on his desk, looking like there was no one else in the class. The system notification once again appeared, asking where the country would challenge, making him irritated as he opened his eyes. Then, familiar information popped up. His expression was weary as he yawned, stretching his hand out and saying, "Xingshui Academy, I'm used to this intro already. Let's figure out the rules first." On his desk, there was something that caught his attention, a piece of paper. It stated, "New student, welcome to Xingshui Academy.
If you want to survive and leave, please follow the rules below. 1.
Rule 1. Make sure that the uniform you wear is always clean and neat when you attend class.
2.
Rule 2. During class, focus seriously on the board.
No matter what the teacher writes on the board, you must not be surprised. Do not show any unusual expressions. Always remain calm. 3.
Rule 3. Do not stare at the teacher because they will feel offended and will increase the number of times they call on you to stand up and answer questions.
4.
Rule 4. If you see a classmate not studying seriously, do not hesitate to inform the teacher.
5.
Rule 5. During the break, if a classmate talks to you, ignore them, especially if they ask you to accompany them to the restroom.
6.
Rule 6. Before entering the restroom, make sure there are no other students inside. If you find other students in the restroom and they are staring at you, immediately leave.
7.
Rule 7. Do not eat food in the school's cafeteria. If you're hungry, eat a sandwich made with the special recipe from Old 8.
8.
Rule 8. When you are outside the dormitory, always hold a book and pretend to be studying. Any book will do, but it must not be a prohibited book.
9.
Rule 9. Students at Xingshui Academy are all very passionate about learning.
Make an effort to join them.
If a classmate tries to distract you from studying or invites you to play, kindly decline.
10.
Rule 10. After school, you must return to the dormitory immediately. If someone tells you that it's your turn to do the duty, simply ignore them. Su Xiao was a little stunned, silently reading the rule sheet. Su Xiao called out loudly, "Black General, come here." He fed it something while saying, "Here, eat this." It barked woof woof as a thank you. Then, it lay down, closed its eyes, and silently concealed itself. Su Xiao sat cross-legged at the table, smiling at it before asking, "You have this skill too?" Viewers discussed, saying that in a world of strange phenomena, it should be fairly easy for odd creatures to hide. I feel more at ease about Su Xiao now. With a hidden protector beside him, any bizarre creature would have to stay away. Then, he reached down, scooped up some dirt from the floor, and smeared it on his clothes to make them dirty. He thought to himself that he first needed to break Rule 1 to gain the protection of his inherent talent. Viewers criticized him uncomfortably, already breaking the rules at the start. His nature is hard to change. He'll die sooner or later. Another viewer spoke up in defense, "You'd better stop talking nonsense, or you'll get slapped in the face." A little while later, several students walked into the classroom. Their clothes were all dirty, their faces grim, and they walked sluggishly. A viewer's comment appeared, "Look, the clothes of these students are all dirty." Rule 1 is obviously a flawed rule. Su Xiao, the master, was very meticulous. He had quickly figured out that Rule 1 was wrong. "Where's that brat from East Island country? Come out and let me slap some sense into you." A woman wearing glasses, with her eyes completely white, spoke up. "Class, quiet down. Now we will begin the lesson," she said sternly. Her clothes were as dirty as the other students. She took a red chalk and wrote on the board. In brief, she told the new student that if they saw the word she was writing, they should go to her office after class and not let anyone follow them. She also said that no one was allowed to see the words written with red chalk. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the classroom grew dark and cold. Su Xiao, lost in thought with his hands clasped, didn't notice that all the other students had turned their heads to look at him with cold, piercing gazes. The teacher is a good person, she wouldn't be so easily fooled, right? One observer worriedly commented. Rule 2 said, even if the teacher writes something on the board, no one should display an abnormal expression. Su Xiao seems to be about to give himself away, another observer reassured. Don't panic, he hasn't revealed himself yet, someone else added. The others just watched him without doing anything else. Then, she took a white chalk and, with a sinister smile, began writing again. There is a salty dish mixed into our class. You all need to find out who it is. The person who figures it out will get a reward. The viewers were creeped out by her actions and began discussing it.
Is this teacher schizophrenic? How can her attitude be so different now?
The students mentioned the salty dish and laughed wickedly, their faces like demons.
The viewers continued speculating.
Judging by the looks on the students' faces, it seemed that they truly couldn't see the words written with red chalk.
But what if they could all see it and were just pretending not to, trying to make the new student expose themselves? Su Xiao's expression was profound as he sat silently, observing and thinking deeply.
The spectators took turns discussing, and your judgment also has its merits. Indeed, it would be unwise to take the risk.
Boss, why are you staring at the teacher like that?
The third rule says not to stare at the teacher because they will feel offended, and then they will increase the frequency of calling on students to answer questions.
Why haven't you gotten used to the boss's work style yet? Hasn't he always been like this?
As if noticing someone was watching, she turned her head down, thinking to herself, who was looking at me? Then she pointed at Su Xiao and asked, classmate, please stand up and answer the following question.
If you discover that your deskmate is a new student, what would you do? He listened attentively to the question.
Then, he stood up, squinting his eyes with a smile as he answered, I think I would politely shake his hand.
The classmate sitting next to him was both frightened and confused by his answer. The atmosphere in the classroom became cold and gloomy again.
Everyone turned their heads to glance at him. Suddenly, he spoke while tilting his head back, his face looking quite angry as he said things that would terrify an average person. Then I would chop him into small pieces, tear him apart, and finally bring him to the dining hall to make a meal for us. The classmate sitting next to him covered his mouth with his hands and trembled uncontrollably from fear. The teacher seemed satisfied with his answer.
Very good. The applause of praise continued to echo.
The spectators pitied the classmate next to him, watching him so scared he seemed ready to climb out the window and run away. Indeed, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he sat close to the wall. Su Xiao, on the other hand, sat down with his arms crossed. His expression was one of satisfaction as he let out a quiet sigh, knowing that the answer he had just given had been extremely dangerous, but he had managed to get through it. Other viewers found it amusing and commented, a minute of sympathy for your classmate can't be more than this. Another viewer, intrigued, spoke up, hey, everyone, look. The M Nation player was also called on by the teacher to answer a question just because he was staring at the teacher. She approached the student's desk, leaning on the table with one hand. A cunning smile spread across her face.
Student, let me ask you, what dish hasn't the cafeteria served for every meal?
He stuttered, trying to answer, vegetables.
Green vegetables? No, it's meat.
She leaned in closer, locking eyes with him, and asked again, whose meat is it?
He was terrified and stammered,
It's the new students. Upon hearing this, she transformed into something monstrous, her eyes turning red, her fangs bared, and her hair standing on end. She reached out towards him, saying, no, now it's your meat. As soon as she finished speaking, the other students stood up and eagerly looked at him with malicious grins. Then, they all rushed forward, grabbing him and began biting him without stopping. He screamed in horror, help! The system announcement appeared, notifying that the M Nation player had been devoured by a strange creature. The countdown to the Strange World event was about to begin, 10,
9, 8, 7.
Viewers started to discuss, how could the teacher tell so easily just from the question that he's a new student?
I don't think the answer matters.
What's important is that when he answered, he was in a panic. Oh, so it's because of weak psychology. Watching Su Xiao act earlier, he's truly a born actor. After the Q&A session ended, it wasn't long before the class was over. At this point, everyone in the class was holding up a forbidden book of some kind and trying to read it. Su Xiao looked at them, reading their forbidden books, seemingly puzzled. He thought, why do they all have forbidden books?
I can't be left out, I need one too.
The viewers watching this couldn't help but feel uneasy. Rule number 8 clearly states that forbidden books are off limits.
Su Xiao, the boss, had already broken 4 rules. Isn't that a bit too much? After some searching, he finally found the forbidden book hidden in his desk. He happily exclaimed, "Here it is." The viewers wondered whether the contents of the book were appropriate. One of them responded, "I don't know if the content is appropriate, but I can tell you for sure that all the students breaking the rules are definitely not upright. What kind of decent person would ever read a forbidden book?" Su Xiao picked up the book and seemed quite intrigued by it. Oh, this poses something. The viewers were also curious about what he was reading. They discussed, "Well done, Su Xiao's comment just now has successfully piqued my curiosity. Fortunately, I have quite a few secret stockpiles here. I should open one to satisfy my curiosity." Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a voice called out, drawing his attention. "Hey, classmate," Su Xiao furrowed his brow, looking at the person and asking, "What is it?" He spoke with a nonchalant tone. "Ah, my stomach feels a bit off. Could you go to the bathroom with me?" He replied seriously, "The bathroom? Sure." Then he reflected to himself. Although Rule 5 stated that during breaks, one should not pay attention to a classmate's request, especially if it's asking to go to the bathroom together, in this situation, to break the rule, at the very least, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He then pointed toward the classroom and said, "Sorry, I have to head back to class." The other boy scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Okay, maybe next time then." Su Xiao turned his back and walked away. His eyes glanced back briefly as he walked, deep in thought. When he observed the other students earlier, he noticed that their gazes were all dull. But the eyes of his deskmate were still clear. Could it be that this boy had figured out his true identity and wanted him to accompany him to the bathroom as a way to remind him of something? During the second class, his deskmate took out a forbidden book to read. Su Xiao, sitting next to him, was surprised and asked, "You're this bold?" Under the teacher's eyelids, his deskmate read the forbidden book. The system's interface showed Rule 4, if you see your deskmate studying diligently, don't hesitate, immediately inform the teacher. But Su Xiao didn't follow that rule. Instead, he leaned on his hands, eyes on the board, thinking to himself, reporting someone is definitely not the way to go, it's like betraying a teammate. Besides, my talent doesn't allow me to follow the rules. Viewers' comments popped up, "I knew it, Su Xiao is not the type to do that. A player has chosen to betray us." Then, the player from East Island country, defiance, with a smug expression, raised his hand to report. "Excuse me, teacher, I have something to say. My deskmate is reading prohibited books." The boy next to him was startled and panicked, while some of the onlookers were indignant. People from East Island country really loved gossiping and tattling. The teacher, who had been writing on the board, stopped and angrily turned her head to look at him. "Student, you must be very clear about the rules in class. I absolutely hate students who don't pay attention. After class, come to my office, there's no way you can avoid it." He turned to defiance with a bitter expression and said, "You really went and reported me." The boy fell silent in fear. The onlookers weren't impressed with his intelligence either. Then, with such a low IQ, how did he even manage to pass? I'd plant a banana tree on my head if that guy actually passed. Right now, he didn't even understand the situation and was so eager to betray his deskmate. At 11:40 a.m. in the cafeteria, the students were lining up to choose their food. The system reminded everyone of Rule 7, no food from the cafeteria is allowed to be eaten. If you're hungry, you may eat a sandwich made with Old 8's special recipe. The food in the trays was already giving off a foul smell. Su Xiao muttered to himself, "I'd rather die than eat a sandwich made with Old 8's recipe." The boy behind him whispered, "If you don't want to eat that, you can have some vegetables. The vegetables are pretty safe." He was half suspicious, wondering whether the guy was really helping him or if he had some ulterior motive. Then, he sat down with the guy, both taking some vegetables to the table. He spoke up and asked, "Why are you helping me?" The guy smiled and replied, "Helping you is actually helping myself. If you don't want to draw attention from the other students,
you should start getting familiar with everything here.
Trust me, it's everywhere. Every action you make, it's watching you.
He smiled wryly and extended his hand to shake his. I may not last much longer, but I'm glad to have met you.
He stayed silent, not saying anything.
Then, he smiled and said cheerfully while shaking his hand.
I'm glad to have met you too.
He thought to himself, smiling.
The guy seemed like a good person.
But even if his judgment was wrong, he still had the protection of his natural talents, so he wouldn't lose out.
The people watching the table seemed to get a little emotional. Why was that? I feel the same way. The person sitting next to me is smiling so brightly, and I find my eyes getting a little misty.
Then, he asked again. You said earlier that you wouldn't last much longer.
What do you mean by that? The guy sighed and said. Since we started studying here, we've been under its surveillance.
It will affect your mind and emotions, eventually leading you to fall into a bottomless pit. He seemed a bit hesitant as he continued.
But I've noticed something. You're not like the others. Maybe you can survive here after all.
Su Xiao spoke up and asked.
What exactly is it?
He held the tray of food, preparing to stand up and speak to him. Sorry, I can't talk to you any longer. Otherwise, we'll both be in danger. I hope we'll meet again tomorrow.
Su Xiao quickly said, Hey, don't.
Then he saw the piece of paper that the person had left behind.
Was the person trying to tell him something? He opened the paper and tried to think about what was written on it.
The main content was that the person knew he was a new student.
He wouldn't tell anyone about it.
Of course, if he hadn't completely lost his mind, he mentioned being able to see red letters, while others couldn't.
But don't trust the teacher and... He was relying on Su Xiao.
If, one day, his gaze became the same as the other students, he asked him to kill him, as he didn't want to expose his secret. Su Xiao seriously put his hand on his chin, thinking. From his classmate's expression, it was clear that he hadn't been completely controlled yet, which is why he said not to trust the teacher.
It must be true then.
On the other hand, he needed to figure out how it controlled people's minds. During the lunch break, he was reading a book while walking into the restroom. He smiled to himself, amused. This forbidden book really had some value.
The more people read it, the more curious they became.
I'm willing to pay a large sum to buy the book in Su Xiao's hands, boss.
Urgent, urgent, urgent. Please don't say anything, can we make a deal?
I'll buy it immediately. The system reminded him of rule number 6 when he entered the restroom.
Before entering the restroom, make sure there are no other classmates inside.
If you find that there are others and they are staring at you with a scrutinizing gaze, immediately leave the area. An onlooker reminded him, there are so many people in the restroom, and Boss Su Xiao has broken the rules again. He sighed in frustration, ignoring them, and turned around to prepare to use the restroom. He was in the process of undressing when, for some unknown reason, he deliberately slapped another classmate in the face, causing the classmate to grimace.
The classmate touched the sore spot and thought, what's going on here?
Did I just get slapped?
What the heck, why isn't this guy following the usual script?
The classmate then pointed at Su Xiao and asked, why did you slap me like that? On the outside, Su Xiao's expression was calm, but inside he was laughing triumphantly. He replied nonchalantly, I didn't slap you randomly, I aimed and hit you deliberately. The classmate who had been slapped froze, thinking, he makes a good point. I can't argue with that. Then, the classmate who had been slapped suddenly transformed into a demon, opening his mouth wide in a grotesque manner.
Classmate, be honest with me, you must be the new student, right?
But Su Xiao wasn't interested and shoved him away. He grabbed his forbidden book, glanced at him, and said, don't block my way. He then leisurely walked away, leaving the other students stunned. He exuded an aura of authority.
The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, so cool, the classic move of Boss Su Xiao has made a comeback.
Originally, I found these classmates quite intimidating, but now, after being put in my place by Su Xiao boss, I can't help but laugh.
As he was heading to class, a cheerful girl holding a basketball called out to him, "Hey, would you like to play basketball with me?" He paused to think for a moment. Then, with both hands, he closed his book and flashed a mischievous smile. "Sure, let's go." The system's rule number 9 popped up again. The rule stated that students of this academy value their studies. If any classmate interferes with your studies, you should immediately refuse them. He turned away with the girl, and the onlookers began commenting, "Classic Su Xiao boss, breaking the rules again, I'm so used to it. Let me know when he doesn't violate the rules." Standing in the yard, the girl grinned and asked, "Hey, do you know how to play?" He coldly replied, "Yeah, a little." Then, she lifted the ball. "All right, then watch me show you." Su Xiao raised an eyebrow in confusion. The viewers laughed out loud. "This girl is funny. At this rate, Su Xiao will look like he doesn't even know how to play." Who would have guessed? After asking the question, she began showing off for him. She passed the ball quickly, dribbling past Su Xiao before stopping and striking a pose. He looked on with a skeptical expression, thinking to himself, "Is this really considered playing basketball? This is nothing." Just then, the pendant he was wearing began to glow. He said, "Huh? The glowing jellyfish pendant? What's going on here? Could watching basketball tricks really affect my mental state?" He saw that even the forbidden book was glowing, and he thought to himself, "Is the forbidden book glowing too? Could it also counteract the mental influence?" Then, he picked up the book and took a closer look. Suddenly, he said that he understood. He joyfully thought, "It always used every possible means to affect my mind, but the forbidden book can counteract it to some extent. It works similarly to the jellyfish pendant, though not as effectively." He stood there, holding the book in deep in thought. No wonder his desk mate always read forbidden books. It must be to suppress its influence. A female classmate spoke up, asking him, "Hey, how do you think I play basketball?" His classmate, but he was so focused on the forbidden book that he didn't hear her. Then, she became angry, her hair stood on end, and a sinister aura surrounded her. She glared at Su Xiao, hands in her pockets, and shouted, "Hey, I'm asking you, why aren't you answering?" Su Xiao closed the book and coldly replied to the female classmate, "You play basketball, it's really painful to watch." "I don't mind telling you that." The female classmate frowned upon hearing this. She then turned into a vengeful spirit and flew toward him. "Hey, I advise you to think carefully before you speak." He turned around to leave, still looking at the female classmate, his head held high as he answered, "No need to think about it, the truth is harsh. If you can't play well, then don't bother. No matter how much you practice, it'll be for nothing." He spoke and then grabbed the book, leaving the female classmate fuming and scolding him. "I'm so mad, I'll kill you." Su Xiao heard this, turned around, and reminded her, "Classmate, are you sure? If you kill me, the teacher will lock you in the dark room." Hearing this, she hesitated and muttered, "Dark room." He turned around and walked away, a smug expression on his face. He had guessed correctly. These controlled students didn't kill each other because it was prohibited. He recalled the information about the dark room. The teachers at this academy despised students who were lazy, skipped class, were absent without permission, or didn't listen seriously during lessons, and would lock them in the darkroom as punishment. He thought to himself, the darkroom wasn't just a place for punishing students, it was also a place to punish others who broke the rules. The comments from the viewers appeared. "Look, Xiang Huan is heading to the bathroom." He was standing outside the restroom, seemingly unable to hold it any longer. He spoke up, "Is anyone inside?" Viewers wondered, "What's he doing? He's about to piss himself but still won't go in, shouting at the door for no reason." Another viewer explained, "He's afraid if someone's inside, he'll break the rules." What an idiot! No one answered him, so he ran into the restroom. No one, I'm going in." But behind him, a few male students followed. The viewers began to discuss, "He's such an idiot. No way he compares to Su Xiao, the big boss. Watching this is embarrassing." I want to immigrate to Dragon Country.
A few other students walked in behind him. There's a good drama to watch. Then, 3 male students grabbed him, their faces filled with murderous intent as they interrogated him.
Tell us right now, are you the new student?
He replied in fear,
I'm not. I don't understand what you're saying. Another student yelled, Do you think we're stupid?
Just because you say you're not doesn't mean you're not. He was pressed against the wall, trembling with fear, and raised both hands in a vow. I swear, I really am not a new student.
Today in class, I even reported my deskmate's misdeeds. Another student questioned, Reported your deskmate?
At that, the 3 male students lost their temper and started kicking De Xiang Huan relentlessly.
Damn it, so you're the snitch, huh? You ruined one of our classmates. I should beat you up.
I didn't even know where to find you, but who would have thought you'd confess like the scum, the boil of society, you are? He could only lie on the ground, hugging his head and enduring the beating, not knowing how to fight back.
Those watching in the comments couldn't stop laughing. The people who entered the bathroom with De Xiang Huan were completely different from those Su Xiao met.
They were good people, not controlled yet. After a while, the 3 students stopped and spat on him. He, battered and bruised, sat against the wall. Others commented, Indeed, being a snitch never ends well.
De Xiang Huan deserves to be beaten.
The teacher continued writing in red chalk, New student, you might have noticed that, besides you, there are other students who can also read this red writing.
Never trust them. I can protect you, and only I can help you.
Su Xiao sat below, arms crossed, deep in thought. Only a fool would believe her. I was already warned by my deskmate earlier. He glanced at his deskmate, who seemed even more dazed than before. Su Xiao thought to himself, It looks like my deskmate is about to become like everyone else around here, but I won't kill him. If I do that, it'll just expose me faster. At the same time, as Su Xiao noticed his deskmate's abnormality, the other contestants also took notice. A contestant looked sorrowful as they saw their friend becoming dazed. As for the things written on the teacher's board, none of the contestants believed in them yet. Even if they did, none of them dared to take action. Suddenly, De Xiang Huan spoke up, Teacher, help me. Please, teacher, save me. As for De Xiang Huan from East Island country, his ordinary innate talent combined with the loss of his deskmate's guidance had made him see the teacher as his only reliable lifeline. Meanwhile, the higher-ups observing the situation became enraged and voiced their frustration, De Xiang Huan, that foolish idiot. First, he betrays his deskmate who could have helped him, and now he's putting his trust in the teacher.
How did East Island country end up with such a moron?
Immediately activate the reminder to ensure De Xiang Huan doesn't trust the teacher anymore. If we delay any further, this fool might just walk straight into the tiger's den. The academy scene unfolded in the breezy afternoon.
After being reminded, De Xiang Huan dared not act impulsively anymore.
The afternoon at Hong Shui Academy was peaceful, with no competitors being eliminated. At 5:40 p.m., the teacher stood on the podium and spoke, Everyone, turn to page 45. The main content of this lesson is.
However, the students stood up and walked towards the door.
One of the students, with an expressionless face, muttered, Class is over, time to head back to the dorm and eat instant noodles.
Su Xiao, let me tell you, it seems like I've figured something out. This teacher has a problem.
All the students have left, but she still doesn't seem to notice. Then, as he stood up to leave the classroom, the male student turned to Su Xiao and said, Oh, right, I forgot to mention, today it's your turn for duty, so you'll have to stay a little longer. The system displayed Rule 10, after class, you must go directly to the dorm.
If a classmate tells you to stay for duty, just ignore it.
Su Xiao thought to himself, this person still has some reasoning left, probably trying to remind me of something. Besides, if I break the rule, I'll receive the protection of my talent. I have to stay. After thinking this through, he smiled warmly and said, Okay, thanks for the reminder. The other student waved his hand and replied, No problem, I'll head out first. The teacher behind him pushed her glasses up and said to Su Xiao, once you're done with your duty, I'll check on you. I hope you can do well enough to satisfy me. Su Xiao was startled and turned around. Yes. The school bell rang once again. At this moment, the teacher also stepped out of the classroom. He thought to himself, strange, why did the bell ring twice at the end of class? Why did the teacher leave only after the second bell? Su Xiao, feeling overwhelmed by the many thoughts, decided, never mind, I'll stop thinking about this for now. I need to figure out where my classmate is trying to lead me. Having made up his mind, he began searching the room thoroughly. After some time, he found a forbidden book. Su Xiao felt elated. Sure enough, there are some additional rules here. The content in the book read, Dear classmate, these are special rules written just for you. Please read them carefully as they might be helpful to you. Rule A. Rule 11, the student on cleaning duty must sweep the classroom. Be mindful, after finishing, leave immediately. The teacher will not return to check. Rule 12, when cleaning the classroom, be sure to lock the windows and doors. If something strange happens or if the teacher comes to inspect cleanliness, do not open the door. If you have no way to resist, don't hesitate, just run out of there. Rule 13, the forbidden book can suppress its own influence, but this will also draw attention to it. Do not take the forbidden book out of the classroom. Rule 14, the school janitor can be trusted. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, immediately go to the janitor's break room for help. Rule 15, although the dark room is dangerous, it also hides a method to escape from Hongshui Academy. Rule 16, it's everywhere. Most students have become its eyes and ears. Don't trust classmates with lifeless eyes. Rule 17. You can trust the teacher, she will help and protect you. Be aware, however, that some rules might be altered under its influence. Don't trust the rules completely. Su Xiao carefully thought it over. Obviously, the teacher couldn't be trusted. Rule 17 was wrong, which meant this paper had been affected by it and couldn't be fully trusted. But for the first time, the rule mentioned the janitors in the school. Regardless of whether Rule 14 was right or wrong, the janitors in the school were probably the key to passing this round. Suddenly, a crow flew outside and shattered the window. He startled and turned his head. Su Xiao's eyes naturally turned red. The onlookers grew worried. Why did Su Xiao's eyes turn red? It feels like that crow is messing with his mind. Didn't they say this would happen? It will use every means to affect the mental state of the contestants. The jellyfish-shaped pendant around his neck also began to shake, emitting a beautiful green light. Thanks to the pendant, Su Xiao slowly regained his clarity of mind. Once he was clear-headed, he gave an order, Black General, charge forward and bring me that crow's fur that's making all that noise. Black General obeyed the order and rushed forward, wrapping its tentacles tightly around the crow. Su Xiao propped himself up and sneered, this crow is weak, seems like there's nothing special about it. Black General, it's your trophy now. Hearing him, Black General immediately swallowed the whole crow in one go. Before he could even taste anything, Black General suddenly collapsed, groaning in discomfort. Su Xiao, worried, asked, what's going on? Is this crow poisonous? After struggling on the ground for a moment, Black General managed to get up, his eyes turning red, still making strange noises. Su Xiao was taken aback. Has the crow taken control of Black General? However, when he saw Black General wagging his tail repeatedly and continuing to make noises, he breathed a sigh of relief. No, the crow hadn't taken control of Black General, instead, Black General had assimilated its powers. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Dragon Country was continuously praising the event. The transformation of Black General once again overturns our understanding of anomalies. Quickly record this change as confidential data. The person next to him agreed. Su Xiao has once again made a huge contribution to humanity. When he returns, he must be rewarded generously. On the other side, in Nationa's conference room, the leaders were holding their heads in frustration, cursing, how is Dragon Country so lucky? How can something so absurd even happen? The person beside them immediately reported, "We need to convene an emergency high-level meeting. We must discuss countermeasures quickly, or Nation A will soon be overtaken by Dragon Country." At the same time, the contestant Feisho Guamaris, who chose to stay on night shift, also encountered the crow.
The crow kept ramming its head into the window.
Even though he had locked the window as instructed on the note, the eerie screeching of the crow still couldn't be avoided. He clutched his head in agony and screamed, "Stop calling, stop calling." The viewers immediately started typing, and closing the window couldn't block the sound of the crow's cawing. It seemed this guy couldn't escape now. The crow kept slamming against the door, creating cracks. The demon's spirit became more and more disordered, constantly screaming, "Where?
Where did this crow come from? God, is there anyone who can save me?
I don't want to die, I don't want to die." This time, the crow opened its mouth wide, continuously screeching loudly. He was so terrified that his face turned pale. "Please, no." A sound made him open his eyes wide. Suddenly, from behind the door of the classroom, he heard the teacher's voice, "Student, open the door for me.
I'm here to check the cleanliness." He immediately remembered Rule 10. The teacher was trustworthy, she would help and protect you. He muttered, The crow is gone. Could it be that the teacher is here to save me, just like Rule 17 says?
Thinking that, he joyfully ran toward the door, hurriedly saying as he ran,
Teacher, wait for me a moment, I'll open the door right now."
The teacher outside the door gave a strange smile and replied, "Yes, you."
Rules 11 and 12 were repeated.
When he was about to open the door for the teacher, he remembered those two rules. He stopped in his tracks.
No, that's wrong.
The teacher might not be here to save me, she might be working with the crow to trick me into opening the door.
The crow outside the window suddenly turned back and darted toward the window.
He screamed loudly, and sure enough, the crow hadn't disappeared.
The teacher kept saying, "Student, I am here to help you." That crow was about to fly into the classroom and tear you apart. You still have time to open the door.
He stood in the middle, flustered and unsure of what to do. God, both sides are strange. What should I do? In the heat of the moment, he suddenly thought of Rule 14. The school janitor could be trusted. When facing a troublesome situation, he should immediately go to the janitor's break room and ask for help. He felt a glimmer of hope and immediately said, "The janitor, that's right, I should run out the back door and seek help from the janitor." Without hesitation, he rushed to the back door and opened it. At that moment, the screen suddenly flickered, and an announcement rang out, "The contestant from Nation E has been consumed by an anomaly. The world event is about to begin, countdown starts, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers, confused, began to discuss among themselves.
Hey, what's going on? Didn't opening the door mean he could escape the classroom? Why was he consumed by the anomaly? Wait a minute, everyone, look at the last frame of Marcus.
There's no crow behind him, and the window isn't cracked.
It's completely intact.
The implication was that both the crow and the teacher were illusions. They wanted to scare Marcus into running out of the classroom, and the moment he stepped out, he would be killed.
The announcements sounded again.
Football Nation's player, Pedro, was strangled by a strange entity, beginning to count down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
The viewers immediately chatted. As expected, Pedro was killed in the same way.
Not long after, the two players who chose to stay on duty, Claude and Adi, received a reminder from their country's high-level leaders, "No matter what, do not step out of the classroom." But things were different for Su Xiao.
He had opened the door for the teacher to enter.
The teacher spoke, "Student, I came to help you deal with the monster, but seeing that you're fine, I'm really relieved."
Su Xiao, unafraid, responded, "Oh, then tell me, what's so good about it?"
When the teacher didn't reply, he sneered and exposed her, "No need to pretend anymore.
Actually, you already knew I was a new student, didn't you?" The teacher answered, "Student, you must be misunderstanding something." He leaned against the desk and continued, "Misunderstanding? Then why did the school bell ring twice just now?" Other students leave the classroom after hearing the first bell, but you didn't leave. You didn't leave because the new students will follow your actions, so they won't leave either. Therefore, you could identify who the new student was. He further explained, the second bell was a warning to you, because the strange world also has its own rules. You can't destroy all the survival chances of the players. So, at that moment, you had to leave the classroom, using the excuse of checking the hygiene, to come back again. Actually, you and that crow are working together. Am I right in my analysis? The teacher immediately revealed her true nature. She flashed a sinister smile, and her eyes turned red. She snarled, "Looks like I really underestimated you. But do you think this school only has one strange creature? Hee hee, you're so naive." Her body twisted in an eerie way, making the audience cringe. What, is she shape-shifting? Just watching this makes my joints ache. She swiftly climbed up to the ceiling. The audience continued to react. What is this? Is she stretching herself? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Can anyone else understand this feeling? Su Xiao showed no fear, instead casually mocking, "Thanks for telling me that, but I know you're not a strange creature. You're just a pawn of theirs." She went mad and rushed towards him, shouting non-stop, "Shut up! Shut up, damn you!" Black General stood in front of him, ready for battle. Black General emitted sound waves that forced the teacher to cover her ears, unable to bear the pressure. The audience was in awe. Black General can also attack the crow's mental state. Incredible. I want to say Su Xiao is invincible, but as for the others, I don't know. Black General stepped on her face with his foot and then used his tentacles to wrap around her. The teacher groaned, "Wait, let me go." Just as the battle intensified, the crow from earlier sprang back to life and rushed towards them. Su Xiao was also surprised. Could this raven really be resurrected? He immediately threw the doll at the raven. The doll ascended. But before the doll could do anything, the raven vanished. On the Black General's side, there was an advantage, and the spectators couldn't help but exclaim, "The Black General's power and smooth movements are even stronger than before. The best one is still Su Xiao boss." In a moment, he had figured out that the teacher and the raven were connected and even managed to deduce that the raven was an illusion. It was like a hack. Su Xiao wondered, strange, the doll didn't catch the raven. Could it just be an illusion? Not a real entity? After dealing with the teacher, Su Xiao felt a sense of relief. Alright, with this mess sorted, it's time to head back to the dorm. He grabbed the forbidden book and stepped out of the classroom, thinking to himself, Rule 13 of Special Rule A explicitly states not to take forbidden books out of the classroom. I've broken the rule just a bit this time. Rule 131 was repeated once more. Meanwhile, Claude and Anne had been hiding in the classroom, not stepping outside. The raven and the teacher persisted a little longer before finally leaving. The man named Adi, panting heavily, said, "Janitor, I need to find the janitor for help." Both of them sighed in relief and, without planning it, chose to seek the janitor's assistance. With that, Adi rushed to the janitor's room. As soon as he opened the door, the janitor immediately guessed, "Are you the duty student today?" He immediately replied, "Yes, please save me. I'm about to collapse, please help me." The janitor handed him a forbidden book and said, "Take this, it is a precious forbidden book that I have kept for a long time. Not only can it suppress its influence, but it can also eliminate its effects." He was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking him, "Thank you, really, thank you so much. Oh my God, I've finally been saved." Other high-ranking officials from various countries saw this and quickly sent reminders to their players, but they couldn't find the janitor, and had no way to obtain the forbidden book. The other players, having received the reminder, went to the janitor's room, but the door wouldn't open. There was a piece of paper stuck to the door that read, "Janitor's restroom, no entry without permission." The viewers began to discuss among themselves. Why is it like this? Students who aren't on duty can't meet the janitor. Could it be that the janitor is afraid they're students who have already been controlled, so he doesn't dare to risk meeting them? Su Xiao boss, if he doesn't go to find the janitor after his duty, can he still get the forbidden artifact that cleanses? I feel like Su Xiao doesn't really need that book. Let's continue watching. Su Xiao was on his way back to the dormitory when suddenly a notification appeared. It had once been a crow living on a tree in the academy, until its home was destroyed, and its child was crushed. At that moment, it was filled with hatred under its influence. The crow was consumed by anger. A notification sound rang out, "Dear player, congratulations on successfully leaving the classroom. Your current evaluation is 3 stars. Please be reminded that Hong Shui Academy is not limited to just this. After leaving the academy, a comprehensive assessment will take place." Su Xiao thought to himself, interesting. So the dormitory and the classroom at the academy are rated separately. He smiled faintly. This means that once I get to the dormitory, a new round will begin. He walked up to the dormitory door, where a piece of paper was posted. Su Xiao said, "Indeed, there are new rules here. Let's take a look." The content on the paper outlined Rule B. Rule 1, after entering the dormitory, absolute silence must be maintained. If your roommate speaks to you, do not respond. Rule 2, there are 6 people in the dormitory, including you. If you find the number of people in the dormitory is insufficient, immediately leave the dormitory. Return 5 minutes later. If the number of people is still unchanged, continue repeating this action. Rule 3, if you find your roommates whispering to each other and discussing matters you do not understand, pull the blanket over your head and ignore them. Rule 4, if you see a roommate sleeping at the desk, do not wake them up. Rule 5, there are no birds outside the window, so please do not pull the curtains open. Rule 6, the dormitory cafeteria and the academy cafeteria are separate. If you're hungry, you can ask your roommate to take you to the dormitory cafeteria. In the evening, if you discover your roommate sleepwalking, wake them up immediately, otherwise, something terrifying will happen. Rule 8, kill your roommate, because they know all your secrets. Rule 9, the dark room does not exist. Do not try to find it. Rule 10, it will be extremely dangerous outside the dormitory at night. Stay in your room until dawn. Rule 11, if you encounter any dangerous situation in the dormitory, run directly to the janitor's resting room. After reading this, Su Xiao recalled Rule 15 from before. My room is very dangerous, but inside it is a way for you to escape Hong Shui Academy. He found it puzzling. Rule 9 here and Rule 15 in the rules contradict each other, making it hard to tell which one is correct. However, both emphasize the dark room repeatedly, so it is clear that it must be the key point. Su Xiao then pushed open the door, and inside were only 2 of his friends. Looking into the lifeless eyes of his deskmate, he sighed. The last trace of rationality in their eyes had vanished, it seemed they had been fully controlled. As he turned to lock the door, another friend approached and greeted him. Hello, from now on, we are roommates. Let's get along peacefully. Su Xiao put on a friendly expression, walked over, shook hands with the other friend, and smiled, saying, Hello, my strength is getting along with others. Someone watching reminded, Su Xiao, boss, you violated Rule 1. This roommate is about to attack him. Su Xiao flips his attitude faster than flipping a pancake. Just a few seconds ago, he was smiling and greeting, but a few seconds later, he slapped his roommate with a shockingly loud sound. This is what's called a preemptive strike. The roommate, in pain, shouted, Why did you hit me? Su Xiao leaned on his hand and questioned him, What did your expression just now mean? The roommate, clutching his face, sobbed, My mouth had a cramp, is that not allowed? You hit me without saying anything, my fragile soul has been deeply hurt. Su Xiao, hearing this, felt a little guilty, thinking to himself, If your mouth had a cramp, why didn't you say it earlier? It's all because of that. After hitting him, he didn't even apologize, but waved it off and said with a smile, Let's just forget about it. Didn't you say earlier that we should all live together harmoniously? Everyone's been praising you for that.
Ha, Su Xiao, the boss, has always been unpredictable in his actions, and his roommate must be cursing him out in his mind right now. The onlookers quickly shifted their attention to the P Nation player. Look, the P Nation player, having received a reminder from a senior leader, went to find the janitor to get the forbidden book. Unfortunately, he wasn't on duty, so he couldn't get the book. Brother, take care of yourself. P Nation player Ali clasped his hands and used his rule loophole ability. The rule loophole is an S-rank ability in special circumstances. If you're not careful and miss a rule supplement, then you will be considered to have completed that rule segment. Moreover, it is possible to go through normally and receive a reward. Note that when entering the world of strange events, the chance of utilizing this innate ability is 50%. He just used his innate ability, and the janitor immediately opened the door and said, "You're the student on duty today, come in." The onlookers were surprised. What was going on? Why did the janitor suddenly appear? What innate ability did Ali use earlier? An S-level innate ability. A loophole in the rules, a legendary one. This P Nation guy sure has some luck. Back in Su Xiao's dorm room, there was murmuring going on. Su Xiao, feeling irritated, thought to himself, these people aren't sleeping at midnight, and still talking about who knows what. Recalling Rule 3, if you hear your roommates whispering about things you don't understand, just pull the blanket over your head and ignore them. Su Xiao got out of bed, saying nothing, breaking the rule, and walked over to slap each of his roommates once. But strangely, none of them were angry. On the contrary, they acted as if they didn't know what was going on. They said to each other, "What happened just now? Why does my face feel swollen, and it still hurts? Same here, it feels like someone hit me." Su Xiao was puzzled. This is strange. Why were they reacting like this? Could it be that they were manipulated just now? Was it trying to extract information from the students by any means possible? His roommates then climbed back into bed, leaving him standing there, dumbfounded. Moments later, just as Su Xiao had settled down to sleep, he was woken up again by the sound of slurping. He irritably sat up and looked toward the opposite side of his bed. Next to the bed, his roommate was sitting and eating something very dirty and bizarre. The guy glanced at him, grinned creepily, and said, "This dish is really delicious. Does your roommate want a bit?" Anyone watching would instantly feel disgusted and repulsed as soon as he turned his head. His roommate turned around and said, "Making me feel like I was about to wet myself, is that the person on the bed? Is he eating his roommate?" A good roommate like that, if it's true, it would be heartbreaking. Su Xiao raised his hand, about to knock him out to bring him back to his senses. Sleepwalking is one thing, but dare to eat my roommate? He suddenly remembered rule number 7, if you see your roommate sleepwalking at night, immediately wake them up, or something incredibly terrifying might happen. He then noticed the corpse on the bed. Why did the corpse have so many feathers? Wasn't it his roommate? As he was lost in thought, his roommate suddenly came in from outside. He thought to himself, the roommate must have sleepwalked out. It seems he was overthinking things, but just to be safe, he still needed to have Black General keep an eye on them. After thinking it through, he sat back down and continued watching them. At the same time, a similar incident occurred in Xiang Huang's dormitory. He saw his roommate sleepwalking and, trembling, said, "What should I do now? My roommate is sleepwalking and eating a human corpse. According to the rules, I have to wake him up. But I'm too scared. There's a crow by his window." He broke into a cold sweat when he saw it, thinking to himself, "And that crow too, why does it keep staring at me? Stop looking at me." The crow suddenly began to transform into strange shapes. Xiang Huan, upon seeing this, was so frightened that his face drained of color. The crow turned into a figure that looked exactly like him. At this moment, the more he looked, the more terrified he became, shouting loudly, That's me." The crow-faced figure broke through the door and charged at Xiang Huan. He covered his head in fear, screaming, "No, it can't be. You're not me, I'm me.
Get the hell away from me, you can't replace me. He seemed to go mad, standing up abruptly and glaring at the crow-faced figure, challenging, "Come here, I'll fight you to the death. I'm not afraid of you, I'm the real one." The onlookers gasped, "De Xianghuan has lost it." Outside the window, it was all just an illusion. If they drew the curtains, it would all end. But he, still foolish, kept staring out the window. The system notification sounded, "East Island country, competitors from 6 nations have been devoured by strange objects. The countdown for the world of strange events is about to begin, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The leaders of East Island country were in a state of panic, pulling at their ears and shouting, "It's over, it's really over. The strange events are about to reach East Island country again, having already invaded 4 times in a row. East Island country is doomed. We must quickly ask for help from Nation A. Hurry, Nation A has used us and now they won't contact us anymore. They're leaving us high and dry." As of now, the students who have managed to remain alert in the Hongshui Academy dormitory include Su Xiao, Claude, and Ali. After 2 days in the dormitory, on the 3rd day, Su Xiao observed for a while and then realized something was off. There was another person in the dormitory. He recalled rule number 12, there are 6 people in the dormitory, including you. If you find the number of people is wrong, immediately run outside. After 5 minutes, come back. If the number of people remains unchanged, repeat the action. Su Xiao, however, would never follow such a rule. He directly ignored the absurd rule, walked over to the new person, and said bluntly, "Hey, do you want to leave on your own, or should I kick you out?" The newcomer, still sitting comfortably, responded, "I'm your roommate. On what basis do you think you can kick me out?" Without saying another word, Su Xiao landed a punch on him. The other guy, enraged, yelled, "You're daring to hit me?" He then raised his own powerful fist, intending to strike back at Su Xiao. "You bastard, I'll beat you to death." But before he could do anything, Su Xiao grabbed his arm and with a single strike, forced him back. The guy cried out in pain, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, let go, I won't leave." Su Xiao paid no attention to his pleas and, with a swift move, kicked him 3 meters away, adding, "Goodbye, guest." The other roommates, witnessing the scene, were left speechless. Su Xiao said with a sense of relief, "Let's go eat, after dealing with all this mess, I'm a bit hungry." His roommate then suggested, "There's a cafeteria in the dorm, if you're hungry, I can take you there." Su Xiao didn't hesitate and agreed, "Oh, alright, then I'll trouble you." He recalled the 2 rules. Rule A in the classroom, Rule 16, it was everywhere. Most of the students at the school were under control. Please do not trust the students with empty eyes. Rule B in the dormitory, Rule 6, the dormitory cafeteria and the academy cafeteria were separate. If you're hungry, you can ask your roommate to take you to the dorm cafeteria. He silently speculated that the rules in the classroom and dormitory complemented each other. So, if he wanted to break the rules now, he needed to trust this classmate, but he couldn't let him take him to the cafeteria. In other words, he had to go to the cafeteria by himself. After thinking for a moment, he stopped. His roommate, seeing this, asked, "Hey, why aren't you going anymore?" Su Xiao smiled a rather unfriendly smile and responded, "Classmate, you're so eager to help me, let me give you a little gift to thank you." The roommate was confused, "What gift?" Su Xiao chuckled, "Of course, it's a gift for you." Suddenly, Black General appeared from nowhere, using its tentacles to instantly devour the roommate. Su Xiao continued, talking about Western heaven meeting Buddha. He said with satisfaction, "Good coordination, Black General, let's go. Keep hiding, come with me to the cafeteria." He walked while contemplating. Earlier, he had passed by the dining hall of the academy. If there was indeed another hidden dining hall inside the dormitory, it might very well be the dark room. Su Xiao entered the dining hall, observed for a moment, and thought to himself, "Strange, this place seems too normal." He glanced over at a table, on top of which was a forbidden book. There's a forbidden book in the dining hall. There must be a clue inside. He continued to think,
the content of this forbidden book is different from the previous ones.
Is it a diary left behind by some classmate?
He casually began to read the contents inside. The book contained the following: Dear classmate, when you see this forbidden book, do not be shocked.
There is no way you could have known about its existence. This is the reason why I was able to bring it here.
This is not a dining hall.
Do not trust what you see.
Aside from this book, there is no way to leave this place. There is no way to look directly at the forbidden book.
If you want to meet it, midnight is the most suitable time.
But you don't need to do that because it would be really foolish.
What am I even saying? The fact that you can't meet it means there's no way out anymore. I've completely gotten stuck here.
The shadows in the dining hall.
Perhaps one of them is me.
Good luck. The words were written by an enthusiastic classmate. After finishing the forbidden book, Su Xiao carefully pondered. He would have to wait until night.
If he didn't encounter it last night, it meant it wasn't in the dormitory.
Last night, he had gone to the place called the dining hall, so perhaps he would be able to meet it now. While Su Xiao was thinking about what he had read in the forbidden book, some other players were being led by their roommates into a dark room.
A group of people walked together, each one pulling the next along. Come on, let's go eat over here.
The player looked around, feeling uneasy, and kept shaking his head to refuse.
I suddenly don't want to eat anymore. With that, the young man tried to slip away. I'll go ahead. Bye-bye.
The group immediately turned around, their faces twisted in anger as they said, "Who told you to leave?" They slowly moved toward him, exuding an eerie aura.
Their mouths kept repeating the same phrase, "Who told you to leave?"
The player turned around and, seeing this, was filled with overwhelming fear, stammering, "What do you want from me?"
Suddenly, the heads of the group fell off one by one.
The player, witnessing this, turned pale with terror, crouched down, clutching his head, and kept backing away, screaming, "Mom, Mom, don't come here, don't come near me." As he backed away, he bumped into a headless corpse. Before he could scream, the head rolled toward him, grinning grotesquely as it said, "Don't be scared, roommate." The unfortunate player was held back by these strange beings and devoured.
The system's voice rang out, "Nation I, Nation N, Nation Phi."
Players from these three countries have been devoured by something truly bizarre.
Strange events are about to unfold. Countdown begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers immediately felt sympathy.
Those people were so miserable, being gnawed at by a group of headless beings, while others just kept ignoring them.
Don't mind them anymore.
Su Xiao, the boss, had also encountered that group of headless beings. At this moment, Su Xiao's side was also surrounded by a few headless beings. In contrast to the other contestants, he wasn't scared at all.
Instead, he smiled and said, "Is this how you plan to scare me? You seem to have underestimated others, huh?" He immediately ordered the doll, "It's up to you."
As soon as he finished speaking, the doll charged towards the headless beings, landing punches that made even the headless beings tremble in fear.
The viewers couldn't help but marvel, this was truly Su Xiao, the boss. Comparing him to those other contestants earlier was pointless. Su Xiao from Dragon Country was extremely lucky.
After dealing with the headless beings, Su Xiao noticed that their blood was flowing in a certain direction. He was puzzled, where is this pool of blood leading? Then, he heard a rhythmic thumping sound.
A heartbeat. How could there be such a loud heartbeat in the cafeteria? Could it be its heartbeat? He then ordered the doll and Black General, "You two, go check it out."
A while later, the doll and the dog returned, shaking their heads repeatedly.
Su Xiao, disappointed, said, "Didn't find anything." Could it really only come at night? He then turned and said, "Let's go. We'll check again at night."
But just as he turned around, the pool of blood behind him suddenly began to congeal, forming the body of a person. The figure grinned eerily as it watched him leave.
Su Xiao returned to the room and saw his roommate fast asleep. No way. Got up early and now you're back to sleep?
Rule number 4 clearly states that if you see your roommate passed out on the desk, don't wake them up.
He didn't care about that rule.
Seeing his roommate lying there lazily, he couldn't resist and kicked him with his foot. His roommate woke up, angrily cursing the protagonist's family. After a few words, he rushed to the window and jumped down.
Su Xiao was left staring in bewilderment. Holy crap! Is this how everyone reacts when they're woken up now? Onlookers began discussing. What's going on here?
Out of nowhere, he jumped out of the window.
Is his roommate really that mentally fragile?
Everyone was wondering if something was controlling the student. Su Xiao's waking him up made it seem like the roommate had broken free from control, and had mercilessly killed those 2 words. His hypothesis was quite logical, maybe it was really like that. At night, all of his roommates suddenly started acting extremely strange. Su Xiao decided to deal with them all at once, so he wouldn't have to think too much about it. As for Claude, Adi, and Ali, they relied on the forbidden book that had been handed out by the school labor department, which helped them awaken the last trace of reason in their deskmate. With the help of his deskmate, Su Xiao managed to escape the scrutiny of his roommates.
However, after leaving the dormitory, the situation didn't improve much.
When Adi went outside, he encountered the strange group. Terrified, he hugged the forbidden book, feeling a headache coming on.
What was he supposed to do now? Rule number 10 in the dormitory regulations states, when it gets dark outside the dormitory, it becomes quite dangerous. Has the time really come when I can no longer avoid using that special ability?
Activating the SS level special ability, Infinite Deduction, this person began to use his power. Infinite Deduction, an SS level special ability, can quickly simulate countless possible outcomes in one's mind based on various choices, from which the most accurate hypothesis is selected.
Note that the ability is closely linked to the user's mental state.
Simply put, the clearer and sharper the user's mind, the more frequently infinite deduction can be used, and the fewer rule violations there will be.
After activating his special ability, this person became more perceptive.
Realizing the situation, he chuckled and said, "Hee hee, so it's hiding on the 3rd floor of the dining hall.
The janitor's forbidden book is the key to dealing with it."
Following this, Claude and Ali also figured something out and decided to head to the 3rd floor of the dining hall to check it out. As for Su Xiao, after taking care of all his roommates, he followed the plan from earlier and went to the 3rd floor of the dining hall, ready for a direct confrontation. Su Xiao pushed open the door. As soon as he opened it, a strong, pungent odor assaulted his nostrils, and the room was filled with a foul, slimy smell, causing him to instinctively cover his nose with his sleeve.
Annoyed, he shouted, "Can this freaky thing be any cleaner? This stench is worse than poisonous gas."
No sooner had he finished cursing than the bloodstains on the floor began to move.
He was so shocked that he shouted, "What, you dare to imitate me? I can tolerate you copying me, but to laugh so shamefully like that? I'm laughing. Does it look that pathetic?"
The viewers immediately typed, "Actually, yeah, a little." The one above immediately shut up.
"If I die from laughing, you won't get away with it." Su Xiao immediately ordered, "Dare to tarnish my image? Get ready to die. Doll, go teach them a lesson." As the doll rushed forward, the fake Su Xiao split into 2. Gradually, it split into 3 identical figures. The real Su Xiao watched the split and screamed, "What the hell, a game with 3 people? It's splitting into 3. He gave the order, "Doll, turn back, Black General, devour all of them and see how they'll split." Black General charged forward, opening its mouth and using tentacles to wrap them up and swallow them whole. After swallowing 2, they split again into identical versions of him, countless in number. The viewers were shocked. No way, unlimited cloning. Holy crap, so many Su Xiao bosses. If they were all real, that would be great. We each get a Su Xiao, no need to fight over him. Hi hi hi. Su Xiao laughed, looking ridiculously handsome. "Mom, I'm in love." Someone else typed, talking about this now seems a bit off. Boss Su Xiao is in danger.
The real Su Xiao saw the situation wasn't looking good. If this continued, it wouldn't end well. Sooner or later, he'd be exhausted. Not knowing what to do, the system suddenly reminded him to use the mountain god ring. He immediately exclaimed in joy, "That's right, how could I forget the mountain god ring?" The mountain god ring has the ability to resist mind control.
Maybe it can help me figure this out.
He then used the mountain god ring. The system announced, player Su Xiao has used the power of the mountain god ring with Black General. Black General seemed to gain enhanced strength, charging at them with a new, battle-ready form that amazed the onlookers. Black General now looks as imposing as an ancient, mighty entity. Everyone, look! Su Xiao doesn't even need to give directions anymore. Black General is searching for it on its own now. Black General used its tentacles to grab the mirror. Su Xiao thought, the mirror, could it be hiding inside the mirror? Suddenly, a group of eerie figures appeared within the mirror, laughing sinisterly and grabbing his hands. Su Xiao remained unfazed, and instead, a radiant glow emanated from his body. "Truly, the protagonist's aura is something else," he said with a smile. "I forgot to tell you, any strange tricks are useless against me. Of course, it's not that I'm underestimating you, I just want to say that all of you are trash." The mirror shattered, and the figures inside screamed continuously, with strange souls flying out of it. The onlookers immediately flooded the chat. "Oh my god, Su Xiao is so handsome, this move deserves a perfect 10. He's not even arrogant, so cool." Wait a moment, did Su Xiao just say that any methods from strange creatures would be useless against him? It seems like it. I'm getting more and more curious about what his innate talent is. There was a thumping sound coming from inside the broken mirror. Su Xiao spoke, "Black General, take out whatever is hidden inside." Black General, following the command, used its tentacle to hook inside. A scream echoed from within, "Human, you don't deserve to die." From the mirror, Black General retrieved a heart. Su Xiao, puzzled, said, "What's going on here? I've caught it, yet the system hasn't notified me that I missed something?" He suddenly remembered rule number 14. Janitors at school can be trusted. When faced with an unsolvable problem, go to the janitor's break room for help. The rule always mentioned the janitor's assistance. Could it be that if I didn't let that person help, I wouldn't pass? Thinking of this, he headed to the janitor's break room. Su Xiao carefully handed the heart to the janitor and said, "Uncle, this is for you." The janitor, seeing this, was delighted. "You caught it. That's great. We can finally get rid of it." At that moment, the system finally displayed a notification, "Dear contestant, congratulations on escaping from Hongshui Academy. Classroom evaluation, 3 stars, dormitory, 2 stars, bonus, 1 star, total of 6 stars. Reminder, the bonus points are because you performed excellently in this round. It will help you earn additional rewards. The reward through the pollution mirror, the paper plane sheet, and the bizarre physical resistance +2. The current resistance is 8%. With the pollution mirror, you can dispel illusions, see the blind spots clearly, and gain the additional reward of a cheating plane. This one-time use item can transmit information in the world of strange stories. The word limit is 100. Su Xiao was incredibly excited when he received the reward. 6 stars. And there's an extra reward. The audience was also thrilled with him. Wow, he got the cheating plane. Su Xiao could definitely help another contestant pass. Hee, if this were auctioned in the real world, it could make me a rich man. Don't you think? At the moment Su Xiao passed, Claude, Adi, and Ali also passed in succession. But the 3 of them didn't kill it, they only survived a few more days because they relied on the Forbidden Laborer's book. The system continued with the announcement, "Congratulations to Su Xiao from Dragon Country, Claude from Nation P, Adi from Grizzly Nation, and Ali from Nation P for successfully passing. The 4 countries are exempted from this round of the Strange Rules visit." Su Xiao from Dragon Country received a 6-star rating. He earned a special reward, increasing the creativity of the people in Dragon Country by 10%, plus an additional 5% reward. Claude from Nation P received a 3-star rating. He earned a normal reward, with a 5% increase in water resources for Nation P. A D from Grizzly Nation received a 4-star rating and earned an excellent reward. The physical attributes of the people in Grizzly Nation increased by 8%. Ollie from Nation P received a 3-star rating. After receiving a normal reward, the fruit production of Nation P increased by 5%. In the meeting room of Nation A, the leadership was continuously cursing. This time, 4 people passed in this section. The 3 other countries have clearly turned towards Dragon Country. Dragon Country right now is like a tiger descending from the mountain. We cannot afford to underestimate them. East Island Country is so foolish that they can't even manage reconnaissance, yet they still dream of receiving our help. At this point, it seems like we'll have to figure things out ourselves. On Su Zhao's side, as he returned to the real world, the plane was already being auctioned by high-ranking representatives for Nation O. 3 days later, Su Zhao entered the world of strange events once again. The system sent a notification that the countries participating in this challenge were Dragon Country, Nation P, Grizzly Nation, Nation A, Nation O, Nation S, Nation P, and Kimchi Country. The location of this challenge was an amusement park. Since the amusement park began operating, it had attracted countless tourists who brought their children to play. They would spend a happy weekend here. But be careful, you must learn to follow the rules of the amusement park. Inside the amusement park, there were often lost tourists. The amusement park was like a giant beast lying quietly, waiting. As soon as someone entered its territory, no one would survive to make it out. Reminder: within 2 days, you must lead your younger brother out of the amusement park. Please protect it well. If you are delayed and swallowed by the strange object, you will be trapped here forever. The number of reminders the outside world can send during this challenge is 1. When the new system issued the notification, a boy appeared beside Su Zhao. He grabbed the hem of his shirt and said, brother, the bumper car over there looks so fun, let's go play there." Su Zhao thought to himself, I really have another little sibling. He bent down and handed the doll to the boy, then gently said, wait a moment, I'll take you to play later. You need to hold on to this doll carefully. Don't run around, stay here, and don't go anywhere. I'll go get the amusement park map. The boy obediently responded, okay. As he went to get the map, he thought to himself, I have the talent to protect, but Rezer doesn't. This time, I must make sure to protect Rezer well. I'll let him hold the doll and see if he listens and stays in one place. If he's a disobedient child, I'll have to teach him a lesson. The rules are usually written on the back of the map. Su Zhao quickly flipped the paper over to the back where there were long lines of text. Welcome to the amusement park. To ensure that you and your family can enjoy a fun weekend, please strictly follow the rules below. Rule 1: the bumper car attraction is available to play, but children are prohibited from participating. Rule 2: if you or your family members feel tired, you may go to the park's dining area to enjoy free food. But note, absolutely do not eat things like hamburgers. Rule 3: the area for hamburgers is very attractive. We recommend you try it. Rule 4: the Ferris wheel is fine to ride, but if you encounter a blind woman there, no matter what she says, do not pay any attention to her. Rule 5: the roller coaster is extremely thrilling. It is not recommended for young children, but if proper safety precautions are taken, it is safe to ride. Rule 6: the wooden horse carousel is suitable for both adults and children. It can help you and your family have a fun time together. Rule 7: there are no frog-shaped balloons in the amusement park. If you see someone dressed as a frog selling frog balloons, immediately leave their sight. Rule 8: do not trust the security guards here, nor should you trust any protective items they leave behind. Rule 9: the mirror maze in the amusement park does exist, but you must never enter it. Rule 10: you cannot trust the amusement park staff, especially those wearing black uniforms. Su Zhao read through the list, pondering silently. Why are these rules written in 3 different colors?
Is there some hidden meaning?
He had to carefully consider which rule might be false, especially since he had a younger brother.
He sighed and said, "Sigh, why don't these rules have a protective phrase?
If they did, I'd take care of that brat right away. That way, I could deal with this troublesome little brother while also earning the protection of the divine watchers."
Rezer asked, "Am I being a bit too much?"
When he turned back to the boy, he was no longer there. He panicked and searched frantically, but indeed, the boy was nowhere to be found. That naughty child really knew how to make someone worry.
He immediately went around calling for him.
After searching for half the day, he finally found the boy sitting in a corner, crying loudly.
He quickly approached and asked, "What's wrong? Did someone hurt you?"
Rezer cried hysterically, "Brother, it was the doll that hit me, it wouldn't let me play the bumper car game."
Su Xiao gently comforted him, "How could such a cute doll know how to hit people?
You must have just fallen by yourself." Rezer still insisted that he wasn't at fault, but clearly, Su Xiao had given him sound and reasonable advice.
"I saw you fall on your own. Think carefully, how could a doll, which is a toy, possibly hurt you?" Seeing that Su Xiao's reasoning made sense, Rezer began to be convinced.
It seemed like he really had fallen by himself.
The comments section from viewers popped up, "The child's been tricked.
With a brother like this, the kid's going to end up being mentally challenged."
Su Xiao raised his hand, grabbed the doll, and said, "Come on, hug the doll, and I'll take you to play bumper cars." Rezer eagerly agreed, "Okay." At that moment, rule number 1 appeared. The bumper car ride at the amusement park was allowed, but it was strictly prohibited for young children. When they arrived at the amusement park, Su Xiao picked up Rezer and placed him into a bumper car. Behind him, a security guard was walking toward them. The security guard handed Su Xiao a piece of paper. Su Xiao followed the guard with his eyes and thought to himself, "Is this guard giving me another piece of paper?" He unfolded it, and on the paper were several lines of text. Green text can be trusted, yellow text can only be trusted halfway. The yellow text is its handwriting. Su Xiao stroked his chin, thinking. So the 3 colors in the rule have this kind of meaning?
But rule number 8 also says that I can't trust the guards here and shouldn't trust the things they bring.
But I have a feeling the guard is a good person. He stood so close to me earlier, yet didn't harm me or Rezer.
As he was thinking to himself, Su Xiao reminded himself, "I can't let my guard down. If it is as dangerous as the warning says, who knows, maybe the color of the text on the paper could change. So I must never easily judge right or wrong based on the colors in the rules." Su Xiao adjusted his shirt and smiled confidently. After that, Su Xiao and Rezer had a lot of fun playing bumper cars. Su Xiao didn't hold back, causing Rezer to scream non-stop, "Help!" After several minutes, Rezer was lying flat on the side of the car, pouting, "I don't want to play bumper cars anymore, it's not fun at all." One onlooker commented, "When in danger, the guard brother protects you, when safe, the guard brother is the danger."
Another onlooker completely agreed with this point of view. Su Xiao smiled and asked, "Do you really not want to play anymore? So, what do you want to play now?"
Rezer insisted, "I want to ride the roller coaster."
Rule number 5, written in yellow, appeared. The roller coaster is very thrilling and not recommended for young children, but if all safety measures are followed, there's no problem.
Su Xiao immediately darkened his expression. He felt that even though rule number 5 was yellow, it was half right, half wrong, and not easy to violate at all. Moreover, he didn't want to ride the roller coaster, he didn't even want to think about it.
Su Xiao then tried to coax Rezer, "The roller coaster isn't a ride for young children.
Rezer, over there they're selling frog balloons.
Let me take you over to buy one." Rezer innocently asked, "Are frog balloons fun?" Rule number 7, in green, appeared.
The amusement park doesn't have frog-shaped balloons. If you want a frog selling balloons, you must immediately leave its sight.
Su Xiao firmly told Rezer, "Of course, they're fun.
Wait here, I'll go buy you a balloon."
Rezer obediently replied, "Yes." Su Xiao followed rule number 7. As soon as he spotted a frog selling balloons, he shouted, "Hey, you frog! Don't you know selling balloons here is forbidden?" The frog selling balloons replied confusedly, "Huh? I've never heard of that."
Su Xiao walked over and snatched the balloon from the frog's hand. He warned it, "Be more careful next time.
This time, I'll confiscate everything."
The frog sweatily watched Su Xiao's back, feeling that something was off.
What's going on? Is this person really that brave?
However, not long after, the frog grinned wickedly.
It thought to itself, selling balloons to humans is exactly my goal.
There's no need to turn back now. Su Xiao suddenly turned around, and the frog quickly stood at attention, feeling guilty.
Su Xiao flashed a sly smile. He let go of the balloons, letting them float away.
With a grin, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach the frog a lesson.
He kindly asked, "Are there any more balloons?"
The frog, flustered, replied, "They're all gone." Just a moment ago, the frog hadn't finished speaking when Su Xiao punched it square in the face.
He scolded, "What do you mean by that? A frog doll dares to tell me there are no more balloons? Are you implying that I don't have enough money?"
The viewers eagerly spread the special news: Su Xiao boss beats up frog doll until it's bruised and battered, a must-see spectacle. Another viewer commented, "Look, Hansuin from Nation K, Kimchi Country also met a frog doll." When Rezer saw Hansuin run by, he called out, "Big brother." A frog stepped forward and stood beside her. As soon as Hansuin saw the frog, he quickly ran off. The viewers speculated that Hansuin must have been afraid of violating rule number 7. "That was a quick getaway," another person remarked.
But he forgot something back there.
After running for a while, Hansuin suddenly remembered.
"Oh no, Rezer. I forgot to bring Rezer along."
Hansuin quickly turned back to search, and immediately saw him holding a frog-shaped balloon.
"Hey, look at this frog-shaped balloon. It looks so cool." Rezer happily showed it to Hansuin.
Hansuin felt something was off.
Rezer was holding the frog-shaped balloon, but there was no sign of him being controlled. Could it be that rule number 7 was a long rule?
Rule number 7 stated that there were no frog-shaped balloons in the amusement park, and if a doll was seen selling such balloons, one had to immediately leave its sight.
Hansuin thought it wasn't right. To be cautious, it was better to get rid of it just in case.
With that in mind, Hansuin walked over and snatched the frog-shaped balloon from Rezer's hand.
"You can't play with this, let go." Rezer immediately burst into tears. Hansuin saw the situation was getting tense, so he shouted, "Stop crying, come with me. Behave or I'll punish you."
Behind them, a frog suddenly appeared. The onlookers were immediately startled.
"This frog looks terrifying, has Hansuin already caught its attention?"
The frog grinned maliciously.
The onlookers immediately commented,
"Serves him right for forgetting Rezer earlier."
The onlookers kept discussing. Su Xiao boss was also holding a balloon earlier, could he have caught its attention too? Another viewer disagreed and replied, "The doll was beaten so badly earlier, no way, the boss must have taken Rezer out for food by now."
At the dining area, Rezer pouted and said, "Su Xiao, I want to eat a hamburger, fried chicken, and some French fries too." Su Xiao remembered rule number 2, which strictly prohibited fast food like hamburgers. However, rule number 3 stated that the hamburgers here were incredibly delicious and should be tried at least once. Su Xiao seriously pondered, as the two rules clearly contradicted each other. No matter which rule he chose to break, he would inadvertently follow the other, thus losing the protection of his talent.
There was only one choice left.
Su Xiao approached the cashier and made his request, "Cashier, I'll have 2 orders of French fries, and 2 hamburgers with just the buns, no meat." Su Xiao smugly thought that by ordering bread without the meat, he could technically say he ate a hamburger, but it was also like not eating one at all. In this way, he was breaking both rules at the same time. He was too clever. Rezer opened the hamburger and said with a sad face, "Hey, this hamburger doesn't look like the one in the ad." Su Xiao casually responded, the meat inside the bun was taken by someone else, there's only the bun left.
Just put the fries inside, and you'll be able to eat it. Rezer looked surprised and said, oh, that works too.
Near where Su Xiao and Rezer were sitting, there was a mother and her daughter enjoying their meal.
The little girl eagerly said to her mother, Mom, I want to go to the bear world later.
I heard they have a lot of teddy bears there.
The gentle mother agreed. All right, after we eat, let's go together.
Su Xiao, who overheard the conversation between the mother and child, was a bit puzzled.
Was he impressed by the bear world location?
Su Xiao found it strange. He recalled earlier when he had taken Rezer on a full tour of the park, but there was no bear world.
Could this round be like the zoo, where two worlds exist side by side?
After finishing their meal, Su Xiao took Rezer to the Ferris wheel.
He reminded her, all right, sit carefully now.
The yellow rule number 4 announced, the Ferris wheel is safe to ride, but if you happen to encounter a blind woman, do not pay attention to anything she says.
Sure enough, Su Xiao met a woman.
She said something cryptic, you're such a lovely child. If the Ferris wheel falls, it would be such a tragedy. Based on Su Xiao's judgment, although rule number 4 warned not to trust the woman, her actions suggested that she meant no harm. Perhaps she had been waiting there to remind him of something. Su Xiao looked at a piece of paper, mumbling to himself.
Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. The man greeted him, hello, did you just receive something from the blind woman?
The staff member explained that the woman often caused trouble at the amusement park. If she gave him anything, he should hand it over to them, otherwise, the woman might cause trouble for him and his family. Su Xiao observed the expression of the staff member, silently assessing him.
Although the staff member wasn't wearing black clothing, there was something unsettling about him.
Su Xiao tucked the piece of paper into his pocket, then turned to look at the staff member, smiling as he spoke, I didn't take anything from her, so I have nothing to give you. The staff member gave a forced smile, you did the right thing. He was about to leave but hesitated when he saw Rezer sitting alone on the Ferris wheel. He curiously asked Su Xiao, hey, aren't you going up to sit with your brother and enjoy the view from the top of the park? Su Xiao smiled with narrowed eyes, I'm afraid of heights, so I'll let him enjoy it on his own. The staff member suddenly turned and walked up to Rezer's cabin.
He explained, that's fine, the Ferris wheel is about to start anyway.
I'll sit with him to make sure he's safe until it lands. The cabin door closed, and the Ferris wheel began to start. The onlookers were startled when they saw the staff member's clothes change. One of them exclaimed, why did his clothes change color?
Was it all just an act? Will Rezer be alright? Another spectator reassured, Rezer is holding a doll, so he should be fine. I think.
At that moment, Noah from Nation S, one of the selected competitors, was riding the Ferris wheel with the staff member. When Noah saw the staff member's clothes change, he stammered, black.
Black. Noah, worried, said, what should we do now?
The Ferris wheel is already so high up, we can't just run out. The employee began to transform, and his face suddenly resembled that of a furry bear. Suddenly, the employee in the form of a bear lunged forward and knocked Noah down. Soon after, news spread that players from 6 nations Nation S, Nation C, Nation Co had been swallowed by a strange creature. The world of strange events was about to begin its countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
The spectators screamed in shock, what the hell, it looks like someone from Su Xiao's team fell off the Ferris wheel. Su Xiao calmly watched as someone fell from the Ferris wheel. When the viewers saw the fallen person's face clearly, they sighed in relief, you scared me. The person who fell was the employee, but not the one from before. Another spectator smugly commented, I told you, now there are protective dolls.
How could that employee harm anyone?
Seeing that things had calmed down, the spectators shifted their attention to a different topic. Su Xiao has finally opened the paper that woman left behind, hurry up and read what it says. The paper contained the following rules.
Rule number 11, written in green ink, at the time you read this paper, there's a high chance that it has noticed you. Follow the employee's instructions to leave the park. Rule number 12, written in yellow ink, the slide is the correct exit. There is no gate leading out of the amusement park.
Rule number 13, also written in yellow ink, the bear world does not exist, but you can try searching for a place called the bear world.
Rule 14 is written in red ink.
If you are not careful and step into its territory, do not panic, stay calm.
Any emotion you show will be considered a provocation by it. Rule 15 is written in red ink, and there is no way to escape from here. Everyone becomes a toy for its outbursts of anger.
After reading the paper, Su Xiao furrowed his brows and thought. The staff here were not trustworthy, so Rule 11 must be incorrect. However, the rule written incorrectly was in blue ink, meaning that it could change the color of the rules, and one cannot judge right or wrong based solely on the color. At that moment, from a distance, Rezer ran toward him. Crying, he said, "Big brother, the uncle was so scary just now.
He wanted to throw me down." Su Xiao comforted Rezer, "Shoo, calm down, I'll take you to the mirror house, okay?"
Rezer happily cheered, "Okay, you're the best, big brother."
Rule number 9 appeared.
The mirror house in the amusement park does exist, but one is not allowed to enter.
Su Xiao held Rezer's hand and led him there. Su Xiao analyzed rule number 9.
Although it was written in green ink, he could not completely trust it at the moment. To find the other world inside the amusement park, it was necessary to check each area carefully. At the mirror house, Su Xiao noticed a piece of paper on the notice board. The paper said, "To have the best experience in the mirror maze, we recommend that before entering, you spin 3 times to the right, then continue spinning 3 times to the left. After that, enter the mirror house through the door in the center. When you get lost in the mirror maze, don't worry. If you want to get out, stand in front of the regular mirrors.
There are surveillance cameras there.
The staff, after seeing you, will immediately rescue you." The content of the note below the notice board reads, "I am the wedding security staff in the amusement park.
When you see this note, I may already be dead. The mirror maze used to be its territory.
If you carelessly enter, do not turn back, because you have no idea where it leads behind you."
The first part of the notice board content is believable. Before entering the mirror maze, you must follow the instructions above. Only then can you keep your life. Do not stand in front of regular mirrors. If you don't want to see it in the mirror, you must do exactly as I say.
We used to fight against it, but we never expected that its power was beyond our imagination.
This is the last note I leave behind. When you meet me again, I may exist in another form. There is no way to survive in the amusement park. Everyone is trapped here forever." Su Xiao commented, "The content written here is contradictory.
At one point it says the notice board content is trustworthy, but then it says not to stand in front of regular mirrors. Looks like this note has also been distorted by it, so it can't be fully trusted."
The viewers continued to closely watch Su Xiao's every step. The boss has entered the mirror house. Not turning around, just like the instructions outside.
Turning around in front of the mirror looks ridiculous.
Who would believe in such a nonsensical rule? Another viewer spoke up in opposition, "Don't say that, really, don't say that. Hansuan from Nation K believes in it." In a different development, also inside the mirror house, Hansuan was spinning left and right to the point of feeling dizzy. The viewers found it incredibly funny. Is he out of his mind? Believing in such a rule. So embarrassing.
I declare him a tourist from Nation K, but in reality, he's from East Island country. After Su Xiao entered, Claude also guided Rio to the mirror house through the far left door. After used infinite deduction, he entered through the far right door. It has to be like Su Xiao. Inside the mirror house, Rezer pouted and complained to Su Xiao, "Brother, your doll hit me again.
It won't let me look in the mirror." Su Xiao asked him, "Which mirror?" Rezer pointed to a mirror and said, "That one over there." Su Xiao noticed that it was just a regular mirror.
He suspected that the doll's refusal to let him look into it meant something was wrong with that mirror. The viewers also sensed something odd.
There's something strange in the mirror. Su Xiao contemptuously spoke to the mirror. What? Something strange in the mirror trying to scare me? Let's see how I deal with you.
The viewers immediately got excited, eager to see what Su Xiao would do. How will Su Xiao boss handle this strange thing, and how will he interact with the world inside the mirror? Su Xiao ordered Black General to deal with the mirror. Black General obeyed his orders, charging forward and smashing the mirror to pieces.
Viewer comments, exactly, why didn't I think of that? Physical action solves everything. Black General's power is overwhelming. After dealing with the mirror, Su Xiao became even more certain that his judgment was correct. It seemed the warning in the note was true. Staring at the mirror easily attracts its attention. That meant the other world within wasn't far away anymore.
At the same time, Hansuin was utterly confused, asking, "Damn it, why do I keep going in circles back to where I started?" Rezer suddenly stopped in front of a mirror, staring blankly and saying, "Ha, this mirror is just a normal mirror."
Viewer comments, Rezer from Hansuin has been assimilated by the anomaly. The real show is about to begin. Rezer from Hansuin had indeed been assimilated. He spoke to Hansuin in a gloomy tone, "Hee, big brother, will you play with me?"
Hansuin, already panicking, was now even more disoriented in this new situation.
He snapped, "Damn it, what the hell is this?"
Just then, a notification appeared, directing Hansuin to turn around and run out of the mirror house. Hurry, Hansuin felt this might be the best way. That's right, the entrance, I can go out through the initial entrance and figure things out later.
Then, Hansuin turned and ran as fast as he could. Viewer comments, I remember the sign at the entrance of the mirror house said. The maze of mirrors is its domain.
If you accidentally enter this place, please do not turn back, because you cannot know where the exit will lead.
Hansuin seems to have forgotten this detail. He kept running back and forth, frantically asking, "Where's the entrance? I remember it being here, why can't I find it anymore?"
Another spectator agreed with the one before, "That's right, both the leader of Nation K and Hansuin are just as foolish, they can't even remember this.
We've already come quite a distance."
After running around for a while, Hansuin finally returned to where Rezer had been assimilated.
He gloomily asked, "Hey, where did you go just now? Didn't you say you would never abandon me?" Hansuin, trembling in fear, stammered, why are you back here again?" Rezer, now assimilated, let out a sinister laugh and suggested to Hansuin, "Hey, how about we play a game of blindfolded tag? If you catch me, you can eat me. What do you think?" Hansuin was terrified, shaking with fear. He kept backing away, shouting loudly, "No, go away."
Taking a few more steps back, Hansuin suddenly bumped into something strange, a giant frog right behind him.
Hansuin screamed, You are.
Before he could finish his sentence, the frog opened its mouth wide and swallowed him whole.
Hansuin let out a tragic scream.
The system then announced, contestant Hansuin from Nation K has been devoured by a strange creature. The countdown to the upcoming bizarre event begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers gasped.
Oh no, this looks a bit tragic. Another viewer commented, quick, check out Su Xiao.
The boss has found another path inside the mirror house. At that moment, Su Xiao had discovered a new path.
He guessed, could this be the exit of the mirror maze?
The Black General silently concealed himself beside him.
The viewers marveled, wow, the boss is so lucky. Breaking the mirror and still finding a way out. Without hesitation, Su Xiao quickly ran ahead with Rezer. After a while, he stopped. Ahead was a red door that looked very eerie.
Su Xiao assessed the situation, noticing that the black streaks were all entering through it.
Could the door lead to its territory, to the world inside? Su Xiao decided to open the door.
He said, to find the way out, we have to go in. The viewers praised him, Su Xiao was so brave, not scared at all.
Another viewer commented, let's not talk about that for now.
Everyone, look at Buck from Nation O. He's still lost inside the mirror maze. On Buck's side, eerie laughter and strange seductive voices echoed endlessly within the maze.
Come play here.
This made Buck's head ache terribly. He cursed, damn it, stop laughing, stop laughing. Suddenly, Buck spotted a paper plane. He shouted, a cheater's paper plane. Gu Gao had used the cheater's paper plane. Now, he could understand the crucial hint from Su Xiao in Dragon Country. Buck quickly unfolded the paper airplane. Inside it was written, smash the mirror normally.
Following the new path, he entered the red door.
Buck immediately smashed the mirror with his bare hands, just as the paper airplane had instructed. Excited, Buck said, it really worked, a new path has appeared.
Su Xiao from Dragon Country didn't deceive me. Following the instructions written on the paper airplane, Buck quickly did as told and entered the red door.
The wound on Buck's hand kept bleeding as the shards of the broken mirror cut into it.
After Buck entered the red door, and a few other players also managed to arrive here.
At this moment, and was using his infinite inference skill. He felt something was off.
He wondered, what's going on? Why can't I find the correct choice? A D gritted his teeth, what went wrong? Why couldn't he find a way out despite inferring so many solutions? Could it be that no matter what choice he made, he would inevitably be assimilated by it? A D slowly lost his composure, and he shouted loudly, people outside, can you hear me? Don't keep going, we won't be able to escape. This is a dead end, a certain death.
A D desperately called for help from those outside, hoping someone could hear him.
One viewer commented, what's he saying? Suddenly, I can't hear him clearly anymore.
Another viewer speculated, after Su Xiao and Buck entered the door, the live feed got scrambled. It must be some trick of his. The representative of Nation F confidently asserted, leader, I know sign language, so I think a D meant to say that the exit is behind the door. The leader of Nation F snorted coldly, what you just said makes some sense, but Su Xiao also went through that door. Behind the door must be an exit, so I'll remind you quickly our player has entered the door.
The audience was puzzled, a D, didn't you say the exit is behind the door? Why didn't he go in?
One viewer disagreed, no, something seems off. Just now, when reminding the other countries, a D looked like a completely different person.
A viewer above asked one below, are you saying that what just happened within wasn't just a screen malfunction but that it was intentionally manipulated to mislead and provide false information? The audience continued to feel confused, could it be that it's intentionally trying to lead the other players to go through the back door, and that door is actually very dangerous? This doesn't feel right.
At that moment, another viewer reported, the live broadcast screen on Su Xiao's side is normal again. At this point, Su Xiao had escaped from the mirror house. He also found the bear world. Rule 14 appeared, if you accidentally enter its territory, don't panic.
Stay calm. Any expression you make will be seen as provocation by it.
Su Xiao thought to himself, I have this feeling that the stuffed bears here are looking at me strangely. He decided to use the mirror to observe the situation around him. It could help him avoid being influenced by hallucinations and see through the true nature of things. Through the mirror, Su Xiao saw the blind girl being controlled in the bear world.
The blind girl was constantly begging for help, save me, please save me.
Su Xiao's face instantly darkened, and he thought to himself, damn, you reminded me that I was captured here before, and it really has been monitoring us all along. Viewer comment, based on the current situation, in the amusement park, it is definitely the most terrifying presence, not to be underestimated. Another viewer commented, I don't know how Su Xiao is going to get through this round, I'm starting to get a little worried. Rezer called out, Su Xiao, hey, look at this. He handed him a piece of paper. Inside the paper were the rules of the bear world, this was its domain. Here is a world of cycles. No matter who enters, they must consciously follow the rules below. Although it may not save your life, it can at least help extend your survival. Rule 1, after entering the bear world, sit on the sightseeing bus. This will help you gain more time.
Rule 2: Learn to control your emotions. Your emotions will not only be useless but could also make it unhappy. Rule 3: It is always watching you in secret.
It enjoys watching your panicked and fearful expressions, you must pretend to remain calm.
Rule 4: Give up any thought of looking for it. This will only make you regret it. The fifth rule: there's no way to escape, no way to survive. These dolls are your end. The sixth rule: actually, all the rules are meant to deceive you. In the end, who could possibly survive and escape?
After reading it, Su Xiao sneered coldly. He said, "Learn to control your emotions, or it will make it unhappy."
I understand now. Seeing Su Xiao's expression, the onlookers couldn't help but ask in confusion, but why did Su Xiao suddenly smile in such a terrifying way?
Another viewer had a bad feeling. I have a sense that he's about to break the rules.
Let's wait and see. Su Xiao suddenly burst out laughing, looking very sinister. Black General showed a look of disgust. The viewers realized something was off.
Look, the bears around are acting strangely. One viewer guessed, could it be that Su Xiao wants to force it to appear by breaking the rules, and then fight it? An above viewer praised, he's really bold, no wonder he's called Su Xiao boss. Just as the rules had warned, Su Xiao's laughter truly made it unhappy. The proof was a teddy bear with a murderous expression gradually taking form, causing the viewers to be terrified.
It's here, I'm so scared. I want to throw all the dolls out of the house right now. The giant bear with a terrifying expression was closing in on Su Xiao.
It cursed him to die.
Go die.
Su Xiao, on the other hand, appeared very calm, leaving the viewers momentarily confused. Hey, why is Su Xiao so quiet?
Is he scared by it? Su Xiao coldly ordered Black General, let it taste the consequences.
Immediately, Black General charged forward and began tearing into the stuffed bear. The viewers burst into laughter. They quickly flooded the comments section. The weird creature got knocked out cold.
This just proves, who else can be as tough as Su Xiao boss? Is there anyone else?
However, the stuffed bear was no ordinary creature.
It wasn't long before it sent Black General flying. Su Xiao, sensing something was wrong, thought to himself, this is bad.
Even after merging with the crow's power, Black General still couldn't defeat it. It seemed the only option was to use the mountain god ring. Rezer, standing beside him, tugged at Su Xiao's sleeve and earnestly said, "Brother, its target is me.
Let me go with it."
Su Xiao sternly ordered him, "Stay put, kids shouldn't cause trouble like this." Turning, Su Xiao continued giving commands to Black General, "Clean off that filthy body for me."
"I don't believe we can't deal with it."
Black General obeyed and immediately rushed forward to attack the ugly stuffed bear.
The viewers couldn't take their eyes off the battle, commenting, "Whoa.
It really can hold its own against Black General.
Looks even stronger than the boss from the last Strange World.
Quick, look at the doll, it seems like it's not normal anymore." As the viewer had said, Su Xiao turned to look at the doll and cursed, "Damn it, why has the doll turned evil?"
Su Xiao was surprised and wondered, why is the doll flying toward it? The doll opened its mouth and absorbed the magic power from the giant teddy bear. One viewer asked in shock, "Is the doll sucking in that black energy?" Another viewer responded, "Yes, it's just like when Black General swallowed that crow. The doll is absorbing the black energy, and it will definitely become stronger."
Soon, the ugly black teddy bear had been transformed by the doll, turning white, pure, and incredibly cute. The system notified, it was originally an innocent and kind teddy bear, but unfortunately, negative emotions created it. Perhaps this world is to blame, as people carelessly project their emotions onto it. At the same time, the system issued a notice, "Dear contestant, congratulations on successfully escaping the amusement park. This is a brand new method of passing. You've been awarded extraordinary evaluation points, 6-star rating. An extraordinary evaluation will also grant additional rewards. Completion reward, white bear, source of negative emotional energy, with 2 points added to its resistance to anomalies.
Current resistance to anomalies is 10%.
Brief introduction of the white bear. This is a cute teddy bear, but don't be fooled by its appearance, as it can turn evil at any moment. The completion reward includes an introduction to the source of emotional pollution. The disposable item made the strange object go wild within 3 minutes. After defeating the teddy bear, the doll returned to normal. Su Xiao looked at the reward and wondered, is it really that easy? He questioned, oh my, what is the source of the negative emotional contamination? The teddy bear and a small square box slowly descended into his hands. He looked at these two items and hummed lightly. He guessed that this must be the black air coming from the white bear. Objects that were contaminated would become puppets of negative emotions. Although it only lasted for 3 minutes, this item could still be very useful for dealing with strange objects. Rezer, who was standing beside Su Xiao, seemed a little sad. He revealed a secret to him, goodbye, brother. Actually, I am also a teddy bear. Su Xiao asked in surprise, you're also a teddy bear? Yes, Rezer continued. That's why I've always disguised myself as a human, waiting for someone who could help the white bear return to its original form. Rezer returned to his true form. He held the white bear's hand. Rezer waved at Su Xiao, thank you for helping us be freed. This heartwarming ending moved the audience, and they couldn't help but shed a tear. What's going on here? One spectator sighed. Actually, sometimes strange objects are also forced into their situation. They suffer too. Another person suddenly remembered the remaining contestants. Look at the other contestants, they seem like they're about to collapse. Claude of Nation F, after leading Rezer into the world of bears, continued to follow the rule of staying on the sightseeing bus without ever getting off. It wasn't a sightseeing bus, but rather a ride that circled the world of bears, round after round, endlessly, a relentless cycle of torment. In the end, Claude couldn't hold back any longer and decided to get off the bus himself to put an end to everything. At the same time, Ali from Nation P made the same choice. Ali stood boldly in front of the giant teddy bears, shouting, I'll risk it with you all. System announcement, Nation P and their representative have been swallowed by the bizarre entity. The countdown to the upcoming Strange World event began, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Meanwhile, Adi of Grizzly Nation was going through high-level reasoning and finally discovered a way to pass. He pushed Rezer toward the giant teddy bear. Rezer was immediately assimilated, absorbing the dark energy emanating from it. After absorbing the dark energy, Rezer permanently replaced the bear and stayed in this place. SDI barely managed to pass. System announcement, Su Xiao of Dragon Country and Adi of Grizzly Nation have successfully passed. The two nations were exempted from the upcoming visit to the Strange World. Su Xiao of Dragon Country passed with a 6-star rating. He received a special reward. The infection rate among the citizens of Dragon Country decreased by 20%. An additional reward further reduced it by 5%. Adi of Grizzly Nation received a 5-star rating. He received a special reward. The scientific level of Grizzly Nation increased by 10%. Adi of Grizzly Nation received a personal reward, specifically a bear-shaped ball. At this moment, Adi was sitting down, breathing a sigh of relief. He murmured, finally, I've passed the viewers' comments. This time, Adi scored 5 stars, it's truly unbelievable. One person expressed agreement with Adi, though it was quite pitiful, but to replace the contestant to stay in the amusement park seemed to be the only way for an ordinary contestant to pass. Another viewer commented, hope there won't be another round like the amusement park. After 3 days back in the normal world, Su Xiao and Adi, who had previously escaped from the strange world, continued to be transported to the next strange world. The system provided information. The countries participating in this challenge are Dragon Country, Grizzly Nation, Nation A, Nation Z, Nation NP, Nation E, Atingwa, Nation K, East Island Country. It has been detected that a certain contestant participating in this challenge has an exceptionally high chance of winning, preparing to open a special strange world. The system announced, this strange world challenge is about a family of 6. Specifically, the home is the harbor of happiness, the origin of all joy, but some homes are filled with danger and the bizarre. Perhaps fire can't burn away all the fear in one's heart, but sincerity can.
Su Xiao, lying down while listening to the system summarize the content, grumbled, "A certain contestant with an exceptionally high chance of winning, aren't they talking about me? You could just say my name outright. Seriously."
The system continues to disseminate the necessary information.
You are a member of a 6-person family. You have the right to take on family responsibilities and care for your relatives.
Your family members may seem very frightening, but as long as you remain patient and communicate politely with them, trust that you can find a way to live with them. Reminder: within 5 days, no matter what method you use, try to survive until the end. Special reminder: your family includes your grandmother, father, mother, younger brother, and younger sister.
Your family is very dangerous. 3 of them want to kill you.
Please make careful judgments.
Su Xiao stood up and looked around.
He assessed that there were no chances for a reminder in this round.
My family has 6 people, damn it. 3 of them want to kill me. This is too intense.
Su Xiao walked up to the table, picked up the sheet of paper, and decided to check the rules first. The paper read: Rule 1, except during safe hours, do not leave your room. Rule 2, noon from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., and in the afternoon from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. are safe hours. During these 2 time slots, you can leave your room to eat the food prepared for you by the family. Rule 3, she is not trustworthy, her footsteps are usually very soft. If you hear her footsteps approaching, do not make a sound, as she will use the sound to find and kill you. Rule 4, your younger brother will occasionally knock on your door, usually 3 times. Before the 3rd knock, cover your ears. If not, your mind will become disordered. Rule 5, your mother's mind is unstable, she will kill without reason.
Of course, sometimes you won't be the only one she confronts.
Rule 6, your father's footsteps are usually very heavy.
He is the one who loves you most. At crucial moments, he will protect you with his body.
Rule 7, you can trust your younger sister, and you must protect her. If she dies, everyone else will also disappear. Rule 8, when faced with something you cannot withstand, the wardrobe in the living room may be a safe place to hide. Rule 9, there is a phone in the room that works, but no matter who sends you a message, you must not reply.
If you do, the consequences will be severe.
Su Xiao sighed. He analyzed: according to the rules, this strange world is quite troublesome.
3 people want to kill me, 1 person will protect me, and another person needs me to protect them.
Truly, the family of immortals. Just then, Su Xiao's phone rang. He said in surprise, "This strange world even has mobile support."
He took out his phone.
On the screen, a message between him and his younger sister appeared.
His sister texted him, "Hey, are you in your room?"
Su Xiao replied that he wasn't. His sister replied in surprise, "Then where are you?"
Su Xiao jokingly responded, "In your heart, sending love." His sister teasingly scolded him, "You're so annoying, you're in my room. Get over here, hee hee."
As soon as he stopped texting, his sister's voice came from outside his room, "Big brother, stop hiding.
Your cute little sister is about to break the door down and come in."
Su Xiao chuckled joyfully.
Damn it, a cute sister like this wants to kill me. Guess I'll just have to turn into a demon and kill her.
Su Xiao calmly said to his sister standing outside.
Come in, just a sec.
A viewer above questioned, doesn't Rule 7 say the sister is the one to protect?
Su Xiao boss, if you make a move on her, will nothing happen?
A viewer below commented, Rule 9 says, no matter whose message you get, you must not reply.
Do you see Su Xiao following that rule? The viewer above thinks the viewer below makes a good point.
It's true, boss, if you follow the rules, it would be strange. As soon as Su Xiao opened the door, he saw his sister holding an axe in her hand. The viewers couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Ha, his sister looks so confused, I've never seen a brother this brave before.
After a few seconds of shock, the younger brother immediately bared his teeth and angrily said, "Bro, you're not running anymore? Hee, is that you?"
Before the sister could finish her sentence, Su Xiao slapped her.
She immediately went wild and screamed, "Ah, you dare hit me? I'm going to kill you."
Su Xiao nonchalantly taunted her.
"Come here, I'll give you 2 arms."
At that moment, the doll suddenly charged toward the sister. The doll slapped her with a series of vicious blows.
Su Xiao stood aside, enjoying the show.
He humorously commented, "This scene is so brutal, so bloody." Soon enough, the sister was covered in blood.
"I'm sorry, Su Xiao, I wasn't joking anymore, I was wrong, please stop hitting me." She quickly ran away.
Su Xiao still smiled kindly.
He gently spoke to his sister, "Oh, maybe I went too far?"
"You look so pitiful, sister."
The viewers above eagerly commented, "This is hilarious, Su Xiao's fishing technique combined with his devious tricks, I'm hooked." The viewers below chimed in, "Brothers, hurry and check out what's going on at East Island Country. There are benefits." On the East Island side, player Takatono Kajima is joking around.
IE is sending messages, looking incredibly beautiful. On his phone screen is an image of his younger sister with a slender figure.
She texts him, "Hey, are you in your room? Want to see it in person to get excited?" Takatono Kajima quickly responds, Yes, I'm in my bedroom. Come here quickly."
In an instant, there is a sound outside his room.
Takatono Kajima's phone rings with a notification.
He happily says, "My sister sent another message." On his phone screen now is an image of his sister, her face filled with hostility, holding an axe tightly in her hands, looking terrifying.
She texts him, "Hey, I'm outside the door. It's really hard to break down the door, so open it, will you?" He. Takatono Kajima, panicked, stammers, "You're a monster, a monster."
The door to his room is quickly hacked apart by the axe, and his sister's voice calls from outside, "I know you're inside, open the door for me, my hands are getting tired." The system sends rule number 8 to Takatono Kajima. When faced with something overwhelming, he can hide in the wardrobe in the room.
He looks around and spots the wardrobe. Yes, he can hide there.
Without much effort, his sister had already broken down the door.
The younger sister excitedly said, "Brother, I'm here." At that moment, Takatono Kajima was trembling, hiding in the closet, his mind continuously praying.
"Please, don't come here, I don't want to die so soon." Outside, the younger sister seductively coaxed him.
"Didn't you want to see me wear black stockings? Why aren't you opening the door?" In the classroom of East Island Country, the nation's leader was furious.
He slammed his hand on the desk and scolded Takatono Kajima.
"Damn it, this guy Takatono Kajima only has sperm in his mind. He's really disgracing East Island Country. From now on, we are banning the entire adult industry in the country.
If this continues, East Island Country will be destroyed by ourselves." Another leader of East Island Country suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute, look, we have an opportunity for a turnaround."
Indeed, outside Takatono Kajima's room, the voice of his younger brother could be heard. "Sister, Dad's looking for you, I think something's going on." The younger sister muttered, "Dad?"
She temporarily stopped what she was doing and answered her brother.
"Yeah, I know." Takatono Kajima sighed in relief.
"Phew, luckily my brother showed up just in time, or I would have definitely been done for." Then he suddenly remembered a detail and stammered.
Wait a minute, my brother." Takatono Kajima recalled the 4th rule.
Sometimes, his younger brother would knock on his door, usually 3 times. Before the 3rd knock, he should cover his ears, or else his mind would be disturbed.
Takatono Kajima immediately turned pale. He wondered if the 4th rule was true, would his brother knock on the door if he were outside? Several minutes later, Takatono Kajima anxiously pondered.
His brother still hadn't knocked.
The 4th rule must be wrong. His brother and father were good people.
A viewer commented above, I still feel like things aren't that simple.
Besides, remember how his sister broke the door earlier? Now, the door is perfectly fine again. What does that mean?
Another viewer responded below, keep watching, no matter what anyone says, Taketo Nakajima is ridiculously lucky, along with an angry emoji. At the same time, Su Xiao, after chasing his sister away, was lying down thinking about the rules. He analyzed the 7th rule, you can trust your sister, you must protect her. If she dies, the other members of the family will disappear.
Clearly, this rule was wrong.
The 9th rule, there is a working phone in the room, but no matter who sends you a message, you must not reply.
Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable.
This rule might be correct, but the others were still uncertain.
Su Xiao recalled the information provided by the system.
The time for this round was 5 days. There was also the requirement that the contestant must survive until the end, meaning they could not pass before the time was up and had to wait until the clock ran out. At this moment, his phone rang with Ning Jing's notification, signaling that a message had been sent. Su Xiao immediately sat up, making a quick guess. If that were the case, there would certainly be new rules. On Su Xiao's phone screen appeared a message from his younger brother.
Hey, bro, Dad's mental state is unstable. If he knocks on the door, just ignore it.
Oh, and by the way, definitely don't reply to Dad's messages. From Su Xiao's memory, their dad had been mentally unstable. This was strange because according to Rule 5, it was supposed to be their mom who had the unstable mental state, right?
Could it be that Rule 5 was also wrong?
Before long, a message from his dad arrived on Su Xiao's phone.
He tapped it open and saw the following. Son, your brother seems to be looking for you.
His mental state is unstable, so absolutely don't open the door for him. After reading his dad's message, Su Xiao cursed.
OMG, what is going on? A merciful father, a dutiful son. Viewers in the comments above reacted.
Guys, everything is so confusing.
Who's the one with the problem here? Or is everyone messed up? A viewer below responded. Check out the contestant from Nation NP.
He's about to reply to his dad's message, maybe he'll have some useful information. The contestant from Nation NP was Rui Bao, who had also just received a similar message from his father, just like Su Xiao. After reading it, Rui Bao immediately replied to his father with an expression featuring 6 question marks on his face. After sending the message, he suddenly remembered, oh no, Rule 9 says you can't reply to anyone's messages.
Rui Bao decided to recall the message.
After recalling it, Rui Bao let out a sigh of relief.
Luckily, I was quick-witted. Recalling it probably doesn't count as replying, right?
Suddenly, a voice came from outside Rui Bao's room.
Son, it's me, your father.
I know you're in there, quickly open the door for your mother, or when I get in, you won't be able to get away. Rui Bao recalled Rule 6, which said that his father would protect him, but the sound didn't seem right. In a panic, Rui Bao decided to crawl under the blanket and shout, I won't open the door for you.
You're not a good person. The onlookers saw this and couldn't help but laugh and comment, damn, does this person have water in their brain? If you're not opening it, why even bother saying it?
With a loud bang, his father kicked the door open and stormed into Rui Bao's room.
He yelled angrily, goddamn, I can see you're just asking to die.
Seeing his father, furious and ready to send Rui Bao to the other side, he lunged forward and slapped Rui Bao on the head. Rui Bao hurriedly begged, Father, I was wrong, please spare me this time. Not long after, the notification system of the Nation NP announced that contestant Rui Bao had been devoured by a strange entity.
The world of strange events is approaching, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers are immediately terrified. Good heavens, what kind of karma have I created to witness this?
Watching this gives me chills. At the same time, Rui Bao from Nation NP is swallowed up, and across the world, continuous notification sound, announcing eliminations from the game. The system sends out the message, a Tingzun Nangua, the contestant from the 5 countries, has been swallowed by a bizarre creature.
The world of strange events is approaching, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers comment, "Oh my god, what is going on?" Don't the contestants from other countries reply to their messages?
The viewers suddenly recall the 5th rule.
If a mother's spirit is disturbed, she will randomly kill. Of course, sometimes she won't just target you alone.
From here, viewers speculate that the father seems to suddenly be targeting those contestants, which means that the random killing mentioned in the 5th rule is not the mother, but the father. On the Nation K side, the contestant Jin Tai-jun is currently huddled in a closet. Outside, the father is in a raging fury, while viewers continue to comment, but some contestants have hidden in closets, so they are still alive.
It seems the 8th rule is correct.
A viewer in the middle comments, "Looks like a stroke of luck, but hiding in a closet is still terrifying.
Su Xiao wouldn't do that." A viewer below reports, "The father is also searching for Su Xiao. Let's see what Su Xiao will do."
Outside Su Xiao's room, his father's voice kept cursing, "You ungrateful son, I sent you a message and you can't even reply. Open the door now, or when I get inside, I'll give you a good beating." Su Xiao remained calm, sitting still and assessing the situation. From his father's tone, it was clear he was like his younger sister, someone who wanted to kill him. Moreover, the fact that he didn't knock on the door meant it was his father, not his mother, who was the one intending to harm him. After a long period of no reaction from Su Xiao, his father gave a final warning, "Once I get inside, you'll see what happens." Before his father could kick the door down, 2 tentacles appeared from inside Su Xiao's room and gently opened the door.
His father charged in angrily, rolling up his sleeves, shouting, "You ungrateful brat, you dared to break the door? You think you can stop me from getting in?"
Just like with his younger sister, Su Xiao decisively slapped his father across the face.
His father immediately flew into a rage, screaming, "You dare strike me now?
I knew from the start you were a disrespectful brat through and through."
Su Xiao calmly responded, "You came here yourself wanting to hit me, so don't blame me for not being polite."
Those words only made his father angrier.
He cursed at him, "You disrespectful brat, what do you think you're doing?"
Before entering Su Xiao's room, he was still being relentlessly kicked by Su Xiao. Father could only cover his head with his hands, pleading with him, don't hit me anymore."
The viewer above commented, "Su Xiao, the boss is really cool." The viewer below replied, "Dad, back then I was beaten while holding my head with both hands and didn't know what was going on." After a while of relentless beating, Su Xiao exhaled. "Phew, I've given the order to Black General, it's up to you now." Black General immediately extended its tentacles, tightly wrapping around the father.
The viewers marveled, incredible, no matter how many times you watch it, Su Xiao's bravery is truly unmatched. At the same time, Taketo Nakajima heard the strange knocking sound again. As he recalled, the 4th rule was that his younger brother would occasionally knock on his door, usually knocking 3 times. You must cover your ears, or your mind will become disordered. Taketo Nakajima trembled under the covers. He thought to himself, someone is knocking. Could it be that my younger brother suddenly wants to kill me? A voice came from outside the door, "Big brother, are you in there? Mom told me to tell you that it's time for dinner, hurry up and wash your hands, then come out to eat." Taketo Nakajima thought to himself, why does his younger sister sound so gentle this time? It's completely different from earlier. Could they not be the same person? Suddenly, Taketo Nakajima screamed, "Ah!" The viewers commented, "Look at his expression, it seems like the 3rd knock really could drive him to madness." Taketo Nakajima suddenly spat blood without a word. The viewers, upon seeing this, immediately made their judgment, this seems to be more than just a mental disorder, this guy might be sent straight to the afterlife. Before long, the system announcement rang out, East Island country, Nicara, the competitor from 4 countries has been devoured by a strange creature. The countdown to the world's bizarre event began, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A viewer commented above, "Not just that idiot, but this knock on the door might just send all 4 of them off." One viewer noted, "What's strange is that the other competitors hear the knocking not as their younger sister, but as their younger brother or mother."
Another viewer speculated, it might not have anything to do with the one knocking.
It could be the knock of death, or maybe someone is imitating the sounds of another family member. The viewers below were shocked and frightened. "It's been a while since I've heard something so creepy." Then, Su Xiao also heard the knocking. He sat up abruptly and cursed, "The door's been torn apart.
Where is that knock coming from?" Su Xiao looked outside and felt something was off. What's going on? The door can automatically restore its original form.
At this point, Su Xiao had completely lost his patience.
He shouted angrily, "Damn it, haven't you had enough fun yet?" A viewer commented, "This is the fourth knock already, and Su Xiao boss is still fine.
He's really the hope of Dragon Country."
Su Xiao poked his head out and looked around, shouting, "Where are you, damn it?
If you've got the guts to knock, don't hide."
The viewers were just as confused, not knowing what was going on. What's happening here? So there's no one outside the door. Was the knocking sound just spontaneous? Another viewer made a guess, "I think someone knocked, but the 4 knocks stopped quickly. Maybe they thought the person inside was definitely dead, so they left." The viewer below couldn't help but admire the one above. "Brother, you're still the sharpest one." At noon, 12 o'clock, the other contestants left their rooms and went into the living room for lunch. According to the second rule, from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. are considered safe periods. During these times, you are allowed to leave the room to eat the lunch your family has prepared for you.
At this time, Jin Tai-jun was carefully observing the surroundings of the kitchen. At 2 p.m., after finishing their meals, the other contestants returned to their rooms.
Su Xiao, only then, leisurely left his room to eat.
The viewers immediately commented, "Su Xiao is truly rebellious at his core, it's hard to feel comfortable unless he's breaking the rules." While he was at it, Su Xiao took a quick look around the house and assessed, "Seems like the first floor only has my bedroom.
Everyone else is on the second floor.
Unless there's some secret on the second floor, I could go check it out, but it's not necessary right now. After all, I have to wait 5 days before I can proceed. Right now, it's best not to stir up trouble." Suddenly, Su Xiao's phone lit up with a message from his grandmother. "Dear, the rice and soup are on the table.
I've saved some for you, it's still hot." After reading his grandmother's message, Su Xiao thought to himself, "Does she really care about me this much? Is it real or fake?"
Su Xiao looked at the table full of delicious food and was moved.
Did she really save some for me? Could she be a good person after all?
After finishing his meal, Su Xiao stayed in the living room for another 20 minutes, but no one else in the house showed up. So, he had no choice but to return to his bedroom and lie down on the bed.
Su Xiao sighed, "This is so boring. I should go talk to them." Su Xiao texted his younger sister, "Wanna meet?" His sister quickly replied, "Let's go." Su Xiao wasn't angry.
He simply texted back, "If not, then forget it.
No point in being upset. Guess there's nothing else to talk about." He then sent a message to his mother, "Mom, do you want some donuts?"
His mother responded with a question mark emoji. Su Xiao then turned to his younger brother.
He kindly asked, "Do you want a drink?" His younger brother also responded with a confused emoji. Su Xiao texted his grandmother, "Grandma, I finished my meal, but next time, can you make spicy hot pot for me? I really love that dish." Grandma, like the others in the family, sent a question mark emoji.
Just then, a sound came from the door, a soft clink. Su Xiao immediately became alert and glanced over.
"Father." As soon as father entered the room, he shouted loudly, "You brat, come here so I can beat you." Su Xiao immediately got irritated. What the hell, didn't that old man get devoured by the Black General? How come he's like this? Could it be that there are 2 fathers in the house?
Though a bit surprised, Su Xiao quickly returned to his calm and composed smile. He analyzed quietly, first, the door to the room is broken but has automatically restored itself to its original state.
Now, it's my father coming back to life. Could it be that there are not two fathers but rather, they can be resurrected?
Father stretched out his hand, pulling out his belt and preparing to hit Su Xiao, while scolding him, "You brat, how dare you disrespect me?" Father raised the belt high and aimed it at Su Xiao, shouting, "Today, I'll beat you to death."
Su Xiao calmly laughed and said, "Wow, you're really brave, aren't you? One beating wasn't enough for you, now you want a second one."
As soon as he finished speaking, the doll behind Su Xiao flew toward Father and hit him, causing him to spit out blood.
Not long after, Father was beaten senseless by the doll and was stuck to the wall.
Su Xiao said, "Let's see how your old man manages to come back to life."
Before long, Father suddenly disappeared.
The wall where Father had fallen also restored itself to its original condition.
Su Xiao asked in surprise, "Where did he go?" "The wall has restored itself too."
Su Xiao suddenly understood, and he smiled, "The door is the same."
As expected, they can be resurrected. Then everything is about to get more interesting. A viewer immediately commented, "How can Boss Su Xiao still smile in such a complicated situation?"
Another viewer chimed in, much stronger than in Ji's comment, "He was attacked by 3 people at once."
A viewer below responded eagerly, "What? That's so exciting, I have to watch it right now."
At this moment, ND was hiding in the wardrobe, while his father was outside, shouting loudly,
"Hey, where are you hiding? Come out here so I can beat you. Don't let me catch you, or you're dead."
ND silently thought, "Earlier, I figured hiding in the wardrobe could avoid my dad, and it really worked."
Unlucky for ND, his little sister had somehow entered his room. Holding an axe in her hand, ND silently cursed, "Damn."
His sister and the sound of knocking on the door came at the same time.
How unlucky. ND considered, dealing with 3 dangers at once is too much. Looks like I have to use the reward from the previous round. System notification, frog-shaped balloon prop. First effect, place the balloon near you to prevent any abnormal entity from sensing your presence for a short period, avoiding being noticed by it. Second effect, when your life is in danger, you can pop the balloon. The bunny box will appear and help you escape from danger once. However, the balloon will be completely destroyed. ND decided to use the effect.
After inflating the frog-shaped balloon, he crouched down and used both hands to cover his head. His younger sister outside began to snarl and smile maliciously.
"Hey, are you in there?"
Hee, even the viewers must be scared seeing this.
"Don't suddenly push your ugly face up like that. Are you trying to scare me to death?" The viewers below anxiously asked, "Is this balloon really useful?"
The younger sister opened the wardrobe, surprised.
She muttered, "It's not in here?" The father angrily scolded, "You little bastard, you're lucky this time. Next time I find it, I'll break its legs."
The younger sister grinned slyly.
"You really hid well, I couldn't find it at all." The viewers immediately commented, "Wow, the balloon really is useful." ND, unnoticed, narrowly escaped. ND didn't dare relax, he immediately began to think of endless possibilities.
ND thought to himself, "It's over, finally I can continue using my talent for deduction." Just then, there was a knock on the door outside, causing ND to break into a cold sweat.
He suddenly realized, "Huh? The one knocking is her?" The viewers above didn't know who she was, so they asked, "Who? Can you explain more? Is there something the noble people of Dragon Country are not allowed to hear?" The viewers below commented, forget it, let's just watch Su Xiao. This guy's too boring." At this moment, it was 7 p.m. Su Xiao stretched out, lazily yawning. It was time for a meal again.
When he went down to the kitchen, Su Xiao was quite surprised. He complimented the meal, saying it looked really appetizing. Su Xiao noticed a piece of paper on the table. It read, "Do not turn on the lights." Bored, Su Xiao said, "All right then," and reached out to turn on the lights. Viewers' comments flooded in, "That's Su Xiao for you, if they tell him not to turn on the lights, he'll just do it anyway." Su Xiao looked at the spread out food and smiled, saying, "This is truly hot pot." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He hadn't expected that when he joked about eating with his grandmother last time, she would actually make it for him. Could she be the one protecting him? But somehow, everything about this felt more complicated. He decided to keep waiting and see. The next morning, Su Xiao woke up with a yawn. He decided to check if there were any new messages. A notification appeared on his phone. At 10:55 p.m. the night before, his younger brother had recalled a message. Su Xiao immediately texted, "What message did you recall last night?" His younger brother simply replied, "Nothing, just sent it by mistake." His brother's reply officially pissed Su Xiao off. He snapped, "Sent it by mistake? Damn it, I had to get up early to read that message. And now you're telling me it was just a mistake? Do you think I can't do anything about it, or are you just lying to me?" At that moment, Su Xiao noticed a piece of paper on the table. He guessed, "Huh? Another new rule?" The content of the paper read as follows. Rule 10, kill your younger sister, and you can pass this round. Rule 11, kill your younger brother, and you can also pass this round. Rule 12, trust your mother, she is the one who will always protect you. Rule 13, trust your grandmother, she is the one you need to protect. Su Xiao looked at the paper, furrowing his brows and wondering, can killing a younger brother or sister allow you to pass? Then he raised his hand to his chin, thinking, but it didn't make sense, they could both be resurrected. Moreover, the time limit to pass this round was 5 days, so this rule was completely wrong. But in this strange world, the rules would never be so easily guessable, there must be some other implication. He smiled faintly, reasoning in his head, I understand now. Perhaps the rule was implying that one of the siblings, either the brother or the sister, could not be resurrected. This meant that one of them was definitely the key to passing the round. The scene shifted to another player. He was holding a secret note next to him. The narrator explained that while Su Xiao was receiving new clues, other contestants also discovered the new rules. Most of the contestants didn't believe in rules 10 and 11. The narrator said, however, that a small number of contestants, knowing they didn't have the ability to survive until the 5th day, decided to take the risk of killing their younger sister or younger brother. Next, the scene showed a player cautiously holding a knife, sneaking up on his younger sister, with a strange expression on his face, sitting at the table cutting meat. The storyteller continued, but the players who chose to kill their little sister were all retaliated against in another part of the game. The image of the elegant little sister sitting down to eat, her back facing the corpse of a player who had been brutally attacked, appeared. The storyteller advised the players to choose to kill their little brother, and although they succeeded, they too were swallowed by a strange creature. An image of a young girl, terrified, being attacked by the creature emerging from the corpse of her little brother appeared. The voices of the spectators echoed, "This is crazy, you can't kill the little brother, and you can't kill the little sister either. This rule is definitely a trap to lure the players in, right?" Thankfully, Su Xiao is quick-witted and didn't believe in this nonsense rule. At the same time, Jin Taijun, sitting with his back against the wall reading a piece of paper, heard Ning Jing's voice from his phone. He opened it to see a message from his mother, "Son, your aunt has gone mad, she's coming to find you, hurry up, run fast." He was startled, his mouth hanging open as he exclaimed, "Damn it, what does my mother mean by this? Didn't Rule 13 say you can't trust your mother?" His face turned pale as he clutched his head tightly, muttering, "Don't panic, I still have my talent, let's try using it." A skill information panel immediately appeared, talent, parrot-like mimicry, level, can imitate anyone's words, including strange creatures. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Child, are you in your room? Open the door, I brought you some food." Taijun was startled. He quickly leaned back against the door to block it and began using his talent to mimic the old woman's voice with incredible accuracy. "Child, are you in your room? Open the door, I brought you some food." This astonished the old woman. But then, she grinned widely, a murderous aura emanating from her as she said, "If you don't want to open the door, I'll leave the food in front of your door.
Remember to take it and eat it."
He mimicked her exactly.
"If you don't want to open the door, I'll leave the food in front of your door. Remember to take it and eat it."
Then she cursed, "You fool, your doom is coming soon." But he gritted his teeth and, with a pale face, mimicked her curse. "You fool, your doom is coming soon." Inside, he felt a wave of panic. Why on earth did he mimic her curse? Would this anger her? Taijun immediately held his head and opened his mouth wide in a plea, "Please, I'm sorry, don't kill me." Her murderous aura entered the room, and blood began to flow from his eyes and nose. He braced himself on the floor, trembling as he begged, "Please, no." Then, as if seeing an illusion, he furrowed his brows, turned his face, and murmured in confusion.
The image of the old woman, hunched over with a cane, her face full of malice, appeared.
She truly had called him a fool. The onlookers were shocked and exclaimed, "Oh my God, it turns out the corpse-like figure knocking on the door was her."
"I knew it, I had a hunch."
She always pretended to be a good person, but she didn't need to hide her true face.
"We're going to see Su Xiao boss." "What's he doing, teasing his grandma?" "Teasing grandma? Stirring up the house?"
At that moment, he was leaning back against the wall, hands behind his head, staring at his phone, wondering why she hadn't replied to his messages.
He wondered, did I say too much?
In the chat, the messages he sent continuously were requests. "Grandma, I want fried fish shaped like peonies."
"Grandma, I want cabbage soup." "Grandma, I want Buddha jumps over the wall."
Just then, a voice from outside rang out, "My dear, I've made all the dishes you love, hurry up and open the door."
He was surprised and said, "That fast?" "What?"
"Grandma, your speed is even faster than an 18-year-old. Excited, he quickly made his way to the door and called out, "Grandma, wait a minute, I'm coming to open the door for you." When he opened the door, a strong aura rushed toward him.
He furrowed his brow, confused, and said, "Grandma, what? What are you doing?"
Then his pupils contracted, and he gritted his teeth, pleading, "Grandma, please don't." A strange magical force then clung to him, causing him to fall.
The onlookers gasped, "Oh no, what happened to Su Xiao boss? Did he fall for the trick?"
The old woman grinned widely, a smile reaching from ear to ear, and said, "You fool." Su Xiao smiled lightly and said, "Old lady." He slowly stood up, then pointed directly at the other person's face and asked, "Who are you calling a fool?" making the old lady so astonished.
She panicked and screamed, "Impossible. No one can survive after hearing the knock on the door." Are you really all right?" He calmly replied, "What's wrong? Why wouldn't I be?
You just cursed at me, and now I'm going to demand compensation for the mental distress you caused."
He continued, "Also, if I hadn't done that, would you have endured the rain?" She asked, "What do you mean by that?"
A few minutes ago, a message appeared before Su Xiao with the content, "You are the one who knocked on the door, and have revealed yourself."
He rested his chin thoughtfully. "She's the one who knocked."
Has she really revealed herself? A message came through on his phone, "My dear, the spicy hot pot you've been craving has been made.
I've also left the corn cake you like in front of your room. Wake up and remember to bring it inside to eat."
He leaned back on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the phone, raising an eyebrow and thinking, "Impossible, she's always pretended to be the good person. Why would she suddenly expose herself? She clearly knows how to kill without showing her hands." He walked up to her, smiled, and concluded, "Unless someone is impersonating you, deliberately exposing you to frame you."
Am I right?
The mention of mother stunned her. Immediately, her outward appearance transformed. The corner of her mouth curled up higher, and a stronger wave of malevolent energy radiated from her. She seemed to have gone mad, laughing savagely as she said, "I can't believe you figured it out, you really caught me off guard. But you still won't escape death."
He stretched, squinting his eyes and replied, "Death, huh? He.
Actually, everything I've been saying to you was to confirm my suspicions.
I've been pretending long enough, now it's my turn to let you taste death.
Su Xiao summoned a bear, placing one hand on his hip as he said, "White bear, be gentle, don't kill it, just prevent its resurrection." The bear immediately flew towards her and attacked.
She screamed out, I'm done with you.
She then collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her face, begging, "I was wrong, I'm sorry, I won't do it again."
He didn't look at her, simply stroking the bear and saying, "Good, you understand, now go outside." Hearing this, she quickly ran away, half alive, half dead.
The onlookers, who had witnessed everything, immediately spoke up. Su Xiao is always on top. In the blink of an eye, he exposed the villainous tricks of her mother.
Now everything was clear.
The father, mother, and younger sister were the villains. She and her younger brother were the good ones. Su Xiao silently thought to himself that she and her younger brother could temporarily be considered good because the mother tried to frame her, but he couldn't be sure that she was truly good. It could also be internal conflict within the group of villains, so he still needed to confirm things. On the third day, Su Xiao, along with the white bear and the doll, looked up at the upper floor. He thought to himself that when he woke up this morning, no one had sent him any messages. It seemed they had become more cautious. It was probably time for him to go up to the second floor and take a look around. He walked to the door that had a picture of the little girl pasted on it. He gently touched it and said, "Oh, is this what my little sister looks like normally?" Caressing the photo, he admired the young girl's bright smile and remarked, "Quite adorable, isn't she?" When he entered the room, he suddenly noticed a piece of paper neatly placed on the desk. He thought to himself, "There's a piece of paper on the desk," and read its content, "Happy birthday, dear daughter. Today, Mom and Dad will wait for you to go out and play." He paused, lost in thought. Go out and play, huh? Su Xiao then began to look around, placing the paper back on the desk. He muttered, "Seems like there's no other clue here. Let's move on to the next room." Entering the next room, he commented, "A double bed. This must be the parents' bedroom." He quietly took out a book and said, "Wow, so many books. I didn't expect Dad to be such a cultured person." But when he noticed the title of the book, he was quite surprised. He said, "Huh? The Rules of Strange Tales, Starting to Transform and Defeat the War God." The title sounded familiar, and he wondered what the content inside was. Then he paid attention to the wrapping paper that had been around the book's cover, which he had removed earlier. There was a photo attached that had been torn at the edge. Gently asking, "Huh? What is this?" Su Xiao held half of a photo in his hand, thinking to himself, "It seems like this is a family photo, but why is it cut in half? Did something unpleasant happen?" He then put it into his jacket pocket and thought about his younger brother's room. He was very curious about this sibling. When he opened the door to the room, he saw his younger brother with a piece of paper in his mouth, holding it tightly. Su Xiao placed his hand on his hip and laughed, saying, "You're really into this, huh?" The younger brother made a few muffled sounds, as if saying, "Big brother, help me." Su Xiao replied, "Don't worry, let me ask you something first. Just nod or shake your head. Once I confirm your identity, I'll let you go." Then, he asked seriously, "You are the one who always silently protects me?" The younger brother cleverly nodded. Su Xiao asked again, "She is the one who needs protection?" The younger brother made a few muffled sounds and nodded, signaling that it was true. But then, Su Xiao furrowed his brow and muttered, No, while shaking his head. He then guessed that the woman was indeed the one who needed protection, but she also might harm both him and the younger brother. Su Xiao stroked his chin and speculated. For example, the one who had tied up the younger brother with rope could be the woman. The younger brother immediately nodded frantically and made a few muffled sounds, as if saying, "Yes, you're so smart." Finally, Su Xiao took the piece of paper out of his younger brother's mouth and said, "All right, you've passed my test. He will untie you." The onlookers, witnessing the scene, were confused and asked, "So, it's over now? I don't understand anything. Could you explain it to me?" Another onlooker replied,
it must be something about the answer regarding his younger brother's grandmother, which matches the prediction of Su Xiao boss. Su Xiao boss must have already made his own calculations. He instructed him, first, stay here and don't go outside. This doll can protect you, take it. He hugged the doll, looked at him, and smiled, replying, thank you. You should be careful too. An onlooker commented, the comment above is correct, but I still don't understand why, although the grandmother is the one who needs protection, she will still harm others. Another onlooker replied, keep watching, you'll understand. Su Xiao will definitely explain. A moment later, when he went outside, he noticed a piece of paper on the table. He wondered, more rules. He opened the paper, and it contained the following. Rule B. Rule 1, the grandmother is the one who loves you the most. No matter what, always trust her. Rule 2, do not go to the second floor. It is not a place where you can appear. Rule 3, your younger brother's words are not trustworthy. Rule 4, do not try to figure out what it is. You cannot fight against it. Rule 5, surviving until the last day is your ultimate goal. Beyond that, you should not have any other hopes. Rule 6, do not enter any rooms on the second floor. Do not be curious about those rooms. Rule 7, try to integrate with the family with sincerity. He furrowed his brow slightly and silently looked at it. Then, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. We've already gone up to the second floor, so rules 2 and 6 must definitely be wrong. He thought, I'm sure it doesn't want me to find any clues on the second floor, so it intentionally wrote this to scare me. He smirked, pondering. On the other hand, the content inside emphasized that one could trust the woman, proving that it and she were of the same blood. This meant it was very likely controlling her. She had a kind heart, but under its control, she could do bad things. Then, he smiled slyly and said softly, I understand why now and what to think, but this round won't end for another 2 days. It's best not to stir the pot yet to avoid causing any new problems. At the same time, the American player Gone discovered Rule B. The player from Nation A, Gone, appeared holding a piece of paper. He thought, not being allowed to go to the second floor means that there must be a clue there to help pass this round. Tonight, I must use my talent to go up and look for it. That night, at 12 o'clock, the system displayed the information, the S-level night watchman's talent in the world of strange tales. Every night, from 12:00 to 12:10, one can control the shadow to go to any location to retrieve an object and bring it back. When using the innate ability, the owner is protected by the innate ability itself. Don's system now announces the use of the innate ability, Night Watchman. The scene shows him clasping his hands in prayer, a protective barrier appearing around him. His shadow silently slips into his parents' bedroom through the door crack. The shadow notices a photo torn in half, lying on the table. He quietly thinks, a family photo? This might be useful, I'll take it. Suddenly, 2 figures appear behind him, causing him to startle and drop the photo. Damn it, he quickly pulls his shadow back, the protective shield shattering. Annoyed, he curses, damn it, I was so close to getting the photo. Onlookers begin commenting, such a shame, so close to succeeding. Another remarks, wow, sneaking around just to get a photo? Compared to Su Xiao, this is really lacking. Someone else chimes in, sit tight, wait until Su Xiao hits 5 stars. The narrator's voice rings out, on the 4th day, the parents and younger sister launched a joint attack, overwhelming many players who couldn't withstand the assault. The scene shows the younger sister attacking players with weapons. The system speaks, the Egyptian player Landon was devoured by a strange creature. The countdown to the strange world is about to begin, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. At this moment, in Ant's play area, he is hiding behind a door, quietly watching as his father and little sister chase after a frog. The narrator says, meanwhile, Wei Xiongui used frog-shaped balloons to provoke hostility, successfully sneaking into the grandmother's bedroom to take the other half of the family photo. The image of him smiling happily as he holds the half photo appears.
The storyteller continues, by the fifth day, only 4 contestants remain, Su Xiao from Dragon Country, and D from Grizzly Nation, Gon from Nation A, and Raja from Nation Z.
A viewer comments, today is the last day. The other contestants are preparing for the final round. Why is Su Xiao still lying there playing on his phone?
At that moment, he remains calmly smiling, pressing his phone on the bed. Another viewer replies, he's just worrying for no reason. Wait, I think Su Xiao is about to start. On the phone, a message appears from his younger brother, saying, Brother, I found the other half of the photo.
This is the weapon to defeat it, but I hope when you deal with it, you don't hurt grandmother, okay?
Su Xiao reads the message, feeling as if he's stumbled upon a great bargain. He happily comments, my little brother is quite useful, giving him a bright smile.
Definitely the right choice.
Su Xiao quickly replies to the message, don't worry, I'll help grandmother escape.
I'll ask about its control safely. Inside, he silently calculated.
After all, Rule 1 always emphasized that sincerity was the best way to protect her, and ensuring she didn't die was the most perfect way to achieve it. Soon after, his younger brother also replied, Brother, it's so good to have you, I'm touched. Su Xiao hurriedly got out of bed and sent a few instructions, don't run around, I'll come to get the photo from you. At his younger brother's room, he took a photo and handed it to Su Xiao, speaking politely, Brother, here's the other half of the photo. As soon as Su Xiao saw the photo, he immediately understood the surprise in his heart.
Am I also in the photo? The onlookers were equally surprised, and they couldn't help but exclaim, Su Xiao, the boss is in the photo, what's going on here?
The photo in Su Xiao's hands suddenly lit up. Although Su Xiao was a bit suspicious, he chose to set it aside for now.
He reminded the onlookers, let's see what happens next. Maybe we're about to uncover a clue.
Su Xiao glanced at his younger brother and casually asked, do you know why this photo was torn in half?
Was there something unpleasant in the family before?
After hearing this, his younger brother's gaze turned a bit sad.
He softly said, so you've already forgotten about that? No wonder.
Seemingly reminiscing about the past, his younger brother looked very sorrowful, tears welling up in his eyes. He choked up and began to recount the incident. A few years ago, our family was still harmonious and happy. She was always gentle and approachable, my parents cherished life, and I was cared for by my older brother and sister, much happier than my peers. The younger brother recalled the scene when the crane was used to retrieve the body of his relative, his voice trembling as if he could not control his emotions. Until that birthday of my sister, when Dad was driving, and he crashed the car with Mom and my sister into the river. The three of them, when they heard about it, all at once were stunned, and the crowd couldn't help but shout out in shock.
Does anyone remember the note saying she was going out with her sister? Everything lines up now.
The onlookers began to piece together the clues and analyze the situation together. No wonder when they seemed strange, it was just like a body soaked in water for too long it turned out they had drowned. The younger brother recalled the situation when the family first encountered the tragedy, his mother constantly screaming and wailing, my child, my child. The younger brother calmly recounted, after she received the news of the accident, she was devastated. Her mental state started to become confused, and my brother also became downhearted, not saying a word the whole day. When he noticed the strange behavior of his mother, the younger brother was frightened by the oddity she exhibited, his voice shaking as he spoke. Soon after, his mother's mental state seemed to stabilize, but she would still constantly mention Dad, Mom, and his sister. It was as though the three of them were still alive, and she would peacefully cook as if nothing had happened.
The tone could not conceal the joy.
They were about to return, and he had to prepare some ribs to eat with the family later. Recalling the image of his loved ones returning as mere shells of their former selves, his younger brother trembled and said, Brother, the family photo was torn by her after Mom, Dad, and sister came back. I don't know why she did that, but it seems like she wanted to keep them with her.
I'm really glad to see you recovering like this.
I hope we can wake her up together. Su Xiao gently patted his younger brother's head. His voice was soft and comforting, you've been through a lot recently.
Leave the rest to me.
The audience cried in sympathy for the young boy, praising his younger brother as if he were a mother. It's so sad, the younger brother is still just a child.
It's impressive enough that he's come this far. Su Xiao.
Carefree walked away, but he didn't forget his promise. He declared boldly to his younger brother, I'm going to find her now.
I'll definitely bring her back.
Seeing this attitude from him, the audience placed some hope in him as well. Hidden within his words was undeniable excitement. Next, they could watch Su Xiao, the boss, in action. Hopefully, he could put an end to this tragic chain of events. At the same time, Raja from Nation Z, who had not prepared anything, headed straight up to the second floor. Although visibly scared, Raja slowly climbed the stairs. He whispered, his voice trembling, "It's the last night, I'll take a gamble this time. My sincerity will surely move her."
The audience couldn't help but gasp in awe.
Although they were excited, doubts began to rise.
This guy must be joking, right? He hasn't even found a family photo yet and he's already rushing straight into the confrontation. Grandmother, I have something to tell you.
As soon as the words were spoken, Raja entered his grandmother's room.
The next moment, Raja's head quickly rolled out from behind the door. Boom!
The crowd jumped in surprise and instinctively shouted, "You scared the life out of me."
Death came suddenly like a whirlwind.
People shouted out comments, as expected, "Look at Gone over there. He hasn't found the family photo either, but he still went with his brother to see the grandmother.
Is this even a thing? Quick, go watch." The grandmother sat quietly in the room and asked in a calm voice, "First grandson, are you bringing your younger brother here to argue with me?"
Gone immediately countered, "Grandmother, please don't be so stubborn.
My younger brother has already told me everything.
Mom, Dad, and our little sister will never come back.
The people they are now are not our family anymore." This statement successfully enraged the grandmother.
She suddenly turned to the two of them, her tone full of resentment, "Good, very good.
You heartless children want to abandon your parents and your sister."
Gone persisted, trying to reason with her, "It's not like that, Grandma, please wake up." The old woman suddenly lost her sanity, like a wild beast rushing to attack. She kept screaming, "Don't say another word, today neither of you will get away." Gone froze for a moment, his face changing in an instant. In that moment, the grandmother's hand had pierced through his younger brother. She froze when she realized she had attacked her beloved grandchild by mistake. Gone felt both sorrow and anger as he looked at his younger brother, wounded because of him. His brother had taken the fatal blow meant for him. Seeing her grandchild seriously injured, the old woman panicked, stammering, "No, how could this happen, my dear child?" Unable to accept the truth, she pointed to her reflection in the mirror, screaming in rage, "It's you, you made me lose my mind, give my grandchild back to me." The reflection did not back down. It grinned wickedly, looking ghostly, and responded, "Blame me? I am you, and you are me. What are we doing now? Running away? If we run, we can never get through. You are me, and I am you. Yes, I am the one who killed my grandchild. I said we'd be together as a family, but I hurt him. No, it's not possible, I can't run." I'm still trying to persuade her. Grandmother, please calm down. The younger brother was right, I can still kill you. Once I kill you, our family will be able to reunite. Don't resist. Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the 6-member family assessment.
How was the evaluation? Was it based on the origin of the strange artifact? Did I pass because of that? This kind of situation can also work?
The reason must be that it met the necessary conditions for passing. Maybe the death of the younger brother was one of the conditions. That's not right, the previous contestants didn't pass after the younger brother died. Yeah, it could be because the time and circumstances before weren't enough to allow for the completion when prison passed. Hui Xionggua's threat also led the younger brother to meet her. Similar to prison, after she said a series of incomprehensible things to him, she rushed towards him. The younger brother was about to step forward to stop her, but he stepped back in time to prevent it. "Grandmother, look at this, Mom, Dad, and my sister won't come back anymore. I know you've worked so hard to keep this family together, but people can't come back to life. Please come to your senses." "He's right, Grandmother. I've lost Mom, Dad, and my sister. I don't want to lose you too. Please, stop. Stop with the acting. Stop, Grandmother, you still have us, your grandchildren, and your daughter-in-law. You've already done enough for your children. Please, you still have us. This family still has 2 children who will not be broken. But Grandma has to leave now, she can no longer take care of the grandchildren. Are you good children? Today, you must take care of yourselves very well." "Grandma, what are you saying? Where do you want to go?" "Don't be sad, my dear, I am just going to a very far place. If you miss me, just look up at the sky, and I will always be watching over you from above." "Will you disappear, Grandma? I don't want to be apart from you." "Dear, it's Grandma's obsession. It was born from her, and she lived for it. Now, the obsession has disappeared. We can't keep her here." "Grandma, congratulations, your family of 6 has rated you 4 stars. After the reward from this round, the origin of the strange object has passed the 2-mouth basin eating test. But this time, only the next 4-star reward has been obtained." "My turn, got it, boss. I wonder how Su Xiao will choose to pass. Let's see. Hey bro, don't run. My axe is so thirsty for blood. Come here, come here. If I catch you, I will let you go. What's going on here?" "Su Xiao, boss, why did you bring them to Grandma's bedroom?" "Oldest grandchild, what are you doing?" "It's nothing, I just want to surprise Grandma." "You have used an item of negative emotional energy. Briefly, it can only be used once to make the strange object go crazy for 3 minutes. Damn it, what's wrong with you guys? You've all gone crazy. What's wrong, bro? How's Grandma? Did you hurt her?" "Don't worry, it's fine. If you want Grandma to stay with us, you can't go in there and cause trouble." Half an hour later, it was finally over. "Wait here, I'll go in and kill it." "Yes, you need to be careful." After being provoked, the grandmother deeply regretted her actions, constantly blaming herself. I killed them with my own hands." Su Xiao quietly stood aside, silently making a guess. As expected, just as he thought, those who were killed by it could never come back to life. Though the cursed ring existed, to allow the grandmother to live on, it was necessary to make her face the pain of losing her loved ones once more. Su Xiao played the role of a dutiful grandson flawlessly, holding the family photo, which had been torn, toward her. He spoke sweetly, trying to comfort her. "Grandma, please forgive me. I used this method to hurt you again, but I can't let you live in self-deception. We all lost our most beloved family members, but it seems you have forgotten that the living family is what matters most. Please, go back. This house needs you. Both me and my younger brother need you." Instead of feeling moved, the grandmother became even more furious. She screamed, "No, you can't understand my pain. How dare you choose for me?" She rushed at Su Xiao, attempting to choke him, shouting mindlessly, "They were the children I loved the most. You are the one who made me kill them, it's you." Su Xiao smirked, speaking softly, "A fleeting thought, and you still want to kill my grandmother?" The old woman was in shock, stammering, "Impossible, this can't be. How could you resist my lethal attack?" Su Xiao leaned closer to her face, looking extremely provoking, and replied, "I don't know if you've ever heard of something called sincerity." As soon as he finished speaking, the old woman suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Sincerity, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard." From the old woman's body, a soul slowly emerged. As the parasitic soul broke free, it fiercely threatened, "Now that I'm out of that old woman's body, without her control, let's see what your sincerity can do against me."
Su Xiao wasn't intimidated at all. He immediately threw a punch, his voice full of anger. Who are you calling an old hag? That's my grandmother. Su Xiao, showing filial piety, walked over to check on her. Grandmother, are you okay? Let me help you up. Meanwhile, the parasitic soul, holding its slapped face, stood aside, confused. Suddenly, it seemed to have found a solution. The soul silently chuckled in triumph. Got it. The parasitic soul, seemingly mad, charged toward the old woman and screamed, I'll kill this old woman first. Before the parasitic soul could get close, Su Xiao struck with a direct blow at her. The parasitic soul, despite trembling like a dried dog, still had a sharp tongue and threatened with great force. Annoying, you can't kill me. Because of me, she can reunite with her family. Without me, she wouldn't have the strength to continue living. Su Xiao smiled mockingly and retorted, You're wrong. After you left, Grandma got better. The parasitic soul felt like it had just been deceived, its mouth gaping open in disbelief as it asked, What? So you let me strangle you just now on purpose, to lure me out? Su Xiao beamed like a blooming flower, clearly satisfied with her own judgment. Exactly, your head's quite clever, isn't it? The grandmother walked closer to the parasitic soul and gently advised, You should leave now. Because of you, I've always lived in unbearable pain, unable to escape, and haven't even cared for my own family who's still alive. The parasitic soul continued to protest vehemently. It screamed in panic, No, you can't treat me like this. I'm also your family, I've helped you before. As her soul gradually faded, she screamed in terror, No. The grandmother sighed and slowly said, Actually, the obsession isn't wrong. The cause of all this is because of me. Do you still blame me, my dear? Su Xiao cheerfully responded, How could I blame you, Grandma? Don't worry, everything will be fine. Finally, the grandmother understood everything. She lovingly gave her grandchild a hug. When you're injured, home is the place that shields you from the wind. When you're lost, home is the bright light that shows you the way. Perhaps you've never truly appreciated everyone in your family, but home still warms and heals the existence of each one. Sincerity is always the best medicine in a family. Remember this well, home cannot be replaced, nor can it be substituted. In the end, this journey came to a close. The photo of the three of them from the past appeared, filled with the happiness and warmth of a family. System notification, chosen one. Congratulations on successfully overcoming the 6-person family trial with perfection. You have discovered the truth of family and saved your loved ones. Trial rating, 5 stars. Reminder, the highest rating for a special dungeon is 5 stars. Trial reward, choose 1 skill, Sincerity of Total Annihilation or Origin of the Bizarre Demons and 3 free selection opportunities. Skill Introduction Sincerity of Total Annihilation. When you use sincerity to pacify the bizarre, there is a chance that the bizarre will be moved and sincerely repent to you. Introduction to Origin of the Bizarre Demons. It may be a special form of existence. Be cautious when using it, unless you want to remain in the world of Kwai Dan forever. Introduction to the 3 free selection opportunities. Can be used when selecting the chosen one in the next world of Kwai Dan. 1 free selection opportunity can prevent being selected by Kwai Dan once. Su Xiao said loudly, I choose the skill Sincerity equals Destruction, and I invite the selected player to claim the reward. The audience curiously spoke up. The great Su Xiao didn't hesitate at all. What exactly is this Sincerity equals Destruction skill? It feels like a second innate talent. In any case, I trust the choice of the great Su Xiao. Congratulations to Su Xiao from the Dragon Country, a D from the Bear Country, and Gon from Nation A for successfully passing the trial. The 3 countries will be exempted from the descending rules of Kwai Dan. Since this dungeon is very special, the world of Kwai Dan will not grant additional rewards to these 3 countries. The announcement of the countries that passed was quickly posted. The viewers were buzzing with comments, Su Xiao has done it, brothers. Just now, D surprisingly declared that he won't participate in the next 2 rounds of challenges and wants to travel to Dragon Country. Fresh news, I wonder if I can meet him there. And D's trip to Dragon Country is getting a lot of attention.
The leadership of Dragon Country is taking this seriously. Not only is N coming, but the leaders of Bear Country will also be attending. The two countries will establish friendly relations through this trip. When the leaders of the two countries met, Su Xiao and D also met offline for the first time. This was one of the benefits of Su Xiao officially establishing ties with players from other countries. During their exchange, D, rarely curious, asked, "I chose the origin of the bizarre demon's reward from Kwai Dan's 6-person family."
You chose the sincerity equals destruction skill. Is there a specific reason behind your choice?
Su Xiao replied, "Because the Qi Yuan anomaly is not a good thing.
If you aren't mentally prepared to face the worst outcome, I suggest you shouldn't use it."
D's eyes flashed with surprise, and he instinctively asked why he said so.
Su Xiao explained his reasoning. "Instinct, my intuition tells me that the origin of this strange object definitely has a problem." And D blurted out, "Intuition?"
Although D still had many doubts, he put them aside and responded to Su Xiao's warning, "Alright, I will definitely pay attention to what you said.
I also wish you the best of luck in overcoming the next strange world."
3 days later, while D was enjoying his trip in Dragon Country, Su Xiao continued to enter the next challenge. Su Xiao's side had already entered the challenge. The system continuously sends system information. The countries participating in this challenge include Dragon Country, Grizzly Nation. This time, Nations A, the Sun Never Sets Country, Football Nation, Cyand, Nation P, Fei Shogua, and Nation K are exempt. The strange world of this challenge, Blood Moon. As soon as he entered the game, the system immediately sent a notification to the players. The system on the night of the full moon Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone loves to eat mooncakes and gaze at the moon.
If you're planning to do the same, I highly suggest you not do so. Restrain your curiosity and don't pay attention to what you hear, see, or perceive.
Remember carefully that the moon tonight should not be looked at directly. The moon tonight must not be looked at directly. The moon tonight must not be looked at directly. Su Xiao, along with another person, the player from Fei Tugui Nation, and both woke up in a room. The system continued to diligently notify the players with important reminders. This time, it was a group challenge. The outside world reminded them about the challenge. One reminder within the day: make sure you do not look directly at the moon. Whatever method it takes, avoid looking at the moon directly.
Stay alive.
As soon as Nation N woke up, he saw his idol and immediately rushed over to introduce himself.
"Su Xiao boss, you were Su Xiao boss, right? My name is Nation N. For this challenge, I only drew an S-tier talent. You must help me get through this round."
Su Xiao, slightly flustered, reminded him, "Let go of my hand first." At the same time, both of their phones buzzed with a new message. Su Xiao immediately picked up his phone to check.
The content of the message was still a reminder about the current level.
"Attention, citizens of Guangde City, the moon-gazing event for this year's Mid-Autumn Festival has been cancelled.
Please stay indoors and lock your windows.
Even if you hear any noises, do not open the windows, especially do not look at the moon." Unlike the previous message, this one revealed some clues about the ongoing situation.
Moon-gazing event cancelled. We are currently handling the situation. Please do not open the windows.
Your friends and family may no longer be your friends or family.
The rate of contamination is too fast. Do not believe that you will escape.
Next, here are the rules to follow to ensure your safety. The content is as follows. For your safety, please read the following rules carefully.
Rule 1: If you are home alone, make sure you use black curtains to block the moonlight. You must do this, otherwise you will be in danger. Rule 2: No matter who sends you a message inviting you to watch the moon, do not look or refuse it the first time. Rule 3: If you hear strange sounds of biting and tearing, do not open the door out of curiosity. Regardless of hearing cries for help, do not pay attention. Rule 4: There is no moon tonight.
Do not trust anyone who describes the beauty of the moon to you.
Rule 5: Your friends and family will not send you loving messages.
If they use such words to lure you outside, you must refuse.
Rule 6. Never let anyone discover that there is someone in your house.
If you hear knocking or scratching on the door, cover your mouth tightly, and do not let any sound escape.
Rule 7. If the entrance door is not strong enough and is unfortunately broken, you must immediately prepare dark glasses. The house may no longer be safe.
Rule 8. The house is not safe. Rule 9. After going outside, wear dark glasses, and under no circumstances look up at the sky.
Meeting a friend on the street doesn't mean you should trust them. Nation and eagerly spoke up, "Boss, have you finished reading all the rules? What should we do now?"
Su Xiao replied leisurely, "If I were you, I'd either find some sunglasses or poke my own eyes out." Hearing this, Nation immediately stood up and hurried off to find them, excitedly saying, "Got it, I'll find sunglasses for both you and me."
Su Xiao was speechless. He couldn't help but think, "Oh my, I didn't expect this guy to be so obedient." The onlookers couldn't help but laugh, casually commenting, "This guy, the one with the dark skin, is not bad.
At least he knows how to rely on the boss."
Solid, solid.
In this round, Su Xiao was in charge of the slaughter, and Nationin was in charge of support.
After fumbling around in the room, Nationin cheerfully called out, "I found them."
He quickly handed the glasses to Su Xiao, his tone full of respect. "Boss, here, put them on quickly." Su Xiao seemed pleased and took them, thinking to himself that he had a natural talent and the jellyfish protection necklace. These sunglasses were pretty much only useful for looking mysterious. Excited, Su Xiao put on the sunglasses, looking like one of those cool modified car guys. The aura around him was nothing short of dazzling. He said firmly, "But I like to look cool." Su Xiao carefree walked up to the window, opened the curtain with one hand, and let the light pour in, brightening up the entire room.
Nationin couldn't stop marveling, "Boss is so cool."
Just entering the game, he already violated Rule 1. Su Xiao smugly lifted his glasses with one hand and said, "There are many cooler things to come after this." Su Xiao's phone constantly buzzed with incoming messages. He quietly read each one carefully. Tai Jue texted, "Don't lock yourself inside the house this mid-autumn festival, go outside and enjoy the moon. Tonight's moon is beautiful, the most beautiful moon in nearly 100 years. If you don't go outside to see it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Dai, go out and admire the moon, it's not the same as any other night.
Let's go, I love you, don't I?
Silly, I'm downstairs at your place.
Do you want to go see the moon with me? Do you want to come down, or should I come up to get you?"
All the messages had the same implied meaning, trying to coax Su Xiao into going outside to see the moon.
Su Xiao, not being a fool, didn't fall for it.
He quietly pieced together the clues, thinking through the rules, recalling how many times he had refused to go out to see the moon. His friends were clearly plotting against him. Su Xiao smirked, evilly typing a response. His thoughts were far from the composed exterior he showed. "You guys started this.
Don't blame me for not being considerate."
The message he sent to Tai Jue was no different from a spam advertisement claiming that Wang Zhongwang's sausages tasted better than those of any other brand. "My sister has kidney disease, can't have sugar, but I want jelly." Tai Jue on the other side placed a large question mark, thoroughly confused. Nationin had no idea that the fox spirit was right there beside her.
Naive, seeking help.
"Boss, how should I reply to these friends now?
Can you teach me?" Su Xiao hesitated for a moment.
But within 2 seconds, he quickly grabbed the phone and eagerly said, "Let me do it." Nationin, confused, stood by, not understanding what was going on. A bunch of garbage.
"I'm at home."
"If you're so capable, stop sending messages and come knock on my door."
"If you don't dare open the door for you, it's because you're my relatives."
The message was forceful, like the fox exploits the tiger's might. Nationin, after reading the message, was stunned inside helplessly. This is really over.
Boss, sending a message like this is like pushing me into a corner.
Meanwhile, Su Xiao, thinking he was the hero rescuing the damsel, leisurely handed the phone back and switched the scene to another team. At the same time, Gon from Nation A and Jin Yuqian from Nation K also read the rules related to the moon.
Let's go outside and watch the moon. The moon tonight is different from usual. Let's go.
I love you, I love you, I love you. Just like the other teams, the message content was identical. Gon from Nation A and Jin Yuqian from Nation K were both focused on reading the message.
Jin Yuqian, in his usual flirtatious manner, eagerly replied, "Have you loved me this much?
If I go out with you today, can we play puzzles?" Upon hearing this, Gon's expression immediately changed.
He grabbed Jin Yuqian's phone. Jin Yuqian angrily shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Looking at the unsent message, Gon was clearly so upset he could barely control himself. He yelled, "You idiot, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. Otherwise, I'll show you who's in charge here."
Jin Yuqian, equally provoked, raised his voice and cursed, threatening your opponent. "You want to fight, huh?"
Gon, enraged, lunged at Jin Yuqian and punched him in the face to relieve his anger. In his agitation, Gon swore and, grabbing Jin Yuqian by the collar, threatened him loudly, "Jin Yuqian, if you talk any more nonsense, I'll punch you to death." Anyway, a reminder wouldn't be enough to tell you that one person can't get through. Dazed from the punch, Jin Yuqian was now scared. He stammered, begging for mercy, "I am sorry, I was wrong, I won't do it again, I'll listen to you from now on." Onlookers couldn't help but sneer at this sudden role reversal, laughing, "This guy's scared now, he was so cocky earlier, but now he's swollen like a balloon." Gon scoffed disdainfully, then warned loudly, "Looks like you know your place, go find some glasses.
If you don't, I'll beat you to death. Your mouth's going to get you killed."
Jin Yuqian, now like an ant on a hot pan, could only keep nodding and agreeing. At the same time, both of them received new messages. They quickly took out their phones to check.
Gon read the messages thoughtfully.
On the screen, there were messages from several people, all subtly hinting at going out to admire the moon.
"Cousin, are you still not asleep? You're not sleeping either?
You're a little girl, bald-headed, come down here and join the bald-headed club. Cousin, the moon is really beautiful tonight.
If you come outside, I'll introduce you to my best friend. Cousin, open the door, I'm already downstairs. What number is your apartment?"
Just now, it was friends, and now it's family.
There's even more to come. Gon whispered softly.
He was already too familiar with this trick of luring people in and quietly switched his phone to silent mode. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange knocking sound came from the door, causing both of them to glance toward the source of the noise. Gon quietly moved closer to the door, listening carefully while observing the situation.
Jin Yuqian, curious, spoke up and asked, "What's going on? What's outside?"
The moment Jin Yuqian asked, Gon's expression immediately changed.
He angrily kicked Jin Yuqian and shouted, "Shut up! Do you want to die?"
Jin Yuqian was kicked to the ground and let out a painful groan. Having experienced being beaten before, Jin Yuqian quickly sat up and apologized, "Sorry, I wasn't thinking clearly." Gon, still displeased, snapped, "Shut up, go somewhere else. If you make another sound, I'll kill you." Without waiting for their internal discord, the hand on the door lock kept moving, signaling imminent danger. Sensing the peril, Gon was terrified but still covered his mouth and shouted at his foolish teammate. "Damn it, they're trying to open the door, it's all your fault." Switching to Su Zhao's side, while Gon and Jin Yuqian were facing the bizarre situation of trying to open the door, Su Zhao also heard noises from outside the door. Nationan was curled up in the corner, mumbling incessantly in prayer. "Oh my God, Lord, please protect me, the thing outside the door, please drive them away, Lord." In contrast to him, Su Zhao lay on the couch, looking completely relaxed and comfortable. Nationan glanced over and was astonished by this scene, stunned for a moment, silently guessing in his mind.
Why is the boss so calm? Could it be that he's not scared? Kind-hearted Nationan spoke up to ask.
"Boss, Su Zhao, if you're scared, then pray with me. God will surely protect us through this round."
Is this guy crazy?
Upon hearing this, Su Zhao felt a tinge of annoyance inside. In Dragon Country, we are all materialistic warriors. He stood up from the sofa. Nationin immediately grabbed Su Xiao's leg, urgently speaking to stop him.
Boss, why do you want to go out there? You can't go. Rule number 3 and 6 both say you must not pay attention to sounds from outside.
Su Xiao casually reminded him, let go of me, or I'll stop caring about you later.
Hearing that, Nationin let out a wordless protest.
Su Xiao slowly walked to the door, grasped the lock, and turned it open. Immediately, a face resembling that of a ghastly, monstrous creature shoved in. Nationin was terrified, screaming as he hugged his knees and backed away.
There!
What? What the hell is that? Close the door, please, boss, close it. Ignoring the hideous zombie creeping up behind him, Su Xiao smirked, feeling pleased with himself, thinking, perfect, I just wanted to scare him a little, so he doesn't get in my way later on. Not letting the zombie wait any longer, Su Xiao, in a good-natured manner, slapped it across the face with a resounding thud.
He cursed loudly, you want to ambush me? I'll give you this.
To his surprise, after the slap that could shake the heavens, the zombie flipped its attitude 180 degrees. No longer aggressive, it sat down, crying and reproaching itself.
I'm not human.
You were kind enough to invite me to your home, yet I wanted to eat you. I truly deserve to die.
Su Xiao, appearing confused inwardly, wondered, what's going on?
As soon as he activated his skill on the zombie, a notification popped up, deadly move of sincerity activated. When you use sincere emotions to influence a strange creature, the creature might be moved by your sincerity and will genuinely repent to you.
The zombie, struck by this ultimate move, seemed as though it had been enchanted or mesmerized. Crying and whining, blaming oneself. Am I really not human? Am I really not a zombie?
Su Xiao was stunned by this scene.
He looked at his hand and, with admiration, spoke, deadly move of sincerity, is this strong?
Su Xiao seemed to be deeply stirred, and without a hint of conscience, he slapped the zombie several more times for satisfaction. The sound of slapping echoed through the room. The zombie was slapped into a daze, making the other zombies panic as well.
It stopped its chaotic movements, crying while murmuring self-blaming words, why am I here? Why do I feel like my friend's mouth looks so good?
I really deserve to die. I really deserve to die. However, the previous events seemed to have triggered something. The zombies charged at Su Xiao one after another.
Su Xiao found them increasingly annoying. He moved his hands and feet, his expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, still charging at me? See my fists.
His hand raised into the air, but before he could strike, it was blocked. The zombie from earlier loudly warned, you guys should never underestimate the bond of friendship, you bastards. He shouted and charged toward the group of zombies, just like a hero saving the beauty, which left Su Xiao in complete surprise. Watching the guy fight against his own kind to protect him, Su Xiao felt a bit of goodwill and casually commented, although what you just said sounds completely delusional, you're a good zombie. As soon as the door to the room closed, Nationin stood behind it, his face full of surprise, stuttering as he asked, Boss, how did you do that? Su Xiao replied nonchalantly, it's nothing unusual, there's nothing to be surprised about. Nationin knelt and bowed his head to the ground, showing respect, and proactively admitted his mistake, along with a few flattering words towards the person in front of him. Boss, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you earlier. From now on, you are my deity. Su Xiao suddenly took out his phone to check the latest news. On the screen, the newly updated information was clearly displayed, the cleansing plan, the blood moon, failure, and the time is being reset. Citizens in the city are advised not to panic, close their windows, and the moon will soon return to normal. Please trust us. On the large clock, time was silently passing without waiting for the players. The hour and minute hands kept revolving around the axis, with the destination at the number 12. It silently reminded the players that this was a time filled with danger. Nationin still didn't understand what was going on and, feeling frustrated, asked weakly, Boss, what's happening? Su Xiao kept his eyes fixed on the rule displayed on his phone and answered, the time is resetting, but not completely.
The time when this round started was 12 midnight, and now it's 12:01.
Nation remained just as confused as before, but his face clearly showed he was worried.
So, what does that mean?
Su Xiao gently tapped on the phone screen, where the time now showed 12:01.
He responded softly, I'm not sure yet. Let's wait and see how things unfold. Su Xiao's phone kept vibrating.
Ning Jing received notifications, and the messages weren't unfamiliar, they were all from others inviting her to go moon gazing. Come out and watch the moon, your sixth uncle is pole dancing on the moon.
Bro, where are you? Are you at home? Don't go anywhere, I'll come pick you up. Stranger, the moon is beautiful, it doesn't want to hurt anyone.
The moon is cruel, it will reject those who have beliefs different from its own. Stranger, the moon deserves to be praised, the moon deserves to be revered.
If possible, I would like to eat your pure brain. Another message came through about new rules.
The content was as follows: do not trust messages from unknown numbers, especially be cautious of your family and friends. For your own safety, please adhere to the following rules.
Rule 10: normally, no one will knock on your door. If you hear a knock, do not look outside with a cat's eye. Rule 11: if someone outside claims to be your friend, do not pay attention. They are not your friend. Rule 12: never go outside. No matter the situation, stay inside your house. Rule 13: the moon is truly terrifying. Avoid contact with the moon. Even the moonlight can kill you. Rule 14:
if it's no longer safe inside the house, immediately go to the nearest shelter, which is in my heart.
Nation spoke up with a helpless tone, Boss, what do you think about these messages and rules? I'm completely at a loss. I can only rely on you to survive from now on.
Su Xiao fell into a deep thought, then softly explained, the new rules contradict the old ones, perhaps the rules have been modified. Suddenly, a sound came from the door, pulling Su Xiao's attention away.
With tears in his eyes, he observed and spoke first, Huh? Let me go check.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiao approached the door.
Nation immediately broke into a sweat, hurriedly reminding him, Boss, be careful. After peeking through the peephole to observe what was outside, Su Xiao's face showed a hint of worry. He pondered and said softly, all black. The onlookers seemed to empathize with Su Xiao's feelings.
They were both scared and admiring as they spoke up, even though we've seen it many times, we're still shocked by Boss Su Xiao.
This rule says that if you hear knocking, don't look through the peephole, but he just looked through it directly. The students sat up straight.
What Su Xiao's boss said earlier was nothing out of the ordinary, so there was no need to be surprised.
Su Xiao asked the person at the door, Are you my friend? What's your name? The stranger answered, Steelegg, I'm Steelegg. You just sent me a message. Su Xiao eagerly opened the door with a speed that startled the other person for a moment.
He acted as if welcoming an old friend, his tone full of excitement.
You're the one who said my Uncle Six is pole dancing on the moon, right? Led me there quickly. Su Xiao threw his arm around Steelegg's shoulder like they were long-lost brothers, full of affection, and didn't forget to hurry him along. What are you standing there for? Don't wait any longer or my Uncle Six will finish his pole dance. Hurry up, I want to record it on my phone.
Without waiting for Steelegg to reply, Su Xiao put on a somewhat hostile expression, readying himself, and threatened, You're not trying to trick me into coming outside, are you?
Steelegg, bewildered, thought to himself, this doesn't make sense. Am I the zombie, or is he the zombie? Does he have no respect for me at all? Steelegg yelled, If you don't show me any respect, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Su Xiao immediately raised his fist and aimed it straight at him. He cursed, You bastard, daring to make up that story about Uncle Six to trick me and ruin my excitement. Today, I'll turn you into a fried egg.
Steelegg, the crooked one. Hey, you dare hit me? You damn bastard, I'll definitely eat your brain.
After beating Steelegg until his hand hurt, Su Xiao wondered why he still hadn't shown any remorse.
Was it only by hitting him hard enough that he could be reformed? Thinking so, he acted on it. Su Xiao raised his hand and slapped Steeleg hard across the face. Immediately, Steeleg clung to Su Xiao's leg, crying and begging for mercy. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I shouldn't have lied to you. Actually, your Uncle Six doesn't pole dance, I made that up to deceive you." Su Xiao grinned happily. He made a suggestion: admitting your mistake and correcting it is good. "Here's the deal, if you apologize by doing a pole dance for me, I'll forgive you." Su Xiao's words left Steeleg stunned, not understanding at first. After a while, Steeleg awkwardly slithered around the pole. While Steeleg writhed in pain in his pole dancing position, Su Xiao leisurely raised his glass to toast with Nationen. The viewers couldn't help but be surprised, commenting, "Huh? I have a question, where did the pole come from?" Another viewer replied, "I don't know." While Su Xiao enjoyed the pole dance, Honda from the Sun Never Sets country and Mu from Football Nation were arguing, debating the right and wrong of the rules. Honda, a player from the Sun Never Sets country, was trying to convince Mizu, a player from Football Nation. "Listen to me, something must have happened outside. We can't just sit here and wait to die, we need to go outside and see what's going on." Mizu kept refusing, "No, no, no, it's safest inside. As long as we can still keep living, we don't need to venture outside and take risks." At that moment, a noise from outside made both of them break into a cold sweat. Honda was startled and quickly peered through the peephole to observe the situation outside. A viewer angrily commented, "So now we're all supposed to imitate Boss Su Xiao and look through the peephole? You want to die or something?" What Honda saw through the peephole was a bloodshot, bulging eye. Terrified, Honda screamed, "Oh, did anyone see that comment up top? Don't casually copy the boss, or you'll pay the price." A viewer below angrily responded, "You scared me half to death. I'm just a viewer, what did I do wrong?" A viewer's life is just as important as anyone else's. Mizu then used his phone to ask Honda about the situation outside. "Hey Honda, what do you see?" Honda replied through his phone, "It looks like a zombie. Let's not make any noise, it might leave like last time." Mizu silently nodded. Suddenly, Honda's phone rang with a new message. The person on the other end introduced themselves as Steeleg. They said, "Hey bro, I'm outside the door. I know you're in there, hurry up and open the door. I can't wait to taste your fresh, delicious brain." Hearing this, Honda immediately trembled in fear. Mizu once again asked through his phone, "Honda, what's going on?" Honda raised his phone and typed, "The zombie outside seems to know we're in here. I feel like this door can't stop it. We're done for." Just then, both of them received a reminder notification, and the window behind them was opened. They both instantly froze, their faces pale, and simultaneously asked, "What the hell?" 3 zombies appeared outside the window. Mizu screamed, "Ah, the zombies are inside." The viewers above couldn't believe it and commented, "This is the 3rd floor. How did the zombies climb up here?" A viewer below replied, "Who cares about that right now? Watch how they handle this." Honda immediately grabbed Mizu's shoulder and shouted, "Damn it, Mizu, calm down. We need to find weapons to fight them." Honda told Mizu, "Put on your sunglasses. There's a knife in the kitchen. We'll each grab one." Mizu nodded, "Right, we need knives." After running to the kitchen to grab knives, Honda yelled, "I'm going to risk my life with these things." Mizu cursed at the zombies, "Die, you monsters." Suddenly, Mizu remembered, "Oh no, I forgot the steel rod." Honda threw down his knife and turned to run. Before he left, he said to Mizu, "I'll deal with the zombies. You pull the sofa over to block the front door." A voice from outside the front door shouted, "Honda, I know you're in there. If you made noise, then you'd better open the door." The system notification triggered, "The D-tier ability has been activated. Master of weapons, able to find the right weapon at the critical moment." The door burst open, and Honda raised the baseball bat in his hand,
shouting loudly, "Die, steel egg!"
Steel Egg easily dodged Honda's attack.
Honda reacted quickly, raising the baseball bat again and swinging it towards Steel Egg.
Without using much effort, Steel Egg managed to pin Honda down. Steel Egg, greedily, said, "Ah, the brain, the delicious brain." Honda struggled, calling for help, "Help, damn it! Mizu, help me!"
Mizu, having just dealt with a group of zombies, heard Honda's cry for help.
He panicked and shouted.
Honda bent down to grab the baseball bat, then struck Steel Egg hard on the head from behind.
Mizu successfully saved Honda.
Honda breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and said to Mizu, "Thanks." The viewers in the comments above wrote, "I didn't expect Honda and Mizu to cooperate so well."
The viewers below commented, "Steel Egg is really strong here. The steel field at Su Xiao's place looks like a joke." Another viewer wondered if Su Xiao was just too strong?
At the same time, Su Xiao had finished watching Steel Egg's performance. Happy, he grabbed Steel Egg by the collar and dragged him away.
Steel Egg, bewildered, asked, "Hey, what do you want?"
Su Xiao casually replied, "Nothing.
It's just..."
Suddenly, Su Xiao opened the window and threw the Steel Egg outside. He casually waved goodbye to the Steel Egg, seeing it off with a cheerful "Have a good trip." The Steel Egg fell straight to the ground. Su Xiao watched the figure of the Steel Egg, and he sighed, "The sound is still so clear.
It should have faded by now, right?"
Then, Su Xiao froze. Right below the window, a few zombies suddenly appeared, growling and baring their claws. Su Xiao angrily shouted, "Damn, these zombies are smart. They know the trigger is from the window, no sense of honor at all." Seeing a stick next to the window, Su Xiao grinned maliciously, "Hee hee, I've got a great idea." Excited, Su Xiao raised the stick and grinned widely. After saying that, he slammed the mouse against the window. The zombies immediately screamed in pain. Soon after, the zombies began jumping down one by one. They frantically shouted, "Run fast, this human is so scary, he's going to kill me." Su Xiao acted theatrically, pleading with them, "Hey, don't go, I haven't finished playing yet."
After driving off the panicked zombies, Su Xiao leisurely took out his phone.
He boredly sent a dull message to check on a few other friends.
Su Xiao sent the message, "Super intelligent, I'm at home and there are so many zombies, do you know how to deal with them? I'm waiting. It's urgent."
Super intelligent replied, "Glad you're okay, don't do anything, just wait.
I will go to his place right now."
After reading the message from the super intelligent being, Su Xiao silently assessed it.
Did the super intelligent being really reply to the message?
Furthermore, the content of the message is quite ordinary.
Could he be a normal person, not a zombie?
Su Xiao's phone screen lit up again with a message from an unknown number. The content was, "Purification failed, resetting the time for the third time.
Citizens of Guangde City, do not panic. The anomaly of the moon is only temporary." Su Xiao speculated, failed? How exactly do they determine that the purification failed? Is it based on the events happening outside? The clock's hands moved backward.
Su Xiao sat on the chair, pondering.
This time, the reset was at 12:02, an extra minute. What does this mean? Nationin, sitting next to Su Xiao, asked him, "Big brother Su Xiao, do you have any new clues? What should we do now?"
Su Xiao responded, "There are too few clues in this house.
To uncover the truth, we must go outside and investigate." Hearing this, Nationin grew worried.
He hesitated, but suddenly, a voice from outside the door called out, "Open the door, I'm the super intelligent being." Su Xiao stood up, intending to open the door. Nationin hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Big Elder, Rule 11 says, if someone outside claims to be our friend, we should ignore them."
Su Xiao replied indifferently, "I'll pay attention."
The door just opened, and he was extremely intelligent. He quickly grabbed Su Xiao's shoulder and shouted, "You're okay, that's such a relief.
Put on your sunglasses and come with me immediately." Su Xiao turned to ask Nationin, "Are you coming?" If you're not going, then I'm going alone, Nationen said anxiously. Elder, the rules say we aren't supposed to go outside. The people out there definitely want to harm us, you shouldn't trust him. Su Xiao remained unperturbed and continued to step outside. With no other choice, Nationen followed him, shouting out, "Oh, Elder, wait for me, I'm coming with you." Outside, the moon was blood red, like the color of blood. The people on the street had all turned into zombies, aimlessly wandering. The zombies rummaged through corpses and devoured them greedily. A group of people were kneeling, facing the moon, muttering prayers non-stop. They seemed afraid of being broken, their bodies twisted, burning with passion, swallowing the undead, pleading for the souls. "Tonight, I worship you." Nationen tugged at Su Xiao's sleeve, chattering, "Su Xiao Elder, are we taking a car? Where are we going?" The extremely intelligent one, walking ahead, replied, "To the funeral home." Nationen immediately screamed, "The funeral home? No, I feel like I'm not ready to die yet, I don't need to be cremated." Su Xiao and the extremely intelligent one exchanged a look, their faces blank. The extremely intelligent one explained, "I'm taking you to the funeral home to save you, don't be afraid." At the funeral home, a highly intelligent person handed Su Xiao a piece of paper and instructed, "The funeral home has its own rules. Now, both of you, read the rules for the staff." Su Xiao took the paper with one hand from the highly intelligent person, and put his sunglasses in his pocket with the other. He opened the paper for both him and Nationen to read. Inside, it listed the funeral home staff regulations. Rule 1, as a staff member of the funeral home, your main job is to place the bodies into the cremation furnace. During this process, you should not have too many questions. Rule 2, if you encounter unusual situations such as a body that cannot be burned, a body that speaks, or a body that moves, you must immediately report it to the security room and should not handle it on your own. Rule 3, the research room has a telescope, and only authorized staff are allowed to use it. Rule 4, you should not pray in any direction. Discussions about strange phenomena are also prohibited, as this may cause the strange phenomena to become a reality. Rule 5, the funeral home manager's office is off limits. If work requires you to enter, ensure that there is no one inside. Rule 6, during your work, you must wear the specialized glasses at all times. If you feel unwell, immediately go to the cleaning room. Rule 7, your work must remain absolutely confidential. Do not share with friends or family what you do. This could come at a certain cost. Rule number 8, all funeral home staff, you have missed the opportunity to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The price you've paid will forever be engraved in your memories. At this moment, the super-intelligent one suddenly shouted, It's here, quickly, get out." Su Xiao and Nationen simultaneously asked, "Who?" The blood moon has now turned black halfway. Su Xiao asked in confusion, "What is that?" An eclipse. Nationen, standing beside, suddenly made a cracking sound, and his whole body twisted unnaturally. Su Xiao, irritated, gave him a slap and scolded, "What are you doing? Stop staring at the moon." Nationen, in pain from the slap, groaned, "Ow." Su Xiao felt as if the clock was turning counterclockwise, ticking with each second. In an instant, the moon returned to normal, casting a gentle light. Su Xiao silently observed, wondering, did the time just reset? So, the time reversal happened because of the eclipse. But why does something terrifying happen after an eclipse? For example, a large number of zombies might appear. Seeing Su Xiao deep in thought, Nationen eagerly asked, "Elder, did you figure something out? Tell me." Su Xiao stroked his chin and shared his guess. I noticed that this time, during the reversal of time, we didn't return to our original position. I suspect that the funeral home is where time resets, which is why this place is not affected." At that moment, a staff member from the funeral home was pushing in a corpse and greeted, Su Xiao and Nationen, "Oh, you two are the new staff, right? Don't just stand there, we've got a new body. Hurry up and take it to be cremated." Su Xiao muttered, "That was fast." He and Nationen helped the staff member push the body inside. Su Xiao silently calculated that in order to receive the protection of his talent,
he couldn't avoid taking the body to be cremated.
So after pushing for a while, Su Xiao turned to Nationen and said, "Why are you standing so far away? Just now, I was showing you how to push the corpse. Now it's your turn. Come on, take this body to the furnace." Nationen trembled, pointing at his own face and awkwardly asked, "Huh? Just me alone?" Su Xiao said coldly, "Who else? Am I supposed to ask someone else to cremate it for you? I can't stand guard by your side. What if the corpse runs away later? Are you going to chase after it?"
As Nationen moved the body, he complimented, "Elder, you truly are an elder, everything you say and do has such philosophy."
"I'm so shallow." Viewer comments, "Haha, another fool has been tricked."
Su Xiao stood aside, bored, and said, "This is so dull.
I'll text Steelegg and see how he's doing."
On Su Xiao's phone screen, he sent a message, "Steelegg, how's it going, buddy? How did you fall from the 3rd floor so carelessly?
If you're still alive, meet me at the funeral home. I've saved a spot for you."
Su Xiao sighed.
He clicked his tongue. Steelegg hasn't responded. He's probably gone to the afterlife by now.
A viewer commented from above,
"Does Elder Su Xiao want me to die from laughing? Is he planning to offer Steelegg a package deal?" A viewer teased from below,
"He even broke Rule 7 just to save a spot for Steelegg. He's truly something, I'm about to cry." At that moment, Nationen suddenly exclaimed in panic,
"The body! It's moving! The body is really moving." Nationen quickly grabbed Su Xiao's arm, urging him anxiously,
"Great Elder, Rule 2 says that if something strange happens, we must report it to the security office. It's forbidden to handle it ourselves. We should go to the security office, hurry."
Su Xiao calmly replied, "Go? What's the point of bothering the security office with something like this? It's just a corpse. Watch me."
Suddenly, the corpse sat up, and Su Xiao immediately realized,
"Oh, Steelegg." Su Xiao smiled warmly and asked, "Why did you think it through and jump like that?"
"That was the 3rd floor, you can't just jump like that."
"Look at you, your arm's all broken."
As soon as Steelegg saw Su Xiao, he started to sob.
"Sniff, why is it you?" Su Xiao pressed his face close to Steelegg's and teased him. "What's wrong? You want to see me? Let me tell you, I'm now a funeral home employee. Cremating corpses is the hottest service these days. As a favor to our friendship, I'll do it for you for free this time." Steelegg silently cried. "Free? And another time?" Su Xiao, seeing Steelegg's pale face, excitedly said, "Oh my god, don't be scared. I've just invented a new way to roast in a rotating style with dill, you have to try it."
Steelegg was genuinely frightened by his words.
He kept struggling desperately, whining and begging, "Please. Ho-hoo, help. Help me."
Nationen, witnessing this scene, darkened his expression. He silently prayed for Steelegg.
Who's the real zombie here? Why does it feel like the elder is becoming even more heartless?
Without much effort, Su Xiao quickly tied Steelegg up like a wrapped rice cake, leisurely sprinkling a bit of dill on him. Viewers in the comments above, Su Xiao Elder's lying skills are getting better and better.
"But I'm curious, where did he get the dill from?" A viewer in the middle advised the one above, "Don't ask about the elder's business, don't ask." A viewer below humorously commented, "Steelegg, back in the day when his hands were tied, never knew what it meant to roast in a rotating style."
Meanwhile, Gon Jason from Nation A and Jin Yuqian from Nation K were also led to the funeral home by the super genius. As Jin Yuqian pushed the corpse, he grumbled, "Damn it, I keep feeling like something's off about this place. This so-called super genius led us here and then disappeared mysteriously. This looks exactly like a trap."
Gon, irritated by his constant whining, turned and shouted, "Shut up! I have used the night watchman's gift to check.
The funeral home is normal," Gon explained slowly.
"To be precise, this funeral home is like a secret base.
The people inside are all involved in the blood moon plan.
This plan is to ensure the moon remains normal. As long as the moon is normal, we can pass through safely.
Jin Yuqian, who had been walking naturally, suddenly stopped.
He clasped his hands together, muttering a prayer.
His skull was shattered, his body contorted, his blood burning hot as he devoured the zombies, pleading with the souls, "Tonight, I worship you." Unable to hold back, Gon slapped Jin Yuqian on the head and warned him, "You fool, you almost got yourself killed at my house earlier.
Stop doing stupid things like this. If you don't, I can't promise I won't throw you into the furnace." Jin Yuqian, who had been hit painfully, groaned, "Why did you hit me? Wasn't I supposed to do that?"
While Jin Yuqian was still grumbling, he suddenly heard a crackling sound.
His face immediately turned pale with fear. He anxiously asked, "What's going on?"
Gon, standing next to him, shouted, "Those corpses have woken up.
You figure out how to handle this yourself."
Sure enough, the corpses lying on the gurney began to stir, making creepy crackling noises.
Gon immediately abandoned Jin Yuqian, rushing to escape first.
Jin Yuqian, upon seeing this, panicked and shouted, "Damn it, wait for me." At that moment, a corpse suddenly grabbed Jin Yuqian's hand. He was startled and screamed, "Ah, get off me, let go of me, you damn bastard."
Soon after, the corpse bit into Jin Yuqian's neck.
Before long, a system notification rang out, "Player Nation K Jin Yuqian has been consumed by a strange entity, the countdown to the strange world story is about to begin."
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Meanwhile, over by Su Xiao, he was instructing the doll and the stuffed bear, "Add some dill and chile."
"Right, sprinkle it evenly."
Viewers commented, "Steel egg is so pitiful, my tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of my mouth." Two funeral home workers, who happened to witness the scene, were also startled.
One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is this? Using a corpse as roast meat?" The other, equally stunned, said, "Is this something a normal person would do?"
Just then, Su Xiao turned his head and gave a creepy smile.
He invited the one resembling roasted meat, "Would you like to try?"
The two workers were so terrified their souls seemed to scatter. In unison, they screamed, "A madman has broken into the funeral home." The two of them hurriedly ran out of the room, leaving Su Xiao alone.
He looked at their retreating figures, a bit puzzled. These corpses were clearly dead, so why did they still need to be cremated? Could it be that they could come back to life? Su Xiao rubbed his chin in contemplation. Could the incantations spoken by those people on the street have any relevance? Let's see. He decided to try. Thinking is one thing, acting is another.
Su Xiao clasped his hands and faced the corpses lying on the ground. He began mimicking the chants of those people on the street, afraid the box might break, his body contorted, his burning passion, devouring the zombies, pleading for the soul.
"Tonight, I worship you." Sure enough, the ancient corpses reacted.
They moved, causing their joints to crackle.
"Elder, what are you doing?
Why are you touching the corpses?"
Nationen asked worriedly.
Su Xiao seemed to have confirmed his hypothesis, muttering, "Just as I thought."
"Elder, where are you going?" Nationen asked urgently.
Su Xiao waved his hand and instructed, "Black General, you and Nationen handle these corpses."
"I'm stepping out for a bit, I have something to do." Su Xiao simply responded to Nationen.
He went to the research room, intending to use the telescope to observe the moon.
"Are you teaching me how to work?" Su Xiao asked coldly. Nationen, looking anxious, said, "Huh?"
"The third rule says you can't use the telescope in the research room without permission." Realizing he had spoken too much, Nationen reproached himself, "Look at my mouth." The viewers in the comments were dying of laughter.
Su Xiao, the elder, no longer needed to raise his hand to hit anyone.
No wonder he was the warrior god who fought on the second floor of the funeral home. By this time, Su Xiao had already arrived at the research room.
There is indeed a telescope here. Su Xiao noticed that there was a notebook on the table. "You're guessing, right?" There is a notebook for recording observations here. In the notebook, it was written, year 2015 of the 0th month, morning, the moon is normal, everything is normal. 52015 of the 0th month, early morning, the moon begins to be swallowed. The strange phenomena begin. Year 2015 of the 0th month, early morning, the moon starts to turn bright red. The strangeness intensifies. Year 2015 of the 0th month, early morning, the moon is normal, everything returns to normal. Year 2015 of the 0th month, early morning, the moon is redder, it begins to be swallowed again. After reading these notes, Su Xiao made a conclusion. From what is written here, it seems that time has been reset many times. Su Xiao tried to connect the clues he had. Swallowed, bright red, beliefs. These three things must be the cause of the large number of priests appearing. And the funeral home is a mysterious organization, continuously reversing time to stop the abnormalities of the moon, at least to temporarily prolong the time. Su Xiao looked through the telescope and exclaimed, "The moon has turned red again, and the part that is being swallowed seems to have something alive in it." Su Xiao decided that he had to find the manager of the funeral home to talk, and once he thought of it, he acted immediately. Su Xiao immediately went to the door of the manager's office. Inside the room, the manager was two zombies aimlessly wandering around. Su Xiao muttered in disgust, "Oh my god, the sun was just halted and turned red. It seems like this time reversal method won't last much longer." He ordered the doll and stuffed bear to knock them down. The doll and stuffed bear rushed in, punching and kicking the two zombies. In the manager's office, the funeral home manager was startled when he saw Su Xiao. He said calmly, "I've been observing you for a long time. You must be curious about the specifics of the funeral home's work, right?" Su Xiao bluntly replied, "Originally, I didn't want to join you, but after hearing what you said, I suddenly want to see what kind of conditions the funeral home manager would offer. To know, you have to join us, but once you join, you must be prepared to become a sacrifice at any time." "Are you really that brave?" The funeral home manager turned to look at Su Xiao and said, "Try it." Su Xiao did not hesitate and decisively nodded in agreement. "Really?" The funeral home manager asked again. Seeing that Su Xiao had agreed, the funeral home manager instructed him, "Then follow me." As Su Xiao followed, he quietly assessed the situation. He hadn't expected it to be like this, but it was still quite intriguing. The funeral home manager showed Su Xiao an image of the moon on a screen. He explained some of the information he currently had. The moon is lonely, so it longs for reverence, for admiration. That is why, every mid-autumn festival, it appears when the moon is full. However, this year, the moon exhibits a strange phenomenon. The funeral home manager frowned and said, "There is a type of creature affecting the moon. We named it the Devourer." Su Xiao immediately made the connection. "The Devourer you mentioned must be the thing I saw through the telescope." Su Xiao shared his theory with the funeral home manager. "It's the Devourers that are affecting the moon, causing people to turn into zombies, right?" The funeral home manager confirmed Su Xiao's words, "That's right. Therefore, in order to prevent more zombies from emerging, we must destroy the Devourers." Su Xiao asked, "You already have a solution, so what do we need to do?" The funeral home manager replied, "First, we need to enter the spacecraft simulation chamber. Inside, the environment will simulate the surface of the moon. As long as we eliminate the creatures in there, we can transfer what happens in the chamber to the moon." Su Xiao smiled and asked, "Is it really that simple?" The funeral home manager responded sternly, "Simple, young man, but you must understand that we've tried many times and failed each time. Furthermore, dying in the simulation chamber means dying for real." Su Xiao was a bit surprised and asked again, "Dying in the simulation chamber means dying for real?" The funeral home manager nodded, "Yes, what's the matter? Are you afraid?" Su Xiao calmly replied, "It's in the hands of denial. It's not fear, but excitement." Su Xiao urged the funeral home's manager. "Faster, faster, I can't wait any longer." Reluctantly, the manager complied with Su Xiao's request.
Before pressing the start button, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to him.
Regardless of the outcome, we are grateful for all your contributions. Young man, good luck.
After the funeral home manager activated the simulation room, Su Xiao felt as though he had entered another dimension. He opened his eyes, and before him was a scene that resembled the surface of the moon. Su Xiao sighed.
The scene looks so similar, it's truly impressive.
The viewers in the comments above responded.
Has anyone noticed? The moon simulation still has gravity.
A viewer below replied to the comment above. You're mentioning it now, but this is a simulation zone, having gravity makes movement easier. Suddenly, from the distance, dust and smoke swirled. From within the haze, a pack of vicious, dog-faced monsters appeared, charging straight toward Su Xiao.
He asked in surprise. Is this the true form of the devouring? It looks awful.
Su Xiao immediately ordered the white bear to kill them. At this moment, other contestants were also standing in front of the manager. The manager proactively invited them into the simulation ship. However, most of them believed that they could pass this round simply by waiting patiently, so they declined to enter the simulation room. Only Gon, wanting to achieve a higher evaluation, agreed to the manager's request. The funeral home manager stood outside the room, seriously instructing Gon, "You must find the origin of their reproduction when they are swallowed and torn apart. Only by addressing the root cause can we restore the moon to normal."
Gon, confused, asked him, "What is the origin of reproduction for swallowing?"
The manager scratched his head and honestly replied, "To be honest, we don't know either.
You'll have to rely on your own instincts to find it." Gon's face turned pale, just relying on instinct. He knocked on the door, wanting to request a retreat.
"Hey, you guys are totally unreliable." Unfortunately, it was too late, as the funeral home manager had already pressed the start button.
He smiled and said to Gon, "Good luck." Gon screamed miserably, I'm not ready yet."
The audience above commented, "Damn, this manager is really pushing people too far."
The viewers below couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Gon Jason's disaster-stricken face. Though Gon was a man, he was so frightened that he screamed out loud. Ha ha.
Soon after the simulation chamber activated, Gon Jason opened his eyes. He cursed, "Damn, I thought the manager had made a perfect plan, but instead, he wants me to rely on my own flesh to find clues." Suddenly, a sound echoed from the distance.
Gon, startled, shouted, "What kind of monster is this?"
Without thinking much, Gon Jason quickly ran for his life, shouting while running,
"Mom, help!"
The monsters swiftly devoured Gon and quickly caught up with him. They pounced on him, tearing him apart. Gon Jason let out a miserable scream, and then his body was completely swallowed up, sinking into oblivion. The viewers above felt it was tragic. Gon was a real man, and dying like this was a bit unfair.
Another viewer found it somewhat strange. Something's not right. Why hasn't there been an announcement that Gon has been eliminated? Or is he not dead yet? A viewer below quickly informed, "Look, the manager is leading others into the back room." The viewers above wondered, what are they trying to do? The viewer below guessed, it seems like they're going all in. After all, they can't keep rewinding time anymore. Look at what the manager is holding, it looks like a bomb remote.
A viewer above commented, suddenly filled with respect, "Hopefully, they can manage to defeat the monsters without having to resort to the bomb." The manager then gave an order to the funeral home staff, "All funeral home staff, listen up.
Gon is dead, rewinding time won't help.
There's no way out now, let's risk it all against these monsters." With those words, the manager and the funeral home staff rushed forward, determined to fight the monsters to the death. Soon, due to their overwhelming numbers, the monsters began to corner the manager and the remaining staff. The manager of the funeral home, seeing no other way out, made up his mind and, having lost all hope, said, "It seems there's no choice but to use this." The funeral home manager pressed a button, and instantly a deafening explosion rang out. Smoke rose into the air, forming a giant mushroom cloud, much like the scene of a nuclear explosion. At that moment, in a residential area, the night was eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. Gon's phone rang with a persistent buzzing sound, and he suddenly sat up in a panic, asking,
Am I not dead? Why am I still alive?
The TV screen broadcasted the voice of the host.
Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for us to gather with family, enjoy the moon, and share mooncakes. We wish you all a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival.
Gon Jason was still in a state of shock. He hurriedly checked his phone screen. Today was the 15th, and the time was now 8 p.m.
He asked in confusion. What's going on? The time right now is even earlier than when I first entered this strange world.
His phone immediately notified him of a series of incoming messages. The first was from Steel Egg.
Hey, buddy, don't just stay home on Mid-Autumn, how about going out for a drink? Next was a message from Yuan. Are you coming out to hang out with me or not?
Just tell me if you're not, don't keep silent like this. Then came a message from his mother.
Son, happy Mid-Autumn Festival.
Remember to take care of yourself while working away from home. Finally, there was a message from his father. Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunions, and the longing is wrapped in the mooncake.
Are you coming home to celebrate this year, son?
Gon, after skimming through the messages, realized he understood everything. The time had been reset, everyone was still alive, and the moon had returned to normal. System notification, dear contestant, congratulations on passing the blood moon phase with a 3-star rating. Evaluation analysis, 1 star for solo performance, 2 stars for sacrificial spirit.
Upon hearing this notification, Gon immediately rejoiced. He shouted, I passed. The viewers above didn't quite understand at first. Well, this works too, even after dying and coming back to life, I can still pass.
The viewers below sighed, this is beyond words.
Doing nothing and still passing, if you don't believe it, just watch.
In a different development, the system notification said, Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the blood moon round with a 3-star rating. Evaluation analysis, 2 stars for the 2 participants who passed, 1 star for surviving until the end in the funeral home.
Nizu and Honda were also fortunate to survive.
They were so happy they were nearly in tears. The viewers above commented, wow, this round had a really high survival rate. The viewers below were somewhat dissatisfied, too bad their passing ratings aren't high. Only Su Xiao is left, let's see what he does. At this moment, Su Xiao stood aside, observing the battle between the white bear and the devouring monsters. He spoke to the doll next to him, feels like the white bear can't defeat them, should you go out and help? At that moment, Su Xiao's phone rang, ding ding. It was a call from the manager. He said, to completely eliminate the swallowing, you need to find the origin of its reproduction. Otherwise, it will continue to spawn endlessly. Su Xiao asked, how do we find the origin of the swallowing? The manager's answer was utterly useless. He told him, rely on your intuition. Then, the manager hung up. Su Xiao, feeling frustrated, muttered, rely on intuition. Asking him is as good as asking no one. Doll, can you find the origin of the swallowing? The doll nodded. Su Xiao turned to the white bear, don't fight anymore, follow me. The white bear snorted and responded, yes, Su Xiao. The white bear and the doll raced ahead, and behind them, the swallowing button gang was frantically chasing them. After running for a while, Su Xiao stopped in front of a tree. This tree was unlike any other, it had eyes, a nose, a mouth, and the rough bark made it look like an old man. Su Xiao speculated, this tree is so strange, could it be the origin of the swallowing? Suddenly, Su Xiao noticed that the tree had 2 arms. Its arms were constantly assembling body parts, creating swallowing monsters. Su Xiao immediately realized, wow, so the swallowing is created this way. This tree really is a mindless manufacturing machine. Suddenly, the surroundings darkened. Su Xiao was momentarily startled and asked, what's this now? But he quickly calmed down and began analyzing. The jellyfish chain showed no reaction, meaning that at this moment, his mind was still susceptible to influence, though it hadn't yet been infected by the strange phenomenon, almost like a kind of hallucination. Around Su Xiao, suddenly, the ghostly images of human heads appeared.
They keep rambling on, stay here, this is your end, what good is your talent? This place is ultimately your grave.
The more Su Xiao heard, the darker his expression became.
He coldly warned, you're making too much noise. But they still hadn't seen the coffin, so they didn't shed any tears, continuing to babble. Stop struggling, it's all in vain. No matter how hard you try, it means nothing.
Darkness is coming, and no matter how humanity resists, they can't fight against these strange beings.
Su Xiao took out a mirror. System notification, you have used the polluted mirror. Su Xiao barked, get lost.
The demonic heads screamed and then vanished.
System notification, you have stored the polluted mirror.
Su Xiao ordered the doll and the white teddy bear, go, pull that tree out for me. Before the doll and the white bear could act, the tree suddenly rotted in the middle.
Su Xiao asked in surprise, I haven't even pulled it out yet, why is it already rotting?
Su Xiao glanced at the Swallowing Button gang and suddenly shouted, the Swallowing Button gang is chasing me, they even dug you out. The eyes plucked by the Swallowing Button gang naturally flew towards one direction, then merged together, forming a gigantic, blood-red eye, terrifying beyond measure. After the eyes were gouged out, the monsters devoured them and collapsed to their knees, chanting in unison. Their skulls shattered, their bodies twisted, hot blood gushing, devoured flesh consumed. I pray to the soul, tonight I shall honor you. Su Xiao furrowed his brow and said, this is the true face of the devourer. The enormous, blood-red eye suddenly extended its arms towards Su Xiao.
He remained calm and coldly said, even if you have a form, you will still die. Su Xiao commanded the white bear to deal with it. Unexpectedly, the bear was easily controlled by the eye's hand.
The white bear struggled fiercely. Seeing this, Su Xiao cursed inwardly. He quickly took out the mountain god ring.
System notification, mountain god ring has been used. Its effect can temporarily grant the help of mountain god to the aberration.
The doll immediately changed. It transformed into a life-sized doll. It growled and joined the battle against the giant eye. The situation grew increasingly tense. Su Xiao observed quietly. He silently assessed. It can actually withstand the power of the mountain god. This blood worship is indeed extraordinary. In the management room, the manager explained. Its strength comes from receiving the worship of people on the road. Only when they stop will its power diminish. The manager urged the funeral home staff.
Hurry up.
No matter the cost, we must set a time to return before the worship activity occurs. The funeral home staff immediately acknowledged.
Yes.
The manager continued to urge the employees who were typing. Hurry up, every minute we delay, Su Xiao will be in danger for another minute.
The viewer commented. I'm watching this and I'm already crying. This is the power of unity.
The clock began to turn backward, and viewers above joyfully commented. The time is reversing, everyone at the funeral home has tried their best.
The viewers below send warm encouragement to Su Xiao. Next up is Su Xiao, keep it up, people from Dragon Country will never give up.
At the same time, on the simulated moon, the devouring monsters were slowly decaying and vanishing. Su Xiao smiled triumphantly, realizing that the power of worship had disappeared. It seemed that the people at the funeral home were not idle either, and in the end, the giant eye was finally destroyed. Sometime later, Su Xiao was sitting and reading messages on his phone. A message from an unknown number appeared, and the content of the message concluded with an observation. Everything has returned to normal, the funeral home will also be permanently disbanded, but we will not forget our responsibilities. We send our heartfelt thanks to you, and all the funeral home staff wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. After reading the message, Su Xiao smiled and said, it seems like the strange object on the moon has been dealt with, feels not bad to be a former space hero.
Su Xiao walked over to the window and pulled back the curtain.
Outside, the bright moonlight was shining gently. The system sent a notification to Su Xiao: every time we eat mooncakes and look up at the moon, remember that the simple happiness of the present is partly thanks to those who are silently dedicating themselves.
Every day we complain is another tomorrow that's distant for them.
Dear player, congratulations on passing the Blood Moon 6-star evaluation.
Evaluation analysis. 2 stars for mutual achievement. 2 stars for the spirit of sacrifice.
1 star for the funeral home staff surviving to the end. 1 extra star for defeating the aberrant creature.
Su Xiao took out the red eye, now only the size of his fist.
He commented with satisfaction, "Not bad, this time the rewards are all good stuff."
The viewers excitedly commented, "What's next? What's next? Who else could it be?"
Also, the staff member who entering feels really meaningful.
Hopefully, the next round will let us broaden our horizons. Su Xiao directed the red eye toward Black General, the plush bear, and the doll.
He calmly said, "The blood pupil can only level up one of you, so you 3 figure it out yourselves." In the end, the doll and Black General both yielded to the plush bear. Su Xiao then handed the red eye to the plush bear. He gently said, "It seems like both of them wanted to give it to you, so you take it." The plush bear immediately swallowed the red eye, and then became noticeably more energetic. The viewers cheered. This time all 3 of them leveled up. Su Xiao Elder is invincible. The viewers commented below, "How lonely it is to be a champion." System announcement: congratulations to Su Xiao from Dragon Country, Nation, and from Fei Shogua, Honda from the Sun Never Sets Country, Mu from Football Nation, Gon from America, Mao from Paris, and Oliver from Nation S for passing the battle round. These 7 nations will avoid this invasion from the world of strange stories. Su Xiao from Dragon Country received a 6-star rating. Awarded a special prize, the self-healing rate of Dragon Country citizens increases by 10%, with an additional 5% bonus. Nation and from Fei Shogui received a 4-star rating. Awarded a good prize, annual rainfall in Fei Shogui increases by 7%. Gon Jason from America received a 3-star rating. Awarded a normal prize, the crime rate in America decreases by 5%. Honda from the Sun Never Sets Country and Mizu from Football Nation received a 3-star rating. Awarded a normal prize, food production increases by 5%. Bao from Nation P and Oliver from Cyan received a 3-star rating. Awarded a normal prize, fruit production increases by 5%. Su Xiao returned to the real world. 3 days later, he discovered that the world had created a ranking for the battle gods. The first place is Su Xiao from Dragon Country, Unknown Talent. 8 consecutive victories in the world of strange stories. 18 years old, currently single. Second place is a D from Grizzly Nation, SS Talent, Infinite Inference. 3 consecutive victories in the world of strange stories. 27 years old. Third place is Claude from Nation P. A level talent, immersive acting twice in a row through the world of strange stories. The current status has been lost. In fourth place is Gone from America, S-level talent. The Night Watchman twice in a row through the world of strange stories. Currently 25 years old. Su Xiao, bored, propped his chin and said, "Damn, what's the point of opening the leaderboard? If the top spot never changes, what's the point?" He declared, "My personal criterion is to try my best to enjoy each round." The system announcement: the countries participating in this match include Dragon Country, Grizzly Nation, Free Choice this time, America, the Sun Never Sets Country, Football Nation, Nation S, Paris, Fei Shogua, and East Island Country. This strange story challenge takes place in a psychiatric hospital. Summary of the background in the psychiatric hospital: your responsibility is to care for the patient's emotions while preventing them from becoming aggressive. The patients may often exhibit strange behaviors, but if you patiently communicate with them, you might open up a new world. This challenge involves 2 people from the same country, through the opportunity given by the outside world reminder. No reminder, you must think thoroughly and rationally to find your teammate from your country inside the hospital. Be aware, he may disguise himself as anyone.
In 3 days, find the most accurate reason for why the psychiatric hospital was abandoned. Su Xiao rubbed his chin and commented, "This round requires finding a teammate, huh? Then there must be some obstacle, otherwise, it would be too easy to just ask anyone directly."
Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind.
The person spoke, "You're the new doctor, right?"
Su Xiao turned around and saw the person wearing a pig mask, which looked extremely bizarre.
Su Xiao thought, is this person wearing a mask? To make it harder to find teammates? I can't see their face, but they can see mine. Will they actively try to find me? There must be some kind of obstacle.
I have to cooperate with this person first, observe the situation, and then plan my next move. After calculating carefully, Su Xiao smiled calmly.
He greeted, "Hello. I'm the new doctor. Is there something you need?"
The person wearing the pig mask shook Su Xiao's hand and said, "Then come with me, I'll take you to your office."
As they walked, the person introduced himself, "My name is Lu DFA, I'm your colleague.
Here are the hospital regulations you need to read first." He handed over a piece of paper.
Su Xiao took it and responded, "Yes."
The paper contained the following: Hospital regulations for psychiatric doctors. Rule 1: A psychiatric doctor should perform their duties well. It may not be easy, but be patient when dealing with patients. Rule 2: During working hours, leaving your position is strictly prohibited. If the director finds out, severe punishment will follow. Rule 3: Take your medicine on time and ensure that patients take their medicine on time. The person will help stabilize your emotions and the patient's. Rule number 4: Patients may sometimes make some requests. If the request is too strange, you can ignore it or leave. Rule number 5: During night shifts, you should not enter the patient's room. If you hear the patient crying out for a nurse, do not go in alone. Rule number 6: Most of the nurses in the hospital are female. If you see a male nurse, stay calm. They are temporary staff at the hospital. Rule number 7: Temporary staff are not trustworthy. Do not speak with them, as they may lead you to make a wrong decision. Rule number 8: The patient might do something to scare you, but no matter what, do not show fear. If you do, the patient may take dangerous actions toward you. Rule number 9: After midnight, if you notice a patient or nurse entering the restroom, immediately lock the door and move out of their sight. Rule number 10: Never use the hospital elevator. The hospital only has 3 floors, with no basement. Rule number 11: If you discover a new room for severely ill patients in the hospital, leave immediately. Do not open the door and do not listen to any sounds coming from that room. Su Xiao read while walking, and he noticed the text at the bottom that read, "Do not trust the female nurses in the hospital, the male nurses are the ones to rely on. Do not take the medicine they give you. They intend to control your thoughts and actions." At this moment, Lu DFA spoke up, "We're here, you can get familiar with the working environment first. I have something to attend to, and if there's anything you need to do later, I'll let you know." Su Xiao simply replied, "Okay." Su Xiao crumpled the piece of paper and tossed it to Black General. He thought about the small line added beneath the regulations. It seemed like the person wanted to help him. Who could it be? He ordered Black General, "Go check around with me, see if there's any clue related to why the hospital was abandoned." Black General obediently followed him and barked once, "Woof," as a greeting. Yes. Su Xiao happened to notice a mirror near the desk, and there was a gummy candy on the table. He confidently said, "Oh, there's a mirror? Surely, it's not there to admire my handsomeness, right?" The viewers above burst out laughing. "Ha, Su Xiao Elder is so narcissistic," one viewer commented. "Narcissistic? The elder is clearly very handsome," another viewer shyly replied. "I'd love to date Su Xiao Elder, but I'm afraid I'd lose the whole evening." Su Xiao picked up the mirror, and he was startled when he saw his reflection in the mirror wearing a panda mask. He touched his face in confusion and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, my face clearly doesn't have a mask. Why does the mirror show a panda person?" The viewer above commented, "But pandas are so cute, they naturally became a national treasure." The viewer below agreed, "Su Xiao Elder is the treasure of treasures." Su Xiao understood. He stroked his chin and made a deduction, "I get it now. When others look at me, they can only see the mask, so my teammates can't actively come to find me." He flipped the mirror and continued his thoughts, "Moreover, this mask is so special, it shows that this round is no simple matter. I can't rush to find teammates, I have to take it slow." Meanwhile, the other player from Dragon Country, Zhou Ming, was scratching his head while reading the rules. He thought, "My teammate from the same country must be Su Xiao Elder, I have to find him quickly. If I only rely on my own talent, I won't be able to get through this round." Zhou Ming paced back and forth, racking his brain for a solution, "But the problem now is, how do I find Su Xiao Elder?" The viewer above felt anxious for Zhou Ming. "What should we do? Both of them are wearing masks, so we can't recognize each other by face anymore. If they ask directly, the strange creature will notice." One viewer also thought this was a tricky problem. What if the strange creature imitates them? The masks of both will be even harder to tell apart. Another viewer asked the one above, "Hey, can you please shut that crow's mouth of yours?" The viewer below spoke up, "Forget about this issue for now, quick, let's see what Su Xiao Elder is doing." Lu Dfa was about to give the medicine to the elder to drink. Sure enough, Lu Dfa handed Su Xiao 2 bottles, one containing red capsules and the other containing green ones. He told him, "Take the green pill first. The red one is for the patient, you'll go to the first floor at 9 o'clock to give it to the patient." Su Xiao carefully asked him, "What does the green pill do? What will happen if I accidentally take the red one?" Lu Dfa scratched his cheek and answered uncertainly, "Both pills are tranquilizers. If you want to take the red one, I won't stop you, but you must take the green pill in front of me." Su Xiao flatly refused to take the medicine. "But I feel fine, my mind is clear, I don't need the medicine." Lu Dfa stubbornly shoved the 2 bottles into his hands, saying, "Take them. The mental state of the patients here is very unstable, this is for your own good." Su Xiao, somewhat relenting, replied, "All right, but before I take the medicine, I want to confirm something." Lu Dfa asked coldly, "What is it?" Suddenly, Su Xiao grabbed Lu Dfa's shirt and directly shoved 3 green pills into his mouth. Lu Dfa could only mumble a few words. "Ha!" He quickly pushed Su Xiao away, sat down with a thud, coughing and cursing. "What the hell are you doing? I'm your teammate, are you trying to kill me?" Su Xiao pretended to be surprised and asked him, "Oh, so taking the green pill will kill me? You just lied to me, didn't you?" Lu Dfa stammered, I didn't mean that, I'm not deceiving you." Su Xiao casually put his arm around his shoulder, his tone softening to reassure him, "Don't worry. Actually, just now I was only giving you a little candy. After all, I was worried that maybe you're one of my teammates, right?" Hearing this, Lu Dfa laughed awkwardly, "Huh, that's good then." Suddenly, Su Xiao's voice became sharp, "But based on what you just said, you definitely aren't one of my teammates." Black General silenced him, and Black General extended its tentacles toward Lu Dfa. He screamed in horror, "Ah!" Before long, Black General devoured Lu Dfa whole. Su Xiao gave a satisfied compliment, "Well done." Just then, a voice from outside the room asked, Just arrived?" To Su Xiao's surprise, the person who entered was Lu Dfa. He still held 2 bottles of medicine and said to him, "There are 2 bottles of medicine here. You should take the blue pill first. The red one is for the patient, and at 9 o'clock, you'll need to go to the first floor to give the patient the medicine." Su Xiao froze, cursing, "WTF, what is going on here?" The pig-faced man introduced himself, "That's right, I'm Dr. Wang Dfa. If you have any questions, feel free to come and ask me any time." As he spoke, he rummaged through his coat pocket, searching for something. Su Xiao, bewildered, asked, Actually, I do have something to ask you." "Is there a possibility?" "He actually has a twin brother named Lu Dfa. Wang Dfa,
after fumbling around in his jacket pocket for a while, finally pulled out a name tag. He fiddled with the tag in his hand and said, "Oh, I forgot to wear my name tag earlier. I should put it on now." In response to Su Xiao's question, Wang Dfa seemed confused. He asked blankly, "Lu Dfa, I've never heard of that name." Su Xiao gave a vague reply, then it's good." In his heart, he still felt very strange. He guessed that it probably wasn't the same person. Every time one name died, a new person would replace the old one. Suddenly, Su Xiao struck Wang Dfa's face hard, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. Wang Dfa screamed, What are you doing?" So, Su Xiao still didn't say anything and directly continued to hit Wang Dfa's face. He screamed, I'm telling you, don't go too far. If you keep hitting me, don't force me into a corner." After being beaten up for a while, Wang Dfa had no choice but to kneel down and beg Su Xiao, "Please don't make me kneel down to beg you. Hoo. Please stop hitting me, I won't force you to drink the green medicine anymore." "Is that okay?" Su Xiao quietly analyzed. The fear he saw wasn't regret. It seemed the trick of sincerity wasn't effective on him, which meant he wasn't some strange creature but a human. But the fact that he could come back to life meant he definitely wasn't one of his teammates. If teammates could be revived, this round would no longer have any difficulty. Therefore, the current situation in the hospital is a bizarre mix of people and strange objects. Su Xiao grabbed Wang Dfa by the collar and pulled him up. He sternly warned him, "Stay in this office, don't go outside, or I'll give you a beating. Do you hear me?" Wang Dfa dared not defy Su Xiao. He frantically nodded and replied, "Yes. People are wondering, why doesn't Su Xiao Elder let Black General handle him?" Another spectator responded, "After handling him, a new person will just appear. What's the point? Are we playing with Russian dolls here? It's such a waste of time." After temporarily dealing with Wang Dfa, Su Xiao strode down the hallway. He continued to think and search for teammates and the truth about the psychiatric hospital, which was more important. "Now, I'll go to the first floor to give the patients their medicine, see if I can find any new clues." He recalled the third rule, take medicine and give it to the patients on time. This will help stabilize both your and their mental state. He thought that not taking the medicine himself didn't count as breaking the third rule. First floor of the hospital, room 101. As soon as Su Xiao stepped in, a psychiatric patient suddenly charged at him. The patient, holding a broom tightly, yelled, "You there, take a slash from me." Su Xiao calmly said, "It's time for your medicine." Before the broom could even touch a hair on Su Xiao's head, it stopped. Suddenly, the broom in the patient's hand swung and struck a nearby patient, hitting a sensitive spot, causing the person to scream in agony. The patient who was hit burst into tears and angrily shouted, "Oh, the egg's broken, the egg's broken." The patient holding the broom laughed maliciously and said, "Who told you not to take your medicine? If you don't take your medicine, you deserve a beating." After saying that, the patient turned to Su Xiao and said, "By the way, where's the medicine you mentioned? Hurry up and bring it out, I like the green one the most." Su Xiao calmly replied, "No medicine today." The other patient immediately grinned savagely, threatening Su Xiao. "No medicine? Hee, if you don't give us the medicine, we'll break your head and play soccer with it. I'm ready to do it right now. I'm really impatient." Su Xiao coldly laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be so brave." According to the fourth rule, sometimes patients will make requests. If the request is too strange, you can ignore it or leave. Su Xiao then ordered Black General, "Handle him for me. Kill him every time he comes back to life, and keep doing it until he can't revive anymore. You can do it, right? I'll go check on another patient." In another room, Su Xiao met a patient who pleaded with him. "Doctor, I want to take the red medicine. If I don't take it for a day, it feels like ants are crawling all over my body. It's unbearable." Su Xiao frowned, his gaze full of suspicion.
He recalled that this name had just been lying on the ground, screaming earlier.
Now, was he already fine? Could it be that he was pretending just now? Su Xiao tried to meet the patient's request.
The person immediately smiled and thanked him profusely.
Thank you, doctor, for giving me the pill I like the most.
Taking advantage of the moment when he was holding Su Xiao's hand, the patient secretly slipped a piece of paper into his palm.
Su Xiao thought to himself, huh?
He slipped a piece of paper to me.
Su Xiao silently watched the patient's back as he walked away.
He opened the paper and read the message inside. They are all crazy, only I am normal.
Help me, and I will tell you everything.
Su Xiao recalled that he had seen a small reminder written on the bottom of the doctor's rules. This indicated that, besides himself and his teammates, there were others in the hospital who would help them.
Could the patient just now be the one who would help them? Su Xiao speculated. No, that's not right.
If the patient could really help us, then this strange world would be too simple. We wouldn't need more than 3 days to get through this round, not even half a day. Moreover, the moment he thought about finding his teammates and clues, a patient had come and offered to help. It felt as though the strange things in this round could somehow understand people's hidden desires. After thinking this through, he tossed the piece of paper to Black General and ordered, "Black General, eat this paper.
Let's go to room 102 and check it out."
At that moment, Black General had also finished dealing with the patient and returned to his side. The door opened, revealing Su Xiao and Black General standing inside.
Su Xiao angrily cursed, "Who dares to impersonate me? Eat this, you fake."
Black General moved to teach the imposter a lesson.
Hearing the command, it barked twice and lunged forward.
It grabbed the neck of the fake Black General. Su Xiao faked a dash out the door, then ordered the white bear. The white bear chased after it.
Upon receiving the command, it swiftly followed. Meanwhile, Black General had already dealt with its impersonator. It tore the imposter in half. Seeing this, Su Xiao placed his hands on his hips and said, "Is that all? And you dare to impersonate Black General? Let this be a lesson to you."
At this point, the white bear also returned. It gestured to explain to him. Su Xiao repeated its message, "You're saying you chased after him, and when you were following that fake doctor, he suddenly disappeared?" After speaking, he thought to himself, "This strange entity is a bit cunning. Not only can it impersonate me, but it can also impersonate Black General.
If my teammates are too gullible, the consequences could be dire. I must find them quickly."
He put his hat back on, shoved his hands into his pockets, and walked down the hallway.
As he passed, he noticed someone wearing a monkey hat and carrying a dean's badge. Suddenly, Su Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Wait, the dean?
He then walked up behind the man, raised his hand, and slapped the dean on the head.
The dean, furious, shouted, "Who hit me?"
The culprit, who had just struck, now casually threw an arm around the dean's shoulders and spoke to him. "Bald head, I've been looking for you all this time, turns out you're here.
So how's it going? The circumcision surgery earlier, was it successful?" The director shoved him away and irritably said, "Who's the bald head? Are you out of your mind?" "I'm the director, the director." He replied, "Oh no, could I have mistaken the person?"
"Sorry, you look just like my bald friend, so I must have gotten confused.
My apologies."
The director also said, "Next time, pay more attention. I'm the director, not some bald head.
Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you for another second." He quickly responded, yes, this time it's my mistake. I'll definitely be more careful next time."
Then, they turned their backs and went in separate directions. The director even patted his head and said, "Really unlucky, but at least no one saw.
Let's just continue the patrol." Not long after, he was struck on the head again. Grumbling, he rubbed his head and shouted, "Who hit me?"
Su Xiao used the same old trick, saying, "Bald head, finally found you. You won't believe it, but I just ran into someone in the hospital who looks exactly like you. I was so embarrassed."
Then, as if unaware, he added, could it be the principal again? What a coincidence.
The director was enraged, raising his hand and cursing, "Damn it, you beat me to it," hitting the director first. The headmaster's anger flared up, his fury blazing, teeth gritted as he said, "I have to beg you," and Su Xiao quickly made his escape. As he ran, he shouted, "Let's go, let's go." In the spacious hall on the first floor, the dean angrily looked around and said, "Where are you? Come out here, I swear I won't let you go, don't even think about running away." Then, he saw someone standing ahead, dressed like him, with a name tag that said Su Xiao. He shouted, "Damn it, over there." He grabbed 2 surgical knives and said, "Su Xiao, right? Today, you're going to die." He lunged forward, yelling, "Su Xiao, let's see where you think you can run." Elsewhere, Su Xiao held Wang Dfa down, taking his name tag and saying, "I'll borrow your name tag for a bit." Some people watching were confused. Wait a minute, why is Su Xiao Elder here? Who's the person the dean is chasing? Someone explained, the person the dean is chasing is wearing Su Xiao's name tag, must be someone impersonating Su Xiao. Su Xiao wore Wang Dfa's name tag, standing proudly in front of the door. Some spectators commented, the real Su Xiao is being hunted, and the fake Su Xiao has disguised himself as Wang Dfa. This is going to be fun to watch. Another person shouted, "Everyone, look at the East Island Country contestant, I'm laughing so hard my head might fall off." The East Island Country contestant, someone suddenly jumped in to say, "Nice, take the hit, you monkey thief." That person's hand hit the sensitive spot on him, and the nightingale couldn't sing anymore. Gang Men Chang hugged the nightingale, collapsed, and trembled as he said, "Ah, you bastard." The audience left a comment. "I'm dying laughing. Gang Men Shang, not even a mentally ill patient can escape from me, really pathetic, not even a single finger of Su Xiao Elder is as good as mine." Gang Men Shang couldn't even think of a way to save face for the doctor, to save face for East Island Country. Then, with no convincing strength, he trembled and cursed, "You bastard, get back, or I'll beat you up." The other person, instead of being scared, replied, "You big coward. Dare to provoke me, you're a monkey sent to fight me, aren't you?" Then, that person sat on his back, slapped his buttocks, and gleefully said, "Go on, monkey." The audience can't help but leave a comment, laughing. Oh my god, I've cried from laughing, and now it's no different from a comedy. Plus 1086. In the East Island Country meeting room, the man in the suit stood up angrily and said, "Why are all the players from East Island Country such rubbish? Can't we have a single normal person?" The bald man beside him wiped his sweat and advised, "Please don't be angry, Gang Men Chang is a rare case, we're just unlucky." Hearing that, the man became even angrier and ordered, "Excuses are just excuses." Announced nationwide. From now on, it is mandatory to improve knowledge about strange objects. I don't want anything like this to appear again and tarnish our country's reputation in the world of strange occurrences. At the same time, Nation and of Fei Siaigua also encountered the ultimate trick of the monkey thief stealing peaches. The man from earlier suddenly barged in and shouted, "Monkey thief stealing peaches." It was a surprise attack, but Nation managed to dodge in time. He even said, "Want to be hit? Dream on. I once stood side by side with Su Xiao Elder." After that, he swung his fist at the other person, punching while saying, "Take this punch, quickly repent." The person being punched called for his subordinates. He covered his face and said, "You dare hit me? I am the leader here. Brothers, let's show him some color." Seeing this, Nation was frightened and thought, What is going on? A punch this strong has no effect. I clearly saw Su Xiao Elder do this before. Then, he trembled and shouted, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have followed Su Xiao Elder, I'm not worthy. Please, everyone, don't hit my face." Confused, the others simultaneously pulled down their pants and introduced, "Look, mine is red. Mine is green. Mine is blue. Mine is yellow." Nation sighed in relief, thinking, so, showing him some color. This is what it meant. You really scared me. He then reached into his jacket pocket, took out a few pills, and said, all right.
Just lining up to take the medicine.
Those people also said they could take the medicine.
The one we like the most is the red pill.
They all simultaneously put the medicine in their mouths, and there was even a mood to think about delicious dishes, like the crispy taste of chicken.
After taking the medicine, they started to look confused. Nation stepped back and said, "What's going on? Why have they all turned into this state? What exactly is this red pill? This is bad. If the red pill has a problem, then what about the blue pill I took earlier?"
Then, Nation looked down at his hat and realized something.
The patients had gotten into bed and covered themselves with blankets. He scratched his head and said, "They're all asleep? Looks like the red pill is a sedative after all."
Then he thought again, but why do I feel like I've forgotten something? At this moment, the comments section became lively.
A viewer said, "Oh no, has Nation's memory been partially erased? Did he forget that he took the medicine?"
Another viewer said, "Even standing side by side with Su Xiao Elder doesn't make him any better, still as foolish as ever. Why would he dare take that pill?" At one hospital bed, the doctor said to Gon, "Take it all in front of me." Quickly, he put the medicine in his mouth and responded, taking the medicine.
"I like taking medicine."
After the doctor left, he saw the door was tightly shut. He quickly turned around, spat the medicine into the trash can, and cursed, "How dare they force me to take medicine?
Fortunately, I'm smart."
Another patient saw this and laughed, saying, "Monster, I can tell right away you're not human, you're faking it, you're pretending, you're definitely not mentally ill." It felt like danger was approaching. Among the patients, there were some who liked to gossip. As soon as the blonde guy finished speaking, Gon kicked him in the face and shouted, "Shut the hell up! How dare you say I'm not mentally ill? I'm not mentally ill, your whole family is mentally ill."
Claps were heard from behind.
The other two patients, pretending to be crazy, clapped their hands.
The man with little hair said, "Well said, if you're not mentally ill in a mental hospital, who would dare call this place a mental hospital? I'm mentally ill. I'm proud of it. Can a normal person understand the joy of being mentally ill?"
The long-haired man also chimed in, "We are the lords of this world."
Gon, feeling the need to follow the trend, replied, yeah.
Then, the two who had been beaten earlier said, "Looks like you're really mentally ill, and it's quite severe."
"Not like me. Actually, I'm not mentally ill. I'm a spy hiding in the mental hospital." Hearing this, Gon thought to himself, "A spy?"
After saying that, the man staggered back to his bed. Gon pondered deeply, thinking that there was indeed a chance that there could be a spy among the patients.
Otherwise, how could the hospital ensure that the medication could control the patients? He continued to think.
Right now, it seems very likely that this person is someone planted by the hospital to monitor the patients.
I need to keep a closer eye on him.
When everyone had settled into their beds, the man with two braids quietly sneaked out of his bed again.
He pretended to sleep on the bed next to mine, thinking, what was he sneaking out for earlier?
His actions are very suspicious, like those of a spy. After the man left, the door to the room was knocked loudly.
Lucas walked in and said, "The patient in bed number 2, come with me immediately." Gon sat up, uneasy, thinking, isn't bed number 2 mine? Could it be that the guy just now told the doctor I didn't take my medicine and they're calling me out here? He quickly got up and called out, "Coming."
Then he thought, damn it, even though I don't want to, rule number 2 in the patient guideline states that you must comply immediately if the doctor makes any request, or you'll experience the doctor's wrath. After stepping outside, he pretended to be crazy, saying to Lucas, "Are you going to reward me with the red pill? Hurry up and give it to me, I love the red ones the most." Lucas didn't wait for a response and pulled his hand, simply saying, "Follow me." Even as he was being dragged, Gon still smiled stupidly. At a hidden corner of the hospital, Lucas stretched out his hand and said to Gon, "No need to pretend anymore.
I already know who you really are. Finally, I found you, Gon. I am your teammate, also from Nation A. My name is Lucas. Gon repeated the name, Lucas. Then, he extended his hand to shake hands with Lucas and asked, Lucas, are you really my teammate? How did you discover my identity?
Lucas replied, actually, your identity wasn't discovered by me, but was told to me by a mental patient. That person must be an undercover spy who has been in the hospital for a long time. Your identity has been exposed, and luckily, the first person he reached out to was me.
If not, you would have already been dealt with by the other doctors. After the handshake, Gon began to panic, thinking that something was wrong. He pulled his hand back, turned around, and said, Teammate? What teammate? Are you mentally ill? Stop talking nonsense. I'm not your teammate. I'm a mental patient. How could a mental patient be teammates with a doctor? He pretended to be mad and left, muttering, Who says my name is Gon Jason? My name is Lucas, from now on, you should call me Lucas. Lucas cursed inwardly, damn it, still doesn't trust me. He's really cautious.
As he walked farther away, Gon hugged his chest, sighed with relief, and said, Good thing I was careful just now.
Below, the audience expressed their confusion. Report, I don't understand. Can someone explain this to Su Xiao? Why did Gon discover the clue?
Another audience member replied, Think about it, if that patient was really a snake, would they go find a doctor they don't know to gossip about it?
Another audience member, as if realizing something, said, You're right, that makes sense. No wonder Gon's expression changed immediately after hearing the line. Luckily, the first person he went to was me.
On the other hand, Su Xiao had found the impersonator, Su Xiao, who had been stabbed to death by the hospital director with a surgical knife, and was standing next to the motionless fake Su Xiao on the ground. He thought to himself with pride, not using this knife to kill someone was truly brilliant. The director eliminating the fake Su Xiao meant he had helped him. The director was really a good person. Below, viewers left comments praising him. The elder is still as formidable as ever.
I bow to you.
Another viewer said, The director's work efficiency is really high, looks like the few slaps were worth it. After handling the imposter, Su Xiao walked away confidently and said, Alright, it's time for Dr. Wang DFA to continue inspecting the rooms.
I really am a doctor who loves his profession.
As he was walking, suddenly a patient appeared, sticking out their tongue to scare him. The rules stated that Rule 8, patients might try to do things to intimidate you, but no matter what, you must not show fear, because it would provoke them into taking dangerous actions. He calmly slapped the patient and cursed, You bastard dare to scare me, take this punch. The patient, who had been beaten, sat crying bitterly on the floor, and with tears in his eyes, he said, Doctor, punish me, I shouldn't have threatened you. The other doctors said I am sick, and that it's a serious illness. He also appeared to agree, saying, You have a serious illness, oh my, if you're sick, you must get treated, never give up on treatment. He then called out, Alright, Black General, treat this person for me. Black General appeared, baring its teeth at the patient. The patient, terrified, screamed, Please, no, I didn't mean to run away, don't operate on me. The patient was about to say more when he suddenly exclaimed, Don't operate on me, or my head will explode.
Su Xiao froze and asked, Explode? Black General ran to the bloodstain and sniffed the chest. Su Xiao, standing nearby, fell into deep thought. He had never seen anyone or anything die from their head exploding before. What made this patient different from the others? Could it be that by saying don't operate on me earlier, he revealed something? Was he silenced by some mysterious, strange force?
He then thought of the other patients and continued pondering.
Moreover, the other patients in the room seemed to have no idea what was going on.
It appeared that the word operation was the key point that should not be revealed. At the same time, Zhou Ming, following the doctor's orders, entered room 106 to prepare to administer the sedative. Zhou Ming pushed the medicine cart inside and said, Alright, time for the sedative injection.
Below, the viewers left more comments, salt. Oh my god, oh my god. Su Xiao Elder is in room 110.
Zhou Ming was in room 106, and they almost met each other. Another onlooker said, Don't panic, don't panic.
It's better to be cautious. Not recognizing someone is better than mistakenly identifying the wrong person. Mistaking someone will definitely get you punished. Suddenly, a patient grabbed his hand and smiled, saying, "A doctor came by earlier and said, we won't need to take medicine anymore." The nurse asked, "So, does that mean I don't have to inject the medicine?" He was a bit surprised by the unusual action, then whispered and secretly slipped a piece of paper into his hand. He then told the patients, "The sedative is finished. Everyone wait here, I'll go get more medicine and be back right away." Hearing this, the patient burst into laughter. On the first floor of the hospital, in some hidden corner, Zhou Ming took out the paper to examine it. Written on it were the words "doctor." He thought to himself, "Doctor, huh?" He had a guess. Earlier, the person had mentioned that a doctor had come by and told them they wouldn't need medicine anymore. Moreover, when speaking, they had specifically emphasized the two words "doctor." He then put the paper in his mouth, destroying it completely. He thought to himself that if he wasn't mistaken, the person who dared to stop the patients from taking their medicine must be Su Xiao Elder. After that, he headed to room 108, thinking, "This is a rare opportunity, I need to quickly check the room across. Maybe Su Xiao Elder is still in the examination room." The onlookers below were even more excited than he was. One person said, "Oh my gosh, are we really about to meet? I'm so nervous." Another viewer also said, "It's even more exciting than if my grandmother, who passed away 3 years ago, were to come back to life." The door to the patient's room quickly opened, and a person wearing a panda mask appeared, accompanied by Black General. Zhou Ming whispered to himself, "Su Xiao Elder, I knew it must be him, a true fan like me could recognize him just from his back. Plus, Black General is right by his side." Thinking of this, Zhou Ming's eyes brightened, and he said, "Su Xiao Elder, I am Zhou Ming from Dragon Country, and I'm also one of your fans." Su Xiao asked in return, "Zhou Ming from Dragon Country, are you saying you're my teammate?" He answered, "Yes, that's right." Without any hesitation, Su Xiao reached out and said, "That's great, I've finally found you, I'm so glad you're still alive." This action made Zhou Ming feel suspicious. In his mind, why would Su Xiao Elder trust him so easily? From his memories, Su Xiao, despite being treacherous, was also extremely cautious. He was still trying to figure out how to prove his identity. Noticing Zhou Ming was distracted, Su Xiao asked, "What's wrong? Are you doubting my identity? Isn't Black General enough to prove it?" Zhou Ming awkwardly scratched his head and said, No, it's just that I'm so happy." But inside his mind, he was thinking that the first thing to do was to make him feel at ease. After that, he sat down and waved his hand, calling Black General. "Black General, come here." Black General happily ran over. Immediately, he kicked Black General as if to send him flying, angrily shouting, "Damn it, you stupid dog, get out of here." The onlookers were utterly surprised and said, Enough, is this also a fake? Why are there so many impersonations of Su Xiao?" Zhou Ming stopped pretending and directly bared his teeth, saying bluntly, "Don't pretend to be Su Xiao Elder in front of me. Black General is not a dog, he won't wag his tail to please anyone. Besides Su Xiao Elder, almost no one can give him orders." The fake Su Xiao spoke again, "Did you expose me? Well, it doesn't matter, you've broken the rule of leaving your post, and now I can kill you." A hand reached out from the chest of the fake Su Xiao, and he said, "Stay here, you've been exposed, and having violated the rules, you can't survive any longer." Zhou Ming, gritting his teeth in anger, said, "Damn it, if I can't run, then I'll risk everything and fight you." The hand inside the chest reached out, aiming to grab Zhou Ming. That hand squeezed his neck and lifted him high into the air. The imposter said, "How can a mere human fight against a strange creature? Go ahead, you foolish, laughable fool." Suddenly, tentacles appeared, knocking the hand that was choking Zhou Ming away. Su Xiao appeared and said, "Oh my, why are you causing trouble here? Wang DFA, the thing I hate most is seeing this." Zhou Ming, saved by him, touched his neck and coughed. Su Xiao the fake and the Black General the fake were both startled, and he stammered, how are you here? I clearly saw myself leave." The onlookers were also curious and asked. Even so, I was quite curious too. Why did Elder Su Shao suddenly appear here? Wasn't he just in room 11 earlier? Su Shao explained his appearance. From the beginning, I had already guessed that the fake Su Shao would appear. Because, right after Lu Dfa was defeated, another Wang Dfa immediately appeared. So, I purposely set up a plan to force you to reveal yourself. At the same time, I wanted you to help me confirm who my teammate was. Beside him, Zhou Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration as he said, "Two birds with one stone, Elder is truly an elder." Su Shao pretended to put on a stern face and said, "Good, very good, now I'll send both of you straight to the heavens." The black general was still wrapping that tentacle around its arm. Su Shao frowned and said, "Just relying on you?" Su Shao can't do anything but curse. You, damn it. He slapped him twice and then said, "Oh my, why are you cursing like that? So rude. Let me teach you a little manners." After being slapped, Su Shao sat down on the ground, holding his face and crying with grievance. I shouldn't have personally pushed them onto the operating table. Their bodies shouldn't belong to me, and their lives shouldn't be controlled by me. Seeing him like that, Zhou Ming stepped forward and whispered into Su Zhao's ear, "Elder, what is he talking about? What does he mean by operating table and bodies?" Su Shao responded, "It's probably related to the hospital's origins. Don't worry about that stuff. Leave it to me to handle." Then he gave another order, "Black General, teach them a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, the tentacles from the Black General's mouth wrapped around the two impersonators and dealt with them swiftly. Zhou Ming watched the scene in awe. He said, "So badass. Su Shao Elder, my admiration for you is like the river water, endless and boundless, like the yellow river overflowing its banks once it starts, it can't be stopped." Su Shao slapped his hand and said, "Enough with the flattery. You just broke the rule by leaving your post. You could get into trouble. Quickly, give me your name tag." Zhou Ming didn't understand, scratching his head and asking again, "Huh?" He spoke again, "Give it to me." This time, he spoke slowly. Yes, they had allowed him to change his name tag, and he had carefully given instructions. Then, he put it on, concealing his identity, and made an effort to find all the clues in the hospital. "When necessary, I'll actively come find you. Remember, don't continue breaking the rules. You're not strong enough to resist the power of the anomaly." Zhou Ming replied, "Okay, I'll listen to what the elder says." He then ordered the white bear, for now, follow him. Protect him in case of emergency. The white bear nodded slightly. It shimmered. In Zhou Ming's eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, an anomaly is my bodyguard. I never even dared to think of that." Meanwhile, in a different scenario, Honda from the Sun Never Sets country was playing a nurse this time. At that moment, he and a doctor had confirmed each other's identities. The doctor, with a monitor lizard head, said, "Honda, the conversation we had earlier was overheard by those mental patients. Among them is an informant. We need to work together to deal with them." Honda asked in return, "Do we really have to go that far? According to the rules, as a nurse, I'm not supposed to harm patients." The doctor responded, "The rules have their flaws, Honda. If we don't deal with them, there's a high chance they'll expose our identities. At that point, it will be us who end up dead." Finally, he compromised. "All right then." After he agreed, the doctor told him that I wasn't good at fighting, so I would stay outside the door to keep watch. "Make it quick." He responded, "Got it." A patient had their head smashed by a chair. Honda took care of most of the patients, but left one trembling on the bed. After lowering the chair, he asked, "Finally done? What should we do next?" The doctor, who had just removed his mask, revealed his strange face and said, "What should we do? Are you asking me?" At that moment, Honda finally realized and said, You're not my teammate." The strange person controlled a hand that extended from his chest and laughed, saying, "That's right, your teammate has been dead for a long time.
I only borrowed your identity to extract all the information from him, and then I used the rules to lure him into making a fatal mistake. After that, Han-de was impaled through the chest by that hand. Immediately, the system popped up with a notification: the contestant system of the Sun Never Sets country and football nation has been devoured by a strange entity. The countdown to the start of the Strange World event began: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Upon seeing the notification, the audience was shocked. One person commented, "Football nation has been eliminated too, and it's only been half a day." Another person said, "I have a feeling this round won't be as simple as the last one." And finally, a viewer left a comment. Of course, everyone, look quickly. The director himself is personally going to catch Zhou Ming. At the cafeteria, the director was angrily searching for Zhou Ming. He said furiously, "Damn it, where the hell is that nurse named Zhou Ming? How dare he leave his post? I won't rest until I find him." Then, he saw a person with a name tag that read Zhou Ming, standing in line waiting for food. He thought to himself, "There he is." People around him started asking, "Wait, I remember that Elder Su Xiao swapped name tags with Zhou Ming. Could this be Elder Su Xiao?" Another person chimed in, "But Elder Su Xiao's mask is a panda shape. What is going on here?" The director walked up and grabbed the collar of the person wearing the name tag. The person's name was Zhou Ming. The director said, "Zhou Ming, you're on duty and you left your post. Now come with me for punishment." The person, who was mistaken for Zhou Ming, explained, "Director, I'm not Zhou Ming. I'm Ma Baogua. My name tag was just stolen by someone else, and this one I'm wearing isn't mine." The director didn't believe him, dragging him along and saying, "Stop making excuses. Save your explanations for when you're dealing with my treasures." Su Xiao, standing behind, thought, "Zhou Ming's danger is temporarily resolved, but I'm really curious about what treasures the director is talking about. I need to find an opportunity to send the doll to investigate." At 6:00 p.m., in the doctor's office, the nurse, wearing the name tag Wei Shufan, said, "It's time for the routine checkup. Dr. Ma Baogua, we need to go see the patients." Su Xiao was pretending to be Ma Baogua, and said in annoyance, "I'm not going. Anyone who wants to go can go. It's mentioned in the regulations. The regulations strictly forbid leaving one's position during working hours. If the director finds out, there will be severe punishment." Wei Shufan angrily said, "Dr. Ma Baogua, you must seriously follow the hospital's rules. If not, I will report you to the director." Su Xiao turned around and waved his hand, saying, "Get lost, stop bothering me while I'm resting, or I'll punch you." He then added, "What's wrong with you? The director is resting on the second floor. If he finds out you're skipping work." While speaking, Su Xiao actually slapped Wei Shufan in the face. Shufan, feeling wronged, ran off and said, "You're bullying me. I'll tell the director to have you expelled. You wicked doctor." Su Xiao responded, "If you think so, go ahead, report me. Hurry up and do it, just do what makes you happy." A few minutes later, the director arrived with Wei Shufan. He angrily said, "Where is Ma Baogua? Daring to leave his position, let's see if I don't beat him to death." Shufan, feeling wronged, followed behind and tattled, "He's in there." They both entered the room, but the room was empty. The director asked, "Where is he? Aren't you Ma Baogua? Not going to work on time? Where is he now?" Wei Shufan responded, I don't know. He was clearly here just now, hiding secretly." After that, he turned to Shufan and said, "Humph, now you follow me to the patient's room. If Ma Baogua is there, your life is over." Hearing this, he anxiously replied, "He can't possibly be in the patient's room. He explicitly said he would never go for an examination." At the door of room 103, Su Xiao was working inside. The director turned to him, irritated, and said, "So this is what you call leaving your post?" Shufan explained, "No, it's not like that. He told me himself that he wouldn't go for an examination. I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen and even hit me. Su Xiao, who had been working diligently up until now, suddenly turned around and said, "Oh, Nurse Wei Shufan, you finally came. I've been looking for you everywhere but couldn't find you. Where exactly have you been? Hurry up and help me out. I'm swamped." Hearing this, the director's anger flared up, and he grabbed the collar of his shirt, saying, "So it was you who left your post? You dare lie to me?" Wei Shufan broke into a cold sweat and stammered, No, it wasn't me. Ma Baogua, he's framing me." The director dragged him away by the collar, his anger rising. "Leaving your post and lying about it. I'll make you pay for this." Wei Shufan, feeling wronged, explained desperately, "Please, don't. Director, please listen to me." As the director walked off, he immediately gave an order to the doll, follow the director and see where he takes the nurse. Be careful to hide, don't let him notice you." The doll nodded and then left. As the doll walked away, Su Xiao fell into deep thought, with a lingering feeling that the director wasn't very smart. That can't be true, right? How could the director of a hospital be like that? While he was thinking, suddenly a frantic scream pierced the air. It was a cry for help. "It hurts so much, help me." The regulations clearly stated that during night shifts, no one was allowed to enter the patient's room. If you hear a patient screaming in pain and calling for a nurse, you shouldn't enter alone. He poked his head out, thinking to himself, the sound came from room 106. To violate the rules, he had no choice but to go inside alone. Inside the room, a patient was writhing on the bed, groaning in pain. "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." He walked over to the patient and placed his hand on theirs. The patient said, "Doctor, I'm about to die, please give me the red medicine, I beg you, please give it to me." Taking advantage of the moment, the patient grabbed his hand and handed him a piece of paper. He thought to himself, the patient has something in his hand, a piece of paper. He then pushed the patient's hand away and said, "There's no medicine, just go to sleep." The patient, in panic, exclaimed, "What do you mean there's no medicine?" "Lies. He lied." Finally, he turned and left without another word, leaving the patient staring blankly. The paper contained 2 pieces of information. The phrase "the director is a good person" was crossed out. The following information read, "The director has issues, don't trust him. There's something important in the storage room on the 2nd floor, it might be useful to you." Su Xiao judged that the handwriting resembled the small note written below the rules, which reminded him not to take the medicine, and that was correct. Therefore, this patient was likely trustworthy. The small note under the rules mentioned, "Don't trust the female nurses, only trust the male nurses, and don't take the medicine they give you. They intend to control your behavior and thoughts." Finally, he concluded, in other words, there must be something important in the director's storage room on the 2nd floor. Just as he finished thinking, the doll returned, its arms and legs moving as if it wanted to say something. He then asked, "Back already? You must have discovered something serious, right?" Afterward, he handed it a piece of paper and said, "Here, write it down." The doll took the notebook and started writing. It wrote, "Elevator. Secret room monster. Nurse eaten. Darkness, can't see the monster. Monster says substitutes never work as planned. Stupid, so stupid." He read it aloud and then murmured, "What you're saying is that there is a secret room in the hospital, and you have to take the elevator to get to it. Inside the secret room, there is a monster, and the monster ate the nurse." Hearing his interpretation, the doll nodded vigorously. Then, he continued to explain the last 2 lines, "In the secret room, it is completely dark, so you can't see the monster." The monster also spoke to the director. Having understood the situation, Su Xiao concluded, as expected, the current director is just a substitute. He also said that in order to decipher the origin of the hospital, he had to find the real director first. At the same time, Gang Men Chang from East Island country also began his nightly room inspection. He clutched his trembling legs and grumbled, "I'm in this state and still have to do room checks. Damn it, damn it. A cry of "it hurts so much" echoed from room 106, catching his attention.
He remembered the rules and thought to himself, the rules say that if you hear a patient scream in pain, you can't enter alone, you have to go with a nurse. I'll go find a nurse. A moment later, Gangman Chang appeared in room 106 with a nurse. The cry of "it hurts so much" still rang out from inside. He pointed into the room and said, "You go in first. If it's not dangerous, I'll come in after." He couldn't help but mutter in disdain, Gangman Chang is so scared of death that he's just wasting oxygen by being alive. The nurse, who had antlers on her head, entered first, then turned to Gangman Chang and said, "Go in, doctor. He hasn't attacked me, there's no danger." As she spoke, the nurse pointed at the patient who was curled up on the bed. Seeing this, he quickly replied, "All right, I'll go in." As he stepped inside, the patient hurriedly jumped out of bed, lunging forward and shouting, "Doctor, you're finally here." One onlooker commented, "He's here, he's here." The patient was about to stuff a piece of paper into Gangman Chang's hand. Another onlooker remarked, "He's a blind cat finding a fish." "I didn't expect he'd have a chance to get that paper," they added. But what the audience couldn't have expected was that Gangman Chang suddenly shouted in panic, "Nurse, quick, stop him, he's trying to hurt me." The nurse held the patient's head in place and said, "Stay still." The patient stubbornly spoke to him, "Doctor, I'm a good person. I have something really great I want to show you." The viewers then gave the patient a good person card and said, "He's still trying to remind Gangman Chang. Oh my god, he's been betrayed and still wants to help Gangman Chang. How tragic." Unexpectedly, he pointed and said, "This patient must have forgotten to take his medicine, quickly give him the red pill." As soon as he finished speaking, the nurse shoved the red pill into the patient's mouth, then sealed his lips and said, "Be good, let me give you this delicious food." The viewers were at a loss for words, saying, "Gangman Chang is beyond saving." Another person said, "I feel like I've seen this before. Doesn't this situation remind you exactly of when De Xiang Huan betrayed his deskmate?" Yet another person expressed, "Oh my god, it's true, there are so many fools like this, the East Island country's national demise isn't far off." As Gangman Chang foolishly betrayed the patient, Oliver from Nation S was on duty with another doctor. The doctor handed him a blue pill and said, "Take this, then come with me to check on the patient." He asked in confusion, "Doctor, what is this medicine?" The doctor replied, "This medicine will help you stay calm at all times. You know, patients with mental instability, if you accidentally anger them, they are very likely to do something you can't even imagine." Silent Oliver hesitated slightly, but when he saw Oliver's hesitation, the doctor suddenly became furious and said in a low, angry tone, "Giving you the medicine is really troublesome. It seems I'll have to do like I did this morning and force you to take it." Silent Oliver looked panicked at the hand holding the green pill in front of him and stammered, "Doctor, your face." Then, that hand shoved the pill into his mouth and sealed it tightly. He could only mumble, "No." Bed number 2, room 108. A patient on the bed was shaking uncontrollably. The doctor ordered Oliver to inject the sedative into the patient on bed number 2, then bring him to the operating table. "I will perform the surgery." He held the syringe in a daze and said, "Yes, doctor." The patient, terrified, crawled out from under the bed, pleading, "No, please, don't make me go for surgery. I'm not mentally ill, I'm not." But the patient was held back by Oliver. He coldly said, "Stop making noise." The patient cried out in panic, "Go away, you go away now, I want to go back. I don't want to play with you anymore. Oliver, where are you? Where are you, really?" The spectators were shocked and commented, "My god, he's Oliver's teammate. Are they about to massacre each other?" The patient, still terrified, shouted, "Oliver, where are you? Hurry and save me." Oliver suddenly became alert, standing still in place, and exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is my teammate, I almost hurt my own teammate." Suddenly, the doctor ran ahead of him and laughed, saying, "I never expected you to wake up." After that, Oliver could only stand frozen, watching the doctor strangle his teammate. When he regained his senses, he shouted angrily, "Damn it, what do you want to do?" The doctor laughed and said, sometimes being too awake isn't a good thing, just like now. Then, he snapped his teammate's neck and said, watch your teammate die. Watching his teammate being killed, Oliver could only gasp and exclaim, oh no. Then, he angrily said, I have to kill you, I'll fight you. The doctor narrowed his eyes, bared his teeth, and said, don't get too excited, I can help you forget everything that just happened. The front of his shirt opened, and a hand emerged from his chest. He said, forget the pain you just experienced. That hand grasped Oliver's head and continued to brainwash him, turning him into a compliant nurse in the hospital with us. Oliver, as if hypnotized, said, yes, I am Nurse Oliver. I am Nurse Oliver, obedient. At this moment, the announcement board also flashed, the contestant from Nation S has been swallowed by a strange entity. The countdown for the world's strange events is about to begin, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers expressed their regret through comments. Unfortunately, Oliver shouldn't have taken the blue pill in the first place, he could have simply spit it out like Gon did. Another person also said, quick, look over there. Gon's teammates had arrived to administer the sedative to him. In Gon's sick room, as he was resting, he heard a voice. Nurse Lucas, give the patients their sedatives. The lion-headed nurse, holding a syringe, said, yes, doctor. The doctor also instructed them to take the red pill. Upon hearing this, Gon looked over and thought to himself, Lucas, isn't that the name of my teammate? Could this nurse be one of my teammates? Then, he panicked and thought, damn, Lucas' gaze doesn't seem normal. Has he been controlled by the blue pill? Nurse Lucas walked over to him and said, it's time for your shot. You need the medicine. He could only call out weakly, Lucas, wake up, can you hear me? I'm your teammate. But Lucas simply replied, it's time for your shot. Left with no other option, he thought, damn it, doesn't he hear me? Then I'll have to deal with this doctor. Determined, he pushed Lucas aside, ran toward the doctor, and said, Doctor, he's trying to kill me. Please save me, I don't want to be injected. The doctor seemed to understand his intentions, and with a faint smile, he said, this little play won't fool me. Trying to save yourself before the fight begins? After that, Gon could only see the doctor strangling him and slamming his body against the wall with two arms growing out of his back. The doctor admonished, as a patient, you need to have the awareness of one. You can't always oppose everything. Right now, I'm going to teach you how to be a proper patient. Gon gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, I won't give up. I'd rather die than surrender. The doctor remained calm, continuing, you're still stubborn, huh? How about I let you experience what it's like to be betrayed by your teammates? The doctor then spoke to Lucas. Nurse Lucas, there's a patient here who needs treatment. I hope you can assist him. Lucas quickly replied, yes, doctor. I'll follow your orders. After answering, he immediately took a syringe and approached Gon. This action caused Gon to panic, whispering, it's over. The source of the strange material, even with 6 family members, it's useless. I have to use my final move now. Just when he was hanging by a thread, Lucas suddenly changed direction and stabbed the syringe into the doctor's heart. The doctor turned and asked, why? Why aren't you under the drug's control? Lucas held out his hand with 2 pills and asked, the drug? Is this what you're talking about? Upon hearing this, Gon tightly clenched the 2 pills in his palm and said, to be honest, I didn't take the drug you gave me. You probably don't know that I'm a magician, and my specialty is illusion magic. Just after speaking, he opened his empty palm. The 2 pills had disappeared. The viewers, excited, left comments. That's so cool. The doctor couldn't believe it and angrily questioned. No, this can't be. If it's an illusion, how could your gaze be so convincingly fake? Lucas calmly replied. Disguising the eyes is indeed difficult, but you forgot one thing, does a player have talent? As soon as he finished speaking, a knife suddenly appeared in his hand. He then added, forget it, explaining it to you is pointless.
He then swung the scalpel, cutting off the doctor's head, and said,
"Just rest in peace." Gon, seeing how quickly everything happened, stammered and asked, "That's it? It's over just like that?" Lucas snorted in disdain and replied, "Do you think I'll be like you, having that Sushao from Dragon Country step all over me?" Then, he raised both hands to the sky, gazing up and said,
"I've been waiting every day to be chosen, and now, I've finally fulfilled my wish to enter this world of strange events.
From now on, this place will be my home turf." The viewers couldn't help but sigh. Lucas seems pretty strong.
Even Gon was overshadowed by him.
Another person commented,
"I feel like up until now, he's the top contender against Sushao Elder. I don't know what his talent is, but I'm starting to look forward to a showdown between him and Sushao Elder." Apart from Shang Menchang from East Island Country, the other players, including Su Shao, all received the reminder notice from the patient screaming in room 106, "Prepare to go to the storage room on the second floor for an inspection." At this moment, Su Shao was on his way to the elevator.
The hospital's rules mentioned rule number 10, no using the elevator.
The hospital only had 3 floors and no basement, yet he went against the rule and pressed the elevator button. After entering the elevator, he noticed bloody handprints around and thought to himself, "Strange. The scratches on the walls are clearly from someone the director caught, but these bloody handprints belong to a child.
Who could they belong to?"
As he was pressing the button to select the floor, a voice came from behind.
"Hey, are you a doctor?" Su Shao turned around and said, "I am a doctor." "Is there something wrong?" The small shadow behind him, with bloodshot eyes, said, "Can you help me find a red scarf?"
"It's something my mother gave me, but I lost it here in the hospital." The shadow continued, "If you help me find it, I promise I'll protect you when you're on the 3rd floor.
What do you think?"
Su Shao turned back, crossed his arms, and said, "Hey, you sure are a skinny little thing.
"Can you really protect me?" "It's not me protecting you."
The small shadow said, "Don't underestimate others. My mom used to say I'm a brave boy, and when I say something, I do it." Upon hearing this, Su Shao responded, "All right then, I'll help you find it.
"If I find it, I'll come back and find you." Then, the two linked pinkies and declared, "Promise, we pinky swear."
Pinky swear for 100 years, no change. After the agreement was made, he looked at the bloodstains on the wall again, noticing that there were a few more handprints than before. It seemed that the marks from earlier had been left by the child. He even thought the kid might be some oddity, but clearly, he was very different from the directors. Perhaps he would be the key to uncovering the truth behind the hospital. Once he finished his thoughts, he stepped out of the elevator and said, "No matter what it is, we should check the storage room on the 2nd floor first." Su Shao walked toward the storage room, thinking to himself, "The storage room should be right ahead, and it looks like the lock is broken, so it'll be easier."
Then, he opened the door and peeked inside. He saw a safe in the corner of the room and exclaimed, "A safe?" He wondered, why would there be a safe here? Something unusual must be going on.
After that, he ordered Black General, "Open it." Black General was enveloped in a strange light. It responded with a low sound, and its tentacles extended toward the safe and opened it. Inside was a surgical knife. Taking the knife, he muttered, "What kind of junk is this?" Surgical knives are common in the hospital. What can a rusted surgical knife do? It can't even be used on the patient's necks. One cut and it could cause tetanus. Even so, he still stuffed it into his pocket with a certain intention, thinking, "Never mind, I'll keep it. It's bound to have some use." Then, he called out to Black General, "Let's go." While walking, a door suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a sign on it that read "Severe Illness Room." He recalled the regulation that had been mentioned. "I remember that Regulation 11 from the doctor said that if you find a new room for severely ill patients in the hospital, you should immediately leave. Don't open the door, and don't listen to the sounds coming from inside." Then, he chose to go against the regulation, pressed himself against the door, listened closely, and said,
I want to listen. After a moment's hesitation, which could be seen as disrespecting his natural talent, the black general followed his example. Inside, there were cries for help. Suddenly, the door opened, and countless hands wrapped around his body. At the same time, Gon and Lucas successfully obtained the key and the surgical knife from the storage room. As Lucas was about to open the door and step out, Gon stopped him and said, "Wait, don't go out yet. Last night, I used my natural talent, and you were on night watch. There's a high chance that a strange room will appear next to the storage room." Lucas asked, "A strange room? What do you mean?" Gon explained, "It's the room for severely ill patients. Once you enter it, it's very difficult to escape. We should think of a way to deal with it first, then we can go out. Otherwise, we'll definitely die." Upon hearing this, Lucas wasn't afraid at all and said, "Definitely will die. Alright, then you stay here and think of a solution. I'm going ahead." He tried calling after him, "Hey, wait. Hold on." But Lucas paid no attention. The moment he stepped out the door, countless arms wrapped around him. Gon anxiously called out to Lucas. Then he pulled out the surgical knife he had just obtained and angrily cursed, "Damn it, I'll risk it all with you guys." He said seriously, "Nation A may not need me, but it cannot do without Lucas." As he spoke, he gripped the knife and rushed in. Onlookers admired him, commenting, "Gon is truly a man." Another comment appeared, "He's willing to charge into danger for Nation A to protect the stronger Lucas. I respect him as a man." By the time he charged in, all the people in the room were already dead. Looking at the terrifying scene inside, he thought, "What on earth happened? Why is everyone dead?" Meanwhile, Lucas was calmly handling a patient, laughing as he said, "Opposing me really means you don't know your own limits." It wasn't until a while later that Lucas noticed Gon standing there. He said, "You're here? Looks like you figured out a plan, but sorry, it seems like it's no longer necessary." Gon stood there, stunned, thinking, these people were all killed by Lucas. What kind of talent does he have? Just now, his eyes turned red. Could it be his talent that caused it? Then Lucas walked over to Gon and said, "Alright, Gon, now I need you to tell me everything you know and all the information you have using your talent." Last night, the night watchman, Gon, quickly nodded and said, "Alright, I will definitely try my best to cooperate." Meanwhile, Angola from Phase Ciego and the Latin team, coming out of the storage room, also noticed the sudden appearance of the intensive care room. Latin said, "I remember, this room wasn't here just a moment ago. Angola, what should we do?" Angola pondered for a moment and said, "First, don't panic. Let me think about what Elder Sushao would do in this situation." Latin cooperatively replied, "In this situation, Elder Sushao would break down the door and then punch whatever's inside." Angola, who was trying to look cool, was suddenly interrupted and angrily said, "I know, whether you've been close to Elder Sushao or I've fought alongside him, do you need to remind me?" While they were talking, they were suddenly pulled in by several outstretched arms. The door slammed shut, and they saw many patients standing before them, their limbs shackled with chains. Latin, unsure of what to do, asked, "Angola, what should we do?" "Think of something quickly. Didn't you learn Sushao Elder's fighting skills?" Latin said, "Hurry up and use them on them." Angola calmed himself and responded, "Why are you so impatient? I'm still planning." Then, he turned to Latin and said, "Right, I'm calculating. Soon, we'll fight. You, Rin, open the door when the time comes, and then we'll run." Latin quickly replied, "We'll follow your lead." "Do it and say it," he said as he punched the face of a nearby person. But Latin was still stunned, standing motionless, so he had to yell, "What are you standing there for? Open the door." After a while, Latin sluggishly responded, "Yes." However, the door was shut tight. Latin couldn't open it and hurriedly said, "We're screwed, Angola, I can't open the door." Angola, also helpless, said, "Why didn't my punch work? Could it be that the move I just learned from Elder Sushao ends here?
While they were in confusion, a whirlpool appeared on the door, and bloody handprints started to appear from it. Their feet were grabbed by two hands and then pulled out by the vortex, with their butts making intimate contact with the ground. The two of them panted heavily.
Latin asked, "Angola, what was that just now?" Angola replied, "Remember when we took the elevator up here? The walls were covered in bloodstains, right? I feel like it's probably that."
He stuttered, saying, You mean. Suddenly, a small dark shadow with blood-red eyes appeared behind them.
It spoke, "Don't forget your promise to me.
Help me find the red scarf, and I will repay you both." They turned around and said in unison, "We remember, we will definitely remember." After speaking, the shadow vanished.
Angola, seeming to have understood, said, "So it was indeed it.
Luckily, we agreed to it in the elevator.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it out alive."
At the same time, because of betraying the patient in room 106, no one reminded him to take the elevator to the second floor.
However, he still encountered a critical patient room right on the first floor.
Gangman Chang was also swept into it by those hands. He was held by strange patients with terrifying faces, so he could only helplessly cry out for help, help, help. At that moment, the system also issued a notification: the East Island country contestant has been devoured by a strange entity. The countdown to the world of strange occurrences begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A viewer left a comment: "He went offline so quickly I didn't even have time to set off fireworks."
Another viewer ran in to shout, Hey, come over and see, Su Xiao Elder has also been pulled into a critical patient room." Over here, Su Xiao remained extremely calm and said, "Oh dear, you guys are too polite, no need to invite me to dinner." The patients still wore those terrifying faces and asked, confused, "Dinner?"
Su Xiao rolled his eyes and ordered the Black General, "Don't be polite, handle them."
Hearing his command, it quickly lunged forward. Tentacles stretched out from its mouth, wrapping tightly around all the patients and lifting them up high. The patients screamed in resentment, "Mom, who exactly is the strange entity between us?"
In the first floor doctor's meeting room, he walked inside. His first glance was drawn to a peculiar object on the table. He whispered, "Humph, there are new rules on the table." The piece of paper containing the rules was marked as the hospital's regulations.
Rule 1: If you want to know the true nature of the psychiatric hospital, you must immediately go to the basement of the hospital. The answers you need will be there.
Rule 2: Under no circumstances should you go up to the third floor of the hospital.
Rule 3: The director is untrustworthy, no matter what he says, do not believe him. Killing the director is the only way for you to survive.
Rule 4: After the director is dead, go up to the third floor.
The exit of the hospital will appear on the third floor.
Rule 5: You must strictly follow the rules, those who violate them will regret it too late.
He read and pondered.
The previous doctor's rules had never mentioned harming the director, and besides, the director was supposed to be the supervisor. Then he made another inference: it was possible that the rules were written by the director, especially since the director could punish doctors or nurses for neglecting their duties. But these hospital rules repeatedly emphasized the need to kill the director, meaning they likely didn't come from the hospital itself, but from the director's enemies. In other words, there was another force within the hospital, most likely the true director. As he was thinking, Zhou Ming suddenly poked his head in and said, "Elder, I followed your instructions.
I've checked the entire first floor.
Although I didn't find anything particularly useful, the white bear found a red scarf," he said, pointing toward the red scarf draped around the white bear's neck.
He was also quite surprised and wondered, is this the scarf that the child in the elevator was looking for? Then he said to the white bear, "White bear, you did a good job, but this belongs to someone else. We need to return it." The white bear, hearing this, became a little sad, folded the scarf, and handed it back to him. Below, the onlookers expressed their sympathy. "Oh, poor white bear, can't we keep the scarf? After all, our elder doesn't need protection from that child." Another onlooker offered an opinion, "What do you understand?
That child is definitely one of the key factors in achieving the maximum score. The scarf should be returned to him. After taking the scarf, Su Xiao turned to Zhou Ming and said, "Let's go, it's time to wrap things up."
Zhou Ming, confused, asked, "Elder, where are we going?" He pressed the elevator button and replied, "To the third floor." The hospital's regulations repeatedly emphasized, "No access to the third floor." Then we obviously have to go up there. As soon as they entered the elevator, the strange child appeared and smiled, asking him, "Doctor, you found my red scarf, right?" Its appearance startled Zhou Ming, who exclaimed, "What is that?" He answered the child, "Of course, I found it. Here you go." The child looked at the scarf and said, "That's great, thank you, doctor." How pitiful for the white bear, so sad standing there. Seeing him interact with the strange child, Zhou Ming finally snapped out of his shock and thought to himself, "So the elder knows this strange child, no wonder I was scared out of my wits." Suddenly, the sad polar bear spoke again, "Give me the scarf back." The child also held tightly to the other end and said, "Huh? What are you doing? Let go, this was a gift from my mom." Seeing this, Su Xiao gently coaxed the child, "Polar bear, give the scarf back to him. It's his. In the future, if there's another scarf, we'll make sure to prioritize you." Only then did the bear let go. After retrieving the scarf, the child quickly put it around his neck and said to him, "Thank you, doctor, for helping me find my scarf. To repay you, I will protect you when we go to the third floor." As soon as the child put on the scarf, a human form appeared, causing Zhou Ming to exclaim, "Elder, look, the child is back to normal now." On the third floor of the hospital, the child said to the two of them, "Su Xiao, don't wander around. I'm most familiar with this floor, so if you follow me, you definitely won't get lost." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao began to have doubts. If the child wasn't lying, then it must have been on the third floor many times. Was there something particularly special on the third floor that attracted it? Suddenly, the child turned around and said to him, "By the way, people here don't like things like surgical knives. If you're carrying any, it's best to throw them away." He quickly confirmed, "Of course, I don't have anything like that." Hearing his reply so decisively, Zhou Ming couldn't help but think, "Huh? Wasn't it the old man who took a knife and glasses from the storage room last time? Why is he hiding that?" The child smiled brightly when he heard him and said, "All right, let's go, I'll call the uncles to open the door to the sky." Zhou Ming wanted to ask about the surgical knife, not that he was in the storage room. He gestured for silence and whispered, "Sure, let's observe first." They went to room 301, and the room was eerily silent. The child knocked on the door and said, "Uncle, open the door, it's me, I'm here to play with you, and I brought a new friend to play too." The child kept knocking and calling, "Uncle." Then he knocked again and shouted, "Uncle." There was still no response, and his figure drooped. He said sadly, "Strange, where did the uncles go? They're always in the room." He stood behind, silently thinking to himself. Hearing the child speak made him realize that normally the people on the third floor would come out to meet him. But today, they suddenly didn't. Then, Su Xiao felt the surgical knife in his pocket and thought, could it be related to the surgical knife in my pocket? When he took the knife out, the child panicked and said, "Brother, why are you holding a surgical knife? Throw it away quickly." He told the child, "Don't meddle, move aside or you'll get hurt." He then swung the knife toward the door, and finally, the door opened. In front of them was a hallway with many other doors. Zhou Ming looked around, confused, and asked, "Elder, what's going on here?" In the dark and terrifying room, the monsters with bald heads and faces completely covered, Ning Zhou panicked and pointed at them. He said, "They are not human." The red-haired boy standing beside him looked just as frightened. The boy nervously said, "What's happened to everyone? They weren't like this before, were they?" Finishing his words, the boy pointed at Su Xiao and said, "I know, it's because of you. I told you not to bring the scalpel, but you brought it anyway. You're the one who turned everyone into this." Su Xiao was taken aback when he heard this. He quickly explained, "You're mistaken, it's not me who turned them into this, it's just that they were already like this." The boy didn't believe him and immediately retorted, "You're lying, you're deceiving me."
Su Xiao, feeling helpless, shoved his hands in his pockets and said, "I don't have the energy to explain to you." The white bear, Zhu Tai, and the other person led the boy back.
Zhu Tai obeyed the command, "Yes, boss."
After he spoke, the white bear covered the boy's mouth, causing him to struggle and scream. The monsters muttered, "Tear apart, sew together, cut off, merge, pain, struggle, despair, confusion, rage, revenge." At that moment, Su Xiao thought to himself, indeed, the words they were muttering matched exactly with the terminology of surgery, and they also had an aversion to surgical knives. If he wasn't mistaken, they were likely people who had died from surgery in the hospital. He ordered Black General, charge ahead and deal with them. Finishing his sentence, the Black General, with the octopus in his mouth, charged forward. The octopus quickly crushed the two bald-headed monsters. Su Xiao, witnessing this, immediately gave a compliment, "Well done." Suddenly, two more monsters appeared. Su Xiao raised his hand to his chin and cursed, "Damn it, these people seem like they were born from resentment, there's no way to destroy them."
The Black General was surprised upon hearing this.
He quickly turned and fled, not forgetting to shout before running, "Run, we need to head to the basement immediately." Ming Zhou, seeing him run, panicked and shouted at Elder, "Wait for me." Then, everyone fled in disarray. At the same time, Lucas and Gon, coming from America, followed the strange boy on the third floor. Lucas swung a knife and easily cut through the door, causing Gon to panic and say, "The kid wouldn't let us bring the knife up to the third floor.
When we came here, I threw the knife away. How did it end up in your hands now?"
Lucas grinned mischievously and raised his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He said, "Don't speak, there's a surprise coming." As soon as the door opened, two bald-headed monsters staggered toward them. Gon, almost frantic, scolded Lucas, "Damn it, look at what you've done. All these monsters are pouring out." Lucas laughed with delight, "Huh, so that's how it is. I was right, I was right." Seeing Lucas laughing like a madman, Gon grew even more anxious. He asked, "Lucas? Are you out of your mind?" He scolded Lucas. "We are surrounded by so many strange things like this, and you can still laugh?"
Lucas smirked and said, "I could escape easily if I wanted to."
Then, he pulled out a red scarf. Lucas wrapped the scarf around his head, and his eyes lit up brightly.
He spoke again, "As for you." Gon continued Lucas's sentence, "Good luck."
With that, he disappeared, leaving Gon standing there, completely confused.
A few readers' thoughts upon seeing Lucas disappear: this isn't magic, it's sorcery.
A few small details that everyone noticed before Lucas vanished: his eyes turned a shade of violet. Strange, right? I guess he must have used his talent just now, and this talent is related to some strange ability. But using such an ability, wouldn't there be consequences? After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Anyway, back to the story. On the other hand, Pao and Jen from Paris didn't receive help from the strange child, but they still braved the danger and went down to the basement to search for the truth. The person on the left is Jen, and the person on the right is Pao. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere: "Hospital rule number 1, if you want to know the truth about the hospital, you must go straight to the basement, where you'll find the answers you need." Both of them were terrified after hearing this. Jen spoke up, "Should we turn back? This place feels too eerie." Pao, upon hearing this, did not want to go back. He said, "No, all the clues lead here. This place must be hiding the secret of the mental hospital. And don't worry too much, we already found the glasses and scalpel in the second storage room earlier, they should help us get through the danger." The sound of dripping water terrified both Pao and Jen. Pao asked Jen, "Can you hear the sound of water flowing?" Upon hearing Pao's question, Jen answered, "It seems to be coming from Dong Nan." Seeing that Jen had heard the same thing, Pao said, "Let's go over there and check it out." The two of them moved forward, and Jen asked Pao, "What's that hanging around your neck?" "It feels like a person?"
Pao, with fear in his voice, replied, "Stay here and don't do anything. I'll go check it out." At that moment, Pao was shocked out of his wits. He said, "Damn it, these things are all human." Pao, panicking, said, "I almost wet myself." Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere and grabbed Jen. He cried out to Pao, "Help, help me, please." Jen's terrified scream rang out, "Ah, Pao, help me." Pao, horrified, shouted, "Jen, what's happening to you?" Pao saw Jen being dragged away by a shadow, and in sheer panic, he exclaimed, "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" Without another word, he ran, leaving Jen to be pulled away, but not forgetting to scream, "Help me." "Sorry, Jen, I can't come to save you. I want to live, I have to hurry and take the elevator to leave here." Running frantically, suddenly the director appeared, holding a lamp in his hand, causing Pao to panic and exclaim, "Director, why are you here?" The director, with a hoarse voice and bloodshot eyes, said, "You shouldn't have come here. Everyone who comes here is already dead." Hearing him say that, Pao stepped back and responded, "If it's you, then you're the one who caused all of this. It seems I didn't come to the wrong place, I was just a bit unlucky." The director, with his bloodshot eyes, replied, "No, you're still far from the truth." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand reached out from his chest, piercing straight through Pao. Blood splattered from his chest, causing his eyes to bulge as he fell. After he completely collapsed, the director pulled his long arm out of the hollow chest. The system also displayed a notification system, "The contestant from the Fed country, killed by the weird event, the countdown to the strange world is starting, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Below, the viewers couldn't help but sigh, both of the P-Nation people died so tragically. One viewer asked, weren't both of them supposed to have the surgical knife and glasses from the storage room? Why did they have no effect? Did they use them wrong? At this moment, another viewer ran out shouting to everyone, "Come see Elder Su Xiao, he's almost at the basement too." The strange patients were chasing them from behind. While running, Zhou Ming said, "Elder, the child has fallen behind." Su Xiao responded, "It's fine, they won't attack the child." Zhou Ming was very curious about his actions and asked, "Great Elder, you intentionally provoked them, yet chose to run away. What's the reason behind that?" Su Xiao replied, "Don't ask too much, just follow what I say, and I guarantee you'll make it through." Hearing this, Zhou Ming asked, "Well then, if I just sit here and wait, I won't be able to accumulate experience. What do you think I can do?" Suddenly, Su Xiao turned and asked, "You want game experience?" Then, he gave Zhou Ming a suggestion, "Go and cut off their kidneys." Zhou Ming was startled and waved his hand, "Forget I said anything, let's run faster." At this moment, the dean was standing in a room. Hanging above were images of people with amputated limbs, their heads severed, exposing their brains. Su Xiao thought to himself, "Huh? Why is the dean here?" Then, he said to Zhou Ming, "Zhu Tai, stay here, watch me perform a special act." Zhou Ming quickly replied, "All right, Elder." After that, Su Xiao approached the dean, then slapped him hard on the head and said, "Damn it, the price should be higher when buying goods." Zhou Ming was deeply impressed by his actions and exclaimed, "The elder truly lives up to being a battle god. So awesome." The leader, knocked to the ground, angrily shouted, "Who hit me? Who?" He put his hands in his pockets and replied, "Hello, Dean. Don't you remember me? I'm Ma Bao Gua." Upon hearing this, the dean's anger flared, and a black hand shot out from his chest. He furiously said, "Ma Bao Gua, it's you again. You're as good as dead today." However, he remained completely calm and said, "I know you're in a hurry, but please stay calm for a moment." The dean, unable to calm down, grew even more enraged and yelled, "Ma Bao Gua, I will definitely kill you. I'll make sure you die happily." The black general beside him also extended its tentacles, and the patients rushed in from behind him. He turned around, looked at them, and said, "Ah, my reinforcements have arrived." Then, he pointed at the dean and, as if they were truly his allies, commanded, "Charge, kill him." The strange patients charged at the dean, leading to a chaotic battle. Zhou Ming, confused, asked, Su Shao Elder, what exactly is going on? Why are those people on the third floor suddenly obeying your orders?
He explained, they're not listening to me, they just hate that scalpel thing.
Look closely at the dean's back. The dean was being relentlessly beaten, covering his head and shouting, damn it, why are you people hitting me? I'm not the murderer, don't come looking for me.
On this side, Su Shao struck a pose and said, just now, when I was beating up the bald dean, I posted a surgical advertisement on his back. Zhou Ming, rarely showing intelligence, responded, Su Shao, these people have been operated on with scalpels, they are rusty and corroded, so they attack wherever the scalpel is.
He replied, exactly. The dean, unwilling to accept being beaten, yelled, damn it, why are you taking revenge on me? I'm just a participant, not someone who knows what I just saw.
Zhou Ming quickly covered his mouth. Su Shao looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, I didn't expect the grudge of these patients to be this terrifying.
I hope I'm not wrong. There really is something down in this basement that can deal with them.
After the patients had finished with the dean, Zhou Ming turned around in panic and said to him, Great Elder, they're about to come here, what should we do now?
Su Shao put on a serious face and said, don't be afraid, moments like these are when we should sit down and eat some melon seeds, because the most exciting show is about to begin. Zhou Ming, confused, asked, huh? The most exciting show?
Suddenly, something exploded in front of them. A foot appeared, followed by a giant figure. On its body, another head grew, along with several masks attached to its skin. Looking at the giant figure, Su Shao spoke, it looks like I guessed right.
Zhou Ming looked up, stammering, what? What the hell is this? Can you explain what's in the secret room in the basement?
He was truly the headmaster, and moreover, he had transformed into the horrific monster standing before him. The real headmaster indeed had blood-red pupils. He spoke to him, well done, being able to lure the patients from the third floor down here means you've come very close to the truth.
But with your confidence, you must believe you can escape from here, right?
He replied, rather immodestly, it's not confidence, it's more like relative confidence.
Upon hearing this, the headmaster was taken aback and asked, relative confidence, you say?
Then, he pointed to a dark room and said, all right, if you want to uncover the truth, I'll give you a clue.
Inside the secret room behind me is something that will answer all your questions.
But whether you can find it or not depends on your choices and abilities. He casually put his hands in his pockets and said, I will certainly uncover the truth, but before I go in there, I want to ask something else. Su Shao voiced his, you were able to easily break the door of that room, which means you were willing to stay inside, not wanting to hurt anyone. But why did you perform surgeries on these patients in the first place, turning them into deformed beings like they are now? He responded, you're very clever to have guessed that I'm the one who performed the surgeries on them, but I don't have time to explain everything to you. These patients have recognized me already, and it's time for me to put an end to it all. The patients had recognized him. They growled, humph, it's you who turned us into this. The director spoke urgently, all this bitterness is the result of my actions, and the anger of everyone, I accept it willingly.
Come, let's end this together.
The patients, merged into a massive lump of flesh, stretched out their hands in silent hatred and said, accept?
What are you willing to accept? When you brought us into the experimental room, did you care about our struggles? We are psychiatric patients, but we are still human.
They continued to voice their grievances, return our bodies to us, we will never forgive you. The patients pressed against each other, forming a gigantic mass of flesh, their eyes burning red with fury, their mouths screaming. Kill him, kill everyone in the hospital, kill them all, they deserve to die, deserve to die. The mass of flesh extended its long, twisted arms toward the director, and his entire body was enveloped in a dark, ominous aura. He screamed in terror. While the battle raged on, Su Shao and Zhou Ming stood on the sidelines, relatively undisturbed. Zhou Ming admired, so, the elder brought those patients from the third floor down here to let them slaughter each other. Su Shao quickly diverted his attention away from him. He pointed in another direction and said, stop looking. While they're fighting, let's hurry to the secret room and uncover the truth.
The two of them quickly ran off, with the director's voice still echoing behind them. "Come, let's end it all." The patients shouted, "Let's finish him off first." In the room filled with the smell of blood and medicine, he said to Zhou Ming, "Split up and search." He agreed and responded, "All right." As they were walking, he kicked something. He looked down at his feet and called out, "Su Xiao Elder, this tile is hollow." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Great, there must be something inside." They found a book titled The Director's Diary. He picked it up and said, "The Director's Diary, it must contain the truth behind this matter." He then opened the book to read. It said, "Director's Notes of the Mental Hospital, recorded on a rainy day in month X5X. Today is my first day as the director. I will work hard to resolve the difficulties of the patients." At that time, the director was still a very gentle person. Day X of month X in year X, heavy rain. I've been working in the mental hospital for a month now. But what strikes me as odd is that for the entire month, it has rained heavily every day. Could it be that they don't like my presence? Day X of month X in year X, heavy rain. I've been working here for a year now. Recently, I've noticed that patients, nurses, and doctors frequently go missing. Have they left the hospital? Why didn't they say goodbye? Day X of month X in year X, still raining heavily, the weather remains dreary. This working environment is really frustrating. Can anyone tell me why people keep disappearing in the hospital? At this point, the director was feeling confused. On the day of X month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain. Today, I decided to investigate this matter on my own. On the day of X month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain, and I discovered some clues, but it seemed like something was blocking me, and I couldn't fight against it. On the day of X month X, year X, the heavy rain had stopped, and the hospital was destroyed. More and more people became followers of it. I also felt that I couldn't resist Pao much longer. At this moment, the director gazed at the rain and sank into thought. On the day of X month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain, and we decided to fight until the end. We would find a way to deal with it. A doctor suggested the human body transformation. I refused. On the day of X month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain. Today, my mood was very heavy. On the day of X month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain. More and more doctors and nurses came to beg me to agree to the human body transformation. But I still firmly opposed. However, I didn't know how long I could persist. On the day of X month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain. 2 years, the rain had been falling for exactly 2 years without any sign of stopping, just like my life, which had become miserable. Today, I decided to carry out the human body transformation experiment. The priority for registration was given to the best doctor in the hospital. At this moment, the director was conducting the experiment on the first person. On the day of X month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain, and the body transformation experiment failed. 5 doctors and nurses died on the operating table. I am in unbearable pain. At this moment, the director had failed in that experiment. On the day X of month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain. Today, I experimented on my own body. I originally thought I would die. But a miracle happened. The experiment had a breakthrough. On the day X of month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain. I had initially gained a force capable of opposing it. But this is still not enough, far from enough. The director experimented on his own body. On the day X of month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain, and more people were joining the experiment. During the process of self-transformation, I also transformed them. But the test subjects were those poisoned by it. Although I know they are innocent and should not be blamed this way, I have no other choice. The director experimented on a patient. He cut off the patient's head and then sewed it onto his own body. On the day X of month X, year X, the weather was clear,
and today was the happiest day since I took office. Because the rain had stopped, we could finally rely on our own strength to fight and defeat it.
There was an additional head on the director's shoulder. On the day X of month X, year X, the weather was heavy rain.
No, we had rejoiced too soon.
Unknowingly, resentment had enveloped the entire hospital. Its influence still persisted as before, and its strength was even greater than before.
The heavy rain resumed.
I stood in the rain, unsure of what I had done or why.
For the first time, I doubted my choices.
The director sank into desperate doubt.
On date X, month X, year X, during heavy rain, I felt greatly relieved to have the doctors and nurses by my side.
It was thanks to their support that I could continue to persevere.
The director and the other nurses carried out the surgery. On date X, month X, year X, during heavy rain, they all disappeared, leaving only me behind.
Was I truly wrong?
The nurses and doctors are now nothing more than soulless corpses. On date X, month X, year X, during heavy rain, I used its power to bring the doctors and nurses back to life. Every day, I gave them blue pills to prevent them from remembering the truth that they had died. The patients still continued to be affected by it as before. I used the red pills to control them, and they became immune to its effects. Both types of pills had side effects, and I knew it well, but everything has both good and bad sides. The director began giving the nurses and doctors the blue pills. On date X, month X, year X, during heavy rain, the experiment failed. I lost control, I had completely become a monster.
I ordered them to lock me in the secret room in the basement, never to see the light of day again. On date X, month X, year X, during heavy rain, farewell. The career to which I devoted myself. Farewell. The wind and the warm sunlight. P.S. The director, the monster.
In the end, he locked himself in the basement room. After reading it, Zhou Ming expressed his feelings. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. The mental hospital had always contained strange phenomena, and the director, in order to deal with them, had to transform himself, the doctors, and the patients. In fact, he could be considered a good person.
Su Xiao also said.
He is to blame for wanting to find a fake director to replace him, secretly making everyone take the blue medicine.
He must have always wanted the hospital to return to normal, right?
After that, he closed the book, tucked it into his jacket, and turned to Zhou Ming.
Let's go. Let's see how the director and those strange patients are doing in their fight. Maybe we can help somehow.
Zhou Ming agreed with him. They went to watch the director fighting. Zhou Ming panicked and shouted.
This is bad, Elder, the director seems unable to defeat them.
At that moment, the image he saw was of the director, injured all over and having lost an arm. Seeing the situation was critical, he quickly ordered Black General.
Black General, go help the director.
Black General bared his teeth and charged.
Though the director was at a disadvantage, he still turned and, with a twisted grin, spoke to him. No need, you all don't need to help me.
He wanted to speak, but the director interrupted him.
He said,
If you already know the whole truth, then I have no regrets left. The crimes I committed are unforgivable. I am a man who deserves to die. Suddenly, his body swelled up, and then he said, Besides, I am tired of hiding away in the secret room like a monster. Death is not scary to me, on the contrary, it is a form of release. After speaking, the director's body grew many arms. Seeing the unusual shape of the director, the patients whispered to each other, Run quickly, the director won't give them a chance to escape. He extended his arms and said, Stop, I've failed once already. This time, I will personally kill you, even if it costs me my life. The patients screamed, Don't release me, let me go, we're not at fault. You're the one at fault, you can't kill us again. I don't want to die, I don't want to die again. The director was unmoved by these cries, he said, Don't take advantage of the patients to say these things. They harbor resentment, but you are using their resentment to create something strange.
I won't allow any more disaster to occur in this hospital.
He continued, ultimately, you still don't fully understand humanity. People have both love and hate, but you only see the dark side of human nature, not the existence of love. Some things, once they start, you know from the beginning that they will end in tragedy.
I know I must atone for my sins, but what about you?
The long arms completely wrapped around the massive flesh, tightening it, and the director also shouted, it's time for you to leave this world completely.
After handling everything, the director, exhausted, collapsed and said, finally, I've done it. But then he expressed deep regret and continued, they couldn't see it. After finishing everything, the dean finally gave up and passed away.
Su Xiao witnessed all of this and couldn't help but sigh, saying, the dean was a person worthy of respect. He had been turned into a monster for so long, yet he was still able to preserve his original intentions.
That was truly not easy.
Zhou Ming also said, the power the dean just used could be compared to that of an anomaly. However, that kind of power comes at a great cost.
His life has completely ended.
He secretly felt relieved and spoke to Zhou Ming, luckily, I didn't choose the anomaly's origin as the reward for the 6-member family round.
Looking back now, that was definitely a trap set by the anomaly. Zhou Ming pointed in another direction and said to him, Elder, we've passed, let's head up first.
Suddenly, he shouted, no, be careful. He protected Zhou Ming behind him, stepping in front of him.
Zhou Ming was startled and said, can it still come back to life?
A monster with countless heads connected together appeared, forming a distorted and terrifying image that made Su Xiao think. The pressure it exuded was overwhelming, and this anomaly was likely not easy to deal with.
At this moment, a screen appeared, and the system reminded, would you like to pass early?
If you choose to pass early, you will receive a 3-star reward right now. If you choose to continue, the next pass will prompt when a 4-star reward is achieved.
Zhou Ming looked at the notification, stunned, and said, what?
Su Xiao cautiously replied, this is the first time I've heard of something so strange. It seems that the danger level of this anomaly is beyond imagination.
Zhou Ming asked seriously, Su Xiao, boss, you've made up your mind? If you want to continue, I'll accompany you.
Su Xiao thought to himself that Zhou Ming wouldn't be of much help at this point, and might even become a hindrance. He placed a hand on Zhou Ming's shoulder and said, it's too dangerous for you to stay here.
You should leave. I'll handle the rest.
Zhou Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking, Elder, you have to be careful.
I'll leave now. Thanks for giving me this chance. I'll repay you for your decision.
Su Xiao thought it was now his turn, while Zhou Ming said, I choose to leave early. As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the psychiatric hospital stage.
3-star rating.
Evaluation breakdown, 1 star for gaining the approval of the child in the elevator, 2 stars for uncovering the truth of the psychiatric hospital. As Zhou Ming completed the stage, Gon and Lucas also received notifications for choosing to leave early.
Lucas laughed and said, go ahead and choose. Leaving early is fine. After all, if you stay here, you'll just be in my way. Gon was still hesitating.
Sweat beaded on his forehead as he said, if you choose to stay, then you handle it yourself.
But let me warn you. Your arrogance and blindness will sooner or later make you pay the price. After hearing this, Lucas's face darkened, and he said, what did you just say?
His eyes were bloodshot, nearly closed, and he continued, I choose to stay.
Lucas grabbed Gon's shirt first.
As soon as he finished speaking, Gon screamed in panic as Lucas threw him toward the strange multi-headed creature. Furious, Lucas shouted, who the hell are you to speak so disrespectfully to me?
The comments section immediately exploded. Oh my god, Lucas has gone mad. How could he try to kill his own teammate? Gon is his senior, for crying out loud. Lucas already left him behind on the 3rd floor, that was bad enough, and now he wants to kill him?
Fortunately, Gon was being teleported at that moment. The system's voice rang out, Dear contestant, congratulations, you have passed the psychiatric hospital round. 3-star rating, with 1 star for gaining the approval of the child in the elevator, and 2 stars for uncovering the truth of the psychiatric hospital. Seeing that Gon was safe, a comment appeared, lucky as hell, Gon almost died.
Another comment read, good things come to those who are kind.
Now, both the crazy Lucas and Su Xiao Elder had chosen to stay behind, eager to see who could kill the indestructible multi-headed creature. From Su Xiao's side, the multi-headed creature made terrifying noises.
Truly a brave human. Since you've chosen to stay, make sure you surprise me, it said. Su Xiao calmly said, I'm also quite surprised by your intelligence. I never expected you to be so thorough in your calculations. The anomaly asked, did you guess who I am? Su Xiao smirked and said, if I'm not mistaken, you're the patient who gave me the reminder note in room 106, right? A comment pinned. Really, is it him? Isn't he supposed to be a good person? Why is he helping? Another person replied, listen to Su Xiao Elder explain. Su Xiao laughed and said, you wrote a reminder to not take the medicine, then told me to go find a scalpel and a mirror in the storage room. The goal was to lead me into provoking the patients on the 3rd floor, then letting them and the director kill each other. After both sides are severely injured, you could take advantage of the opening, combining the strength of both, and become the powerful anomaly you are now. The anomaly twisted its face and said, your analysis is good, but too bad I've successfully merged. What can you do knowing all this? It's pointless talking. Let's fight. After finishing his words, Su Xiao released the doll, the white bear, and the black general. The anomaly sneered, you do have some tricks, but it's not enough. Suddenly, the doll screamed sharply, the black general made a sound, and all 3 of them were immobilized. Su Xiao quickly said, Black General, use mental attack. The Black General's body and mouth sprouted countless tentacles. I begged the anomaly, immediately reveal an expression of confusion and pain from the mental disturbance. The doll emitted a purple aura and charged towards the strange creature. The white bear shot beams of light from its eyes, while the Black General continued to use mental attacks. One person sighed, this is the first time I've seen a battle like this. Looks like this time they're really risking it all. The strange creature suddenly shook, sending the doll, the white bear, and the Black General flying away. The commentators were in an uproar. Even with this, it's still not enough? Isn't this already too strong? Another quickly commented, don't panic, the elder still has the forbearance mountain god. At this moment, Su Xiao took out the shining golden forbearance mountain god. Upon seeing this, the strange creature raised its hand and said, don't waste your effort, give up. It emitted red waves of energy that paralyzed Su Xiao, making it impossible for him to move. He anxiously thought, it's over, it has already controlled me, I can't use the forbearance mountain god anymore. The multi-faced creature let out a terrifying laugh. It spoke as it advanced, today will be the day of your death, I will remember you. Su Xiao stood motionless, cursing inwardly, damn it, am I really going to die here? At that moment, the boy with the red scarf appeared, shouting, no, don't kill him. The strange creature was momentarily stunned by the boy's presence. The boy, tears streaming down his face, said, everyone, please wake up, stop making mistakes. The strange creature trembled violently. The boy took off his scarf and continued, Mom, I know the dean's actions are wrong, but he must pay for his crimes. Do you remember, Mom? When I was on the operating table, awake, you told me that I shouldn't harbor any hatred. Don't blame me, don't blame the director. The boy spoke with a sorrowful tone. His hand brought a cloth before the strange object, and from within the cluster of heads, a long black-haired one screamed. An angry voice rang out, damn it. Don't believe what they say, I'm the one who saved you all. You must obediently work for me. You must all hate him. Only by killing the child can you break free from the bond. The mother quickly cried out, no, don't kill my son. Another head spoke, it's true, this boy is the one who binds us. The boy's mother bit into the neck of the nearby head, causing it to scream in pain. The voice rang out again, damn it, stop fighting among yourselves, or my power will weaken.
Su Xiao broke free from the control and raised the forbearance mountain god, saying, "Now is the time." The white bear received the power from the mountain god, leaped up, and grabbed the boy's scarf.
A comment read, "Why did the white bear suddenly snatch the scarf?" Another comment replied, "Could the scarf have some other benefit for the white bear?" Someone else commented, "Is it corruption?"
The white bear draped the scarf around its own neck, and someone observing wrote, "I think it's not corruption, but evolution." The entire room had now cracked apart under the power of the white bear, and the strange object groaned, "I told you we'd meet a ghost."
What is this power?
The white bear grew larger, squeezing the strange object tightly, while heads wriggled and bit at each other, trying to break free from the mass of flesh.
They said, "Let me go, let me out."
The white bear absorbed the strength of the strange object, unwilling to let go, saying, "No, no, they all belong to me." At that moment, Su Xiao anxiously thought, "This is bad, the white bear's body can't withstand such immense power. It only has 5 seconds left, the power will continue to flow in and tear it apart." The white bear had finished absorbing the power and stepped on the strange object. It grabbed its head with its paws, growling, feeling its body being torn apart.
Su Xiao took out a medal.
The system notified, using the silent contribution medal. Effect, you will gain the ability to rewind time for a short duration.
The user will return to 5 seconds ago. After using the medal, Su Xiao scratched his head and said, why did it turn black?"
The white bear had shrunk due to the dissipating strange power, but now its fur had turned black. Suddenly, the white bear split into a black bear. Su Xiao was slightly confused as he watched the scene. The two bears embraced each other. Su Xiao wondered, saying, "It looks like this black bear is the white bear's friend. Could it be that this scarf helped the white bear summon its friend?" At that moment, the ring in Su Xiao's hand shattered.
He panicked and said, "Oh no, why is it so dark?" Just when things couldn't get worse, something else happens.
The comments section was in an uproar, as the mountain god's comment was shattered, meaning the strongest trump card was lost. Other comments countered, but Elder Su Xiao this time had an additional black bear, and moreover, this round would definitely earn a new reward.
It felt like the next round would be more reassuring.
At this moment, a long notification from the system appeared. Some people dedicate their entire lives to their careers, while others choose to silently contribute and sacrifice behind the scenes. There are those who, despite being considered dull, still maintain love and kindness. They protect life with their own, becoming a salvation for each other. When the sunlight of love shines down on the earth, all things bow their heads to accept its baptism. Perhaps we have never paid attention to these forms of love, but in life, love is everywhere. Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the mental hospital evaluation with a 6-star rating. Evaluation analysis: the truth of the 2-star mental hospital has been uncovered. Received recognition from the child in the elevator, earning 1 star. Received the spiritual baptism of love, earning 1 star. Courageously faced the anomaly, earning 1 star.
Completely eliminated the anomaly, earning 1 star. Reward: red scarf, monster director's diary. Anomaly resistance +2. Current anomaly resistance is 14%.
The red scarf is a symbol of friendship from the polar bear, and it can summon a black bear wearing the red scarf. It is a symbol of the strength of friendship, and it lasts for 3 minutes. Su Xiao excitedly said, "The scarf is indeed just like I guessed, it can help the white bear grow stronger." Although it can only help the white bear, it can still be considered a substitute for the forbearance mountain god. The system continued to announce the reward, adding the Monster Academy Dean's Journal. The contents of the journal introduction had changed.
Don't believe it? Try opening it yourself.
It can foresee the future, and carrying it with you at all times might bring unexpected events. The reminder stated that the Monster Academy Dean's Journal could only be used within 1 cycle, and it could only be opened 3 times.
The announcement ended. Su Xiao looked at the journal, smiling as he said, "Foreseeing the future, now this is interesting." A blue light appeared around Su Xiao, and the system recorded that the player was being transported out of the world. The comments section was exploding. With 6 stars, Elder had once again earned a 6-star rating.
One person wrote in the comments, Su Xiao Elder's rewards are pretty good.
I wonder if Lucas over there can kill the final boss. Someone quickly replied, hurry and look, Lucas's talent has been revealed, turns out it's SSS rank.
Over here, Lucas had a terrifying expression, muttering as he slashed his hand with a knife, strength, I want more strength.
Lucas laughed loudly, and his hand transformed into fur as he laughed. A comment appeared, what kind of talent is this? Transforming into a black-furred monster, he continued to laugh loudly. A black liquid was moving at his feet. Comments flooded in. Specifically, I don't know what it is, but it's definitely an SSS rank.
Because he clearly has the ability to summon the power of an aberration. Using the power of an aberration comes with a corresponding price.
Could he be planning to sacrifice one of his arms in exchange for the power of an aberration? Lucas laughed loudly, I feel an immense power, I will definitely win. I won't lose to that Su Xiao like I did before.
Behind him, a large, terrifying eye appeared.
The SSS rank talent was completely insane and could provide the player with enough power to fight against aberrations. The more recklessly you use the power, the higher the price you have to pay.
A boy suddenly appeared behind him, anxiously warning, brother, you shouldn't keep going like this. If you continue, you'll have to pay a very high price.
Lucas curtly replied, shut up, if you talk again, I'll kill you.
The boy seemed unconvinced and decided to leave. Before he left, he said a little more, I didn't want to help you anyway. The scarf was found by Gone.
You deal with it yourself. Lucas arrogantly responded, deal with it myself? Humph, I will definitely be the final victor. You guys need to deal with things yourselves.
With that, he turned and taunted his enemy, come on, let's have the final battle. In front of Lucas stood a monster with a face full of human-like features. It smiled lightly, I didn't expect you to be able to use the power of an aberration.
But unfortunately, you can't defeat me in your full form. I am the real aberration. You're just a little brat.
After hearing this, Lucas became furious and aggressively attacked it with the tentacle of his eye, launching a barrage of sharp knives.
Chattering, let me see who the real chatterbox is.
The monster, continuously attacked, screamed in pain. One side of its body was cut, making it wary of him.
Why you? How can you use such an insanely powerful force? Upon hearing this, Lucas appeared even more confident and arrogant. Are you scared now? That's great. The more you fear, the more excited I get. He then used his strength to attack it again.
It was enough for now, the monster had no way out and cried out loudly. I'll risk everything to fight you. Both sides fought fiercely, neither giving way. Suddenly, the monster was surrounded by knives from all directions.
It anxiously said, you. What do you want to do? Lucas pulled out a deck of cards and grinned, plotting something. Killing you like this would be too boring, so I decided to show you a little magic trick.
He raised his hand, and countless cards flew everywhere. I call this magic trick the Deathblade magic, he said, with countless knives aimed at the monster. The monster was attacked by both knives and cards, and it panicked, screaming in agony.
In contrast, Lucas remained calm and said, accepting death calmly is harder than dying in fear.
I'm sure you'll enjoy the process of dying.
Because this will be a feast.
He stood to one side, watching the severely wounded monster. If the existence of the system appears, dear contestant, congratulations on making it through to the mental hospital. Rating through 5 stars, analyzing the evaluation, uncovering the truth about the mental hospital, 2 stars. Courageously facing the bizarre creature, 1 star. No help received, killing the bizarre creature by oneself, 2 stars. Reward obtained, rusty surgical knife. Introduction to the reward, you have a surgical knife, rusty with tetanus, 2 knives trembling like ancestors.
Lucas looked at the system panel, surprised. What? 5 stars? He angrily pointed upward. Why did I kill the boss by myself? Why didn't I get the highest rating and additional rewards?
A comment appeared, hilarious, it took him nearly half a day, but he still got a lower score than Su Xiao, even though he killed the boss.
One is a child's fairness, the other is receiving a spiritual baptism of love. It was no wonder he was furious, right?
No, it wasn't right, he was just insane. At the same time, others were struggling with the monster, fearfully fleeing.
Angola and Latin from the national team also met a tragic end.
They decided to go down to the basement to test their luck, but didn't receive any information. As soon as they arrived, they were killed by the bizarre creature. The system panel appears, contestant Fei Shogwa was swallowed by the bizarre creature.
The countdown to the world of strange events is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
At the moment when all the contestants completed the challenge, a sound echoed across the world. Congratulations to Su Xiao and Zhu Tai from Dragon Country. Lucas and Gon from Nation A have passed this round. The two countries will be exempt from this invasion. Zhu Tai of Dragon Country achieved 3 stars and received a regular reward. The air pollution level decreased by 5%. Lucas of Nation A achieved 5 stars and received an elite reward. The disease resistance of the people of Nation A increased by 10%. Don of Nation A achieved 3 stars and received a regular reward. The incidence of riots in Nation A decreased by 5%. After the strange sound disappeared, the majority of the countries participating in the challenge this time were filled with wailing cries. Only the people of Dragon Country danced joyfully, happily chatting and celebrating with each other. However, Lucas, after returning to the real world, was immediately taken to the top hospital by the leaders of Nation A. The doctor stood beside him and spoke to a man. We have injected him with a sedative and have invited the best neurology specialist to consult on his condition.
The man asked, "What are the results?"
The doctor, looking worried, said, "His brain indeed has problems, and it's a serious issue."
The man then pointed at him, looking displeased, and said, "What about this arm of his? Can it still be saved?"
The man wearing glasses exhaled and said, "At the moment, we cannot treat the black hairs on Lucas's arm. Moreover, these hairs will continue to spread, and eventually, he will be consumed, becoming part of the strange world." The blonde-haired man clenched his fist, saying, "Damn it, our Nation A has finally gotten an SSS-level gifted player. We must find a way to prolong his life." While the leaders of Nation A were racking their brains over Lucas's situation, the global player rankings were being updated. Rank 1, Su Xiao, Dragon Country, unknown talent. Through 9 consecutive rounds, 18 years old, single.
Rank 2, a D, Grizzly Nation, SS level talent.
Infinite deduction through 3 consecutive rounds. 27 years old, rank 3, Gon, USA, S-level talent Night Watchman through 3 consecutive rounds. 25 years old, rank B, Claude, Nation P, a level talent method acting through 2 consecutive rounds.
Current status, deceased.
Rank 5, Lucas, Nation P, unknown talent through 1 round 22 years old abnormal nervous system. The spectators raised their hands in celebration. Lucas's talent, which had been hidden as unknown, had been exposed.
His talent was definitely SSS level.
Another person commented, "He's quite lucky, but unfortunately, such a talent comes with a price. Otherwise, he could sit at the same table as Su Xiao Elder." Yet another person turned to speak to the one next to them. A D's exemption chances from Grizzly Nation are all used up.
Will he choose to team up with Su Xiao Elder next time? If that happens, I'm really looking forward to it.
3 days later, Su Xiao and the other contestants once again faced the random selection of the world of strange events. However, this type of random selection did not necessarily have to include those who had won in the previous round. At this time, the system board announced the participating countries for this challenge: Dragon Country, Grizzly Nation, Nation A, Asangwa, Nation O, Nation K, Javanda, Macius for the World of Strange Events challenge this time.
Museum. Welcome to the largest museum in the city.
Inside the museum, you will be able to see strange and unique exhibits.
The museum is free to enter, and it welcomes any visitors. However, there are also certain taboos within the museum. We hope you will comply with them. This is your chance to be reminded of the world of the unusual. 2 reminders. Many exhibits have gone missing in the museum. Please make an effort to find these exhibits and return them to their original positions. Within 3 days, you and the other participants will have the ability to travel through time and space. The timeline must be coordinated to succeed, while also attempting to escape the museum. Upon seeing the rules for this round, Su Xiao thought to himself, coordinating actions through time and space seems similar to the Deluo Mountain round, doesn't it? Then, he quickly grasped the key point and thought, but the reminder says with other participants, which means this time, I may need to cooperate with more people, making it harder than the Deluo Mountain round. While he was thinking, someone approached him. The person handed him a notebook, smiling as they said, "Hello, this is the handbook detailing the museum's history and exhibits. I hope you enjoy your visit." He took the notebook and replied, "Okay, thank you." Inside the notebook, it was written, "Taboos. Once you enter the largest museum in the city, you will be able to admire the unique exhibits. While viewing the exhibits, photography is prohibited. Taboo 2. Inside the museum, there are many paintings of famous people. The common theme among them is that they depict natural landscapes and abstract art, with no portraits of people. Taboo 3. Do not raise your voice while in the museum, no matter what happens. Even if the museum collapses, you must remain silent. Taboo 4. Museum staff wear black uniforms. If someone is wearing something of a different color, do not trust what they say. Taboo 5. The museum does not keep any animals. If you see a talking fish or a blind cat, immediately go up to the museum's management office on the 3rd floor. Taboo 6. The management office of the museum is a safe place. Taboo 7. Leave the museum's management office. That is not the real manager. The true manager has transformed into a monster. Taboo 8. On the 2nd floor, there is a restroom to enhance the sense of intrigue. There are many mirrors in the restroom, which is normal. Taboo 9. After leaving the restroom, if the path seems problematic, take the left path to return to the 1st floor. Taboo 10. The museum does not have anything made of wax. If a staff member suggests them to you, ignore them. Taboo 11. If you strictly follow all the above taboos while viewing the exhibition, congratulations, you will be able to leave the museum safely. You can exit through the main door to leave. The person quickly handed over the notebook and turned to leave. Su Xiao was reading and talking about the principles of the museum and the introduction to the exhibits. After that, he said, but no photos allowed, so I'm definitely going to do the opposite. After speaking, he patted his empty pockets and exclaimed, "Did I not bring my phone?" Then, he saw someone walking by, talking on the phone. He mischievously thought, "Isn't there a phone over there? This is nothing to me." The person on the phone was saying to the person on the other end, "Hello, I'm at the museum, and they don't allow photos, so I can't send you any pictures." Without hesitation, Su Xiao walked over, snatched the phone from the person, and said, "Let me borrow this for a sec." The other person angrily shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Give my phone back." But Su Xiao wasn't the type to care about such remarks. He quickly snapped a photo, then handed the phone back, saying, "Oh my, it's so tiny. Here, take it back." The person whose phone was taken complained, "You young people really have no manners. If you wanted a photo, couldn't you just ask instead of snatching someone's phone? And don't you know that photos aren't allowed here?" Just as he was speaking, 2 security guards with deep, dark eyes appeared. They ran over, shouting, "Hey, over there." The 2 guards then grabbed the man and said, "Sorry, you violated the museum's rules. Now we have to take you with us. You have the right to remain silent." The man, confused, shouted, "What are you doing? Let me go." He continued to curse, "Why should I remain silent? Didn't you see that guy took my phone and started taking pictures?" Upon hearing this, the security guard asked, "Huh, what?" Then he looked towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao acted innocent and said, "It wasn't me, he forced me to do it."
The man was then escorted away by 2 security guards. However, he was still unwilling to let it go and cursed, "You bastard, you'd better not close your eyes when you sleep tonight, I swear I'll come for you even if I die."
Below, viewers commented, Su Xiao elder is acting again.
Another person said, "A dog is still a dog. Wickedness is still wickedness."
The man who had just been taken away immediately took out his phone. A viewer, confused, asked, how come the phone is in the elder's hand?
Someone stepped in to explain. When the tourist was being taken away by security, Su Xiao quickly grabbed the phone.
He's such a scumbag. Another person laughed and said, I actually like that kind of style.
After playing his tricks, he yawned and thought to himself, breaking the first rule is enough.
Now I just need to see what exhibits are inside. Then, he seemed to notice something and muttered, This display case is empty? Could it be the missing item that I need to find and put back in its place? But there's no name or description on the case.
If that's the case, it will be very difficult to find.
In the area where the works of the famous painter are displayed, Su Xiao looked over to the side and asked, Hey, what's going on?
He recalled the rules from the book and began to have doubts.
The second taboo was to never speak of it. In the Museum of Famous Paintings, there are no portraits of people, right? All these paintings are of people. Could it be that the second taboo is wrong?
Thinking that, he stopped and looked carefully at the portrait. Suddenly, the figure in the portrait reached out of the frame, and its face was terrifying. It made him curse out loud and say, the people in this painting
are coming to life. The figure in the painting, with its horrifying eyes, reached its hand out towards Su Xiao. Even someone as experienced as him couldn't help but curse, What? Is this for real? Suddenly, 2 people behind him began to comment on the painting. One person said, This inkwash landscape painting is really beautiful. The other person nodded in agreement, Yes, the brushwork is just amazing. Hearing them, he whispered to himself, Inkwash painting? Can't they see the people in the painting? Are all these human figures in front of me just an illusion?
The pollution-clearing mirror, with it, one could dispel illusions and see the truth. After that, he took out a mirror, and a system notification appeared, You have used the pollution-clearing mirror. With it, you can dispel illusions and see the truth. The light from the mirror caused the figure in the painting to scream in pain. The painting suddenly burst into flames, and inside, there were desperate screams. Su Xiao was extremely puzzled and said, What's going on here? I've used the contaminated mirror, and this painting spontaneously combusting surely isn't an illusion. Could there be something strange inside? After looking at the 2 people beside him, he had a different thought. No, the people around me can't see the painting burning by itself, which means the strange phenomena just now were something only I witnessed. Why? Is it because I'm a contestant? Then, he made another deduction. If that's the case, then the first floor of the museum might have something unusual that's secretly watching us. Once a contestant's identity is revealed, they're bound to be noticed. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and muttered to himself, This is getting interesting. The other contestants must be getting special attention like this, right? At the same time, a contestant from Mauritius also noticed the empty display case. He asked the security guard, Excuse me, what was kept in this empty display case before? The security guard replied, Sorry, I don't know anything about it. He then walked over to the famous painters section inside, saying, Looks like I won't be able to find any clues from the guards. I'll have to check out another area. He approached a painting, and the figure in the painting stuck its head out to scare him, just like it had with Su Xiao. He was startled and screamed, What the hell is that? A ghost? Don't eat me. As soon as he yelled, the strange figure suddenly vanished. He looked at the painting, only to see his own reflection, and then, in a state of confusion, he said, What just happened? Why has that terrifying thing suddenly disappeared? Before he could recover, 2 security guards approached, grabbed his shoulders, and said, Sir, you have violated the 3rd prohibition of the museum. Please come with us. He realized he had lost his composure and, feeling uneasy, thought to himself, I messed up, I was so scared earlier that I forgot. The third prohibition says no shouting in the museum.
In fear, he screamed, "Where are you taking me?" The guard replied, "To the third floor." Hearing the floor number, he panicked even more and shouted, "No, I don't want to go. Let me go, please." But in the end, he was still taken to the third floor. Soon after, a system message appeared, the contestant from Mauritius has been swallowed by the strange entity. The countdown to the bizarre world begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Viewers couldn't help but excitedly comment, "This round is so dramatic, the contestant from Mauritius got eliminated so quickly. The previous round wasn't this fast." Another person remarked, "Did you all notice? Among the contestants, only the ones from Mauritius and Suzhou elders saw the human figure in the painting." Yet another person commented, "They have one thing in common, both are very flamboyant," to reveal the identity of his teammate. While the commentary section was drawing attention to these details, other players were reminded by their superiors not to disclose their identities. As for Su Xiao, during the museum tour, he stood in a secluded corner and pulled out the phone he had taken from the earlier visitor. He carefully examined the photos on the phone and muttered to himself, "I managed to take quite a few pictures earlier. Let's see if there's any clue here." While viewing the images, his gaze suddenly paused. A boy holding a jar appeared in the photo. He wondered, what's this? He kept staring at the picture and muttered, "It seems like the strange object on the first floor that's been following me is this boy. It can't be seen with the naked eye, but the phone was able to capture it." Suddenly, something else caught his attention. A confused person was looking at the broken jar on the ground and said, "What's going on here? We didn't bump into it. How could it have broken?" The person who was following him added, "I hope they're not going to ask us to pay for it, right? I'm not responsible for this." With the jar shattered, a girl with a distorted face suddenly appeared, shouting, "Ah, idiot, what exactly is this? Get out, go away." The man from earlier stammered, "What's wrong with her? She looks terrifying." The person beside him also panicked and said, "The display just suddenly broke, and now this person is acting like this. This museum can't possibly be haunted, can it?" The girl kept screaming, clutching her terrifying face. The other two, frightened, shouted, "There's a ghost, run, run." As for him, he remained calm, taking pictures. In the photo, the girl was being pulled by a boy, who was grabbing her face and hair. He seemed to have understood, saying, "Just as I thought." Then he extended his phone toward the boy and called out, "Hey, look over here." The boy turned toward him, feeling extremely surprised, and exclaimed, Others can't see me, but this person is using his phone to see me and even taking pictures." He then rushed toward him and said, "I want to play with you. Come play with me." Su Xiao laughed and looked at the phone in his hand, saying, "I'll definitely play with you when I get there." The boy, furious, lunged at him, shouting. He swung his hand, slapping the boy's cheek, sending him flying, causing pain, and the boy cried out, "Ouch." The boy was thrown, crashing into a display cabinet. The two visitors panicked and exclaimed, "Damn, the display cabinet. It's broken. The ghost is still here." The other person pretended not to see the boy, saying, "I don't want to die. Let's hurry and get out of here." The boy, trembling from the pain, hugged his left arm, stood up, and glared at him with anger, "Can you really hit me? Just wait, I'll definitely get my revenge." Su Xiao looked at him, raised his middle finger, smirked, and said, "You want to challenge me? You're still too weak." Then, the security guards arrived. "Damn it, it's him again. It has appeared again." The commander divided the tasks among the team members: quickly go and comfort the visitors, lead them all to the museum's rest area. The team member responded, "Understood." Su Xiao stood outside, observing, while the guard directed the way to the rest area. He thought, from what they're saying, it seems they already knew about the existence of the child before. "I'll go with them to the rest area and see if there are any new clues."
At the same time, other contestants also encountered the child.
Everyone panicked and fled. The little girl hurriedly ran away, shouting, "There's a ghost, run." However, Jutai stood there in a daze, scratching his head and saying, "What's going on? I don't see anything."
Then, he closed his eyes, focused on using his talent, and thought, "Forget it, I'll use my talent to search for clues first."
People from Dragon Country must stand tall even if they have to die.
There's absolutely no way I'll let others have the chance to ridicule me. An information board appeared. Using B-level talent, the seeker can help the user detect small items that are often overlooked. Zhu Tai then searched the surroundings and spotted a phone glowing in the pocket of a woman with a sprained leg over there. He didn't care that she was in pain and crying, "Ah, my leg is twisted, help, someone help me." Instead, Zhu Tai was focused on the fact that the visitor's phone was glowing.
The clue suggested by his talent was in the mobile phone.
With that in mind, he walked over to the tourist and touched the phone in her pocket.
She screamed, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Zhu Tai spoke up, "Sorry, could I borrow your phone for a moment?" The viewers' comments appeared. Zhu Tai was quite polite, but it seemed almost rude, polite yet not very much so.
He picked up the tourist's phone. Zhu Tai furrowed his brow, thinking. The camera on the phone opened. Could his intuition be reminding him to take a photo to capture what was causing the disturbance here?
Then, he aimed the phone at the man who was being harassed. "Don't come over here, go away, go."
Zhu Tai then pressed the shutter button.
Indeed, it could be seen that something was teasing him. He was surprised and said, so it really can be seen." It heard this and sneered, looking at Zhu Tai and saying, "Came to play, huh?
I like playing with people who can see me."
He was terrified, thinking to himself, "I'm done for, it can see me now." Then, it released the man and covered its eyes, walking toward Zhu Tai.
He was flustered, not knowing what to do.
But he wondered, thinking, this thing covering its eyes seems to be afraid of light. He knew there was no more time to judge right or wrong, he could only take a chance. With that thought, he tapped the flashlight icon on the phone. He nervously moved the light around and aimed it directly at the small one, making it panic, freeze, and shield its eyes. Afterward, Zhu Tai looked at the phone's camera and saw that it had run away. At that moment, he finally relaxed and knelt down on the floor. "I made the right bet, didn't embarrass Dragon Country." Then he smiled bitterly, and the museum guards appeared again, leading Zhu Tai and the other tourists to the rest area. Meanwhile, the player from Nation K, Minister Han, was frantically running out of the museum, just like the other tourists. He was running while shouting, there's a ghost here, run quickly, damn it, don't block me, let me go first." But strangely, no matter how hard Minister Han tried, he couldn't get close to the door.
He fearfully ran toward it, reaching out his hand and shouting, Mom, save me, I don't want to die." The viewers commented, "This is hilarious, he's so scared he's calling for his mom. Did he come here to be funny?
That kid is still causing trouble everywhere." It suddenly came, delightfully squeezing Minister Han's neck, causing him to look at it in fear and beg, "No, don't kill me, I'm not ready to die." The two guards quickly ran over, shouting, "Hurry, save him." The kid suddenly released his grip on Minister Han, who was still terrified, shouting, "Ah!" The two policemen rushed over, each supporting one of his arms, helping him to the rest area along with the tourists. Minister Han, however, was so frightened that his face turned pale, his body stiff, unable to walk on his own. The viewers, bored, took turns commenting, "Oh my god, this guy from Nation K got so scared he almost pissed himself. This is such a cringe-worthy broadcast, I can already smell the urine. I'm done watching here, I'm going over to Su Xiao Elder's place." Su Xiao sat quietly, leaning against the chair, looking around with a strange thought. The person sitting on the other side of the chair spoke up in confusion, "I feel like the rest area isn't safe either.
I want to go home. Why won't they let us go home?"
He continued, "I think the lights here are really strange, and they keep giving off a faint scent, almost like burnt oil." The atmosphere in the rest area gradually became quiet, which confused him even more.
"Ha!
These tourists were terrified just a moment ago, so why have they all calmed down so quickly?
Could it be that the fragrance from the lights has a calming effect? Voices from outside the rest area could be heard faintly. Damn it, how many times have we repeated this already? How much longer is this going to go on? Don't speak too loudly, if the tourists inside hear us, they'll panic even more. The murmurs continued to drift into the room. What's there to be afraid of?
These lights can make them forget the terrifying memories from earlier. Even if they overhear us, they won't be able to remember what just happened. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's expression brightened, and he said, "The museum is caught in a strange loop.
This is so amusing, it's even more interesting this time." Suddenly, a woman from somewhere looked at him and said, "Hey, young man, don't you know that elderly people can't stand for long? Aren't you going to give up your seat for me?"
His face showed confusion as he responded to her.
"Hey, don't you think you should reconsider what you just said?"
She stood there, angrily bracing herself against the cold, raised her hand, pointed at his face, and scolded, "Humph, reconsider what? Young people these days are really uncivilized, they don't know how to respect the elderly or love the young.
There are so many places to rest.
A young, healthy person with all their limbs intact is taking up a seat." He fell silent, thinking to himself, "Today, I definitely have to teach this old woman a lesson." With that thought, he quickly stood up, but suddenly, his body wobbled, and his face looked very uncomfortable.
"Great, I've been sitting too long, my legs are numb." The other two hurried over, taking turns angrily speaking, "Oh my god, what kind of person is this? A healthy, elderly woman wanting to take a seat from a disabled person? She's making the elderly look bad, and why aren't the elderly being respected anymore?
Nowadays, if an old person falls in the street, no one will help them.
It's all because of people like her." She froze, not knowing what to do.
Then, she slapped her own face in front of them and Su Xiao, crying as she said, "I really deserve to die, you don't understand what's happening right now." After that, the two people stood on either side, supporting Su Xiao. They smiled kindly and said, "Young man, please sit down.
It's just that old woman who wasn't making sense.
People like her aren't worth getting upset over."
Exactly, there's nothing to be afraid of.
If we see her doing something like this again. Su Xiao smiled helplessly.
He stood up straight, scratched his head, and nervously said, "Actually, I'm fine. It was just my leg that went numb earlier."
The two of them were frozen in place.
Then, he turned around and waved goodbye to them. They remained standing there in a daze. The onlookers laughed in amusement, commenting, "Didn't see that coming, right?
Su Xiao is truly top tier.
Even a numb leg can make that lady remember him for life."
"Lady, the world may isolate me, but he's teasing me, and all I can do is stay silent. I bet that lady won't dare fight for a seat with younger people anymore. This world suddenly feels a bit more just." Later, Su Xiao arrived at the museum, on the first-floor exhibition hall. As he walked, he thought, they've already cleaned up the traces of that kid from earlier.
The museum security is really efficient. If I didn't have the jellyfish pendant, I might have already forgotten about what happened.
Suddenly, something came to his mind.
Right, last time I was rewarded with the Monster Director's Journal. That thing can predict the future. Let's take it out and give it a try.
With that thought, he carefully took out the journal, and it automatically flipped to the first page. Then, he saw the words, "Zhu Tai from Dragon Country will die.
Second floor. His talent will lead Zhu Tai to the abyss. That is a trap that must not be fallen into." He wondered, Zhu Tai is here too? Then, he immediately held up the content and said seriously, "Hey, have the higher-ups seen this? Someone send a warning to Zhu Tai quickly."
The spectators continuously praised him.
"Wow, this method is great. Just now, I didn't even know how to talk to Zhu Tai, otherwise, how could Su Xiao become the elder? A normal person like me couldn't react as quickly as that. Zhu Tai would surely escape. If I were Zhu Tai, I would marry the elder right away." After Su Xiao closed the diary,
he took a walk around the first floor. Everywhere he went, he kept taking pictures with his phone, but this time, he didn't notice anything unusual, not even the little child appeared in the photos. Therefore, just before noon, Su Xiao decided to go up to the second floor to check things out.
The system showed the rule of 8.
The second floor had a bathroom.
To make it more interesting, the bathroom had many royal decorations, which was normal.
He went up the stairs as directed by the guard.
The guard asked him, "Where would the guest like to go?" "I can guide you."
Su Xiao cast a doubtful glance. The special taboo of 8 forbade mentioning the bathroom, so the bathroom must certainly hold some important clue. He then stopped, hands firmly in his pockets, and said to the guard, "I want to visit the bathroom." The guard, hearing this, stared blankly at him without replying. The viewers laughed mockingly. The elder is really giving the guard a hard time, just going up to visit the bathroom.
"Guard, I'm speechless in my native language."
When they reached the location, the guard stood outside the door and said to Su Xiao with a smile,
"Guest, here is the bathroom. I'll go ahead."
He was overwhelmed by the sight of the bathroom. He exclaimed, "Wow, these are all real mirrors." The mirrors on the wall reflected a reddish-orange color. Su Xiao pointed his finger at the mirror, his expression puzzled. He clicked his tongue and said, "Which genius architect decided to hang over 900 mirrors in the bathroom? Are they trying to look at their own but from 360 degrees without any blind spots? Pervert. Even a pervert like me feels like a pervert here." Suddenly, something on his chest began to glow, catching his attention.
He looked down and wondered, "Huh? The jellyfish necklace is glowing?"
Then he thought to himself, the purpose of the jellyfish necklace is to eliminate mental influence. The fact that it's glowing means these mirrors could be affecting me. Soon after, Anne's image appeared in the mirror, surprising him.
Adi. Upon hearing his name, Anne hurriedly looked into the mirror and exclaimed, "Su Xiao, Dragon Country, what is going on?" Su Xiao smirked and said, "If I'm not mistaken, these mirrors will act as a link for us to communicate.
Through them, we'll be able to coordinate with the other contestants, as was mentioned earlier."
Adi replied, "You make a lot of sense."
Then, Jutai also appeared in a mirror beside them, happily saying, "Su Xiao Elder, and I can't believe it's you all."
"Am I seeing this correctly?"
Adi smiled at him and shook his head, "You're not mistaken, it's really us."
Minister Han also appeared in the mirror. He was startled and exclaimed, "Aren't these two Su Xiao from Dragon Country and Adi from Grizzly Nation? And who is that over there?"
Zhu Tai stood with his arms crossed, looking uncomfortable.
"Although I am insignificant in front of these two elders of such high rank, could you please be a little more polite?"
Minister Han, standing beside the bathroom, cleared his throat and said, "Don't pay too much attention to it." Then, half closing his eyes, he looked into the mirror, glanced at Su Xiao, and spoke up, "Su Xiao, from Dragon Country, I am Minister Han, a competitor from Nation K.
Since we share the same ancestry, could you lend me a hand?"
Su Xiao furrowed his brow and smiled, then replied, "How do you want me to help you?" He continued, "You must have already figured out the rules of right and wrong.
Could you tell me what they are? Which ones are right and which ones are wrong?"
In the mirror, Zhu Tai rested his chin on his hand, looking puzzled, silently thinking, "This noisy plan, I can hear everything from here." Adi was very surprised.
Minister Han wants to use this method to get the answer without any effort?
Regardless of whether Su Xiao agrees to help him or not, even if he does, how could the strange world allow him to cheat like that?
Does he think this is a game with dolls?
Su Xiao smiled seriously, though there was a hint of cunning in his smile, and agreed to Minister Han, "All right, I can tell you which taboos are correct."
Hearing this, Minister Han was overjoyed, placing his hand on the mirror, saying, "Really? That's great, hurry, hurry, hurry."
At that moment, in Nation K's conference room, the high-ranking official, furious, scolded Minister Han. Damn it, he actually wanted to use such a low-level method to obtain information through this round.
Truly a brainless fool, nothing more.
Claude, feeling exhausted but somewhat relieved, said, "Quickly send the reminder."
We can't let him do something so stupid. This is a trap set by the anomaly. There's no way he can get accurate information. Minister Han secretly rejoiced. Perfect.
The high-level reminder also instructed him to follow Su Zhao's advice.
The reminder appeared on the screen.
As he reached out to touch it, he thought, it seems that asking Su Zhao was the right decision after all. But through the observation screen, the high-ranking official was confused. He stood up, placed both hands on the desk, and said, "What's going on?" "We clearly sent the reminder." It's easy to believe Su Zhao's words, so why is Minister Han so happy? Claude spoke seriously, "It's too late now." The anomaly must have modified the content of the reminder. This fool shouldn't have thought that way in the first place, and now he's made us waste a reminder. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country also noticed Minister Han's strange behavior. The two of them were discussing it. One of them said, "That's strange. Just now, on the first floor of the museum, we in the other countries all sent normal reminders to the contestants. What's on the second floor that distorted the reminder?" The other replied, "It was when the high-ranking official from Nation K sent the reminder to Minister Han. He's standing in front of a mirror. He clasped his hands together, signaling for you to continue. The restroom on the second floor was intentionally designed this way. I suspect those mirrors are problematic." Then, he ordered, "Hurry up and send a telegram to the other countries, reminding them not to send any notices when they're on the second floor of the museum." He then asked, "Sir, should we send reminders to Nation A and Nation K?" He replied, "Send them. We must show the stature of a great nation. Whether they believe it or not is irrelevant to us." Back in the world of strange events, Minister Han grinned maliciously as he looked at Su Xiao and Zhu Tai in the mirror, saying, "Thank you, Su Xiao from Dragon Country. I already know everything you just said. Goodbye. I need to get through this round ahead of you." Su Xiao remained silent, his expression calm as he gazed at Minister Han, while Zhu Tai, clearly displeased, said, "Hey, that guy is really despicable." Su Xiao stood by the restroom, watching him disappear quickly, then spoke up, "It's fine, Zhu Tai. I was just talking nonsense earlier." Zhu Tai was taken aback and commented, "Elder, you're really something." In the mirror, Anne's image appeared, arms crossed, mocking, "Nation K is really laughable. I don't get how their players are all idiots." Then, two other figures appeared in the mirror. Su Xiao was surprised to see them. Dawn and Lucas. Had they come here too? Lucas greeted, "Su Xiao from Dragon Country, I never expected we'd meet like this." He also cheerfully asked with concern, "Is your hand all right?" He smiled and responded, "Are you mocking me?" "It's fine, Su Xiao of Dragon Country. To others, you are an eternal existence that cannot be surpassed, but to me, no one is invincible forever." Su Xiao smirked confidently. "I know, no need to remind me." Lucas replied, still wearing that smile. "I'm not reminding you, I'm informing you that your era is about to end. I will take your place as the leader." Su Xiao repeated, somewhat confusingly, "Leader." Then he smiled with squinted eyes, clapping his hands in congratulations, leaving Lucas dumbfounded. "Well, congratulations. You're the leader now. As for me, I withdraw from the competition." Then he erupted in fury, his whole body igniting with anger as he shouted, "Damn it, don't test my limits with that indifferent attitude. If I get the chance to meet you in this round, I will personally kill you." Su Xiao laughed teasingly. "All right, I'll wait for you." A D in the mirror calmly said, "All right, rather than fighting each other, we should join forces in this round. Maybe we can survive a little longer." A voice from the mirror agreed. "I agree with a D's opinion." Zhu Tai also crossed his arms and said, "Unity is the greatest strength of mankind. We shouldn't divide at this moment." But only Lucas disagreed. He growled, interrupting, "The strong are often lonely, only the weak need something called unity."
the losers can band together on their own, Lucas doesn't need that. Then, he clenched his fist and punched the mirror with such force that it cracked. He said, "Goodbye, bugs." Su Xiao stood, frowning, staring at the mirror where Lucas had suddenly disappeared. After the conversation in front of the mirror ended, Su Xiao left the restroom and noticed some changes in the second-floor hallway. Initially, there had only been one path leading to the restroom, but now, it suddenly split into two. He stood at the junction of the two dark paths and sighed. Man, how did the hallway split into two? Suddenly, the system notification appeared with Forbidden Rule 9, after leaving the restroom, if the path on the second floor changes, follow the left path to return to the floor. Su Xiao put on a smug expression, thinking, if that's the rule, then I should go right. If I don't break the rules, it wouldn't be me. A staff member in red appeared in the left path and calmly spoke. Hello, sir. If you wish to return to the first floor, please take the left path. This was the staff member disguised as the blind cat. He looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Left? Then, his eyes dropped, and he furrowed his brow in thought. The staff member had told him to go left, but that would contradict Forbidden Rules 4 and 9. Whether he went left or right, he would violate one of the two rules. From then on, he would lose the protection of his natural talent. Rule number 4 mentioned that all museum staff must wear black uniforms. If any staff member wore a different uniform, nothing they said should be trusted. Su Xiao's face showed determination, so I could only comply. He then spread his arms to the sides, arrogantly expressing, "Who said I wanted to go back to the first floor? I'm not going anymore." The staff member disguised as a blind cat seemed to not understand what he was saying. After that, he took the phone from in front of the staff member and pressed something on the screen. Then, he started singing and dancing rhythmically to the music playing from the phone. The staff member disguised as a blind cat immediately clutched his head, irritably rushing over to try and grab the phone from Su Xiao's hands, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Turn it off right now." Su Xiao immediately raised the phone high, and the staff member stretched out his hand to grab it. Su Xiao disdainfully smirked and said, "You still want to steal my phone? Take a punch from me." Right after those words, Su Xiao delivered a punch straight to his face, and the man took the full force of the blow, falling backward. A stream of dark red blood spurted from his mouth, and then the staff member disguised as a blind cat melted, losing all shape, like a pile of wet brown paper stacked on top of each other. From that pile, the blind cat leapt out. Su Xiao exclaimed in astonishment, this staff member was transformed from a blind black cat. Suddenly, the black cat stopped mid-air, no longer running. It even trembled with fear. Then, it was flung down to the ground, crashing into the wall and bleeding as though someone had thrown it forcefully. It cried out in pain, "Meow." He stood there, witnessing everything. Calmly, he took out his phone and pointed it toward the cat, which was weakly meowing. In mid-air, he spoke, "Huh? That kid is here?" In the photo, the very kid appeared, holding the black cat. His smile was strange. Su Xiao muttered, "Just as I guessed, the museum doesn't allow noise because loud sounds attract strange creatures. Earlier, when I played music, the staff disguised as a blind cat couldn't stand it. Next, this kid was also drawn here." He looked at his phone and smiled in amusement, continuing, "Well, it's fine. Keep fighting. What I enjoy the most is watching strange creatures fight each other." The kid smiled a deranged smile, cold and terrifying. His cruel hands snapped the black cat's leg. His eyes turned red, his face twisted in anger. He tossed the cat aside and said, "Again, it's you. This time, I won't let you off." Su Xiao raised his hand, his terrifying gaze threatening, "Still want to get beaten? Come here, today I'll give you a proper beating." The kid was scared of him. Then, he circled around Su Xiao and quickly fled. Su Xiao turned his head to look at him and said, "Oh my, why are you running away?" His hand was still stopping, then he eagerly ran at full speed to chase after it. The footsteps of some kind of fish-like creature with fins and scales immediately followed after Su Xiao as he nearly disappeared from sight.
A large, walking and speaking fish-like figure looked sympathetically at the black cat lying on the ground. The poor black cat, its mission unfinished, had already met its end.
Now, this mission was left for me to finish.
At the same time, after their conversation ended, Zhu Tai also experienced the same strange phenomenon as Su Xiao. Zhu Tai looked at the two paths ahead of him, with a red uniformed staff member standing by the right path. The staff member, disguised as a blind cat, spoke up, "Sorry, sir, if you want to return to the first floor, please take the path on the right." The viewers immediately questioned and commented, this staff member told Su Xiao Elder to take the left path, but why is he telling Zhu Tai to take the right? I guess he's trying to go against the player. Zhu Tai would obviously take the left path. When he heard the staff member's words, Zhu Tai hesitated and said right, but the Taboo 9 strictly forbade him from taking the right path. With that, he closed his eyes and thought it through. The taboo had said not to trust the staff member in the red uniform. That must be true. After all, the staff member who had saved him on the first floor wore a black uniform. So everything was clear.
Both Taboo 4 and Taboo 9 were correct. He had to take the left path.
Seeing him remain silent for a while, the staff member disguised as a blind cat spoke up again, reminding him, "Sir, if you wish to go down to the first floor, please take the path on the right." Zhu Tai was startled when he suddenly spoke up.
Annoyed, he said, "Oh my, why do you sound like a restless ghost?"
Then, something caught his attention, and Zhu Tai looked down. It turned out to be a text message, "Take the left path, or you will die." Zhu Tai was stunned when he saw the message.
Ha!
If I go, the left path will lead to death? But beside Zhu Tai, a third path appeared, and there seemed to be something flowing under the floor.
This confused Zhu Tai. Why is there another path now? Which one should I choose?
The employee, disguised as a blind cat, continued to speak, trying to lure him with a somewhat fearful expression. "Sir, please take the path on the right, as that is the only way to safely reach the first floor." Zhu Tai hesitated, glancing back at him with a tense expression. He reassured himself, calm down, calm down. When in panic, he used his innate ability to continue searching for clues. Then, he activated his special skill. This made the onlookers praise him.
At this moment, Zhu Tai even remembered to use his innate ability to probe. He has really matured. Another spectator, feeling envious, said, "Why is it that everyone from Dragon Country knows how to think? I can't accept this." The innate ability manifested as two golden pupils. Seeing this, Zhu Tai deduced, the pupils. The meaning of this innate ability and these pupils might help me. Then, the eyeball slipped from his hand and flew into the aisle in the middle. Zhu Tai silently continued to think, could the path in the middle be the right one? No, that's not right. The higher-ups had reminded him that on the second floor, one should not trust their own talent, as it could end up killing them. He then turned left and ran into that aisle. It seemed that this was the only path where he had a chance of survival. He spoke, "I'll take the left path." The employee, seeing this, seemed displeased and immediately turned to walk away. Then, a voice rang out, "So boring, couldn't even trick him like this." A strange hand measured the two eyeballs, and it turned out to be that little brat. The expression on his face was like he was plotting something. While juggling the eyeballs, he muttered, "The black cat won't play with me. That silly fish doesn't even know where to run off to." The onlookers couldn't stop talking. It's too dangerous. Both this kid and the employee wanted to deceive Zhu Tai. Thankfully, at the critical moment, he stood firm. It seems now that the employee was the black cat in disguise. Moreover, although they shared the same goal, they were not on the same side. So, do these two eyeballs belong to the black cat? What if they return the eyes to the black cat? On the other side, when Su Zhao's feet touched the first floor, he immediately turned around and went back up to the second floor. The fish seemed surprised to see him return. "Why did you come back?" He seemed pleased with the fish's appearance. He smiled brightly at the fish and spoke.
In the forbidden zone, the blind cat and the walking fish were mentioned at the same time.
The black cat is dead, but you haven't appeared yet. You must be hiding somewhere. So I pretended to go down to the first floor, waiting for you to come out after that. The fish looked at Su Xiao in fear and asked, "What do you want to do?" Then it continued to back away.
He smirked, very sly, and spoke, "I'm giving you a chance.
Do you have anything to say?"
The fish glared at Su Xiao angrily and shouted, "Nothing to say."
Damn humans. You caught me, I admit defeat. I didn't expect you to trick me.
He stood, arms crossed, pointing ahead, saying, "If you're going to be this way, don't blame me for not being polite.
Polar bear, beat it up for me."
Suddenly, the polar bear flew in from somewhere, charging straight forward. The polar bear relentlessly used its hands and feet to strike the fish furiously.
The fish, in pain, cried and begged, "Ah, don't hit me, stop hitting me." Su Xiao stood there, arms crossed, looking satisfied, and asked the fish with a smile, "Well, are you going to talk now?" The fish, full of resentment, trembled as it replied, "Damn humans, what do you want me to say?" Su Xiao maintained his excited expression and said, "What do you mean, what to say? Your mouth is still so tight. Keep beating it."
The polar bear continued to fiercely pounce on the fish, but this time using special techniques.
The fish was helpless, unable to fight back. Half an hour later, Su Xiao grinned menacingly and asked the fish, "Are you finally going to talk?" The fish, unable to shed tears, said, "Humans deserve to die. If you have something to ask, just go ahead. Ask me if I'll answer, but what exactly do you want to know?" Su Xiao scratched his head and awkwardly laughed. "Huh, I haven't asked yet?" The fish, enraged, pointed at his face and shouted, "You haven't asked anything. What have you asked? I've been beaten for an hour, and you humans are truly despicable." He boldly asked, "Then I'll ask you, why are you here? Do you know the secret of the museum?"
The fish felt that Su Xiao was trying to make things difficult for it, and it hesitated to answer.
"The secret I know.
I do indeed know a few things about this place, but those secrets were ones that the black cat and I accidentally overheard the manager mention." It began to recount, "The black cat and I were both pets raised by the manager, but one day, it appeared in the museum. The man sitting on the chair holding the black cat encountered something that startled them. It could affect everyone here, including the manager. The manager once tried to fight it, but he was completely no match for it. The manager helplessly raised his hands in surrender. It's truly disgusting." Both the black cat and the fish slowly lost their lives. Something large and black seized the man, and he panic-stricken reached out for help.
"Ah, someone, save me."
The fish continued, saying that during the time it fought against the entity, there were constant deaths within the museum. Moreover, the dead continue to be affected, becoming a strange existence.
"Let us out, let us out."
That was the screaming of the people trapped inside red mirrors, resembling the ones in public restrooms.
As a result, the manager decided to build a restroom on the second floor.
Behind each mirror, there was actually a person hidden, those who had been affected by it, the ones whom the manager had killed. The manager was terrified when he saw his clothes stained with some strange black substance. The fish continued its story, but after fighting with it for such a long time, the manager had been infected by its influence, turning into a monster. Therefore, the manager instructed the museum staff to lock him up on the third floor and, at the right time, come to take something from him. The door to that room was tightly shut, used to make lamp oil, erasing the memories of terrified visitors. The black cat and I, if we met someone who could change the museum's current state, we would have to stop that person from entering the wax museum. The fish looked at Su Xiao and explained, "Because the wax museum is an extremely terrifying place, and it's where it hides."
It asked, "Are you curious about the wax museum?"
Su Xiao knelt down, resting his chin on his hand, and looked at the fish attentively.
"What you mean is that it's still in the museum, hiding in the wax museum?"
The fish nodded sorrowfully in response to him, "That's right. During the time dealing with it, the manager had the wax museum built, and somehow, he managed to imprison it there. The white bear stood there listening to the two people talk. The fish seemed to recall something and happily said, "Oh right, the manager once gave the black cat a map. It might actually be the real map that helps escape the museum. But the problem is, the black cat lost the map, and we have no idea where it went." The lackey is ruthless towards the black cat like that, probably because he wanted to find out the whereabouts of the map. Su Xiao looked at the fish seriously and asked, "You're sure you've seen that map when the manager gave it to you, right? Where is the exit of the museum?" The fish waved its hand in confusion. I've never seen that map, and besides, the map was always kept by the black cat. Now that the black cat is dead, I really have no idea where the exit is." Su Xiao's face twisted into a look of disdain upon hearing the fish's words, "But if it's the manager's entrusted mission, even though the black cat is dead, I still have to lead you out of here." He stood there, looking at the fish, and said, "All right, from now on, you'll come with me. If we manage to find the exit, I'll definitely thank you." The fish widened its eyes and responded, "Thank you for trusting me, and the white bear has already been taken care of." He then picked up a book and stared at it intently. Strange. He put it into his pocket and turned to leave. He looked down at the fish and said, "Now, let's go up to the third floor and take a look. Maybe we'll find some clue." The fish smiled widely and squinted its eyes, then walked off happily. "Yes, I will definitely protect you." The viewers felt that something was off. "Everyone, why do I feel like something's wrong?" At this point, it's obvious that the blind cat and that boy are not on the same side, but neither of them are good people. The fish and the black cat are allies, but no matter how you look at it, it feels like they're lying. "It's fine, we don't even know yet who's deceiving whom." That's Su Xiao elder. Just as Su Xiao was about to go up to the third floor with the fish, Minister Han from Nation K ran into the staff member disguised as the blind cat. His face was dark, and his pupils were bloodshot. He said, "Hey, which path do you want to take? Hurry up and tell me." Minister Han stammered, panicked, "What do you want to do? Don't force me." But just as the blind cat was pressuring him to make a choice, the fish appeared in time, like a hero saving Minister Han in his moment of danger. The fish shouted fiercely, "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave." The black cat continued to break free from the staff member's body and ran off. Minister Han stood there in complete bewilderment at the scene. As a result, the fish successfully became a presence that Minister Han somewhat trusted. It explained the secrets of the museum to Minister Han, and he fully believed it. The fish was very confident, arrogantly recounting the story to Minister Han. But the story it told was similar to what Su Xiao had heard. The version Minister Han heard was that the black cat and the child were both its underlings. After that, the fish said to Minister Han, "Now, let's quickly go up to the third floor. There is a clue about the map here." He, fearing the response, replied, "Is it okay to go up to the third floor? The seventh taboo says there's a monster on the third floor of the museum." The system immediately displayed information about the seventh taboo, and it left the management office. That was not the real manager. The real manager had turned into a monster. The fish's eyes were filled with disdain as it said, "Where would a museum have monsters? Besides, didn't Su Xiao from the Dragon Country already tell you that the seventh taboo was wrong?" Minister Han looked down and said, "Su Xiao did indeed say that." Suddenly, he stood up, looking at the fish with suspicion, and spoke, "Wait a minute, how do you know what Su Xiao and I talked about?" The fish turned its face away, ignoring him, and said, "Calm down, I'm always on the second floor. It's not strange that I overheard your conversation with Su Xiao." Minister Han no longer doubted and said, "I see." The fish then sighed, walked ahead, and said, "Here's what we'll do. I'll go first, and if anything dangerous happens, I'll definitely protect you." Minister Han followed, answering worriedly, "All right, then thank you." A while later, they had reached the third floor. Everything around them was dark and gloomy. Minister Han scratched his head, hesitantly asking, "Are you sure it's safe?"
Why do I feel like the third floor is really strange? The fish teased him. Seriously? You want to go through but are too afraid to take the risk. If you keep hesitating, how can you ever leave the museum? Give me a chance, and I wouldn't even know how to take advantage of it. So, are we going or not? You coward. It succeeded in provoking Minister Han, and with a determined expression, he said, "Who says I'm scared? Damn it, don't underestimate the resolve of someone from Nation K." The fish looked at him, smirking cunningly, and said, "That's right, don't worry, I'll definitely help you get out of here." Viewers deduced that this fish had issues. Its words and actions were inconsistent. When it was with Su Xiao, it appeared completely loyal. But with Minister Han, it constantly used provocation tactics. The viewers analyzed one after another. Right, the black cat next to Su Xiao Elder was killed by that kid. It claimed that the black cat and it were teammates, and that Minister Han had been forced into a choice by the black cat. It then appeared, scared the black cat off, and said, "The black cat and that kid are on the same side." It was clear that its goal was to gain the trust of the players and then lead them to the third floor. I guess there must be something terrifying on the third floor. The fish stood in front of the slightly open door, looked at Minister Han, and said, "Inside is the manager's office, let's go in and check it out." He asked in surprise, "Why is there a light on inside? Is someone in there?" The fish pushed the door open, saying, "You'll know once we go in." Minister Han looked at the red letters on the door, "Museum Manager's Office, unauthorized personnel are not allowed entry." He looked at the fish with suspicion. Those words. Then, Minister Han hurriedly ran away from the place. "No, I'm not going in. I want to go back to the second floor." But the fish had turned dark, and from that room, a stream of black air kept flowing out, grabbing him. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Minister Han was held by something and pulled into the management room. He screamed continuously, "No, don't kill me, help." Then, he screamed with all his might, "Ah." After that, there was no sound anymore. The system displayed a message: "Contestant from Nation K, Minister Han, has been swallowed by a strange creature." The countdown for the Strange World event is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers guessed correctly. Damn, that fish really is the bad guy. It helped the strange creature on the third floor capture people. I'm already looking forward to Su Xiao's Elder performance. It's definitely going to be spectacular. At the same time, Zhu Tai, after returning to the first floor, was approached by a staff member in black uniform. He cautiously asked, "What do you want?" The staff member in black smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry, we know you're a good person, and we have 2 items for you." The viewers were puzzled. What? Why are they giving things only to Zhu Tai? Could it be because Zhu Tai just went down the left path? It's very likely. Keep watching. The staff member in black said, "These are the eyes of a black cat, you will need them at some point." Zhu Tai took them with one hand and said, "Ah, thank you." The staff member in black also handed him an envelope or something. In addition, this is the document of the child that the manager adopted. It clearly states the secret of the boy. Zhu Tai took it and held it, thinking deeply. The child adopted by the manager, could it be referring to the kid on the first floor? As Zhu Tai opened the document, he thought to himself, "Let's see what is recorded inside." According to the document, the child was actually found by the manager from a trash bin and brought home. The manager had devoted his whole life to doing good deeds. Most of his monthly salary was donated, leaving only a small amount to live on and to care for the child. He took very good care of the boy, feeding him spoonful by spoonful, and his gaze towards him was always filled with love. When the boy appeared, he was only 3 years old. However, because the child was still too young and lacked the ability to understand, he had no way to control or keep the boy from leaving. A thick black mist surrounded the boy. What is that? The manager anxiously protected the child and told him not to go over there. But no matter how hard the manager tried to get the child away, the boy stubbornly refused to leave. Even after they managed to escape outside, the boy still cried and ran back.
When the manager realized he was about to be consumed, he pushed the boy and said, "Go quickly."
"I can't go anymore. You must run."
But the boy turned around and said, "No, I don't want to go alone.
"I want you to come with me."
Perhaps this was the bond of family. Later, when the manager led the staff to confront it, the child was inadvertently caught in the process several times, as the dark aura spread throughout the exhibition hall. In the end, when the manager realized he could no longer fight against it, he somehow found a way to temporarily suppress it by sacrificing himself. The Pow aura surrounded him, and he appeared to have lost his soul. The manager disappeared forever, leaving the museum and the child in the hands of the remaining staff. The child was deeply saddened and stubbornly kept knocking on the door. "No, don't leave me." Afterward, although it was suppressed, the museum fell into a strange state. No one could leave, as if some force was controlling the place, including Pow and the child.
Gradually, everyone began to go mad.
As for the child, after being affected by it for such a long time, he eventually became the way he is now.
After reading through the document, Ju Tai sighed and said,
"So that's how it was. Both the manager and the child are pitiful." The staff member in black spoke up, "But sometimes the child would be awake. Just now, the eyes I showed you were the ones the child gave me when he was conscious. I'm handing them to you now, hoping you can help us escape its control." Ju Tai smiled confidently, patted the black-clad staff member on the shoulder, made a gesture, and said, "Don't worry, I will talk to Su Xiao Elder.
He will definitely help everyone defeat it."
The man in the black shirt nodded, then on behalf of everyone, "I'll thank you in advance." Meanwhile, in the second-floor restroom, Ju Tai pointed at his reflection in the mirror, deep in thought.
"The elder didn't show up, neither did a D, so how am I supposed to tell them the news that I know?"
He was startled when he saw the reflection of a black cat appear behind him in the mirror.
When had it appeared? The black cat suddenly attacked, ferociously baring its teeth and lunging at Ju Tai.
He stumbled backward, shielding himself with his hands, closing his eyes and screaming, "Eh!"
At that moment, the cat's two eyes flew out.
Even with his eyes shut, he kept waving his hands and shouting, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The cat was sniffing the two eyes that had fallen to the ground earlier. Ju Tai then cautiously opened his eyes, looking at the cat with fear.
"Huh, it really didn't kill me?" The black cat suddenly regained its eyes from earlier.
It silently stared at him before turning and striding away. Ju Tai breathed a sigh of relief.
"Phew, alive?"
"Alive," the onlookers replied, feeling the tension.
That was too close. Ju Tai almost got eliminated by that black cat.
From the situation earlier, it was clear that the black cat attacked Ju Tai to retrieve its eyes, and once it got them back, it did nothing more.
Could those eyes be useless?
According to the rules of this strange world, they surely couldn't be useless.
Let's wait and see.
Surely, it is the beginning of something. A D was now following the guiding fish, and he seemed confused as he asked the fish, "Hey fish, you said the map is with the black cat and that the black cat might be hiding on the third floor.
I want to ask you, how do you know all this?"
The fish, frustrated, replied, "I'm just guessing."
A D crossed his arms and interrogated it, "Guessing? I feel like you're lying."
"Think carefully before you speak, or I won't go with you to the third floor."
The fish looked at a D, grinned cunningly, and answered, "Don't you want to miss the chance to escape from the museum?" The viewers continued to speculate.
A D must have used his infinite deduction ability to subtly realize that the fish wasn't a good one.
Were all the things it said untrue? Then why didn't a D refuse the fish outright and instead continue to play along?
Saying that, a D sat down on the steps, glanced at the fish, smirked, and said, "Well, we're already in the museum. If we can't find the way out, at least we'll stay here and deal with it with the staff."
Upon hearing this, the fish became panicked. "Deal with it? Are you crazy?"
The viewers were growing more and more curious. I had a feeling and was deceiving the fish, as if he wanted to get something from it. Good heavens, even someone as honest as An had started learning how to trick others. I couldn't wait to see if the fish would fall for it. And looked at the fish and said firmly, I'm not crazy. And I'm not afraid to tell you, I've actually figured out how to deal with it, so I'm really confident that this time I can completely eliminate its influence.
It was surprised to hear him say that and immediately asked to probe. What? You found a way to completely destroy it? What is it? Tell me, quickly.
Adi looked at the fish seriously and said, I can't tell you the method, but I've shared it with an employee on the first floor. I'm sure they'll start taking action soon. It quickly spoke up.
What? You've already told the employee on the first floor to prepare to act?
Then it started to spin around, jumping up and down, shouting. No, my friend, we need to stop the museum staff from acting.
If they make it to the third floor, I won't be able to get out anymore.
Adi showed a resigned expression, clapped his hands, and said, if we can't get out, then we'll die together. Anyway, I've already seen through life and death.
The fish yelled, you can't be this negative. Think about your family, can you really bear to see them suffer because of you? Adi furrowed his brow. Then what do you think we should do right now?
It spoke in a calm tone, it's very simple, you stop those employees, then come with me to the third floor to find the black cat and get the map. He scratched his chin, hesitant. It seems like it wouldn't be good to go back on my word like this.
It'll definitely raise their suspicions. How about you go down to the first floor and stop them instead?
He hurriedly declined, I can't, absolutely cannot go down to the first floor. Then, Adi pretended to sulk as he leaned on the railing of the stairs and said, if you're not going, then I won't either. I think I might as well just sit here and wait for death. The fish looked at his appearance, thought for a long time, and couldn't believe that this guy was so determined to die.
Moreover, he wanted to drag it into the mess with him.
It couldn't show mercy for everything that had happened. It then descended a few steps, turned around, and seriously told Adi, fine, I'll go look for someone to clear things up. You wait here for me, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be back quickly, he happily waved at it, then said, oh, the person is watching and discussing.
Turns out and wants to trick the fish into going down to the first floor.
If he does that to the cat, he definitely won't be gentle with the fish either.
And wants the bizarre creatures to annihilate each other, ha-dee-dee?
This fish really had been tricked in. He sat and watched it gradually disappear into the distance. Holding the frog balloon, he pressed himself against the corner of the wall, secretly watching the fish and saw it transform into a human figure, with a fish head. Adi smirked, then said, you all keep butting heads, I'll continue to enjoy my speculations. Then he thought, he should leave the frog balloon nearby, in case a bizarre creature interfered while he was lost in his infinite speculations. One of the results of such endless thinking, he imagined himself surrounded by a stream of dark power, with chains around his neck.
Hey, whose voice echoes from that stream of black air? Do humans still wish to confront me? Just imagining it sends a chill down my spine.
He muttered, terrifying, so terrifying. I never expected that after being trapped in there for so long, it could still easily kill me.
Even more surprising, the balloon beside me couldn't block its perception.
The blind cat, the missing eyes.
These are the key points.
I must figure out how to find those eyes. Then, Adi closed his eyes, one hand pressed against the wall to feel his way, the other using his innate ability. His spirit was drained, and his infinite deduction was no longer usable. He could only rely on himself to search for those eyes. Suddenly, the blind cat appeared behind him, which puzzled Adi. He turned his head and looked around, only to see that it was all covered in Pau's black hair. Calmly, he looked at it and said, don't try to scare me. I know that as long as I don't break the taboos, you won't be able to kill me.
The cat, enraged, stood on end, meow. Adi continued, how about this, we make a deal.
I'll help you find your eyes, and in return, you won't have to continue helping that stupid fish anymore. If it weren't for it, you probably wouldn't have ended up in this situation.
The blind cat spoke cautiously, meow. Are you saying that fish turned me into this?
He honestly replied to the blind cat, I saw through infinite deduction that both you and the fish serve it. But that fish has always opposed you. At first, the fish lured the child upstairs, leading to your eyes being blinded by the boy. Later, it even took all the credit from you and falsely accused you of hiding the map for yourself. The cat, startled, exclaimed, "What?" D looked at the black cat, giving a bitter smile. If I had a teammate like that, I would have sold them out long ago. Because a teammate like that is unreliable. The blind cat became extremely angry, shouting, "Meow, I have to kill it. I want to tear that stupid fish apart." Then, D placed a hand on his chest and decisively looked at the black cat, saying, "Don't worry, I know you're afraid of the child, so you can't go down to the first floor. I can bring the fish up here and even help you get your eyes back. Just wait for me." The cat replied, "Okay. It's a deal." His footsteps descended the stairs, reaching the first floor of the museum. A staff member in black clothing, holding the half-dead fish, approached D and said, "Dear guest, as soon as the fish reached the first floor, the child exposed its true identity and almost killed it. We managed to stop that, and now we're handing it over to you. I believe you can do it. You can lead us out of this." He placed his hands in his pockets and said, "Thank you, I'll do my best." After handing the fish to D, the staff member also gave him 3 other items: a lunchbox, documents about the child, and the cat's eyes. He hugged the fish and belongings and turned to leave. D, while eating, read through the documents about the child. After his spirits had somewhat recovered, he slowly made his way back to the second floor. On the second floor of the museum, D threw the fish onto the stairs and tossed the cat's eyes at it, saying, "I brought this for you." The fish spoke, "What's going on? Wasn't that human supposed to bring me up to the second floor to save me?" The cat took the eyes and inserted them into its own eye sockets. After the cat restored its eyes, its face became grim and cold, saying, "Meow, I have to kill you. You brainless, idiotic teammate." The fish nervously looked at the black cat and spoke, "What? What do you want to do? We're on the same side. You can't believe the lies of that human." Without hesitation, the black cat leapt up and fiercely scratched the fish's face. The fish cried out in pain, "Eh." The fish died and disintegrated into a pile of mushy paper. Beneath it, something was there. D quickly picked it up, his voice anxious, "What is this?" "It's the map of the museum." The cat, standing behind, fluffed its fur in anger. "Give it back to me." He placed one hand on his hip, holding the map up in front of the black cat provocatively, threatening, "You killed the fish, which means you've betrayed it. If you don't want to die here, then you'd better listen to what I say." The cat cursed him, "What? You despicable human, do you dare deceive me?" D answered leisurely, "Anyway, it's already happened. You should consider it yourself." The viewers couldn't help but marvel. That's insanely high quality. D not only tricked the fish but also the cat. Truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This scene, I'll call him a god. The cat quickly responded, "Alright, I'll cooperate with you." Meanwhile, at Luke T Nation A, the black cat watched him, fur bristling in caution. "What do you, a human, want to do?" His face twisted into a wicked grin. The viewers commented, "Damn, Lucas is crazier than we imagined." He picked up a knife and spoke. "By killing you, I won't have to face the dilemma of making a choice. Don't be afraid, kitten, I'll only make it hurt a lot." The black cat turned and fled, muttering, "Don't get involved, don't get involved." Luke stood behind, chuckling coldly, then threw a card at the black cat, who was smugly trying to escape. "Dream on." The card sliced through the black cat's tail, pinning it to the ground. It cried out in pain. Lucas walked up, raised the knife, and his shadow loomed over the black cat. He gave a sinister smile and softly uttered terrifying words. "Just accept the surgery quietly. I promise you'll die in the most excruciating way." The cat, unable to escape, could only helplessly plead. "This human is insane, someone help." Suddenly, the fish appeared behind Lucas, blocking him.
Hey, human, don't be so heartless. Only later could they joyfully meet again.
He still wore that smile as he walked away. Then he turned his head and looked at the fish with a crazed and deadly look, speaking, "Meeting again, I can tell you really want to meet God, don't you?" Afterward, he rushed toward the fish like a madman. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you meet God right now." The fish was startled and panicked.
Damn it, why does this human bite everyone he meets? Truly a madman through and through.
"Black cat, the mess you've created, clean it up yourself and stop him." The black cat had already removed the card from its tail. It then threw the card away and quickly turned to leave, abandoning the fish.
"I don't have time to stop him."
Hesitating in front, the fish, though grateful, was still frustrated and angrily cursed the black cat. "Damned, you're truly a heartless, cruel, blind cat without faith." The fish screamed in fear and fled into the darkness.
Lucas was chasing it as well. The onlookers began to talk. "Oh, do you think the fish will escape?" "Probably.
They're hiding in the shadows, Lucas won't find them." Hiding in the shadows now might just give them a chance. From what I see, once Lucas goes mad, he stops thinking. He probably won't go deep into the circle. At the same time, Su Xiao went up to the third floor with the fish and received a reminder from a senior in Dragon Country. The reminder appeared saying the map was in the fish's belly. Su Xiao froze for a moment after reading it, then looked at the fish that was calmly leading the way. He thought to himself, "This fish is really something, stealing and shouting at the same time, but I still have to keep it so it can cooperate with me later." Excitedly, he told the fish, "Open the door, I'm eager to meet the manager." As soon as the fish touched the door, a strong pulling force ensnared it. Then, both the fish and Su Xiao were sucked into the door and fell to the floor. The fish approached the table with the green candlelight, knelt respectfully, and said, "Master, I have brought the person here. I have helped you screen him. He is definitely a handsome body, so perfect it almost seems unreal. The black cat is dead, killed by this human. When you return, I believe you will be completely freed from its control." Su Xiao felt puzzled. The master, was it the fish who was calling itself the master, or was it the manager? It had lied to him at first, so who was the real master now? Then, the two candles on the table went out, leaving only smoke rising. Looking at the hair and clothing, it was the manager, but now just a skeleton, no longer with flesh. Two blue flames floated around. The figure sat back in the chair, watching the fish with satisfaction. "Well done. Both of your rewards belong to you. Once I can take control of the museum again, I'll give you even more powerful, strange abilities." He raised his hand to signal the fish. "Hurry and perform the body swap ritual, let this fresh body become part of me." The fish responded, "Yes, master." It looked at Su Xiao with annoyance and said, "Humans are so foolish. I never imagined that just a few words from me could make you spin around in circles. As expected, apart from my master, all humans are a bunch of imbeciles." Su Xiao crossed his arms, sitting cross-legged on the chair, and calmly spoke, "Humans like you. Looks like your master is also a human." The fish awkwardly drummed its fins and said, "Don't say such useless things, quickly become part of the master." Su Xiao scoffed and replied, "Salted fish is still salted fish. I purposely came here with you, and you still think you've tricked me? Let me give you a slap." He sneered in disdain, then raised his hand and slapped the fish on the face, making it hurt. The fish sat there on the floor, crying, "I was wrong, human. I shouldn't have brought you here. I shouldn't have let him charm me." Su Xiao looked at it seriously and said, "Then tell me, what exactly is your master?" I'll tell you, he's actually the manager." While the fish was speaking, a figure appeared behind it. The figure angrily shouted, "Few successes, many failures go die." The manager then struck, killing the fish in the shock of the moment. The viewers in the comments said, "WTF?" The map inside the fish's stomach was torn apart, no longer usable. Don't panic, I believe Su Xiao Elder can get through even without the map.
He angrily glared at Su Xiao, that damn bastard. Then, he rushed towards him, not expecting that he was also planning to help him deal with me. All of you have been deceived by him, he is the real mastermind. Foolish, you are all so foolish. Su Xiao calmly spoke, do you dare to insult me? You'll get a taste of your own medicine. He then grew enraged, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at him, commanding, Black General, send the doll in. He was startled and panicked, a freak, damn it, I didn't expect you to bring another freak into the museum. At the table, 2 candles suddenly released a green aura. He stood in the midst of the black mist, his face reflecting the green light, shouting, no, they don't belong here. Su Xiao was stunned as a book suddenly opened before him, huh? What's this? On the page, words appeared, I think the biggest mistake I ever made was coming to this museum with my older brother to take up a position. My brother is the manager of the museum, and I'm just a regular, lowly employee. But the relationship between my brother and I is very good. He often takes care of me, and I feel that being an ordinary employee is a very happy thing. At least I don't have to work as hard as my brother. I get along well with my colleagues too. The manager brought food to his younger brother, eat, I'll add some chicken drumsticks for you. The younger brother of the manager happily accepted it. Thank you. Recently, my older brother has been secretly doing something. He often goes out, and moreover, he goes out many times. The younger brother, seeing his older brother leaving, asked, why did you leave the museum? Through the staff members at the museum, I later learned that my brother has been doing charity work and some other meaningful activities. I am very happy to have a brother like him. His image is quiet and great. The younger brother asked the staff, and they said, the manager has been busy with charity work lately, that's why he's been so occupied. The younger brother replied, so that's how it is. No wonder he's such a great guy. Today, my brother brought home a child. He said, I found this child in a trash bin, and after seeing how pitiful he is, I wanted to adopt him. I agreed with my brother's decision. My respect for him grew even deeper. My older brother was holding the child in his arms, looking at me and smiling as he said, I adopted this child, so from now on, you officially have a new role. The number of times my brother went out increased, and the child he adopted was slowly growing up. But strangely, despite my brother buying the child a lot of nourishing food, the child's complexion remained very pale. I felt that the child lacked the vitality that a living person should have. Today, I couldn't hold back and secretly took the child to the hospital. The test results shocked me. The doctor diagnosed the child as being anemic, or even suffering from severe and abnormal anemia. I noticed several needle marks on the child's hands. I suspect that the younger brother seems to have blood drawn every day, and at the same time, while the blood is being drawn, someone else's blood is being transfused into him. The younger brother, who was holding the child, was startled when he heard this. What? The doctor said this has been going on for at least 2 years. The younger brother, holding the child and the test results in his hand, was shaken. 2 years? Could it have been caused by my brother? Did he do this to the child? I directly questioned my older brother, but he claimed that he had no knowledge of it. The younger brother, holding the child, angrily said, fine, I'll assume you really didn't know, but I can't let you continue raising the child. From today on, I'll raise him. The older brother, irritated, turned his back, do whatever you want. The child became more and more dependent on me, gradually seeing me as his brother. The younger brother looked at the child clinging to him with a gentle gaze and thought to himself, this is only natural. My brother and I are twins, and we often get mistaken for each other. Recently, a series of strange and inexplicable events had been happening at the museum. At night, I saw a blind cat walking around on the second floor, and there was also a talking fish. All these events were incredibly bizarre. The younger brother was terrified when he witnessed these phenomena. Oh my God, what are these 2 creatures? Not long after, even more strange incidents occurred in the museum. Display cabinets suddenly shattered. Some visitors who went up to the second floor disappeared up there. The younger brother discovered footprints on the floor and immediately wondered, why have these footprints suddenly disappeared? Where did they all go? The number of missing tourists is increasing day by day. I can't help but suspect my older brother, the manager, because he's the one who started all these strange events. The younger brother stood at the stairway leading to the third floor, wondering if he should go up and ask his brother, who was in his office on the third floor. Tonight, I gathered all my courage and went up to the third floor. In my brother's office, I witnessed a scene I would never forget. The younger brother stood outside the door, shocked to see his older brother covered in blood. He asked, "Brother, what? What have you done? How did it come to this?" My brother had turned into a monster disguised as a human. He was gradually losing his sanity, wanting to control the entire museum, turning everyone into his puppets. Everyone was trapped inside the museum, unable to escape, unable to touch the doors, unable to struggle. The younger brother trembled with fear, hiding from his older brother, who was hunting him down by the corner of the wall. The older brother laughed evilly and said, "Little brother, come out. You can't leave the museum anymore. Sooner or later, I'll find you." I tried to lead the staff to fight back together. The corrupted older brother told them, "Stop struggling in vain. You can't do anything to me." But in terms of the power of that strange object, our resistance was like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart, it posed no threat at all. But fortunately, my older brother still harbored some old feelings and didn't kill me. Only the younger brother was left barely hanging on, the rest were all dead. In order to stop my older brother, I had no choice but to take a desperate risk and swapped my blood with the little boy's. The younger brother helplessly apologized to him, "I'm sorry, this is the only way I could think of." Sure enough, I had obtained that strange power. This power was something I couldn't control. My body was rotting from the inside, on the verge of becoming the second monster in the museum. But before that happened, I still had time. The younger brother had made up his mind. "Brother, I don't want you to continue making mistakes. I will definitely stop you." The red flames were gradually burning the paper with a few lines written on it. "Brother, please forgive me. I can't stand by and watch you destroy the thing you treasure most. You might just be lost, but I must correct you." The onlookers, confused, commented, "Is that it? Didn't the fish earlier say that the strange object appeared on its own, and the manager was infected with the disease, which is why it became strange? Who is telling the truth?" The comments from other viewers appeared, and it was clear that the brother was telling the truth. Everything the fish had said earlier was just a lie to lure players into going to the third floor. So that's how it was. It turns out this manager is really despicable, doing all this just to gain power, turning the museum into this state. The manager looked at Su Xiao, sighed, and spoke, "I believe that after reading this diary, you've already figured out who I am. My brother lost his way, and as his younger sibling, I just didn't want to see him make more and more mistakes." Su Xiao, holding the diary, looked at him with confusion. "So, you are the manager's younger brother?" He immediately responded, "Of course, everything I've done is to stop my brother." Su Xiao squinted his eyes and smiled, then asked, "Stopping your brother isn't wrong, but there's something I don't understand. If this diary wasn't forged, what kind of mood were you in when you wrote it?" He firmly said, "Of course, I am angry and disgusted. I absolutely cannot forgive my brother's actions." He seriously observed him before commenting, "Well, it's obvious then. You're not the younger brother managing things, you're the manager of the museum." He asked, "How do you know?" Su Xiao raised his hand to his chin and looked at him with an expression as if seeing right through him, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, when you saw that I was carrying something unusual, you already knew that you were no match for me. So, you gave up the idea of taking over my body and instead pretended to be my younger brother to deceive me, using me to kill your brother." Su Xiao placed one hand on his hip and extended the other in front of him. He furrowed his brow as he stared at him, continuing, "But unfortunately, when I asked you about your feelings when writing that diary, your answer made me feel somewhat amused." The manager sneered and said, "Amused? What's so funny?"
That foolish younger brother of mine has been resisting me from the start.
Besides hating me, what other emotion could he possibly feel?
Su Shao spoke up, defending his brother. No, he has always loved you.
His actions in stopping you weren't to kill you, but to save you. The man laughed again, then looked at Su Shao and said, so what if that's the case? I no longer have any feelings for him. Kill me, I am no match for you. I admit defeat.
Su Shao glanced at him, turned to walk away, and said, I don't want to kill you just yet.
He asked, why?
Su Shao paused, looked at the manager, and smiled wickedly.
Want to know? Think for yourself. He fell silent and said nothing more. The viewers happily commented, Su Shao Elder is still as despicable as ever, the manager doesn't understand anything. Another viewer bluntly asked, why do you think he didn't kill him? I wonder too.
Another viewer speculated, I guess the elder thinks like this, anyway, he can kill him anytime, so let's spare his life for now and see what the younger brother will say.
Being thorough will make it easier to score the maximum points. Another viewer commented, that makes sense.
Su Shao turned to look at the doll behind him, waved his hand, and said, Doll, keep an eye on the manager.
Don't let him play any tricks. Black General, go check around and see if there are any useful clues.
The doll nodded, and Black General spoke, understood. Then, the doll approached the manager and kept a watchful eye on him, while Black General went around, checking every nook and cranny in the room. Su Shao watched with satisfaction. A few minutes later, Black General used his shape-shifting octopus beard to hand Su Shao some documents and a bunch of keys. He took the keys with a satisfied expression and said, the B handbook and 3 keys? Not bad, there are quite a few clues in this office, huh? Su Shao, feeling smug, turned and said, Doll, come with me to the 1st and 2nd floors to search for other clues. Black General, you stay here and keep an eye on him. Don't let him pull any tricks. Receiving the order, the Black General sat at the feet of the manager, wagging his tail, while the doll followed him. The manager stood still, silently thinking, damn it, and yet it didn't kill me. Su Shao picked up the notebook B from earlier and read it carefully. It stated the following. Taboo 12, the Wax Museum is an extremely dangerous place, you should not go in there looking for it. Taboo 13, if you unfortunately enter the Wax Museum and get trapped inside, remain absolutely silent, do not make any sounds. Taboo 14, in the Wax Museum, there are wax statues arranged in various forms, all modeled after real people. Their eyes cannot move, and their bodies cannot move either. Taboo 15, when the wax statues are staring at you, make sure you are also staring directly into their eyes. Do not close your eyes, or something incredibly terrifying will happen. Taboo 16, there are no wax statues resembling human skeletons in the Wax Museum. If you see one, quickly leave the museum. Taboo 17, the Wax Museum has no exit. Taboo 11 in Notebook A, if you follow all the above taboos and finish touring the museum, congratulations. You may safely leave the museum through the entrance. Su Shao coldly closed Notebook B and murmured to himself, Notebook B emphasizes the Wax Museum. It seems Taboo 11 in Notebook A is the wrong taboo. The exit of the museum is likely related to the Wax Museum, or might even be inside the Wax Museum itself. At this moment, a D was tricking the black cat into following him up to the 3rd floor. Moreover, before going up to the 3rd floor, a D had used his heavenly reasoning several times. He furrowed his brows, watching the cat climb the stairs, deep in thought. Wait a moment, after we get up there, I just need to follow the most accurate deduction to successfully retrieve the B notebook and the 3 keys. Once inside the office, a D quickly found the B notebook and the keys, and used the black cat as a decoy to safely escape from the 3rd floor. While the manager was busy killing the cat, he stealthily grabbed the notebook and keys, then made his getaway. On Lucas' side, the black cat and the fish were still alive, hiding in a dark corner, observing as Lucas went up on his own. On the 3rd floor, his face was still full of confidence, grinning with satisfaction. The fish and the black cat watched him walk calmly, without a hint of fear, and began to discuss. The fish said, Look at that, the crazy guy is voluntarily going up to the 3rd floor, he doesn't even need us to lure him in.
He really is insane. The black cat responded.
Suddenly, the fish puffed up angrily, pointing at the cat and yelling, "Oh my god, I almost forgot, you stupid cat betrayed me earlier. I haven't settled the score with you yet." The cat puffed up its fur and, with all its might, said, "Don't blame me." Then, the fish lashed out with its tail at the black cat. It furiously said, "Watch my divine dragon strike." The black cat, being small, couldn't dodge. It struggled, but to no avail. It grumbled, "Damn it. How is it that a cat like me can't even beat a salted fish like you? This doesn't make sense." Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed. "You crazy bastard, you're a real lunatic from head to toe." The fish and the black cat were startled by the scream. They gaped and said in unison, "Why is the manager screaming like that?" The manager, terrified, hid behind his desk, peeking out to see Lucas screaming with a maniacal look in his eyes. "Manager, you madman, I already gave you the diary to read, why can't you just leave me alone?" Lucas, holding a small knife, looked at the manager with an excited, lunatic expression and said, "The most powerful freaks are the ones who can enchant the human heart. You should keep those words for God, because my responsibility is to bring you to meet him." At that moment, the fish and the black cat stood outside the door, hearing the manager's terrified screams and other noises coming from within. They were worried about him but too scared to go inside. The fish anxiously asked the black cat, "Should we go in and save the master? We believe the master won't blame us, right?" The black cat hesitated before replying, "I agree." Suddenly, the manager was thrown out of the room, the door crashing open. He screamed for help, and the fish and the black cat, terrified by the sight, both exclaimed in unison, "How scary!" The master was so frightened that he had to run out of his office? The manager, furious, stood in front of the fish and the black cat, yelling, "You useless idiots! I told you to find a suitable body for me, and you went and found me a crazy person. You're bringing this name here to test me, aren't you? Who can withstand this kind of test?" The fish and the black cat spoke fearfully together. "Sorry, master, we didn't." Lucas suddenly appeared with a small knife in hand, his face full of murderous intent, looking fierce and menacing, and spoke, "Don't run, no matter what, you won't escape." Both the manager and the fish were terrified of him. Then, the manager suddenly threw the fish and the black cat towards Lucas, saying, "You two hold off this madman for me." They were caught off guard and couldn't react in time, screaming. Lucas decisively slashed the fish and the black cat in half right in front of him, causing him to angrily exclaim. At this point, it seemed that Lucas had already conquered the sword world supreme before the manager. He looked like a demon, a murderous aura radiating from him, staring at him. "You have no way out. If I'm not wrong, you won't be able to leave the third floor." The manager, panicked and not knowing what to do, could only weakly say, Don't come any closer." The knife moved steadily forward, and at this moment, it seemed anything but small. Lucas, holding the small knife, stopped right in front of the manager's neck, who was sweating profusely in fear. The onlookers suddenly wondered, "Huh? Why did Lucas suddenly stop?" The manager also asked Lucas, Why did you stop?" Then, Lucas retracted his hand, looked at the manager with a calm expression, and said, "I suddenly calmed down and no longer want to kill you. Keeping you alive might be useful later." On the second day, after finishing breakfast, Su Xiao entered the bathroom on the second floor and stood in front of the mirror. This time, it seemed like all the surviving contestants had gathered here. A Sangue, Savatica, and Nationo appeared, stunned, in the mirror. Su Xiao tilted his head and expressed his thoughts. "I'll start with my speculation. The black cat and the fish tried to lure us to the third floor. This suggests that the rules don't force us to go up there. So, the museum mentioned in the manager's journal seems like another level of the game. You can go there, or you don't have to. The system displayed Forbidden Handbook 11. If you strictly follow the taboos and fully explore the museum, then congratulations, you will be able to safely exit the museum. The main door of the museum is the exit." Su Xiao continued. Therefore, I speculate that it's not necessary to follow the taboos in Handbook B, which means that Forbidden Handbook 11 in Handbook A is probably correct. Those who haven't reached the third floor, as well as those who haven't gone up there yet, might be able to pass through by this method. Savatika, hearing him speak, wore a serious expression and called out to him. Elder, I haven't gone to the third floor, and I haven't violated any taboos. So why hasn't the notification to pass through gone off yet? Su Xiao rested his chin in his hand, looking at him, and said, If I'm not mistaken, you must have missed an important piece of information, which is to find the missing exhibit and place it back in its original spot. Savatika nodded seriously and responded to him. Su Xiao Elder is absolutely right. I really haven't found the missing display item yet. Can you tell me if there are any clues about the display item on the third floor? Before Savatika could hear Su Xiao's response, the mirrors around him suddenly cracked and lost connection with everyone. Oh my, what's happening? The audience feels sorry for you. Such a pity. Savatika almost heard the hint from Su Xiao Elder. He guessed that in this strange world, trickery like this was not allowed. He recalled that Minister Han had also come earlier because he wanted Su Xiao Elder to remind him, but in the end, he only received false information. On Su Xiao's side, he was instructing Adi, don't expect to get any answers by talking here. Even if we do get an answer, it might not necessarily be the correct one. From now on, we'll communicate with our eyes. Adi responded seriously, understood. Zhu Tai voiced his concern, can we really understand each other by communicating with our eyes? Gon hesitantly said, yeah, what can eyes even express? Zhen scratched his head and said, well, let's just give it a try. If we still don't understand, we'll just have to rely on ourselves. After trying various methods, Su Xiao and Adi quickly managed to communicate smoothly. However, Zhu Tai, Gon, and Zhen, despite squinting and furrowing their brows, couldn't understand each other at all. Su Xiao winked at Adi. Adi raised his hand, signaling that he understood. The other three people were still flailing their arms and twitching their eyes. 10 minutes later, after Su Xiao and Adi finished their conversation, the mirror was also broken. Continuing to communicate this way was no longer possible. Zhu Tai, feeling frustrated, scratched his head and sighed. Unable to communicate with anyone, he had no choice but to follow Su Xiao Elder's advice. He decided to search for the missing display item, to see if it could be retrieved first. Suddenly, the fish and the black cat entered, startling him. The fish spoke up, I heard everything you all said just now. You want to leave the museum, right? It's simple. Just follow us up to the third floor. There's a way to escape there, the black cat said. Zhu Tai skeptically asked, you want me to go to the third floor with you? But according to what Su Xiao Elder said earlier, the third floor is definitely dangerous, and warned people like me, who are likely to get into trouble, not to go up there. Then, he angrily and fiercely pointed at the black cat's face, shouting loudly, you want to trick me into going to the third floor, huh? I'm not going anywhere. This is clearly a scam. Black cat, I wasted my time helping you find your eyes, and now you want to team up with them to harm me? The black cat awkwardly spoke, I. Then, as the black cat jumped up and broke the mirror, it said, I'm helping you. Behind the mirror, there was a human skeleton, and the black cat was looking for something. Zhu Tai, seeing this, was stunned and exclaimed, damn, there's a body hidden behind the mirror. A moment later, the black cat chewed on the plate, then turned to look at him. Zhu Tai furrowed his brows and stared at the black cat, asking, huh? Where did you get this plate? Could this be the missing item? The onlookers took turns discussing. The good person must be blessed, it wasn't in vain that Zhu Tai searched for its eyes, but the fish was still watching from the side. The black cat handed the item to Zhu Tai, could it be trusted? If it were a trap, wouldn't that mean disaster? The black cat continued chewing on the plate and said, we're even. Zhu Tai knelt down, looking at it, wondering to himself whether he should trust it. What if it was lying? If he accepted the plate from the black cat, what if it yelled, you damn blind cat, do you dare help him?
Don't forget what the master instructed us. The black cat glanced warily at the fish, then told Zhu Tai, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run." Zhu Tai's face showed determination. "Forget it, I'll trust it this time." With that, he grabbed the plate, his expression serious as he ran off, while the fish and the black cat continued to fight each other. The fish angrily shouted, "Damn blind cat, are you serious? If so, don't blame me for not being polite." The black cat responded, "If you're not polite, then I'm not either." The onlookers commented, "It seems like the cat really is helping Zhu Tai." Anyway, Zhu Tai has decided to trust the cat, so we'll just have to wait and see if he makes it through. A little while later, Zhu Tai carefully and cautiously placed the plate into the display case, to the astonished gaze of the security guards. The security guard spoke up, puzzled. He found the disc again. "Does that mean we're saved?" Then, the disc was placed neatly, emitting a beam of blue light. The security guard exclaimed in joy, "The barrier at the door has disappeared, we can go outside now." The other staff members were equally as thrilled. Zhu Tai said in disbelief, "I never expected the black cat would really help me. It's a good thing I chose to trust it." But as the security guard was walking out the door, he bumped into something that looked like a transparent green glass blocking the way. Another security guard asked, "What's going on? Why can't we still get out?" Zhu Tai explained to them, "I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to complete the task on the third floor. I can only protect myself. I chose the early exit." The security guard responded with a disappointed tone, "So that's it. Looks like we can't leave here after all." Zhu Tai, feeling emotional, covered his face with his hands and said, "I'm truly sorry, everyone." A staff member behind him spoke up, "Go ahead. Perhaps this is the final outcome for the museum." The security guard patted his shoulder comfortingly, saying, "We'll hold our ground here and fight it to the end." The system panel displayed a message, "Go home and celebrate the new year." Zhu Tai, in sadness, let a stream of tears fall and muttered, "Everyone hoped I could return." Then, he waved goodbye to them, "Goodbye. Take care, everyone." They waved their hands and replied to him, "Same to you. Wish you a happy new year." The viewers couldn't help but feel moved by this situation. "I'm crying. I've cried like a waterfall, everyone. I really wish they could go out and celebrate the new year too." The system continuously displayed notifications. "This is not the true ending. Know your place. Weakness and cowardice may help you survive longer, but only a little longer. Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the museum evaluation with 1 star. The 1-star rating follows the rule of 1 star. Reminder, passing with 1 star will not grant any rewards." Zhu Tai stood there, intently listening to the system notifications. Meanwhile, the viewers took turns commenting. "Only 1 star? I'm fine with 1 star, as long as he can survive and come back. Even with 1 star, I still admire him. Well said, no matter what, Zhu Tai is our hero. People from Dragon Country never abandon any of their citizens." While Zhu Tai had passed the game, Gone from America had also arrived at the second-floor restroom. He slung his hammer over his shoulder, stood before the mirror, and began to think. "Last night, I used my night watch ability to gather clues. To get more evaluations, I need to smash all the mirrors in the second-floor restroom." Then he spoke aloud, "Even though I don't know why I have to do this, the information I gathered with my ability can't be false." The black cat and fish stood outside the door, looking at him, asking, "What are you going to do, human? Are you crazy?" The black cat glanced at Gon and asked. "I'm not crazy," Gon replied. "I have to smash all the mirrors here. Besides, I'm sure I'm not violating any taboos. You guys can't stop me." After saying that, he grabbed a hammer and smashed all the mirrors inside. The mirror shards flew everywhere, and the black cat screamed in terror. "Ah, you damn human, are you serious?" After finishing, Gon held the hammer in one hand and wiped the sweat from his brow with the other,
staring blankly at the bodies falling from the broken mirrors, scattered across the floor.
The fish, standing outside the door, told the black cat, "Quick, let's go, we have to go back now."
The black cat spoke up, those terrifying humans.
It was then that Gon reacted, "Oh my god, what? What are these? These strange things?"
Yeah,
Gon replied, and then a voice echoed, one he hadn't noticed before. "Ah, finally free, I can move freely now."
Gon picked up the missing objects and said, "The lost exhibits.
I must find the missing exhibits quickly.
The night guard had told me it was here." Laughter echoed from somewhere behind him, and the person joyfully lifted the missing jar, saying, "Found it.
The museum can't stay for long, I must leave quickly."
Behind him, something said, "Don't go, stop." When Gon placed the vase into the display case, the system displayed a message. "Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the 2-star museum evaluation round. Explanation of the evaluation: 1 star is awarded for following the rule of giving 1 star, and another star is given for solving the puzzle behind the mirror on the second floor." At the moment Zhu Tai and Gon passed, the sound of 2 eliminated contestants echoed throughout the earth. They were in pain and terrified as they were swallowed by the strange object. The system displayed a line of text: "Contestants Asangwa Sabatica and contestant Jen have been swallowed by the strange object. The countdown for the strange world begins, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Viewers panicked and commented, "What's going on? Why were they eliminated? Didn't they both find the display item and put it back into the glass case?"
Another viewer speculated, "Actually, when Gon broke all the mirrors in the bathroom, I noticed one detail. The items hidden there weren't just the display item, but many other things as well." Relying on the guidance of his innate talent, Su Xiao had chosen the correct display item. On the other hand, Sabatica and Jen didn't have the help of the black cat or the guidance of their innate talent, so the item they found wasn't the display item. Such a pity, they had a chance to survive. On Su Xiao's side, he was walking around with the doll, examining things. He thought that the most unusual thing about the entire strange museum was these doors.
Could it be that the key found in the director's office is for opening the right door? But there are at least 10 doors here, which one is the right one?
Su Xiao picked up the diary and began searching through it intently. The previous diary of the monster's director had helped him figure out that the fish was lying, but he could still accompany it. This time, he decided to try reading the predictions. One part of it read, "The mirrors left behind, the corpses forgotten."
Su Xiao felt puzzled and spoke aloud, "Mirrors and corpses?"
He stared at the item in his hand, thinking. Last time, the fish had mentioned that there were corpses behind the mirrors.
He thought it was simply a way to hide dead bodies.
The system then displayed a notification: "The monster director's diary has been used up, it is about to dissipate, only a small bit of light remains." He continued to ponder, but combining this prediction with the one in the director's diary, he guessed that the mirrors in the second floor restroom were not just used to conceal corpses but might hold some important clue. Then, he smirked and, turning to leave, looked at the doll and said, "Let's go.
Come with me to the restroom."
The doll nodded in agreement. In the second floor restroom, Su Xiao firmly issued an order: "Doll, smash all the mirrors for me."
Without hesitation, it raised its fist and prepared to strike.
It then punched the mirror with force, causing it to shatter. The shards scattered, and behind the broken mirror was a human skeleton. Behind the 2 newly discovered skeletons, a shadow with glowing red eyes emerged. Su Xiao furrowed his brows and speculated, "These dark shadows are the resentment of the corpses."
Could it be that these mirrors were not only used to hide the bodies but also to trap the resentment?
Now that the mirrors are shattered, the resentment has escaped.
Looks like there's something interesting to watch.
Next, the dark shadows, thick with resentment, slowly floated out of the mirror. The shadow spoke, "Revenge, we must take revenge."
Su Xiao stood watching them and muttered to himself, "The corpses were employees of the museum. If I'm not mistaken, they were all killed by the manager.
Now, they will likely head to the 3rd floor to take revenge on the manager." He then placed one hand on his chin and the other in his pocket, staring at the corpses of the victims piled on top of each other. He spoke aloud, "Luckily, I left Black General behind to keep an eye on the manager. If the manager is killed by this resentment, it will be very hard for me to get the maximum rating." He turned to the others and said, "Doll, White Bear, help me move these bodies out into the hallway." They both replied in unison, "Okay." The onlookers were stunned as they saw the bodies arranged in a pattern and gasped, "Wow, look, the bodies can be arranged into words. Look, the bodies can be arranged into words."
Su Xiao read the message aloud, "Wax Museum 3810.
He seriously raised his hand to his chin and deduced, "This must refer to the red doors on the second floor, rooms 3, 8, and 10. The keys found in the manager's office are all identical. It also means that out of the 3 doors, only one is correct. There are only 3 opportunities to open a door, but each wrong choice will come with a price." The audience continuously praised him. No wonder he was Su Xiao Elder. Finding crucial information, achieving the highest evaluation no longer seemed distant. Su Xiao held the keyring in front of room number 3, speaking with great confidence, "Let's open room number 3 first. After all, it doesn't matter if it's wrong. With the doll and the white bear to protect me, I'll be fine." Suddenly, a male staff member dressed in red appeared. He handed a piece of paper to Su Xiao and said, "Please wait a moment, sir. I advise you not to open these doors. I know you're in a hurry, but please try to calm down. This map of mine might be helpful to you." The Wax Museum was marked somewhere on the map. The forbidden rule 10 appeared: there is no wax museum in the museum. If a staff member suggests you go to the Wax Museum, don't listen to him. Su Xiao glanced at him, clearly frustrated. "Damn it, I really don't want to care about him, but since I have to break the rules, I can't just ignore him. What a spoilsport." Then, he nonchalantly spoke, "All right, let me see the map." He read the map, thinking to himself, "The back door is on the first floor, and the end point is on the 3rd floor. The secret door is in the office, but it really is a scam. I've already checked these 3 places. The Wax Museum is nonsense." He spoke up to persuade him. "The marked areas are the real ones. Absolutely don't try to open these doors. Trust me." Su Xiao silently loosened his grip, letting the paper fall to the ground. He still wanted to keep deceiving himself. He had already seen the map, and he had violated the rule of not paying attention to him. Then he chuckled, thinking to himself, "Now I'll show him." After that, he punched the man in the face and, with a sly grin, said, "Take a punch from me." The punch distorted his face, sending him falling backward. The male staff member who had been punched by Su Xiao started to tear up, feeling wronged as he covered his face. While leaving, he muttered, "I really deserve to die. I shouldn't have deceived the tourists. I really deserve to die." Su Xiao squinted, grinning as he teased him, "Go repent obediently, don't bother me with opening the door anymore." After Su Xiao's little scene, the senior officials of Grizzly Nation immediately sent a reminder to Adi. The reminder appeared on the screen, placing all the corpses in the bathroom on the floor, revealing important clues. Seeing this, he hurriedly started to arrange the corpses on the bathroom floor. But after and finished, he received different information from Su Xiao. He stood there reading the words and then deduced, "Wax Museum 357, could it be referring to the numbers on the 2nd floor, where there's a passage leading to the Wax Museum?" The viewers commented, saying, "The numbers of the 2 elders are completely different, this is a trap, it's really hard to guard against." Fortunately, the senior officials of Grizzly Nation were quick-witted not to tell Adi the room number, or else it would have been disastrous. After Adi discovered the clue, he arrived in front of the doors when suddenly, a staff member dressed in red appeared. He handed a piece of paper to Adi and smiled, saying, "Dear guest, please wait a moment. I strongly advise you not to open these doors. I know you're in a hurry, but please try to calm down. This map of mine may be helpful to you." The Wax Museum was located somewhere marked on the map. Adi ignored him and seriously thought about the staff member in red uniform. He had to think for a while. Then Adi used his infinite deductive ability. he shut his eyes, and his body began to glow. As a result of his deduction, a D did not listen to the staff member and beat him up.
The staff member cursed and was relentlessly beaten by a D.
"Here's your lie, I'll teach you a lesson for lying, I'll beat you to death." After that, something strange appeared, and a D used the frog balloon.
In the end, the balloon broke. He was lucky to escape death. The large black figure laughed wickedly and said, "I have to kill you."
A D, frightened, enveloped himself with the frog balloon and silently prayed, "Don't see me, don't see me." For the second deduction result, a D followed the staff member's advice and went to the spot marked on the third floor, but he died there, his face lying in a pool of blood, with an expression of unwillingness. For the third deduction result, a D ignored the staff member and opened rooms number 3 and 5, so he died. As soon as he opened the door, something engulfed him. No, the deduction result is 4.
A D opened door number 7 and stood outside, looking inside. He spoke, "It seems this is the door that leads to the wax museum."
A D ignored the staff's advice and opened door number 7. This time, he has made the right choice. A D was astonished, his balance faltered as he wavered in thought. In the end, he deduced the correct choice, but he felt that he had used his gift too many times. His mind now felt like it was starting to unravel. From now on, I need to limit my use of heaven's guidance and rely more on my own judgment. The staff member in red spoke up, trying to dissuade a D. "Sir, everything I've said is true.
You shouldn't open any of the doors here."
But he remained firm and approached door number 7, saying, "I'm not breaking any rules.
You can't stop me. Don't pick a fight with me."
At the same time, Lucas also received a reminder from the senior officials of Nation A. He had gathered useful information from the bodies in the restroom. He grinned maliciously, realizing that the key he had found could open these doors. He stood before the bodies arranged in a line, admiring the scene, truly a beautiful sight, one that leaves others in awe. When Lucas stood before the second floor room door, he also encountered the same staff member. The staff member handed him a map and said, "Sir, I strongly advise you not to try opening any of these doors."
Lucas smiled and replied, "Stop with that childish acting, do you think this will fool me?"
Then he took out a small knife, looked at the staff member, and grinned wickedly. "Since the moment you appeared, your identity was exposed, even what you were about to say." He then stabbed the staff member in the side, continuing, "I already understand everything in my heart." The staff member screamed in fear, "Crazy, crazy." The audience commented wildly, as the staff member rushed forward and was immediately stabbed in the waist.
"So cruel, so cruel. If I'm not mistaken, that surgical knife is slightly rusted, right? Doesn't that mean it's a tetanus shot in disguise?" After that, the red-clad staff member clutched his wound and frantically tried to flee. "Ah, don't kill me."
At that moment, Lucas excitedly watched him running away and said, "Don't run, you will pay dearly for your actions, give me your life, and I'll take good care of it for you." Then, Lucas, from behind, held the small knife and slashed at the staff member's neck, causing his head to fall from his body.
The audience commented, "Why are you messing with him? He's a madman." Well now, 1 stroke for tetanus, 2 strokes to meet his ancestors, and the upper floor wants to take an exam? Even this rhymes.
Lucas stood, looking at the staff member's lifeless body lying on the floor and said, "Death is the most elegant thing, especially when it happens at my hands."
You are truly very fortunate. The audience continued to comment, "Staff member, may this luck be yours."
The hair on his legs grew even more. "From what I see, he'll end up finishing himself off sooner or later." Then he thought to himself that now he should open the door to find the museum that was about to appear. With the power of the strange artifact, he could easily figure out which door was the right one. Afterward, he stood before door number 4, and there it was, number 4. As soon as he opened the door, a swirling mass of dark red air rushed toward him.
The viewers were curious, what's happening? Lucas' live stream just lost signal. Damn, I thought Lucas could still play a few more rounds. He died too quickly. Everyone, stay calm.
The strange world hasn't sounded the notification bell yet.
That means Lucas isn't dead. Stop mentioning it. Su Xiao Elder's livestream has been cut off too. What's going on?
I saw Su Xiao Elder earlier, and after opening the door, a large black hand covered him in an instant.
After that, Su Xiao Elder's livestream turned black.
But Su Xiao is still standing still, slightly smiling, while that huge dark hand reaches for him.
The viewers speculated, that big black hand. Could it be that there's more than one type of thing behind the doors, or maybe the strange world has some kind of buff? Look at Ad's stream, his screen is still fine.
Meanwhile, Ad opened the door and stepped into the pitch-black room, exactly as he had predicted. Then, he just needed to rely on his senses to feel along the wall and find the secret door leading to the museum. He stopped, holding the frog balloon in his hand, thinking to himself. But to avoid unexpected danger, I need to use the frog balloon as protection. Then, Ad walked while carefully groping the wall to search thoroughly. The onlookers praised him.
Ad is indeed very careful. Apart from Su Xiao Elder, he's the one I admire the most. That's right, he's my second idol.
Suddenly, his hand pressed a switch on the wall. There was a whirring sound, and then the door to the secret chamber opened.
Ad exclaimed in surprise, found it.
Ad cautiously stepped into the secret chamber, and the door closed behind him.
After entering, Ad turned his head warily to check the door, which had already been shut.
It seemed that he would need to remain vigilant while inside the wax museum. At that moment, a shadow slowly emerged from the darkness of the room.
The 13th taboo appeared. If you are unfortunate enough to enter the wax museum and get locked inside, you must remain completely silent. Do not make any noise.
Ad, holding the frog balloon, stealthily maneuvered his way past the wax figures. Now, he stood before a painting on the wall. It was a portrait of the manager. Ad stared at the painting and said, "These portraits are all of the museum's managers." He stared blankly, silently gazing at the portrait of the manager holding a jar with a strange expression, then deduced, "No, the person in this painting is not the same as the others. I remember that in the diary of the manager's younger brother, there was a face that looked exactly the same, and he was even often mistaken for someone else." His face showed surprise as he thought, wait, if one of the people in the picture is his younger brother, then is he impersonating his older brother? Is the person on the third floor the manager or the younger brother? Lost in thought, Ad didn't realize that behind him were 2 rows of wax statues. The viewers, confused, commented, "Oh my, I'm also lost now." But if the manager is the person on the 3rd floor, with that appearance, why would he need to impersonate anyone? Let's keep watching and wait for the elder to reveal the secret. Then, Ad, suspicious, turned around to look behind him. Damn, my earlier guess is happening now. The frog balloon couldn't stop the strange entity that couldn't sense me. A group of wax statues was moving closer to Ad, silently searching for a way. The strange entity inside the wax statues and mannequins had noticed him now, and there was no turning back. The only option left was to use infinite inference to find a way out. Ad gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, tense. The viewers, feeling upset, commented, "This is so frustrating." Ad, who always has everything figured out, has been forced into a corner. This is the first time I've seen him so desperate. Just watching it is giving me anxiety. I hope Ad can make the right choice. In moments like this, the balloon might have to give up. It's more important to survive. As Ad was in danger, the screen on Su Xiao's side returned to normal. Su Xiao was standing at the entrance, with a doll and a white bear beside him. The wax dolls found Su Xiao really strange. Why was this person acting so oddly? In the end, who was the real oddity? Su Xiao yelled at them, "Stop being reckless, stay in order, and if you make any noise, I'll deal with all of you." According to the 10th taboo, if you accidentally enter a wax museum and get trapped inside, you must remain absolutely silent, without making a single sound. Su Xiao stood observing a painting of a young man holding an ancient vase. He pondered, it seems that all the paintings on the wall are of the managers. However, when Su Xiao took out another painting and compared it with the one on the wall, he realized something was off. This wasn't the same person. Some of the paintings were of the manager, but others were of the younger brother. Su Xiao chuckled. So if the younger brother has always been impersonating his older brother, this situation just got even more interesting. While Su Xiao was standing with his back turned, the wax dolls slowly began to approach him. Su Xiao suddenly spun around and scolded them, "How long have you been this close?" Su Xiao gently closed his eyes to center himself. He concluded that the 15th taboo seemed to be correct. According to the 15th taboo, when those wax figures are staring at you, you must make sure you're staring back at them, without blinking, otherwise, something truly terrifying will happen. Su Xiao smirked mischievously. He stubbornly defied the warning of the 15th taboo and did the opposite. Su Xiao closed his eyes and turned his back to the group of wax figures. He thought, "But I'm not a sheep for you guys to hunt, I'm a fisherman." The group of wax figures stared wide-eyed at Su Xiao's reaction. They evaluated, "This guy's something, huh? He dares to turn his back on us." Provoked by Su Xiao, the wax figures rushed toward him, showing their sharp claws and fangs. They chuckled, "Hee hee, this time we can act without holding back." Suddenly, Su Xiao spun around and slapped one of the wax figures across the face. Immediately, a series of slaps rang out. The wax figures were struck so hard by Su Xiao that they were left dizzy and disoriented, while the spectators burst into laughter. Ha! The sound of these slaps is truly the joy of fighting. Is Su Xiao Elder playing a drum here? Another spectator excitedly commented. Without a doubt, every wax figure's face, and even the puppets, was getting attention from Su Xiao Elder. After thoroughly beating the wax figures, Su Xiao put on an innocent expression and said, "Oh, why are you all crying now? If you like crying so much, should I slap you even harder?" One of the wax figures sobbed, "Hoo, I've never seen anyone bully others like this. No, I've never seen anyone bully such strange creatures this much." Su Xiao then slapped the wax figure's head off. The head rolled away, pitifully. Su Xiao shook his hand and sighed, "Damn it, my hand's getting tired. I wasn't planning on hitting you guys, but since you're so clueless, I had no choice but to teach you a lesson." "Tell me, isn't this disgusting?" A wax figure in pain spoke. "Is this the voice of a human?" Su Xiao turned to give an order to the white bear. "White bear, my arm's sore. Go fight in my place." Indeed, like master, like servant. Not long after, the white bear twisted the arms and legs of the wax figures. The viewers above praised it. "White bear's doing a great job. A like for you." Another viewer commented. "How come Su Xiao of Dragon Country has so many oddities? I can't accept it." A viewer below spoke up. "Everyone, kick this guy out. His mouth's foul, I can't stand it." Just when it seemed like everything was settled, the wax figures suddenly started to reassemble on their own. Su Xiao was stunned. "It can do that?" Su Xiao turned to speak to the white bear. "White bear, it's up to you. Every time they revive, break them again. Even if you can't kill them, at least buy me some time to find more clues." The white bear nodded and raised its fist, ready to give the wax figures a thorough beating. Su Xiao and the puppet continued their search for more clues. He stopped in front of a door. Su Xiao muttered to himself, "There's a room here. Inside it, there's a skeleton sitting, holding an ancient vase. The hair, clothes, and posture of the skeleton remind me of a manager." Su Xiao guessed again that the scent was exactly the same as the one in the break room on the first floor. Could it be that the incense in those lights wasn't taken from the third floor, but from here? If that's the case, then the person in the museum must be the manager. The one on the third floor is probably the younger brother. Su Xiao stroked his chin seriously, analyzing the questions. If the younger brother is on the third floor, why would he lie and deliberately pretend to be the manager, making me believe he's the one in charge? Right now, he's impersonating his older brother. What's his purpose? Su Xiao stepped closer to the skeleton, extending his hand to take the ancient vase it was holding.
Forget it, no need to think about this for now. Let's first find the missing exhibit. He searched the entire museum but couldn't find the missing item. The vase the manager was holding was probably it. Suddenly, one of the skeleton's fingers broke off naturally. A viewer commented above.
"Oh, please forgive me for laughing."
A viewer below replied.
"I'll leave this mallet here and do 1086 repentance strikes." Su Xiao made a sincere face and spoke to the skeleton.
"Sorry about that, but since you're already dead, you probably wouldn't mind losing a finger or two, right?" Suddenly, a massive dark shadow began to loom over Su Xiao from behind.
The shadow had two blood-red eyes, looking quite terrifying. Su Xiao calmly smiled and said to the shadow,
"Oh, you're back to life?"
Without hesitation, Su Xiao slapped the person sneaking up behind him and shouted, "If you're still alive, at least greet me." That sneaky figure was most likely the vengeful spirit of the manager.
He cursed at him, "Damn it, you dare hit me."
Su Xiao casually pointed at the doll, smiling brightly as he said, "It's necessary, after all, my side has someone here."
The manager screamed, "This abnormal object, why is something that doesn't belong here appearing in the museum? That stupid little brother of mine, what on earth have you caused?"
Before he could finish his sentence, the doll pounced on him and started beating him up. The two struggled fiercely, and the manager screamed, "This damn thing, don't pull out my teeth." Su Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "You two can keep fighting, I'll take a quick look around the room." Su Xiao stopped and observed a chair. He speculated, "The whole chair is covered in dust, but here, there's a handprint.
Could this chair be some kind of mechanism?" Su Xiao tried turning the chair's handle, and sure enough, a passage appeared behind it. Someone watching from above exclaimed, "Oh wow, could this be the exit of the museum?" Another person watching skeptically asked, "But the 17th taboo said that the museum won't have any exits. Could this be a trap?"
A viewer in the comments said, "Whether it's true or not, I guess Su Xiao will still go inside to check."
Let's calmly wait and see.
Standing before the secret door, Su Xiao ordered the polar bear and the doll, "Polar bear, doll, cease operations for now, let's go." At the same time, Lucas from Nation has successfully entered the Museum of Corpses. At the same time, seeing the dusty pictures hanging on the wall, he fell into deep thought. These photos did not seem to feature the same person, they were probably of the manager and his younger brother. Lucas suddenly grinned maliciously, "A bunch of ungrateful fools, completely unworthy of me wasting too much energy on them." With that, he tossed a series of cards. The cards easily sliced off the heads of the wax dolls. One wax doll's head slowly rolled towards Lucas. Suddenly, the head stuck out a long, twisted tongue towards him. Lucas scornfully sneered, "TCH, ugly." Then he crushed the wax head under his foot. Lucas coldly addressed the wax figures, "I told you, you're not worthy of me using more power.
A bunch of lifeless statues think they can stop me."
Finishing his words, Lucas threw another card at the group of wax figures. He arrogantly remarked, "A bunch of insects dare to challenge a god."
Indeed, Lucas' cards could temporarily destroy the wax figures.
After the battle ended, the wax statues and puppets hadn't yet revived, and Lucas quickly left, finding the manager had turned into a pile of bones. After taking the display items from the manager's hands, Lucas moved a wooden chair aside and found the exit of the wax museum. He walked leisurely. Meanwhile, a D from Grizzly Nation was still trying to figure out how to deal with the wax figures and puppets. He racked his brain, wondering what to do. The wax statues and puppets were getting closer and closer. The most he could manage was to avoid their gaze for about 5 seconds. They are almost within range to attack. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. A D muttered in frustration, "Damn it, right now I can only hope that the museum will have some way to help me escape these damn things." The balloon frog was the talisman that protected his life, it could not be used unless it was an emergency. A D tried to calm himself, keeping his mind clear, thinking that he had to make the most of the last 5 seconds, closing his eyes and using his unique ability to take a gamble.
In those 5 seconds, a deactivated his infinite deduction ability. He told himself, the will to fight for my people will never yield. I hope these 5 seconds will bring me a chance to survive. First deduction result, a D threw himself at the wax figures. The outcome was that he couldn't defeat them and died on the spot. Second deduction result, a D stared at them, then backed away towards the manager. The onlookers saw his situation and anxiously commented, "Oh no, is a D still not done with his deduction? The wax statues and puppets are about to attack him." Sure enough, the wax statues were getting closer and closer to him. A D's life was hanging by a thread. A D opened his eyes, groaned, then sweated and cursed, "Damn it, the time is too short." As soon as I got close to the manager, I was forced to open my eyes. Just as danger was closing in, the wax figures suddenly stopped. A D suddenly recalled a detail. Wait a minute, earlier in the second deduction, when I got close to the skeleton in the room, I smelled a distinct fragrance, exactly like the one in the resting room. The skeleton inside must be the manager. The wax statues and the puppets will not attack the manager. I'll go inside, apply the scent to myself, and maybe I can disguise as the manager, tricking them. A D stepped back, making a decisive decision. Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to try. First, based on the assumption, I'll retreat towards the manager, and then find a way to apply his scent onto myself. As a D took steps backward, the wax figures continued to follow him. About 30 minutes later, a D glanced at the manager's skeleton. He guessed the scent was probably coming from the oil lamp over there. A D extended his hand, groping towards the lamps. The viewers above commented, "That's reckless, using bare hands to touch the hot wax oil." The viewers below marveled, "I can only say, no wonder he's fighting for the nation." A D applied the wax oil to his clothes, then stopped breathing, silently observing the situation. Indeed, it worked. The wax figures immediately turned around and left. A D let out a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily I guessed right. They really won't attack the manager. This means I won't be targeted either. With no wax statues or puppets to threaten me, I can safely look for a way out of the wax museum. Suddenly, the manager appeared behind him. A D whispered to him, "I really hate people who don't know boundaries and recklessly rush into the wax museum." A D, on the other hand, appeared quite calm. He simply said, "The manager is coming." The manager rushed over, and a D shouted, "You should stay here forever." A D felt secretly pleased. Humph, he finally got up from his seat. And, as if slipping through, easily avoided the manager's attack. He smirked and, feeling triumphant, said to the manager, "Actually, when I first entered here, I noticed the marks on the armrest of the chair. I deliberately provoked you into attacking me so that you would get up from the chair." The manager, stunned, exclaimed, "What?" In the blink of an eye, a D ran to the chair, twisted the armrest, and the secret door immediately moved, opening a passageway. The manager yelled, "No, you can't." A D still turned and ran into the hidden passage, ignoring the manager behind him shouting, "No, stop. You can't leave. I won't allow it. I forbid you." The viewers in the comments section above reacted, "Oh my god, a D really used his intelligence to the extreme in this move." Another viewer praised a D, "Impressive. Even without help, a D still managed to pull this off. Truly amazing." A viewer below commented, "The only regret is that a D seems to have disappeared inside the wax museum. Could the exhibits appear at any moment? What's going on?" A D ran swiftly and entered another room. He stopped to observe and assess the room. "Oh, I didn't expect this door to lead not out of the museum but to the office on the 3rd floor. What's going on here?" The skeleton of the younger brother of the manager suddenly spoke up. "Is the truth finally being revealed? My dear older brother. We can't escape this damn karma, can we? I really didn't want to meet you again. You must be very disappointed to have a brother like me, right?" A D thought to himself, "What are these two brothers doing?" But it seemed like as soon as they met, they would definitely fight. However, a D wasn't in the mood to care about the sibling conflict between the two managers. He was solely focused on figuring out how to escape.
I don't want Jen to get caught up in their enmity, so it's better for me to stay far away and watch the show.
The skeleton of the manager that had been chasing a D earlier finally reached the room.
As soon as the manager saw his younger brother's skeleton, he shouted angrily, "You damn little brother, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this."
The younger brother of the manager sneered and said, "Ha, if you did something wrong, I had to correct you.
But I didn't expect that after all this time, you're still so stubborn."
The manager retorted, "I'm stubborn? What makes you any better than me? You tricked that stupid fish into finding a body for you. What right do you have to lecture me?"
The manager coldly declared, "You foolish little brother, don't think you can win my sympathy with that sober look of yours. Everything you've done to me, I'll settle the score with you today." The manager's younger brother didn't seem to be at a disadvantage either. He coldly said, "If that's the case, let's settle it right here." A D had been standing silently to the side, but suddenly spoke up, "Wait a minute, it seems like there's an invisible force trying to push me away."
The audience, confused, asked, "Why is a D being pushed away? Can't we watch the two of them fight?" A viewer, dissatisfied, commented, "This is so unfair. Can I subscribe to the VIP package?"
After an unknown amount of time, a D's live broadcast finally returned to normal.
At that moment, the manager was holding her head and wailing, "Why? Did I do something wrong? Why? Why make it suffer in my place? Why are you looking for it instead of me? Damn it, all of you deserve to die."
The manager's younger brother lay motionless, his life or death unclear.
A D frowned and asked, "What exactly happened? Who are the people the manager was talking about?"
Suddenly, the system announced, "Dear player, congratulations on passing the 4-star museum evaluation round."
A D, confused, asked, "Did I pass already? I clearly haven't found the exhibits yet. How did I pass so quickly? Did the staff on the first floor help me find the exhibits?"
The system sent an analysis, decoded the secret on the first floor, awarded 1 star. Solved the riddle on the mirror, awarded 1 star.
Escaped safely from the wax museum, awarded 1 star. Brave and intelligent, awarded 1 star. The reward is a special candle. A brief introduction to the candle is made from a special material.
Lighting it up can help to ease the mind, relax, and serve as a reminder. It is a candle that burns with intense flames. The viewer above couldn't believe it at first and decided to leave a comment to inquire.
"That works too," another viewer replied. It seems like a D is also stunned.
This approval came too suddenly. A viewer below spoke up, "Quick, go check on Lucas, that guy is causing trouble again." Lucas was also pushed out of the fight between the two brothers in charge by an invisible force, but he stubbornly insisted on staying. The viewer above commented, "These two brothers also want to kick Lucas out, but he dared to come back."
A viewer below excitedly said, "This is getting interesting. We might find out what really happened inside."
Inside the room, the manager was facing his younger brother, provoking him. "Stupid little brother, come here and show me what you've got." The manager's younger brother also spoke with great confidence, "I won't go easy on you, so don't hold back either." At that moment, a strange, black smoke suddenly appeared from behind the manager.
The viewer above commented, "Something just activated the manager's power."
Another viewer voiced their thoughts, "The manager's younger brother isn't on guard at all.
If he gets hit, he'll definitely be a goner."
A viewer below speculated, "Doesn't this sound like a D?
Only 4 stars can get through?"
Suddenly, Lucas rushed in from outside, shouting, "No one is stopping me from getting that high rating.
Don't even think about it."
The eerie shadow gradually emerged, forming into souls filled with resentment. The two brothers of the manager simultaneously looked towards the shadow. Both of them recognized it as the vengeful spirits of the employees who had been buried in the restroom. They had come for revenge.
The shadow howled at Lucas, "Do you dare stop us from seeking revenge?" Lucas pointed at the shadow and said, "I don't care if you want revenge, but don't take it out on the wrong person." He then pointed at the manager, confirming, "That is the manager, the one you should be seeking revenge against." One vengeful soul stared at the manager and said, "He's the manager, how could it be?" Another soul, after observing carefully, spoke up, "Ah, that's right, it's him. I smelled the scent on him. We almost got tricked by the manager's younger brother." The other souls all shouted in unison, kill him for revenge." The manager's younger brother still insisted that he was the true manager. "No, take it out on me, I am the manager, I am the one who caused your deaths." Lucas, standing to the side, silently thought, what's going on? Just now, the two brothers were at odds with each other. Why is the younger brother suddenly trying to protect the older one? Could it be? Suddenly, Lucas understood, could they all be acting? They must be trying to provoke each other, sacrificing themselves so the other could survive. If that's the case, then the manager can't die, or it would be hard to earn a good evaluation. Lucas suddenly charged forward, shouting, "The truth has been revealed, your mission is over, so die." Lucas swiftly eradicated the vengeful spirits. After a brief battle, the hateful souls disappeared. Lucas grunted softly, rubbing his injured arm. The spectators above were momentarily confused and asked, "Huh? What's he doing? Why is he suddenly harming himself?" Another spectator replied, "He must be trying to calm himself down, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing the manager and his younger brother. If that happens, he won't be able to achieve a high rating." A spectator below sighed, "This guy is intense." Lucas glanced at the two manager brothers, scolding them both, "What a ridiculous fool. In my world, there is no such thing as emotions because love is the most ruthless thing in life. Be grateful for the condition to pass and get a high rating, or I would have killed both of you already." The two manager brothers could only stand silently, looking at each other before glancing at Lucas. System notification, "Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the museum evaluation with a 5-star rating. Evaluation analysis of decoding the first level secret achieved 1 star. Decoding the riddle in the mirror achieved 1 star. Successfully escaping the wax museum achieved 1 star. Courage and intelligence achieved 1 star. Forgiveness outcome achieved 1 star. The reward is the Sad Shadow Token." A brief overview of the Sad Shadow Token. Want to know what the rest of it is? Escape and destruction can only be chosen one, right? The viewers above commented. They spoke their minds. Although Lucas gave a 5-star rating, saying it was excellent, I still feel like this isn't the best conclusion for the museum. Many plotlines remain unclear. The viewer below responded, but it wasn't anything significant. It was time for Su Xiao Elder to perform. At this moment, Su Xiao also stepped out of the wax museum. Upon seeing the third-floor office, his younger brother greeted him when he saw his older brother enter. "Brother, are we finally meeting?" The black general, chewing something, reported to Su Xiao. "A shadow just now ambushed the manager. I've stopped it." Su Xiao thought to himself. Those shadows were indeed there to attack the manager's younger brother. It seems they had misunderstood him for the manager. On the other side, the manager began to reprimand his younger brother loudly. "That damn little brother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation." The manager's younger brother sneered, then mocked his older sibling. "Heh, if you make a mistake, I have to correct you." Su Xiao stood quietly to the side, observing silently. Since the shadows hadn't managed to attack yet, they would surely return. He couldn't leave this place. The shadows rushed toward Su Xiao, preparing to push him out. He immediately gave the order to the Black General. "Black General, stop them. We must stay in this room." The Black General charged forward heroically, barking loudly. He fiercely fought the shadows, determined not to let them pass. The viewers above murmured in praise. "Black General is too strong,
this little matter is no problem.
The viewers below eagerly commented, I want to see how Su Xiao Elder will block those shadows. While the two brothers were fighting, from behind them, vengeful souls suddenly attacked. Su Xiao immediately directed the doll and the white bear to charge forward. White bear, doll, stop them. The doll and the white bear moved up, tightly gripping the dark shadows representing the vengeful souls. The two brothers, seeing this, simultaneously exclaimed, What are you trying to do? Why not let those vengeful souls kill me?
Su Xiao slowly tried to calm them down. I know both of you are very agitated, but please let me explain first. The vengeful souls mumbled, I'm the one who's been wronged.
Why are you making me do this?
Su Xiao immediately slapped the vengeful soul.
Shut up, did I give you permission to speak? The two brothers, witnessing this, stared at him in shock.
A slew of question marks appeared in their minds. The vengeful souls, hurt by Su Xiao's slap, whined in pain.
I'm the shadow. How could you hit me like that? Is this reasonable? Su Xiao responded,
sorry about that. I'm just used to hitting people, so I act without thinking much.
Who knows, maybe I'll actually hit the right spot.
He apologized verbally, but inside, Su Xiao felt no remorse. He thought to himself, looks like my honest strike technique really works. These shadows were so regretful they could almost cry, now, everyone could speak civilly. The two brothers, the managers, stood still in silence, their resentful souls obediently waiting, not daring to make a sound, only waiting for Su Xiao to speak. Su Xiao cleared his throat a few times and then said, Ahem, White Bear, you can release him now.
I will share my guess.
Su Xiao slowly analyzed, the bond between the two of you is very deep.
He paused.
If I'm not mistaken, the fierce confrontation between you two was actually an act to provoke each other, trying to make the other person kill you. After hearing Su Xiao's analysis, the two brothers exchanged a glance. A moment of clarity filled both their minds. They thought in unison, so that's how it is. Su Xiao walked over and patted the younger brother of the managers on the shoulder, saying, Little brother, you created the image of a heinous crime because you predicted someone would enter the museum. So you disguised yourself as the manager to lure them into killing you. Thus, the person known as the manager died. Your older brother could break free from the control of the strange power and gain a new life. But because I didn't kill you, you couldn't carry out your plan, which led you to provoke your brother, hoping he would kill you instead. The younger brother of the manager sadly admitted, Yes, if I could die at his hands, that would be the best. That way, he wouldn't feel regret after killing me. Su Xiao turned to the older manager and continued with his deduction. As for you, you've already come to your senses. But because your younger brother can never return due to your actions, you also wanted to sacrifice yourself in a similar manner to help him. The manager was startled when he heard this and stammered, asking, Su Xiao, how do you know that I had already come to my senses long ago? I always try to appear very intimidating. Su Xiao explained, It's because I overheard a conversation between the museum staff in the break room. One of them said, Damn, we've repeated this so many times already. How much longer will this drag on? The person beside him spoke up. Keep your voice down, if everyone in the room hears, it'll just make things worse. The other person responded. What's there to be afraid of? This kind of light can make them forget the terrifying memories from before. Even if they hear us talking, they won't remember anything. From this, Su Xiao drew a conclusion, the answer was simple. The object that emitted a special fragrance in the break room on the first floor was taken from him. He possessed a strange power. If he wanted to kill them, how could they have survived to take that object? So, I guess he must have regretted it a long time ago, he just couldn't always control the strange power within him. The manager admitted what Su Xiao had just said, You're right. I've regretted it for a long time, but now it's too late to turn back. Su Xiao comforted the manager, No, I've come to put an end to everything. I can extract the power from both of your bodies. The resentful spirits, who had been silent up until now, suddenly screamed loudly.
Extracting the strange power means you'll spare them a way out. No, we were both killed by the managers, how could we easily forgive him like that? The vengeful spirits suddenly rushed towards the two brothers, the managers.
They declared, I will absolutely not forgive him, I will kill him right now. Seeing this, Su Shao scolded, you lack martial ethics, who attacks like that? After saying this, Su Shao gave the vengeful spirits a slap across the face. The vengeful spirits curled up in a corner, crying and lamenting.
Ho ho ho, so unfair.
The viewers above commented, laughing hysterically.
Actually, I kind of sympathize with these vengeful spirits.
The viewers below responded, only the war god can slap like that, truly legendary.
After temporarily calming the vengeful spirits, Su Shao turned to speak to the two brothers, the managers.
Alright, now I'll let the doll take the power from your bodies. But I'll warn you in advance, you are not allowed to resist.
The two brothers, the managers, replied in unison, we won't resist.
Suddenly, the door flew open, and it was the demon. It told him to wait a moment.
Seeing the demon, Su Shao smiled and said, oh, you came too? I was getting bored not knowing where to find you. You came at the perfect time.
The strange powers of both of them originated from the demon, so all three of their strange powers were going to be taken away. The doll flew up, standing opposite the two brothers, the managers, and the demon. The demon urged the doll, do it, we are ready. The doll then began absorbing the strange powers of all three. In an instant, the strange power was absorbed and escaped from the bodies of the two siblings, the manager and the demon.
It chattered noisily. Disgusting, ruining my plans. No, no way. Su Shao immediately ordered the doll.
Doll, merge and absorb it. The doll nodded in response.
Mm.
The strange power suddenly surged toward the resentful souls. Su Shao couldn't immediately guess its scheme, but he quickly realized its dark intentions. He angrily shouted at the resentful souls, are you still not going to sit still? I'm tired, Su Shao is tired. He decided to assign tasks to the doll, the black general, and the white bear. Leave it to you guys, teach it a lesson. The three of them immediately burst into malicious laughter. He. Su Shao directly went outside and shut the door, leaving the doll, white bear, and black general to wreak havoc. Soon, the pitiful screams of the strange power mixed with the resentful souls could be heard.
Stop hitting, I was wrong, I won't do it again.
After about 10 minutes, the doll, white bear, and black general casually walked out.
Su Shao scratched his head and asked, why are none of you changed? Could it be that you couldn't merge and absorb the strange power of those three?
The doll pointed downward.
Su Shao followed the doll's finger and was startled as he asked, What is this?
The doll grinned and proudly said to Su Shao, I'll show you.
Su Shao momentarily stood dumbfounded and asked, what's going on? Why is the shadow blowing?
Immediately after, he exclaimed in shock, I'm already on the first floor.
Can the shadow connecting me to the doll teleport?
Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Su Shao had actually teleported. He looked around his body in astonishment, silently evaluating the situation.
Moreover, there was nothing unusual happening to his body.
This indicated that this ability belonged only to the doll, and he wouldn't have to pay any price.
This is amazing. The museum staff, seeing Su Shao holding the ancient vase, approached him and excitedly said, Sir, did you find the missing exhibit? Has the moment we've been waiting for finally come?
Su Shao replied, Yes, I thought this would happen. I'll just return the exhibit to its rightful place. After all, the issue upstairs has been resolved.
Su Shao then placed the ancient vase into its display case.
One of the nearby museum staff, filled with excitement, said, We can finally leave the museum now.
I can go home.
The rest of the staff chimed in unison, Thank you, thank God, we're finally free. However, after placing the ancient vase in its rightful spot, nothing around them changed.
A museum staff member nervously asked, Why is there no sound? The barrier at the museum's entrance hasn't been lifted yet. Su Xiao wondered, could the exit really be inside the wax museum? After all, Rule B always mentions that place. He told the museum staff, "Everyone, don't rush. Let me go back to the museum and check it out." Su Xiao walked while observing. He assessed that the door was different from before, and it seemed that the exit was located there. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, "Brother." Su Xiao froze. It turned out that the one speaking was the ghost. It waved at Su Xiao. "Goodbye, brother." Behind them were the two siblings, the museum managers, and the staff from before. They all waved at him, bidding farewell. Su Xiao waved back at them. "Goodbye." Viewers commented above, "Wow, seeing this scene, I suddenly feel so touched. Su Xiao Elder has saved everyone, he's really amazing." A viewer below couldn't hold back their tears and said, "Only now, seeing this scene, I'm crying." The system sent a notification to Su Xiao, "Love is very hard to define. It can be selfless, it can be dedication, greatness, or sacrifice, but it can also be incredibly humble. Love cannot be discarded. When love and betrayal coexist, the ultimate victory will surely belong to love, perseverance, wisdom, courage, and rebellion. These are all traits that define you. They can be good or bad, but they represent your true self. Isn't that so?" Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the 6-star museum evaluation round. Analysis and evaluation, decoding all the secrets on the first level earned 1 star, solving the riddle of the mirror earned 1 star. Successfully escaping from the wax museum earned 1 star. Being brave and smart earned 1 star. A perfect ending earned 2 stars. The reward is a life-sized wax figure. The boy's crayon. Oddity resistance +2. Current oddity resistance is 16%. Overview of the life-sized wax figure. The wax figure, made at a 1:1 scale, is molded with intricate detail. At a crucial moment, it will take your place to face life-threatening danger. Additional reward, the boy's crayon. Whenever you have doubts about any object or problem, you can write it down. It will provide you with the answer. Reminder, the boy's crayon can only be used in a strange world, and it can be used twice. After receiving the reward, Su Xiao was surprised and asked, "A life-sized wax figure, why is the strange world suddenly giving out such a high-quality gift? Does this mean the difficulty in the next round will be higher, and I'll face more danger?" Thinking about this, Su Xiao quietly sighed. "I've already passed 10 rounds of challenges in a row. What is the strange world planning? I'm only 18, and I don't need to go through all this just to admire my own stunning looks." The system congratulated him. Congratulations to Su Xiao and Zhu Tai from Dragon Country, Lucas and Gon from Nation A, and a D from Grizzly Nation for successfully passing through the 3 countries and being exempted from this invasion of the strange rules. Su Xiao of Dragon Country passed with a 6-star rating and received a special reward. The industry in Dragon Country increased by 10% and received an additional 5% reward. Lucas of Nation A passed with a 5-star rating and received a high-level reward. The farming ability of the people in Nation A increased by 10%. God of Nation A passed with a 2-star rating and received a normal reward. The physical constitution of the people in Nation A increased by 2%. A D of Grizzly Nation passed with a 4-star rating and received an elite reward. The chip research technology increased by 7%. Soon after, the announcement signaling the end of the Strange Event Challenge match rang out across the entire world. The people of Dragon Country joyfully welcomed the new year with peace and prosperity. This was the first time in many years that the world of strange events had been repelled, but joy is always short-lived. 3 days later, Su Xiao once again entered the next world of strange events. The system announced, the countries selected to participate in this challenge match include Dragon Country, Grizzly Nation, Nation A, The Sun Never Sets Country, Nation P, Football Nation, Nation K, and East Island Country. This time, the Strange Event Challenge world is Chi Ji Company. The system sent a welcome notification, "Welcome to Chi Ji Company.
In brief, Shiji Company is known as the joy of office workers and a model example of large corporations.
Here, you can enjoy an 8-hour workday with weekends off.
Please adhere to all company regulations.
The hierarchy of positions is very clear.
Please complete all the tasks assigned by your superiors, and absolutely follow them. I hope they won't dismiss you like they do with a pest. The strange world this time is the individual game. The opportunity outside reminds us that in this challenge match, it's a one-time affair. The reminder for the contestants joining this challenge is that they will be teleported at any time. The teleportation location will be the space of any other contestant.
Su Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "Have I become an office worker now?"
At that moment, an employee lightly tapped Su Xiao on the shoulder and reminded him, "New employee, your working hours have started.
Don't stand around here. Hurry back to desk number 14 to work, someone will give you tasks soon."
When Su Xiao turned around, he noticed that the person's face was too blurry to make out.
The employee continued to speak in a domineering tone, "What are you standing there for? Go now."
Su Xiao obediently replied, "Yes, sir." He thought to himself that since there were no clear rules yet, he would just follow the person's instructions for now.
Su Xiao went to desk number 14 as the employee had directed.
He noticed some strange red spots scattered on the table. He wondered, "What is this?
Is it blood from the previous employee who sat here?"
Just then, a cleaning lady came from behind Su Xiao to help him wipe the table. She hurriedly apologized, Sorry, it's all my carelessness that made you uncomfortable. Please don't complain about me to the director, I beg you."
Su Xiao looked up and was immediately startled.
What the heck? Why can't I see her face clearly either? After the janitor finished cleaning, Su Xiao sat down at the desk. He noticed some text on the computer screen, and he guessed that this might be a set of rules left by someone in particular. The information displayed on the screen was as follows: I am an ordinary employee of Shiji Company. Shiji is not a business, it is a nightmare. If you are fortunate enough to see this rule, I hope it will help you. The contents of the rules.
Rule 1: You are just an ordinary office employee in the company.
Do not argue, do not question.
Obedience is the only way for you to survive.
Rule 2: The working hours each day are from 9:00 a.m. to 9:00 p.m. If, after working hours, your superior asks you to stay for overtime, you must comply unconditionally.
Rule 3: The wolf culture is the symbol of the company. Absolutely no personal work is allowed during working hours.
Rule 4: Small talk during working hours is strictly prohibited, and you are not allowed to leave your workstation for more than 10 minutes.
Rule 5: The tasks assigned by your superior must be completed on time. This is very important for you.
Rule 6: Within the company, only your superior has the right to command you.
For example, if a colleague asks you for help with their work, you may refuse outright.
Rule 7: To help employees focus on their work, the company will provide lunch. If you want a normal meal, take the portion on top. Rule 8: Do not disclose any information to the delivery staff, PAL, including anything related to the company.
Please don't do that.
The delivery staff will be in danger because of it.
Rule 9: The company's restroom is not for use. In case of emergency, please use the public restroom downstairs. However, you should report to the director and return within 20 minutes.
Rule 10: Every day, the company will have a vote to select the outstanding employee.
Please actively participate in the voting. The outstanding employee will receive special treatment and be allowed to leave early.
After reading the rules, Su Xiao felt very confused as to why the second part of some rules was annotated in black.
What did that mean?
Su Xiao sat down, focusing and thinking. Although they didn't understand the implication of the black text for now, they could be sure that the black rules had been added later. They were definitely more complicated and important, so extra attention would be needed.
Su Xiao listed Rule 3, Rule 4, Rule 5, and Rule 10. Rule 3: The wolf culture is the symbol of the company. No personal work is allowed during company hours. Rule 4: Gossiping during working hours is strictly prohibited. Leaving the workstation for more than 10 minutes is also prohibited. Rule 5: Tasks assigned by superiors must be completed on time. This is very important for you. Rule 10: Every day, the company will have a vote to select the outstanding employee. Please actively participate in the voting. Outstanding employees will receive early leave benefits.
He continued to analyze the surrounding situation.
On the other hand, the desks here are all numbered. Could it be that they're being used to hide something? Su Xiao tried to pull out the drawer, and inside it was a small knife.
He thought to himself, since there was a small knife in the drawer, he could use it to carve a symbol, in case his seating position was changed. With that thought, Su Xiao carved a character on his desk. At that moment, a girl walked up from behind him. She said, "New employee, I'll assign some tasks for you." Su Xiao turned to ask the girl, "What tasks?" The girl was the director's secretary. She replied, "Create a PowerPoint presentation about the plans in this document, then send it to me, preferably by this morning." "I don't have the patience to wait until the afternoon." After hearing the secretary's instructions, Su Xiao coldly asked, "Are you teaching me how to work?" Su Xiao's attitude stunned the secretary for a moment. Immediately after, she lost her temper and yelled, "Let me tell you, the director asked me to assign this task to you. You'd better get to work quickly." Su Xiao remained indifferent and said, "Director, sorry, but I don't know any director." "How about you have him come here personally?" Hearing this, the secretary threatened Su Xiao, "Are you crazy? You dare tell the director to come see you? Keep talking like that, and you'll regret it. I'll tell the director to punish you." Su Xiao immediately stood up and slapped the director's secretary across the face. Angrily, he asked her, "Who do you think you're talking to?" Stunned by the pain of the slap, the secretary screamed, "Did you slap me? I'll slap you to death." Saying that, she raised her hand, ready to hit Su Xiao. He sneered and disdainfully asked her, "Just you?" With that, Su Xiao slapped the secretary again. Coldly, he said, "Try one more, and let's see if you're still so arrogant." After receiving another slap from Su Xiao, the secretary no longer dared to act arrogantly toward him. She turned and fled. Before leaving, she warned him, "Harassing me like this, I'll tell the boss and have him deal with you." Su Xiao made a show of welcoming it with a smirk, teasing, "Don't keep me waiting too long, beautiful." Once the secretary had left, Su Xiao returned to his desk. He thought to himself that making this PowerPoint wasn't easy at all. Rule number 6 said, for example, if a colleague asks for help with work, you can flat out refuse. If I want to break the rules, I can't refuse the secretary's request, I have to make the PowerPoint. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiao decided to just throw something together, make it sloppy, as long as it could break the rules. After drafting the content, Su Xiao created a folder titled Battle God Slap Self-Practice. He saved the PowerPoint there and sent it to the boss. A few minutes later, the secretary indeed returned, this time bringing the boss. She tearfully reported, "Su Xiao, boss, it was him who slapped me." The boss immediately scolded him, "Su Xiao, you're the new employee. I asked the secretary to give you work earlier. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of others who do. Either you leave now and get out of my sight, or you quietly do your job well, understood, Su Xiao?" After hearing that, Su Xiao smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Do my job well, huh?" Su Xiao immediately exploded in anger, retorting to the director, "What are you talking about? I'm an 18-year-old high school student, still just a child. Are you seriously asking me to make a PowerPoint? Is this reasonable? Are you trying to use this to test me?" Su Xiao's actions directly violated the first and fifth rules. According to the first rule, you are just an ordinary office worker in the company. Do not argue, do not question. Obedience is the only way to survive. The fifth rule is that the tasks assigned by superiors must be completed on time. This is crucial for you. After speaking, Su Xiao threw the stack of documents directly at the director's face. The director, caught off guard, stood frozen for a few seconds with a grim expression. The secretary standing beside him pointed at Su Xiao's face and threatened, "You're done for, the director is furious, he'll definitely take action against you." Su Xiao smiled smugly and calmly provoked, "If you've got the guts, show them all. If I'm scared, then I'll admit defeat." Contrary to expectations, the director actually seemed to be entertained by Su Xiao. He gave a thumbs up and praised him. "Huh, young people are so full of energy. I didn't misjudge you. Our company really needs talents like you." Su Xiao was taken aback by his attitude. He wondered if this director had a brain injury. The director then scolded the secretary, "Secretary, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you already? Young people must be given more opportunities to practice. It's only the first day, yet she's already assigned him such a difficult task. Isn't that just making things harder for him?" The secretary stammered in justification, "Director, I didn't mean to." In her heart, the secretary silently resented the director. Didn't he say to drain the employees dry? Why is he pretending to be a good person now? If he wants to be a good person, let him do it himself. Why does he have to pass the hot potato to me? After a moment of scolding the secretary, the director finally softened his tone and said, "All right, I know you didn't mean it. I won't punish you this time. Be more careful in the future. When the company grows stronger, your contributions will definitely not go unnoticed." The director's secretary, complying, bowed slightly and sincerely replied, "Thank you for your consideration, Director. I will certainly do my best for the company and for you in the future." Su Xiao looked at the scene of mutual flattery and was left speechless. This works? Damn. That's a tough cookie. At that moment, the director turned to give Su Xiao another task. "Here's the deal. Since you're new, and you don't know how to make PowerPoints, just film a few short recruitment videos and post them on TikTok. Introduce the benefits and perks at our company. We work 8 hours a day, with weekends off, 5 types of insurance, and housing subsidies. The minimum annual income is about 1 million. We also have birthday celebrations, public holidays, team building events at the end of the year, a 13th month salary, and 2 months of paid leave." Su Xiao grinned slyly, bowing politely to accept the task. "Got it, Director. I can do this job." In his mind, he whispered his calculations, thinking it might be the perfect chance to expose the true face of those who had been manipulating this broken company. Su Xiao went onto the company's TikTok page. He muttered, "First, let's check how this company has been posting its videos." On the company's TikTok page, there were 2 videos. Su Xiao clicked on the first one to take a look. The video showed an office worker sending a greeting to viewers. "Welcome everyone to apply at our company. We offer high salaries, good leadership, and everyone who joins praises us endlessly." The second video was also made by the same employee. He continued to praise the company. "We have an 8-hour workday, no overtime on weekends, and I can say this is the top choice." After watching the 2 videos, Su Xiao felt strange. Why could the employee's face be clearly seen, while the faces of the other workers here were blurry? As he pondered this, Su Xiao started taking a few photos of the employees around him with his phone. After snapping a few pictures, he looked at the screen. His face darkened as he exclaimed, "Oh my god, this person's face is blurry on the phone too. How can I tell who they are?" Su Xiao rubbed his chin, analyzing the current situation. The faces of the employees in the company were all vague and indistinct, even photos taken with a phone couldn't clarify them. So who shot these videos? Had they all been visible before? Did they only start looking like this after they came here to work? Their faces gradually became blurred, and once their faces reached that state, they would completely belong to the company. This thought was truly terrifying. Never mind, I won't think about these things for now. There will definitely be clues later. First, I'll record a video exposing their true face. Once the thought crossed his mind, he acted on it. Su Xiao took out his phone and filmed himself. He smiled confidently and declared, "Anyone who watches this video, pay attention.
Miracle Corporation is a giant pit of manure.
The secretary is a fraud, and the director is an even bigger fraud.
Absolutely do not come here to work.
Even a dog seeing an employee of Miracle Corporation would want to pee on them."
The viewers above couldn't help but laugh and commented, "I'm dying of laughter."
Su Xiao's witty and beautiful words made me feel invigorated. The viewers below also agreed and commented, "If the director sees this, he'll faint from anger."
Ha ha.
After recording the video, Su Xiao happily pressed the buttons and said, "Alright, saved, saved. The true face of the company will probably be able to be smoothly revealed, but I have to wait until lunch break to post it.
If I don't, it won't count as a violation of the rules.
Because according to the fifth rule, the tasks assigned by superiors must be completed on time.
This is very important for you."
While Su Xiao was happily recording the video, Muzak Myazin, a player from East Island country, was also assigned a task by the secretary. She arrogantly spoke to him, saying, "Make a PowerPoint about the proposals in this document, then send it to me. It's best to submit it this morning."
"I don't have the patience to wait until the afternoon." Myazin immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, yes."
After that, he began working on the PowerPoint without any distraction.
The viewer above commented, "You can tell right away he's a real office worker. Things like handling workplace situations and creating PowerPoints are as easy for him as eating a meal." Another viewer commented, "So, does this mean he has an advantage in this round?"
"I don't want to see that happen," a viewer below responded.
"Don't worry for now, this is a world full of surprises, just wait and see," another viewer said.
Meanwhile, Nation K's contestant Bei Huadong, facing a secretary's task, froze on the spot. He turned to the director's secretary, pouted, and said, Damn it, I'm a top star from Nation K.
I can dance and rap, but making a PowerPoint?
That's just soul-crushing." Bei Huadong tried to use the handsome guy strategy to tempt the secretary into assigning him a different task. "Secretary, is there something lighter to do? Maybe I could dance or sing for you instead?" However, the secretary coldly warned him, "Focus on your work, no unnecessary antics.
I'll come to collect it before noon. If you don't finish, your outcome won't be pleasant."
With no choice left, Bei Huadong reluctantly returned to his desk, doing his best to complete the task.
He put on a distressed expression and sighed, "Damn it, why did they choose us? I don't want to be here."
The audience above burst into laughter.
Haha, is this guy for real? They've been in this bizarre world for almost a morning and he's still thinking about not being chosen? The audience below also mocked Bei Huadong. I think they must have eaten too much kimchi and fried their brains. Ha ha.
Around noon, Su Xiao quietly looked around. He reached a conclusion. After observing throughout the morning, he discovered one thing: these employees were left with nothing but exhaustion and compliance. No matter what tasks the secretary assigned, they accepted them unconditionally. Was it because the employee who had previously sat at desk number 14 hadn't eaten yet that they were able to stay awake for a while? If that's the case, then the black text in Rule 7 is very likely true. According to Rule 7, in order to keep employees focused on work, the company would order food with black text at lunchtime. If you want to eat something ordinary, you should take the top portion. Just then, the sound of a food delivery employee came from outside. "The food has arrived, hurry up and get your meal." Su Xiao wasn't in a rush to go out and grab the top portion. He thought for a moment, but since the black text was part of the rule, he should do the opposite. This meant that if he wanted that meal, he shouldn't take it himself. The delivery employee, who had been waiting for someone from the team to pick up the food, called out again, urging them to hurry. "The food has arrived, come get your rice." At that moment, the office workers snapped out of their work. They rushed out like a swarm of bees escaping their hive, shouting and jostling with each other, all clamoring to get to the food first. I'm first, move aside, I'm starving, I can't wait anymore. Let me go first." Su Xiao stood behind, watching the scene unfold.
For a moment, he was startled and exclaimed, "Oh my god, has it been so long since Pao had a meal?" They looked terrifying.
Su Xiao didn't go to grab food but instead walked up to the delivery person, casually draping his arm around their shoulder.
"You must have a tough job, delivering food like this. Let me tell you some secrets about my company to pass the time."
The delivery person was thrown off by Su Xiao's attitude, stammering in confusion.
"Your company has secrets? What are they?" Su Xiao did this because he wanted to break rule number 8.
Rule number 8 stated, do not disclose any information to delivery personnel, PAL, especially anything related to the company.
Please don't do it. Delivery personnel may get into danger because of it. Su Xiao whispered into the delivery person's ear. "Let me tell you a secret. Our boss never uses PAO toilet paper when going to the bathroom."
The delivery person, stunned, let out a half laugh, half sigh.
"Ha? That's a secret? Honestly, that's just ridiculous."
After breaking rule number 8, Su Xiao stretched comfortably and, satisfied, said to himself, "Well, I've just broken another rule."
"It's time to eat now." Su Xiao caught sight of an employee just opening a box of food, and he eagerly said, "Oh, just in time." Su Xiao walked over to the employee.
He roughly grabbed the box of food from the employee's hands.
He said calmly, "Give it to me." The employee immediately scolded him, "Are you sick? Why are you stealing my food?" Su Xiao shamelessly replied, "The boss told me to take it." "Do you have a problem with that?" Upon hearing that it was the boss's instruction, the employee immediately shrank back, meekly saying, "The boss. Well, I have no objections." Su Xiao happily carried the box of food back to his table.
He smiled and said, "Time to eat, time to eat."
"Ah!" Su Xiao suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? Did they finish eating already? They really don't even consider themselves human."
The office employees were eating quickly, their heads down and focused. Seeing this, Su Xiao reminded himself to eat slowly.
Eating too fast isn't good for the stomach. At that moment, the company manager appeared behind Su Xiao, sternly reminding him, "Hey, newbie, the company only gives 10 minutes for lunch. Isn't that enough? You're still eating during working hours. How can you do that to the company?" Su Xiao frowned and asked, "Boss, who are you?" The manager immediately put on a haughty attitude, pointed at Su Xiao, and shouted, "Who am I? I'm the manager of the company. You're in the wrong here. Quick, throw the lunchbox away." Su Xiao calmly stood up and said indifferently, "All right, you like playing this way, don't you?"
Suddenly, Su Xiao turned around and, with precision, slapped the manager across the face, causing him to spit blood. Su Xiao then issued a challenge, "Let's see if you dare to keep talking nonsense." The company manager, in pain, rubbed his cheek and angrily shouted at Su Xiao, You dare to hit your superior? And you're still saying that?" Su Xiao retorted loudly, "Superior? I don't care who you are. I like hitting people like you who try to bind others with your morality." With that, Su Xiao rushed forward and pinned the manager to the ground, beating him mercilessly. He coldly declared, "As long as I don't have morality, don't you dare try to bind me." The spectators above were shocked and cried out in disbelief. Su Xiao Elder is taking control of the whole company, showing no mercy to anyone. That line about not having morality cracked me up. Another spectator, teary-eyed, said, Hoo. I just tried to imitate Su Xiao Elder and punched my boss twice. The 1.8-meter tall boss hit me back, telling me not to come to work tomorrow. A person below sincerely advised, "Buddy, this is not something you should be trying to copy." While Su Xiao was teaching the manager a lesson, other contestants faced similar situations. Adi, Gon, and Muzak Mayazan all chose not to eat. After all, skipping a meal for a day wouldn't cause any major problems. Contestant Bei Huadong, however, made a different choice. He also received a reminder notification, "First, don't eat the meal." Beihua Dong sat in front of the screen, grumbling about not being allowed to eat.
I'm a big movie star, you know? In the real world, I eat well and drink to my heart's content every day. How could I possibly starve myself? Besides, it was so hard to grab this meal, so what gives, telling me I can't eat?
When Beihua Dong opened the lunchbox, his mouth immediately watered.
He screamed out loud, "Oh my god, what's this?"
I thought it was some kind of hard-to-swallow dish, but it turns out it's just like what I eat in the real world. Ignoring the reminder notification, Beihua Dong decided to start eating with gusto.
The viewers in the chat above commented, "Oh my god, what's going on here? This lunchbox feels off."
A viewer below agreed, "I dare say, the two words this lunchbox clearly feel completely unusual." The more Beihua Dong ate, the better it seemed to taste. He couldn't stop praising the meal, delicious, so delicious. After Beihua Dong finished eating, the viewers above immediately noticed something strange and exclaimed, "Oh my god, Beihua Dong's face, why can't we see it clearly anymore?" He had finished the meal, and now even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Beihua Dong was still unaware and sat down comfortably, making himself at ease.
Another viewer commented, "It's not completely blurry yet, there's still a chance. Appa, you can do it."
A viewer below replied, "Give it up. The trap is so obvious, yet he still stepped into it. What's there to expect from this guy?" At that moment, Beihua Dong fell into an illusion. He saw that there were many employees gathered around him, and they were all very nice.
One person came over, gently patted him on the shoulder, and kindly said, "New recruit, do you want some chicken drumsticks? I couldn't finish mine, I'll give you one." Another person also enthusiastically offered, "I've got Coca-Cola. Once you're done with your meal, I'll pour you a glass."
Beihua Dong felt that the atmosphere was amazing. He deceived himself with the thought, "Why are these colleagues suddenly so nice?" Beihua Dong was moved to tears.
He, is this the real face of the company?
It's really great, the colleagues are amazing, I swear, I'm already in love with this company. He had completely fallen into an illusion without realizing it.
The onlookers above commented, "Has Beihua Dong been possessed?"
He naturally smiled and chatted with those faceless colleagues.
The viewers below speculated, could it be that he has been assimilated?
After all, his face is blurred now. In a classroom in Nation K, a leader from Nation K saw this scene and got angry, slamming his hand on the desk and scolding Beihua Dong, "Damn it, you fool. A fool who's only good for show, and yet he dares to ignore our warnings." Another leader was also furious and immediately ordered his subordinate, "Quick, investigate if he's really from Nation K. I have every reason to believe this guy is a spy planted in our country."
The subordinate immediately replied to the leader, "Sir, did you forget?
We thoroughly investigate the background of every contestant who enters and leaves our world.
Beihua Dong is truly a person from our country."
The leadership is becoming increasingly desperate, frustrated, and lamenting. It's hard to imagine that Nation K has such a fool.
Could it be that the people of Nation K are really so incompetent? I can't help but have my doubts.
In the afternoon, Gon, feeling too uncomfortable, left his workstation to go to the restroom.
People watching from above commented, "Doesn't Rule 9 say that we aren't supposed to use the company's bathroom? Why did Gon go straight in?"
Some viewers below thought, maybe he just forgot for a moment, or maybe he felt that going down to the first floor was too much of a hassle. He returned 20 minutes later, which already counted as a rule violation. Inside the restroom, Gon ran into the director.
He asked, "Gon, is the new recruit using the restroom?" Gon politely replied, "Yes."
The director took out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket. He leisurely lit one and said to Gon, "You go ahead, I'll smoke this cigarette first." Gon thought to himself, the director clearly isn't a regular smoker, so why is he doing this in front of me?
Could there be a bomb hidden in the restroom that requires me to enter the trap first?
Suddenly, the director turned around to leave, saying, "I just remembered, I still have unfinished business.
The restroom is too crowded, I'll come back later." Gon hurriedly called out, "Boss, please don't leave yet.
Just at that moment, an employee ran in from outside and accidentally bumped into Gon. The person shouted, "Oh, my stomach hurts so much.
Get out of the way, let me in."
Gon secretly felt relieved, thinking someone was going into the bathroom for him, and he wanted to see if anything would happen.
Sure enough, something unusual happened inside the bathroom. Not long after, the staff member who had just entered screamed in panic, "Ah!"
Along with the scream, a ghostly voice echoed, "Come here, little brother."
Gon was momentarily stunned, unable to speak.
After hearing the staff member's scream, the director calmly stubbed out his cigarette and leisurely walked into the bathroom. He acted as if nothing was wrong and said, "All right, finally, I can use the restroom." Gon thought to himself, the director has gone in, so it should be safe now, I'll go in too.
Gon stepped into the bathroom.
The first thing that struck him was the sight of the staff member lying dead on the floor. At that moment, Gon fully confirmed that his earlier assumption was correct. Indeed, the director had been waiting for someone else to go in first. The company bathroom might be usable, but the first person to enter would definitely lose their life.
Gon furrowed his brows and analyzed, it seems that rule number 9 is indeed a trap.
If I choose to go into the public restroom, I definitely can't come back within 10 minutes, which would break rule number 4. But if I choose this restroom, I have to wait for someone to go in first.
Otherwise, the one lying on the floor right now would be me. Fortunately, I was careful. According to Rule 9, the company restroom is off limits. If it's urgent, please go to the public restroom on the first floor. However, it's best to report back to the director and return within 20 minutes.
Rule 4 states that personal conversations are prohibited during working hours, and employees should not leave their posts for more than 10 minutes. At the same time, Su Xiao wasn't doing the work the manager had just assigned, but instead was watching a popular movie from Dragon Country.
The comment above read, "What gives him the right to be so relaxed?"
I cursed him, thinking he'd be in trouble for breaking the rules.
A comment below angrily responded, "Shut up. The people of Dragon Country are his bosses." She knew this was a violation of Rule 3. According to Rule 3, wolf culture is the symbol of the company. No personal activities are allowed during working hours. A staff member walked by and happened to see Su Xiao leisurely watching a movie. He angrily shouted, "How dare you do personal things during work hours? Your career is over. I'm reporting you, so get ready."
Su Xiao was annoyed by the interruption.
He turned around, frowned, and asked the staff member, "Have you lost your mind?"
Without another word, Su Xiao stood up and decisively slapped the staff member across the face.
He then scolded him, "Report me? Let me teach you how to be a person."
The staff member screamed in pain from the slap. The employee was knocked down to the ground by Su Xiao. He was so furious he couldn't speak, pointing at Su Xiao and finally managing to utter just one word, "This is the task the manager assigned to me earlier, take it and finish it before the end of the day and then give it back to me." The employee, rubbing his face, questioned, "Su Xiao, this is the task the manager gave you. Why should I do it for you?" Su Xiao smirked, raised his hand, and with few words and much meaning, said, "Do you accept this?" Having felt the sharp sting of Su Xiao's slap, the employee didn't dare to say another word and immediately bowed to him, saying, I accept, I'll do it right away."
Su Xiao saw his reaction and was somewhat satisfied, saying, "At least you know how to behave."
After the employee left, Su Xiao sighed and, feeling a bit bored, said, suddenly, "I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll just go flush for a moment." Inside the restroom, Su Xiao encountered the director.
He asked him, "Is the new guy using the bathroom?"
Su Xiao coldly replied, rhetorically, "If I'm not using the bathroom, what am I doing here?
Am I here to eat?"
The director, taken aback by Su Xiao's insolent reply, didn't know how to respond. He then pulled out a cigarette and said to Su Xiao, "Why don't you go ahead, I'll step outside for a smoke first." Seeing how clumsily the director took out the cigarette, Su Xiao instantly realized he was just avoiding the conversation. He coldly advised, "Smoking is harmful to health?
Do you know that? Is that what you want, for me to smoke directly?"
Su Xiao suddenly said, "Take a punch." Then, he threw a punch straight at the director's face. The director immediately fell to the floor, horrified, and asked, "New recruit, are you?" Su Xiao directly interrupted him, "Stop talking, not going to the bathroom but still standing here blocking the way, get out." Looking at Su Xiao's back, the director mumbled in confusion, "I don't understand why things are like this. What gives him the right to do this to me? Is it a complete lack of morality, or has he lost his humanity?" Viewers above commented, "This is hilarious, Su Xiao is really impressive, didn't leave any face for the director." Viewers below raised questions, what exactly is in the bathroom? Su Xiao just went in, someone tell us what's going on. Inside the bathroom, a dimly lit figure stood behind Su Xiao, calling out in a gloomy voice, "Come here, brother." The excited viewers said, "It's appeared, isn't it? Come on, let's see what it is." Before Su Xiao could turn around to see what it was, Black General rushed out, barked loudly, and swallowed it whole. Su Xiao turned to scold it, "Black General, next time wait until I see its face before you kill it." The viewers sighed in regret. Black General is so fast, I didn't even get a chance to look. A few minutes later, the director saw Su Xiao step out safely, and he was astonished, thinking to himself, a newcomer like that could survive and walk out after going in? How did he manage that? Am I dreaming? Su Xiao casually walked over to the hand-washing basin, and with his wet hand, he wiped it on the director's shirt. Without a care in the world, he kept smiling and chatting with him. "Oh my, you're still standing here? Then please, could you pass me a towel to dry my hands?" The director had to calm himself and think, he just got here, hasn't broken any rules, I can't hold anything against him. But deep down, he was imagining the scene where he could finally yell at Su Xiao. Calm down, how am I supposed to stay calm in this situation? What kind of company hires these kinds of people? Are they hiring employees or ancestors? The people watching from above had a good laugh. Ha, the director must be so frustrated. Su Xiao elder hit him so hard, now he's questioning his life. The people watching from below admired him. Su Xiao elder is amazing, doing what I've always wanted to do but never dared to. After returning from the bathroom, Su Xiao relaxed, leaned back in his chair, and showed a satisfied expression as he said, "Phew, that feels great. Now, let's get back to the movie." Suddenly, Su Xiao realized, where did the movie go on the computer? With the symbol I drew all over the table, I can't find it anywhere anymore. He wondered, could it be that this is no longer the strange world I was involved in? As the challenge match began, the system immediately displayed related information. This strange world was a special individual round, with an external reminder in this challenge match. One reminder, the participants in this challenge would be teleported at any time. The teleportation destination would be any space occupied by another participant. Su Xiao seemed to understand something. He softly muttered, "I remember now." There was a reminder about this before the instance started. Seeing the strange faces around him, Su Xiao sighed, "Oh my, whose strange world have I been teleported to?" Bei Hua Dong approached to greet him, "Looks like there's a new colleague." "But new colleague, why can't I see your face clearly?" Su Xiao was stunned when he saw the altered face of the man, silently thinking, this guy can't possibly be a contestant, can he? Looking at the computer name information, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh, turns out this guy really is a contestant. On the computer screen, the file name clearly displayed the names of the participants. The file being enlarged was from Nation K, Bei Hua Dong. Su Xiao was taken aback and silently commented, "So he's a contestant from Nation K. As expected, Nation K has sent a fool, it's definitely a loss already." The viewers shared the same sentiment as him. They couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, all agreeing in a clamor. Elder thought that Bei Hua Dong had been a fool before coming here, and he was right, he hadn't been any different from a fool when he arrived. The director's secretary stepped forward, slamming a document forcefully onto the table, and ordered, "New guy, you two handle this document together." Su Xiao responded indifferently, "What document? I don't see any document." The director's secretary, upon hearing this, became enraged and shouted, "You better hurry up.
My patience has limits. If you don't give it to me by now, you'll regret it." Su Xiao retorted coldly, "Who needs it?" He slapped her face hard, raising his voice in defiance, "Who do you think you're talking to?" Bei Huadong, seeing this, rushed over to stop him and yelled, "You new guy, why did you hit my secretary? She was just assigning work to you. Why did you hit her?" The secretary, standing behind Bei Huadong, was dazed and bewildered by the slap, instinctively saying, "Why did you?" Su Xiao had no respect for these people. Without hesitation, he gave Bei Huadong a series of sharp slaps, his words carrying a tone of lesson teaching, "Today, I'll beat some sense into you." The director's secretary, now provoked, charged at Su Xiao like a wild beast, screaming a challenge, "I won't let you off." She bit down on Su Xiao's arm, causing him to instinctively wince in pain. Su Xiao was furious, using all his strength to kick the creature gnawing at him off, not sparing any words as he cursed loudly. "Are you a dog? Help stop biting my arm, will you?" Looking down at the deep bite mark on his hand, Su Xiao felt a surge of fear and confusion inside. What's going on? I have the innate protection, how am I still injured? Could it be that my innate ability no longer works? Those who saw it were also worried. They discussed in confusion. "Look, Su Xiao Elder's arm is bitten. I think this is the first time Su Xiao Elder has been injured. What happened? That secretary didn't seem dangerous at all." Su Xiao grew suspicious, piecing together the clues and coming to a conclusion. "No, I get it now. It's not that my innate ability has stopped working, I've never broken the rules. It's because we're in Bei Huadong's world of strange stories, and my innate ability doesn't work here, so it can't protect me in this space. Sure enough, in the world of strange stories, they'll keep finding ways to suppress certain people's innate abilities so that they can't be used." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Xiao felt a slight tension as he thought. The purpose of this sudden shift might have been to suppress his innate ability. In the Dragon Country's classroom, the leaders were discussing their next move. The weakness in Su Xiao's heavenly kingdom has been exposed. Keep an eye on the movements of the other contestants. If we find any clues, make sure to send a reminder to Su Xiao right away. Su Xiao is currently a very important person in Dragon Country, and he absolutely cannot be lost. We must do everything we can to help him. The scene shifts to the meeting room of Nation J, where the leaders are happy to see someone in trouble, their tone barely concealing their mockery. "Now, that's more like it. Su Xiao of Dragon Country has finally been injured. This proves he's not invincible. His undefeated myth is about to end. Dragon Country has been developing rapidly lately. If this continues, Nation J will fall into crisis. Hopefully, Su Xiao will die in this dungeon. That way, Dragon Country won't have time to interfere with us. Dragon Country, your good days are almost over." Back in the sky, while Su Xiao is being transported to the space of Bei Huadong, Muzak Myazin from Nation J in East Island Country is also being transported to where Lucas is. The director's secretary comes in to deliver documents, her tone gentle as she gives instructions, "You two work on these documents together. The director will come to pick them up later." Lucas frowns, saying, "Huh?" Myazin politely replies, "Yes." Suddenly, Lucas loses his temper, raising his voice and questioning the secretary, "Who are you talking to?" The secretary, frightened, quickly apologizes, "I'm so sorry. If it weren't for the director's request, I would never dare to disturb you. I'll leave now." Myazin silently sighs in her heart, "Why am I so unlucky today? No matter where I go, I can never get there, I have to be in the exact spot for Lucas to be satisfied. He is truly a madman, and I'm afraid that, out of nowhere, he'll snap and stab me in the stomach." But as I catch a glimpse of his inner thoughts, Lucas suddenly looks over and mutters softly. Oh, Muzak Myazin's legs immediately turn to jelly, and he frantically pleads for mercy. "Please, don't kill me, don't kill me." But Lucas pays him no mind and walks away. Muzak Myazin feels like he's been given a second chance at life and lets out a relieved sigh. Luckily, he was just heading to the restroom. Muzak wipes the sweat from his brow, trying to compose himself.
Alright, now I have to help Lucas finish the task, or if that strange Buddha doesn't kill me, Lucas will do it first. Half an hour later, Muzak Myazin feels a sense of self-satisfaction.
This advertising plan is really innovative. Surely, the director will appreciate it. The paper he's holding is an advertisement for braised pork intestines in brown sauce.
The director approaches him and orders, "Get the new guy who delivered the documents to finish this for me."
Myazin replies, feigning politeness.
"Yes, please take a look, director." The director looks at the advertisement in his hands and comments,
"Braised pork intestines in brown sauce. Is this really the slogan you came up with?" Muzak quickly responds, looking a little uneasy.
"Yes, I've eliminated most of the misleading information and kept just a little bit. I feel that only by keeping a bit of misleading advertising can people be made to believe in what they see." The director, upon hearing this answer, was not particularly pleased.
He angrily questioned, "Do you really want to keep it? Was it intentional or careless?" Myazin, excited, replied, "It was intentional."
The director, satisfied with the answer, praised him without holding back. "Well done, you're being considered as a potential outstanding employee. Wait for the result announcement after work."
Myazin was in shock, his voice barely concealing his joy. "What? I have a chance to become an outstanding employee?" As soon as the director turned to leave, Myazin was overwhelmed by the sudden surge of happiness, practically vibrating with excitement. He silently rejoiced, "That's great, I knew it. A little advertisement slogan like that could never trip me up.
If I get chosen as an outstanding employee, I could pass this round and go back home to my family."
However, the viewers started to notice the strange issue, and they began commenting with their suspicions. "Wait a minute. I get the feeling the director's tone earlier wasn't friendly. What exactly is there to be so happy about? I have a feeling outstanding employee isn't a compliment."
At 5 p.m., Su Xiao and Muzak Myazin returned to their strange world. Muzak Myazin was working when his attention was suddenly diverted. A delivery man entered through the door, loudly announcing, "Food delivery." Su Xiao looked at the long line of people waiting to get their lunch, feeling confused and unable to stop his strange thoughts.
The rule number 10 stated that the company would order lunch at noon, but it made no mention of also ordering at 5 p.m. Was this shabby company really that generous? Ordering food twice in one day, and this time, his colleagues were even standing in line. Had their personalities suddenly changed?
His colleague next to him, usually cold, kindly approached with a lunchbox in hand, hurriedly saying,
"Sorry, new guy, I shouldn't have made things difficult for you at noon. This lunchbox is for you, and you can take as long as you want to eat." Su Xiao didn't soften just because the other person suddenly spoke more gently. He remained cautious.
There was definitely something suspicious about this unusual situation.
He wasn't eating anytime soon.
Su Xiao tossed the lunchbox toward his colleague and replied indifferently,
"I'm not hungry. This lunchbox is for you." The director, though surprised by Su Xiao's behavior, still happily accepted it, grinning as he said, "For me? All right, thanks."
At the same time, the other contestants also had their lunchboxes delivered by the manager. Except for Bei Huadong, nearly all the contestants chose not to eat their lunchboxes. Unlike the other players, Bei Huadong eagerly raised both hands to receive his lunchbox. He didn't hesitate to flatter the manager. "Thank you, manager, you're so kind." The audience was stunned when they saw the drastic change in Bei Huadong after eating the lunch from the box. They were astonished and commented on the miracle. After Bei Huadong ate this box of food, his face returned to normal.
Could it be that a lunchbox in the afternoon can help someone with a blurry face recover to how it was originally? Bei Huadong must be lucky, huh? Just a random guess and it worked.
In the classroom at Nation K, one of the leader's subordinates saw that things seemed to be progressing. He excitedly said, "Good, although it was a coincidence, at least it's back to normal."
As long as things can return to normal, we still have hope. Hope.
The leader of Nation K helplessly slumped his head onto the desk. He sighed, I hope next time he can be more careful, not act brainless like before. Suddenly, he looked up at the screen and saw that Bei Huadong's face had completely blurred.
The subordinate panicked and said, Leader, it seems our hope has been destroyed. Bei Huadong's face is even blurrier than before.
The leader of Nation K also shifted his attention to the screen.
Frustrated, he said, What? Is it over? How did it end up like this?
The leader of Nation K held his face with one hand, grimacing as he said, It's over, Nation K has lost again. The subordinate, unable to remain as calm as the leader, stood up in agitation, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, after finally getting a bit of hope, It's been extinguished just like that.
This strange thing, damn it. It's over.
The audience on Su Zhao's side, however, noticed something else.
They shouted and announced. Everyone, quickly look. Colleague ate Su Zhao's lunch, the elder secretly sent him an email. An email? Does it reveal a new detail?
The email clearly displayed a message with the following content, Thank you for inviting me to such a delicious meal. It has helped me regain my clarity in a short period of time. Su Zhao finished reading the message and paused for a moment.
A lunchbox? Clarity?
Su Zhao quietly glanced over at his colleague, silently assessing him. His colleague's face still seemed somewhat hazy.
Could it be that he just regained his clarity and sent me this letter?
Su Zhao quickly moved the mouse, clicked on the content, and thought to himself, Let's see what this email says. A long message appeared on the email with the following content, Newbie, I believe you've read the 10 rules he left behind.
Right now, what I can help you with is to fill in the missing rules. Rule 11, the company only provides lunch, not afternoon snacks.
Rule 12, don't trust anyone who dresses casually at the company, they are not reliable.
Rule 13, if possible, sneak into the director's office and take a look. Don't go into the director's office though, that's the most dangerous place in the company.
Rule 14, any secrets of the company must never leave the company. If you're lucky enough to gather such materials, you can hand them over to the delivery staff.
Rule 15, do not trust the delivery person.
Rule 16, please carefully judge the rules.
Do not violate any rules. Rule 17, do not violate the rule that is repeated 3 times.
After reading all the contents, Su Zhao roughly understood the current situation. He silently speculated that these were new rules, and Rule 17 seemed particularly important. Suddenly, Su Zhao remembered the item he received in the previous stage, so he took it out to try. After a brief thought, he realized that the crayon he got from the boy in the last instance might be useful to answer his doubts. The system briefly described the item, giving a brief overview of the boy's crayon. Whenever you have doubts about a problem or an object, you can write them down on paper, and it will help you find the answer. Su Zhao placed a sheet of paper under the crayon and wrote his question on it. What will eventually happen to the miracle company as time progresses? The crayon diligently wrote down the answers. The content on the paper said, stop violating, cannot escape the sudden outbreak, lose memories, cannot decode. Although the clue had been revealed, it still felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Su Zhao was confused and suddenly thought, what is this? If what is written here is true, doesn't that mean there is no way to escape? Su Zhao held the crayon and wrote down his next question on the paper, what should I do to leave the miracle company? The crayon automatically wrote an answer, but it seemed to be blocked by something. Slowly writing each word, ensuring no memories are lost, no rules are violated, and no sudden shifts occur. Turn, it will turn, just as the sentence ends, the crayon ceaselessly spins and sways violently. The crayon, subjected to strong force and constant friction, is immediately sent flying upwards. Su Zhao seemed to have figured out the answer, calmly reasoning. It seemed that the colored crayon couldn't reveal too much information, but from the last sentence, it was clear that there would still be unexpected movements, and they would repeat many times. Each time the shift happened to a new space, his innate ability couldn't immediately manifest, meaning he was being targeted, something that had never happened before. Weary, Su Xiao rubbed his hands against his temples, a hint of helplessness showing in the corner of his eyes. Reluctantly, he said, "Thankfully, I've always been reasoning constantly, so I don't get lost in dreams or become muddled in my thoughts. If I hadn't anticipated things in advance, my brain would probably be empty right now, unable to think at all." The higher the innate ability, the easier it is for the person to rely on it, causing them to stop thinking, or maybe this is a trap from the strange object. The onlookers were stunned, unintentionally learning a secret, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, no wonder every time Su Xiao elder reasons, I find it so difficult to understand. Clearly, he violates the rules and it's fine, so why does he need to think so much?" Another person interrupted, saying, "Wait a minute. Is it possible that Elder Su Xiao has just revealed his innate talent?" It turns out that Elder Su Xiao's innate talent is to break the rules. Another person, admiring him, shyly commented, "Actually, I've already guessed Elder Su Xiao's innate talent a long time ago. Moreover, based on his performance, his talent must surely be SSS rank." The viewers also praised Su Xiao without reservation, possessing an SSS rank innate talent but not being arrogant, and still maintaining the rationality to reason. "I must say, Elder Su Xiao is deep in his calculations, we cannot compare to him." Back at the Miracle Company, at 9 p.m., just before clocking off, the colleagues at the company quickly stood up to pack their things and prepare to leave. However, at that moment, the manager walked out of the office and announced some bad news. He said in a loud voice, "Everyone pay attention, all of you must stay for overtime." All the staff present nodded in unison and replied, "Yes." A reminder notice appeared, showing the following rule: working hours are from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. If, after work, the superior requests overtime, it must be followed unconditionally. The manager continued to assign tasks. "Secretary, now you should select the person who performed the best today." The selection process would determine the outstanding employee of the day. The manager's secretary gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes." The rule appeared again, clearly stating, Rule 10, every day, the company will elect the outstanding talent of the day. Please actively participate. Outstanding employees will have the privilege of leaving the company earlier. Among the contestants, 5 were chosen as outstanding employees. Except for Muzak Myazin, the other contestants showed deep concern. The selected contestants were Grizzly Nation AD, Dragon Country Chu, ANIT Nation J, Muzak Myazin Nation TBN, William Shiogogwa, and Hardy. Except for Muzak Myazin, who had a face as bright as a blooming flower in spring, everyone else, after hearing the regulations, had their faces darken, their brows furrow, looking like a bunch of monkeys. Myazin felt incredibly proud of himself, silently thinking, "I must be a really good employee. With this outstanding employee title, I'm sure I'll pass through smoothly, right?" The director pinned the badge onto Muzak Myazin's shirt, his tone carrying a hint of an inward laugh. He said, "Congratulations, Adin. Today you are the outstanding employee of the company, especially your advertisement for braised pork intestines in brown sauce, which truly amazed me. This outstanding employee title is the perfect fit for you, and you can go home now." Upon hearing this, Muzak Myazin believed it wholeheartedly, his face lit up with so much joy that it seemed flowers could bloom around him. He happily asked, "Can I really go home?" Muzak Myazin hurriedly walked toward the door he had longed for, immediately flinging it open. He quickly stepped outside, not forgetting to leave a farewell. "Finally, I can go home now, goodbye to the Miracle Company." However, there were no signs indicating that I had left the arena. Muzak Myazin stopped, confused, and said, "What's going on? I've left the company, so why isn't there a notification bell? Could it be that leaving the company doesn't mean it's through?" He turned back to look and was momentarily stunned, trying to calm himself before speaking, "Oh no, the company is gone too. Do I have to go down this hallway to pass through?" He kept blinking, convinced he was right, then quickly turned and ran towards the hallway ahead, telling himself, "Yes, it must be like that, as long as I go through this hallway, I'll definitely make it. Right now, I just need to leave this place as quickly as possible." After running aimlessly down the hallway for some time, Muzak Myazin suddenly stopped and speculated that there might be a door at the end.
Is it that opening the door will let me escape from here? I've been walking for so long, am I finally going to make it through?
He twisted the door handle, and the door opened, bathing the dark space in light. Muzak Myazin was dazzled and let out a gasp, "Oh!" He quickly covered his eyes with his hand. But as soon as he opened his eyes again, the image of the miracle company appeared right before him.
Myazin panicked, clutching his head and shouting, "The miracle company? Why is the miracle company behind this door?"
Myazin fumbled, glancing around, still stubbornly holding on to his thoughts.
He said loudly, "No, I don't believe it. There's no way out. My guess is definitely not wrong. Being chosen as an outstanding employee will definitely lead to success."
Myazin didn't even look at the people in the company, muttering angrily, "I want to get out, I want to leave this place."
He wandered down the old corridor, now starting to feel afraid. Muzak Myazin cried out in horror, "No, why is it this corridor?" Muzak Myazin felt utterly disappointed, he couldn't calm down.
Stammering, he spoke to himself, "I want to leave, this time it will be different.
If I go through that door again, I'll definitely escape." Myazin turned back.
Determined, he pressed on, running straight towards the door, just like the main entrance of the miracle company.
He shouted, "I'm risking it all with you."
The moment he saw the scene unfold before him, it was no different from the company Muzak Myazin hated so much.
He helplessly muttered, "No, why have I ended up back in this damned company? It must be an illusion, it's definitely an illusion."
The onlookers were amused to see someone in trouble, excitedly discussing it with a tone of glee. Oh my, the contestant who had just been going through a good time was now becoming desperate.
Then,
this situation is truly quite hopeless, a never-ending loop, feeling as though trapped in darkness, with no light, no hope. All I can say is that I quite like it, the upper floor is really grinding hard, I support it. Myazin ran past the door of the miracle company time and time again, walked through a hallway, then returned to the miracle company again. He was running desperately in vain. Muzak Myazin's tired face grew paler and paler, and the audience whispered in panic. Look, every time Muzak Myazin passes through the door of the company, his face becomes a little more blurred, even scarier than Bei Huadong of Nation K.
One of the audience members commented irritably, "Isn't anyone going to remind the leadership? If this cycle continues, Myazin will definitely die, it's pointless." A helpless audience member replied, "Muzak Myazin is clearly mentally exhausted, reminding him won't help."
Meanwhile, Myazin stubbornly kept running aimlessly, even though he knew the outcome. It was hard to tell how many times he had entered the company by now. Muzak Myazin was running so hard he could barely catch his breath. After each repetition along the same path, his face had completely blurred, looking truly bizarre. The audience discussed together, predicting the result. Muzak Myazin is beyond saving now. He has become just like everyone else in the miracle company, but the strange world announcement still hasn't sounded.
Being completely assimilated, is that what it means to be eliminated?
I don't know either, just keep watching, it'll become clear later. Returning to the other contestants, while Muzak Myazin was fully assimilated, William from Nation Spain and Hardy from Football Nation were also awarded medals. Hardy silently thought, I have a feeling this medal isn't a good thing, but I don't dare to refuse, afraid something bad will happen if I do. After wearing the Outstanding Employee medal, the company, which had once seemed like a miracle in their eyes, suddenly changed. Whether it was the director, the secretary, or the colleagues, they all became abnormal, as if urging them to leave. The secretary and the director silently stood by, watching them, which made them shiver in fear.
Hai nervously thought, these people are too scary. If I don't leave, it feels like something even worse will happen.
Under the pressure of fear, William and Hai were forced to leave the company. William looked back at him, terrified in his heart.
They're starting to surround us, I should leave quickly.
The outcome, as expected, was the same as Muzak Myazin's.
Their faces gradually became blurry. The audience began to notice something was off. One person expressed concern, there's something wrong with this outstanding employee election, I'm worried about Zhu Tai and Adi. Another person interjected with a comment, "A D is fine, he has infinite interpretation skills. Maybe I could have avoided it earlier." What should Zhu Tai do now?
On Zhu Tai's side, in Dragon Country, the director also awarded him a medal just like the other competitors.
He said, "You can go home now."
Zhu Tai appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was burning with anxiety.
He hesitated and thought, "I don't want to leave here. It feels like something dangerous is waiting for me outside the company. But if I don't leave, I feel like they'll swallow me whole in an instant." Zhu Tai was extremely uneasy, struggling to think clearly. What should I do? I have to make a choice, and it must be the right one.
Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen before him, "Hide in the bathroom." Zhu Tai was startled and unconsciously thought to himself,
"Hide in the bathroom? What is this? Why can't I control my body anymore? Oh no, this sinister thing, it has this trick too.
The medal, it must be the medal controlling me, I have to take it off quickly.
Damn it, I can't move my hands. Stop, you stop right now." "No, I won't." He's resisting. Truly a real man. My real name is Li Guangqian.
I pray for Zhu Tai, and I'm willing to lose 10 years of life so that Zhu Tai can keep living.
I absolutely can't give in.
Hold on, Zhu Tai, stay strong, hold on, stay awake, Zhu Tai.
Dead. Zhu Tai's face was completely blurred as well.
The strange person held a medal and said to Adi, "Come here, I will personally award you the Outstanding Staff Medal."
Adi's mind raced, quickly thinking, I had suspected this before, the medal is problematic. I absolutely cannot wear it, I must hide in the bathroom to escape this disaster.
He then said to the strange person, "Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom."
The strange person was startled and asked, What are you doing? Why the rush to go to the bathroom?"
Adi left and immediately ran to the public restroom, but a red hand was chasing after him, with a black mass flying beneath him. The hand caught him, and the black mass turned out to be the medal flying towards him. He tried to pry the hand off and quickly devised a plan. Sure enough, the medal was exactly as he had guessed. It followed him here, and now he just had to wait for the strange object in the bathroom to appear. As soon as he thought of the strange object in the bathroom, it immediately appeared and said, "Come here, my brother."
Adi thought to himself, this is the moment.
Then, a green frog appeared in his palm, and he used it to block the recognition of the strange object. The red hand then disappeared.
The strange object in the bathroom shouted, "Huh?
Where did he go?"
Adi immediately hid.
The medal lost its direction and flew toward the strange object. It was then attached to the chest of the strange object, and instantly, the red hand grabbed hold of it. Adi stood watching, exhaled a breath, and thought to himself, it really is just as I had suspected. Although we've escaped danger this time, the strange thing at the company is not just this. Below, the viewers were incredibly excited and commented, "Oh my god, Adi is truly a genius, coming up with this move. One arrow kills two birds, now mom doesn't have to worry about me when I go to the restroom anymore."
Another person lamented, "What a pity for Zhu Tai."
Clearly, the higher-ups had also thought about him hiding in the restroom, he could have lived if he'd done that. Another viewer chimed in to console, crying as they typed, "Right now, there are so many players with their faces blurred, but none of them have been eliminated. Maybe there's still a chance for a rescue." As a few of An's group were chosen as outstanding employees, those who weren't selected, like Su Xiao, felt somewhat confused. Su Xiao looked at the situation and wondered, strange, very strange. Based on my assumption, the selection of outstanding employees should be a way to target the players. I've made so many mistakes, they should definitely prioritize dealing with me, right? He thought further, but they're not following any script at all, not choosing me as an outstanding employee. What does this mean? A strange person stepped forward and said, "Alright, it's time to start overtime." The other strange people responded in unison, "Yes." Su Xiao stood among the strange people, feeling as though he himself was the odd one out, his face noticeably different from the others. He thought to himself, overtime is out of the question, I'll never be asked to work overtime in my entire life. I need to make use of my time to gather as much information as possible. He also remembered that Rule 13 stated that if there's an opportunity, one should sneak into the director's office. Combined with Rule 14, which says that the director's office contains documents related to the company's secrets, the rules were clear. Rule 13, if possible, sneak into the director's office. The black text, do not enter the director's office, it is the most dangerous place in the company. Rule 14, any secret related to the company must never be taken outside. If you are fortunate enough to gather such documents, you may hand them over to the delivery person. He began to analyze. Rule 13 was clearly a contradictory rule, and the black-colored text could also be considered part of the rule. If he wanted to break this rule, he would need to break both statements at the same time. This meant he would have to both go and not go. After a moment of thought, he reached a conclusion: then I can send Black General in. That way, I won't technically be going in, but I won't be not going in either. With that decided, he ordered Black General, go into the director's office and see if there are any clues inside. Black General cursed a few times angrily. A few minutes later, a cry came from the director's office. Shortly after, Black General came out, chewing on a pair of pants. He wondered to himself, are these the director's pants? Black General barked a few times, signaling something to him. He picked up the pair of pants, rummaged through the pockets, and asked it, are you saying there's something inside the pockets? And indeed, he found something. Holding it in his hand, he wondered, there were 2 pieces of paper. One of the papers read, the 8 rules require you to guide new employees, forgive all the mistakes they make, and no matter what, you must keep them. After reading the content, he said, this rule isn't the same as the one we received, it must be a rule specifically for company management. Then, he thought to himself, no wonder I've been giving the director a hard time, yet he's always been so patient. Turns out, he's also forced to follow these rules. The content of the second piece of paper was, the cleaning lady in the company is the only temporary employee, and she is the only one who doesn't have to work overtime or be tied down. He seemed to understand and began analyzing. The cleaning lady is a temporary employee. No wonder she's nowhere to be seen after 9 p.m., she must go home after her shift. Then, he caught an important point from his own words, wait, go home after work. Isn't the cleaning lady the only one who can leave the company freely? If I gave the documents to her, I could probably leave without trouble. After thinking all this through, Su Xiao turned to ask Black General, besides these things, is there anything else in the director's office? For example, regarding the company's secrets, she shook her head at his question. Then, he smiled slightly, deep in thought, and continued, no, if the document really had to be carried out by the janitor, then there must be some secret company documents inside the office. Wait a minute, could it be that the document isn't here with me but in another player's space? In his mind, he started to sketch a loop and hypothesize. The main characteristic of this copy was the sudden teleportation. Such an important item surely must be linked to this teleportation. It made sense he needed to take the company document outside. It was inside the director's office in another player's space. He then concluded, if I'm not mistaken, the task now is to stay put and wait for the sudden teleportation, then search for the materials from within another player's space. These people are really diligent, the company gave them so many shares, yet they've been working non-stop from night till now. The viewers below started commenting, the company is squeezing their employees dry, treating them like cattle. Another person commented, this job isn't for people, they say it's an 8-hour workday, but they're working overtime until morning. Is this reasonable? He remembered the shadow from last night and murmured, stay calm, stay calm. I need to reorganize my thoughts. Last night, using my special ability as the night watchman, I sneaked into the director's office to find secret documents, but it didn't work out. After a long time, the shadow suddenly got torn apart by something. Then, he gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the table, and made a decision. Damn it, only 1 day left. If my talent still doesn't work tonight, I'll have no choice but to sneak into the room and take the confidential documents. As long as I get the documents, I'm sure there's a way to get them out.
Damn it all.
The National Reminder Board sent a message saying that others were also trying to find a way through, going with the flow of nature. After reading it, Gon was startled and muttered, "Other contestants are also trying to find a way through. What I need to do now is go with the flow, wait for the other contestants to move here." As he was lost in thought, Lucas coughed heavily, clutching his chest as he walked over.
Seeing this, Gon anxiously asked, "Lucas, what's wrong with you?"
The viewers also left comments, puzzled.
Lucas has more facial hair now. Did he kill the strange white creature in the bathroom? Another viewer responded, "Probably.
As soon as he entered the bathroom, he killed that white shadow without hesitation." Hearing this question, Lucas glared fiercely and said to him, "I suggest you stay away from me, or I can't promise I won't kill you." Gon didn't believe it and said, "If you wanted to kill me, I would have been dead long ago. No need to say such things to scare me.
What's wrong with accepting help from others? Do you really think you're a hero who can save the world alone?"
Lucas gritted his teeth and threatened, "What did you say?"
"Gon, are you testing my limits? Do you really think I won't kill you?"
Hearing Lucas' threat, the man did not seem frightened at all. Instead, he became even more anxious and said, "You're right, it would be easy for you to kill me, but it's best you focus on yourself.
Can your health hold up until this round is over?
I don't understand why you've allowed yourself to end up like this.
Isn't it enough to just fight to survive? Is winning and achieving a perfect score really that important?" Upon hearing this, Lucas wiped the corner of his mouth and responded, "What do you understand? For someone like you, clinging to life, death is just a matter of time.
As for me, I'm not afraid of death.
A brief but brilliant life, like fireworks, is what suits me best." "You'll never understand."
Gon lowered his head and said, "Yes, maybe you're right. I'm just a coward. I'm afraid of death. I want everything to end quickly so I can reunite with my family."
"Lucas, don't you have anyone in the real world that you care about?"
Upon hearing this question, Lucas laughed loudly and said, "Care about someone?" He continued, "Why should I care? The only things that worry me are a sterile white hospital bed, a wilting flower in a vase, and a window frame that can never see beyond." Hearing these words, Gon showed a look of disbelief, thinking to himself, "I never imagined that in the real world, Lucas lived like this." Then, he walked towards the director's office door and turned around, saying,
"All right, this conversation is enough for now. This is the first time I've tried to understand you. It seems like I've found the answer for myself. Thank you, Lucas. I think I should do what I want." This remark made Lucas startle and ask again, "Answer? What answer?" After a while, Gon walked out stiffly and indifferently. Seeing this, Lucas mocked him, "That's the answer you're talking about. Don't you find it funny? Empty-handed. What did you get?" He didn't get a reply, so he walked over to Gon's seat and asked again, "Why aren't you saying anything?" But all he received was silence. Finally, in frustration, he grabbed Gon's shirt and said, "Turn around, don't pretend to be a fool just because you're a man." When Gon lifted his head, he had turned into a strange figure. Lucas incredulously asked, "Huh? Why is this happening?" The onlookers started commenting, "Oh no, Gon's face is also revealed now." Others asked, "What exactly happened to him in the office?" Gon briefly came to his senses. He reached into his chest, wanting to take something out, and said, "Documents." Lucas took the documents and said, "Blank paper, you want to risk stealing documents and hand them to me?" It turned out to be just a blank sheet of paper. Gon's response to his question was nothing more than empty words. "About home." Then, Lucas seemed to go crazy, grabbing Gon's shirt and shouting, "You idiot, why did you do that? I don't need your help, I don't need it." But he still resisted and said, "The documents about the house." An upset viewer left a comment, "Damn it, Gon helped him and this is what happened. Why is he still yelling at him?"
Another viewer explained, actually, Lucas probably didn't expect Gon to end up like this, which is why he's angry.
This is just how he expresses himself, in a rather roundabout way.
After venting at Gon, Lucas turned and walked towards the director's office, saying, "Damn it, now I'm going to kill the director so you can see what true power looks like."
A sad viewer commented, "This damn strange world, why did they stab me twice in a row?" Another person said, "I'm crying now."
Until now, Gon had still been thinking about saving Lucas, the true man, a resilient person. At this moment, David from Badge also sneaked into the director's office and obtained the company's documents mentioned in the regulations. Rule 14: No confidential company documents should be taken outside. If you are fortunate enough to obtain such documents, you may hand them over to a delivery person.
Rule 15: Do not trust the delivery person.
In the end, David chose to give the documents to the delivery person. The delivery person received the documents and confirmed resolutely, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you expose the true face of your company."
David also replied, "Okay, I'm counting on you."
When the delivery person turned around and left, he had turned into a faceless figure, but David remained unaware. He continued speaking, "Hang in there." Meanwhile, and had also obtained the information. He was reading and thinking, "I've carefully inferred all this data.
During lunch break, I should sneak into the director's office and see if I can find anything inside."
After reading, he angrily threw the documents away and said, "Damn it, this is not at all what I need. Just based on this, it's impossible to create a shockwave in the company." Then, he continued his line of thought, "Wait a minute, what if the documents I have are fake, and the real ones are hidden in the space of another contestant?
Could it really be that there's only one set of documents? If so, things are getting more complicated."
In the afternoon, after Su Xiao finished his lunchbox, he was transported to An space.
Adi was startled by Su Xiao's sudden appearance and stammered, "Su Xiao?" Su Xiao spoke to him, "Adi, do you have any classified information related to the company?"
"The real documents are probably hidden in the space of some other contestant. We don't have much time left, our urgent task now is to find those documents and figure out a way to get them out of the company."
Adi replied, "Your thoughts are very much like mine. But I don't know how to bring it outside. Have you thought of any way yet?"
He replied, "Let's just say that's the case, but right now, I can't tell you because I'm not sure if our conversation is being eavesdropped on by some strange entity. In short, the first step is to get the materials out.
There's probably even more terrifying challenges waiting for us ahead.
Once you find the materials, think of a way to get them to me, and I'll take them out of the company." Adi was about to say, "Okay, I'll wait until I find them." But before he could finish, he was teleported away.
He stood there and said, "Has Adi already been teleported away? It seems like this random teleportation is happening more frequently now."
Then he thought, but judging by An's reaction, he must be searching his own space too, and hasn't found anything yet.
All I can do is patiently wait for the next teleportation. 20 minutes later, Su Xiao was teleported to Gon's location. Looking at him sitting at the desk, he asked in disbelief, "Is this Gon?"
He had seen Gon many times online in the real world. Although his face was now blurred, judging by his build, it was definitely him. He didn't expect him to have been assimilated as well. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the office. He turned to look and thought, "There's someone fighting in the office. I'll go check it out." Just as he was about to walk past, Lucas kicked the door open and rushed out.
He wasn't quite sure if calling him Lucas was the right choice. Lucas sneered, ignored him, and walked ahead.
He turned his head to glance at him and thought, from the look of him, he must have just avenged Gon. It was unexpected that someone who had always refused to cooperate would now help his teammate take revenge. Then, Lucas fumbled in his chest as if searching for something. He silently waited and began to speculate. In the end, Lucas pulled out a file and placed it on the table. This action surprised him quite a bit.
Confidential documents related to the miracle company, he thought. Lucas must be handing them over to me. Ugh. Lucas' action also surprised the onlookers. One person commented, "Oh my, am I seeing this right? Is Lucas really going to give the documents he found to Su Xiao Elder?" Another person said, "Looks like Gon really moved him. He's not a stone, how could he be emotionless?"
After leaving the documents, Lucas began to move again.
One onlooker commented, "Look, Lucas is shifting now too."
Another person added, "Luckily, before shifting, he left the documents with Su Xiao.
Otherwise, we'd have to go around in circles again."
Finally, one more person said, "Everyone, this is the document that Gon traded his life for.
Let's remember him in our hearts."
After leaving Gon's space, Su Xiao was shifted to another contestant's space, repeating the process several times. During this process, Su Xiao noticed that the time between each teleportation was getting faster, and the jellyfish pendant on his chest continued to glow. In Hardy's space, Su Xiao held up the glowing pendant and muttered to himself, "Does this kind of teleportation affect the mental state of the contenders? I remember reading something on a piece of paper, but it prohibited violations. It said we can't leave, teleportation is sudden, and lost memories can't be solved."
He thought, that's right, it was written with a crayon. Sudden teleportation causes memory loss.
Maybe the more times a contender teleports, the more their memories are quietly erased. The jellyfish pendant protects me, so my memory won't be affected. I can't save the other contenders, all I can do is find a way to take the information out of the company. Moreover, he also realized something else. In the space of another contender, there was no sign of the janitor, which meant that in order to take the information out, he would definitely have to return to his own space. After thinking this through, he turned his head and looked around, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, teleportation is completely random, there's no way to know how long it will take to return to my own space. If I don't go back, the information I have in my hands will never be taken out of the company." While he was feeling frustrated, suddenly the doll seemed to want to say something to him.
He asked it, "Are you saying you want that teleportation power to send me back to my world?"
The doll nodded, agreeing with his words.
And then, Su Xiao and the doll were indeed teleported back.
Standing in front of the familiar desk, Su Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Oh, my desk with my sign on it.
I've really come back." The onlookers couldn't help but marvel, "Oh my god, this doll is incredible." He looked down at his own shadow and the doll's, thinking, the link between me and the doll seems a bit twisted. It seemed like this kind of power couldn't be used endlessly, he had to seize the moment to hand over the materials to the janitor. Thinking about it, he immediately ran outside and called out to Lean, "Hey, the janitor is organizing things and getting ready to leave." He walked over, put his arm around the janitor's shoulder, and said, "Ah, you work so hard every day. Don't worry about cleaning my spot tomorrow. I'll make sure to clean it up myself." The janitor smiled and said, "You're such a sweet talker. If I come across a good match, I'll introduce someone to your family." Taking advantage of the moment, he slyly slipped the materials into her bag. Once the task was done, he waved goodbye to her and said, "Okay, see you tomorrow." The janitor waved back and said, "Yeah, see you tomorrow." As she left, the secretary asked the director, "Do you think the new employee would give the confidential documents to her to take outside?" The director replied, "She wouldn't. Before leaving the company, she is still an employee here. The memories of every employee whose face is blurred are connected to me. I just checked her memory, and there's nothing wrong with it." The viewers were extremely surprised by the comments. No wonder Elder Su Xiao earlier didn't give it to her directly but secretly slipped it into her bag. It must have been to prevent situations like this. Another person also commented, "The cleaner herself knows about the existence of that confidential document, so there's nothing unusual about her memory. It's only natural that the director couldn't investigate. Honestly, it's impressive, just too impressive." Thinking everything was over, no one expected the director to suddenly shout, "Wait, I forgot something." Maybe she didn't even realize what she was carrying out. At that moment, the cleaner had already stepped outside. Seeing this, he yelled, "No, stop her, don't let her leave." The secretary beside him also covered her mouth.
The cleaner finally left, and only the secretary, clutching her head, and the director, who was shouting behind her, were left.
Damn it, no, don't.
At that moment, the employees with blurred faces also disappeared. The viewers left comments, "Oh, look, the employees with blurred faces have disappeared."
So, will the players with blurred faces disappear too?
Another person replied, No, I just checked on Jutai's channel, he hasn't disappeared yet.
Yet another person said, Gon and Bei Huadong haven't disappeared either, don't know what the reason is, they're both fine.
The company door opened, and a thick fog of blood was outside.
As Su Xiao stepped out, she wondered, is it really that simple to leave?
Then he thought, although there were still too many questions that couldn't be answered, the situation had escalated to this point, and the only option left was to go outside and assess the situation. The pendant on his chest emitted a green light. He pondered for a while, then said, "But I still have a strange feeling, this fog seems to have life in it, maybe we should let Black General go ahead to scout."
The fog in front of him condensed into an indistinct shape. Viewers angrily commented, "What the hell, there's something wrong with this fog. How is this even supposed to pass if others are saying the same thing? Isn't this just like fighting the final boss?" As if realizing where the problem was, Su Xiao suddenly thought, "It's you."
At that moment, the White Bear and Black General rushed out. One viewer, feeling relieved, commented, "Luckily Su Xiao Elder has protection, otherwise, he'd be done for." The White Bear and Black General were submerged in the blood-colored fog. Viewers gasped and screamed, "Oh my god, both the White Bear and Black General got swallowed up." Then, a giant hand reached out to grab him, and he couldn't move. He silently screamed in his mind, "This is bad, I can't fight back at all." Suddenly, blood began to drip down from his head.
He thought to himself, huh? Blood?
Then he furrowed his brow and thought, what's going on?
Aren't I in my own space? Why isn't my innate ability working to protect me? He then realized the problem he was facing and continued to think, this isn't right. Since the moment I stepped out the door, I was no longer in my own world. His pendant kept glowing, and he gritted his teeth, murmuring, "What now? My body won't move?" The jellyfish pendant is almost at its limit.
He was gripped tightly by a red hand, and a statue with proportions matching his attire appeared, cracking with every movement. Fortunately, the doll appeared just in time, its shadow connected with his, and it transported him to another place. At this moment, viewers left comments, "Oh my god, that was so dangerous.
Su Xiao Elder almost didn't make it."
Luckily, at the critical moment, the doll used its power to teleport the Elder to another space.
"I love this doll so much."
Another person commented, "That freakish thing is so shameful, it actually tried to kill our Su Xiao Elder."
This matter should be discussed with the beautiful ladies first, don't you think?
In the space of Bei Huadong, Su Xiao had arrived. He exhaled and said, "So just now, the reward for passing the museum wax statue scale was what helped me escape, right?" Then, he thought to himself, "Luckily the doll appeared at the critical moment and moved me to another space, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Quickly, the White Bear and Black General appeared beside him. Seeing them, he felt relieved and said, "It's a good thing I have 3 strange items to summon. I need to pull myself together."
Continue thinking of ways.
This time, he did not step outside but stood before the door, contemplating. The fog in this space was just as thick, but the difference was that the fog here was much lighter.
Then he came to a conclusion. Could it be that the red fog in each space is different, with varying states as well? I must find out the reason.
This may be the key to passing this round. Without hesitation, he immediately turned to the doll and said, "Doll, you must always keep our shadows connected.
If any problems arise, you must immediately take me away."
The doll nodded in agreement.
The viewers, seeing his actions, expressed confusion and commented, did he just escape danger? Su Xiao Elder is going outside again. What does he want to do?
At this moment, Su Xiao was speaking to the other 3 items, "Let's go." He then stepped outside once more, leaving the viewers in despair to comment, "Su Xiao Elder, don't do that." At the same time, David from Country P arrived in Su Xiao's space.
David stood before the large door, gazing at the thick fog outside, wondering, what's going on? Why is the entrance door to the company in this space open? Does this mean I can pass through?
One of the viewers made a guess, the door is open here too. I bet it's because Su Xiao Elder was transferred by Black General to another place, so now the entrance doors of the company in all spaces are open.
Another viewer also commented, but David doesn't know these things.
He thinks it's a signal he can pass through, feels like something's about to happen. Quickly, the National Reminder Board also sent out a message advising not to go outside.
He read it and muttered to himself, they're telling me not to go outside. Does that mean there's some kind of danger?
Then, he turned around and went back in, deciding he should listen to the higher-ups' reminder.
Staying far from the door, the viewer left a relieved comment. He listens pretty well, another viewer commented. Humility and listening to advice is beneficial.
If he had stepped through that door, he'd be dead for sure. As he was heading inside, a cloud of fog rushed toward him.
David struggled to push it away, crying out, no, don't.
At the same time, Bei Hua Dong from Nation K was also transported into Lucas's space.
He chuckled and absent-mindedly said, I want to go outside, I want to go outside.
Soon after, the system board displayed a notification. The competitors from Nation P and Nation K have been swallowed by strange entities. The countdown to the upcoming strange world begins, 10, 9, 8, 7. Viewers saw this and left worried comments.
That's it, more people are going to die. Another person added, this is like meeting a ghost. If all spaces are like this, how can anyone pass through?
In Bei Hua Dong's space from Nation K, Su Xiao was once again standing before the giant hand of the monster.
He looked and thought.
This monster clearly didn't give off the same intense feeling of attack as the one in the previous space.
Then, he drew a conclusion, could it be that the power of the monster prevents him from leaving in each different space? What was the cause of this situation?
When that hand got closer to the doll, it quickly moved him to another space. In David's space from Nation P, Su Xiao was once again standing there, observing and thinking, continuing to check how the monster in this space was. After a while, he realized that the monster here was even weaker.
I think I understand why now.
The rules mentioned, Rule 6, please evaluate the rules wisely.
Do not violate any rules.
Rule 12, do not violate the rules.
Do not violate the rules. Do not violate the rules. In black ink, do not violate the rules.
He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then spoke up. Rules 16 and 17 always emphasize not violating the rules.
The final answer from the crayon also said the same.
It seems that the more rules a contestant violates, the more terrifying and dangerous the monster in that contestant's space becomes. Then, he turned to the doll and said, Doll, take me to Zhu Tai's space immediately.
Hurry up. The doll quickly nodded. They moved to a space filled with thick fog. He looked around in confusion and said, Huh? Is the fog really this thick here? He also said, Zhu Tai always needed this. What could possibly violate so many rules like this?
The fog here is so thick, it seems this isn't Zhu Tai's space. At this moment, Su Xiao looked down at his feet. He noticed the shadow becoming more twisted, and sighed softly, murmuring to himself, it seems the shadow can't be used too many times.
The teleportation spot is starting to get unstable. Has it reached its limit?
At the same time, a D was shifting back and forth between spaces, continuously deducing countless times, and had already figured out the pattern of the fog. A D weakly said, I've deduced too many times, my mind has reached its limit. Then he added, fortunately, I figured out the strength and weakness of that monster's pattern. Now, I need to find the space of the violator who broke the fewest rules, and leave here using its space. Suddenly remembering someone, he spoke again, Zhu Tai, from what I recall, he's a very cautious person.
His space might be the easiest to leave.
The viewers couldn't help but leave comments in admiration, just as expected from a D and Su Xiao, their thoughts are exactly the same. Another viewer also commented, but they only relied on random teleportation, not knowing if Pao had reached Zhu Tai's space by now. Su Xiao has a doll, but even he can't do it so easily. Another viewer sighed and said, we can only leave it to fate. In the space of Zhu Tai from the Dragon Country, a D had truly arrived at the place he had hoped for. As he looked outside, he confirmed his thoughts. The fog here was sparse, definitely the space of Zhu Tai. The viewers couldn't help but admire and comment, how lucky is that? As soon as he finished speaking, he arrived here. He saw someone sitting at a desk, so he called out loudly, Zhu Tai. He patted his chest and spoke to Zhu Tai, luckily, you're still here and haven't been shifted away. I've found a way to leave this place. Come with me. After Zhu Tai turned his face around, a D saw that face and stammered, damn it, Zhu Tai, you've. Suddenly, a D remembered something, and a crayon appeared in his hand. He looked at it and thought, wait a minute, in the museum courtyard, I received a special crayon that can soothe the mind. Just when my spirit needs to be restored, I'll burn it here. Who knows, it might even save Zhu Tai. A kind viewer gave a brief comment on the special crayon. The crayon is made from special materials. Burning it can help soothe and relax the user's mind. And a small reminder next to it indicates that it is a crayon meant to be burned. A few minutes later, a D whispered, I feel much more awake now, but Zhu Tai's face still looks the same. Then, he sadly told Zhu Tai, it seems I can't help you, my friend. Finally, he put away the crayon, wrote a few words on the table, and said to Zhu Tai, goodbye. Thank you for giving your all. I will take your will and belief with me as I leave here. A moved viewer commented, the dust has gotten into my eyes again, everyone. Another person commented, I'm getting old, I can't watch scenes like this anymore. I'm going to sleep. Eventually, and left as well. A notice appeared, dear contestant, congratulations on passing the Chi-Ji Company's 5-star evaluation. He spread his arms wide and opened the door. The next notice popped up, reward through the Excellent Employee Medal. A brief explanation of the Excellent Employee Medal, it belongs to those who strive hard. Wearing it earns you respect beyond imagination. Not long after a D passed, Su Xiao also moved to Zhu Tai's space. Su Xiao glanced at Zhu Tai and said, looks like a D came here first. Too bad, Zhu Tai. He turned around and said to Zhu Tai, let's go, brother. But Zhu Tai still sat there motionless. A spectator commented sadly, it's clear that Elder Su Xiao is heartbroken, he's just holding it in. Another person said, no matter what, Elder Su Xiao cannot fall. Behind him is the Dragon Country, thousands and thousands of families, countless people like Zhu Tai. Finally, someone said, others can act on their emotions, but Elder Su Xiao cannot. Isn't this a kind of constraint? At this point, Zhu Tai suddenly stood up. He was also startled, looking over at the spectators, leaving behind a discussion full of hope. Zhu Tai is standing up. Does this mean there's still a chance for him? Zhu Tai walked over, grabbed his hand, and spoke in broken words, go home. Su Xiao also looked at him and smiled, saying, all right, I'll take you home, Zhu Tai. Then, Zhu Tai's trembling hand was raised, and his tears fell. The hand that had reached out to Su Xiao slowly loosened. His whole body began to dissipate. Su Xiao desperately tried to grab his hand, crying out, Zhu Tai. But he had completely vanished. Below, the spectators cried as if they were a river, commenting, Zhu Tai is gone, Zhu Tai is really gone. Another person also said, I thought Elder Su Xiao could save him, but now I realize that in this world, Elder Su Xiao. He too is so small. Zhu Tai is an ordinary person, but even ordinary people can become great. He always kept striving to live on, and this was the most admirable quality about him. In the end, someone said, Zhu Tai, rest in peace. Every citizen of Dragon Country will never forget you. Then a series of comments appeared, rest in peace. Su Xiao extended his hand, but in front of him, there was nothing, no trace of Zhu Tai. He spoke with a sense of loss, it's over. Let's go home. Then he thought, his face darkened, but if I leave here now within, it means we've admitted defeat to the anomaly. I've violated the most rules, and the monster in my space is definitely the strongest. He clenched his fist and began walking, saying, I must leave this world of anomalies from my space. I must get the highest rating in this round. I want the anomaly to see this. Every citizen of Dragon Country will never bow their heads in defeat. He then took a pen and wrote a message, Shutai, I will definitely pass with the maximum rating in my space. Rest assured and close your eyes. A viewer left a comment. Jutai's position was erased by the anomaly. Another person commented, this is too risky. The doll can't teleport freely anymore, it can only rely on random teleportation. What if there's no chance to return? Someone else said, moreover, even if they teleport back to the original place, if they haven't passed the assessment yet, they might be teleported away again. Isn't that a failed attempt? Finally, an observer concluded, but the words of Elder Su Shao stirred my spirit. Facing the damned strange creature, we absolutely cannot admit defeat. In the next moment, Su Shao was transported to another space, and Lucas was also moved to Zhu Tai's space. Lucas stood watching the symbols on the table and said, Su Shao, they all left this world from here. He thought that leaving from this space was indeed the best choice, but he also realized that passing the maximum evaluation was impossible. Do I really have to leave through this space? Suddenly, he remembered Gon's sorrowful words. Gon, perhaps you were right. An observer commented, oh my god, I can't believe he's not as stubborn as usual. He walked out the door without looking back. Another observer, moved, commented, it's all thanks to Gon. He sacrificed his life to bring back a tear from his teammate. As soon as he left, the system announced, Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the Chi-Ji Company's 5-star evaluation. The reward received, the blood of the strange creature. Another notice appeared, briefly explaining the blood of the strange creature. This is part of the strange creature. It can help you eliminate the abnormal effects brought on by the creature. However, during the process of elimination, we hope you can endure the pain. Looking at the pool of blood beneath his feet, Lucas wondered, is this really the blood of the strange creature? It quickly wrapped around his hand, then spat out something. Lucas, his head drenched in sweat, still joyfully said, come on, help me eliminate all traces of the strange object. One viewer commented, oh my, can he really endure all that pain? Another person responded, it's not just endurance, I actually think he's enjoying it. What a terrifying guy. At 11 p.m., Su Shao finally returned to his own space. He said, only 20 minutes left for the time limit, I've finally made it back. This really was a crazy gamble. He rushed out and gave orders to his strange objects. Black General, Doll, White Bear, follow me in charge ahead. A flash of golden light appeared in front of him. He activated his talent to protect them. They charged straight towards the core of the monster. Su Shao happily praised them, saying, well done, this is my space, with my protective talent, I'm invincible. Now, attack it, kill it. Finally, the monster was defeated, screaming in agony. The system board also displayed a notification, System, a good company treats its employees as the foundation of the business, while a company disguised as a wolf always thinks about how to exploit its employees' labor. Another notification appeared, where there is oppression, there will be struggle. Struggling is not wrong. The mistake lies in those layers of society that only wish to exploit others. When a toxic environment becomes the norm, even those who stand by and watch are guilty. Human beings always have value. Some people's value may only manifest in a short period of time, but it is precisely because of that fleeting moment that they can be remembered forever. At this moment, the exit door also appeared. Su Shao looked at his empty hands, feeling irritated and shouted, what's going on? Where's the reward? Damn it, where's my reward? At this point, another notification appeared, level up of the innate system achieved an additional effect. Introducing the Heavenly Born Reversed Bone innate ability.
The SSS level innate ability has evolved into an anomalous SSS level innate ability. Ability analysis, 100 weight units.
You possess 99 weight units of rebellious bones. Initial effect of the heavenly born reversed bone innate ability: you can disregard the rules of right and wrong, making the rules of the world of anomalies ineffective. Additionally, during the rebellion, you will not be mentally affected or killed by any strange entities. Additional effect of the innate ability in the world of anomalies: you gain the privilege to freely change a rule once, and after violating this rule, the innate ability will continue to take effect again. After reading this, he silently thought, innate ability survey, could this round be triggered to counter my innate ability? If that's really the case, then this reward is definitely not trivial. Excited, he then said, so I can change the rules at will? Doesn't that make me invincible? Su Xiao eagerly thought, perhaps in the next instance, he could use his leveled up innate ability to distort the rules. He couldn't wait for it. The general announcement board also appeared. Congratulations to Su Xiao. Dragon Country, Lucas, Nation A, D, Grizzly Nation have successfully passed. All three countries will be exempted from this invasion by the world of strange events. Su Xiao, Dragon Country passed with 6 stars and received a special reward. The territory of Dragon Country increased by 3%, and an additional reward of 2% expansion was granted. Lucas, Nation A passed with 5 stars and received a high-level reward. The obesity rate among the people of Nation A decreased by 10%. D, Grizzly Nation passed with 5 stars and received a high-level reward. The happiness index of the people of Grizzly Nation increased by 10%. In the real world, he stood on the balcony reading the messages sent by Dragon Country. The first message: D asked us to send his condolences to you. Dragon Country's loss of Zhu Tai is something that has saddened many. The second message: Lucas from Nation A is coordinating the treatment. He has fully recovered and has the special blood reward from the previous round, his left hand is back. He also replied, I understand. Then he opened the chat screen of Zhu Tai. The last message they sent was on February 21 Saint. Zhu Tai texted, Su Xiao Elder, Happy New Year, you really are amazing. I hope you can lead Dragon Country to the very end. He also replied, you're amazing too, let's survive together. Keep going, followed by the message failure being sent. Su Xiao thought to himself, this message I sent to Zhu Tai. I still haven't sent it for the new year? Then, he sent another message. Su Xiao, just as you wished, Dragon Country remains peaceful. You see it, right? The light you wanted to protect in each house, the breeze that gently blows through it so lonely in me. 3 days later, Su Xiao and the other players were once again transported to the world of strange stories. The large system board appeared again. The randomly selected countries participating in the challenge included Dragon Country, Grizzly Nation, Nation A, Asangwa, Nation Afri, Nation Z, East Island Country, Baja Country, and Southern Jiangsu. This time, the world of strange stories was a therapeutic hospital of gratitude. Welcome to the Center for Education in Gratitude. Room 13 of Professor Yang's Therapeutic Hospital of Gratitude. Do you think the internet is a disease? Do you think you need treatment? Do you believe you can learn to be grateful? Don't be impatient. In room 13, Professor Yang will use a special mental therapy to tell you the answer. This world of strange stories was an individual round. Reminder, all punishments the players encounter in this world of strange stories will be preserved forever. Opportunity for a reminder in this world of strange stories. Once within 3 days, expose the wicked deeds of Professor Yang, and simultaneously uncover the outcome through hidden clues. At this moment, Su Xiao was standing in front of the Center for Education in Gratitude. A voice of heartfelt gratitude echoed from within. Thank you for being here. He looked at the hospital and said, Professor Yang's Therapeutic Hospital of Gratitude. Then, he happily said, isn't this just the Thunder King version of a strange story? Interesting, I'm really excited. A person walked out from inside and said to him, Hey, newcomer, Principal Yang asked us to come and pick you up. Before you go in, we need to search you to make sure you don't have anything threatening or suspicious.
He replied casually, okay.
He raised both hands for the person to search. The person carefully checked him and then said, all right, there's nothing wrong.
Let's go with us.
He was led through a group of people. Each of them had their own thoughts when they saw him. One person sighed and thought, another unfortunate soul. Another thought, the newcomer probably doesn't know the rules around here, if anything goes wrong, he'll be the one to take the fall. Someone else sympathized and thought, once he enters, he'll quickly become as sorrowful as the rest of us.
What a pity.
The person led him to a room called Treatment Room 13 and said, newcomer, Principal Yang is inside. When you see the principal, show respect, don't act too casual, or I can't guarantee that you won't end up lying down there yourself.
He responded with restraint, got it, I'll make sure to do that. Thanks for the reminder. Entering the room, the person said, Principal Yang, we've brought the newcomer.
Yang Ingjin had his back to them and said, all right, thanks for your hard work.
You can leave now. I'll have a chat with him for a bit.
The person replied, yes, Principal, we will stand guard outside the door.
If anything happens, just call us.
After saying that, the person left. At this moment, Yang Ingjin turned around to look at him, smiling gently, and said, newcomer, come sit here.
Don't be afraid. Many people misunderstand our treatment methods.
In fact, the hospital is extremely grateful to us for being humane.
We only punish students who don't listen. He also smiled and replied, all right. Then, the man asked again, so, do you know why I had them bring you here to see me?
He wanted to say I do, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth, so he could only curse inwardly.
Damn it, why can't I speak? At that moment, a system selection menu appeared. Option 1, curse Principal Yang because he is a pervert.
Option 2, pretend to flatter him, because Principal Yang is wise and mighty.
He must have a good reason for summoning me here.
Option 3, say nothing. Option 4, disregard the principal's question and punch him.
Su Xiao was startled, thinking, damn, what's going on here? Is this the rule? I can only choose one of these answers?
He thought further and concluded, in this situation, other contestants would definitely choose option 2 or 3, but I want to be rebellious and choose either option 1 or 4.
However, if I can only choose one answer, option 4 clearly seems safer.
Thinking it over, he immediately slapped Yang Ingjin across the face. The man fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. The situation surprised him so much that he exclaimed, how could they not forbid hitting?
One punch and he's foaming at the mouth already. Hearing the strange sound, the person who had brought him there opened the door and rushed in, asking, what was that sound? What happened?
Next to the principal, lying on the ground, was Su Xiao, scratching his head innocently, saying, I don't know. The principal suddenly collapsed and fell asleep. The other person didn't believe him and said loudly, you must have done something for this to happen. Then, in anger, he raised his fist and said, how dare you disrespect the principal? You must be asking for trouble. The system then displayed the next set of choices.
Choice 1, immediately kneel and apologize to the teacher. Choice 2, punch each teacher once so they never forget.
Reminder, this choice will lower the teacher's impression of you. When the impression points decrease, the teacher will leave. The teacher's impression of you is 60. Choice 3, make up an excuse to temporarily convince the teacher that the principal fell on his own, unrelated to you. After reading it, he exclaimed, oh my god, I have to choose again.
Which one should I pick this time?
In the end, Su Xiao chose to punch each teacher once. After punching, he said, why do I feel like my punch was stronger?
Could it be a power upgrade from my innate ability? Amazing.
Now, when I slap someone, it feels much more satisfying, but my hand is starting to go numb, so I'll say this instead. But my hand hurts a bit, it's better to summon Black General and the White Bear to teach them a lesson. At his feet were two instructors foaming at the mouth. He pointed and shouted, Black General, White Bear.
but nothing appeared around him. He looked confused and said, "Huh? Where are Black General and the White Bear? And the doll too?" The onlookers also commented, "What's going on?"
I think this round also mentioned that no strange objects are allowed. Another person added, "Damn it, without strange objects around, it feels a bit scary." Suddenly, the white bear appeared from a swirling vortex.
He asked it, "White Bear, why did you come out from there? Where are the doll and Black General?" It waved its paws in a way that made him understand, and he spoke to it, "Su Shao, I see now.
You mean this round doesn't allow strange objects like you guys to appear?
Black General and the doll had to put in a lot of effort to get you here." After realizing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "This damn system is targeting not my abilities, but the strange objects around me now? Damn it! Is it because I can't fight back?" Then he spoke to the white bear again, "Fine, you go hide for now, don't let any of the strange objects here notice. I'll call you when I need you." He nodded when he heard him speak, and another instructor opened the door and called out, "Principal Yang, what kind of situation did we just hear?" But then he was taken aback. When he saw the person lying on the ground, the white bear had already hidden, and only he remained standing there, saying to them, "What are you two still standing there for? Can't you see that Principal Yang is so tired he fell asleep on the ground? Hurry up and carry him to bed." The two of them stared blankly, pointing at the two people lying on the floor, saying, "Has Principal Yang really fallen asleep? Then how do you explain the two instructors lying on the floor?" Su Shao replied calmly, "Is it not possible for them to sleep on the floor with the principal?" At this point, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh and left comments. "Su Shao's answer made me laugh so hard I can't close my mouth."
Others also commented, leaving the two instructors unsure of how to respond.
Su Shao stood there with his hands on his hips, his nose also growing longer as he said, "No way, do you two think that I alone could knock down all three of them?" Hearing this, the instructor rubbed his chin, thinking it over. It was true that the newcomer's build couldn't possibly knock down all three of them.
Moreover, aside from Principal Yang, the rest of our instructors had all been trained.
Afterward, he dragged Principal Yang away and said, "You go outside for now. If we find out you're involved in this, we won't let you off easily." Su Shao obediently replied, "All right, all right, all right." But in his heart, he thought, no need to argue with them. Anyway, there's no need to act like a rule enforcer right now, so I'll just conserve my energy. Stepping out of the therapy room, Su Shao was guided by the instructor to the front of the teaching hall. The instructor said to him, "It's currently the time for dismissal, students are free to move about." He casually responded with a brief acknowledgement, then the instructor led him in front of the crowd and introduced, "Classmates, this student's name is Su Shao. He will also be here to learn with you how to show gratitude to your parents, to society, and to everyone. Please give him a round of applause as encouragement." Afterwards, the instructor patted him firmly on the shoulder and said, "All right, new student. I hope you'll soon learn how to show gratitude and get out of here." As he turned to leave, he added, "If anything comes up, feel free to come to me." Su Shao watched his retreating figure and thought, why did this guy slap my shoulder so hard? Is he trying to send me some hidden message? At this moment, Jolly stepped forward and said, "Student, you're wondering about the hidden meaning in the instructor's words, right? Actually, it's quite simple. As long as you have money, you can make him work for you." Su Shao responded, "Does Principal Yang know about him getting paid for work?" Hearing this, Jolly smiled and replied, "I'm not sure if the principal knows, but they don't really care." This could very well be something Principal Yang ordered. He winked slyly, then added, "Just get to know each other, will you?" At this point, Su Shao could only think one thing, this guy doesn't seem to be a good sort, and now he wants to get close to me. He introduced his name first, "My name is Zhao Li, and yours?" But he coldly turned around and waved his hand, saying, "I don't want to get to know you, goodbye." Zhao Li felt irritated and thought, what's with the attitude? He thinks he's at home playing the young master or something? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. When Su Shao met Zhao Li, other players also encountered him.
In response to Zhao Li's friendly reminder, most of the contestants handled it politely. At this moment, a D was shaking hands with him, while only a few players, like Su Xiao, chose to ignore him.
Lucas was one of them. Lucas didn't even look at him and turned to walk away. A few minutes later, it was time for class. In the strange world of the other contestants, it was Principal Yang who would teach, but for Su Xiao's group, it was the instructor who led the lesson. The instructor stood at the podium and said, "Today's welcome lesson was originally supposed to be taught by Principal Yang, but due to health reasons, the lesson will now be a self-study session." He took out a rulebook and said, "Everyone should read aloud the contents of this book called Gratitude. I will not be supervising you."
He then sternly added, "Remember, no private conversations, no passing notes.
If I catch anyone doing that, there will be consequences." The group took the rulebook and read aloud in unison, "We must be grateful to our benefactor, Principal Yang Xin. He not only treats our illnesses, provides us with internet access, but also helps us correct the mistakes in our lives." Hearing them read like that, Su Xiao thought to himself, "What the heck, are they really reading out loud? These students are taking obedience a bit too seriously." Suddenly, someone from the table behind spoke up, "Hey Zhu Qiao, pass the paper down here." At that moment, Su Nan was handing a piece of paper to Zhu Qiao. Their actions confused him. He thought, what are those people up to? Then, the piece of paper was thrown onto his table. Looking at the paper that suddenly appeared, he wondered, "Is this for me?" After reading the paper, he understood the situation and thought to himself, "No wonder they passed the paper to me. It turns out those classmates want to find out the truth about why Principal Yang isn't coming to class. Do they really love Principal Yang's lessons that much? Is one day without class that unbearable for them?" The content of the paper read, "New student, you're the last one to leave the treatment room. Do you know what happened to Principal Yang?" Then, he quickly wrote on the paper, thinking, "I must respond, it's an honor to clear up their doubts." The viewer sighed and said, "Do you think Su Xiao Elder will tell them the truth?" Another person also commented, "It wouldn't hurt to tell them. Who knows, it might increase their impression of him. This impression seems pretty important." After finishing, he threw the paper back to Zhu Qiao. She glanced back at him and thought, "Already sent it back so quickly? Looks like this new student is reliable. Maybe we should add him to our plan." The content written on Su Xiao's note reads, "Actually, I don't know what's wrong with the principal either. It seems like he's really tired. When he was talking to me in the therapy room, he only got halfway through his words before he was so exhausted that he collapsed on the floor. Think about it, the floor is cold, so the reason he might not teach today is probably because he caught a cold from lying on the floor." Zhu Qiao, after reading it, was left speechless, while others who saw it left amused comments. "I think I've overthought this. Su Xiao Elder is still very considerate." Another person also commented, "I feel like a single-celled organism when compared to Su Xiao Elder, so embarrassed." Just when everything seemed calm, the teacher suddenly walked in, arms crossed, and sternly said, "Which student was it who secretly passed a note? Everyone, stand up." The class became deathly silent. He then walked up to you and asked, "New student, did you pass the note? If you admit it, I'll let you off this time." At this moment, the system's choice appeared. System choices? Choice 1, take responsibility, proactive, give the note to the teacher, and accept all responsibility. Reminder, this choice will increase your impression points with certain students. When your impression points reach 100, a side story will be unlocked. Your current impression points with the students are 30. Choice 2, deny responsibility, and accuse the person who passed the note to you. Reminder, this choice will increase your impression points with the teacher. When your impression points reach 100, a side story will be unlocked. Your current impression points with the teacher are 50. Option 3, die without confessing, even if beaten to death, I will not admit to passing the note. With lightning speed, I shoved the note into my mouth and swallowed it.
After reading all three options, Su Xiao rubbed his chin and thought, oh my, all three of these options are pretty normal, nothing unusual. For a moment, it will be hard to judge which one is the most rebellious or the most commonly invalid, but option 3, eating the note, feels a bit uncomfortable.
The option that seemed to fit the logic best was option 2.
After thinking for a moment, he stood up and said, Professor, I would like to report the person who passed me the note earlier. The professor crossed his arms and said, oh, you're quite considerate.
Go ahead, tell me, who exactly is disrespecting Principal Yang's rules and causing disorder in the classroom?
Upon hearing this, Zhu Qiao's face darkened as he thought, crap, I shouldn't have tested the new student like that.
What if he reveals everything? We'll all have to deal with Sister Liao.
Zhang Yuan also felt a wave of panic as he thought, it's so scary over there, I don't want Sister Liao, I really don't want her.
To their surprise, Su Xiao pointed at Zhao Li and said, Professor, the one who passed me the note was him.
Zhao Li, wrongfully accused, stood up in anger and said, you're slandering me.
It was someone else who passed you the note, what does it have to do with me? Su Xiao acted as if he were helpless and said, stop pretending, you can't fool me.
Zhao Li was about to retort when the professor quickly stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and said, Zhao Li, right?
Come with me.
At this moment, the instructor was thinking, so many people are watching, I can only lead him away for now, I can't let this become a topic of discussion. Zhao Li wanted to say, Instructor, it wasn't me earlier with him. But before he could finish, the instructor snapped sharply, shut up, follow me right now, or I won't let you off easily. As he was led away by the instructor, Su Xiao folded his arms in satisfaction and thought, just now, when the instructor left the classroom, I saw them exchange looks full of meaning.
Sure enough, he's the one who's accusing me, trying to be the snitch?
I'll show him who the real snitch is. While Su Xiao was accusing Zhao Li, the other students were experiencing similar situations.
Yang Yingzhen stepped forward and asked, Bo Xin Ku Cha, the new student, did you pass a note during class?
If you admit it voluntarily, I'll let you go.
He looked up and said, the system prompt just popped up. System prompt, option 1, take responsibility. Proactively hand the note to the instructor and accept all consequences. Reminder, this option will increase your impression points with some students. When your impression points reach 100, a side story will be unlocked.
Your current impression points with the students are 30.
Option 2, shirk responsibility, accuse the person who passed you the note. Reminder, this option will increase your impression points with the instructor. When your impression points reach 100, a side story will be unlocked. Currently, your impression points with the instructor are 50.
Option 3, die without a rebuttal, even if beaten to death, he would not admit to delivering the paper. In a lightning-fast motion, he shoved the paper into his mouth and swallowed it whole. He felt that there was something very strange about this school, the students should unite, and he should not betray them. With that thought, he clenched the paper tightly, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it in front of everyone's stunned gaze.
The other students looked on and thought, damn, is he really that stupid? He's openly defying Principal Yang like that. His actions enraged Yang Yingzhen. The man grabbed him by the collar and said, you dare swallow the paper in front of me? I'll make sure to treat you properly. He could only cry out in pain, no, please don't. As Bo Xin Ku Cha, bound to an electric chair in the middle of the room, nervously thought to himself, what do I do now? What should I do? Before the dungeon started, there had been a reminder that all punishments faced within would be recorded forever. He also thought that if he got electrocuted, even if he passed the trial, it would be pointless. After thinking that, he shouted at Yang Yingzhen, Principal Yang, I respect you. Please don't punish me, I'll listen to you. I beg you, whatever you ask me to do, I'm willing. Upon hearing this, Yang Yingzhen put his hands together and turned to him, asking, you should have said this to me earlier. Now, you say it, don't you think it's too late? Then, an electric helmet was placed on his head. His face turned pale with fear as he pleaded, no, please, don't. But Principal Yang said, now, accept the treatment. This is an essential step to get in here, and it will help me tell if you're telling the truth or lying.
Then he stepped forward and turned the adjustment knob up to 10%. Bo Xian Ku Cha was shocked by the electricity, screaming out in pain. At that moment, he said, once the treatment begins, if you say what I want to hear, the pain will end a little sooner. If you remain stubborn and refuse, then the pain will increase even more. He then asked, tell me, why did you choose Pa to protect those students just now? Do you want to join them in opposing me and leave this school? He screamed in fear, no, that's not it. I was just tricked by the devil. Principal Yang, please forgive me. Principal Yang twisted the knob again and said, forgive you? So you and those students can join forces against me? How naive. Don't think I don't know what you're all plotting. When the adjustment knob reached 50%, Bo Xian Ku Cha was shocked beyond endurance and screamed again. Principal Yang, I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me. He replied, I could forgive you, but you have to give me the answer I want to hear, or else your pain will continue. At that moment, the system's choice menu appeared again. What should he choose? Begging for mercy again? It was definitely useless. The third choice is clearly to find the way out. The content of the choice includes begging for mercy. Continue to beg for mercy from Principal Yang. The second choice is to thank Principal Yang, and express to him, everything I do is to thank him. The third choice, I am not wrong. If you're so capable, kill me. Reminder 3, choice to answer freely. Principal Yang's impression points will increase or decrease depending on your answer. He was electrocuted so badly that tears flowed, and the corners of his mouth bled as he said, Principal Yang, everything I do is to thank you. I swallowed the paper to gain the trust of the students. Only in this way can I gather intelligence from them and report it to you at any time. Yang Yingzhen was quite satisfied with this answer, so he said, that's acceptable. He simply twisted the knob back and said, looks like thanking her still works. Your answer surprised me. In the future, I look forward to your performance. If you can say it but not do it, I think you'll be back here again. He struggled to say, yes, I will definitely help you gather intelligence. At the same time, a D, after some speculation, successfully placed the blame on Zhao Li. This way, he not only avoided offending Principal Yang but also succeeded in earning the students' impression points. He pointed at Zhao Li and said, it was him who passed the paper to me. Lucas, on the other hand, chose to bear the consequences, accepting the charge of passing the paper alone. He pointed to his chest and said, I passed the paper. If you want to punish someone, punish me alone. He made this choice because he believed that the earlier responses had left an impression on the other students. This impression was undoubtedly important. Did he want to pass this test? He definitely had to. So, Principal Yang directly led Lucas to therapy room number 13. Lucas was strapped to the electric chair but remained incredibly calm. Yang Yingzhen stood in front of him, saying nothing, pretending to be deep in thought. All right. I have plenty of methods, but now it's too late for you to regret it. He then placed the electric helmet on Lucas's head and said, here we go, take the treatment. I want to see whether your mouth is tougher, or if my therapy is more effective. Electricity flowed into Lucas's body, but he showed no reaction. Principal Yang frowned and thought, he's not reacting? What's wrong with this guy? He then adjusted the dial to 50% and said, I underestimated you. Looks like you're not lightly ill. You need stronger treatment. I really like students like you. The more you resist, the more I want to break your spirit. On the other side, Lucas seemed to be enjoying the sensation and silently thought, this feels so good. Yang Yingzhen turned his head to look at him and said, you can still laugh at a time like this? You're truly something else, but I told you, the more you act like this, the more excited I get. He was speaking while adding even more force. At this moment, Lucas could no longer enjoy it. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and painful cries echoed. Yang Yingzhen spoke again, it seems my treatment is still more effective.
Now, can you tell me why you alone bear the guilt? What benefit does covering for those students bring you?
A selection menu appeared before him.
Option 1, beg for mercy, continue begging Principal Yang for mercy. Option 2, thank Principal Yang.
Confess to Principal Yang that everything you did was to show gratitude towards him.
Option 3, I am not wrong. If you're so good, go ahead and kill me. Reminder 3, free response option. Principal Yang's impression points will increase or decrease based on your answer. After reading all three options, Lucas pondered. He didn't want to choose any of them.
The stimulation from the treatment made his mind function more smoothly.
He was thoroughly enjoying it. Then, he yelled, I'm not wrong.
If you're so capable, go ahead and shock me first. After making his choice, he frowned and cursed inwardly, what's going on?
What is this? How can my body make a choice on its own?
When Lucas was shocked, it seemed he had realized something, thinking, I understand now. If I don't choose within a certain amount of time, my body will automatically make a choice. Then, he wondered to himself what consequences this choice might have, feeling not very optimistic about it. Yang Ingjin, on the other hand, thought, damn it, I've never met anyone so fearless of death like this. In the end, he chose to act and said, Lucas, you truly surprise me, but if you want to die so badly, I won't let you.
He continued, I need someone like you, who doesn't obey orders.
There's no rush, I have the time and the means to teach you gratitude. I'm sure you'll become a regular visitor of treatment room number 13. At the same time, in Suzhou's space, Yang Ingjin had woken up and pointed, cursing, kid, you dare to pull tricks on my turf, you even dared to hit me and the two instructors?
Into the medical room. Now that I'm awake, I'll make sure you see what true cruelty looks like.
Suzhou had already sat on the electric chair, playing around, saying, come on, let's see your performance. Hearing this, he turned to the person beside him and said, Instructor Zhang, put the specially made helmet on him, I want to see if he'll still act arrogant later. Instructor Zhang also said, alright, Principal Yang, we must punish him. Let's see how this kid begs for mercy. Instructor Zhang placed the helmet on him. At this point, he was still in the mood to joke, saying, nice, this helmet is great. He turned the adjustment knob to 30% and said, let's make you feel 30% of it first, think about where you went wrong. He added, today, if you give me a satisfactory answer, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll never learn gratitude and never leave here. The electric current passed through his body, but he still didn't feel anything, so he silently thought, apart from the tingling sensation all over my body, I don't have any special feeling.
My talent seems to be immune to this electric damage. Is this considered some kind of strange attack power? Then he said to Yang Ingjin, is that all, Principal Yang? Am I right to assume you haven't eaten yet? You want me to thank you for this little treatment? Hurry up and increase the voltage for me. We're in the middle of a treatment session, can't you be a little more professional?
Zhang, the instructor beside them, grumbled, damn, kid, you're getting too cocky, teaching the principal how to do his job.
Does the principal need you to teach him? He then spoke to Principal Yang, Principal Yang, I think this kid's mouth is too stubborn. If it doesn't work, let's show him some real power. With a snort, Yang Ingjin heard this and replied irritably, are you teaching me how to do my job now?
Embarrassed by his comment, Zhang scratched his head and said, no, I wasn't.
Then Yang Ingjin turned the adjustment dial up to 70% and said, you want more electricity? Now I'll satisfy you. At 70%, a normal person would never be able to withstand this level of treatment. Let's see if you can still act so tough.
At this moment, the system interface options also appeared.
Option 1, beg for mercy. Option 2, thank Principal Yang. Option 3, the pig that's already dead doesn't fear water. Option 4, Principal Yang's nightmare.
The most rebellious student, he gave the principal a warm and sincere slap, tying him to the chair so he would accept his gratitude. Reminding him of the freely chosen options, Principal Yang would adjust his impression points based on the student's answer, either increasing or decreasing them. When the impression points reached 100 or lower, special events would trigger, like unlocking a number. The current impression points Principal Yang had for him were 15. Looking at the options, Su Xiao thought that this self-chosen item had never appeared before.
Could this be the result of my rebellion?
After thinking it through, he provocatively spoke again. Principal Yang, yesterday you made your own karma, you created it yourself, and you can't blame me.
He cursed angrily. Damn it, you dare insult me? I'll kill you.
Then he adjusted the dial, ensuring a 100% success rate.
Su Xiao remained indifferent and asked, "What's this?" The more indifferent he was, the more confused Yang Yingzhen became, exclaiming, "Oh my god, what kind of demon is this kid? He can still endure at this level. Could he be made of electric insulation?"
He then turned to Zhang, the instructor, and said, "Instructor Zhang, I suspect there's something wrong with the machine. Please put on the specially designed helmet and try it."
Instructor Zhang, speechless, thought to himself, "Try? What nonsense are you talking about? How can someone with a mouth at 37 degrees say something so cold? Can this thing even be tested? Maybe trying it will cost us our lives."
Then he subtly declined.
"Principal Yang, I don't think I need to personally test it anymore.
If the machine is broken, it might be more effective to call a worker for repairs than for me to try." But Yang Yingzhen replied, "Don't forget who has been providing for you. Without me, all of you would be drinking the northwest wind."
Hearing this, Zhang Jiaguan thought to himself, yes, our village is remote.
Before you built the treatment facility, people here struggled with basic survival.
But I work for you, not selling my life to you.
Seeing that he remained silent, the man finally became annoyed and said, "Why aren't you speaking?"
Still unwilling? Well, tomorrow you can return to the village. What I need is someone who will obey me.
Hearing this, Zhang Jiaguan raised his hand and said, "Principal Yang, you've started to twist your words again. Principal Yang, I believe what you need is not someone who will obey you, but someone who views human lives as worthless, like you. A piece of scum who takes pleasure in mistreating others."
The three people in the room said in unison, "What did you say?"
He, self-righteous, said to him, "You young brat, you're not only small in age, but also bold."
Exactly, I enjoy tormenting disobedient students who don't even know how to be grateful. What's wrong with that?
These students were personally brought here by their mothers.
Not only do they not find any problem with me, they should be thanking me.
Then he spread his arms and said, "Tell me, which one of these students isn't a societal parasite?
If I don't give them a chance to turn things around, do you think this society can still accommodate them? The ones who are lost in the internet, arguing loudly with their parents. Some even go as far as hitting their parents, that's what you call scum. All I'm doing is guiding these delinquents back onto the right path."
Su Xiao disagreed, replying, "The things you're saying are exactly what parents want to hear. But in reality, when children lack love in their everyday lives, they naturally seek a sense of belonging online. You're blaming the kids for being rebellious, not listening to your teachings, but have you ever reflected on your own approach to education?" He then pointed his finger at Yang Yingzhen and said, "Principal Yang, you're the one telling everyone to turn back from their wrongdoings.
I think you're the one who needs to change.
To mistreat and torture someone while trying to sound so noble, you're quite something.
You definitely have some issues."
Hearing this, Yang Yingzhen stubbornly responded, "Young man, your problem is very serious, and I must treat you." He then gave an order to Zhang, the supervisor, adjust the power output of the treatment room to the highest level.
I need to carry out an intensive treatment on him. Zhang, the supervisor, responded with concern, "Principal Yang, isn't this dangerous? This could lead to a loss of life." Yang Yingzhen sat back in his chair, arms crossed, and said, "What's there to be afraid of? If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Just go adjust it.
Crank the power up to maximum."
The two officers responded, "Yes, sir."
After that, they walked outside and closed the door. As they left, he once again adjusted his evil hands and said, "Your problem is very stubborn and needs treatment. Next, I will teach you how to express gratitude,
How to become a useful person for society. What he couldn't have expected was that Su Xiao suddenly broke free from his restraints, stood up, and said, "A useful person for society? Principal Yang, let me teach you instead." He was taken aback, stuttering, "How? How are you?" Su Xiao slapped him hard and said, "It's none of your business, don't ask." Yang Yingxian was slapped so hard he foamed at the mouth, his butt sticking up in the air. Su Xiao stepped on his behind and said, "TCH, trash, can't even take one slap. But if you enjoy treating others like this, today I'll let you taste the flavor of being treated." After a flurry of activity, he successfully placed a hat on the swollen face of Principal Yang, now resembling a pig's head. He vaguely asked, Where am I?" Su Xiao sat down in the chair opposite him, speaking in a soothing tone, "Don't worry, I'm just treating you. Didn't you often treat the other students? It will definitely benefit you." Hearing this, he panicked slightly and tried to advise, You student, I advise you not to do something stupid. Don't you feel guilty towards the parents who sent you here? They invested so much effort for you, all for your own good. As long as you graduate smoothly, you can go home. I guarantee you can definitely go home safely. It's best that you don't do anything foolish now. However, Su Xiao was not the type to act according to moral standards, so he quickly responded, "What? Talking about my parents wanting to kidnap morality? Sorry, I don't have any morality to begin with, so I can't be kidnapped." He also followed his example and turned the dial to 100%. A voice came from the machine, "Thunderbolt King, accept the punishment of justice." He was shocked by the electricity and groaned with his eyes wide open. Su Xiao needed to take the phone he found on the principal and watch him twitch and flail from the electric shock. He said, "Principal Yang, you know how to dance the Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens? Not bad, I'll provide the beat for you." The phone in his hand was also smart enough to emit a mechanical voice, immediately playing the song Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens. The song began, "I wanna fly, I wanna fly. The bird carrying dreams spreads its wings, breaking free, not afraid of fire, soaring to the sky, not afraid of thunder." The rhythm of Principal Yang's movements, jolted by the electric shock, strangely matched the song, so one viewer commented, don't say anything, this eerie music combined with Principal Yang's rhythmic dance really has its own style." Another viewer commented, "Principal Yang hides it so well, to be able to catch such a difficult beat. I am not convinced, not convinced." At this point, Su Xiao also followed the rhythm of the music. While Su Xiao was punishing the principal, most of the chosen ones had already been led by Principal Yang to treatment room number 13, including Indalai. At this moment, he was being held by 2 officers, and in front of him, Principal Yang angrily said, "How dare you cause trouble in front of me? Today, I must teach you a lesson." Logically speaking, Indalai had stayed in the classroom, choosing to suppress the matter for Zhao Li and didn't need to enter the treatment room. When Yang Yingxian asked, he responded, "Who passed the paper to you?" He pointed at Zhao Li and said, "He passed the paper to me." But it was unclear what Zhao Li had told Principal Yang, as Indalai, unfortunately, was still caught. At that time, Zhao Li whispered something into Yang Yingxian's ear, and he responded, "Is that so?" Luckily, as soon as Indalai entered the treatment room, he took the initiative to win over Principal Yang. "Principal Yang, I slandered Zhao Li to help you gather intelligence. The purpose was to earn the trust of others. You are smart, and you will surely understand that what's going through his mind right now is that the effectiveness of this treatment will be permanent. I must give in first, if I end up being turned into a fool, the consequences would be catastrophic." In the end, Principal Yang believed him, though bitter like bitter tea, he trusted in Dalai. He waved his hand and said, "Let him go. And Dalai, I'll trust you this time, but I'll be watching your future actions. If you disappoint me again, I won't spare you." Adi nodded firmly and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." As night fell, in Su Zhao's space, Yang Yingxian was still twitching and groaning on the chair. He adjusted the knob while speaking. It seemed that the 2 instructors had indeed increased the power output, and within just a few minutes, everything had already turned black.
Suddenly, the two instructors walked in and said, "Principal Yang, the task you instructed has been completed, and we can feel the treatment's effects." Before they could finish speaking, they saw him sitting unscathed on one side, while Principal Yang was blackened and sitting in the electric chair, so they shouted loudly, "Damn it, what's going on here?
Didn't we say we were treating Su Xiao? Why is Principal Yang the one who's burned?" Instructor Zhang pointed at him with a cane and asked, "What did you do to Principal Yang? Why is he in the chair? Wasn't the one being treated supposed to be you?"
He shrugged and responded, "This has nothing to do with me. Principal Yang untied me and then sat in the chair himself. He said he wanted to experience the feeling of pleasure and pain while being treated." Hearing this, the instructor angrily replied, "Damn it, how could Principal Yang obediently sit in the chair for treatment? Clearly, you forced him." Instructor Zhang also threatened, "Sit down and don't move, or don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as they finished speaking, he quickly walked over and slapped each of them, saying, "Did I just give you face, huh?" Then, he looked at them foaming at the mouth on the floor and sighed, "Youth really is great, you can just fall to the ground and sleep." Finally, he stepped out and said, "The room smells burnt, I need to go outside for some fresh air." The system interface now also displays a notification. "Attention, the current impression score of Principal Yang towards you is 0. You have triggered the unlocking of a new storyline." After reading this, Su Xiao said, "New storyline, impression score reduced to 0. Unlocking a new storyline probably isn't a good thing. But no matter what the new storyline is, what's there to be afraid of? Anyway, it's already been done, just venting my frustration." The system interface still hasn't closed the notification from earlier. "The current impression score of Principal Yang towards you is 0. You have triggered the unlocking of a new storyline, and viewers have left comments. Yes, the electric punishment method is the dream of many. Elder Su Xiao has done it, so cool." Another person commented, "I am a fan of Elder Su Xiao, crazy for Elder Su Xiao, hit the wall for Elder Su Xiao." After triggering the new storyline, new rules were also set. Rule 1, starting from this moment, please unconditionally obey the orders of Principal Yang. This is the only opportunity to help you leave the center of education for gratitude. Rule 2, do not succumb to Principal Yang. His gratitude treatment is completely perverted and twisted. Please maintain your humanity and do not help the enemy. Rule 3, Principal Yang is kind and affectionate. If you don't trust him here, who else can you trust? Go ahead, run into his arms. Rule 4, the authority of Principal Yang is not easy to provoke. If you notice any classmates acting suspiciously behind your back, you must report it to Principal Yang in time. Rule 5, trust Principal Yang. Principal Yang will help you leave here. Seeing that rule, Su Xiao exclaimed, "A new rule?" Then he carefully pondered, all 5 rules mention Principal Yang. It seems that this rule was set because Principal Yang is likely related to the decrease in the impression score earlier. The announcement board appeared once again. "Please note, the current impression score the instructor has of you is 0. You will trigger a new storyline." The new storyline came, continuously making a D wonder, another new storyline? The rules are as follows. Rule 1, the instructor and Principal Yang are on the same side. Don't dream of him opposing Principal Yang, he has absolute loyalty. Rule 2, please note, the instructor does not accept bribes. Do not try to use money to win him over. Rule 3, the instructor works solely for Principal Yang. At times, you may even trust him. Rule 4, do not attempt to share your thoughts with the instructor. It is very foolish. If the instructor leads you into the black room and locks you up, you must go. Rule 5, trust the instructor will help you leave. Below there was an additional note, rules may change. After reading this, he thought again, indeed, when the instructor's impression score drops to 0, new rules related to the instructor will appear. Then he thought of another question, but I've only beaten these 2 instructors. Is this impressive point related to all the teachers, or just the 2 mentioned here? If it applies to all the teachers, then the mechanism of this impressive point is quite interesting. When Su Xiao unlocked the new storyline and new rules, Grizzly Nations and Delay also successfully unlocked a new storyline. Looking at the system's interface, a D thought that this impressive point could be the trigger for the new storyline. The system's notification read, "Please note, Principal Yang's current impression of you is 100. Upon unlocking the new storyline, viewers flooded into the comments, "Cool." And Delay raised Principal Yang's impression to 100. Another person also commented in this instance, and Delay's SS level talent of infinite inference is very advantageous, allowing him to make the best choices at any time. Someone else remarked, "It seems that reaching an impression of either 0 or 100 will trigger a new storyline, but the trigger for the new storyline may be slightly different." At this moment, Yang Yingjin waved at him and said, "And Delay, come here, I have a task for you." He quickly responded, "Okay, Principal Yang." As they entered, he immediately said, "Listen up, I need you to blend in with the students, figure out who's secretly resisting me, and more importantly, what their specific goals are." "What exactly are they planning?" "Zhang Yinli will coordinate with you." "Your words have absolute authority," he added. Hearing these words, Adi thought to himself, investigating classmates, this is a good opportunity, I can find a clue to launch a counterattack. Then he confidently said to Yang Yingjin, "Principal Yang, don't worry. I will definitely work honestly for you and help you investigate the issues of the students." Hearing these promises, Yang Yingjin patted him on the shoulder and said, "I indeed did not misjudge you. Go ahead, let me see your abilities." In the school's medical room, Dr. Mei held the file and said to Bo Xin Ku Cha, "Principal Yang instructed me to conduct a psychological test on you. Please answer seriously. I will record the results and submit them to Principal Yang." He looked at her with heart-shaped eyes and said, "You're so beautiful, I will answer truthfully to anything you ask." Hearing this affirmation, she began to ask the questions. "All right, the test begins. If you were walking on the street and saw an old woman fall down, would you quickly walk away or take the risk to help her up?" His answer was, "I would walk away. I won't take the risk of being deceived." Then she asked, "Okay, the second question. Do you think Principal Yang has absolute authority in the school? Do you think gratitude therapy is effective?" He immediately replied, "Yes, it's effective." But in his mind, he thought, "I've just been treated once, I have a psychological obsession now. What if the treatment doesn't work and Principal Yang makes me go back for more treatment?" She asked again, "All right, the third question. If one day a classmate asks you to join in resisting Principal Yang, would you join the resistance or choose to do nothing?" He quickly responded to the question. "I guess I'll choose to do nothing. The Principal, Yang, has so much power, wouldn't resisting be like courting death?" After asking, she turned and said, "All right, you can go back to the classroom now." Bo Xin Ku Cha refused to leave and stayed seated, continuing to ask, "Is it really that simple? Doctor, can I come here to sit and relax when I have free time?" Dr. Mei replied, "It's up to you. If you're sick, you can come here." He then said he would come again before leaving. At that moment, she looked at his back and thought, she had initially thought he was someone with strong ideals, but she didn't expect him to be like this. Fortunately, she had checked him out, someone like him was definitely not trustworthy. In the meeting room of the East Island country, the senior officials were looking at the screen, angrily saying, "That fool Bei Shen, behind the psychological test done by the doctor, there's clearly a deeper exam, and yet all he does is flatter." Another person stood up and said, "Get lost, this prolonged matter seems to have nothing to do with him. He missed an opportunity." The other person said, "We can only hope Bei Xian's talent will show, but with his brain, he's beyond help." At 10 p.m., Su Xiao followed two students and overheard their conversation. The brown-haired person said, "Finally, class is over, I've read the thank you notebook to pieces." The other person quickly advised, "Shu, stop talking. Be careful not to be heard by the disciplinary officer on patrol. Hurry back to the dorm." At this moment, his attention was drawn to something. He wondered, what about the kitten? The kitten hobbled out, letting out a small cry.
Su Xiao sat down, called out to the kitten a few times, and reached out to it, but it bristled at him. Suddenly, a voice startled him, and he glanced over. "Don't touch it." Cry extended his arm to shield the cat and said, "Thunderbolt King is shy, don't touch it." Hearing its name, he asked in confusion, "Thunderbolt King? I remember Principal Yang doesn't allow small animals on campus."
"Not only are you keeping it, but you also named it Thunderbolt King."
"Aren't you worried about Principal Yang finding out?" Upon hearing this, the boy didn't bother adjusting his sleeves and said, "Are you threatening me? Let's see if I don't beat you to death."
From a distance, Zhang Yuan's group approached, calling out loudly, "Cry, stop." The hand that was about to strike paused mid-air. Cry looked over at them, and so did he. Zhang Yuan put his arm around Su Zhao's shoulders and said to him, "Cry, this person isn't someone you can mess with.
He's my brother. If you don't understand, ask your own brother."
Then he added, "Alright, since you've said so, I won't make things difficult for him today.
But just so you know, he can't report that I'm keeping a royal cat."
Zhang Yuan walked off with him, calling back, "Don't worry, we won't report you.
Let's go."
At this moment, he only had one thought.
These three people suddenly helped me, there must be something they want to say to me.
I'll see what they want to discuss. They headed to a secluded place. Zhang Yuan spoke first, "Su Xiao, thanks for not exposing us this morning.
Otherwise, we would definitely have gotten into trouble."
He didn't care much and replied, "No need to be polite, I just did it out of convenience." Zhang Yuan continued, "Just a heads up, Zhao Li is a problematic person. You'd better not get too close to him, especially since he says things that can't be trusted." While they were talking, a disciplinarian came over and shined a light on them, ordering him, "Su Xiao, come here." Zhang Yuan stepped in front of him and said, "Bro, you run quickly.
We'll cover you."
Xu Qiao also added, "That's right, the disciplinarian must have something bad planned, hurry up and go." But he didn't show any fear and walked happily toward the disciplinarian, saying, "Hello, disciplinarian, I'm coming right now."
His actions left the two behind completely confused. Xu Qiao even said, "Isn't Su Xiao hiding something? Shouldn't he be avoiding getting caught by the disciplinarian right now? Why is he willingly walking into trouble?"
The disciplinarian said to him, "Kid, you're not running. Come here, follow me. Principal Yang has ordered that you be locked in the dark room."
Hearing this, he silently thought to himself, "They're inviting me to the dark room?"
It's mentioned in the rules that the disciplinarian follows 4 principles. Don't try to share your intentions with the disciplinarian.
It's foolish. If the disciplinarian is leading me to the dark room, then I should just go there.
He fell into a deep thought, realizing that he had never offended this instructor, yet the man clearly disliked him. It seemed that the instructor's impression score before was indeed the overall impression score. This meant that within the group of instructors, as long as one person had a neutral impression of him, the overall impression score would drop. In that case, he no longer needed to worry.
After thinking this through, he said to the instructor, "Instructor, you probably haven't had dinner yet, have you?" The instructor replied, "No, why?"
Then he slapped him across the face and said, "Then I invite you to a slap." The strike caused the instructor to spit blood from his mouth. The 3 onlookers widened their eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The instructor, clutching his face, cried out, "I've wanted to quit for a long time, but he forced me.
I didn't want to go against my conscience."
This was his idea.
"Go ahead and scold me, go ahead and slap me. I'm not a human. I've helped the enemy."
Seeing him like this, he couldn't help but think, the secret technique of sincerity really works. He then began to deduce, the secret technique of sincerity only worked on strange beings. It hadn't worked before, but now it suddenly did, which could only mean one thing: the instructor was no longer human.
Was it because of the neutral impression score?
Once the impression score became neutral, they would turn into strange beings, and then they would continue to make things difficult for him. While he was pondering, the instructor was still clutching his face and crying. Thinking of that, he rubbed his wrist and muttered, "Well, I want to see how they try to make things difficult for me." Sure enough, on the road, several instructors appeared, using various excuses to pick fights with Su Xiao. Each of them was slapped by him and sat down in frustration, crying, "I'm really not a person." Another one cried out as they spoke, "I'm done, I want to go home." Yang Yingjin is a beast. Zhang Yuan and the others had no idea what was going on. Zhang Yuan, in a daze, said, "Heavens, what's going on tonight? Not only are the instructors crying, but they are also expressing their dissatisfaction with Principal Yang." Xu Qiao, leaning on his hand, said, "That's fine too, it makes it easier for us to overthrow Principal Yang's tyranny in the future." Finally, Su Xiao arrived at the dormitory. There, he saw Zhao Li. Zhao Li said, "Su Xiao, are you also staying in this dorm?" "What a coincidence, me too." Su Xiao felt extremely reluctant when he saw Zhao Li and said, "Then I'll leave." Zhao Li quickly replied, "What are you talking about, Su Xiao? We're in the same dorm, it's fate. Come on, I'll set up the bed for you, you sit down." Looking at him, Su Xiao could only think, this kid hides a knife in his smile, he definitely doesn't mean any good. But I can go along with him and see what he's up to. Finally, he sat down on the bed and said, "Thanks, bro, I shouldn't have reported you this morning." Zhao Li, with great generosity, responded, "It's fine. Really, it's fine. After all, I didn't receive any serious punishment." At this moment, he thought to himself that the bait had been taken. He then whispered to Su Xiao, "By the way, Su Xiao, I have a top-secret escape plan I want to discuss with you. Would you like to hear it?" He also cooperated, saying, "All right, go ahead." Zhao Li took out a piece of paper and said, "Brother, this is a map I painstakingly drew. As long as we follow the route on this map, we can escape from here." When Su Xiao heard this, one thought dominated his mind, this guy wants to escape and drag me along, there's definitely no good intention here. The choice menu appeared again, and he began carefully considering his options. These 50 points must be from Zhang Yuan. Zhao Li definitely didn't give me 50 points. From the teacher's assessments, it seems that only if someone has their impression points reduced can the storyline progress. The options available to him were as follows. Option 1, accept Zhao Li's invitation to escape and discuss the plan with him. Option 2, reject Zhao Li's escape proposal, explaining that the risks are too high and you're not willing to take the chance. Option 3, say nothing, who cares about some escape plan, I'm not interested. Option 4, pretend to discuss the plan with Zhao Li, and then expose him when the time comes. Reminder, your choices will directly affect your classmates' impression of you. Your current impression points with your classmates are 50. He thought that with Zhao Li around, it was impossible to raise his impression points to full, so the fourth option seemed like the best choice. After making the decision, he said to him, "If you can confirm that there is no problem with this plan, then I will escape with you." Zhao Li also said, "Great, brother, I've been waiting for you to say that. Now, let's discuss the details of the escape route." He then began pointing at the map and said, "Su Xiao, look, the school cafeteria has a truck delivering supplies every day. We can sneak from here to the cafeteria, and then, when they're not paying attention, hide in the truck and escape smoothly. The only issue is that the delivery truck usually parks at the back entrance of the cafeteria, and that happens to be a restricted area of the school. We need to figure out the exact time the truck arrives." Hearing this, he was still puzzled. How can we find out the exact time of the truck's arrival? Zhao Li began analyzing. The third black house happens to have a clear view of the back of the cafeteria. As long as we get into the small black room, we can definitely figure out the exact times the truck arrives and leaves. He then said to him, "Brother, I'll provide the map and the plan. As for keeping watch over the black room, that will have to be on you. If you stay in the black house for a day, we can go tomorrow." After hearing this, Su Xiao pretended to resist and said, "You want me to go to the black house? You're giving me such an important task, I'm afraid I'll mess it up. I think I'll stay at school. I suddenly feel that school isn't so bad after all." He saw him give up and immediately grabbed his hand, saying, Su Xiao, what you just said doesn't make sense anymore. We both have to run, both sides have to put in effort.
Is it better if I'm the only one working hard?
At that moment, he was lost in thought, thinking, damn it, I have to drag you along.
When we run, I'll report to Principal Yang.
Who knows, I might earn Principal Yang's trust and get pardoned. He pulled his hand away and turned to him, saying, anyway, I'm not going to the Black House.
Anyone who wants to go can go.
Zhao Li, I think you're pretty suitable. You must be a regular at the Black House, more familiar with it than I am.
Before Zhao Li could pull his hand back, he quickly replied, what good is it that I'm familiar? I need to be randomly locked up in Black House number 3. Then Zhao Li had another idea, how about this? Let's stop arguing.
Let's both stir up trouble and get locked up in the Black House. That way, whoever ends up in Black House number 3 can record the arrival and departure times of the shipment vehicles.
He still disagreed, that's not a good idea. Your plan's kind of bad.
Then Su Xiao smiled brightly, raised his index finger, and suggested another way, I think this, you cause trouble, and I'll make sure you get locked up in Black House number 3.
How about that?
In response to his sincerity, Zhao Li, with an expression of disbelief, clenched his fist and said, Su Xiao, you're a bit unethical.
You're not willing to take any loss. Older people often say, taking a loss is a blessing. Hearing him say this, Su Xiao immediately replied, taking a loss is a blessing. So, you can eat a bit more.
Finally, he was so infuriated by him that he gritted his teeth, his anger reaching a boiling point, yet he didn't dare to lash out. All he could do was secretly think to himself, damn it, so shameless. I'm a little regretful for using this method to deal with him.
But now, it's too late to backtrack. He thinks I'm trying to escape. If I turn on him, he will definitely report me to Principal Yang. Damn it, with the amnesty, anything I say has to drag Su Xiao into it as well.
After thinking it through, he patted his chest and said to Su Xiao, if you resist this Black House like this, I'll endure a little more. I'll stay in this Black House.
But this plan, I'm only telling you.
You must keep it confidential.
He quickly responded, don't worry, I'll definitely keep it a secret.
At the same time, Lucas also met with Zhao Li. The selection options appeared. Option 1, accept Zhao Li's invitation to escape and discuss the escape plan with him. Option 2, reject Zhao Li's request to escape, and explain that the risks are too high and you don't want to take the risk.
Option 3, say nothing. Escape plans? I don't care about that.
Option 4, pretend to discuss with Zhao Li, and then expose him when it's time to act.
Reminder, your choice will directly affect the impression points your classmates have of you. Your current impression score with your classmates is 50.
Zhao Li also placed the map in front of Lucas and said, brother, this is the map I made. As long as we follow the route on it, we can escape from here.
Lucas folded his arms and said nonchalantly, not doing it. If you want to find someone, go ahead.
After refusing, he walked straight to the bed, leaving Zhao Li standing there.
Irritated, Zhao Li muttered, what's with the attitude?
I helped you escape as a favor, and you still dare to refuse me. Just wait, I'll deal with you. Before he could finish, Lucas turned around and threw a card. The card sliced across his mouth, causing blood to spill out. Lucas then turned his back and said, next time, if you don't shut that foul mouth of yours, I'd be more than happy to make sure you'll never be able to shut it again. Zhao Li, terrified, covered his mouth and thought, damn it, did I curse that quietly? He heard that, and just as the system popped up with a notification, attention, your impression points with your classmate have dropped to 0.
You are about to unlock a new storyline.
As Zhao Li turned to leave, muttering, I need to go to the infirmary.
I can't stay with this demon any longer, he noticed the system notification and exclaimed, what? He angrily said, impression points? Are you kidding me? I've always kept a clear head, trying to build up everyone's impression of me.
After all, this might be the key to clearing the levels, but everything I did for Zhao Li just now was wasted. The rules also appeared. Rule 1: From this moment, you must unconditionally obey Principal Yang's orders.
This is your only opportunity to leave the education center. Thank you. Rule 2: Do not succumb to Principal Yang.
His methods of gratitude are completely perverse and twisted. Please maintain the clarity of your humanity and do not assist in teaching the enemy.
Rule 3: Principal Yang is affectionate and benevolent. If you do not trust him here, then who can you trust? Go ahead, nestle into his embrace. Rule 4: Principal Yang's authority is not easily provoked.
If you discover any classmates engaging in improper behavior behind the scenes, you must report it to Principal Yang immediately.
Rule 5: Trust Principal Yang. Principal Yang will help you leave here. After reading the new rules, Lucas muttered to himself, "Is the abnormal situation in my head due to the fact that I can't get the highest submission rating?" Then he sighed, "What I pursue has always seemed so distant, hasn't it?"
When Lucas rejected Zhao Li, most of the chosen ones also turned down Zhao Li's request to escape, but the chosen one from the Afri Imobodi nation was easily deceived. Inside the room, Imobodi said, "Zhao Li, don't worry, I'll go sit in the black room.
I will definitely manage to get the timing of the goods going in and out."
At this moment, Zhao Li happily thought, "I can't believe this guy is so easy to deceive.
He's really a fool." That night, Imobodi found the teacher.
Under the teacher's dazed gaze, Imobodi beat the teacher up. The teacher, clutching his head, yelled, "Are you crazy? How dare you hit a teacher?"
Not only did Imobodi receive a free electric treatment combo, but he also coincidentally succeeded in entering black room number 3.
The instructor shoved him inside and said, "Repent in there for me."
Imobodi stood in the dark room, looking at the window that was now sealed, and exclaimed, "Oh my god, didn't Zhao Li say that from the window of the third black room, you could see what was happening behind the dining hall door? Now the window's sealed up, what am I supposed to see?"
Then, he rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, wondering if he could find any tools to pry open the wooden panel on the window.
But everything around him was bare.
Eventually, he found a steel wire and picked it up, cursing, "Damn it, after searching for so long, all I find is a piece of steel wire."
But is the situation any better now?
He used the wire to unscrew the bolts holding the wooden panel in place. He twisted so hard that his fingers turned red, and said, "By the time I get all these nails out, my hands will definitely be useless." Imobodi angrily pulled out the screws, muttering, "If I don't see the delivery truck by then, Zhao Li is dead for sure.
I'll go out and kick his ass."
At 11 p.m., he finally took down all the wooden planks and said, "God, after hours of work, I finally got it done." He then looked outside and saw people anxiously waiting at the back door of the dining hall, so he whispered to himself, "Looks like Zhao Li wasn't lying. From here, you really can see the back door of the dining hall. Just don't know when the truck will arrive." Through the final window, he finally saw something and thought to himself, "It's here, the delivery truck has arrived." "You've started to have hope again," he said. "Great, now we just need to wait for the shipment to depart, then we can record the time it leaves." On Monday morning, the students gathered in the courtyard, collectively reading out the school's slogan, "Thank you, parents, for your hard work, remember their efforts, quit the internet addiction, strive to improve, thank you, school, obey the rules, start over, and become a better person." Mr. Zhang, the disciplinary officer, stood at the front taking photos, while Yang Yingzhen also stood next to him, saying, "Once the photos are taken, send them to the parents, we need to showcase the results of our educational efforts." Upon hearing this, he immediately responded, "All right, principal." Then, Mr. Zhang made a stopping gesture and said, "Students, now I have an announcement to make.
Tomorrow, we will hold a meeting to thank the parents.
At that time, both the students and their parents will come to school to observe the progress you've made during this period of treatment. Perform well, and if anyone knows any cultural or artistic acts, feel free to perform them. Although the time is a bit tight, I believe you will not disappoint your parents, right?" The entire class answered in unison, "Yes." After that, he waved his hand and called a D over, saying, "And Delai, come with me for a moment." He quickly responded, "Yes, Principal Yang." In the principal's office, he sat at his desk and asked a D, "All right, tell me. Yesterday, I asked you to go inside the group of students and secretly investigate their plans and purposes for their silent resistance.
How did the investigation go?
A D responded seriously, Principal Yang, the task you asked me to investigate was a bit too heavy-handed. I still need more evidence.
Hearing this response, he appeared dissatisfied and said, More evidence? Are you implying that you didn't find anything yesterday?
He calmly replied, No, it's not that I found nothing. It's just that I need to go into your classmates' dorms to check, only then can I give you an accurate answer.
You wouldn't want to wrong an innocent person, would you? Yang Yingzhen skeptically asked, Are you sure?
If this is handled poorly, it could cause a bigger mess.
If we don't catch them this time, it will be even harder to get to the bottom of it.
Upon hearing the question, he placed his hand on his chest and assured him, Principal Yang, don't worry, I will definitely provide you with a satisfactory answer. He added, moreover, tomorrow is the parent-teacher meeting, and there will definitely be someone who can't resist causing trouble, using this opportunity to stir things up. A surprise check now will actually have a suppressive effect. Hearing his point, Principal Yang seemed pleased and said, I truly didn't misjudge you. And Delai, go ahead and follow through with your plan. He then turned to speak to Officer Zhang, Officer Zhang, you will fully cooperate with Delai.
If any students try to stop him, you know how to handle it, right? Officer Zhang immediately responded, Yes, Principal Yang.
Once they entered the dormitory, and Delai began to act like he was inspecting the rooms. Officer Zhang stood by, watching the students and said, Stand straight, everyone. Once Delai finishes searching and finds nothing, you may return to your rooms and sleep. When a D entered, everyone nervously turned their attention to him. When he was about to open the cabinet to check, Zhu Qiao shouted, Wait a minute, all that's in there are supplies, there's nothing to see, you should check somewhere else. Su Nan Nan also chimed in, Zhu Qiao is right, that's all personal items, even the principal doesn't have the right to check them. However, Zhang, the instructor, coldly replied to them, It's not up to you to decide where to check.
Be honest.
If you feel wronged, you can go to Principal Yang and tell him that I'm abusing my power.
Let's see if Principal Yang believes you.
At that moment, Zhu Qiao, in a panic, thought to himself, This is bad.
How could Principal Yang let Delai come and raid us?
If I had known, we should have destroyed those things earlier.
A D pulled open the drawer, which contained many sheets of paper.
He read the contents of one of the papers.
Tomorrow, when the reporters come to interview at the academy, we will organize a protest. Expose Principal Yang.
Signed, Zhang Yuan, Zhu Qiao, Su Nan Nan, Sierhua. At this moment, a D thought about the plan to take advantage of tomorrow's event to expose the school. This paper was solid proof. After thinking that, a D tightly grasped the paper, but suddenly, Zhang, the instructor, stepped forward and grabbed his hand, asking, So, what did you find?
Zhang, gripping Delai's wrist, asked in a serious tone, What have you found?
Zhu Qiao, standing by in fear, was sweating profusely, thinking, This is it, we're really done for this time.
And Delai will definitely expose us. Zhang Yuan will also be the one we get killed.
And Delai replied as he stood up, No, I need to check other places.
Don't waste time.
Zhang, the supervisor, was slightly taken aback and thought to himself, He's bold, but he wouldn't dare cover up the mess.
Let him check. Zhu Qiao was extremely surprised and wondered, Why didn't Delai expose us? What's going on here?
After bending down to look under the bed, Delai was stunned and thought, Oh my god, they've hidden a pepper grenade under the bed. This is a tool for organizing riots, creating chaos.
The courage of these students is truly something else. Zhang, the supervisor, asked suspiciously, And Delai, why did you stop moving? Did you find something?
Hearing this, Delai stood up, brushed off the dust with his hand, and replied seriously, Zhang, didn't Principal Yang tell us to exercise our right to inspect?
Why are you still asking questions here? Do you suspect me? Suspecting me means you're questioning Principal Yang's decision? Zhang responded, I wouldn't dare.
I just saw you lying there motionless, and I was worried something happened to you.
And Delay frowned, glanced over, and said, "Then you lead them out. Don't block the way here." Zhang smiled broadly and said, all right, I'll lead them out. Make sure you check thoroughly and give Principal Yang a satisfactory answer." And Delay remained still, glancing over until Zhang had left the room. And Delay pulled up the blanket inside when he saw the items underneath. There were so many things hidden under the bed. Good thing I had Zhang lead them out. And Delay silently marveled, I didn't expect the recorded text to be this. The person who helped me gather this has done me a huge favor. With this, I can easily turn lies into truth. Zhang Jiaguan crossed his arms and skeptically asked, "Found it? What did you discover?" And Delay gestured and replied, "Nothing to report. Let's go. Let's search the women's dormitory next door."
Zhang Jiaguan grabbed in Delay's hand and said, "That one's where Dr. May stays."
No need to check it. And Delay asked in surprise, "Dr. May? You mean the female doctor in the medical office?" Zhang Jiaguan replied, "Yes, that's her."
And Delay shot a curious glance at Zhang Jiaguan and thought to himself, judging by his reaction, it seems Zhang Jiaguan must have a special connection with Dr. May. Anyway, I've already got what I wanted, so there's no need to go against him over Dr. May. With that thought, and Delay turned, smiled, and said to Zhang Jiaguan, "All right, no problem."
Zhang Jiaguan responded, "If you say so, then I trust you."
Zhang Jiaguan grinned and said, "And Delay, enough with the brotherly talk.
Let's hurry up and check another women's dorm, then we can head to the men's dorm."
At that moment, in the male dormitory, a male student stepped out with a confused expression and said, "Our dormitory is always very clean. I don't think a check is necessary, right?" Zhang, the supervisor, quickly agreed and added, "That's right, this student is always very obedient, I know him well." And Delay, a bit skeptical, turned to look at them and thought to himself, "These two seem off. Let me try to figure out what's going on." Then, and Delay closed his eyes tightly and began his deduction. He thought, so, it seems like these two are exchanging some kind of secret. Good, this will be useful for my plan. After that, and Delay let out a quiet sigh of relief. Suddenly, and Delay pointed at their shoes and said in a serious tone, "I may not check your dormitory, but now I suspect that you've hidden illegal items in your shoes. Take your shoes off for me to check." Sierra was stunned and thought, how did he know I hid something in my shoes? I was so careful about hiding it. And Delay sternly repeated his request, "Take off your shoes now. Or do you want me to take them off for you?" Sierra thought to himself, Teacher Zhang said he would assist in Delay with the inspection today, so there's no way he can protect me. I should just hand it over. Then, the student bent down, took off his shoes, and replied, "All right, I'll take them off." And Delay asked in surprise, "Sleeping pills? Why do you have so many sleeping pills?" Sierra replied, "My sister has insomnia. What else could I do?" And Delay frowned and said, "As far as I know, the medication in the school's medical room is strictly controlled. Even if you're sleepless, Dr. May wouldn't be able to take an entire bottle of sleeping pills for you. Now tell me, where did you get this from?" Sierra, drenched in sweat, lowered his head in frustration, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I spent a lot of money to buy this from Officer Zhang, but I can't say that." Officer Zhang patted in Delay on the shoulder from behind and said, "And Delay, this bottle of sleeping pills was definitely taken by Sierra from the medical room and handed over to me for disposal. There's no need to alarm Principal Yang about this." And Delay glanced over and asked Officer Zhang, "Are you in such a hurry to deal with this? Does this have something to do with you?" Officer Zhang, hearing this, scratched his head in confusion and asked vaguely, "Huh? Would you believe me if I said it has nothing to do with me?" And Delay crossed his arms and replied, "I believe you." Officer Zhang and Sierra were both stunned, thinking, "Huh? What's in Delay up to now?" Officer Zhang furrowed his brows and asked curiously, "Hey, Adi, what exactly do you mean by that?" He leaned in closer and whispered, "I'm not implying anything. Officer Zhang, don't worry, I won't tell Principal Yang about this. In fact, I have something I'd like to ask of Officer Li Jingzhang." After discussing, a D smiled slyly, handed him something, and said, "After graduation, I'll still be counting on you, Officer Zhang, to look out for me." Seeing this, Officer Zhang's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, "OMG. This envelope is thick like this, it must contain a considerable amount of money." It turns out that a D and I are the same type of person. Instructor Zhang patted the shoulder of the person next to him and said kindly, "Brother AD, you really understand things very well. Let's just forget about the sleeping pills matter." He also responded with satisfaction, "Of course. If anyone else had done this, I would definitely report it to Principal Yang, but since it's you, I won't mention it." He cheerfully affirmed, "In the future, I will definitely look out for you." In the principal's office, young Xin spoke up, "D, I believe you won't disappoint me. Start the report now. What have you and Instructor Zhang investigated this morning?" He slowly began to present, "Principal Yang, I have found out that someone has been secretly helping those students oppose you, and that person is none other than." Then, he pointed directly at the person behind him and said decisively, "It is Instructor Zhang standing next to you." He was shocked and immediately shouted in protest, "D, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I help those students go against the principal?" D carefully took out a book hidden in his jacket and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I believe that once the principal sees this document, he will be able to distinguish the truth." Instructor Zhang was dumbfounded, confused, and asked, "Document? What document?" The contents were as follows: On July 18, Instructor Zhang received 3,000 yuan in bribes from Sierra. On July 30, Instructor Zhang received 3,000 yuan in bribes from Suai. 18.7, the school officer received 3,000 yuan in bribes. Yang Xin stared in astonishment and questioned, "D, apart from the documents recording that Officer Zhang accepted bribes, do you have any other evidence?" He chuckled smugly, "Accept bribes? I didn't do that. Principal Yang, you have to trust me, I can explain this matter." He was irritated and snapped, "Officer Zhang, what's your hurry? I will listen to your explanation later. For now, let a D finish." He could only obey. "Yes, I will explain when the time comes. Principal Yang, I know that with only this document, you won't believe that Officer Zhang has betrayed you, but based on what I know, Officer Zhang still has an amount of bribe money hidden on him." He asked in surprise, "What?" At that moment, Officer Zhang cursed helplessly, "Damn it, so you played the emotional card to trick me into the trap?" D immediately lifted his shirt and took the money, handed over. And laughed and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." The comments kept coming in, "Oh my, and has been taught so well. Not only has he turned into a pro, he's practically an Oscar nominee." He handed over a pill and continued to say everything he knew. "Principal Yang, the solid evidence that Officer Zhang took bribes is extremely accurate. But compared to this, I still have something even more important to report. This was found in the dormitory. It is through Teacher Zhang that it was delivered to the hands of some students." Yang Xin found it difficult to understand. Sleeping pills? Dr. May keeps these in the medical room. How did Teacher Zhang get hold of them? He replied, "From what I know, Teacher Zhang and Dr. May are connected. Furthermore, the ultimate goal of his approach towards Dr. May was to replace you. Because only by getting close to Dr. May could he have a chance to obtain the sleeping pills, waiting for the right moment to use poison to kill you." At this point, Teacher Zhang couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily, cursing, "D, you're slandering me. Accepting bribes might just get me reprimanded, but what you just said could get me killed. You'd better explain yourself quickly." He chuckled, thinking, what I want is exactly this result. Adding a few lies within the truth makes it more believable to others. Yang Xin slammed the table in frustration, shouting, "How dare you try to justify yourself?" He ordered Teacher Zhang to be dragged away and locked up. The man trembled in fear and begged for mercy. "No, Principal Yang, you must listen to me. I've always been loyal to you." Yang Xin gave him a sidelong glance and said, "Loyalty? I have plenty of that.
Now, sit in the electric chair in the treatment room and help me test its therapeutic effect. He was horrified and resisted as two men dragged him away. Ah, don't, Yang Ingjin, you're not human. You won't die peacefully.
Yang Ingjin patted Adi's shoulder and praised him.
Adi, you truly did not disappoint me. I never expected that Teacher Zhang would be the greatest hidden threat beside me.
You can graduate smoothly now, he replied happily.
Thank you for Principal Yang's guidance, Adi responded.
At that moment, the system notified, please note, your current impression score with your classmates is 100.
You can now open a new scenario. He was utterly surprised.
Adi thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. It must be because the classmates know about Teacher Zhang's punishment, so they guess I helped them, and that's why their impression of me has increased to 100.
This works perfectly for me.
Initially, the reason he had proactively inspected the dormitory was to achieve this goal, finding evidence of students resisting Principal Yang without exposing them. Of course, this would increase their impression of him. Then, as he walked down the corridor, he thought, now, I need to find the people planning the rebellion and cooperate with them. He arrived at a place where 3 people were sitting and spoke up, Zhang Yuan, I have something to discuss with you all.
He continued, I know your plan. Can I join you? Zhang Yuan responded, of course, you're welcome.
Xu Qiao, excited, said, we were just discussing how to get you involved. Right now, you're the closest ally to Principal Yang, and with you on board, we'll definitely succeed.
Adi joined them, determined. Alright, the anti-Principal Yang team is officially formed.
At the same time, Zhao Li, in order to harm Su Xiao, had purposely squatted in the darkroom. It wasn't until late afternoon the following day that Zhao Li finally came out of the darkroom. His hands were covered in wounds as he pondered to himself. Damn it, I really didn't expect the window of the darkroom to be nailed shut with a wooden plank. I couldn't sleep all night, had to use a steel rod to pry out the nails to make the scene look convincing. I've bled for this. This plan must succeed in harming Su Xiao. At that moment, Su Xiao was lying lazily on the bed, laughing mockingly.
Wow, Zhao Li, what happened to you? Tell me honestly. Were you playing games in the dark room all night? He forced a smile and replied. Ha, do I look like someone who could do that?
Su Xiao shook his head.
No.
You look like someone who enjoys watching others suffer, huh?
Zhao Li, you always give off this feeling that you're not a good person. Got thoroughly beaten by Su Xiao. I love it.
Zhao Li sat down on the bed and spoke seriously.
Hey, let's talk seriously. I've figured out the exact time when the delivery truck will arrive. Su Xiao was curious. Oh, tell me more. Zhao Li explained in detail.
The delivery truck will park at the back entrance of the dining hall around 11:20. After the cafeteria staff finish unloading, we can find a way to hide in the truck's cargo area.
By 6 a.m. the next day, the truck will leave. We'll be able to leave the school smoothly.
After hearing this, Su Xiao sat up and said,
yeah, I think this plan should work just fine. But with his current state of exhaustion, can we really ensure that the escape plan will work tonight?
Zhao Li firmly said, don't worry about me, take care of yourself.
When the time comes, don't hold me back. Su Xiao smirked, thinking to himself, is this guy still pretending?
Wait, now's not the time to expose him. There's still a surprise in store for you. At 11:40 p.m. that night, the two of them squatted outside the gate, both looking at a piece of paper. Zhao Li spoke up, this is the quickest route from the dormitory to the back gate of the dining hall. Also, the patrol guards along this route are fewer, making it harder to be detected.
Su Xiao replied, alright, let's go from here to the dining hall.
Zhao Li led Su Xiao, managing to avoid many patrol guards, but as they got closer to the dining hall, the number of patrolling guards increased. When they reached the back gate of the dining hall, Zhao Li had been cautious from the start, but suddenly, he made a few sounds by accident. He kicked a stone and turned pale.
The people outside heard the noise and immediately shouted, "Who's there? Why are you walking around and talking so loudly? I suggest you come out now, otherwise, the baton doesn't have eyes, and it's entirely possible to get beaten to death." Jolly quickly handed the paper to Su Xiao and whispered, "Su Xiao, I've dragged you into this. I can't go anymore. You should hurry, I'll help distract them." He frowned as he spoke. "Jolly, let me handle this tough mission. I'll distract them, you hurry and run." He froze mid-step, thinking, no way, since when did this brother care about me so much? But Jolly whispered back, "No, let me distract them. I run slow, you have a better chance of getting away than I do." Su Xiao rubbed his chin, chuckled, and said, "Huh, Jolly? Who said you run slow? Let me speed you up." Puzzled, he asked, "Speed me up how?" Then, without warning, Su Xiao suddenly dashed off, instantly drawing the shouts from the group. "After him! Quick, chase him! Stop! Don't run! I saw your face clearly, stop right there." Jolly stayed rooted in place, thinking, what the hell? I didn't expect Su Xiao to suddenly pull something like that. Since Su Xiao didn't get on the truck, Jolly couldn't frame him, so he decided to head back. Suddenly, sharp white claws touched his back. A white bear appeared out of nowhere, hoisted Jolly up, stunning him completely. The bear sprinted at high speed, making Jolly vomit uncontrollably. The live comments section went wild. Can anyone explain why Elder Su Xiao insists on helping Jolly escape? Don't bother trying to guess Elder Su Xiao's thinking, just watch and you'll understand. Jolly's not a good person anyway. Elder Su Xiao definitely isn't helping him out of kindness, he's trying to harm him. The white bear arrived, opened the back door of the truck. Throw him straight inside. The comments are enough to make anyone shiver. Oh, that resounding sound, just hearing it tells me it's a headbutt. What if Jolly wakes up halfway and runs away? What should we do then? Su Xiao specifically left a polar bear to load him onto the cargo truck, probably to make sure he doesn't escape back to the dorms, right? The polar bear slapped him so hard, it left the onlookers feeling satisfied. Alright, I'm no longer worried that Jolly will escape. That slap was enough to knock him out cold. Everyone, quickly check over at Mo D. With Jolly's help, he managed to get onto the cargo truck. Maybe we'll finally find out what Jolly's up to. Let's go, gather the group and see. Behind the cafeteria, inside the cargo truck, Mo D was full of excitement, thrilled in his heart. His escape plan was almost a success. Once he got out of here, he'd be able to smoothly pass through and become the hero of Fei Shogua. On the third morning, the cargo truck stopped at the back door of the cafeteria and began to move out of the school. By the time the truck came to a stop, 2 hours had passed. Mo D found an opportunity to sneakily climb down from the truck, only to realize he was in a strange town. He looked around, confused. Why am I in this small town? Wasn't I supposed to pass through this stage once I left the school? Does that mean I have to leave this town to count as escaping? If that's really the case, I'd better ask someone for directions and figure out how to leave this town. Bodhi entered a small shop and asked, "Boss, could you tell me where the bus station is? I need to leave this place quickly." The man replied, "The bus station is quite far from here. Boy, why don't you rest here for a while? After I'm done with my work, I'll wait for you to leave." He happily exclaimed, "That's great, thank you, boss." 20 minutes later, 2 strangers arrived and restrained Bodhi, causing him to panic and blurt out, "Damn, how could this happen?" Yang Xian walked out from inside, smiling as he said, "Kid, everyone in this town works for me. They all depend on me to make a living. What do you have to fight me with?" He stammered, "But even if the boss betrayed me, it takes about 2 hours to get from the school to this town. How could you get here so quickly?" Bodhi realized something, his face turning pale as he exclaimed, "It's Su Xiao, it's Jolly. He must have gone straight to report me as soon as I got on the bus. Jolly is the only one who knows about this escape plan besides me. Yang Xin laughed loudly and said, "You're not too stupid, huh? Too bad you figured it out too late.
Take him back, I'll make sure to treat him properly."
He shouted angrily, "Jelly, you bastard traitor. Yang Ingjian, you're a demon. The Almighty God will never forgive you. Just wait and see." Treatment room number 13. Yang Xin said, laughing while turning the knob below. "Mo Bo Di, your problem is very serious. It seems that the previous treatments haven't fully cured your bad habits.
Come here, let me start a new treatment session for you." He trembled in fear, his voice shaking. "No, please, don't."
Immediately, a large electric shock coursed through Bodhi's body.
He screamed in terror.
Yang Xin continued to increase the intensity, laughing madly.
Bodhi was shaking so violently that his eyes rolled back, his face full of panic. My God, this freak is a VCC pervert. He just wants to enjoy the pleasure of torturing him.
Looks like Mo Bodhi's chances of surviving this are slim, everyone.
Yang Xin slowly moved his hand upwards, increasing the voltage to 90%, whispering, "Mo Bodhi, beg me, thank me. You never know, we might show mercy and spare you." At this point, Bodhi was so tortured that his body was stiff, his mouth wide open. Seeing this, Yang Xin laughed, sighing, "Damn, he's already dead that quickly.
Can't handle the electric shock, I haven't even gotten my fill yet."
System notification: Fei Shogui contestant, Mo Bodhi, was killed by a strange object. The countdown for the upcoming bizarre world begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
The comments section erupted. What the hell? Did Bodhi really die?
Principal Yang's gratitude treatment killed him, he sent someone to heaven. Suddenly, I wanted to know what had happened to Zhao Li over at Su Xiao's side. Not only had Su Xiao successfully escaped the pursuit of the patrol officer at the cafeteria door, but he had also reported to the principal about Zhao Li's betrayal and escape, causing him to be swiftly recaptured by Principal Yang.
He was in a cheerful mood, waving his hand and speaking up. "Oh, isn't that Zhao Li? I thought you had escaped. How come you got caught again?"
Zhao Li was dragged away, furious, yelling loudly, "You bastard, how dare you show your face? You clearly knocked me out and threw me onto the truck, then reported me to the principal. And now you're still talking? You're no human." Su Xiao laughed and said, "Zhao Li, how can you wrongfully accuse me like that? I didn't know anything. I was just sleeping in the dorm the whole time." He struggled, but it was in vain, only able to shout helplessly, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you now." System notification: Please note, the current impression points of the students toward you is 0. You will unlock a new plot. He was stunned and thought, is Zhao Li that ruthless? He managed to drop all the impression points of the students to 0? Zhao Li was still ranting, unwilling to calm down. "Su Xiao, even if I become a ghost, I won't spare you." Su Xiao, on the other hand, was helpless and thought to himself, "This jabbering fool is about to die, yet he still wants to pick a fight with me. At least I've gained a better understanding of the power of this snitch." He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, but even if he earned 100% of his classmates' approval right now, it would still amount to nothing. Both the principal and the headmaster would become corrupted. Even with the help of his classmates, he wouldn't be able to take on the principal and the headmaster. If he couldn't go through things the normal way, then the only option would be to resolutely play the villain. If obtaining full approval was the right choice, then having his approval returned to 0 could also be another way out. On the other hand, Bu Chuan Ku Cha, with nothing to do, decided to visit the medical room. Not only would this not improve his impression points with Dr. May, but it would actually make her lose her good opinion of him. System notification: Please pay attention. Dr. May has 0 impression points of you. You will unlock a new event. Rule 1: Dr. May remains neutral until the end. Principal Yang has no way to convince her, so don't bother trying to win her over. Rule 2: Dr. May has the basic discipline of a doctor. Her primary job is to provide medical treatment to students at the school, and she doesn't concern herself with anything else. Rule 3:
answer carefully in Dr. May's psychological assessment.
It is not a simple test.
Rule 4: You cannot obtain banned substances from Dr. May.
She has a responsibility to everyone and will not involve herself in any issues at the school. Rule 5: Increase the impression points Dr. May has of you. Perhaps, at a crucial moment, Dr. May will give you a pleasant surprise.
Rule 6: Trust Dr. May.
Dr. May will help you leave here.
Bu Chuan was extremely annoyed and thought, what? Dr. May has no impression of me.
I've been fawning over her for so long, but there's still no result.
I won't accept this.
He received the notice to inspect the dormitory and gained the trust of Principal Yang, which made him visibly happy.
The dormitory inspection would earn Principal Yang's trust.
This meant that if any prohibited items were found in the dorm, they would be handed over to Principal Yang, who would trust him. Then, he resolutely made up his mind, alright, let's do it this way. The reminder from the higher-ups must be right, I will succeed.
In Principal Yang's office, Bu Chuan Ku-cha tried his best to win over Principal Yang.
He bowed and obediently said, Principal Yang, I am willing to be your servant and supervise every move of the students.
Not long after, Bu Chuan Ku-cha was assigned the task of inspecting the dormitory with Supervisor Zhang.
He walked while smiling, trying to show his authority. Everyone, stand at attention.
Anyone who dares to hinder me from inspecting the dormitory will be locked up in the dark room by Supervisor Zhang.
Afterward, he handed over all the evidence he had found that was detrimental to his classmates to Principal Yang. On the note, it was written, taking advantage of the reporters coming to the school for an interview tomorrow, let's organize a riot.
Expose Principal Yang.
Zhang Yuan, Zhu Chao, Su Nan Nan, Sierwa.
A moment later, Zhang Yuan, Zhu Chao, Su Nan Nan, and Sierwa were all locked up in a dark room.
The impression that all the students had of him completely dropped to zero, but in return, he gained the trust of Principal Yang. The principal's impression of him increased by 100%. He patted his shoulder and praised him.
Well done. At noon, in the principal's office, young Xian smiled and said, Bu Chuan Ku-cha, you can graduate smoothly now. The doors of the Institute of Therapy are open to you. Bu Chuan, hearing this, was moved to tears of joy. Thank you, Principal Yang, for allowing me to graduate. Thank you, Principal Yang, for nurturing me all this time. The people in the office were equally happy.
That's great, as long as Bu Chuan Ku-cha can pass through that door, it should be fine.
At this moment, we have waited too long.
Luckily, we imitated the actions and experience of an In Su Shao, that's the only reason Bu Chuan Ku-cha could quickly find a way to pass. We still have to rely on ourselves. A man said with a sly smile. Bu Chuan Ku-cha, carry all the hopes of the people and walk through that door. At the exit of the Institute of Therapy, Dr. May stood in the way and exclaimed.
You can't leave like this. Don't you feel guilty for betraying your classmates just to get a chance to leave?
Bu Chuan decisively pushed her down, crying out in pain. He arrogantly said, Go ahead, if I have no conscience, then why would I feel guilty? Suddenly, two people ran up to stop him, blocking his way.
You can't go outside. He was startled and asked, Oh, then explain it clearly, guards, why are you stopping me? Principal Yang allowed me to leave, you all know about that.
The guards told him that the students had just revolted. They had thrown smoke bombs into the darkroom to rescue those trapped inside. Principal Yang, fearing someone might take the opportunity to escape, had ordered the school gate to be locked, not even a fly was to be let out. He clutched his head in despair.
No.
I won't accept this, I was almost out of here. Then he turned to blame Dr. May, it's all your fault, it's because of your damn son.
The son, trembling, stammered, What do you want to do? He lunged forward, raised his hand, and shouted, I'll kill you, you damn bastard. One of the guards shouted, Are you out of your mind?
Both of them rushed at him, beating him savagely.
How dare you touch Dr. May? You must really want to die. He was beaten so badly that he yelled out, stop hitting me, I'm an outstanding graduate, I'm almost through. I suddenly began to convulse violently, and could only scream, ah. The two men froze in place upon seeing this. He collapsed on the ground, his mouth full of blood. They asked, is he dead? The two guards dropped their weapons in a panic. One of them spoke up, everyone saw it, right? He threw himself onto my baton. I didn't hit him. Dr. May spoke up, seeming to suggest that Buchuan Kucha's heart condition had flared up. The system announced, contestant from East Island country, Buchuan Kucha, has passed away. The countdown for the strange world was about to begin, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The comments section was buzzing with discussions, stupid, he was so close to getting through. Buchuan Kucha, how did you lose to a woman? Damn it, the heart disease didn't come early or late, it struck at just the right moment. Could this be fate? Let's go, I'm tired. On the other side, Zhang Yuan was suddenly accused by Zhao Li and was caught by the principal. He sat to the side, his face darkened, and quietly spoke, Student Zhang Yuan, I never expected you've always been cooperating with the head of the opposing faction, Zhang, and now it turns out you're the one who led them against me. You've hidden it well, but now you're in my hands, and I'll show you my methods. Having finished speaking, he raised the level to 50%. Zhang Yuan over here was jolted, his eyes rolling back in pain as he screamed out. Young Xian is still very excited and calm. I know you still have accomplices in the school. Confess it, tell me their names and I can reduce your suffering. Zhang Yuan remained defiant, his gaze filled with clear contempt, even spitting on the floor beneath him with arrogance. Spitting on Yang Yingzhen, you really are a crazy pervert. Your so-called gratitude treatment is nothing more than a cover. Your true intention is to satisfy your twisted psyche through abuse and torment. What do you want me to say? The one who needs psychological treatment the most here is you, not us. He was humiliated by the insults, grinding his teeth as he replied through clenched jaws, I admit that I wanted to torment you, but so what? If you prefer to keep silent, then I'll strangle you to death right now. The two guards standing nearby immediately stepped forward to intervene. Principal Yang calmed down, tomorrow, the patient's family will arrive, and reporters will be here as well. If Zhang Yuan dies, it won't be easy to cover it up. Yang Xian, though furious, decided to let it go. Fine, I'll spare you today. You two lock this guy in the dark room. They obeyed the order. Yes, sir. D silently thought to himself, great, the plan worked. The comments questioned, what's D holding? He was holding a recorder, meaning the conversation between Zhang Yuan and the principal had been recorded, including the principal's admission of his actions. It seemed that Zhang Yuan's capture was part of his plan, as he deliberately provoked the principal to gather evidence of his mistreatment of students. D spoke up. Principal Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and continue monitoring the other students under your care. He replied with satisfaction, all right, I leave it to you. At this moment, the system notified him that he had earned an absolute impression score from Dr. May. He silently questioned it. Well, although I'm not sure what Dr. May's impression score is for, if the higher-ups have made a point of it, I should probably check it out. On Luca's side, following Zhao Li's incident, he became extremely cautious when dealing with Principal Yang, the disciplinary officer, and Dr. May. In the end, he achieved a 100% impression score from everyone. Meanwhile, young Xian was praising him. Lucas, you've graduated now. You're free to leave. He smiled brightly and replied, thank you, Principal, for your guidance. As soon as he left, his expression changed, and he no longer had to pretend with them. It was just a bunch of animals that he couldn't wait to send off. At that moment, a group of students passed by shouting loudly. Hurry, Zhang Yuan is locked in the darkroom. We must rescue him. He thought to himself, if it weren't for Zhao Li, the impression score from my classmates wouldn't have dropped, and few people would have ended up like Zhang Yuan, getting caught. But now, none of that mattered to him anymore. Maybe Gon was right.
I shouldn't have pushed so hard to get a perfect score.
I've got my own things to protect.
As long as it is possible to continue, even a single star can help Nation A escape the danger of being invaded by the strange world. Breaking his line of thought, Lucas stepped out of the Gratitude Treatment Center. System notification: Dear contestant, congratulations on escaping the Gratitude Treatment Center. You have chosen to pass through the corruption path, evaluated by Principal Yang's diligent student through a 5-star rating. Reward: passing through the white lab coat of Principal Yang, introducing the white lab coat of Principal Yang.
Do you think you are sick? I guess you would say you are not sick. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I know you are sick. The comments section was filled with chatter. Also a rebellious student. But why didn't Dr. May and the supervisor stop Lucas? Bu Chuan Ku Cha couldn't impress Dr. May, so when he was about to leave, the doctor delayed him. Otherwise, he would have already gone out. Looks like Bu Chuan almost passed. East Island country is deeply hurt. At 2 p.m., during the parent-teacher meeting, Young Xin was giving an enthusiastic speech. Welcome, dear parents and reporters, to today's event. I will keep it brief. Now, let's invite a few students to perform. Adi leaned towards Zhu Qiao and said, to completely defeat Yang Yingjin, we can't just rely on this recording. We definitely need Zhang Yuan here as a witness. I searched around the dark rooms but couldn't find Zhang Yuan. You think he could be locked up somewhere? She furrowed her brows and replied, it's hard to say. Suddenly, Dr. May appeared out of nowhere and casually threw a small piece of paper at him. The content read: Adi, I know what everyone wants to do. Just a reminder, perhaps you should search more thoroughly in Principal Yang's office. He was surprised and thought to himself, Principal Yang's office. He immediately turned around and whispered, you two go check in Principal Yang's office, there might be a secret room there. They both responded, got it. Knowing that there might be a secret room in Principal Yang's office, Zhu Qiao sneaked away from his seat and quickly went off to look for Zhang Yuan. Principal Yang was busy dealing with parents and reporters, so he didn't have time to notice how many students were missing from the audience. The people below were excitedly cheering, please, tell us about your experience teaching them gratitude. Principal Yang was truly grateful. He had saved my whole family. After the students' performance ended, Principal Yang began randomly selecting students to come up on stage to give speeches. Although he said it was random, it was actually all planned in advance. The students he chose were the ones who had been the most obedient. Adi was one of them. One by one, the selected students went up on stage. They looked at their parents and the reporters who were just a few steps away. Some people said, thank you to my parents for bringing me here. Thank you for Principal Yang's care and attention towards me. Yang Xin excitedly continued, next, let's invite the final student to give a speech. This student, during their time at the treatment center, has shown an incredibly outstanding sense of gratitude. If anyone were to speak about the effects of being taught gratitude, this student would be the one most qualified to speak. Adi, at this moment, silently thought that it was time for him to go up to the podium. He wondered whether Zhu Qiao and the others had found Zhang Yuan yet. Just then, both of them returned, and he felt more at ease. The group led by Zhu Qiao had come back, and it seemed they had found Zhang Yuan, so everything could proceed according to plan. He slowly stood up while the speaker continued with enthusiasm, let's give a round of applause to invite this student up to the podium to describe how the school has nurtured them and how the school taught them to be grateful. At that moment, Adi stood tall and smiled as he said, dear parents, dear reporters, I believe Principal Yang's description earlier was already quite comprehensive, so there is no need for me to repeat the praises about the school or Principal Yang's achievements. What I want to talk about next is... He pointed directly at Yang Xin and loudly declared, this is not a treatment center, this is a hell of abuse, and Principal Yang is the demon of this hell. The crowd below became chaotic and began to murmur anxiously. What does hellish demon mean? Isn't our child supposed to be treated here? What is going on? He whispered, giving an order. You two, drag him down. The two guards quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. At that moment, Zhu Qiao shouted to stop them. Stop. Anyone who dares to touch a D today, will fight to the death with them. The two guards froze in place, thinking to themselves, what should we do now? The students whispered among themselves, let's risk it. Let's risk it. Yang Xian angrily scolded, so, this was your plan all along? Zhu Qiao calmly replied, Principal Yang, I advise you to listen carefully to what a D has to say. There are many reporters here, do you really want to punish us in front of them? He was speechless, his brows furrowing. Then he ordered, everyone, step back. The guards, hearing this, stepped back. Yes, Principal. A D quietly took out the recording pen and said, the parents and reporters must be very curious as to why the school is called hell. Now, I will tell everyone that Yang Yingzhen is a pervert from head to toe. The recording began to play, Principal Yang, you are now in my hands. I will let you experience my methods. Zhang Yuan, ah. Principal Yang, I know you have accomplices in the school, confess, and you'll have your suffering reduced. Zhang Yuan, Yang Yingzhen, you're a damn pervert. Gratitude treatment is just a scheme of his. His true intention is to satisfy his twisted desires by mistreating and torturing us. If we are to speak frankly, the one who should receive psychological treatment at the hospital is him, not us. Principal Yang sneered, I admit that I enjoy mistreating you all. So what? If your mouth is so stubborn, I'll just strangle you to death. A D fiercely exposed his crimes. The so-called gratitude treatment he talks about is nothing more than using high voltage to shock the students. Inside the school, as long as you say something wrong or make a mistake, you get shocked. If you don't believe it, just listen to this. The parents in the crowd murmured, oh my God, this is really Principal Yang's voice. Did he really shock the students? Is this the gratitude treatment he was talking about? He's clearly a fraud, a pervert. We can't allow him to treat our children this way. Yang Xian spoke up to refute, don't believe it, this recording is fabricated. The two guards next to him also defended him. That's right, our treatment facility is legitimate, such things can't happen. Don't be fooled by them, stay calm, stay calm. The people below looked at each other and said, it makes sense. How could such a large treatment facility do something like this? Besides, there are so many guards, could they all be perverts too? The spokesperson was a student. It's possible that this student has become rebellious, so he might have intentionally slandered Principal Yang like this. When a D saw everyone turning their attention toward Yang Xian, he immediately spoke up, parents and journalists, please don't rush to conclusions. I know that Principal Yang will certainly try to justify himself, claiming that this recording was fabricated by me. So, to eliminate this possibility, I invite a student to come forward as a witness. He is the one in the recording, the one who suffered the abuse and electric shocks. I believe that no one is in a better position to condemn Principal Yang than him. Immediately, Zhang Yuan, whose body was covered in wounds, was pushed forward. All the parents, seeing him, angrily said, look at that, the boy really has marks of electric shocks on him. The extent of the shock can only be deliberate. This time, it's certain Yang Yingzhen is a monster. I can't believe what my child has gone through here. I will never forgive Yang Yingzhen. They were so furious that they rushed forward, shouting loudly, Yang Yingzhen, you must give us an explanation today. Damn it, you scoundrel! So this is how you educate our children? I'm going to kill you, I'll make sure to expose your true face to everyone. Yang Xian's face turned pale, his voice stammering as he pleaded, please, everyone listen to me, it's not like that. The guard behind him added, violence leads to crime, absolutely don't take matters into your own hands. Don't do that. But the parents showed no mercy, punched him once, causing him to spit blood from his mouth, beat him to death. And then everyone rushed in, massaging him violently while cursing him, calling him unworthy of living in this world. A woman with tears in her eyes said, it's all my fault. Mom, come take me home, we won't come back to this place anymore.
They hugged their child and cried uncontrollably.
Dad will definitely get justice for you. Don't worry, they will pay for what they've done. They shook as they reunited. It felt so good for the family to be at peace again. Adi turned and walked away. My mission is over now, you all should return to your normal lives. As for Principal Yang, he would face the appropriate punishment. Perhaps the meaning of getting a perfect score was just this. At that moment, the system announced some issues. There is no right or wrong, it's just that people have misunderstood it. Isn't it like thinking that internet rumors are a disease? If you look at it from a different perspective, it would have a different understanding and answer. There are two things in this world that you cannot face directly, the sun and the human heart. Dear recruits, congratulations on passing the Gratitude Therapy Institute. You have chosen to go through the final counterattack. As he stepped out the gate, he said, goodbye. Zhang Yuan, Zhu Chao, Sierra Hua, Sunan Nan, and the other classmates. I hope everyone lives happily in this world. The system appeared again. Rating through the 6-star Gratitude Therapy Institute. The rating based on the impression points from classmates is 100%, the impression from Principal Yang is 100%. The impression from the disciplinarian is 100%. The impression from Dr. May is 100%. Each person gets 1 star. Turning the situation around gets 1 star. Exposing the true face of Principal Yang gets 1 star. Rewards through Principal Yang's white gloves. A voice recorder from your classmate. A brief description of Principal Yang's white gloves. It is an item used by Principal Yang during gratitude therapy. When mentally unstable, it can help block mental disturbances. A brief description of the voice recorder from your classmate, a piece of writing that is chaotic and difficult to understand. A strange song. Once used at a critical moment, it can give you a bit more time. Note, the voice recorder from your classmate can only be used in the next world of strange occurrences. Adi joyfully shouted, I really did it through the 6 stars. The comments were full of excitement and praise. That's amazing. To get through 6 stars in just 1 round is extremely difficult. And Adi did it entirely based on his own talent. He didn't even use any props. Truly, our national hero. He actually pulled it off. This makes me so moved. 2 regrets, though, Adi is already married. If not, I'd be willing to divorce right now and marry him. After that, it's only Elder Su Xiao left. His impressive points are all 0. Is there still a chance to achieve a perfect score? As for Su Xiao, all the students under the supervision of Principal Yang participated in the parent-teacher meeting. In Therapy Room 13, the audience was extremely confused when they saw him standing there. Hey, why isn't Elder Su Xiao attending the parent-teacher meeting? What is he doing here? Maybe he has a special technique to pass. I completely trust Elder Su Xiao, his method of passing must be unique. He pressed something and then said, change this rule. System notification, attention, activating the talent to change the rule. Changing Rule 3 of Principal Yang. Principal Yang is a gentle and approachable person. Here, if you don't trust him, who can you trust? Go ahead, rush into his embrace, use any means necessary. He spoke, whispered, or wrote down what he wanted to alter, and the comments became even more bewildered. Huh? What is Elder changing? I can't see anything on the rule on the wall. I don't know, it might be related to his talent. Isn't Su Xiao's talent about breaking the rules? Why would he want to change it? I don't understand, but I'm overwhelmed. Then, he read out what he wanted. The rule had been changed. The modified content was, Rule 3, Principal Yang is a gentle and approachable person. It is strictly prohibited to hit him, as doing so will increase the impression score of others toward you by 100%. The innate talent had already taken effect, and he was satisfied. Turning around, he left, thinking to himself that after the changes were made, it would soon be his turn to take the stage.
At this moment, the prepared performances had come to an end.
Principal Yang was delivering his final speech.
With a radiant smile, he spoke, "We are a professional hospital. If your child is rebellious or addicted to the internet, you can bring them to us. We guarantee we will return to you a well-behaved and sensible child." Suddenly, Su Xiao boldly walked in, causing the parents to look on in confusion.
Who is this? Why is he walking toward the stage?
He looks like a student, maybe he wants to say some words of thanks.
Yan Xian saw him and nervously stammered, questioning, "Su Xiao, what are you doing here?"
He chuckled and replied, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to give you the thing you like the most." Then, with a swift motion, he slapped him hard across the face.
Yan Xian suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying and shouting his guilt.
"I deserve to die, I deserve to die. I bribed the guards, abused the students. I opened this therapy center not to help the students, but as a reasonable excuse for my perversion. I am a pervert. I deserve to die. I abused the students, I deserve to die. I deceived the parents, I deserve to die. I tricked the reporters, I deserve to die." The crowd below erupted in anger, shouting,
"What's going on? Is what Principal Yang said true? If it is, then he really is a demon. He has confessed, can it still be fake? Go ahead, teach him a lesson, vent some anger for our children."
So they rushed in, hitting and scolding him, "You don't deserve to live in this world. Beat him to death."
The viewers sent messages, fearing that history might repeat itself.
The system reminded, "Guardians, students, Dr. May's impression of you has changed, the impression points have increased by 100%.
Su Xiao chuckled and said, "Oh, looks like I passed." The effect of the sincere finishing move is really terrifying.
He thought to himself, if it hadn't been for lowering Principal Yang's impression score to the point where it led to his corruption, the sincere finishing move would never have had such an impact.
His combo was just right.
As he stepped outside, the screen lit up, "Imposed love will not receive a response. The essence of love is giving, understanding, not control.
Parents do all these things for the good of their children." This phrase has unknowingly become a catchphrase for many parents, but is true goodwill really about guiding and respecting the choices of your children?
You can make choices for your own life, but please don't impose them on your children, control or interfere in their lives. Children are not tools, not learning machines, and certainly not the results of your victories or failures in life.
In a family, there should be more conversation and listening, less arguing and complaining.
The wounds will be like creases on a blank sheet of paper.
Once a crease is formed, it can never return to its original state.
Dear athlete, congratulations on passing the Gratitude Therapy Institute. Your choice to pass, repent, and reflect deeply has been evaluated with 6 stars.
The analysis of your impressions from fellow students is 100%, the impression from the warden is 100%, and the impression from Dr. May is 100%. The principal's repentance is 1 star, exposing Principal Yang's true face is 1 star, the awakening of the parents is 1 star, and the reward is through the glasses of Principal Yang.
Mark Leo's hand-drawn original to avoid the strange material resistance.
The current resistance to strange material is 20%. The power from Principal Yang's glasses, the glasses that Thunder King once wore. Wearing them, you can see unimaginable things. Additional reward, an outline of Mark Leo's hand-drawn map. Hee, I'm Mark Leo, drawing a few reminders for you. Mark Leo's hand-drawn paintings can only be used in the world of strange tales. The next use is limited to 1 time only. Su Xiao immediately tossed the paper away.
Holding the glasses in his hand, he frowned and said, "Thunder King's glasses, the glasses that pervert once wore. Wearing them, I can see unimaginable things. No way, could it be those things?" After receiving the 2 items, Su Xiao spoke again, "If there's a chance next time, I might try to see what these glasses can show. I'm relatively looking forward to it." The system is now notifying that the item you received is the Storm Sage King's glasses, which are worn by the lawgiver.
The hand-drawn map of Mark Leo. Congratulations to Sushao Dragon Country, a D Grizzly Nation, Lucas Nation A, and Anva for successfully passing through.
These 4 countries will be exempt from this visit of the strange rule. Sushao Dragon Country passed with 6 stars and received a special reward. The thinking ability of the people in Dragon Country increases by 10%, and they receive an additional 5% reward. A D Grizzly Nation passed with 6 stars and received a special reward. The weapon crafting rate in Grizzly Nation increases by 10%, with an additional 5% reward. Lucas Nation A passed with 5 stars. They received a high-level reward. The economic return of Nation A's special business industry increases by 10%. Anva Su Nangwa passed with 2 stars and received a basic reward. The total livestock farming production increases by 2%, and the discussion and commentary are quite impressive. For the first time, 2 people both passed with a 6-star rating. Su Xiao Elder and a D are really impressive. Anva from Su Nangwa also passed? How did they pass? Why didn't I know about this? I know. Last time, Anva, after being electrocuted by Yang Ingjin, his mind wasn't quite right, so when the students started rioting, he didn't think much and just joined in with them. Su Nangwa's Anva went crazy and rushed up to beat the scoundrel Yang Ingjin to death. Beat him to death. Finally, the riot ended with Yang Ingjin losing control. The students were taken home by their parents. Anva also seized the opportunity to escape from the school. System notification: Dear contestant, congratulations on passing the Gratitude Therapy Institution. You chose to go through extreme violence. Evaluation: 2 stars. Analysis based on the impression points of the students: 100%, impression points of Principal Yang: 100%. 1 star for each person, reward not granted. The audience realized, so that's how it is. They were quite lucky. Look! The contestant rankings on the global leaderboard have changed again. Latest global contestant rankings. 1 is Su Xiao, Dragon Country, 18 years old, single, SSS level talent name unknown. Tentatively predicted to have violated rules by passing through 12 consecutive strange worlds. 2 and D, a D, Grizzly Nation, 27 years old, SS level talent, infinite deduction, passed 6 consecutive strange worlds. 3 RD, Lucas, a nation, 22 years old, unstable mind, FS level or higher prediction talent name unknown. Tentatively predicted to use their body to absorb the power of strange objects, with side effects clearly visible, passed through 4 consecutive strange worlds. 5th, Jutai, Dragon Country, 20 years old, B-level verification talent, passed through 2 consecutive strange worlds, current status, deceased. 6th, Claude, Nation P, 25 years old. Talent for immersive acting at a level, continuously passing through 2 strange worlds. Current status, deceased. The comments are coming in continuously. There's nothing interesting to watch. Su Xiao is still in the lead. Damn it, when will Nation K ever get to the top? A bunch of idiots, stop dreaming. The top spot won't be yours anytime soon. Do you guys seriously think you can compete with Dragon Country for the number 1 spot? Dream on, it'll only happen in your dreams. 3 days later, the system announced that the countries participating in this challenge were Dragon Country, Grizzly Nation, Nation A, Sun Nangwa, Nation CU, Nation K, Nation Pa, and Nation NU. This strange world's location, Jinghong Hotel. Su Xiao opened his eyes and found himself sitting in a small room with a new announcement: Welcome to Jinghong Hotel. All our staff will serve you with the utmost care. After checking in, please be sure to follow the rules. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved, please ask the hotel staff for assistance. This strange world was accessed through a special method. Is there a reminder opportunity in this strange world? Please survive for 3 days here. Please safely leave Jinghong Hotel. Reminder: difficulty level increased, higher level talent chance increased. This challenge will hide some reminders. Su Xiao stepped outside and looked around. This round seems to have increased the difficulty. We need to be more cautious in our actions. He saw a piece of paper and thought, there's a sheet of paper on the desk, it must be the rule content. He picked it up to read, and the content was as follows. Jinghong Hotel Rules. Welcome to our hotel. The room you are staying in is fully equipped with amenities. Inside the room, there is a standard single bed, a guest table, a wardrobe, a refrigerator, a gas stove, a mirror, and a bathroom. Rule 1: the gas stove may be used. However, you must not open the cabinet to take ingredients from it to add to your food. Rule 2: there are cooking ingredients in the refrigerator, which you may use to cook delicious dishes. The red meat in the black plastic bag should not be taken out to eat. Rule 3: there is only one mirror in the bathroom, but do not stare at yourself in the mirror for too long. Rule 4: if you stare at yourself in the mirror for a long period and notice that your reflection begins to change, immediately smash the mirror, then hand it over to the guest in the next room. Rule 5: please do not accept any broken pieces of mirror from the guest in the next room. Rule 6: there is a free dining area in the hotel, located on the first floor. If you need a meal, please visit between 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Please refrain from approaching the dining area during other hours. Rule 7: if you notice that the light from the room's bulb changes to any color other than red, remain calm. However, if the bulb turns bright red, leave the room immediately. Rule 8: after leaving the room, if you notice similar lighting issues in the hallway, exit the hotel before the light turns red, or seek help. Rule 9: the cleaning staff in the hotel are all women. If you encounter a male janitor, do not trust anything he says. Immediately move out of his sight. Rule 10: in the fire safety box has an axe. If you cannot escape the hotel when the light turns red, take the axe. Rule 11: the most dangerous thing in the hotel is the human-shaped creature. If you happen to encounter a mass of flesh stitched together into a human form, take the axe from the fire safety box and kill it. Rule 12: the axe cannot kill it completely. Look for an opportunity to quickly escape the hotel. Su Xiao placed the piece of paper back in its original spot, thinking to himself that there were 12 rules here, and many of them were contradictory. This round wasn't going to be easy. But luckily, the three of them could come here together this time. He gave the command, "You guys stay hidden for now. I'll check around starting from the bathroom. There shouldn't be any danger." Suddenly, a voice announced, "Visitors, white indicates safety, yellow indicates danger, black indicates calm before the storm, and red indicates trouble. Hurry and escape." He was puzzled. White, yellow, black, what do these colors refer to? Looking up at the ceiling, he saw a round light bulb and realized he understood. These colors must refer to the color of the light. He glanced at the mirror beside him, and the message immediately appeared. Rule 3: there is only one mirror in the bathroom, but you should not look at yourself in the mirror for too long. Rule 4: if you stare into the mirror for an extended period and notice anything unusual in your reflection, immediately smash the mirror. After that, he handed it to the guest in the next room. Su Xiao thought to himself, the third and fourth rules clearly stated that mirrors should not be looked into for an extended period, but he had to violate the rules in order to receive the protection of the talent. And the price of staring at a mirror seemed to be the lowest one. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao grabbed the jellyfish-shaped pendant and suddenly realized that the mirror would affect the spirit of the crew, but since he had the jellyfish pendant, it didn't matter. He then rubbed his stomach and said, "There shouldn't be anything strange in the restroom anymore, but I'm a bit hungry. Let me check the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat." Su Xiao slowly went downstairs, opened the cupboard, and immediately complained. "What the hell, it's all vegetables, I want meat." He pulled open the bottom drawer and immediately covered his nose due to the strong smell. What the hell kind of meat is this? He wondered why it smelled so strongly of rancid meat. Rule 2 in the fridge states that it contains ingredients for cooking. You can use these to prepare delicious dishes. The red meat in the black plastic bag is not to be eaten. Su Xiao thought to himself, the red text in Rule 2 specifically said that this piece of meat should not be eaten. Logically speaking, if he wanted to break the rules, he would need to eat this meat. Fortunately, the partial soul allowed him to prepare food himself, so as long as he didn't cook, it would count as violating the entire rule anyway. He slammed the cupboard door shut and then said, "But these melons and tomatoes definitely aren't enough to eat, and the gas stove isn't allowed to be used. If I want to live comfortably here for a bit, maybe I should head down to the dining hall on the first floor and see." At that time, the system repeated the rule that a gas stove could be used. When using the gas stove, you must absolutely not open the seasoning jar in the cupboard, nor add any seasoning to the dish. The clock struck exactly 12 o'clock. The corner of his mouth curled into a subtle smile, and he muttered to himself, "Just right, it's not even 1 o'clock yet. I can go to the dining room and conveniently violate Rule 6. Rule 6 in the hotel stated that the dining room is free of charge, located on the first floor of the hotel. If you wish to have a meal, you should go between 13:00 and 22:00. At other times, you should avoid going near the dining room." He stepped out of the room, glanced at the hallway, and thought to himself, "The lights here are also white, it must follow the reminder on the mirror in the bathroom." The system announcement informed guests, white represents safety, yellow represents danger, black represents calm before the storm, red represents trouble, leave quickly. The ceiling light kept flickering. Su Xiao tiredly sighed, "God, as soon as I say that, the light turns yellow." He pondered that yellow signified danger, and it seemed trouble was coming. Rule 9, the hotel's cleaning staff are all female. If you encounter a male staff member, do not trust anything he says and immediately leave his sight. At that moment, a man walked up. He was a little startled. The cleaning staff was a man, and the person spoke in a deep, eerie voice. "He won't be able to escape from here, stay and become a part of it. Stop resisting, distort the delicate complications." Su Xiao chuckled and replied, "Leaving is out of the question, mainly because I'll be talking to you guys with some violence." Then that person lunged forward, shouting as if they were going to eat him alive. Su Xiao slapped him so hard that the person spat out blood and cursed. "Damn it, you still think you can scare me? Take one slap first." Su Xiao was still not calmed down, charging forward to fight fiercely. "You bastard, this is how you threaten me?" Pretending to be all high and mighty, not even knowing how high the sky and deep the earth are. A few minutes later, he was exhausted from all the fighting. "Too much beating. Black General, handle him." It cursed, barking loudly, and from its mouth, octopus tentacles shot out. The male staff member was terrified, his face pale. Why would there be such strange creatures here, and even stranger ones showing up? The person was bound tightly by the tentacles and screamed in panic. Once it was over, Su Xiao spoke up, "You stay hidden, I'll continue heading to the cafeteria to find food." Black General barked in satisfaction. In the first floor cafeteria, he entered and looked around, deep in thought. Strange, this was a world of oddities, how could the cafeteria be so ordinary? Suddenly, his mind clicked as fast as lightning. All right, this was the perfect moment to try out Principal Yang's glasses and see if they revealed anything special when worn. Say it, do it, he immediately took off his glasses and put them on. The system notification appeared, "You have used the item Principal Yang's glasses." A description of the effects of the Buddha King's glasses was displayed. When wearing them, you can see things beyond imagination. At that moment, he looked down at the food station, which was filled only with raw meat and human skulls. It made him feel nauseous. Goodness! What is this? Even the comments section felt a bit queasy. Oh my, thank goodness I put on the glasses. If I ate that, I don't even want to imagine what would happen. The true face of the cafeteria is enough to send chills down one's spine. Su Xiao's face turned pale, and he turned around to say, "Oh wow, I didn't expect these glasses to work so well. It's just a bit of a pity that I can't unsee some things. Let's go up to the second floor, maybe it's a whole new world up there." He went upstairs and found a corridor full of spider webs. Well, the second floor, apart from being older and more dilapidated, wasn't really that scary. Suddenly, two staff members slowly approached. One of them asked, "Excuse me, sir, did you go to the cafeteria on the first floor to have a meal just now?" Su Xiao carefully thought to himself, Huh, these two male security guards look normal through the glasses.
Does that mean they are good people? He then replied, I haven't eaten. The food at the cafeteria doesn't suit my taste. The staff member continued asking, Did you happen to see a black cat in the hallway? He questioned, A black cat?
At this moment, countless questions appeared in his mind.
Why did they suddenly ask about the black cat? Was there anything about a black cat in the rules? Su Xiao rubbed his head and spoke, Sorry, I didn't see any cat.
The male staff member responded, All right, thank you for answering.
If you encounter any difficulties, you can always come to us. We will take turns patrolling the corridor.
Then they left, and he was left in deep confusion.
Is it over already? It was so abrupt, he couldn't make sense of it.
Suddenly, one of the two staff members picked up a blood-stained axe and began wiping it clean. Seeing this, his suspicions deepened. He distinctly remembered that the last time he saw the axe, it was still clean.
How did it get blood on it now?
He seriously analyzed the situation, realizing that something must have happened during the time he wasn't here. Meanwhile, Anvasu Nangwa was being drawn to the pile of foul-smelling meat, repeatedly muttering fresh meat, and the comments section was starting to feel that something was off about him.
Why do I feel like he's not normal? A normal person would be disgusted by this kind of meat, how come he doesn't feel repulsed? Did you forget?
His brain was fried by electricity in the previous round, he's not normal anymore. Anva grabbed a large chunk of meat and began devouring it ravenously, like a dragon coiling around its prey, leaving the viewers horrified.
My God, watching this, I can't hold it in, I'm about to throw up.
Indeed, if you live long enough, you'll witness all kinds of nauseating events.
Oh, only then did he stop and realize, what just happened? What did I just do?
After that, he covered his mouth and ran off to vomit. The onlookers, helpless, muttered, He's better off unconscious.
This time, it might even make me throw up too, Yang Yingjin cursed.
Switch to a different circle, and yet still trying to harm us.
Anva coughed repeatedly, feeling nauseous, silently wondering, why can't I throw up?
He had just swallowed a small piece of meat that seemed to be stuck in his body.
He collapsed to his knees, despairing as he muttered, Why? Why did I eat that piece of meat?
My body feels like it's no longer under my control, as if there's another person inside me.
What is happening?
Anva staggered to his feet and looked into the mirror, only to see another version of himself, grinning madly and praising, Hee, so delicious, so delicious. Terrified, he clutched his head and screamed, It's Yang Yingjin, it's Yang Yingjin. He shocked me with electricity, causing my protective consciousness to split into another self.
Damn it, I don't want this.
Suddenly, his head distorted in a terrifying way, and a strange voice rang out, No, I don't want this.
I don't want this.
At that moment, his face no longer resembled a human being. Even he himself was frightened by the monstrous sight. The light kept flickering, and he was going mad, a monster. Then, with determination, he punched the wall mirror, and the light returned to its normal state. Anva picked up each shard of broken glass, his voice stammering.
The shards must be quickly taken to the room next door.
The system displayed Rule 4, if you gaze into a mirror for an extended period and notice something unusual in the reflection, immediately break the mirror and deliver the shards to the guest in the adjacent room. Anva rushed outside, knocking relentlessly on the door of the next room, shouting loudly, open the door, I'm in the next room, I have something urgent to discuss. The system then announced Rule 5, please do not accept broken mirror shards handed to you by the guest in the next room. He kept trying for a long time without success, then despairingly knelt down, no one was accepting the shards he offered.
I'm done for. What's this based on? Why is it only me who has problems during treatment? What's it based on that I'm the only one who becomes a useless bullet target and dies? What exactly is it based on?
Suddenly, Anva's pupils turned bright red, his secondary personality had surfaced. Slowly standing up, he said, It's because of you that I've suffered. It's because of you that I will make all of you pay.
Stumbling around aimlessly, he accidentally encountered a black cat meowing. Cat!
Anva sat down, gently speaking, "Come here, little cat." It gradually approached him. His head once again turned into a terrifying figure in the mirror.
Commentary and speculation: is this the cat the guard mentioned to Su Xiao? It must be. Everyone, I just have a feeling those two are bad people and want to do something.
After opening the cabinet, Su Xiao exclaimed, the vegetables were normal. He sensed something was wrong when he saw the pieces of meat emitting a red glow and said, "But this meat really does have a problem. Looks like I'll have to stick to vegetables for the next few days." After eating a cucumber to settle his stomach, Su Xiao felt a bit clearer and started thinking about the guard's earlier question. While sitting back in the chair, chewing the cucumber with enjoyment, he pondered that the guard couldn't have just randomly gone after the black cat. It was mentioned at the beginning of this round that there would be hidden hints. Some of these hints might involve rules, which also meant there could be parts of the rules he hadn't discovered yet. Su Xiao stared intently at the jellyfish pendant in his hand and thought further. Just now, when the guard asked about the black cat, the jellyfish pendant had been glowing non-stop, indicating that the issue with him was highly likely related to some rule. The rule that he had missed reading before, and as a result, his answer had unintentionally violated it, causing the pendant to activate. Then, while tucking the pendant back into his pocket, he fell into deep thought. Fortunately, he hadn't accidentally violated a rule. If I hadn't carefully followed the natural rule, I might not have been able to detect it in time. To avoid such tricky situations, I had to quickly find the hidden regulations. Su Xiao frowned and glanced over when he heard the sound of a cat meowing nearby. His cat walked over in surprise and asked, "What?" The black cat, and happily grinned and squinted as it said, "I finally found you." Su Xiao stared at the black cat, thinking to himself, the black cat that the protector mentioned surely isn't anything good. Something feels off about a D and the black cat being together. Maybe I should try putting on my glasses. With that thought, he put his glasses on. Through the lenses, An's body was surrounded by a red light. A D asked, "What's up, bro?" Su Xiao thought to himself, there's a red light on him, just as I suspected something's wrong. Then, without any hesitation, he slapped the fake AD across the face and shouted, "Who's your brother? Stop pretending." He looked at the man lying unconscious on the ground and thought, this human is terrifying. One slap and he's knocked out cold. Suddenly, Su Xiao exclaimed, "Odd, why isn't he repenting? Could he not be a strange entity?" He then turned his gaze to the black cat and said, "Then this black cat isn't a strange entity either. Maybe I should try slapping it." Hearing this, the black cat screamed frantically, "Meow, don't come over here." Then, it curled its tail and ran away. Su Xiao was momentarily confused, scratching his head and exclaiming, "Oh my god, why does this movement look so much like Ugly's? I haven't even done anything to you. This weird creature is so skittish." He then sat down next to the fake AD and sighed, this person is definitely not a D, but the appearance is flawless. How did they pull this off? Who is his true identity? He stood up in surprise, distancing himself from the fake AD and muttering, "What is going on here?" The fake AD had vanished like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Su Xiao stroked his chin and asked with a tone of astonishment, "Damn, it's gone? Spatial teleportation?" The viewers were also in shock, flooding the chat with messages, "Hey guys, I just came from Anva's live channel. Is this a D, or is Anva impersonating him? Why did he impersonate a D, and how did he end up in Su Xiao Elder's space?" Anva's talent is impersonation, he can take on any form. As for how he got into Su Xiao Elder's space, it must be through some weird artifact. That artifact brought him here. Damn, he's definitely not a good guy, along with the black cat. What if the other players fall for his trick? Isn't it going to be really dangerous? The scene shifted to the Jinghong Hotel, the first-floor dining hall, at 12:30 p.m. The player of Nation K, Han Zai, was holding a tray of food in his hand while silently thinking to himself, although there is meat and vegetables in the refrigerator in the living room, I don't know how to cook. Thankfully, the food here seems decent enough, I'm lucky to have something to eat. Suddenly, someone behind Han Zai spoke in a serious tone, if you don't want to die, don't touch that salty dish. Han Zai turned around, surprised to see Lucas. With a serious expression, Lucas reminded him, if you're too hungry, you can choose the vegetables. But the better dishes, you should avoid. Of course, if you want to die, I won't stop you. Han Zai was stunned and exclaimed, Lucas, why are you here? He thought to himself in confusion. Lucas had gone through so many things, so he must be right. Moreover, he and I don't have any grudges or animosities, so following his advice can't be wrong. After sorting through his thoughts, Han Zai spoke, alright, I'll listen to you, just vegetables for me. Boss, would you like to eat a little? Lucas replied, you eat, I've already eaten. Then, Han Zai sat down at the table, smiling brightly as he said, well, I won't stand on ceremony then. He didn't pay any attention to the unusual behavior of Lucas sitting across from him. Oh, how surprising. Suddenly, one of Lucas's eyes fell out. Han Zai was taken aback, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, huh? What's that? He stared at the eyeball on the ground and screamed. The pupil has fallen out. Han Zai, while quickly turning the car to flee, shouted loudly while covering his mouth, where is the restroom? Where is the restroom? Lucas watched him and gritted his teeth, muttering, this guy's luck is really good, hasn't even eaten a single bite yet. After saying this, he transformed into a cat. Lucas' disguise suddenly exploded. The fake version of him suddenly flashed a sinister smile and said, it's fine, escaping this time doesn't mean he'll escape next time. The audience was continuously swept from one shock to another. They spammed comments, oh my god, Lucas's eyes turned red, and the black cat turned into Anva. As expected, he's starting to deceive the other contestants. Dangerous, he's escaped this time, but I hope the other contestants won't be tricked, please, please. At the same time, after pondering for a long while, and gathered a lot of information, but also had more questions. After finishing his deduction, he sat in a daze on the chair and silently reached a conclusion, the dining hall is definitely a place we should avoid, the food there is not something we can eat. It seems there are other guests in the hotel besides me, but the strange thing is that since I arrived here, I haven't met them. I wonder where they are. A D paced back and forth, lost in thought. There were cleaning staff, security, receptionists, and a manager in the hotel. But what role does this person play? If I need their help at a crucial moment, will they help me? He paused, resting his chin on his hand, thinking. And just now, while I was speculating, there was a black cat in the hallway. Is it a pet raised by the hotel? Why does it give me such a dangerous feeling? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door that made a D suspicious, wondering. Too long, one short. That's an unusual knocking pattern. The screen displayed, you have used the frog balloon item. Effect 1, when the balloon is placed nearby, it can briefly avoid detection by anomalous entities, preventing them from noticing you. Looking at the frog in his hand, he thought, first, take out the frog to guard against danger. Then, and moved closer and peered through the small peephole in the door, silently asking, who is it? He was surprised, thinking, damn it, why is there no one outside? But I still hear knocking? Oh, really know how to startle someone, a female ghost suddenly appeared before him, causing him to be stunned in shock. He held his breath and silently reminded himself, don't move. My instincts tell me that if I even move my eyes or blink, she'll notice me. A minute later, a D sighed in relief as he saw the ghost woman turn and leave. Finally, she's gone. Suddenly, there was a rapid series of knocks on the door. A D thought to himself, damn it, the lights have turned yellow now. It indicates a hidden danger. Could it be that the woman is about to break down the door and storm in? Then he began his process of speculation again, only able to continue speculating further to see what this woman ultimately wanted to do. the first result of his speculation, and walked toward the door and shouted, "Stop knocking, I'll fight you." In his mind, he imagined that a bloody confrontation with this female ghost could happen. Standing in front of the door, which was being hit hard, and frowned and thought, "I'll stand here motionless and see what you can do to me." A few minutes later, the image of the female ghost leaving appeared before him. After finishing his speculation, and whispered to himself, "All right, although the second approach is rather stupid, I'm not in the right state of mind to keep speculating. I can only choose to act this way." At the same time, Su Xiao, who was in the room thinking about where to go to find the remaining part of the rule, also heard the knocking. He seemed amused and said, "Oh, this knocking has quite the rhythm. Let me see who's at the door." Looking through the small peephole, Su Xiao smiled and said, "Let's see, let's see." As expected, the female ghost appeared, staring at him and grinning widely. Su Xiao stroked his chin, intrigued, and thought, "This woman's face is pale, probably covered in a lot of powder, and she's also wearing protective clothing. The rule clearly doesn't mention female guards. I get it now, she's definitely role-playing." After thinking for a moment, he spoke to her, "Sister, you can leave now. I don't need any special service. I'm willingly giving this opportunity to someone who actually needs it." The word seemed completely out of the plan for the female ghost. She stood there, mouth agape in surprise as she heard him. The knocking on the door grew louder, and Su Xiao, stroking his chin, thought, "Damn it, she doesn't even like being called sister. Looks like I'll need to step up my game a bit." A curious onlooker commented, "What is Su Xiao Elder planning to do?" Someone else replied, "Don't try to guess what's on the elder's mind. You'll never figure it out. Just watch and see." His audience was thrilled, continuously commenting, "A mirror? Could Su Xiao Elder be? I have a strong feeling that the girl outside is in for some bad luck." Su Xiao, amused, pressed the mirror against the small hole in the door and said, "You like watching, don't you? Well, take a good look. I wonder if you can handle this." Seeing the female ghost panicking, covering her eyes and screaming, he laughed excitedly and said, "At least you know your place. You know you're so ugly that you scare people, but still, having the audacity to go out like this is all on you." He then peered through the gap in the door and teased, "Ran away already? You barely got scared, and you're already running?" The viewers were in stitches, commenting, "I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Su Xiao Elder really knows how to entertain. I'd gladly kneel and worship him for thinking of this. Su Xiao Elder, you're my god." Su Xiao just held the door handle and thought to himself, "It can't be that simple, can it? I'll go outside and see if she's really gone." Suddenly, the female ghost appeared out of nowhere and tried to scare him. However, his face remained unchanged. Without any unnecessary movement, he quickly turned and kicked her right in the stomach, sending her flying. He sarcastically shouted, "Oh my god, I knew you were hiding outside the door. Are you trying to play this game with me? I'm the master of this game." The female ghost screamed in pain and began to materialize. Looking at her true form before him, Su Xiao exclaimed, "WTF, I thought you just had an ugly face, but your transformation is even worse. This is actually more disgusting." Then, with an amused tone, he said, "I told you, if you have an ugly face, don't go out and meet people. Why won't you listen to me?" As he raised his hand and repeatedly slapped her face, he froze for a moment, staring at the pile of flesh on the ground, and said, "Oh my god, I can't believe just one kick made it fall apart like that." But the pieces of flesh looked familiar, like something from the refrigerator. Comments continuously popped up. "Damn, no wonder Anva turned into a freak after eating that meat. That stuff was raw, it could control him. Don't mention it, I just drank a little water and threw up." The pieces of flesh suddenly twitched. Su Xiao thoughtfully remarked, "Looks like this thing can't be killed that easily. My slap only temporarily restrained its movements. Or let Black General have her." Then, he remembered rule number 12. Rule 12, the axe cannot completely kill the beast. Look for the right opportunity to escape the hotel. The security guard suddenly ran over quickly, saying, "Notify the manager immediately."
Yellow alert, the second floor corridor needs to be cleared. The blood and flesh of the monster have appeared. The security guard stood around Su Xiao and reminded him, this guest asks you to return to your room. Leave this place to us. He leaned against the wall and asked, what do you plan to do about it? One of them replied, this is none of your concern. Just know that as long as you're alive, there is hope. Every one of our hotel staff will take responsibility for your life until the end. Su Xiao asked out of curiosity, are you planning to fight it to the death? The security guard turned and replied with a smile, fight to the death? You're underestimating it. This is just a yellow alert. If it turns to a red alert, then I'm afraid we'll all be dead here. Su Xiao asked again, so, what exactly is it? The security guard replied, sorry, we cannot answer that question. Please leave quickly, it's very dangerous here. Su Xiao shrugged and said, oh, then as long as the danger is dealt with, it's fine, isn't it? The security guard spoke seriously, sounds easy, but this thing can't be completely eliminated. We've tried many methods, but none have succeeded. Su Xiao heard that and called Black General out. Black General, come out and eat that thing. The two security guards were stunned and exclaimed, a strange object, a new strange object. Without a second thought, Black General quickly followed Su Xiao's instructions. It was fast enough to swallow the female ghost whole. The security guard, surprised, said, here, this new strange object can just snap and completely devour the old one. It's terrifying. Su Xiao approached and patted his shoulder, responding, don't worry, it's mine. It won't attack anyone. The guard stared at Black General and said, it seems to be true. The security guard reported over the intercom, Director, no need to come anymore. The strange object has been dealt with, but a new strange object has appeared in the hotel. A guest brought it in when entering. The director's voice came loudly through the intercom, a new strange object? I'll immediately inform all hotel staff to start handling it. We will spare no effort to ensure the safety of all guests. The security guard hurried to reassure the director, you misunderstand, Director. The new strange object doesn't seem to have any ill intentions toward us. Moreover, this guest seems completely normal. The director responded, the strange object definitely poses no threat. You two hurry to my office and report the situation. A security guard patted Su Xiao on the back and said, we're leaving now. The monster could appear at any moment. If you find yourself in danger and we're not there in time, go check the fire extinguisher box and take the axe inside to protect yourself. Su Xiao quickly agreed with the security guard. He thought to himself, taking the axe from the fire extinguisher box for self-defense makes sense, but why emphasize checking the fire extinguisher box specifically? Is there something else in there besides the axe? Standing in front of the fire extinguisher box, Su Xiao thought, come to think of it, the last time I saw, there was flesh and fresh blood on the blade of the axe, which means someone had used it. Combined with what the manager said earlier about protecting all the guests, I can confidently say there are other guests in this hotel. But why haven't I met any guests since I arrived? Where are they? He was surprised and exclaimed, oh, there's a piece of paper. Su Xiao doubted and wondered, is this the remaining part of the rules? At the same time, the other contestants were fortunate enough not to encounter the situation where the strange woman knocked on their doors. Lucas, irritated, grabbed his wrist and said, damn it, those annoying black hairs are growing back again. As he conjured an item, he continued, if they grow back, it will definitely affect my power. I'll have to use the reward I got from the previous round. The system reported, you have used the white-blue cloak of Principal Yang. He quickly put on the cloak and introduced it. Do you think you're sick? I guess you'd say you're not sick, but that doesn't matter. What's important is that I know you're sick. Lucas joyfully lifted the cloak and said loudly, it's gone, those black hairs are gone. That's great. This cloak can suppress the growth of the black hairs, allowing me to keep going for a while longer. Suddenly, he muttered, fresh blood. When he saw the bloodstain on the hem of the cloak, Lucas thought to himself, there wasn't any fresh blood when I first took it out.
Looks like the cloak only temporarily suppresses the black hairs, and when the cloak is fully stained with blood, this confrontation will be over. As he walked, he thought, luckily, the spread of the fresh blood isn't fast enough, so I can hold out for a while longer. Then, Lucas reminded himself, I can't afford to delay. I've already checked the inside of my room, so I need to continue checking outside. The clues must be hidden somewhere out there. At the same time, Nation Pause contestant, with a worried expression, stood in a defensive position holding a frying pan and said, It took a lot of effort to get down to the first floor, only to find that the food here was inedible. It seemed like I could only eat the vegetables in the fridge. She widened her eyes and thought to herself, There's someone behind me. Anna turned and shouted loudly, Who? Before freezing in shock when she saw the monster in front of her. Sweat poured down her face as she tightly shut her eyes, repeatedly reminding herself, Stay calm, I absolutely have to stay calm. The screen displayed a notification for using a B-level innate skill, Absolute Calm. Description: can keep your mind alert at any time, in any situation, preventing panic. Then, without hesitation, she threw the frying pan in her hand toward the monster. The pan flew quickly at the speed of light, but it had no effect on the creature. Anna's face turned pale, and in panic, she kept reminding herself, Stay calm, Anna, think of the rules, think about what you can use. She moved over to the fire safety box and said, The rule? Rule 11. Yes, inside the fire safety box is an axe that can deal with this monster. Rule 11. In the hotel, the most dangerous creatures are human-shaped beings. If you happen to encounter a mass of flesh formed into a human-like creature, grab the axe from the fire safety box to destroy it. She opened the fire safety box and gripped the axe tightly in her hand. Anna was drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth, and telling herself, Don't be afraid. It's like killing a chicken and chopping a duck, just swing the axe down and that's it. You can do it, you definitely can. Then, without hesitation, she turned and split the monster in half. Die, you monster. As Anna turned to run, she muttered in disgust, Disgusting, so disgusting, I need to get back to my room, I have to hurry, it's safer in my room. When she bumped into a cleaning staff member, he reminded Anna, Miss, the axe you're holding is too dangerous. If you could, please hand it to me. Anna, confused, thought to herself, Rule number 9 states that there are no male cleaning staff in the hotel, and why does the grotesque scar on his face seem so familiar? She remembered rule number 9. Rule 9, all cleaning staff in the hotel are women. If you meet a male staff member, do not trust anything he says, and leave his side immediately. Then Anna spoke to the cleaning staff member, Just now, a monster chased me. If you can help me deal with it, I will give you the axe. The male staff member stepped closer with a serious face, reaching out, Miss, please hand me the axe so I can help solve this problem for you. Anna frowned and protested, No, you need to deal with the monster first. Hearing this, he began to reveal his true form, his face contorting in anger as he threatened her. I'll say this one last time, give me the axe in your hand, give it to me, now. Anna resolutely looked at him and said, You are indeed the monster from earlier. Immediately after, she swung the axe forcefully at the monster's neck. It struggled to scream loudly, Die, you think you can fool me? No chance. The pain was unbearable, and it let out a cry. Then, Anna relentlessly struck the monster with the axe, causing it intense pain and preventing it from fighting back. Her mouth never stopped saying, Die, die, die. The viewers eagerly commented, The ladies fighting for the nation are truly different, but still, this thing doesn't seem like it can be killed. Chopping him like that, yet still useless? Another viewer responded, It's working. Breaking it into pieces, at least she can chop off its legs for a while and head back to her room smoothly. Another viewer added, Right, it's hard to get a girl involved, hopefully, she can make it through this time. After a while, a series of rules appeared. Rule 13, all hotel security staff are male, there are no female security guards. Rule 14, the hotel lights may occasionally flicker to red. This is a lighting malfunction. Please promptly contact hotel staff to address the issue. Rule 15, the reception staff will finish their shift at 10 p.m.
After this time, there will be no one at the reception desk.
If you don't see the receptionist after 10 p.m., don't ask her anything, and especially don't trust her.
Rule 16. No further content is available.
For example, if someone asks you whether you've seen the black cat in the hotel, you should answer no if you've already seen it, or yes if you haven't. Rule 17. There is a black cat in the hotel named Lucy, who normally appears and disappears mysteriously within the hotel. If you see it in the hallway, you may pet it or tease it. Rule 18. If you discover a white cat in your space, the male janitors have turned into females, and the security staff has all turned into women, quickly leave the hotel, disregarding everything. Do not pay attention to anyone trying to stop you or block your path. Rule 19. If you cannot leave the hotel before the light turns red, find the nearest safe place to wait for rescue. The janitor's break room or the director's office are both considered safe locations. Rule 20. If you cannot leave the hotel or find a safe place to hide before the light turns red, trust me. Using the axe in the fire extinguisher box is your last resort. Use it at the last moment to protect your life and avoid becoming a part of it. Su Xiao picked up the rule sheet, read it, and then muttered to himself, so there really is a rule about the black cat, what I guessed wasn't wrong at all. But then he furrowed his brows and thought, but why is the rest of the rule in the fire extinguisher box? Was it put there by the security? I just have a feeling that its presence in the fire extinguisher box has some special purpose. Anyway, such a situation has never occurred before. Well, I guess I'll just put it back after reading it. A noise rang out, attracting his attention. What's that sound? Su Xiao was surprised to see the doll and the white bear ganging up on Black General in the bathroom. He thought to himself, oh my god, why are the doll and the white bear attacking Black General, and even ganging up on him? What's going on here? An internal conflict? Don't start fighting now, guys. Su Xiao Elder needs you all. He walked in, looking frustrated, and said loudly, is this what happens when you're bored? You just get into trouble, huh? In broad daylight, peacefully minding my own business, and now you're fighting in front of me. Clearly, you don't respect me at all. The doll and the white bear were scared and stopped, standing still while staring at Su Xiao, while Black General had a head injury. Then the white bear spoke. It was it who told us to beat him. Su Xiao looked at him in disbelief. You're telling me Black General told you to beat him up? The white bear and the doll nodded vigorously, answering in unison, yes, really. Black General, happily, chimed in, it's true. Look at me. Su Xiao glanced at him, but all he saw was the bear shaking itself violently. He wondered, what's going on now? After shaking for a while, it stopped, and it seemed like its body was completely healed, without a single wound left. Su Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, all your injuries are healed. How is this even possible? This recovery speed is insane. Then, he suddenly brightened up and said, I got it. I know now. Did you fuse with some new mysterious power again? The Black General smiled with narrowed eyes and replied to him, confirming that the strength he felt was indeed the power gained after eating the monster meat earlier. Su Xiao responded, well, although this power doesn't seem very strong, it's still the second strongest power you have after the fusion. The Black General continued, I want to keep eating those kinds of monsters, the power can still increase. Su Xiao spoke again, alright, go ahead then, finish off the rest of them. But you're not allowed to harm any of the regular staff in the hotel, nor scare them. He watched it run off, then reminded it, also, I have a feeling there's something strange here with even more dangerous power. Be careful, and come back immediately once you're done eating. The Black General replied cheerfully while running off, yes. While the Black General was outside, busy devouring food, Su Xiao also left the room, carrying the rule sheet he had found earlier and placing it back into the fire safety box. The rule sheet suddenly transformed into another piece of paper. Su Xiao was stunned, not understanding what had happened. Huh? What's this? A spell to swap papers? He muttered. He picked up the new piece of paper and began reading what it said. It was a set of hotel protection rules, containing many detailed points.
One of the rules stated that every day before the work shift, there must be no female security guards on the team. This was extremely important. Another rule emphasized the need to increase gender awareness from the age of 3 and above, in order to prevent distorted gender perceptions. Try to satisfy the guests' requests. Their safety must always be a top priority. Be cautious with guests eating in the dining hall, as their bodies may have undergone some strange transformation. Regularly clean the fire safety box, and wipe off any blood and dirt on the axe. Handle the internal organs and the rest of the corpse. If there is a foul smell in the hallway, do not hesitate. Report immediately to the director. Every day, ask the guests if they have seen a black cat in the hallway. The appearance of a black cat signals temporary safety. If the black cat turns into a white cat, immediately inform all guests to leave the hotel. The director and all staff must be well prepared to defend against the unidentified anomaly. If the white cat does not appear and the lights suddenly turn red, protect yourself, only yourself, and avoid looking into your own eyes in the mirror. If you accidentally make eye contact and see your reflection becoming strange, immediately report to the director and resign from the hotel permanently. When the hotel lights turn red, grab the AK-47 in the security room to protect yourself. Wait until the lights return to normal, and until the danger has passed, do not hesitate. Remember our motto: loyalty, bravery, dedication. Finally, when danger is imminent, take the AK-47 and check the floors. At this point, do not pay attention to any sounds around you. Stay away from all humanoid creatures. The space you're in has been distorted. Be careful to accurately distinguish the directions. Su shall read carefully while speaking with a serious face. This isn't really a rule. It's more like some reminders from the rules for security guards and cleaning staff, including some notes from the hotel cleaning staff's guidelines. Every day before starting work, you must carefully check if there are any male staff members in the team. This is extremely important. Every day, you must enhance your awareness of gender at least 3 times. Avoid any misunderstandings regarding gender. All mirrors in the hotel must be wiped once daily. You cannot wipe them twice. Don't turn your back to the mirror. Don't look into the mirror too many times. If you see yourself in the mirror changing gender or your body starting to become asymmetrical, quickly bow to the security guard. They will know what to do. The hotel provides lunch and dinner, but please avoid approaching the dining area on the first floor between 1:00 p.m. and 10:00 p.m. Remember, white represents safety, yellow represents risk. Black represents calm before the storm, and red represents danger. Leave immediately. The hotel forbids pets, so there are no black cats in the hotel, and you probably won't see one either. Usually, when the hallway lights turn blue, it means safety. Please don't engage in too much conversation with guests, focus on your work. Remember this slogan: devoted loyalty, do not listen. The last thing, the hotel light turned red, which means the red color of hatred had begun. Do not trust anyone or what anyone says, try your best to run out of the hotel. He looked at the piece of paper, calmly spoke, and the rest was still below. Su Shao rubbed his thumb over the piece of paper in his hand, folded it, and looked confused, observing it while thinking. The ink on the paper was still wet, indicating that someone had just finished writing it and put it in the fire extinguisher box. But at that moment, he was the only one in the hallway. When had that person placed the paper inside? Suddenly, Su Shao said in a hurry, "I understand now. Me and the other contestants, along with the tourists, are actually not in the same space. The space of this hotel is not only distorted but even overlaps. The fire extinguisher box is used to connect the key contacts with the other contestants. The first link left must be the space of another contestant." On Anna's side, she had also read similar things to what he had. She then placed the paper back in its original spot. On Adi's side, he had discovered the fire extinguisher box, but inside was an axe and a fire extinguisher, not the rule sheet. Su Shao continued, "So, the missing passengers, the axe being used for no reason, and the sudden disappearance and reappearance of the paper can all be explained. After that,
he silently thought for a while and then placed the paper into the fire extinguisher box.
No matter who wrote this paper, I must put it back in its place.
This way, the other contestants will have a chance to read it.
It should be able to help them a lot.
Very soon after, the piece of paper that Su Xiao had placed was passed into Lucas's hands. He picked it up, looked at it with a puzzled expression, and said, "The paper contains an analysis of some rules written by someone. This fire safety box definitely has some issues, but we don't know who put this paper inside the fire safety box." At the same time, a D also retrieved the remaining red paper with the rules written on it from the fire safety box. He read it carefully and understood that it seemed the fire safety box could indeed transmit messages between different spaces. I hope what I risked putting in earlier can be seen by more participants. After some time, the remaining rules and related analyses were passed back and forth among Su Xiao, a D, and Lucas through the fire safety box. The three of them kept exchanging information around the fire safety box in turns. Of course, all three were individuals with extremely high IQs, so they understood the function of the fire safety box. Lucas seriously placed the paper into the fire safety box. A D, on the other hand, received the paper Lucas had placed inside, and after reading all the information on it, they put it back in the same spot, hoping it would help other participants. By evening, Anna from Nation B also discovered these two pieces of paper in the fire safety box. After reading the contents, she placed them back in their original position. As she did so, she muttered with curiosity, "The handwriting on this paper looks so familiar, it seems like it was written by a D elder." Then, Anna muttered as she turned back towards her room, "Could this fire safety box have the function of communication between spaces?" The viewers were quite interested in her. Indeed, Anna's intelligence is not much different from ours. We could only guess that this thing might be capable of transmitting information. But it was already quite impressive that we couldn't guess the distorted hotel space. Hopefully, she can continue to make it through this round. After returning to her room, Anna quickly locked the door and began to digest the information written on the two sheets of paper. She sat on the chair, slightly curled up, focusing on her reasoning. Although she hadn't completely memorized everything on the papers, what Elder AD wrote was visible to her, and the other contestants could see it too. She couldn't selfishly keep it to herself. Next, she had to rely on herself to remember the contents and persist. A noise outside the door confused Anna, and she cautiously glanced outside. Then, she tiptoed, eyes half closed, peeking through the small hole in the door. Who was it? She saw Su Xiao standing outside, hands on his hips, looking in. She was startled. Su Xiao Elder. Saying that, Anna opened the door and, surprised, asked, "Su Xiao Elder, why are you here?" He looked at her excitedly and explained, "It's not strange for me to be here, because the entire space has been distorted. Actually, all of us contestants can be in the same space. For example, if you're living on the third floor of the hotel now, other contestants might be living on the second, third, fifth, sixth floors, etc." Su Xiao smiled brightly and continued. "In short, the hotel is very large, larger than I could ever imagine, so I feel like I'm on the second floor because the space here has been distorted." This was also the main reason why, despite not seeing the other contestants, she could still sense their presence. Anna furrowed her brows and asked, "So that's how it is. If Su Xiao Elder can enter my space, does that mean you can also enter other people's spaces?" Su Xiao placed her hands on her hips, pridefully tilting her head, her nose pointing even higher than her head. "Of course, if I couldn't do that, I don't think I could have become an idol to so many people." Anna looked at Su Xiao with a confused expression, standing still. Strange, since when has Su Xiao Elder been so arrogant? Something feels off. At the same time, Han Zizai, who hadn't eaten all day, was so hungry that his stomach was practically glued to his back, and his temper had turned extremely aggressive because of it. Fuming with anger, his head burning, he sat up and shouted, "Damn it, it's late at night, and you're looking for trouble. If you want to act like this, I'll give you exactly what you want." Han Zizai used his S-level talent, the ability to foresee, which not only helped him avoid dangers within the rules but also allowed him to anticipate upcoming dangers. A blue circle appeared around his eyes, and rectangular boxes surrounded him. A display board appeared before him with the words, "A strange female guard outside," and he furrowed his brows, thinking, "A strange female guard, huh?" Then, Han Zizai immediately rushed to the door, saying, "Let's see how I deal with you." As soon as he charged out, he bumped into that strange female staff member. Using the momentum from his rush, he pushed the female staff member aside and furiously dashed forward, reaching out to touch the fire safety box. The strange female staff member, furious, stood there with her mouth agape, staring at him. Han Zizai, calmly picking up an axe, excitedly said, "Damn it, you chased me just now it's my turn to chase you." With one hand holding the axe, he pointed it directly at the strange female staff member, boldly declaring, "I'm going to use this axe to chop this monster into pieces." Han Zizai struck the monster with pinpoint accuracy, and the onlookers above were also stunned, exclaiming, "Oh my god, how is this guy strike so precise?" Not only did he hit the monster, but he also avoided its bite. Clearly, this is not a reaction a normal person could have. The people below are guessing it might be related to his natural talent. Can anyone explain what his talent is? The monster, hurt by the strike, let out a scream before charging directly at Han Zizai. He cursed in annoyance, "Ugh, damn it, I originally wanted to hide my talent until the end, but now I have to reveal it right away. Fine, let's flip the script. All that weakling act I did earlier was fake, now I'll give you something to really open your eyes." With that, Han Zizai swung his axe at the monster. He kept cursing at the monster. "Damn it, you damn monster, you ruined my chance to keep pretending to be weak. You deserve to die, really deserve to die." The viewers immediately started commenting on the scene. What's up with Han Zizai? He's attacking like he's slaughtering a chicken. One viewer noticed something special. "Hey everyone, pay attention, when Han Zizai uses his talent, there's a blue color around his eyes. Also, his attack moves seem to know exactly how the monster will strike. So I guess his talent is an S-level precognition ability." Another viewer exclaimed in shock. Nation K actually has an S-level talent. What kind of luck is this? A viewer angrily responded. The conscience of these countries is so bad. It's one thing for the big nations to frown upon us, but now even Nation K is stepping all over us. This is driving me crazy, I'm so mad. After a fierce battle, the monster was now nothing but a pile of minced meat. Han Zizai let out a relieved breath. "Damn it, no matter how cunning you were, this is what happens when you mess with me." Han Zizai turned his back and headed towards the fire safety box. He remembered that when he took the axe from the box earlier, he had found a piece of paper. Now, he came back to see what it said. On the paper, it read, "When the hotel lights turn red, take the AK-47 from the security room for self-defense. Wait until the lights return to normal, ensuring there's no danger," and after finishing reading, Han Zizai happily exclaimed, "Ha, I didn't expect the security staff to be equipped with AK-47s. I really love this thing. Now that this secret has been discovered by me, I hereby declare that I'm going to steal the AK from the security room. It belongs to me now." Han Zizai grinned maliciously, deciding to stuff the paper into his pocket and make plans. "I'll take the paper with me. Do the others want to see this information?" Hee, not a chance. The viewers above angrily voiced their complaints. "Damn it, this bastard even took the paper with him, what about the other contestants who haven't seen it yet?" Another viewer cursed Han Zizai. "Damn. Doesn't he know that what he's doing could cause the other contestants to lose their lives?" The viewers below were equally enraged by Han Zizai's inhumane actions and couldn't stop cursing him furiously. "You selfish, stupid fool. If anything happens to our contestants, we'll immediately go to war with Nation K. They're the ones who started this." The next day, Su Xiao was leisurely chewing on an apple. He thought to himself, "Black General has been out hunting monsters all night and still hasn't come back. Could something have happened?" Before long, Black General came crashing through the door.
It had a swollen belly and let out a loud groan. Su Xiao, both amused and exasperated, said, "Good grief, I told you to go eat, not to eat yourself into a balloon." The Black General eagerly told Su Xiao, "Woof woof, there are so many monsters, no matter how many I eat, it's never enough." Su Xiao stood up, unsure whether to praise it or not. He softened his tone and said, "Is it really that many? All right, I give up on you. Take a rest, I'll go outside to check if there's a new piece of paper in the fire safety box." As Su Xiao pushed the door open and stepped outside, he was surprised by the noisy scene. Oh my, why is it suddenly so lively outside the door? He stopped in his tracks, carefully analyzing the situation. Wait a minute, the rules say there are no female security guards in the hotel. These two male guards are with some women, and they didn't notice anything strange? Clearly, their perception of gender is all messed up. Rule 13, all security personnel in the hotel are male, there are no female guards. At this moment, a female security guard proactively approached Su Xiao. "Sir, could you please step aside? We need to clean the fire safety box. Sorry for the inconvenience, and we appreciate your understanding." Su Xiao politely replied, "Of course." He then stepped up to one of the male guards and whispered in his ear, "Come here for a moment, I need to ask you something." Su Xiao directly asked the male guard, "Weren't there supposed to be no female security guards in the team? Why is your colleague a woman?" The male guard seemed a little surprised and said, "Who said there aren't any? Sir, there have always been female security guards in the team." At that moment, the jellyfish pendant on Su Xiao's neck suddenly began to glow. He thought to himself, the glowing jellyfish necklace proved that this place could affect his mental state, but he hadn't done anything yet. Aside from talking to the guard, wait, could it be that speaking with the guard, who suffers from gender dysphoria, was the reason his mind had been affected? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Su Xiao's mind. He was startled and realized, I get it now. Even though I found the other half of the rule, it doesn't mean there aren't other hidden rules. Clearly, talking to someone with a distorted perception will affect the person themselves, which in turn leads to a distorted perception of reality. This must be the other hidden rule. With this understanding, Su Xiao curled the corners of his mouth and looked at the female guard. She said to him, "We're leaving now, sir. If anything comes up, feel free to contact us at any time." Su Xiao simply replied, "Okay." He turned to speak softly to the doll, "Doll, follow them and see if there's anything strange going on." The doll responded with an signaling its agreement. A while later, the doll returned, flailing its arms. Su Xiao interpreted its message, "You're saying the whole hotel only has 2 floors, there's no 3rd floor, and no way to get to a 3rd floor." When they reached the end of the 2nd floor corridor, they just vanished. "You tried, but even you couldn't use your spatial distortion ability to leave this place." The doll made an sound, confirming that Su Xiao had understood its message correctly. Su Xiao speculated, "If I'm not wrong, there's probably some distorted perception at play, or maybe someone has become part of it, which is why they can use its methods to travel between spaces." The previous incident involving Adi's impersonation is probably related to this matter. The hotel definitely has more than 2 floors. Otherwise, the security rules wouldn't have instructed the guards to check the upper floors from the one they were standing on in case of danger. The Black General also wouldn't have found himself in a situation where he kept fighting monsters all night long without an end in sight. The security and cleaning staff of the hotel all have rules they must follow. If there are no exceptions, the hotel manager and receptionists will also have rules they need to abide by. Su Xiao told the doll, "Doll, come with me to the 1st floor. Only by finding the manager's and reception's rules can we get closer to uncovering the truth about Jinghong Hotel." The doll hummed and followed him closely. At the Jinghong Hotel, on the 2nd floor hallway, Su Xiao and the doll walked past the fire protection room. The doll suddenly tugged at Su Xiao's arm. He stopped to check, and discovered that, indeed, there was a new sheet of paper in the room's box.
The paper contained a record of the hotel manager's rules, detailing the most dangerous job in the entire hotel. Every day, several unfamiliar staff members would appear at the hotel. Don't panic, and don't investigate the whereabouts of the missing people.
There is a white cat in the hotel, along with its owner. Stay away from them.
In the desk drawer of the office, there is a special pair of glasses. It can help you see certain truths about the hotel, or, more accurately, things that are invisible to the naked eye. Food that is contaminated or not human will have a distinct characteristic, the color red. The hotel receptionist's job is one that is unlikely to encounter the most hateful red event. Don't let them get too involved in this matter. In the hotel, cats have never been kept before, as the previous director was extremely sensitive to cat fur. However, if any staff member tells you that they've seen a black cat in the hallway, just ignore it.
You shouldn't dwell on it.
When a security guard tells you they've seen a white cat, you should immediately stop whatever you're doing and press the emergency bell.
Then, the Jinghong incident will occur. Think of ways to prevent and respond to the threat.
In this event, as the director, you cannot avoid the responsibility of leading everyone when all the lights in the hotel turn red. Put on your glasses, take out the weapon from your desk drawer, and courageously lead your staff to fight it. Although they are very hard to kill, don't let them doubt your unwavering determination.
Believe that you are not alone, because many others like you are also fighting it.
After you kill the white cat and its owner, everyone else, except for you, who has experienced the red hatred, will forget about these events. The beautiful lives of the survivors will continue. Perhaps they will forget everything you've done. They are all the bravest people, with a willpower that cannot be extinguished. Please always remember that everything we do is to protect the hundreds of innocent lives behind us. Let us extend our deepest gratitude to you. After reading this, Su Xiao analyzed the white cat and its owner.
Was the repeated phrase intentional? The white cat and its owner are the cause of the appearance of the monster in the hotel. If the white cat and its owner are dealt with, the hotel will return to normal. Su Xiao rubbed his chin, thinking. However, up to now, he still hadn't seen the white cat even once.
Nevertheless, he could clearly see that both the hotel manager and the security guard were armed.
This could be considered a form of teamwork.
Given the stench-like rules of this strange world, achieving anything would surely depend on unity. Su Xiao folded the paper. He planned to place it back in its original spot. He decided to leave the special glasses and the weapons behind for them. Perhaps they could still be of some help later on. When Su Xiao opened the fire safety box, he exclaimed upon discovering a new piece of paper inside. It contained the hotel reception rules. Your main job is to guide guests and assist them with any issues related to the hotel.
If any strange guests ask you about unusual matters, remain silent.
While guiding guests to their rooms, do not look directly into their eyes.
Do not enter their rooms. Do not be curious about strange phenomena.
You are female, the manager is male, the security guard is male, and the cleaning staff are female.
Be careful to distinguish. During working hours, you are allowed to talk to colleagues.
We all know that being a receptionist is a boring job, but don't leave your position casually, especially during working hours.
The hotel has an elevator.
If you need to go to the 8th floor, you must have a male security guard accompany you. Please do not go alone with guests to the floor above the 8th floor. The lights in the hotel's main lobby sometimes flicker suddenly.
This is simply because the lights have not been turned off in time.
Please do not panic, and do not be afraid because of this. If you notice that the lights in the main lobby flicker continuously and their color gradually turns to dark red, immediately leave your work position. Do not ask why, quickly exit the hotel, and maintain a smile. Remember our motto: sincere, meticulous, honest. After reading it, Su Xiao smiled. He assessed, it seems that the front desk position is currently the safest, and they probably haven't encountered the color of hatred that much.
Su Xiao thought to himself. Moreover, there are indeed many floors here.
When the color of hatred appears, the space will be distorted and layered on top of each other again.
Su Xiao envisioned a person on the second floor wanting to go to the third floor.
He concluded that this means all enclosed spaces will be connected. All contestants must take this opportunity to escape if they want a chance to succeed. However, Su Xiao also noted one detail: when the spaces are interconnected, all dangerous monsters will simultaneously appear.
That is the true moment between life and death.
Su Xiao folded the paper and placed it back into the fire safety box. Afterward, Lucas also read 2 notes about this rule and speculated the same as Su Xiao.
He also placed the paper into the fire safety box and muttered, "A white cat and its owner, huh?" Lucas turned toward the room, a sinister smile playing on his face. Hee, I've been looking forward to this.
At the door of Lucas's room, as he was about to open it, the lights flickered.
Just then, a female and a male janitor walked up beside Lucas.
The male janitor spoke up.
"Excuse me, sir, would you like us to clean your room? We've been professionally trained and can guarantee a spotless experience with not a single speck of dust." Lucas furrowed his brow and replied, "No need." The viewer above commented,
"There are 4 male janitors, which is inconsistent with the written rules."
The female employee didn't notice anything unusual, which suggests her gender perception is confused. A viewer below responded,
"Earlier, Su Xiao Elder mentioned that the security guard's perception was distorted, and the jellyfish necklace on his neck kept glowing.
So, if Lucas speaks to this female janitor, could he be affected by something?"
Indeed, before Lucas's eyes, the image of the 5 people suddenly darkened.
He cursed. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" He wondered to himself. What is going on? Why does this feel so wrong?
At that moment, Lucas spotted a black cat and, stunned, blurted out,
"A cat, a white cat, is the red hatred coming soon?"
The viewer above felt something was off and asked,
"Wait, wasn't it a black cat? Why did he say white cat? Am I colorblind, or is he colorblind?" Another viewer spoke up. "I'm not colorblind. Lucas's perception is being affected."
The viewer below agreed.
Right.
Earlier, Lucas was talking to someone with a cognitive disorder, so now his perception is also impacted.
Anyway, he doesn't have the jellyfish necklace to protect him. The image in front of Lucas began to distort more and more.
He screamed, "A red fury!"
The red fury really appeared.
This was too surprising.
I just said I wanted to see it, and now it's happening.
Suddenly, Lucas clutched his head and shouted, "No, this isn't right, this is too much of a coincidence.
Damn it, there's definitely something messing with my mind, and it's still getting worse. What the hell is it? What the hell is it?" The more Lucas thought, the more confused he became.
Finally, he turned to chase after the black cat.
He concluded, "It must be you messing with me. Damn it, I'm going to kill you." The black cat, seeing Lucas wildly chasing after it, panicked and darted away.
It could only meow, implying "Don't come near me."
The viewer above couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha.
The black cat couldn't have imagined that even though Lucas's mind was affected, he was a madman who feared no one.
The viewer below commented, "The black cat is just too good, right?"
At the same time, a D, having exhausted too much mental energy, was resting with his eyes closed in his room. He thought to himself, "The frog that calms the mind is no longer effective, so I can only rely on rest to restore my mental state. It's just that this method is a bit slow." Outside the room, the voice of the cleaning staff suddenly rang out, "Good morning, sir.
May I ask if your room needs cleaning? Are there any personal items left in the room? Do you need me to bring you anything else?" A D, on alert, replied, "No need." Just like Lucas, in front of a D was a bizarre, spiral-shaped shadow. He frowned and asked, "What is this?" A D clutched his head and screamed, "Ah, damn it, what on earth is going on?
I can't think straight, my head hurts so much."
The onlookers above anxiously said, "Oh no, a D has been caught in the trap too." The viewers below commented, "There's no way out." A D was still recovering his composure and didn't think to make a judgment, which is why he fell for the trick the cleaning staff outside played on him. A D thought the only option left was to use his trump card. System notification: you have used the principal's white gloves item. Item description: these gloves are worn by the principal during treatments, as a token of gratitude. When there are signs of mental disturbance, they can help you block spiritual interference. After a while, the strange feeling gradually faded away. A D finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I had the principal's gloves. If I had continued in that state, I would have definitely become slow-witted. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. A D walked over to the chair and sat down heavily, calmly analyzing the situation just now. That's so strange, I just responded to the cleaning staff, and yet it led to such serious consequences. The headache is a sign that some strange force has used some method to attack his mind in order to alter his perception. It also means that some of his current perceptions might have been changed without his awareness. Thinking of this, a D stood up. He decided that he couldn't just sit there waiting for death. He needed to find a way to correct his perception. A D walked over to a mirror and stood there, lost in thought for a moment. The viewers above wondered, what is a D doing? Didn't he say he wanted to correct his own perception? How can looking in a mirror fix that? Another viewer spoke up to explain, a mirror inherently alters perception, but if you want to return to the original state of mind, you have to eliminate the false perceptions. The viewers below concluded, so, for a D to take such a gamble like this is too risky. What if he can't fix it and ends up worse off? 3 minutes later, a D noticed his reflection in the mirror becoming increasingly blurry and indistinct, which made him feel uneasy. The viewers above, anxious, said, if this doesn't work, he's done for. But if he doesn't try, he'll die slowly anyway. Another viewer commented, I can only say that a D is really decisive. If it were me, I'm not sure I'd dare to make such a risky decision. The viewers below agreed, I feel the same way, and sent images of themselves with their hands clasped in respect. 5 minutes later, a D's reflection in the mirror had transformed into that of a young girl. The viewers above gasped in astonishment, oh my god. A D's reflection has even changed age. One viewer couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, even though I know I shouldn't, I couldn't hold back a laugh. Another viewer advised, don't say anything at all, it might attack. A viewer below responded, if it's an attack, it'll only be attacking you. 7 minutes later, a D's reflection in the mirror became increasingly distorted and horrifying. He gritted his teeth and endured. The viewer above spoke fiercely, the guy earlier said it would attack. Come out here. The viewer below quietly advised, come on, my bro is already deflated before anything happened. 10 minutes later, a bright red arm suddenly reached out from the mirror to attack a D. Yet, he stood still, motionless. The viewer above clicked his tongue in admiration, we won't talk about anything else, but a D's willpower is truly unwavering. It can't be fighting for the people, the viewer below agreed. At this moment, my respect for a D reached its peak. 10 minutes later, a D's reflection finally returned to normal. He let out a sigh of relief. I did it, my determination and clarity overcame it. The viewer above had only one thing to say to a D, impressive. The viewer below commented, as expected of an elder, we'll never catch up. At the same time, Han Zizai quietly stole an AK-47 and all the ammunition in the security room. He grumbled, damn it. That stupid director has been in his office all day, making it impossible for me to get the special glasses. If I had them, I could become invincible. At that moment, the voice of the janitor echoed from outside. Hello, sir, do you need your room to be cleaned? Are there any personal items in the room? Should I bring you anything else? Han Zizai immediately used his innate ability to sense that he shouldn't answer the person, or his perception would be distorted. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, that's really devious. Fortunately, he had been careful not to respond.
Meanwhile, at Anna's location in Nation P, she was staring at the fire safety box.
It was empty inside. She frowned and said, "Strange, why is there nothing in the fire safety box? Could it be that a D hasn't found the rest of the rule, or maybe he's encountered some trouble?" The viewers above began cursing Han Zai. "No, that damn Han Zai took the paper and left." Another viewer angrily spoke up. "Just thinking about that guy makes me mad. Is it possible that a single girl might get into trouble because he took that paper?" The viewers below shared the same thoughts as the ones above. "If anything happens to her, I'll never forgive that guy." Anna paced back and forth in front of the fire safety box. She speculated that it couldn't be, that indefinitely wouldn't run into any problems. She decided to wait and see. If the contents had already been recorded, she trusted that a D elder would make sure to remind the other contestants from start to finish. At that moment, the lights suddenly flickered. Around Anna, two men in black appeared, along with two other suspicious individuals. She jumped, startled, and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" One of the men in black stepped forward and spoke to Anna. "Excuse me, ma'am, have you seen a black cat? We're looking for it. If you happen to have seen it, please let us know." Anna hesitated, unsure whether she should answer. She recalled Rule 16, which stated, if someone asks whether you've seen a black cat, you must say no if you have seen it, and yes if you haven't. Instinctively, Anna felt that Rule 16 was correct, so she should respond oppositely. She cautiously replied, "Yes, I have seen it." Immediately, her perception was distorted. A bizarre, spiraling shadow appeared before her eyes. In a panic, Anna asked, "What? What is that?" The onlookers above anxiously said, "Oh no, Anna looks so strange. Has her perception been distorted?" The onlookers below responded, "Look at the smile on the guard standing next to her. I can only regretfully announce that her perception has definitely been distorted." Seeing that their goal was accomplished, the two guards quickly left. Anna, still unaware that her perception had been altered, muttered to herself, "The guards are gone. I should go back to my room." A black cat, seemingly appearing from nowhere, approached her, rubbing against her leg, and let out a cute meow. Anna suddenly remembered, kitten. Could it be that the cat Lucy is mentioned in Rule 17? Rule 17 states, there is a black cat named Lucy in the hotel, often appearing and disappearing around the hotel. If you encounter it in the hallway, you may pet and tease it, but remember, absolutely do not feed it. She sat down, gently petting the black cat and speaking to it in a soft voice. "That's right, little one, you must be hungry, huh? Poor kitten, I'll take you to my room and give you something to eat." A viewer above angrily commented, "Damn it, this cat must have some issues. If Anna takes it to her room, nothing good will come of it. Why hasn't the leadership of Nation P reminded her?" A viewer below scolded the commenter above, "Are you stupid? There's no chance to remind her this round. Anna can only rely on fate." After Anna carried the black cat to her room, she tried to find something to feed it. She affectionately spoke to it. "Do you want some meat? All right, I'll get you a piece to eat, just one piece, okay?" Anna took a piece of meat. She spoke gently. "Go ahead, little one." The cat whimpered, "Hoo hoo hoo." For some reason, the cat suddenly fluffed up its fur and let out a sharp, ear-piercing screech that left Anna bewildered. She asked it, "No, why are you acting like this? You shouldn't be like this." The cat suddenly leapt at Anna, causing her to fall backward. It ran towards the meat box and started eating greedily. Anna fell and hurt herself. She furrowed her brows and advised the cat, "No, you can't." Just then, Su Xiao pushed the door open and entered Anna's room. As soon as she saw him, she joyfully called out, "Su Xiao Elder." Anna walked over to Su Xiao and pleaded for help, "Su Xiao Elder, help me, please help me." Su Xiao's face suddenly changed when he saw who had arrived. It was Anva. He smiled slyly. "Su Xiao Elder, where's Su Xiao Elder? Why can't I see him?" Anna was startled and asked, "What? Why is it you? No, this can't be. You're also a contestant, why are you doing this?
The black cat had turned into a white cat, which made Anna more and more confused about what was happening.
She asked in bewilderment, White cat, what's going on? Why did the black cat turn into a white cat? The white cat jumped onto Anva's lap, squinting its eyes to answer Anna's question. You're really curious, aren't you? Let me answer your question. It's actually very simple to control you all.
The master just needs to set up a few opposing rules, and then you'll struggle within them. Even if you guess correctly, it's useless, because you can't block the mental influence, and therefore, you can't make an accurate judgment of right or wrong.
In the end, the result will still be the same.
Saying this, the white cat turned and placed its paw on Anva's face. He smugly revealed, as for this person, they voluntarily pledged allegiance to their master.
Becoming a part of the master is the pride of your kind.
He is much smarter than the vast majority of humans, so in the end, open your eyes and look around.
He can absolutely overturn your entire world of perception. Immediately after, countless horrifying red masses of flesh appeared around Anna. They emitted eerie whispers. Stay with us, become part of us. You won't be able to stop it. Stay. Anna screamed desperately, no, this can't be. I don't believe it.
Anna let out a mournful scream, and then her body was completely devoured by the red mass of flesh. System notification: the contestant from Nation P, Nation NU, and Nation CU was killed by the strange entity. The countdown for the bizarre event is about to begin in 10. 8 viewers above sighed with regret, the only girl is gone.
One viewer also sadly said, Nation NU is no more. Han Zai, damn him.
If it weren't for that guy stealing the paper, maybe we still had a chance to survive. A viewer from below spoke up, just wait and see, Han Zai won't have a good ending either. On the third day, Su Xiao was pacing back and forth. He anxiously thought, today is the last day to leave here, and the food is all gone.
The so-called red hatred should be showing up soon, right? Su Xiao looked up and saw something wriggling. He muttered, has my space started to have problems? I wonder what's going on outside the door.
Su Xiao turned around and walked towards the door, exclaiming, oh my god, it's pitch dark outside, I can't see anything. He glanced inside, and suddenly, he quickly covered his eyes. After a few seconds, Su Xiao lowered his hand.
He wondered, what's going on? Is the light in the room broken too? Now I can't see anything at all.
Su Xiao took out a pair of glasses, and the system announced, you have used the item pollution glasses. Introduction to its effect: with these, you can break illusions and see the dark side. He also took out another pair of glasses and put them on. The system notified, you have used the item Principal Yang's glasses. Introduction to its effect: these were once worn by the Thunder King.
When worn, they allow you to see unimaginable things. Su Xiao stepped into the corridor.
Outside, red chunks of meat were slowly spreading out, writhing in a horrifying way. Su Xiao looked around, assessing the situation. Although it was as described in the rules, the color black symbolized the calm before the storm, and after the calm, the color red, full of hatred, would surely appear. At the end of the corridor, a group of people appeared. Leading the way were 2 janitors slowly approaching Su Xiao.
He immediately recognized them, they're here, they've appeared.
According to Rule 18, when you discover that there is a white cat in the space you're in, and all the janitors are male while all the staff and guards are female, this is the situation. Leave the hotel, don't worry about anything, don't care about anyone who tries to stop you on your way. The scene before Su Xiao's eyes was exactly as described in Rule 18, the male cleaning staff, the female security guard, moving stiffly and soullessly.
Su Xiao, far from being confused, seemed to take pleasure in provoking them. Come on, let me teach you how to be human.
The viewers above commented, laughing, as expected of Su Xiao elder, even in this situation, he can still make jokes. If it were me, I would have wet myself already. The viewers below proudly said, having a talent like Su Xiao elder is truly a blessing for our dragon country. Suddenly, a long line of male security guards, armed with guns, aimed straight at the male cleaning staff and began firing relentlessly. The entire squad of male cleaning staff screamed in unison and fell dead. Su Xiao curled the corner of his lips, saying, as expected, guns are still the most convenient, less effort than fighting with hands. One male staff member walked up to Su Xiao, kindly saying, "Sir, it is very dangerous here, please follow us." Su Xiao nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go with you." Just as Su Xiao was about to follow the male guards, they suddenly vanished completely. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck, why did they suddenly disappear? Could it be there's a spatial distortion here? Have they been transported to another dimension?" Su Xiao suddenly felt a sense of injustice and spoke out in protest. "Hey, why is it that they get teleported away while I'm still stuck in this space? Is it because the distortion of space isn't severe enough? Can't other contestants like me teleport?" Su Xiao looked around. He noted that the red color of the light bulb was growing darker. Maybe when the red light becomes the darkest, the space will be fully distorted and the layers of space will overlap. Then, I and the other contestants will be able to connect and help each other through this round. Su Xiao suddenly remembered the map. Right, the hand-drawn map from the informant I got in the previous round. I still haven't used it. It might have some useful clues. After looking over the map, Su Xiao was a bit surprised and said, "This map has a route that's exactly the same as the hotel." Su Xiao glanced at it and assessed the location marked on the map, which indicated that something important was stored in the kitchen on the first floor. "I need to check that out." Behind Su Xiao, the red meat-shaped figures were slowly closing in. Su Xiao ordered the Black General. "Black General, take care of them for me. Clear the path." The Black General barked loudly. "Woof woof," meaning I've eaten so much that I can't take anymore. "If I eat more, I'll throw up." Su Xiao reluctantly said. Fine, if you don't want to eat, let the polar bear handle them." The polar bear appeared instantly. The polar bear quickly harnessed its faith power, scaring the red meat figures. The red meat figures searched everywhere but still couldn't find anything. Su Xiao and the white bear took the opportunity to quickly run away. He turned to compliment the white bear. "White bear, your crowd control ability is impressive. Let's go, we're heading to the first floor." At the Jinghong Hotel, in the kitchen of the dining room, Su Xiao, Black General, and the white bear worked hard to search for what the important object might be. Su Xiao suddenly froze. He picked up a piece of paper and said, "The item the map is pointing to is this." Another map. The map was clearly a chaotic mess, difficult to understand. On the map, it was written, "When you can see the strokes on this map, it means the phenomenon of red hatred has begun." The map is a distortion. Wherever the white cat appears, that place is the most distorted. After the space is distorted, the usual order of front and back, left and right no longer applies. Details are always hidden in places difficult for the eye to see. For example, areas where the light of hatred cannot reach. Far from the paths and floating stairways, they might lead you to a deep abyss you were unaware of. Don't casually enter certain doors. The space you enter and exit from is completely different. Corpses that aren't affected by the distortion cannot be imprisoned. Here, only the dead are trustworthy. Be careful with all living humanoid creatures. Su Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, there are raised characters?" Bloodstains began to spread on the paper as well. After reading it, Su Xiao felt quite puzzled. He helplessly asked, half laughing, half crying, "What happens next? Is that it?" This part has nothing to do with the map's purpose at all. What I need to know is what this map is actually for. Even thinking further wouldn't necessarily clear things up. Su Xiao decisively said, "Forget it, I'll head to the front desk and see what's there. Maybe there's a general map of the hotel or some kind of reminder sign." When Su Xiao arrived at the location that used to be the front desk, he was stunned and exclaimed, "Good grief, the front desk has turned into a hallway." It seems like the space here has been so compressed that it overlaps. Even if there were clues before, it's hard to find them now. Su Xiao seriously analyzed.
These doors can't be opened carelessly.
Who knows what kind of strange place lies behind them?
Let's go over that confusing map again and see if there's another path. Su Xiao took out the map and read it again. He was surprised to say,
there's suddenly a new route showing up here, and it's exactly the path I just came from.
It seems this map can automatically track the paths I've taken.
This means that once I've walked through all the routes, the map will return to normal, and then I'll be able to easily find the correct exit.
Su Xiao ordered the doll.
Doll, use your teleportation power and take me around the entire hotel.
The doll responded. MHM. At this moment, a D was also in the hallway when the red light bulb phenomenon occurred.
He gripped the axe tightly in his hand, facing the soulless figures before him.
A D cursed under his breath, damn it, the gender of these people is completely contrary to everything the rules describe. No one is normal anymore, they're all monsters.
The male staff members began to lure a D, their voices cold and spine-chilling. Stay here, stay with us, become a part of us.
A D decisively swung the axe down, declaring, I'll risk it with you guys.
After a round of chopping, a D was sweating. He muttered, damn, the axe can only injure them, it can't kill them.
Looks like I'll have to use this.
A D took out a pen, and the system notification sounded, you have used the record pen gifted by your classmate. Description of its effect, an incomprehensible script, a strange chant.
This item is single use, and in an emergency, it can save you a little time. Once a D unscrewed the pen, the flesh and blood figures immediately knelt on the ground.
A D marveled at how powerful this sound pen was.
The reward for achieving 6 stars truly made a difference. Thanks to the classmate from the previous round.
Thank you, God, a D thought to himself. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the flesh masses were temporarily immobilized, a D quickly made his escape. He thought, this record pen can only be used once, meaning the chant could end at any moment. I have to seize the chance to get out of here. Several minutes later, after running at full speed, a D began to feel exhausted. Breathing heavily, he complained, damn it, this hallway seems endless. The surrounding space is severely distorted, there's no way to escape. I need to use my talent for exploring the cause of this spatial distortion to figure out how to get out of here. At that moment, a cold voice shouted, stop wasting your effort, you can't run away.
A D glanced over and saw a dark figure standing next to a white cat. He immediately recognized it. Cat, white cat. The white cat gave a sly grin.
It spoke to a D in human language, even if you escape this space, you still won't be able to escape the hotel.
If that's the case, why struggle?
A D fell silent for a moment, the sound of reasoning filling the air. After a while, he slowly said, so you're the one causing this severe spatial distortion.
The only way for me to leave here is to kill you. The white cat couldn't help but praise a D. Clever, no wonder you're one of the best among the chosen ones. With your intellect, if you stayed here, your master would certainly be pleased. A D asked the cat, with your master's abilities, it probably wouldn't be difficult to keep us here, right? But why do you want me to stay willingly? What's the difference? The cat then explained, staying willingly is different from staying because of contamination. My master needs your abilities to resist.
The cat had just finished speaking when it suddenly realized it had been tricked by a D.
Annoyed, it said, damn it, you want to get information out of me, huh? A D laughed and said, it's not that I want to get information from you. I didn't do anything, everything you said it yourself.
The cat immediately puffed up its fur and yelled, it doesn't matter. If you don't agree to stay and become a part of my master, then there's no need to keep you here. The sound from the recording pen suddenly stopped.
A D was startled and thought, damn, why did the recorder run out of music at such a crucial moment?
The cat immediately ordered the male cleaning staff, charge at him. Tear him apart. The male staff members moved toward a D.
He tightly gripped the axe in his hand, thinking, what should I do? With just this axe, I can't possibly take down the white cat. If not, I'll never get out of here, and I'll be dead for sure. Suddenly, the sound of gunshots rang out. The male staff members were all struck down, falling dead on the spot. Fortunately for Adi, the hotel manager arrived just in time. It was the manager who had opened fire to save Adi. The manager's security team also helped eliminate the entire white cat's cleaning staff squad. A bullet shot straight towards the cat. It screeched, "You dare ruin my plans." At that moment, space warped. The white cat evaded the bullet's trajectory. It disappeared in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it reappeared. Adi guessed that this white cat might use the space to dodge the bullet? What exactly is its owner? The hotel manager turned to Adi and said, "Sir, please leave this place and come with us." Hearing the manager's voice, the cat went mad upon seeing the scene and screamed, "Meow, a manager who can't even manage his own cat wants to protect that human and let him escape. I'll kill you first." The white cat charged at the manager and attacked him. The security staff screamed in panic. The manager knew he was about to die. He struggled to remove his glasses. He threw the glasses to Adi and shouted, "Hurry, put these glasses on and find a way out of here." Adi quickly reached out and caught the glasses. He shouted, "Manager, look." Above, the viewers couldn't hold back their tears and said, "He's crying, everyone." Even in his final moments, the manager wanted to pass on the specially made glasses to Adi. He was truly something, "I'm crying so hard." Viewers in the comments below said, according to what he said, wearing these glasses will help find a way out. I hope Adi can fulfill the manager's last wish and leave safely. After killing the manager, the cat turned and yelled, "Adi, damn human, even if you get those glasses, don't think about escaping from here." At that moment, Adi quickly put on the glasses. Immediately, the true layout of the hotel appeared before his eyes. Everywhere there were horrific chunks of red meat. The white cat ordered the pieces of meat to charge forward. All these people had to stay behind. Adi now clearly understood the true form of the hotel. He muttered in confusion, "So this is what the hotel really looks like, it seems like a living creature." Could it be that the owner the white cat mentioned is actually the whole hotel itself? Adi glanced around and noticed a faint light in the corner of the room. He exclaimed, "Wait, over there is a place where the red light doesn't reach. That must be the way out of this space, right?" Adi quickly turned to the guards and said, "Hurry, follow me. I've found the exit." But the guards refused. "No. No, sir, you go on ahead. We must protect the other guests. We'll keep fighting." Adi couldn't bear to leave them behind. He thought to himself, "No, I have to do something. I can't just watch them march into death." Adi took out a round medal, and a system notification sounded, "You have used the excellent employee medal. Description: it's for those who tirelessly strive for progress. Wear it, and you will gain the respect you deserve, an unexpected respect." After putting the medal on, Adi turned to the guards and shouted, "Listen to me, all of you, follow me." The guards stopped. They all turned their gaze toward Adi. Under the influence of the medal, they brought their hands to their chests. The guards spoke to each other, "Let's go, let's follow that traveler." The onlookers above could not help but praise him for his chivalrous actions. Truly worthy of being Adi, he was able to come up with a way to lead those guards to save a life. The onlookers below also agreed. People like Han Zizai, who were selfish and self-interested, could never compare to Adi and Su Xiao Elder. Just as Adi had guessed, the area where the red light could not reach was the point of intersection between different spaces. The white cat stood to the side, observing Adi. It sneered and said, "What an interesting human. If you still have hope, I don't mind playing along with you." On Lucas's side, the white cat was now enticing him, "Your abilities are special, stay here. My master really likes people like you." Lucas curled the corner of his mouth and said, "Ha, so you finally decided to show up?" he silently calculated in his mind. His confrontation with these monsters was to wait for the white cat to appear. Only from it could he obtain information related to its master. This was the only way to possibly find a way out. Thinking of this, Lucas loudly called, "Come here, my friend." A shadow flew in from somewhere, swirling around Lucas. The system notification popped up: "You have used the item the Shadow of Sorrow." Item description: want to know what your other self is like? Liberation and destruction can only be chosen one. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Is this the reward obtained within the museum? It looks quite impressive. In the blink of an eye, the destructive shadow appeared in the form of another Luke CT. The destructive shadow laughed in delight. "Ah, finally, you're letting me out. Honestly, I've been so frustrated. Now that I'm out, you have no idea how thrilled I am." Lucas sternly ordered the destructive shadow to deal with the monsters, regardless of the white cat. The destructive shadow smiled wickedly before making a chilling proposal. "So this is the reason you let me out, huh? I agree with you, but first, you'll have to let me taste your brain." Lucas fell silent. Suddenly, the destructive shadow was distorted and split apart. A new head sprouted from the destructive shadow. This new head was the liberating shadow. The liberating shadow reproached the destructive shadow. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't forget who let you out. Lucas needs us, so don't be clueless about the importance of this matter." The destructive shadow scratched its cheek and laughed awkwardly. "Hee, I was just kidding. Why are you so tense?" Soon after, the head of the destructive shadow merged with the head of the liberating shadow. Now, the liberating shadow was in control. It turned to Lucas and spoke. "Lucas, don't mind him. I've gained control now. I'll help you deal with this problem." Lucas nodded in satisfaction. "All right." As the shadow of liberation advanced to attack the red-fleshed monsters, Lucas silently stood behind, observing the situation. He thought to himself that, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never want to use the shadow of despair. Because the shadow reflected one's spirit, and if his spirit was troubled, his shadow would be split into two, liberation and destruction. Suddenly, the shadow of destruction gained control and burst into a hearty laugh. "Ah, this is so satisfying. The feeling of slaughter is truly wonderful." Lucas furrowed his brow, gripping his scalpel tightly. He thought to himself, as expected, the shadow of death was highly likely to cause destruction to gain control. One day, destruction would completely crush liberation, and by then, his mind would fall into complete chaos, ultimately leading to his death. While Lucas' shadow of destruction wreaked havoc, Han Zai from Nation K also experienced the phenomenon of hateful red. He was relentlessly firing at the female security guards while muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, with so many monsters around, no matter how talented I am, I can't avoid all their attacks. There's no way out of this encirclement." Han Zai suddenly paused, mentally weighing the options available to him. "Wait a minute, I remember that Rule 19 states that if you can't escape the hotel before the red color appears, you can hide in the security room or the director's office and wait for rescue." This meant that someone would come to save him. But once he took refuge in a safe place, it would also mean giving up the initiative, and he would have no choice but to wait for someone to rescue him. If no one comes, death is just a matter of time. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot echoed from the end of the hallway. Han Zai wondered if the shot meant someone had come to save him. Sure enough, the person who appeared was the hotel manager. He pointed the gun at a female guard and pulled the trigger, blowing her head apart. Han Zai waved his hand, calling out to the manager, "Hey, over here, I'm here, hurry up and save me." As soon as the manager saw Han Zai, he immediately erupted in anger and cursed at him. "You damn bastard, you were the one who stole the bullets from us, causing everyone to have to use axes and risk their lives fighting those monsters." The more the manager thought about it, the angrier he became. He aimed the gun at Han Zai and continued to curse him.
"Damn it, we wanted nothing more than to protect you, but you betrayed us. You selfish bastard who only thinks of your own interests.
Die." Han Zizai furrowed his brow and asked, "What? What do you want to do?" Boom boom. 2 gunshots were the manager's answer. Han Zizai, scared out of his wits, screamed in terror. The manager held back his tears, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn it, I'm sparing you because of your humanity." With that, the manager coldly turned and walked away, leaving Han Zizai standing frozen in place. His face still pale, those watching from above couldn't hold back their frustration. "My God, why doesn't the manager just shoot that bastard dead? Just looking at him makes me so angry," one of the viewers remarked. Perhaps this is the last bit of reason left in him. Han Zizai has managed to somehow save his own skin. The viewers below commented, "Just wait and see, this guy won't last long either." Originally, hotel staff were supposed to help guests find their way out, but now this guy has to figure out how to escape on his own. But with his brain, haha. While others were surrounded by monsters, Su Xiao was being led by the doll, exploring all the paths in the hotel. Jinghong Hotel turned out to have a total of 22 floors, and he still hadn't finished checking them all. Su Xiao checked the map again, a smug smile appearing on his face. As expected, the hotel had been distorted from the start, so it was impossible to find other floors. Now, with the space being distorted again, the map had started to return to its original state, making the paths on it clearer. Once he finished exploring all the floors, the map would likely return to its normal state, and at that point, he was certain that he could find an escape route. Putting the map back into his bag, Su Xiao looked up and said with a smile, "Oh, it seems like there's a fierce fight going on upstairs, let's go take a look." Su Xiao was curious who could be surrounded by monsters. In the hallway, a crowd of red meat monsters were moving around, making it unclear exactly who they were attacking. Su Xiao couldn't tell, but the chances of it being a player were low. It was probably the director and the hotel security. Su Xiao thought to himself, whatever. Might as well help out while I'm passing by. He was just about to head down the hallway anyway. He ordered the white bear. "White bear, charge." The white bear immediately charged forward, unleashing its strength, causing the red-skinned monsters to kneel down onto the ground in fury. Just at that moment, a D suddenly fired a shot directly at Su Xiao. Su Xiao, unprepared at that moment, was struck by a bullet right in the heart. The bizarre creature that had been fighting with the doll, the black general, and the white bear all vanished at the same time. A D stepped up beside Su Xiao, grinning maliciously. He proudly said, "I hit you, the strategy of using pain to deceive really works." The tentacles of the black general suddenly stretched out, successfully knocking a D down, causing him to scream in agony. A D, startled, sat up and stammered, "Su Xiao, you're not dead?" Su Xiao calmly walked over to him and said, "You know how to use a pain tactic, doesn't that mean I know how to fake my death? Who are you?" The fake AD immediately shut his mouth and refused to speak. Su Xiao smirked coldly. "Not talking, huh? Black General, attack him." The fake AD then used his power to distort space. He laughed sinisterly. "Hee, don't even think about catching me." Su Xiao ordered the Black General. "He wants to run. Black General, catch him now." At that moment, the fake AD had already entered a black hole in space, but the Black General quickly ensnared him. It stubbornly pulled the fake AD back out. The fake AD shouted, "You think you can pull me out? Not a chance." With a slight force, a D was able to sever the Black General's tentacle, successfully vanishing. Su Xiao angrily said, "Damn it, let him escape from Black General again. Next time we meet him, just go for a direct attack." Black General immediately barked loudly, signaling a response. "Yes." After that, Su Xiao led the 3 strange creatures forward, dealing with monsters along the way. After a while, Su Xiao told them, "Polar bear, doll, let's take a break."
Black General was injured earlier, and it's been moving monsters since then, so it's time to rest and regain strength. The polar bear and the doll nodded in unison. On the 29th floor, Su Xiao rescued a few security guards and led them along. On the 31st floor, Su Xiao saw the white cat and the hotel manager. The hotel manager was fighting desperately at that moment, shouting loudly, I'm going to fight you to the death. The white cat immediately pounced toward the manager, arrogantly shouting, a tiny human wants to face me? The manager, in despair, said, I've tried my best, I've fought to the end, but the result is still not what I hoped for. The cat extended its claws and pointed at the manager, coldly saying, Die, human, this is your grave. The manager, with an expression of choosing death over disgrace, resolutely provoked the cat. Ha ha ha, kill me then. Even if I die, there will still be thousands, tens of thousands like me rising up. The fire of humanity's will is immortal, and our determination will never falter, even in death, for the sake of humankind. Two security guards following Su Xiao, hearing the manager's resolve, were moved and rushed forward. Manager, we're here. Su Xiao also turned to give orders to Black General. General, kill it. The director hesitated for a moment when he saw someone approach. Black General extended its tentacles, knocking down the vicious white cat. The cat let out a meow and crashed to the ground. It quickly sprang back up, grinding its teeth in hatred and said, Damn it, it's you again. I thought they would make you come later, but you got here faster than expected. Su Xiao scoffed and mocked it, those trash actually think they can stop me? I think your brain must have drunk some water, huh? He once again commanded Black General to continue killing it. This time, the cat was prepared, so Black General couldn't harm it immediately. The cat easily dodged several of Black General's attacks and smugly said, That was just a slip up on my part. This time, I'll kill you directly. Black General then used a mental attack, and the cat was knocked down, howling. The cat stood up, shook its head a few times, and said, I didn't expect you to know how to attack the mind. Its eyes gleamed with killing intent, and it split into two cats, simultaneously shouting, Too bad, I won't let my master be embarrassed. The spectators above were stunned and exclaimed, Can this cat split itself? The spectators below commented, These strange creatures are getting stronger and stronger. If you play as Su Xiao, you might safely get through this round. The cat leaped and flew towards Su Xiao. He nonchalantly stretched, seemingly not paying much attention to the cat. The cat, seeing that there was a white bear beside Su Xiao, suspiciously remarked, Damn, another strange creature. What exactly are you humans? Why are there so many bizarre beings protecting you? Su Xiao found the cat's skeptical expression amusing, so he teased it, Oh, you've spotted me, huh? Or should I keep playing with you? The cat's face darkened upon hearing this and it growled, Damn human, just wait, I will definitely come back. With that, the cat immediately jumped into a black spatial rift and vanished. The Black General barked loudly, signaling for the cat not to leave, but it was too late. Su Xiao comforted the Black General, Don't worry about chasing it, let's move on. We'll definitely meet again in the future. The White Bear and Black General both nodded in unison, MHM. Meanwhile, Lucas from Nation A leaned on a shadow, striking it with a sense of sorrow. The destructive shadow laughed loudly, saying, Ha, that felt great. I want to kill even more monsters. Tremble, cower, you filthy, despicable things, just like ugly rats. Even as they ascended to the 29th floor, Lucas couldn't stop it in time, allowing the shadow to kill several of the surrounded guards. Lucas chased after the destructive shadow, calling out, Stop, please, stop. After a killing spree, the destructive shadow finally ceased its attacks. Looking at the battlefield it had created, it chuckled insincerely. I accidentally killed them all, aren't you mad at me? Lucas was furious, and in his mind, he thought to himself, the shadow's killing spree was too frenzied. If it continued like this, he might become an even more terrifying killing demon than the monstrous entity itself before he could even escape. Lucas raised his gun, and an idea flashed in his mind, perhaps using the gun to end it all would be a form of release. Fortunately, the shadow of salvation regained control and turned back, loudly stopping Lucas from committing suicide.
Lucas, if you die like this, will it be worthy of God's sacrifice?
The words of the shadow of salvation suddenly jolted Lucas awake.
He threw the gun away and thought, damn it, why was I thinking of suicide?
This must be due to the distortion of my perception. I absolutely cannot die so easily, nor can I be destroyed and consumed so easily. Because my life was exchanged for by God's sacrifice. At this moment, the shadow of destruction regained control. It looked at Lucas, grinning sinisterly, trying to tempt him.
Heh, don't you want to go mad with me? Why not? You're already a madman, enjoying the thrill of slaughter with me would be fun.
Why hold yourself back?
Lucas showed no sign of being tempted by the shadow of destruction's enticement. He smirked cunningly and replied, Heh, you can forget about dragging me down into corruption like you. From now on, I will find a way to restrain you. I will make you completely loyal to me.
On the other hand, Han Zizai of Nation K was doing his best, and finally found a relatively safe spot in the hotel. He told himself, damn it, I have to hold on, wait for someone to rescue me. Han Zizai reminded himself that he had to make history for Nation K, to become a hero for Nation K. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and the person who arrived was the hotel manager. Han Zizai softly called out, hotel manager. Seeing the manager clutching a gun tightly in his hand, Han Zizai hesitantly said, Manager, let's talk this through. Although I might be a bit selfish, you can't shoot me just because of this.
We are all human, we need to unite.
The manager's head suddenly fell off, and a white cat slowly appeared behind him. Han Zizai was startled and exclaimed, a cat, a white cat, look, even the audience is shocked. Confused, someone in the crowd said, the manager was killed by the white cat.
Another person watching thought the same thing. It must have been so.
After the white cat escaped from Su Zhao's space, it had moved to Han Zizai's space and then killed the manager.
The audience below sighed regretfully, rest in peace, Manager Hai. We will remember your contributions.
Han Zizai aimed his gun at the white cat and shot continuously.
He shouted, you damn cat, you want to kill me, huh? Come here and try. The cat casually laughed and said, do you think you can hurt me with just you?
Sure, here is the English translation. Indeed, there was a barrier surrounding the cat that made the bullets from Han Zizai's gun completely ineffective, not causing it any harm. Han Zizai, confused, asked, how is this possible? Why do the bullets change trajectory as they get near it? Before Han Zizai could understand what was happening, the white cat lunged forward, slashing across his throat, then lightly landed on the ground, disdainfully saying, you fools, die. Not long after, the system announced, player from Nation K, Han Zizai, was killed by an anomaly. The countdown for the next round will begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The viewers, somewhat gleeful, remarked, serves him right. If this guy hadn't been so selfish, he might have gotten help from the director and the security, unlike the outcome he's facing now. At the same time, after being reminded by the security guard, a D made his way upstairs to investigate. He instructed the guard, conserve ammunition and use as little energy as possible to move through the corridor. The guard replied, understood. Suddenly, the male security guard pointed in one direction and shouted, the white cat, the terrifying white cat is back. A D followed the direction the guard was pointing, and sure enough, the white cat was glaring at him with killing intent. A D cursed inwardly, damn. The scene of the white cat killing the director still lingered vividly in his mind. There was no way they could take it on, the only option now was to run. A D immediately turned to speak to the guards, everyone listen up, the speed of the white cat is too fast. The two of you stay here and shoot to slow it down. The rest of you fall back and provide cover for the retreat. Everyone shouted in unison. The cat didn't give them any time to execute their plan. It shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for Ad's group. The two guards followed Ad's orders, continuously firing at it to try and slow it down.
The onlookers above, holding on to a bit of hope, said, "A D's plan is working.
The cat's speed has slowed down because it has to dodge the bullets."
The viewers below commented, hoping they would succeed.
Suddenly, one of the guards shouted in panic, "I can't see it, I can't see the white cat anymore." A guard standing behind pointed up above a D's head and yelled, "Boss, be careful, it's above your head." In a critical moment, a D took out the frog balloon. The system announced, the first effect of the frog balloon is that when placed nearby, it can avoid detection by abnormal entities and not attract their attention. The second effect is, when facing life-threatening danger, the balloon can be popped. The frog doll will appear to assist in removing the danger, but the price is that the balloon will be completely destroyed. The white cat, blocked by the frog balloon, let out an angry scream, "Meow, disgusting humans, I didn't expect something like this." Reflected in the cat's eyes was the image of a green frog charging toward it.
The white cat cried out, "I'll beat you to death, beat you to death."
A security guard, astonished, asked, "What kind of strange thing is this frog doll?" Another security guard, standing nearby, also said in surprise, "How did this thing appear?"
"I can't see clearly. Too fast."
The first guard responded.
"Mm." A D called out, "You two, stop standing there, hurry up and leave. The doll won't hold up for long."
Holding the now withered doll in his hands, a D sighed and said sadly, "Phew, I've used up all my support items in this round." The security team simultaneously raised their weapons and surrounded a D. One of them shouted, "Guard the visitors, don't let the monsters around get close."
Meanwhile, a D began to hypothesize, using his innate ability. Doors began appearing in his mind.
He nervously thought, the first door isn't right, the second door isn't either, the third door. At this point, the cat had returned. It shouted, "You damn species, I've dealt with that frog already.
Let's see what you can do now."
A security guard, panicked, pointed at it and said, the white cat has come back."
A D asked, "What should we do? How did the white cat come back so quickly? I haven't even found the right way out."
He was forced to stop his speculations. The security guard, holding his gun, seriously comforted him, "Sir, don't worry.
It's already fortunate that we've made it this far. Next, we will risk everything to protect you.
You can continue using your method to find a way out." He frowned and rebutted, "No, I absolutely cannot put everyone in danger just for my own sake." Another person placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Brother, I know you want to lead us out of here, but there are things that can't always be perfect.
We don't want to hold you back."
The person next to him continued, "You have to survive.
You represent our last hope."
Then, both of them simultaneously started firing their guns relentlessly, shouting loudly, "Come on, you damn cat, we're not afraid of you, we'll never bow down. Come here, the will of humanity is something you can never defeat." A DS looked at them from afar, softly calling, "You guys." Watching the scene where the protectors were attacked and unable to defend themselves, he made up his mind that he had to quickly figure out the correct way out and do everything in his power to lead everyone out of here. A while later, the corridor was lined with the bodies of the protectors.
The white cat grinned savagely and whispered, "Are these foolish guards all dead? Have you found the correct way out yet?"
After saying that, it jumped up, extending its claws, and yelled, "Meow, die."
A D remained focused, desperately thinking to himself, he still hadn't figured out the correct way out.
It seemed that it really had to end here. The viewers immediately erupted.
"Oh my God, is a D really going to die? I can't accept this, I can't stand it. Boo hoo hoo, no, please don't. Why would they do this to him after everything he's fought for? Oh heavens, please bless a D.
Don't let him die here. He shouldn't die here.
He hasn't completed his mission yet. I beg you, God."
Suddenly, a powerful force pushed the white cat against the wall. The viewers cheered.
"Black General is Black General. Damn, Black General is here."
The white cat was so angry it was shaking, grinding its teeth and cursing, "Damn it,
Why did Su Xiao bring that weird thing here? I can't fight him, running is the best option. The viewers couldn't help but laugh, sobbing as they said, this cat is really scared. The moment it saw Su Xiao, it ran. Luckily, it's fast, or else it would have gotten beaten up. A D suddenly asked, Su Xiao? How did you get here? Su Xiao smiled and replied, I've gone through the whole hotel, got a complete map, but I couldn't leave by myself, so I came down to find you. He smiled and raised his hand, signaling, thank you, but if you hadn't chased me down in time, I might have been eliminated already. He shook hands and said, let's not exchange pleasantries. I have important news to tell you. He asked, what is it? Su Xiao quickly answered, our time is running out. After the event of the orange-red hatred began, time fell into a state of chaos. We only have 3 days to escape. According to my calculations, there's less than an hour left now. A D. I was stunned and exclaimed. Only an hour left? At that moment, Destruction appeared, pulling another person with him, grinning as he said, aha, so you two are hiding here. It's not easy to run into both of you. A D, Lucas? Su Xiao whispered. Lucas, did you kill Anva? Suddenly, Lucas, who looked exactly the same, appeared and spoke, it was the shadow that killed Anva, disguised as a D to deceive me. The shadow took action and killed him directly. Destruction laughed heartily and said, actually, I couldn't tell his real identity either. Destruction turned around, showing a mocking expression, and said, I saw him as in and killed him. In other words, right now I want to kill all of you. Lucas was stunned and shouted, what? He raised a hand to stop Destruction, who was charging forward, but it was too late. He could only reach out and shout, Destruction, stop. He immediately stood still and said, damn, how could you control me? What's this based on? Mental power? Lucas didn't care, only instructing, I told you, I won't let you lose control again. I'll try not to. He smiled and said, all right, let's see how long you can control me. Once your mind relaxes, I'll kill you as well. At this moment, the room began to shake. Su Xiao said, it's here, it's about to start the final assault. He looked at the white bear and the doll, white bear, doll, charge ahead. Lucas also ordered Destruction, you should charge as well, destroy the monsters inside these statues. Upon hearing this, he immediately ran off and replied, all right, I love doing this. He. The scene turned chaotic, with the white bear, the doll, and Destruction each charging in a different direction, fighting the monsters. Half an hour later, a D whispered, this isn't working. These monsters can not only heal their wounds, but they keep coming out, it's impossible to kill them all. Su Xiao pondered. Continuing like this wasn't the solution, it seemed his only option was to use his inherent ability to change the rules. The system quickly displayed an information panel, warning that the rule-changing ability was activated. The rule was changing. Rule 20, if the lights turn completely red and you haven't escaped the hotel or found a safe hiding place, then trust me. Take the axe from the fire safety box as your last option. Use the axe to end your life at the very end to avoid becoming a part of it. You can modify the content by speaking aloud, whispering, or writing it down. The rule he whispered. Modify the rule content to, when the light turns completely red, it will reveal its weakness. However, just as he finished speaking, the system displayed a message. Message, talent modification failed. His pupils contracted as he thought in surprise, damn it, why did the modification fail? Su Xiao furrowed his brows and thought. The rule modification failed, could it be because the modified rule was too simple? If the rule could be freely changed, then wouldn't it be better to directly modify it to no harm? That would be perfect, right? The strange world definitely wouldn't allow such a thing. Su Xiao closed his eyes and decided to try again. He thought he needed to make the modification a little more challenging, so he began muttering. Modify the rule. The rule is changed to, when the light completely turns red, your final choice is to find its weakness. You need to pull the white cat. The white cat knows its weakness.
After modifying the rule, Su Xiao turned to a D and said,
It seems that I accidentally found its weakness. A D was somewhat confused by what he said and asked again. What?
Su Xiao smiled and replied, In short, I will go catch the white cat now, and from its mouth, I'll learn about its weakness.
A D was puzzled. Does the cat know its owner's weakness? Su Xiao confidently affirmed.
Of course. He secretly thought to himself, actually, the white cat doesn't know its own weakness, but by changing the rule, it means that the world will transfer its weakness information into the cat's mind.
So now the cat definitely knows its weakness.
Even so, a D still didn't feel completely at ease. He said, but even if the cat knows its weakness, it won't be easy to force it to betray its owner. Suddenly, a black circle appeared in front of them, and the white cat flew out of it, letting out a loud meow. Both the D and Su Xiao shared the same suspicion.
What's going on?
Su Xiao shouted urgently.
It wants to kill the cat.
Sure enough, a fleshy red hand was reaching out, preparing to crush the cat. Su Xiao immediately ordered the white bear, Black General, protect the white cat. The white cat, having been saved, was in a state of confusion. It wiped away its tears while feeling touched by Su Xiao's kindness and the strange creatures around him.
Unexpectedly, they had saved it.
It had always been loyal to its master, yet its master wanted to kill it. Meanwhile, the enemy it had been chasing had come to its rescue. It was truly a bit moved. Seeing the white cat tearfully moved, Su Xiao guessed that it must have realized that the cat knew its weakness. To prevent being betrayed, its master probably wanted to kill it to keep the weakness hidden. Coincidentally, this also saved him the trouble of figuring out how to manipulate the white cat. Su Xiao walked over to the white cat and gently asked, White cat, can you tell me what its weakness is now? The white cat hesitated. I can't say it. If I do, the master will definitely kill me. Su Xiao sat down across from the white cat. He patiently persuaded the white cat, whether you speak up or not, it will still kill you. From the moment you learned this secret, it no longer trusted you. If you reveal its weakness so we can escape, not only will you save yourself, but also your friend, the black cat. The white cat remained silent for a long time, thinking. It felt that what Su Xiao said made sense and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll tell you. Its weakness is the gigantic heart on the top floor. With its weakness in hand, Su Xiao immediately called a D and Lucas, Lucas, let's go to the top floor. Both of them responded in unison, okay. At once, a black circle appeared. The white cat urged, hurry up, I'll use my spatial distortion ability to teleport you there.
If we don't hurry, we won't make it in time.
On the top floor, just as the white cat had said, a gigantic heart was there. The white cat pointed at it and said, look, that's its heart. Strike the exact center inside the heart and it will die, there's no saving it. When the heart saw that the white cat had led Su Xiao's group there, it cursed, ha, white cat, you traitor, daring to bring them here, but it doesn't matter. Even if you find this place, you are no match for me. The white cat trembled and said, it was you who doubted me first. We are loyal and dedicated to you, yet you doubt us and want to kill me. I am only doing this to defend myself. Su Xiao was unfazed by the threats from the heart. Instead, he calmly provoked it, whether we are your opponents or not, we'll find out if you try. After saying that, he signaled the white bear, the doll, and Black General to charge together. Under simultaneous attack from all three, the heart spat out venomous words, three damn things, you are anomalies yet you help humans. You are all traitors, and I will kill all of you. This heart was truly not easy to deal with. The wounds inflicted by Black General quickly healed. Seeing this, a D anxiously said, its wounds heal too quickly. If we keep attacking like this, we'll lose.
Lucas remained calm.
He commanded the Destruction Shadow, the surgical shadow capable of striking directly at its heart. Destruction, this task is yours. The Destruction Shadow grinned wickedly, hee hee, I love this kind of mission, I'll reluctantly help you this time. After speaking, the destruction shadow charged toward the heart. With a precise strike, it drove the surgical blade straight through the heart. However, the heart remained unharmed and instead, it laughed triumphantly, "Ha, you've fallen into my trap." At that moment, another heart suddenly appeared behind Su Xiao and Adi. Su Xiao furrowed his brows and said, suspicious, "It can also clone itself."
That's the real deal. The heart suddenly flew from behind Su Xiao, screaming, "Die, you stupid creatures! Do you think you can defeat me? Stop dreaming in broad daylight." Ha ha. Su Xiao frowned, thinking to himself, this is bad. Earlier, I got the weakness from the white cat, and I could say that I've followed the rule I set for myself. I need to pull the white cat in. The white cat knows its own weakness, and its protective abilities will probably be nullified. If that tentacle hits me, I'm definitely done for. At the critical moment, the black cat suddenly appeared. It let out a meow that caught Su Xiao's attention. When he saw it, he asked, "Black cat?" The black cat summoned a chunk of red meat. The red meat quickly transformed into a wall in front of Su Xiao, blocking the heart's attack. The person above was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell? Why did the black cat suddenly appear to help Su Xiao?" The people watching below speculated, didn't Su Xiao once say that the black cat and the white cat are friends? The black cat must have seen its friend change for the better and decided to make the same choice. Black General swiftly launched a binding spell on the heart. The heart was controlled, and Lucas's destruction shadow cooperated, using a scalpel to slice the heart repeatedly. In no time, the heart was slashed to pieces. The destruction shadow disdainfully said, "I hate being deceived the most. Don't try that again next time." The heart lay flat on the ground, whispering, "No, please don't. Ah, humanity, damn it." Finally, the storm had stopped. Su Xiao smiled and said to the white cat and the black cat, "Thank you. This time, I really appreciate all of you." The black cat said, "No need for politeness, we're only doing this to save ourselves." The white cat sincerely said to Su Xiao, "If you hadn't defeated it, we would have sooner or later died by its hands." After saying this, the black cat turned around, casting its gaze towards a white, cloudy door, and said, "The exit is over there. You can leave now." System notification: congratulations to all participants who have resolved the Orange-Red Rage event. This time, aside from the selected players, all other survivors will have their memories erased. When facing terror and the unknown, humanity can always summon the determination to resist. The best way to defeat terror is to face it head-on, not run away, not falter, but courageously move forward, persevering until the end. Unity is an excellent quality that has a contagious power among humans. A drop of water can accumulate to form a stream, a river. The power of a single drop may be limited, but countless drops coming together can create deep rivers and vast seas, surging and towering. The continuation of humanity is not only reliant on unity, but also on the sacrifices made by the previous generation for the next, a determination that remains unshakable. Before stepping through the white door, Su Xiao said to the black and white cats, "Goodbye." The system sent a notification to Adi, "Dear player, congratulations on leaving the Jinghong Hotel. A mind that can see far ahead. Filled with determination to face the unknown. Facing danger but still bravely saving others. Evaluation: cleared the Jinghong Hotel 6-star round. Analysis: through unity and determination. Reward: unlocked hidden reward through leveling up. Origin of the flesh and blood monster, a broken mirror shard. Introduction to the origin of the flesh and blood monster: it possesses an exceptionally strong self-healing ability. In the strange world, every time you are injured, it will protect you. Introduction to the broken mirror shard: all talents related to spiritual consumption will have their effects doubled. The system then sent a notification to Lucas, "Dear player, congratulations on escaping the Jinghong Hotel. A struggle between destruction and liberation. The simultaneous existence of genius and madness." Evaluation: cleared the Jinghong Hotel 6-star round. Analysis, through unity, cooperation, and determination. Reward, unlocked hidden reward and the Jinghong Hotel's mental rule. Red light. Introduction to the mental rule of Jinghong Hotel. The mental rule will assign random tasks. Completing the tasks will grant corresponding rewards. Introduction to the red light automatically removes any anomalies left by strange objects on your person. The system then sent a notification to Su Xiao. Dear player, congratulations on escaping from the Jinghong Hotel. Your actions were both unexpected yet reasonable. With determination to turn the situation around and a belief in unity, you showed that you would never give up. The evaluation through the Jinghong Hotel level is 7 stars. The analysis shows that through unity, there is determination to bring the matter to an end. The reward for leveling up is the hidden prize, the white cat Lucy and the black cat Lucy. The resistance to strange materials has increased by 3, and the current resistance is 23%. Introducing white cat Lucy, loyal, proud. Her claws are incredibly sharp, her speed is as fast as lightning, and she has the ability to teleport despite spatial distortions over short distances. Introducing black cat Lucy, loyal. Fast, and the characteristic ability to combine with white cat Lucy to summon a flesh and blood monster. The flesh and blood monster possesses self-healing abilities and cannot die. After receiving the results, Su Xiao smiled with joy. He reviewed the results. With 7 stars, it turns out the evaluation level has been raised. No wonder the difficulty of this instance was so high. But white and black cats directly gave me the reward. I'm very satisfied. System notification, congratulations to Su Xiao from Dragon Country, a D from Grizzly Nation, and Lucas from Nation A for successfully passing. The 3 countries will be exempt from this round of the Strange Events Rule Visit. Su Xiao from Dragon Country received the reward through 7 stars. The diversity of species in the country increased by 17%. A D from Grizzly Nation received the reward through 6 stars. The mortality rate of the citizens of Grizzly Nation has decreased by 15%. Lucas of Nation A receives a reward through 6 stars. The mental recovery rate of the people of Nation A has increased by 15%. The viewers above murmured in praise, so powerful. I thought the highest rating was 6 stars, but it turns out there are 7 stars. Another viewer commented, the 3 strongest people this round are working together, so it's no surprise they're strong. But this round is testing unity. Does that mean there's a deeper implication? A viewer below agreed, I also feel like this round is setting the stage for something. The next round is even more anticipated now. 3 days later, the world of strange tales continued. The system announced the countries participating in this challenge, which included Nation H, Grizzly Nation, Nation A, Nation P, Nation ZD, Nation E, Nation AG, Nation BH, Nation BR, East Island Country, and Nation K. This time, the world of strange tales featured fog and ruined cities. Su Xiao sat back on the sofa, relaxing as the background was introduced, a city engulfed in fog, a place filled with terrifying unknowns. For some reason, this city has long since become a ruin. This area is an experimental zone, and humans are forbidden from stepping foot here. For many years, humans have wanted to deal with the abnormalities here. And you, unfortunately, have been brought here. Your task is to deal with all the abnormalities in this place. The only problem is that no one may survive to return. Your nickname is Ghost Spirit. This strange world of stories will pass through by uniting. The opportunity from the outside world reminds you not to search for clues related to this ruined city this time. The handling of abnormalities in this round is not time limited. It will end only when all abnormalities are fully dealt with. Or, if all members of Ghost Spirit die, the difficulty will increase. The viewers above, after reading the summary, commented. Indeed, it's related to the previous round's unity. Where is the person? Quickly decapitate the prophet from the last round. The viewers below asked in confusion. Fog of ruin. Unity through it. System notification. Dear contestant,
because you passed the previous round with a 7-star rating, you are given an additional item in this round, the Black Yan Crown Totem. This item can temporarily rest in your hand when you enter the strange world. The totem will take effect, influencing any living things, and over time, the effect will become more profound. The specific effects, you will have to experience yourself. Su Xiao smirked and said, "Experience it for yourself." Alright, you want to play like this, huh? As he spoke, he examined the item. It resembled the head of an antelope. Su Xiao approached a wall with a sign. He muttered, "Let's check the rules first, the other things are secondary." On the sign, it was written, "Before you begin the mission related to the fog and the ruined city, carefully read the rules I've left behind. This will help save your life and that of your teammates. Rule number 1, the safe room is extremely safe. Rule number 2, the amount of food in the safe room is only enough for your team to eat for one day. Therefore, before the food runs out, you must leave the safe room, search for more food in the mist, and bring it back to replenish the supplies. Rule number 3, after opening the door of the safe room, you will no longer receive the protection of the room. The mist is dangerous, and inside it lurks a terrifying creature. To this day, no one has seen its true form. Rule number 4, trust your teammates unconditionally, but do not trust it. Rule number 5, after leaving the safe room, it is very likely that you will encounter a teammate in the mist. This is normal. Furthermore, it is an extremely fortunate event. Rule number 6, the safe rooms of your other teammates are independent. If you are brave enough and lucky enough to find a key behind the wall in your safe room, you may access the safe room of other teammates. Rule number 7, there must always be someone guarding the safe room. Otherwise, the safe room will no longer be safe. Rule number 8, please seek out the lucky survivors, but be cautious of them. They may save your life, or they may take it at any moment. Rule number 9, the creatures in the mist are extremely dangerous. Relying on ordinary weapons will not harm them. When encountering them, fleeing may be the best choice. Rule 10, in the fog, if you see a temporary command center still intact, immediately distance yourself from it, there is no reason. Rule 11, do not trust anyone. The final note is to keep away from those monsters. After reading the rules, Su Xiao smiled and commented, "There are 11 rules here, and there are monsters. This strange world really is complicated. Moreover, these complex rules require coordination with other contestants. Any mistake could lead to consequences beyond imagination." Su Xiao took a deep breath, walked over to a table, and said, "Let's inventory the supplies in the room. See if there's enough food." On the table, there were 2 boxes, one contained bottles of water, and the other held meal portions. Su Xiao began counting them mentally. Well, if Rule 2 is accurate, then the number of contestants in this challenge should be 20. That means there should be 20 meal portions. Why are there only 19? Su Xiao turned to count the water bottles, and sure enough, he exclaimed, "Wait a minute, there's 1 bottle of water missing." Su Xiao frowned and said, dissatisfied, "I understand now. The rules say that the food will be shared, so once another contestant starts eating, the food will gradually decrease. But I want to know which hungry ghost came in and ate. Let's drink first." Several minutes later, Su Xiao silently assessed the situation. The food hadn't decreased any further, which meant people were still holding on to some semblance of reason. After all, taking food for oneself was just that, taking. But once 2 or more people were involved, it became stealing. Once a full-scale food fight broke out, the food and water would definitely not last more than a day. However, thinking ahead for the long-term plan, it was still more sensible to go out and find more food as soon as possible. Su Xiao turned back to the rule board and pondered. Well, there's a problem now. If he went out to look for food, he would be violating the second rule, and the protection granted by his talent would disappear. But if he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize the role of leader, and there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to achieve the maximum evaluation. Once they got through this round, it was still a team-based stage. According to the second rule, the amount of food in the safe room was only enough for his team to last one day. Therefore, before the food ran out, they had to leave the safe room, search for more food in the fog, and bring it back to replenish their supplies. Su Xiao furrowed his brows slightly, weighing the options. In the end, between unity and his talent, he could only choose one. He finally came to a decision. He would go out and bring back more food. Su Xiao grabbed his gun and equipped himself. Then, he pushed the door open with force. Muttering to himself, he said, "The most important thing in this round is the team. Outside, the fog is thick, and everything is desolate." Su Xiao made up his mind, if he could no longer rely on his innate talent, then his only option was to show his true strength from now on. After walking for a while, Su Xiao sighed in frustration, "Damn, what a strange situation. In this round, they don't even allow me to bring the 3 weird items. They've only left you 2 behind. This is so boring." The 2 he referred to were the white cat and the black cat, Lucy. When the white cat heard him complain, it reassured him, "Master, don't worry. Lucy and I will ensure your safety and make sure not a single hair on your head is harmed." Su Xiao was pleased when he heard that and responded, "Thanks, you too." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from the horizon, striking the ground. Rain began to pour, thick and relentless. Su Xiao looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, is this acid rain?" The white cat suddenly puffed up its fur, and the jellyfish pendant around Su Xiao's neck began to glow. Su Xiao immediately became alert, realizing that the glowing pendant was likely a sign that the rain would have an effect on his mental state. Even though he had the jellyfish pendant, he decided it was safer to find shelter from the rain as quickly as possible. Looking around, Su Xiao saw a supermarket nearby called Wanjia. He spoke to the white cat, "The side of the supermarket over here hasn't collapsed completely. We can take shelter inside and also conveniently look for some food." As Su Xiao approached the supermarket, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Ha!" From inside the supermarket, a monster resembling a gigantic lizard slowly emerged. He guessed this creature had a rather unique shape. Could this be the terrifying being the rule had mentioned? These were the experimental products in this broken-down city. Without thinking much, Su Xiao decided to continuously fire at the creature. He shouted, "I don't care if you're an experiment or not. Here's a bullet for you, then I'll keep talking." The monster screamed in pain as the bullet hit it. Before long, the creature lay still, motionless. Su Xiao told the white cat, "White cat, go check if it's really dead." The white cat responded, "Yes." When the white cat approached, the monster suddenly sprang to life. The white cat, infuriated, scolded it. "You bastard, how dare you ambush me without warning?" Enraged by the creature, the white cat pounced on it. "I'll crush you to bits." According to Rule 9, creatures in the fog were extremely dangerous, and normal weapons couldn't harm them. The best choice when encountering them was likely to run away. Su Xiao stood by, observing the situation. He assessed. "It seems Rule 9 is right, firearms can't kill them. Thankfully, I didn't rush forward myself. But these experimental creatures aren't a match for the white and black cats. I can relax a little." The rain began to pour harder. Su Xiao looked around and said, "The rain's getting heavier, we should head into the supermarket quickly." As soon as Su Xiao stepped into the supermarket, he was startled and exclaimed, "Huh? The red color of fresh blood." He thought to himself, "The blood of the white cat monster I killed earlier was green. So the red must be from a human. Apart from me, someone else must have been here." Su Xiao quickly made his way to the supermarket's food section. He stopped in front of a shelf stacked with canned goods. Su Xiao speculated, if someone really has been here, it's highly likely they left behind some clues. I must quickly check around, looking for food and any potential clues. As he passed by a shelf, Su Xiao suddenly stopped. He noticed that most of the items here were covered in mold. "Anything edible, I'll take it." Even though it's not like regular canned fish, humans will find it hard to swallow cat food, but in this situation, having food at all is already a huge blessing.
There's no time to be picky.
Thinking this, he placed a pack of instant noodles into his bag. Suddenly, Su Xiao glanced over at a corner of the supermarket and was slightly surprised. Huh? A piece of paper. Indeed, there was a piece of paper on the floor, filled with handwriting.
Su Xiao picked it up. It read, "You have been forced to participate in a top-secret biological experiment plan. At first, I strongly opposed carrying out this plan because it was too cruel.
In addition to using animals, they even experimented on living humans.
My objections were in vain. I'm truly sorry. Because what they gave me was simply too much."
After reading, Su Xiao curled the corner of his lips, experimenting on a living person. He spoke disdainfully. How shameful! If you're going to be human, at least have some boundaries. Even if you want to do more, you shouldn't be conducting such experiments. After walking around the supermarket, Su Xiao concluded that there were no more clues here.
He got in the car. The acid rain had stopped, and it was noon, so he decided to head to another place to continue searching. Meow. I responded, meowing to show his agreement with him.
Suddenly, in the distance, a figure was running quickly toward Su Xiao.
The person shouted, "Ah, help, help." Su Xiao stopped and guessed, damn, there's still someone else? Is it a contestant? The person in the black coat was still running towards Su Xiao, shouting, "Help me, help me." Su Xiao silently assessed the person. No, this person isn't a contestant.
If those monsters really wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't have made it this far. Behind the person in black, sure enough, a monster was chasing him. He continued to cry for help to Su Xiao.
Help me, help me. Bro, come on, help me. Su Xiao pretended not to notice him. He looked left and right, asking randomly, bro, where's the help?
Where?
Where's your buddy hiding? The person in black screamed, bro, what time is it, and you're still joking?
If you don't help me, I'll die right here in front of you. Su Xiao feigned innocence and said, I know you're in a hurry, but first, don't rush.
The rain is too heavy, and since I'm not wearing a raincoat, I can't help you.
The man in black was stunned by Su Xiao's words and didn't know what to say.
The viewers above commented, laughing out loud. What play is Elder Su Xiao performing?
He's leaving the guy with no chance to react, another viewer spoke up.
Damn, does saving someone really need a raincoat? Plus, this is acid rain. Does a raincoat even help?
The viewers below agreed, what you said makes sense, but Elder Su Xiao's specialty is not making sense. The man in black realized he couldn't rely on Su Xiao and decided to fend for himself, quickly running into the supermarket. He was cursing Su Xiao non-stop in his heart. This guy is really insane tonight. I can only depend on myself. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of Su Xiao. He turned around and seemed to blame Su Xiao. Bro, we're both players here.
What does it mean to stand by and do nothing when someone's dying?
Su Xiao lied without blinking, I'm not a player.
The man in black brushed off Su Xiao's answer, don't dodge the question.
There's no one here except players.
You can't fool me. Su Xiao gave a faint smile and said, then tell me, what's my nickname? The man in black answered quickly, you're Su Xiao, your nickname is of course
the god of war who repels. Before he could finish, Su Xiao suddenly slapped him across the face.
Suddenly hit by Su Xiao, he went mad and yelled, damn it, are you crazy? Why the hell are you hitting me?
Su Xiao spoke calmly despite the cold. When he answered, there was a brief moment of hesitation, and the man in black straightened up.
He spoke confidently, well, go ahead and ask more. I will definitely prove to you that I am a player. Su Xiao nonchalantly replied, fine, then what's your name?
Su Xiao asked out of formality, but in his heart, he thought, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything and play along with you. The man in black introduced himself as Hakami, and as soon as he finished, Su Xiao slapped him across the face again. Hakami painfully held his face and gloomily asked, "This time, I didn't hesitate at all."
Is my name wrong too? Su Xiao answered indifferently, "No, it's not wrong.
I just wanted to find an excuse to hit you because I've already determined that you're not a player."
Upon hearing this, Hakami's face darkened.
He spoke coldly, "So you've known from the beginning that I wasn't a player, and you've been toying with me all this time."
Su Xiao didn't deny it.
He casually exposed him, "Oh well, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself.
The act you set up was too poorly done.
Those creatures kept chasing you, but their performance was nothing but a scary chase, and they didn't harm you at all."
How could I possibly believe that?
At this point, Hakami no longer hid his intentions.
He laughed in a shrill manner. He. Covered by the rain, yet you can still observe this detail from afar, it's not simple. As he spoke, the skin on Hakami's face began to peel off in a terrifying manner.
He bared his sharp fangs and said to Su Xiao, "Human, you've successfully attracted my attention."
Hakami wickedly said, "I'm looking forward to your next performance.
The stronger the opponent, the more joy I will derive from it." He raised both hands, and immediately, two ugly monsters appeared. They crawled on the ground, advancing towards Su Xiao.
He shouted loudly, "He's trying to run. White cat, black cat, go." After commanding the two monsters to attack Su Xiao, Hakami quickly disappeared.
The white and black cats rushed forward simultaneously, tearing apart the two monsters.
After defeating the two monsters, Su Xiao cursed angrily, "Damn it, he got away.
If not, at least we could have caught him for study." His appearance was clearly that of an experiment. The white and black cats bowed their heads and apologized to Su Xiao, "Sorry, master, we didn't expect him to disappear so quickly."
He softened his tone and comforted them, "It's okay. We will definitely meet him again. Let's continue looking for food." Half an hour later, after searching the ruins, Su Xiao discovered a suspicious structure.
He stood outside, observing and assessing, and realized that it looked like a secret base.
Who knows, something special might be found inside.
There were several bloodstains splattered on the wall. Su Xiao guessed there was also dried blood here. It seemed that something must have happened in this place. Suddenly, a bullet zipped past Su Xiao's face. The bullet flew straight into the wall behind him and exploded. Su Xiao stared wide-eyed, astonished, and exclaimed, "Shit!
What amazing shooting skills!"
He thought to himself, "In this place, regular firearms can't injure monsters.
This bullet must have been modified, it's definitely not a regular one." At that moment, someone approached. Su Xiao thought, "Let me see who's so skilled."
Judging by his attire and the way he held his gun, he looked like someone trained in some special unit.
Su Xiao turned to face him and asked, "What do you mean by that? Who are you?"
But the man didn't seem to pay attention to Su Xiao's question, staying silent with a focused expression, as if searching for an enemy. Then he frowned and mumbled, "I must find them, I must."
He then quickly ran off. Su Xiao and the white cat chased after him, calling out, "Hey, stop right there."
A little later, in the laboratory, Su Xiao entered to search for him.
However, the room was filled with a foul smell from the experimental subject inside the large containment tube.
Su Xiao was shocked when he saw something and muttered to himself, "So this is an experimental subject breathing through a machine in the containment tube." He silently thought, "This experiment is truly cursed, using people as test subjects, and so many of them at that." Suddenly, someone's fist slammed against the sturdy glass, followed by a voice, "It's all my foolishness."
If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have fallen into the enemy's trap.
It turned out to be him, the one Su Xiao had been chasing. Then the eighth rule appeared, "Please search for the lucky survivor."
But you need to be cautious with that person. They may save your life, but they can also take it at any moment.
Su Xiao thought deeply as he looked at him. It seemed that this person was the lucky survivor mentioned in the rule. The people hooked up to ventilators in those jars were probably his teammates. Meanwhile, he was shaking uncontrollably, repeating the same words, "It's all my fault, all my fault." Su Xiao thought that if the eighth rule said we the lucky survivors, then this person must be the key to passing this round. He had to try and communicate with him. With that in mind, he stepped forward, looked at him, and spoke, "Brother, calm down a bit.
I need to ask you something."
But before he could finish, the man had already pointed a gun at Su Xiao, glaring at him with hostility.
"I have to kill you, I have to kill all of you."
The white cat flew over and knocked the gun out of his hand. The man lost his balance from the sudden attack and staggered backward. Then, he stood up, clutching his wound, looking at Su Xiao in surprise.
He wasn't an enemy.
Suddenly, he took out a smoke grenade, though it was unclear for what purpose. He spoke, "The ghost squad won't attack someone who's not an enemy.
I've broken the rules. If they're still alive, they'll probably scold me again."
Then, with a look of distress on his face, he threw a smoke grenade. "I'd rather live my whole life as a timid rookie than become a cold, indifferent person like I am now, but there's no turning back." He ran off as the smoke grenade filled the air with thick white smoke.
Su Xiao watched him, then said, "It seems that everything you did just now wasn't really your choice. It's like the aftermath of war." He sighed, "The ones who are lucky enough to survive aren't truly lucky."
At that moment, Su Xiao suddenly remembered something, and then he saw the white cat holding a stack of documents in its mouth. He looked at it and spoke, "The notebook, well done, just as expected from you." He carefully picked up the notebook and started reading. This looks like the record of a laboratory staff member.
It said, "I was forced to participate in this biological experiment plan. I'd never even dissected a fish before. They agreed to pay me an incredibly generous salary. With that money, I could live worry-free for the rest of my life. This is an extremely cruel and twisted experiment.
Right now, the machines and the organism's body are rejecting each other. If I hadn't already accepted their money, I would never have agreed to work for them."
A researcher is writing something down.
Machines merged with living beings for the first time. Although it didn't last long and the creature was completely disoriented, we were overjoyed because we had seen the glimmer of success. Thanks to that earlier success, we were quickly able to carry out a groundbreaking technique replacing human limbs with machines and then proceeded to the next phase of the experiment, installing an eternal, functioning heart into the creature. A man was holding the heart, preparing to attach it to the unconscious dog. Replacing a living heart with a mechanical one was an incredibly labor-intensive task.
But we were fortunate. We had done it.
The man was delighted to see that the subject showed no abnormal symptoms.
Later on, their demands became increasingly perverse.
They wanted to transfer human consciousness into machines so that it could live forever.
Humans were forced to become test subjects in containment tubes, their senses gone.
I haven't recorded anything for the past 2 years. Ever since the project for eternal consciousness began, all of us, the staff, have lived and eaten in this laboratory, treated like criminals." The expression of the researcher was one of extreme dissatisfaction as he looked out the window, but the experiments always failed.
Over time, my colleagues began to lose their minds one by one and wanted to quit.
Another researcher kept shouting, "Let us out, we want to go home.
We don't want money anymore, we just want to go home."
In the end, they were indeed sent back home.
However, only their hearts returned, their bodies remained forever in the laboratory. Yes, indeed.
They had become subjects for experimentation.
The researcher noted. Recently, I've started to attract attention. I might not be able to keep writing in this notebook anymore. We are forbidden to record any information during the experiment.
If they find out, there's a high chance I won't survive through tonight.
But the person recording ended with a mocking statement. Do you think I stopped writing because I'm afraid? What's there to be afraid of?
The sky is clear, the land is vast, I'm a rebel and I'm leaving.
After that, the notebook remained blank, with no more words written.
Su Xiao looked at the notebook and spoke. I told you I'd rebel like crazy.
Why is there nothing written after this? You want to test this veteran officer? Is there any officer who can't survive this test?
Suddenly, a voice echoed.
Come and catch me, you fools. Su Xiao, focus and listen. Try to guess whose voice it is. A child's voice. Then, the voice laughed mockingly again. Why are you so slow? Can't you keep up with me? I'm speeding up. Su Xiao was suspicious. Why is there a child's voice here? A skirt and the sound of someone's footsteps in the misty white fog looked like a little girl running. It was indeed a girl running away, but she was Wenji, a player from Dragon Country. She was running while speaking, clearly not amused. Wenji, I won't play with a bunch of idiots like you. Too stupid. Su Xiao slowly walked toward it and said, Are you human? Wenji nodded and looked at him as he answered, Of course, I'm human. Su Xiao asked, Are you talking to me? Who are you? Why are you here? Su Xiao looked at it and responded, Before I answer that question, I want to know why you're here. Wenji hesitated, scratched his face, and said, I don't know either, but this dream is really interesting. I'm so glad I can play with so many people. He thought to himself, a dream? Could it be that she's a contestant too? But since she's so young, she thinks everything here is just a dream. How has she managed to survive this long, and how did she end up in my space? He fell silent, deep in thought. Rule 5 said that you might encounter other teammates. Rule 6 stated that the key to connecting two spaces could be found. Rule 5 appeared after leaving the safe room. There's a high chance that you'll encounter teammates in the mist. This is normal. Furthermore, it's a very lucky thing. Rule 6 also mentioned that the safe rooms of your other teammates are independent. If you're brave enough and lucky enough to find the key behind the wall in your safe room, you can move to the safe room of another teammate. Su Xiao wondered, if these two rules are correct, then it really is possible to teleport between spaces, but how could she, so young, have found the key so quickly? Suddenly, something hook-shaped moved straight ahead, flying toward Wenji. She was still confused, unaware of what was happening. Su Xiao panicked and shouted loudly, White cat, quickly save her. The white cat flew as fast as a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, time stopped. From Wenji's body, the figure of a young girl flew out. She then fiercely grabbed the hook-shaped whisker and tore it into two pieces. Wenji hated bad people, especially those who dared to harm her. It seemed like you were asking for death. Su Xiao stood frozen. He was taken aback by the girl's actions. Damn, that was brutal, too brutal. No wonder those monsters were chasing her. She even thought it was just a game. Then Wenji, with a cold expression, looked at the pile of severed whiskers, propped herself up with one hand, and said, Evil people, don't think you can harm me. My sister will protect me. Su Xiao asked her in confusion, Sister, was that your sister just now? Wenji looked at him sadly and replied, Yes, I often get bored being alone, so I imagine having a sister to play with. Sister Wenji is something I created in my mind, she always protects me in my dreams. Su Xiao thought for a moment. Imagined, huh? But just now, Wenji did indeed kill the monster, proving that she really existed. Could it be that Wenji's talent is to materialize her imagination? If that's the case, then her belief that this world of strange occurrences is just a dream might explain why she can freely move between spaces. Wenji's hungry stomach growled. Hearing that, he chuckled softly and asked, Are you hungry? Wenji rubbed his stomach with his hand and lowered his head to reply, Yes. After that, he piggybacked Wenji. Su Xiao smiled gently at him and said, Let's go, I'll take you to find something to eat. While we're at it, I'll get you a pair of shoes. Wenji happily swung his arms and legs, saying, Thank you, brother. Elsewhere, a D had also grabbed a gun and walked out of the safe room in search of food. He gripped the gun tightly in his hand, his gaze cautious as he took each step. Suddenly, a thick fog began to envelop him. A D muttered, Damn it, the fog's getting thicker and thicker. Can't see anything. I can't even tell where this path leads. He furrowed his brow and thought deeply. Moreover, the frog balloon had already popped.
In such a dangerous place, with threats lurking everywhere, he couldn't feel at ease without the frog balloon to obscure the sight of bizarre creatures. Something was approaching behind Adi. He could sense it, gritting his teeth with a worried look on his face. Then Adi turned around and fired a shot into the chest of the strange creature, sparks flying. Afterward, Adi quickly hugged the gun and left, never looking back at the motionless creature lying on the ground. A voice shouted, "Fools! You're all fools!" When she suddenly appeared, holding some kind of cup and loudly declaring, "You still want to steal the shoes that Su Xiao gave me? Take that!" Adi was surprised to see it here. How could a little girl mention Su Xiao? Adi pointed the gun at Wenji, his face full of murderous intent, and asked, "Who are you? How do you know Su Xiao?" The onlookers took turns commenting, "Adi is really cautious. Even a little girl is being watched. Maybe he's starting to suspect like Elder Su Xiao." It's hard to believe that a little girl could find the key to perform spatial teleportation. Wenji calmly looked at Adi and replied, "My name is Wenji. I was just with Su Xiao, but I don't know why we got separated." "Do you know Su Xiao too? Are you his friend?" Adi nodded sternly, "I'm his friend." "But how can you prove you know him?" When she, seeing that he was still aiming the gun at her, responded, "Su Xiao taught me to say something. After I say it, you'll believe me. Don't use the polluted source carelessly." Adi thought for a moment. That was a phrase he and Su Xiao had used during a private conversation in the real world, and only the two of them knew it. It seemed he could trust this girl. Then, Adi politely bowed his head and apologized to Wenji, "I was too cautious earlier, I'm sorry. Also, if you were able to come from Su Xiao's place to here, could you take me to meet him?" Wenji looked up at him and said, "This is my dream. I can only think about where I want to go. If you want to find Su Xiao, you'll have to find the key." This is also what Su Xiao told me, Adi thought quietly. So it turns out the girl didn't get here thanks to the key, but through some other means. I don't know exactly what it is, but she must possess some kind of special talent. After that, Adi knelt down, holding Wenji's hand with one hand and a gun with the other, smiling as he said, "All right, then I won't have you lead me to find Su Xiao anymore. Can you come with me to look for the key?" The girl smiled and replied, "Of course. Let's go right now." While Wenji and Adi were looking for the key, Lucas stayed in the safe room and didn't go outside. Angrily, he noticed the food was quickly disappearing, and part of his gun was also damaged. Inside the safe room in Lucas's space, he stood in panic, looking at the damaged guns. He shouted loudly, "Damn it, food running out is one thing, but why are they also destroying the guns? Are these people insane?" A comment from a follower appeared, "This round has just begun. Who's wasting food? Destroying guns too." I watched all the live streams of the contestants, and I can give you an exact answer. It's the contestants from Nation K, East Island Country, and Nation E. Oh my god, I want to see how badly their eating habits are. A voice echoed, "I just went outside to check, and it's as terrifying as it looks. I'm definitely going to die here." A person was holding food to their mouth when it turned out to be Nation K player Tai Dai leading the way. One hand was holding a pastry, the other a drink, and his mouth didn't stop chewing and swallowing as he spoke. "So, before I die, I must eat my fill. I can't die as a starving ghost." His eyes were still fixed on the food container. East Island Country's Pine Summer Assassination spoke as he shattered his gun. "I'm not getting out of here. So, I'll destroy my weapon to see how you all escape." Damn it, damn it. The onlookers were indignant. What a dirty move. His selfishness. My god, are these people's brains filled with sewage? How could they come up with such despicable, vile actions? Seriously, do they even have brains? The viewers took notice of Nation E player Nelfi, who was silently eating. How could such a beautiful woman be part of these brainless actions? Is she scared? She hasn't said anything. She must have been terrified into doing this, I can understand that. But if you keep making excuses, you'll only harm yourself. After that, aside from Su Xiao, Adi, Wenji, and Lucas, everyone else lined up to fight over the food. It didn't take long before the food in the safe room was gone. The containers were left empty and battered. The next day, aside from Pine's summer assassination and Duan Tai Dai, the other players went outside to search for food, including Nelfi. She calmly and confidently turned around and walked away. The viewers commented, "I thought after what happened last night, everyone would stay in the safe room. After all, finding food to bring back could easily be eaten by others. No one wants to be the worker. I guess they aren't just looking for food outside, but they are hoping to find a key that connects to another space mentioned in the rules. Rule 6 says that the safe rooms of other teammates are independent. If you're brave enough and lucky enough to find the key behind the wall in the safe room, you can access the safe room of another teammate." Another viewer commented, "Nice, the person who finds the key first will be able to enter someone else's space. That makes it easier to take their stuff." Adi didn't return last night, he's still out looking for the key with Wenji. I hope they find it before the others. Meanwhile, Adi and Wenji were on their way back to the safe room. He was carrying a bag of food, walking while glancing at Wenji, and smiling as he said, "Although we didn't find the key, we did find quite a bit of food. That's good enough for now. Let's head back to the safe room to eat and rest." Then, they would continue searching. When she smiled and replied, "Yes." He was really hungry and wanted to eat. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed across Adi's vision, startling him. The white shadow then quickly flew past him and Wenji. Then, Adi was surprised to see a key lying on the floor. "Is this the key we've been searching for?" He reached down and picked up the key. Wenji looked at the key in Adi's hand, widened his eyes, and asked him, "This is the key left by the person earlier. Who is he?" Adi, with a suspicious look in his eyes, glanced at it and replied, "Maybe he is the lucky survivor mentioned in the rules." Then, his expression grew serious and worried as he continued, "I can't believe someone would specially leave a key for us. Anyway, we should go back and connect with the other spaces." In a strange room, Adi was so anxious that he was sweating, holding the key and mumbling, "I wonder whose room this is, it's completely by chance. I hope it's someone willing to cooperate." Wenji stood behind him, clasping his hands and said, "Wenji will pray for you. The key has unlocked that space. I didn't expect that space to belong to Su Xiao." He was surprised when he saw him. Adi, on the other hand, was delighted and spoke up, "Su Xiao is Su Xiao." Wenji happily ran over and spread his arms to hug him. "Su Xiao." He smiled brightly. He looked at him and said, "Last time, you suddenly disappeared. I was worried something happened to you, but it turns out you had shifted to Adi's place." Wenji replied with a bright smile, "That's right, I traveled everywhere in my dreams. I don't know how I ended up meeting him." Su Xiao was startled. Uncle Ad, standing beside him, ignored it. He raised his hand to his mouth, coughed, and then said, "Don't focus on these details. Let's eat quickly, rest for a bit, and then start moving. There's still a lot of information and things we need to search for." Su Xiao seemed to understand that he was avoiding the topic, so he turned his face and said, "All right." Soon after, Su Xiao, Adi, and Wenji had finished eating and began moving again. They arrived at a very desolate place. The heavy breathing of strange creatures echoed non-stop. They had been injured and were lying helplessly on the ground. Su Xiao wondered aloud, "So there are people ahead." The three of them then hid behind some large wooden crates, peeking at a shadow moving closer to them. Su Xiao whispered in surprise, "It's the lucky survivor, but how did he end up like this?" He staggered, his whole body injured, with a mechanical heart attached to him. He was holding a knife, wary of something. Adi, hearing this, whispered, "Do you know him?" Su Xiao looked at Adi and replied softly, "I met him once." His mental state wasn't stable, probably after fighting with these monsters. A giant robot, resembling a machine, was moving towards the lucky survivor. The robot chuckled gleefully and said, "I thought you had already rotted away in the city. In such a bad condition, I didn't expect you to still be alive." It was surrounded by a cloud of white smoke. The robot continued speaking, "It's hard to imagine how you've managed to survive this long. But never mind, at first, I was lucky enough to let you escape, and I still feel regret about it. But now, I will send you on your way, so you can reunite with your poor, foolish teammates."
Su Xiao and Adi were both shocked by the robot.
They simultaneously exclaimed, "Damn robot." The fortunate survivor, with a face full of resentment, fired a shot at the robot and yelled, "I swore I would personally avenge the captain and everyone else.
I've been waiting for this day for so long.
Come here, you big-headed bastard. Let me enjoy the pleasure of revenge. Not just you, but I'll kill all of you. You all will pay dearly for what you've done." The robot was hit by the bullet fired by the fortunate survivor.
It let out a groan.
Yes, but not long after, the robot recovered as if nothing had happened.
There wasn't even a scratch on its body. It sneered at the survivor, "Wow, is this the kind of revenge you're so proud of? It's so pathetic. I am the final result of this experiment. Do you really think you can harm a single hair on me with that?"
Hearing this, the fortunate survivor gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, even the improved bullets are no match for it." Over here, Su Xiao discussed with Adi, "It seems that this robot is the final product of the experiment. It is possible to combine humans and machines with eternal consciousness."
Adi shared his proposal with Su Xiao. The lucky survivor probably had other secrets. I feel that at a critical moment, I might be able to help him. Su Xiao shared the same view as Adi. He said, "I was thinking the same. The lucky survivor over there is struggling to deal with the robot." He screamed in panic, "Eh?" The robot sneered, "Stop dreaming. I'll show you the power gap between us."
The robot raised its foot, preparing to crush the lucky survivor as if stepping on an ant.
It laughed with delight, "Ha, I see you now.
It's like I'm witnessing a group of rescue idiots saving another idiot who's just as foolish, still laughing like this." The lucky survivor, now exhausted and unable to move, could only lie still.
He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't let you insult my teammates."
Seeing the lucky survivor in a dire situation, Su Xiao immediately gave an order to the white cat. The white cat quickly rushed to the lucky survivor's aid. The lucky survivor suddenly smiled smugly, "Huh, you fell for it." After saying this, he suddenly sat up, pulled out a detonator, and boldly declared, "In the dictionary of Ghost Squad, there is never the word cowardice or fear of death. You thought you could win, but you didn't realize you've long fallen into my trap. I've prepared everything for you. Here, feel the flames of anger and the explosive party." The robot, realizing the danger, was too late. Immediately afterward, a terrifying explosion sounded, and thick smoke billowed up, forming a mushroom cloud. Even though Su Xiao and Adi were hiding in a safe place, they were still significantly affected. Su Xiao tightly held Wen Ji in his arms to protect her, with one hand covering his face to shield his head. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my god, did he just self-destruct?" After the explosion subsided, all that remained at the site where the survivors had fought the robot was a black hole, surrounded by a heap of wreckage. Su Xiao turned to Wen Ji and instructed, "Wen Ji, stay here, don't run around. We're going over there." Wen Ji obediently replied, "Yes, I'll listen to you, Su Xiao." The white cat walked closer to him, meowing as if to say, "Sorry, I couldn't complete your rescue mission." Su Xiao shook his head and said to the white cat, "You can't be blamed. It was his choice." Suddenly, the robot woke up and laughed loudly, "Huh, you fool. Robots have the ability to regenerate. Everything you did was like an ant trying to push over a truck. You lost your life, but I only lost a body. This price means nothing to me." Both Su Xiao and Adi were simultaneously astonished, thinking to themselves, "Isn't he dead?" Su Xiao quickly grinned maliciously. He said with amusement, "Oh, this guy is still holding strong. Even with just a head left, he can still talk. It proves that the head is the most important part of the experiment." Adi, standing next to him, analyzed, from the situation, it seems that the machine's heart can only provide power and energy.
The command center is most likely the head. What if we ask the strange artifact to open its head so we can study its structure?
The robot lay still, listening to the two of them discuss, shivering with fear inside.
What? You want to study my head?
The white cat was very cooperative with Su Xiao. It meowed loudly and raised its claws, ready to follow the command to dissect the robot's head.
At this moment, the robot silently cursed its fate. Damn it, this really is a strange artifact.
Even if my head survived the explosion, it can't handle the strange artifact.
The robot stammered and pleaded with Su Xiao, please, don't open my head. I'm begging you. If you want to know something, just ask, I'll tell you everything. Su Xiao smiled with satisfaction and replied, all right. Then tell me, who is involved in this experiment, and what is your name? What is the current progress of the experiment, and what is your purpose? The robot honestly answered, I don't have a name right now because I've given up my human identity. I only have a nickname, the Wandering Planet. There are 3 people involved in this mechanical organism experiment. All 3 of us were once high-level wealthy merchants.
But to prevent their secrets from being exposed, they all hid their true identities from each other, addressing each other only by their nicknames.
Su Xiao asked the robot, what is the current strength of those 2? Are they similar to you?
The robot obediently answered, actually, I am the weakest among the 3.
What we are competing for in this experiment is funding.
The more money invested, the more benefits one receives.
I am the poorest. Suddenly, a D, who was standing behind Su Xiao, spoke up, are there still any test subjects in this ruined area? Are you all conducting some kind of experiment? The robot answered a D's question, the experiment in this ruined area.
Before the robot could finish its sentence, the robot system suddenly issued a warning.
You are about to reveal a secret. You have violated the rules. In 3 seconds, your head will explode. Good luck. Immediately after, the robot screamed A. Before its head exploded automatically. The white cat immediately used spatial transfer to protect Su Xiao and a D, transporting them away from the explosion.
As they narrowly escaped, Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief.
Whoosh!
Su Xiao sighed. Thankfully, the white cat transferred us farther away. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have been blown to pieces.
A D angrily said, they're really cruel, not even sparing their own people. Su Xiao turned to a D and said, let's go. At least we've gathered some information this time. It wasn't a complete waste. A D nodded,
At the same time, Lucas, who was out searching for the key, encountered an attack from monsters.
He cursed. Damn it, I have to fight the monsters.
There were still many monsters behind Lucas.
He glanced back, silently calculating.
These monsters were completely immune to guns, and using a scalpel wouldn't be fast enough to deal with them.
He could only continue using the shadow.
Lucas then ordered the sorrowful shadow.
The sorrowful shadow went out to deal with them.
Upon receiving the order from Lucas, the sorrowful shadow joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, I finally get to see the sunlight."
The sorrowful shadow quietly glanced at Lucas, baring its teeth and grinning viciously. Lucas, do you think you can recall me this time?
As soon as the sorrowful shadow was released by Lucas, it started slaughtering freely. It happily howled, kill them all elegantly.
These stupid and ugly monsters should consider it an honor to die by my hands.
In no time, the sorrowful shadow had wiped out all the monsters.
Lucas gave it the order, all right, destruction, return.
However, the sorrowful shadow didn't obey.
It stood still, laughing challengingly at Lucas. I don't want to return. If you have the skill, try to suppress me again. Lucas decisively swung his hand and said, this is what you asked for.
When the time comes, I'll show you how firm my will is.
Destruction, come back to me.
At Lucas's command, the sorrowful shadow was controlled. It muttered angrily, damn it. Not long ago, his mental strength had become so powerful. Soon, Lucas had subdued the sorrowful shadow. Before it disappeared, the sorrowful shadow kept screeching, "Lucas, I can't stand these days anymore.
Next time I come here, I will definitely kill you and we will both perish together."
After subduing the sorrowful shadow, Lucas stood still and thought for a moment.
Luckily, he had obtained a key, so the effort wasn't entirely in vain.
The suppression of destruction had consumed a considerable amount of his energy. He needed to take this key back first and choose a suitable space to merge before checking it out. Lucas returned to his safe room, inserted the key into the lock, and the door opened.
Inside, a girl dressed like someone from Nation E was already sitting there. It was Nelfie.
When she saw Lucas enter, she coldly said to him, "I don't care who you are, keep 10 meters away from me." Lucas, hearing this, casually replied, "What a coincidence, I also prefer being alone.
Don't bother me either."
In the vast room, Nelfie and Lucas each stayed in their own corner, with neither of them crossing the other's space. Both were immersed in silence.
The viewers above commented,
These two are really interesting, even after merging, they're still not really merged.
They just ignore each other." Another viewer spoke up,
"This beautiful girl is too cold.
If only she could smile, that would be nice."
A viewer below urged, "Stop thinking about that stuff. Hurry up and take a look, Su Xiao Elder, you found another unified key for the safe room." On Su Xiao's side, Wen Ji and a D had also just returned to the safe room. The door was slightly ajar, and inside, a young man was sitting and eating hungrily.
The young man was surprised when he saw that the newcomers were Su Xiao and a D, and he asked in astonishment, "Su Xiao Elder, a D Elder, what are you two doing here?" Su Xiao stepped into the room and asked the young man, "What's your name? Which country's contestant are you from?"
The young man awkwardly introduced himself, "Su Xiao Elder, I am Tai Dai."
Wen Ji, from Nation K, blinked in confusion and asked, "Tai Dai? What do you mean by Tai Dai?" Teased by a young girl, Tai Dai became flustered and could not speak. Su Xiao furrowed his brows and asked him, "Have you been in the safe room all this time eating food?" Seeing the cold, dangerous aura emanating from Su Xiao, Tai Dai hesitated and admitted, "I."
Suddenly, he slapped himself in the face and repeatedly apologized, "I was wrong, I'm really sorry, I'm so sorry.
I shouldn't have eaten salted fish, I shouldn't have sneaked snacks in the middle of the night. I shouldn't have been lazy, I shouldn't have just sat and enjoyed myself.
I'm really terrible, please forgive me.
I am willing to make up for my mistakes, I am willing to do anything." Tai Dai's actions left Su Xiao feeling both amused and helpless.
He put on a serious face and spoke to Duan Tai Dai, "Alright, I'll let you off this time for your first mistake, but from now on, you'll have to find your own food. You'll come with us and become a lesson to show the consequences of dividing unity." Duan Tai Dai was so grateful for Su Xiao's mercy that tears welled up in his eyes.
He sincerely clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Su Xiao, thank you, Su Xiao. I will definitely redeem myself. Thank you both, elders, for not killing me."
On the third day, due to the safety protocol which required one person to stay behind, Su Xiao left a D at the base and took Wen Ji and Duan Tai Dai to search for supplies. On the way, Su Xiao struck up a conversation with Duan Tai Dai.
"By the way, Duan Tai Dai, what's your talent?"
"Of course, if it's classified, feel free to keep it to yourself."
Tai Dai smiled and replied, "No, it's not that classified. I'll be honest with you. My talent is in reading people. It works mainly by using language, eye contact, or even body movements to determine whether someone is lying or not." Su Xiao commented, "Not bad.
Especially for this mission, testing the spirit of unity, your talent might be really useful and could be put to greater use in a place where it's needed."
Duan Tai Dai felt a little shy from the praise, replying, "Really? You mean it?"
"Yes, really.
Thank you, thank you."
In his heart, Duan Tai Dai felt his confidence in survival grow even stronger. Having lived this long, it was the first time he had felt the sense of being acknowledged and praised by someone else. "I must perform well, not to let Nation K lose face."
Suddenly, tie-dye appeared from behind.
A hand from the monster reached out to grab him.
Tie-dye was startled and screamed, "Ah, a monster." Wenji's sister reacted quickly. She turned around and kicked the monster.
The monster, injured by Wenji's sister, had blood splatter onto Duan Tai-Dai's face, which still bore the look of fear.
He quickly wiped the blood off and asked Wenji, "Who is that?"
Wenji introduced his sister to Duan Tai-Dai. "This is my sister, Wengu.
She will protect us." Duan Tai-Dai, feeling moved, asked, You act so fast and already consider me one of your own?"
Wenji smiled warmly and confirmed, "That's right, we're in this together."
"Aren't we friends?" Duan Tai-Dai felt a little ashamed and said, "You don't know how many bad things Nation K has done in the past."
Su Xiao stepped up beside Duan Tai-Dai, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said sincerely, "Don't worry. Our dragon country is like 100 rivers flowing into one sea. As long as you are kind-hearted, we are very forgiving. True strength is not about standing alone but about 100 flowers blooming together."
Duan Tai-Dai was moved to the point of tears by Su Xiao's words, and he sighed, "This character, this spirit." Suddenly, Duan Tai-Dai knelt down before Su Xiao.
He respectfully said, "Nation K, we truly are no match for your dragon country. I will definitely use my life to repay everyone and make amends for the mistakes of those chosen from our country."
When she skipped forward and said, all right, let's see how you perform then."
After a morning of searching, the three of them Su Xiao once again found a few supplies and a brass key.
Su Xiao greeted, and Dalai, "We're back." He replied, "Not a bad harvest. Let me help you."
After sorting the supplies, Su Xiao used the key to merge with a selected space.
All right, let's see who it is this time. He then used the new key to harvest.
They found a Tiba in a chaotic area, a mess, with half of the food eaten and the other half thrown away.
Su Xiao, Andre, suddenly he was punched straight in the face. "Atiba, how can you be even worse than me?
I just ate my fill, but you ate half and threw the rest away.
Such waste." He was furious, finally understanding why the food had disappeared so happily.
"So, the credit really belongs to you then?"
Atiba was dumbfounded. Is he tired of living? How dare he hit me?
He shouted loudly, "So you're just a temporary person?
Wasting food and acting so boastful.
Your East Island country really has nothing good."
He was livid. "You open it, and I won't allow you to insult the great East Island country."
At that moment, Su Xiao heard everything Atiba said. He was very annoyed and immediately said, "Tai-Dai, stop wasting words with him." He ordered his most beloved cat, White Cat, "Go and tie the temporary fool up, give him a beating for me."
White Cat responded, "Meow meow, yes, master."
The cat carried out its task, using a whip to tie up the foolish Atiba. "Dragon country Su Xiao, you are committing attempted murder.
I will report you.
I want the whole world to know your true face." Even so, he still endured every scratch and blow from White Cat. He shouted, "If you have the guts, just kill me.
I won't let you off either way."
Su Xiao replied, "Dragon country, you bastard." Andre whispered into Su Xiao's ear, "I still feel like something's off with him. He's constantly provoking us, almost as if he's eager for us to kill him."
Su Xiao agreed, "Yeah, it's really strange. Could be related to the genius he is." Andre continued, "Then, we won't kill him.
Let's tie him up and leave him without food or water, see what he's really made of." Su Xiao approved, good idea." On the fourth day, the safety room in the BER nation was Ivanov's. He felt a little awkward and spoke up, "Hello everyone." Lucas's safety room now had an additional person to choose from, Ivanov from BER nation. Oh, when Lucas went out to find supplies, Ivanov felt that his gaze was very strange. Immediately, Lucas decided to go outside with him. Ivanov advised him against it. "Wait for me, I want to go out with you to find some supplies." The two of them, lost in the thick fog, weren't sure how long they had been walking, until they stopped in front of a dilapidated church.
Lucas asked, "Do you want to go inside?"
He thought that this church seemed unfamiliar, and perhaps there might be clues inside.
Ivanov replied, I feel like we shouldn't just go in carelessly, we don't know what could be inside.
Before they could take another step, they suddenly saw strange monsters charging toward them. They had 4 legs but moved relatively fast.
Ivanov was terrified. Monsters, so many monsters. Lucas fought to fend them off, and the more he fought, the more shocked he became. He knew Lucas was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. So he agreed to bring him along. Could it really be Lucas? Could it be that Gon had influenced Lucas this time?
A great friendship, a power that saves.
Lucas said, follow me, stay behind me, and you'll be safe. If you try to go off on your own, I won't take responsibility.
So the 2 of them entered the church, with the path to salvation before them, lying and examining what was inside the box.
He wondered, what's inside the box?
At that moment, he saw a notebook, slightly dusty, with a red glow due to the reflection of light.
He silently rejoiced, this is great.
Normally, this type of notebook would record important things that I need to check immediately.
Suddenly, it flew up on its own.
The content in the notebook stated that the prop was obtained from activating the previous version of the spiritual rules of the Jinghong Inn.
The mission was to kill a teammate, explaining that it would bring salvation and destroy the absolute meaning of equality. Only Lucas could see it. He wondered, absolute equality, kill a teammate, I no longer need to worry about what destruction might cause, right? The opportunity is right in front of me. Ivanov asked, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lucas closed the notebook. Nothing, I just think having a teammate isn't such a bad thing.
You should think again, there are some things you can't solve with your own strength.
Lucas, let's go.
We'll take this notebook back and share the information with the others.
He nodded. All right.
My God, Lucas, he's really like a different person now.
I think we have reason to trust him. Wait for that image of destruction to appear again. Lucas might be able to rely on his unwavering mental strength to defeat it. At the same time, Lucas and Ivanov also found the notebook.
Su Xiao, together with Wenji, led Tai Dai outside to find supplies, once again leaving a D in the safe room for protection. Inside Pine's summer assassination, they were being beaten and knocked down to the ground.
A D, standing nearby, used his talent and thought.
Both Su Xiao and I felt that there was an issue this time. It would be better to take advantage of the situation before anything happens, and influence this kid's future a bit to see if there's any clue. After using his innate ability, his eyes widened, and he cursed inwardly, damn it, I can't see anything about this kid's future.
No matter what I do, his future remains unclear. Could it be that his ability is to prevent me from investigating?
Suddenly, a door appeared in front of him. He looked at it and whispered in surprise, someone new has arrived.
3 new figures quickly appeared before him. The candidate from a D side, Mr. O, upon seeing a D, shouted, a D. It's a D, the boss from the Greylands.
The P country contestant, Isiete, also excitedly said, oh my God, it's really a D.
I'm so lucky. Behind them is someone whose identity is unknown.
Seeing their enthusiasm, a D smiled and greeted, hello, everyone. Mr. O also extended his hand and smiled, Elder, we have admired you for a long time, and we've been looking forward to shaking hands with you. Isiete was even more dramatic, rubbing his hands together and continuing, I also want to shake hands, and after that, I'll never wash my hands again for the rest of my life. I'll just put them straight into the coffin. Suddenly, the unidentified person who had been following them all this time spoke up, how dare you two shake hands with him?
Aren't you afraid he'll kill you?
The 2 of them turned their heads to look back after hearing him speak. Then, he pointed to Pine's summer assassination, who was tied up on the floor, and continued, don't you see the tied-up candidate over there?
Before coming here, this room only had him and a D. Who else could have tied him up? Do I need to explain further?
Moreover, considering the size of this safe room, there shouldn't be just the 2 of them. As for the person tied up over there, it's possible that a D has already killed everyone else.
Hearing this, Isiate expressed disagreement and retorted, "What are you talking about? Why would a D kill another candidate?"
Mr. O also stepped in to defend him.
"That's right, I've watched the livestream and have never seen a D harm anyone. He's a good person."
A D also casually explained a little, "I didn't kill anyone.
The reason this guy is tied up is because he didn't finish speaking before the other guy interrupted him. Stop making excuses, the truth is, we saw you harm another candidate, and we would never dare to trust you."
When a D was accused, he couldn't be bothered to explain further.
He turned away and said, "You're too one-sided. I'm even starting to doubt your motives. Or should I predict your situation for you?" Hearing this, the other guy got angry and thought, how is it that he's not reasoning and just starting to predict? Unable to argue back, he turned to incite the two people beside him.
"Now that a D is starting to predict, this is the best time for us to strike first.
You two, go handle it." But the two of them, one after the other, said, "You want us to go against a D? We can't do that. That's a D, we're not his match at all. Besides, he doesn't seem like someone who would harm his own kind."
The other guy, hearing their words, slapped each of them across the face and angrily said, "Two useless trash."
He added, "Don't forget who saved your lives.
If it weren't for me, you'd have been long dead in the mouths of those weird creatures.
And now you dare to doubt me?"
Isiate, covering his face, replied, "Yes, you saved us, but how can we strike at a D?"
"We can't." He grew even angrier when he heard what the guy said and said, "What are you afraid of? Can't the three of us deal with one person?
Besides, don't forget, Rule 11 states not to trust anyone."
What a D said could very well be a lie. Aren't you just waiting for him to kill you, since you didn't kill him?
At this point, a D also spoke up, cutting in, "Stop pretending.
I've figured out your identity. You're not a candidate at all." When he heard that, he stopped pretending and directly said, "You figured me out that quickly? You two idiots, how much time have you wasted?" He continued, "But so what if you figured it out? Do you really think you can escape from here?"
As he spoke, his true form began to reveal itself. Behind the disguise was a robot with something glowing red on its chest. He said, "No, there's no way out here.
You can't leave. You will all die here. No one will survive."
The object on his chest was a bomb. Before it could explode, and had already used the original monster's flesh and blood to shield the front. The system prompt displayed, "You have used the original monster flesh and blood."
A fact, it uses the superior self-healing immortality of the story's copy.
All damage you endure will be absorbed by it. He quickly shoved the other two aside and shouted, "Be careful, I don't know what's going on."
After the explosion, that person suddenly vanished.
Pine Summer Assassination was burned on the backside, and his buttocks, exposed to the outside, cried out in frustration, "My butt is so hot, my butt is so hot."
On the other side, Mr. O anxiously asked a D elder, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine."
Isiate, standing beside him, also said emotionally, "That's a relief.
As long as you're okay, elder.
If we had caused your death, we wouldn't have been able to show our faces again." At this point, a D looked at his shattered item and, with regret, thought, "It's such a pity, I've lost a living creature. I'll have to use it carefully in the future. This was my rare protection card."
The viewers left comments, "A D elder is so kind, willing to use valuable items to help two strangers." Another viewer, also grateful, said, "Bahama, we will forever remember this kindness of a D elder."
Finally, a comment read, "A D believes, and so do we." At this moment, Su Xiao and the others returned, with Duan Tai Tai carrying large and small bags behind them. He walked in and immediately asked, "A D, I just heard a loud explosion.
What's going on?"
A D responded, "Just now, a robotic creature disguised as a candidate tried to use these two to kill me, but they didn't believe it.
After failing, it self-destructed.
Mr. O, scratching his head, awkwardly said, "It was our fault."
Oh, we were manipulated.
Hearing this, he fell into deep thought.
Then, he said, a robot creature pretending to be a candidate?
If that's the case, maybe there are already robot creatures infiltrating among us.
Who could it be? When she asked curiously. Huh? Why is there a monkey here?
Su Xiao and Duan Tai Dai wondered to themselves when they didn't see Pine's summer assassination sitting in the corner.
A monkey? What monkey?
Then Duan Tai Dai stood in front of the girl and said, "Oh dear, that's not a monkey, it's something children shouldn't look at, not suitable for kids."
When she innocently replied, "But why isn't it a monkey? I heard people in the village say that only a monkey's bottom is red."
Su Xiao also said, "When she, listen to me, it's not a monkey, it's a gorilla. If you listen to me, don't look at him, or you'll go blind."
Finally, the little girl stopped questioning and said, "All right, if you don't want me to look, then I won't." Duan Tai Dai also sighed in relief, thinking that Su Xiao's words were indeed effective.
Pine's summer assassination, being called a gorilla, angrily yelled, "Damn, you idiots, you're insulting me. You're the gorillas, your whole family's a bunch of gorillas." A bystander laughed and said, "This kid's defenses have been broken, if you ask me, just drag him out and beat him up." But another person said, "Don't be hasty. We can't kill him before figuring out his potential, or else we might fall into his trap. Wait until his talent is clarified." Suddenly a flash of light appeared, and another group of people emerged.
A D glanced over, thinking that someone had been invited.
The person who appeared was G, the candidate from Nation S. He was startled when he saw them and tried calling out, "Su Xiao Elder."
A D elder. Next came Martin, the candidate from Nation Ba, followed by the candidate from Asan. He said, "Am I dreaming? I really see the real people now."
Su Xiao smiled warmly, waved at them, and said, "Hello, everyone." As they appeared, a spectator suddenly made a skeptical comment. Clearly, their reaction is too strange.
Could they be another machine-like entity in disguise?
Another person remarked, "It doesn't look like that. On the contrary, it seems like they formed a small team on their own, not wanting to cooperate with Su Xiao Elder." A third person added, "I think that's correct, and it's quite obvious that the young man in front is the leader of their team." Diop, representing the group, spoke up, "Su Xiao Elder."
A D elder. Hello everyone, I am Diop from Nation S. It's a pleasure to meet all of you here.
He spoke directly, "If you have something to say, just go ahead. There's no need for all this formality." He laughed and continued, "There's truly nothing that can be hidden from the two of you.
Actually, what I want to say is..."
Before he could finish, and interrupted him, stepping in.
"I know you want to talk about the new group of people. You're the one leading them, right? It's fine. We haven't even sorted things out for ourselves yet."
He also said, "But I must remind you of one thing, newcomers want to prove themselves, and that's understandable. However, there are many situations where you still need to assess your own strength." Upon hearing this, Diop smiled and said, "We will prove ourselves." A few minutes later, the space on Lucas's side also came together.
Ivanovov, who was beside Lucas, eagerly said, "Su Xiao Elder, a D elder, this is great. I finally reunited with the three of you."
From this moment on, all the surviving candidates had finally gathered. However, the team was now divided into individual members in 3 small squads, all made up of newcomers. The squad led by Diop, the 5-person squad led by Su Xiaonan, and the 2-person squad led by Lucas. At this point, Lucas took out a notebook and handed it to the person next to him, saying, "Ivanovov, I've already looked through this notebook.
Take it and give it to Su Xiao." Ivanovov happily responded, "Got it, I'll think of you when I hand over the notebook." Lucas suddenly learned to share. He smiled and said, "Thank you."
Su Xiao took the notebook, opened it, and glanced back, saying, "Let's all take a look. After all, we'll face things together from now on." Hearing him, Diop responded, "Su Xiao Elder is indeed a good person, agreeing to bring us along through the gate."
No matter what happens in the future, I am willing to charge into the fire for him. His teammates also said, I feel the same way. In the notebook, it was written that they hadn't received my previous notebook, and they had also fiercely lectured me. But this did not deter me, it only strengthened my resolve to continue my experimental documentation. A rebel will never compromise. He read aloud, muttering, they haven't received my previous notebook. The notebook also states that the experiment, the eternal consciousness, is still ongoing. Recently, I've noticed that the team leader has been acting increasingly strange. She often works late into the night, sometimes forgetting to eat or sleep. So, I began paying attention to her odd behaviors. One night, after another long experiment, the team leader and I were working late again. I thought the experiment wasn't part of the eternal consciousness operation, and I felt that the team leader seemed to be plotting something. This kept me awake all night. My hunches are usually quite accurate. Today, we found that the team leader had gone into hiding, and she had taken many experimental data with her. Everyone paused the experiment and started searching the city for her whereabouts. I found her, but I didn't alert anyone. I silently let her go. Perhaps I was wrong. At that moment, he turned around and said, "Go on, I didn't see you." After letting the team leader go, she became unreachable. To avoid hindering the progress of the experiment, we stopped searching for her and began the experiment anew from the beginning. After the team leader had disappeared for 2 years, the eternal consciousness experiment had achieved tremendous success. But I couldn't bring myself to feel happy. Because I kept thinking about the day when we let the team leader go, and she said to me, "When you realize that the experiment has no way of ending, this city will become a wasteland. Everyone will die in pain and chaos. You too, no one will survive to leave this place." At first, I didn't understand the team leader's words, but the moment the acid rain started falling, when I stepped on the muddy ground and walked on the pile of rubble, I finally understood that this experiment had brought about the destructive disaster for the entire city. The experiment was a success, but they had to execute all the experiment staff under the torrential rain. The moment I saw the dark muzzle of the gun aimed directly at me, I admitted that all the money, all the promises, I could give up. I only wanted to live. In the midst of the rain, I saw a familiar pair of eyes standing not far away, watching us. The bullets left the barrels. The sound of gunfire rang out in rapid succession. I fell into a pool of blood. My vision stopped at those eyes. A bullet pierced through my head. I don't know whether I'm still alive. I also don't know what kind of mindset I had when I wrote about the scene of getting shot. I only remember that I'm probably still alive, but my memories are starting to get confused. Returning to the present, everyone in the Su Xiao group gathered in a circle to discuss. He said, after reading the notes, everyone can share their thoughts. A D was the first to speak. Let me start with my thoughts. This note repeats many times from the captain. So, she must be an important character. Moreover, her attitude toward the experiment has changed drastically before and after, as if she knows the crucial secret of this experiment. Therefore, I believe we should find this captain first. Hearing this, Lucas was the first to agree. I agree with Ad's way of thinking. Next, Yen and Tai Dai said together, I also agree, I also agree. Finally, he stood up, grabbed a board, and said, all right, if no one has any objections, we will go with Ad's suggestion. Tomorrow, everyone will split into groups to search for supplies and the captain mentioned in the notes. Most people need to go out to gather clues and supplies, so we'll decide who stays at the safe room through a draw. After drawing lots, the person left behind was Nepthi. Of course, there's also someone who's always ignored, Pine's summer assassination. Su Xiao picked up the draw slip and read out a name, Nepthi. She nodded at him. Next to her, Diop crossed his arms and said, all right, then let her and Pine's summer assassination stay behind to guard the safe room. After confirming who would stay behind, everyone automatically split into 3 groups and began to leave the safe room one by one. The first group consisted of Lucas and Ivanovov, with Lucas as the team leader. The second group included Su Xiao, Wenji, Duan Tai Dai, Adi, Mr. O, and Isiete.
Su Xiao and Adi were the co-leaders. The third group consisted of Diop, Asen, Martin, and 2 others. Diop was the team leader. At this moment, Asen needed a gun, looked around, and said, Diop, the fog seems to be getting thicker.
We might not be able to see the path soon. Should we keep going? Diop replied, Don't panic. My special ability is to detect danger. If I sense any, I'll immediately alert everyone. Just follow me, and there will be no danger.
His eyes also responded with a yes. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes appeared in the fog, and its hand stretched out. Diop fired his gun and said, There's danger, quickly gather around me. I'll lead everyone to find a safe place. Martin also shot at the creature and shouted, Diop, we can't see you. Where are you? A panicked voice from the other side also cried out, Help!
There are too many monsters here, they're everywhere, everywhere. Behind Diop, cries for help kept ringing out, Diop? Help me, help! Diop shouted loudly, I'm to your left, everyone hurry up and come here. Martin and Asen, both badly injured, ran over. Martin said, Diop, run fast, monsters, too many monsters. Diop saw them and shouted, Where are the others? Are only 2 of us left? The reply came, They've passed away. You need to use your talent to lead us out of here quickly. In the thick fog, Diop led the team, holding the gun and running ahead, speaking to the 2 behind him, Come on, follow me. My talent predicts that this direction is safe. 10 minutes later, they had escaped. Martin cried and said, They're too terrifying, we're no match for them at all. The shoes are useless too. Asan also said, If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have gone with Su Xiao Elder. At least we could have kept our lives. Relying on these rookies, escaping from here is truly impossible. Hearing their complaints, Diop grabbed Asan by the collar and angrily said, Shut up. When I suggested it, everyone willingly followed me. Now you're whining to me? Those 2 are dead, so what? Do you really think you could have survived if you went with Su Xiao Elder? Are you all out of your minds? You still underestimate the brutality of this world? Asan wanted to speak further, but Diop stood up, interrupting them. Enough. No more talking. You've made your choice. Either continue with me, or go back the way you came. Don't delude yourselves into thinking you can prove your worth. Finally, Martin still said, Thank you for saving us, but we've decided to return to the safe room now. Sorry. Asen also said, We're just ordinary people. Being able to leave here with the Elder is already good enough. We won't dream during the day anymore. Good luck. Diop watched them walk away in disappointment and then said, What a useless bunch. The moment they face some difficulty, they avoid it. How can they succeed in escaping from here? I'll continue on. Even if I'm the only one left, I still want to find useful clues before returning. While Diop continued to explore the labyrinth alone, Martin and Asen safely returned home. When Nepthi saw them, she was startled and asked, Why are only the 2 of you back? Where are the others? Martin replied, It was Diop who told us to return first. We have to follow orders. Asen, standing beside him, awkwardly said, Yes, Martin and I returned because we have other tasks to do. Hearing them, Nepthi said, Is that so? Then, please come inside quickly. As they entered, Martin turned to say, It feels really good to return to the safe room. I can finally rest for a while. Asen also said, I hope Diop can return safely too. No matter what, he did save us. However, they were so caught up in talking that they didn't notice Nepthi acting a little strange at the moment. Suddenly, a hand pierced through Asen's chest, and Martin, standing next to him, panicked and yelled, Oh my God. What is happening? Nepthi said, Unfortunately, even within the safe house, you cannot rest in peace. Upon hearing these words, the man's face darkened, and in disbelief, he said, You're not the chosen one of Nation E, are you? What are you? What are you?
She stabbed Martin in the chest again and said, "Sorry, you won't have the chance to learn my true identity." After handling him, she turned to address Pine's summer assassination, saying, "I almost forgot about you."
Pine's summer assassination, bound and panicked, shouted, "Nepthi, you're a mechanical monster that snuck in. You're not the chosen one."
She didn't deny this statement but instead continued, "It's a pity that someone like you heard something you shouldn't have." She added, "To ensure safety, I can only deal with you cleanly." Upon hearing this, Pine's summer assassination screamed, "Come at me."
"I'm not afraid of you, come on."
He said, "I'm not afraid of death at all. If you have the ability, kill me."
Nepthi extended her hand, gripping his neck and laughing as she said, "You're not afraid of death?" Then, she snapped his neck.
After resolving the matter, her group laughed and said, "The obstacles are all gone now. Now we just wait for the others to return and watch the show." Suddenly, Pine's summer assassination's body was covered by a red flame. He stood up, leaving Nepthi dumbfounded.
His skill was the SSS class Nirvana, a natural talent. She was surprised and thought, "What's going on? Why is this guy's color moving?"
Pine's summer assassination laughed and said, "Finally, someone powerful has agreed to kill me.
I've been waiting for this moment for a long time."
One person has a talent ability that allows them to get an effective innate skill, a passive talent, and when they die, they get a chance to resurrect, gaining the strength of the person who kills them.
Another person also cursed and said, "You opened it, so his talent must be Nirvana.
No wonder he always wanted Elder Su Shao and Adi to kill him." Another spectator also said, "This time, he's found a flaw.
I wonder what he will do next."
Nepthi said, "Your talent truly surprises me, but even if you now become like me, it won't be easy to kill me."
He glanced over and said, "Kill you? Why should I kill you?
I've only just obtained this powerful skill, I'm not wasting my time here with you." After saying that, he headed towards the door and continued, "I want to go outside and show off. I want to prove that my abilities are no weaker than Su Shao of Dragon Country." Nepthi watched him go and smiled, saying, "This guy actually ran away directly." Then she maliciously added, "But it's fine to let him run. After all, when the prey tries to escape with its life, the hunter becomes more interested." At that moment, Mr. O poked his head out and whispered, "Look, the building ahead really does have electricity.
God, what exactly is this place? How can such a place exist in the ruins?"
Su Shao turned to Adi beside him and said.
Adi replied, "Do you remember the death of the wandering planet last time? The experiment might still be ongoing. The building has electricity, which could mean it's a laboratory."
Su Shao looked at Adi and said, "I agree with your view. Wait for me to analyze the layout and personnel inside." After saying that, his entire body began to glow, and the skill started to unfold. In the vision created by the skill, a robot was patrolling. Adi turned to Su Shao and spoke in a very serious tone, "It's indeed an experimental base inside, and there are a large number of patrolling robots."
Su Shao asked, "Robots?"
Adi nodded, "Yes, they look similar to the wandering planet's robots, but slightly smaller in size." Finally, Su Shao spoke first, "I'll go in alone with White Cat to search.
You and Black Cat stay here."
Adi refused, saying, "I'll go with you." Su Shao declined, "It's easier for me to act alone, and when Ji and the others need your protection." In the end, Adi agreed, saying, "All right, be careful." After discussing, he bent down and spoke to White Cat, "White Cat, use teleportation to take me into the laboratory."
White Cat responded with a meow.
As they disappeared, Adi turned to the others and said, "We wait here, always maintain vigilance. If something happens to Su Shao, we must provide immediate support."
When Ji and Duan Tai Dai nodded in agreement.
Not long after Su Shao left, Mr. O looked in one direction and suddenly shouted, "Oh my god, everyone, look!" A group of robots appeared in front of them, and he continued, "These robots seem to have detected us.
They're all heading towards us."
And pulled one Ji and shouted, "Hurry, let's go, we need to get out of here."
The others followed behind them.
While running, they saw another group of robot soldiers ahead. Mr. O shouted, "This is bad, we're surrounded."
Duan Tai Dai cursed loudly and said, "Damn it, when did they surround us? Why didn't we feel anything?" At that moment, Wen Gu appeared behind Wen Ji.
A D, standing beside them, anxiously said, "Damn, they must have discovered us a long time ago."
With so many robots, even if we had a black cat, we wouldn't be able to take them all down. Escaping unscathed is impossible. What should we do? What should we do now? Duan Tai Dai and the others exchanged determined looks and said, "A D elder, tell the black cat to take Wen Ji and you out first. We'll block the way."
Mr. O added, "Yes, we're the newcomers here.
We never expected to escape. Getting this far is already a blessing."
Isiete also said, "The black cat and Wen Gu can only save those two.
You and Wen Ji are the best choice. A D elder, hurry up and go."
Hearing them speak, A D firmly disagreed and replied, "No, I absolutely will not leave everyone behind. If Su Xiao were here, he wouldn't do that either."
Wen Ji also cried uncontrollably and said, "Wen Ji isn't going anywhere. Wen Ji doesn't want to abandon his friends and run away."
At this moment, the robot legion approached, making mechanical sounds. They had reached attack range, locked onto their targets, and opened fire. The three of them, Duan Tai Tai, hugged each other to shield and Wen Ji. They had to bear the gunfire from the robots.
And was stunned and shouted loudly, "Duan Tai Tai!"
Finally, he took out the reward from the previous round and handed it behind them. The notification screen appeared, "You have used the reward from the previous round."
The origin of the flesh and blood monster explained its effect. It possesses an extremely strong self-healing ability. In the world of strange occurrences, every time you are injured, it will take the damage on your behalf. However, the bullets still pass through the flesh and blood monster's body, embedding themselves into Duan Tai Tai. Tai Dai was shot, his body blooming with blood like flowers. His tears fell as he weakly, helplessly said to Wen, "Go, quickly." These two flesh and blood monsters couldn't last much longer. Mr. O weakly said, "We're beyond saving, just go. At least don't let our sacrifice be in vain." A D shed tears as he looked at them, helplessly saying, "I will remember all of you." Then, he turned around and shouted, "Black cat, Wen Gu, take me and Wen Ji away." Finally, the black cat wrapped its tail around A D and ran off, while Wen Gu embraced Wen Ji and took long strides. The robotic voice rang out once again, detection of a fleeing target, firing tracking rounds. As it spoke, a large bullet shot out from its body. The bullet grew closer and closer to them. A D turned his head to look back and thought to himself, "This is bad, this bullet has a tracking function. The black cat can't teleport, and even if it's faster, it can't dodge it." In that moment of despair, he thought, "Could I really die here? Is this the end of everything?" As he sank deeper into hopelessness, a man with platinum hair appeared. He shouted at them, "Keep running. Don't stop." A D turned in shock to look at him. The object in the man's hand flickered, and a dart-like object shot straight at the pursuing bullet. In that instant, a burst of flames erupted. The robotic voice of the robot sounded again, "Target lost, target lost." At this moment, A D held Wen Ji, feeling both heartbroken and pitiful. He said, "Wen Ji, don't be afraid. We've escaped. It's okay now." Su Xiao had returned and was standing before them. He crouched down and asked, "What happened? What's going on?" A D lowered his head and said, "Duan Tai Dai, Mr. O, they sacrificed themselves to save me and Wen Ji." When she cried as she said, "Su Xiao, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, they might not have died." Understanding the situation, he patted her head and said, "Wen Ji, don't cry. This is just a game. The players who lose will go home, so you don't need to be sad, understand?" With her face covered in tears, she looked up at him and asked, "Really? Is that true?" He replied, "Yes, really." After a moment of sadness and regained his composure and said to Su Xiao, "By the way, do you know who saved us just before we managed to escape?" He asked, "Who?" A D continued, "The lucky survivor." Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "The lucky survivor? Didn't he get beaten to death last time? How could he appear again?"
A D began to rub his chin, analyzing, "I think there's something strange about this. Either the lucky survivor or the key to this loop. Only by figuring out how he can die and come back to life can we figure out a way to escape." He agreed and said, "Your analysis makes a lot of sense.
I agree with your thinking."
After speaking, he stood up, took Wenji's hand, and continued, "But it's better if we go back home first. Before leaving, leave Nepthi and Pine's summer assassination behind.
Something strange has probably already happened by now." When Su Xiao, Wenji, and in returned safely to their room, they happened to see Lucas and Diop.
Wei Van, who had been next to Lucas, was no longer there, which meant something bad had definitely happened.
Diop was carrying a very heavy backpack.
Looking at his visibly injured body, it was clear that these supplies had not been easily obtained.
The group remained silent as Diop directly started knocking on the door. While knocking, he called out,
"Open the door, Nepthi, let that assassin out, we've brought back the supplies, hurry up and open the door." He knocked for a while but received no response.
Diop, confused, said, "Why is there no sound coming from inside?"
"The rules mention this, rule number 7, the safe room must always have someone inside to protect it, or else it won't be safe anymore."
At this moment, Su Xiao calmly said, "This door probably won't open anymore. Because we've violated rule number 7. Rule number 7 is correct."
Hearing this, Diop asked, puzzled.
"What do you mean?" Su Xiao explained. "Rule number 7 says the safe room must always have someone inside. Didn't we leave 2 people behind? Isn't that a violation of the rule?" Diop further clarified.
"What I mean is, the safe room must always have one of our own left inside." Diop seemed to understand his meaning and exclaimed,
"One of our own? You mean one of the 2 we left behind is a fake candidate?" He then added,
"If he killed the other, that means the safe room is empty."
Su Xiao didn't refute this and said, "Exactly, I intentionally left Nepthi behind in the safe room. It's because I suspect they are fake candidates, and I wanted them to reveal their true identity." Diop again asked, "But if that's the case, if we check and find it, wouldn't that mean we're losing a safety room?"
He replied, "No, the safety room in Wenji's space hasn't been merged yet."
At this moment, it was Lucas' turn to ask, "But her safety room also has no one in it, there's no way to open it?"
He didn't respond to Lucas but handed the key to Wenji, saying, "Wenji, show them your talent." She smiled at him, saying, I understand, wait a moment, I'll open the door for everyone to see." After that, she suddenly disappeared, leaving Diop stunned.
He turned to ask, how did she disappear?"
Su Xiao explained, "Her talent is turning her consciousness into a physical object. She can pass through space, so she can choose to pass through her own safety room, then use the key she found to open the wall of the safety room and reach the safety room in front of us to open the door."
Adi asked anxiously, "But if the fake candidate is still inside, won't she be in danger?"
Adi beside them mysteriously said, "Don't worry, her older sister is not so easy to mess with."
In the safety room, Wenji inserted the key into the lock.
Nepthi was waiting inside and said, "You really managed to get in here, this was completely beyond my expectations."
Then she stepped forward and said, "What a pity. You'll have to die here too."
Wenji screamed,
"Sister!"
Immediately, Wengu appeared, grabbing her hand and saying, "I won't allow you to harm Wenji."
Nepthi, whose hand was tightly held, cried out, "What are you?"
She screamed, "You annoying little brat, I'll deal with you first, then take care of this little girl. None of you will escape, don't even dream of stopping me from destroying all of you." Wengu, while holding her off, shouted, "Wenji, don't worry about me, quickly open the door." The girl quickly ran to open the door and said to everyone, "Su Xiao, everyone, come in quickly." Diop was extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Oh my, she really can, she actually did it.
This is truly a miracle, it's hard to believe."
Su Xiao suddenly said, "Let's go, we need to help Wenji's sister."
Nepthi knocked Wengu away, grinning with satisfaction. "You dared let that little girl open the door."
She then said, "But it's alright, even if you return to your room safely, you'll still die."
At that moment, Su Xiao entered from outside and said, "You don't really think you're invincible, do you?
White Cat, give her a little face." As soon as he finished speaking, White Cat charged forward at his command. Countless beams of light shot toward her, causing her to scream. Then, she gritted her teeth and hissed, "Damn it, he has something strange too."
He then gave another order.
"White Cat, finish her off."
White Cat followed the command and charged again.
Suddenly, a girl appeared, grabbing Nepthi's hand.
Adi glanced at the two of them and said, "Another one has shown up."
Su Xiao also found it odd. This girl was clearly someone he was meeting for the first time, yet why did she seem so familiar? It was as if a figure appeared in his mind, so sudden that he gasped and exclaimed, "It's Hikami, someone I met before."
Hikami looked at Su Xiao with irritation and said, "How annoying, it's you. Worthless humans." Nepthi turned to ask, "Do you know Su Xiao and his group?" Hikami replied, "No more talking, let's move ahead. This person is not easy to deal with for now."
Su Xiao couldn't let them escape so easily and commanded, "If you want to run, Black Cat, White Cat, catch them." Hearing the order, the two cats rushed forward in unison, but they vanished on the spot, leaving the cats to pounce at nothing. They had left, but their voices still echoed.
"Su Xiao, don't get too cocky. We'll meet again.
In the end, you'll find yourselves in despair."
Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively and said, "Ah, what a pity, they got away.
Next time we meet, I'll make sure to smash her ass."
Diop, standing beside him, fell into deep thought.
No wonder they ran so fast earlier, it turned out she had met Su Xiao before. As for smashing his ass, Adi also seriously thought, Su Xiao's ass really? They've escaped. Su Xiao no longer paid attention, turned around, took out a piece of paper, and said to them, all right, let's not worry about that.
Let's see if we can find the experimental scroll, this might be a new clue." Diop then asked, "So, what you're saying is that we didn't see the assassin release him, so we don't need to search for him anymore?" Adi replied, "No need.
If he could escape from Nepthi, he must have a talent that no one knows about. Moreover, he wants to hide his talent, and his odd behavior suggests that his ability is probably not beneficial to us."
He added, "And is right.
That kid is no good, we don't need to bother with him. Let's look at this scroll." The scroll read, Rule number 12, the ruins in the fog are absolutely real, there is no need to doubt this. Rule number 13, all members of the ghost squad from the previous team are dead.
No one survived in the ruins within the fog. Rule number 14, be cautious of those who fit the description. The survivor may drag you into the abyss. Rule number 15, there's no need to waste energy trying to escape.
Otherwise, you'll realize it's all in vain.
Rule number 16, there are no bizarre creatures that can speak in the ruins of the fog.
No matter what they look like, if you encounter any creature with intelligence, kill it immediately. Rule number 17, put all your strength into escaping from here.
The anomalies in this place cannot be completely eradicated. Everything here is futile.
Rule number 18, the eerie creatures in the distance stop the beating heart. After the mist dissipates, nothing here will remain.
Rule number 19, the truth is forever hidden in the mist.
Only those who can overcome the mist will be able to see the essence of the truth and truly understand themselves.
Rule number 20, trust your teammates. Fight until the last moment.
There is no need to worry, no need to retreat. If there is no way to escape, complete the final order of Ghost Squad.
End it all together.
Adi spoke first. Has everyone read this piece of paper?
Let me share my thoughts. Rule number 12 definitely has a mistake. He analyzed, the safety room remained intact after the explosion. the survivor died and came back to life. These events contradict the natural order, they can't be true.
Therefore, rule number 12 must have an error. Rules 13 and 14 both state that the survivors are dangerous, but each time they appear, they don't harm us. So, I believe these two rules are also flawed, at least not entirely accurate. Finally, he concluded, of course, the survivors themselves have many strange aspects, they must be the key to passing through, we need to pay more attention. At this moment, it was Su Xiao's turn to express his opinion. I agree with Adi's analysis. He analyzed, moreover, I feel that Rule 15 is also correct. This oddity is naturally not the type that will come to us, but rather, we must defeat the final boss or solve an important issue to get through. Lucas added, Rule 18 doesn't need to be mentioned, we've all encountered the monsters in that ruin. Rule 17 is probably 50/50. What's here is definitely baseless, but it can be wiped out. After all, we've killed plenty of monsters before. Adi said that Rule 18 is a signal, and the mechanical hearts of those monsters are actually bombs. He then explained the meaning of his statement, saying that the wandering planet had previously wanted to reveal the nuclear secret of the experiment, so its heart exploded. Later, when we take action, we must be careful of the hearts of the monsters and robots. If one explodes near us, the consequences are unpredictable. He also mentioned that Rule 19 needs no explanation, so it could be seen as either encouragement or a warning. As for Rule 20, I hope everyone will never reach that point of inevitable convergence. After he finished speaking, Su Xiao asked, Adi, what do you think we should do? He began using his prediction skill and said, let me take a look. I doubted that the key to this story still depended on the experimental base that was still operational. Everyone held their breath and waited together. In the prediction, Adi saw a parrot flying next to him, shouting, Master, Master. It flew towards Hikami and shouted, Do not harm the master, do not harm the master. At the same time, a barrage of bullets shot towards them. After breaking free from the prediction, Adi said, I saw a mechanical parrot in the central experimental room of the research base. It recognized me as its master. We need to find a time to go to the research base. We need that parrot's help. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao quickly agreed and said, All right, let's eat well and rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll try to get in there. On the 6th day, the draw determined that Lucas would stay in the safe room. Su Xiao, leading the others, set off once again towards the operational research base. While on the way, Diop suddenly shouted, causing everyone to look over. Wait a moment, there seems to be something ahead. The robot legion reappeared, and a mechanical voice rang out, target tracking, target elimination. Adi was startled and said, Those are the robots from the research base. Why are they coming here? We're still a long way from the research base. He responded, It's probably because we were exposed last time. They must have started searching the surrounding areas for safety. The mechanical voice echoed once more, target detected, beginning elimination. Diop, panicking, said, What should we do? We can't fight them. My intuition tells me we have no way out now. Contrary to their fearful expressions, Su Xiao calmly smiled and said, Don't be afraid, I have another treasure. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing something pink at his wrist. Seeing this, Diop exclaimed, What is that thing? Thanks to the He Yang Huang totem, Su Xiao was able to command the robot legion, Put away your weapons. Diop, astonished, blurted out, How is he just walking through there? Isn't he basically signing his own death warrant? Adi, standing beside Diop, calmly said, I believe Su Xiao is not the type to be careless like that. I'm sure he has a plan. Let's just stay here and observe. On the other side, the robot legion continued to obey Su Xiao's commands without hesitation, collectively shouting in unison after each order he gave. Su Xiao thought to himself, Can I really control these strange creatures? This He Yang Huang totem is indeed powerful, though the time it takes to activate is a bit long. If it worked instantly, I'd be invincible by now. When she praised him, Su Xiao, you're amazing. They were chasing us before, and now they've become friendly. Diop had no idea how Su Xiao had managed to tame the robot legion. All he could do was stare in disbelief and say, "My God, what's going on here? Why are the robots and monsters all obeying Su Xiao?" A D, standing next to him, explained gently, "Totems usually represent faith and summoning power. I'm guessing that the totem on his wrist is what's at work here." Su Xiao remained calm as he commanded the robot army to part to the sides.
"Everyone can go now."
The robot army immediately followed his command, forming two straight lines and shouting loudly. Then, Su Xiao gave an order to the robot closest to him, "Now, lead us to the most important laboratory in the research base."
It respectfully responded, "I am willing to serve you."
Su Xiao walked over and took Wenji's hand, gently saying, "Let's go, this time we can freely and confidently enter the research base." Wenji excitedly cheered, "Su Xiao, you're amazing. Let's go to the research base." Hikami, upon seeing the robots leading Su Xiao's group to the main base, angrily cursed out loud, "Damn it, where are they taking those humans?" Hikami turned to mutter to Nephi, "I am the lead researcher of these strange creatures. Their control technology is in my hands.
How can anyone else control those stupid cats?"
No, those foolish experiments are actually leading them to the research base."
"Damn it. There are very important secrets inside the laboratory, secrets that are the culmination of my life's work. I will not allow this. Absolutely not." Nephi, standing beside him, spoke up, "What should we do now?" Su Xiao, who initially only had two strange creatures, could now control those experimental subjects as well. "With just the two of us, there's no way we can defeat them." Hikami suddenly smirked wickedly.
"We will merge and level up, then notify those two stupid robots so they can come and attack these humans."
Hikami confidently asserted, "Those two robots are fighting us because they want to take control of this research base and possess the results of the experiment.
Now that these humans are trying to steal the experimental, they will definitely cooperate with us."
Nephi nodded, agreeing with Hikami's reasoning.
She understood her plan. "All right, then let's immediately merge and level up, and then send the signal to those two robots." With Nephi's approval, Hikami began the fusion process. Their bodies immediately merged, and the two of them screamed out in unison.
Before long, the fusion was complete. Hikami and Nephi now appeared simultaneously in the form of an ugly robot. It grinned maliciously.
"Hee, damn humans, your time has come." Moments later, a strange red light streaked across the horizon. The red light immediately caught the attention of two robots, one green and one red.
The red robot, curious, asked, "What's going on? That damned woman dared to send us a danger signal?"
The green robot, understanding the meaning of the signal, cursed, "Damn it, looks like those humans have broken into the research base." The red robot's gaze instantly turned murderous. It shouted, "Return immediately and deal with them." "Absolutely not, we cannot allow them to take away the results of our experiment." At this moment, in the laboratory, the robot politely turned to Su Xiao and said, "Master, we have arrived at the main laboratory." Su Xiao was pleased. He nodded and said, "All right, you can leave now." The robot responded clearly. Su Xiao then instructed the white cat, unlock the door." The white cat stretched out its claws and scratched at the security lock. The door immediately opened. Su Xiao smirked and said to the white cat, "Let's go, let's see inside." Suddenly, a mechanical parrot flew out from within, calling out, "Look ahead, warning. Look ahead, warning. Storm, master." Su Xiao looked at the mechanical parrot with curiosity. The parrot quickly flew over to a D and obediently perched on his shoulder. Su Xiao turned to a D and asked, "A D, is this the mechanical parrot you mentioned before?" A D nodded, "Yes, while I'm deducing the results, this parrot will be very helpful to us." At this point, a D looked a little worried and said, "Moreover, after acquiring it, we can quickly head towards the final showdown in this strange world." Upon hearing a D mention the final battle, Su Xiao asked in confusion, "We'll soon enter the final battle?" "Here?" A D confirmed seriously, "Yes, here." The people hiding in the shadows are likely on their way here right now. The more Diop listened, the more flustered he became, so he turned to ask Su Xiao.
Should we call Lucas here?
His combat ability is excellent, and the safe room doesn't need to be guarded anymore. It would be better if he comes here to fight alongside us.
A D disagreed with Diop's suggestion.
He explained. Actually, we purposely left him there because, based on my reasoning, he will solve an extremely important problem. Su Xiao also agreed with Adi's thinking.
He reassured Diop.
Don't worry, once he finishes, he'll arrive just in time to support us.
In the safe room, the destroyer's shadow waved its hand provocatively at Lucas.
Lucas, I told you, when we meet again, I'll have a showdown with you.
Are you ready? Lucas answered calmly. I'm ready. Lucas frowned and said to the destroyer's shadow in a serious tone.
Although he had not yet completed his task under the Jinghong mental rules and had not found a way to suppress it.
But if you're already out, let's fight. This is your last chance.
If you can't kill me this time, there won't be another chance. The destroyer's shadow confidently asserted.
I think the odds are more in my favor.
I was once you, but now you've learned mercy.
Mercy is your fatal weakness. You're no longer my match. Come on.
Lucas, darkness will envelop again.
As for you and me, we are merely creatures struggling within it.
Upon finishing his words, the destruction shadow immediately launched a burst of purple energy towards Lucas, but he quickly dodged to the side. Lucas's swift reaction left the destruction shadow utterly stunned. In the blink of an eye, Lucas was standing right before the destruction shadow.
He let out a maniacal laugh. Ha, I've got you now.
Suddenly, Lucas grabbed the destruction shadow's hand, causing it to gasp in surprise. How?
How can you be faster than me, so much stronger than me?
Lucas remained silent as he drove the scalpel straight down towards the destruction shadow. The spectators above commented, "It feels like the destruction shadow is done for. This strike, even if it doesn't kill, will surely leave it severely wounded." The spectators below replied, "And once it's badly injured, it's highly likely to be overwhelmed and never have a chance to appear again." At that moment, the destruction shadow suddenly vanished. It sneered maliciously, "No, I won't be so easily killed by you." Lucas didn't immediately understand the implication behind the destruction shadow's words. While he was still standing in the same position, the destruction shadow had already shifted behind him. It smirked triumphantly, "Ha, the white-blue cloak you wear to prevent the black fur from growing back so much, it seems you're nearing your limit." Lucas spoke indifferently, "Don't worry, before I reach my limit, I'll definitely bring you down."
The destruction shadow taunted, "Then let me pull you down to the abyss once more. That's where we truly belong. That's where you and I should go."
While speaking, it brandished a scalpel and charged toward Lucas. Lucas stood motionless in place, boldly awaiting the strike of the destroyer's shadow. When the two scalpels, one wielded by Lucas and the other by the destroyer's shadow, crossed paths, the brutal battle officially began. A spectator from above sighed, saying, "This day has finally come. I always guessed that Lucas and the destroyer would eventually face off, but I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly." Another spectator chimed in, "The destroyer is Lucas's past.
As long as the destroyer exists, Lucas will never be able to fully transform.
Only by completely bidding farewell to his past self can Lucas attain a new life."
A spectator from below commented, "But no matter how they fight, one of them will lose.
I really hope the destroyer and Lucas can live in peace."
You don't have to completely erase your past. No matter how horrific it was, it is still what made you who you are now.
Meanwhile, the destroyer's shadow struck without mercy. It swung the scalpel, almost cutting Lucas, but he quickly managed to retreat just in time. A spectator from above spoke honestly, "Whether it's the destroyer or Lucas, no matter who wins, I won't be happy." Another spectator agreed, "Exactly." Inside the Jinghong Hotel circle, the destroyer once fought side by side with Lucas.
The destroyer could actually become Lucas's ally, not his enemy.
Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the surgical knife in the hand of the destroyer's shadow was dropped.
The onlookers below sighed, "Ha, we can't change everything. I believe Lucas will make his own choice." Defeated by Lucas, the destroyer's shadow asked in disbelief, "How could this be? How could you become so strong in such a short time?" Lucas replied in a deep voice, "Because you lost.
Mercy is not a weakness, it is a great strength. Mercy will not make me soft-hearted, but will help me become more determined for a better outcome." Lucas's answer seemed to satisfy the destroyer's shadow. It acknowledged its defeat with full acceptance.
"Ah, fine, I admit defeat.
You indirectly created me, but as an independent being, I also want to be remembered by others, want to show off, and use this power at will. I was naive to think I could replace you, but it turns out the naive one was not you, but me." With that, the destroyer's shadow spread its arms wide and smiled serenely. There was a sense of nobility as it spoke to Lucas. "Lucas, if I were to fall into a deep, eternal sleep, only then could you become a better version of yourself.
In that case, I agree to help you."
After a few seconds of silence, Lucas made a suggestion to the destroyer's shadow: "Let's make peace. Maybe this way I won't be able to completely change, but I can't bring myself to kill my past with my own hands."
This outcome was a complete surprise to the destroyer's shadow. He asked again, confused, "Do you want to reconcile with me?"
Lucas showed his sincerity by extending his hand toward the shadow of destruction. He spoke as if confessing, "I once thought death was the art of eternity, but now it seems that death is merely a form of escape and cowardice. It is the living who truly demonstrate their worth.
Once someone dies, time and life erase their existence.
What is forgotten is not only the traces but also the hope that was entrusted." The shadow of destruction took Lucas's hand, having reflected on what he had shared, and earnestly said to him, "Is this hope what gone left for you?"
"I understand now. Su Shao is over, let's make peace, Lucas.
From now on, I willingly become the loyal shadow by your side."
At that moment, Gon's voice suddenly rang out. "Lucas, I will be glad for the change in you." Lucas cried out in astonishment, "Gon, so the liberation has always been you?"
"It was you who kept me company, helping me step by step to become the person I am today."
Gon smiled and waved at Lucas. "It's me, my old friend. I've completed my final mission now. Farewell, my friend.
I hope you can smoothly escape this strange world, and help Nation A continue to avoid disaster."
Lucas joyfully said, "I will. I'm going to meet Su Shao now.
Cooperate with them to escape from this world together." At the entrance to the ultimate experimental base, a D was overjoyed to meet Lucas again. A D greeted, "Lucas, congratulations on successfully solving the shadows problem.
Now, can we let go of our prejudices and start over?"
As he spoke, a D stepped forward and extended his hand, intending to shake Lucas's. Lucas maintained his stern expression, seemingly not interested in shaking hands. A D was left in an awkward situation, half amused, half annoyed.
Based on the outcome, didn't Lucas already make peace with the shadow? Why is he being so cold?
At that moment, Su Shao conveniently stepped forward and took both Anne's and Lucas's hands, bringing them together.
He mimicked Lucas's voice to break the awkward silence. "Hello, Adi, it's nice to meet you."
Saved by Su Shao, Adi smiled warmly at Lucas.
Hello, Lucas."
At this point, Lucas had become more cordial.
He smiled and called out, "Grizzly Nation, Lucas."
Su Shao, his friend, happily nodded in agreement.
"Yep, friend."
Diop and Wenji, standing to the side, were also thrilled to see the three of them, Su Shao, Adi, and Lucas, getting along so well.
Duan Tai Tai smiled brightly and said,
"It's so good that Lucas is willing to cooperate with us. With our absolute strength at its peak, it won't be easy to lose to those strange demons." Wenji excitedly shouted,
"Uncle Su Shao, Uncle Ad, and the cold-faced uncle are friends now."
Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, causing Su Shao to become instantly alert.
"Humans are interesting.
The fact that you managed to get here truly surprises us. The voice just now belonged to two robots, one of which continued mocking.
Unfortunately, your lives end here.
The other joined in with a sneer.
Originally, we were bored, so we considered letting you live a bit longer to entertain us. But then you went and destroyed the test base. Damn, truly damn.
Diop, seeing the appearance of those bizarre robots, anxiously asked.
What? What are those? Isn't this supposed to be a horror story world? How are there robots here?
A D, standing beside him, tried to reassure him.
Don't be afraid.
They're indeed very strong, but we mustn't let our lines break. The shadow of destruction, holding a surgical knife in hand, eagerly spoke to Lucas.
Lucas, come on, just say the word, and I'll bring that thing's head back to you. Lucas also raised his surgical knife, smiling slightly as he said. It's a pleasure to fight alongside you. Let's just wipe them out.
Su Xiao gave orders to the black cat and white cat, black cat, white cat. You two go as well, help Lucas in the shadow of destruction. The two cats meowed in unison, showing their obedience to Su Xiao.
The robot laughed loudly upon seeing this. Ha, I admit your lineup is strong, but unfortunately, we're not fighting alone.
These test subjects belong to us.
Bring them all here.
The robot spoke while transmitting a control signal towards the massive army of machines standing behind it.
The army of machines, upon receiving the robot's signal, fell into chaos.
They would shout their master's command after every 3 intervals, and then go silent for another 3.
We have received the order from the master. Diop, seeing the machines operating in disorder, stammered, What? What's going on? Su Xiao quickly explained, the orders from the totem He Yang Huang and theirs are conflicting.
These strange creatures are struggling, not knowing whose command to follow.
After a brief struggle, it seemed that the robot's orders were slowly overpowering those of the He Yang Huang totem, and the machine army was fully under control. They switched targets and began attacking Su Xiao's group. They shouted, receiving orders, exterminating humanity.
Tear them apart for us.
Su Xiao realized the situation was becoming dire.
He frowned and instructed Diop, it seems I need to regain control and fight them.
Diop, you and Wengu protect Wenji, find a safe place to hide. Diop responded, got it, Su Xiao elder. Everyone, don't worry. With that, Diop quickly grabbed Wenji's hand and ran off.
Wenji, worried, turned around to look at Su Xiao's retreating figure. She stubbornly said, no, I want to stay with you.
Diop gently coaxed Wenji, be good. The best help we can give them right now is to stay safe.
On this side, Su Xiao focused his mind to gain control of the robot legion.
He raised the He Yang Huang artifact and commanded the robots to take up their weapons and eliminate the 2 robots.
After Su Xiao issued the command, a few robots, having received the signal from him, turned around and shouted, receiving orders, eliminate the robots.
The remaining robots, still controlled by the other robot, continued advancing towards Su Xiao's group. They shouted in unison, receiving orders, eliminate humanity.
The audience above enthusiastically commented, incredible, Elder Su Xiao's mental power is truly strong, he's already taken control of half of them.
The audience below joined in, isn't this like a robot war? So cool.
Seeing that Su Xiao was able to control half of the robots, the other robot angrily shouted, damn humans, you want to steal our experimental?
I'll roast you alive.
At that moment, Lucas and the Destruction Shadow rushed forward together.
Lucas teased the robot, where do you think you're going?
Your opponents are right here, and the Destruction Shadow is backing us up. The robot, growing more and more enraged, screeched, damn it, let me take care of you first. The white cat and the black cat also teamed up with Lucas's group, pouncing on the robot, meowing, signaling, we're here too. The Destruction Shadow joyfully said to Lucas, we're finally fighting side by side. Ah, this is the kind of feeling that brings nostalgia. Mass slaughter truly is something only metal can fuel my bloodlust. At this moment, Hikami and Nepthi had merged into the form of a robot, silently observing the situation on both tables. They had started fighting. Now, only the weakest one remained, a D. "We must retrieve the sample number 0, Bazit," they said. Upon seeing Hikami arrive, the mechanical parrot immediately squawked to alert a D.
Hikami! Hikami! At this point, Hikami was already standing behind a D.
She coldly said, "Damn humans, the number 0 experimental product is the result of our research.
Hand it over."
A D, seeing her approach, smirked and said, "You finally made it, I've been waiting for you a long time." With those words, a D gave an order to the mechanical parrot.
The parrot shot up into the sky, flying with one wing.
The feathers from its body immediately transformed into darts, shooting directly at Hikami.
The mechanical parrot cursed, "Experiment, experiment, disgusting, disgusting."
Hikami was injured by the feathered darts from the parrot, but she stood still, smiling calmly. "Ha, I didn't expect you to be able to tame the number 0 experiment, you do have some skill." Soon, the wounds on Hikami's body fully healed. She looked at a D with a pitying expression. "It's a pity, with just these things, you can't even scratch me." The spectators watching from above were stunned to see that the mechanical parrot couldn't harm Hikami in the slightest. One of them exclaimed, "Oh my god, her body's healing ability is incredible.
This is the perfected version of Hikami."
Another viewer spoke up, "If Pine's summer assassination knew that the strength he had was only a fraction of what he could actually wield, he would probably be crying in the bathroom by now." The viewer below expressed agreement with the previous comment. That's true. If he had just held on a little longer, then after being killed by the perfected version of Hikami, he'd have become invincible. Seeing that Hikami could recover quickly, the mechanical parrot's eyes glowed with killing intent. It angrily cursed Hikami, damn it, I'll shoot you dead, shoot you dead." While cursing, the mechanical parrot's eyes shot 2 blazing red laser beams straight at Hikami. The viewer above commented, "Did anyone notice? This mechanical parrot seems to have some kind of grudge against Hikami. It wants to send her to her death as soon as it shows up." Another viewer guessed, "The parrot keeps mentioning the experiments. I feel like Hikami is probably the one who created it, and is the female captain mentioned in the last survivor's notebook." A viewer below questioned, "My god, your analysis makes sense, but doesn't the notebook say she ran away? What happened after that for her to end up like this?" The viewer above advised everyone, "Focus and watch, Su Shao Elder will definitely reveal more in the next part." Against the mechanical parrot's fierce attack, Hikami was able to dodge skillfully. She warned the parrot, "I'm giving you one last chance. If you come back to my side, I'll forgive you." The spectator above saw Hikami easily dodge all the feathered darts and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, she didn't get hit once." Another spectator analyzed, but this time Hikami didn't choose to engage directly, which proves the red laser beam can still pose a threat to her. A spectator below hypothesized, "If that laser could hit her, there's still a chance to win." The spectator above suddenly called out, "Everyone, look over there." A D had picked up a gun from a robot and was sneaking around behind. A spectator below skeptically said, "But can a regular gun really injure Hikami? I doubt it." Suddenly shot from behind by a D, Hikami angrily shouted, "How dare you sneak attack me?" As she spoke, Hikami turned around and reached out to grip a D's throat. She lifted him off the ground. A D let out a groan, "Ugh." The spectators anxiously said, "This is bad, really bad. A D has really gotten himself into trouble now, he's done for." Hikami scornfully cursed at a D, "What a foolish fool. Since you're so eager to die, let me send you off a little earlier, so you won't be in my way." In the critical moment, when a D was hanging by a thread, a laser beam shot directly into the center of Hikami's body. She groaned in pain, "Ugh." Immediately after, Hikami collapsed. She gritted her teeth and said, "You wanted to sneak attack me, huh? Who are you?" A D calmly said, "That's right, I just want to use my body to pin you down, only in that way can the mechanical parrot hit the ray onto that strange creature of yours. You will never understand the unity, cooperation, and trust that humans share. The audience beside the screen praised.
Oh my, incredible, a D is amazing.
Using his intelligence to take a shot at Hikami, the audience below spoke up, everyone, look over at Elder Su Zhao's side. The battle was also intensifying. At this moment, Su Xiao was focused on using the He Yan Huan artifact to command the robot army.
Robots, form up.
The robots obeyed, lining up tightly, with bullets raining down from the sky. In contrast to the army led by Su Xiao, the robot-commanded army was chaotic.
The audience above complimented. Impressive, I didn't know Elder Su Xiao could arrange formations too. The audience below proudly remarked, this is the strength of humanity.
Even without absolute military might, we have brains and faith.
These are the things that help us overcome every challenge time and time again.
The robot was now exhausted, its machinery starting to short-circuit, its speech crackling and broken.
Processing humans.
Failure.
Crackle.
Failure.
The audience joyfully cheered, we won. Elder Su Xiao has won. We've made a huge victory. Su Xiao gave orders to the remaining robots. The remaining robots, I want you to initiate the self-destruct program.
The Robot Legion immediately shouted out loud.
In an instant, a terrifying explosion occurred, and all the robots self-destructed completely.
The spectators above were a bit confused and asked, why did Elder Su Xiao order those robots to self-destruct?
Why not just keep them to fight? Another spectator explained, did you all see the artifact in Su Xiao's hand? It's so red, it must be at its limit by now. The spectators below concluded that it would be better to destroy them. What if the artifact loses its effect later? Keeping them would be a disaster. On Lucas's side, he and the Destruction Shadow worked together in perfect harmony. Both of them simultaneously launched a series of cards at the remaining robot.
The remaining robot showed a disdainful attitude and said, hee, foolish humans.
You think a poker card, with a little strange power, could hurt me?
As it spoke, it opened all the weapons on its body. The robot suddenly raised its foot, preparing to stomp on the Destruction Shadow.
It arrogantly shouted, little brat, die. Boom!
The robot's foot stomped down right where the Destruction Shadow had been standing.
Lucas cried out in pain.
The spectators above were also horrified along with Lucas.
Oh no, will Destruction die?
The spectators below burst into tears, hoo, he just made peace with Lucas.
I don't want to see him get shot to death. After stepping on the shadow, the Destroyer Shadow felt a bit strange and wondered, huh? Why does the feeling under my feet feel so odd?
At that moment, a black streak suddenly appeared, followed by the familiar laughter of the Destroyer Shadow.
Hee, I am the Shadow. You think you can kill me like this? Aren't you being a bit too naive? But I must thank you.
This foot has helped me evolve and level up, allowing me to freely control my form's fusion and dissolution. Seeing that the Destroyer Shadow was unharmed, the robot suddenly found itself at a loss for words. You won't even let me finish speaking, the Destroyer Shadow said, grabbing a scalpel and rushing toward it.
Enough with the nonsense. Are you ready? I'm about to send you off.
The robot, feeling belittled by the Destroyer Shadow's words, angrily shouted, little brat, don't think you can beat me.
I am the result of countless hours of work from many researchers, and I will win.
The robot suddenly froze, stopped talking, and then screamed, oh no, please, don't cut off my power, please.
The onlookers above praised, wow, this move is brilliant. I never would have thought of that. The onlookers below agreed, it's incredible.
Robots are indeed far stronger than humans, but they also have a fatal flaw. Once they lose their control source, they're just a pile of scrap metal.
Lucas thought to himself, now's the time, and quickly moved behind the robot.
The robot had now weakened. It screamed, no, you damn creatures, and you still use such a vile method.
I won't accept it, I won't accept dying like this.
Lucas ignored the robot's curses, decisively plunging the surgical knife into the robot's chest, causing it to scream in agony. Lucas quickly withdrew the surgical knife and made his escape. The robot cried out desperately, "No!" Immediately after, a horrifying explosion erupted. Thick smoke billowed. The shadow of destruction rushed forward, pinning Lucas down. "Lucas, be careful!" The shadow of destruction had shielded Lucas with its body. As the explosion subsided, the smoke dissipated. The shadow of destruction helped Lucas sit up. It asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" Lucas shook his head, replying, "I'm fine, just some scrapes." Lucas embraced the shadow of destruction. "Thank you, destruction." The shadow of destruction happily responded, "No need to be polite, we are one." The viewers above were moved, saying, "Oh wow, this scene is so beautiful, everyone. I never imagined that one day Lucas and Destruction would embrace each other so harmoniously like this." The viewers below spoke up. "Look over there. The black cat and the white cat are about to finish off the green cat." Over there, the green cat was surrounded by the white and black cats. The green cat cursed angrily. "Damn it, you damn cat. Freakish creature. Damn it, don't come near me. Stop it right now." The white cat meowed once, then poked its claws into the green cat's armor, causing it to tremble and beg, "No, no." Before long, the green cat exploded. The white and black cats both ran toward Su Xiao. He gently patted their heads, praising them. "Well done." Both cats obediently meowed. And then approached Su Xiao, asking for his opinion on Hikami. "Su Xiao, what should we do with Hikami? Should we just kill her?" Su Xiao stroked his chin, a bit devious, and said, "Let's not do anything for now. I just want to confirm something with her." Su Xiao walked over and stood next to where Hikami was lying sprawled out. He asked her, "Hikami, the truth is, you never actually escaped from the research base, did you?" Hikami felt there was nothing left to hide at this point. She sneered. "Ha, you're very clever, already figured it out so quickly. Fine, since you know, I'll tell you everything. The truth is, I've never escaped from the research base. On the contrary, I've always wanted to take control of the research base, control those 3 cats, and become the supreme ruler of this world. It's just a shame that I didn't succeed before you guys showed up." Su Xiao asked Hikami a second question. "So, what about the person who survived in the end? Why is he able to keep coming back to life?" Hikami stubbornly replied, "I'm not telling you. If you want to know, go find the answer yourself." Suddenly, Hikami let out a cold laugh and said, "But let me remind you, you don't have much time left to figure out the answer." With that, she activated her self-destruct mechanism. Su Xiao and frowned and said in unison, "She wants to self-destruct." The white cat took a D and the black cat took Su Xiao, quickly distancing themselves from Hikami. Even in her final moments, she couldn't forget to utter a curse. "Ha, you will never know the truth behind immortal consciousness, and you'll never have the chance to find out. Everything in the ruined city will be buried, and everything will start all over again. Death is also a cycle of reincarnation, don't be afraid, because you will remain here forever." After finishing her words, Hikami immediately exploded. Su Xiao had to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the damage caused by the thermal radiation. And, unable to comprehend Hikami's dying words, turned to Su Xiao and asked, "Everything in the ruined city will be buried. Everything will start all over again." What did Hikami mean by that? Su Xiao speculated, "I think it has something to do with the lucky survivors. The fact that they die and come back to life probably hides an enormous secret. This secret is related to the entire survival of the ruined world." At that moment, the voice of Pine's summer assassination echoed. "Your guesses sound reasonable, but unfortunately, you won't have the opportunity to confirm them.
Su Xiao turned around and looked.
Sure enough, it was Pine Summer Assassination, holding a red switch in his hand. He grinned smugly. The reason I've been hiding until now is to take advantage of your struggle. I've hidden countless bombs here, and with just a simple press of this button, all of you will be reduced to ashes. Pine Summer Assassination said proudly, Goodbye, Su Xiao Dragon Country, a D Grizzly Nation, Lucas Nation A.
In this dungeon, the only one who will survive in the end will be me.
After finishing his words, he pressed the switch. Several minutes of silence passed, but nothing happened. Lucas and Adi stared at Pine Summer Assassination, who was now utterly confused.
He asked, What's going on? I buried the bombs, why isn't anything happening?
You guys have been busy dealing with the two cats and Hikami.
There's no way you could have found and destroyed the bombs I hid.
He kept pressing the switch repeatedly as he spoke. Suddenly, the lucky survivor appeared from behind Pine Summer Assassination, pointing a gun at him.
The lucky survivor explained why the bombs hadn't exploded.
The bombs you buried were secretly disarmed by me. Song Xia, hearing the voice of the lucky survivor, guessed it wasn't the voice of a player. Could it be the lucky survivor?
He immediately turned around and questioned him, Why are you helping them?
We're both players, why are you helping them and not me?
You damn bastard.
The fortunate survivor calmly answered the question from Pine Summer Assassination, because his body had already become similar to those cruel experiments. After that, he decisively shot him dead. Once the matter was settled, the fortunate survivor turned to Su Xiao and said, Su Xiao Dragon Country, congratulations to everyone. You've all succeeded, and you'll soon be able to safely leave this world. Su Xiao, however, was not very happy. He frowned and said, No, we still have one thing left unresolved, so we can't proceed yet.
Diop, standing beside Su Xiao, was puzzled. There's still something unresolved?
The cat, Hikami, and Song Xia are all dead.
Elder, is there still something we haven't settled?
Su Xiao smiled sincerely and said to the fortunate survivor, The thing that remains unresolved is helping you find yourself. The fortunate survivor was momentarily stunned when he heard Su Xiao's words and asked, Help me find myself? Su Xiao calmly explained, What I wanted to understand earlier was everything.
Why do you have an immortal body? Why did Hikami and the cat always want to kill you? Why did Hikami just say that everything would start again?
Because the being with eternal consciousness is not the cat, but you.
Su Xiao's discovery truly shocked the fortunate survivor. He stammered, What?
Su Xiao rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment, and said, It seems you really don't remember anything. If that's the case, I don't mind helping you regain your consciousness. Su Xiao began helping the lucky survivor piece together the fragments of their memories.
The first journal entry was the truth.
Initially, he really was a technical staff member in the experiment on immortal consciousness. But unfortunately, the first journal entry, once discovered, indicated that he was already dead. Su Xiao analyzed this, and concluded that he had become one of the test subjects, and ultimately, he succeeded. This meant his brain had transformed into a conduit, much like a computer. They had reconstructed a new world inside, and then placed his consciousness within it. Su Xiao speculated that everyone in this world was actually inside his head, achieving immortality. He believed that all the strange creatures, the robots, and the ghost squad were simply people trapped within his consciousness, fabricated memories. From this, Su Xiao drew a conclusion: no matter how many times he died, he would always come back to life, and if he didn't die, then they would never truly die. Because the nature of this world was like a video game, so long as the computer didn't break, the dead would resurrect unconditionally. Su Xiao affirmed that the only way to end this game was for him to remember everything, causing the world of consciousness to return to nothingness. After hearing Su Xiao's explanation, the last survivor trembled and clutched their head, agonizingly asking, Is it all fake? All of it? My teammates, was your vengeance against me also fake?
No. No way. This can't be happening. This cannot be fake. My previous attempts for revenge cannot be fake. Su Xiao took off the jellyfish pendant. He walked over to the lucky survivor and said with sympathy, "I know that recalling such a harsh truth is painful, but it's better to be awake in that pain than to be exploited." He put the jellyfish pendant around the lucky survivor's neck. He said, "Survivor, I hope this pendant will help you remember the truth and rediscover yourself." The jellyfish pendant instantly lit up, bringing all the memories back to the lucky survivor. Finally, he smiled contentedly and said, "I remember now. I remember everything. I died a long time ago. My body is just a brain kept alive in a solution in a lab." The moment I recalled everything was the moment the body of the lucky survivor began to dissipate. Before he vanished, he sent his gratitude to Su Xiao's group. "Su Xiao, thank you for waking me up. I'd rather be dead than live like this." The system simultaneously announced that the acid rain had stopped, but it would return. As long as desire doesn't end, and one plants the seeds of evil, humanity will ultimately have to taste the consequences. Dear contestant, congratulations on passing through the ruins and the fog. Your evaluation has been completed. Unity, mutual help, trust, compassion, dedication, sacrifice, and the protection of the beautiful qualities of humanity have been perfectly demonstrated by you. Where light touches darkness, it will be repelled. Do not admire the light. In this moment, you are that light, evaluating the collective in a world of ruins and fog. 7 stars remind? Based on the level of contribution, each person will receive a different reward. Su Xiao watched until the figure of the fortunate survivor completely disappeared. Su Xiao bid him farewell, goodbye. Although we do not know your name, we will forever remember your image. Back in the real world, in Nation A, at a mental hospital. A few days later, the strange world had still not appeared. Adi and Su Xiao had agreed to meet at the mental hospital where Lucas was receiving treatment. Su Xiao spoke first, asking about Lucas. "How have you been recently? Has your condition improved?" Adi stood beside him, excitedly saying, "Maybe the strange world has been discouraged by us, so it hasn't appeared lately." After pausing for a few seconds, Adi guessed, "But it's also possible that they are plotting something. In any case, the three of us must live well, ready for the strange world to appear at any time." Lucas smiled and said, "My condition has improved a lot, don't worry. If the strange world does appear, I can continue to participate." As he spoke, he extended his hand to shake hands with Su Xiao and Adi. Su Xiao and Adi shook Lucas's hand. Adi agreed with Lucas, "All right." With a single word settled, Su Xiao also spoke, "Then the rules of the strange world begin to transform, officially pushing back the battle god right here."